I was enjoying a warm, peaceful afternoon, coffee in hand, snow outside, my two dogs sleeping nearby, when a terrifying memory jolted me, a dream where I froze to death in a minus 70 degrees Celsius apocalypse. It felt so real. I remembered the unbearable cold, the isolation, the moment my body cracked from the ice. But when I woke up, I was safe in my apartment, and it was April 29th, 2025. Still, something felt off. In the dream, I had died in the middle of a worldwide cold snap that had started with gloomy skies in July, then descended into chaos, snowstorms, power outages, starvation. I'd survived by eating snow. Until I couldn't. But now I was alive, before the cold wave had even begun. Could it have been a vision? A warning? I tested my memory. I called my friend Lily and asked about her wedding. She confirmed the exact date and even sent me a photo of the bridesmaid dress, the same one I'd seen in the dream. Panicking, I searched for a specific case I remembered, a child abuser getting life in prison. The dream said it happened on May 8th. On May 7th, the news broke, just as I remembered. That's when I knew this wasn't just a dream. I'd somehow come back before the apocalypse. Without hesitation, I quit my job. I didn't explain. I just left. I'm going to survive this time. No more regrets, no more starving. This is my second chance. I'm preparing for the coldest end before it begins. My name is Wang Qingyi. I'm 26, and after losing my parents in a car accident at 18, I've been living alone in the house they left me. But now that I know the end of the world is coming, I need to act fast, and that means money. I had around 460,000 yuan in savings, but it wasn't enough. With a heavy heart, I decided to sell my parents' house, even though it was filled with memories. I contacted a real estate agent, offering it at a reduced price for quick sale. While I waited, I began planning my escape. Staying in a crowded southern city would be dangerous when the apocalypse hits. Too many people, too much chaos. I needed somewhere remote and safe. So, I chose to return to my roots in eastern Inner Mongolia, where my grandmother once lived. It's a quiet, sparsely populated place, perfect for survival. On May 1st, I took a train north, rented a car, and scouted villages. Eventually, in Apple Farm Village, I found the perfect house, isolated in a mountain hollow, surrounded by hills, invisible from the road, with good drainage and strong structure. It was old but solid, and only 70,000 yuan after negotiation. We signed the deal immediately. On my way home, the agent called. My city house had a buyer, offering 630,000 yuan. I accepted without hesitation. Time is everything now. With the sale done and money in my account, I felt real hope. I mailed home my clothes and essentials, leaving the rest behind. This is the beginning of my new life, my fortress. I'm ready to survive. By May 6th, after selling my parents' house and paying off fees, I had about 1 million yuan. I packed up and returned to my new countryside home in Inner Mongolia, officially starting my doomsday preparations. The house was old but solid, a 160 square meter structure with sunlit rooms and smart traditional design. The highlight? A hidden basement beneath the small west room. It was almost the size of the entire house, a perfect space for secret storage. I decided to hide it behind a wardrobe wall and make it my private bunker bedroom. The layout was perfect. East room. Main sunny bedroom with a brick stove, ideal for indoor winter planting. West rooms, for raising animals, storage, and the hidden basement entrance. Kitchen and bathroom, well separated, with dual stoves connected to heated beds. Backyard space, between house and mountain wall, ideal for storing coal or future gardening. Yard and drying area, to be filled with firewood. Since rural folk don't steal, I can store plenty, without worry. West wing, to store tools, animal feed, and supplies. Everything about this house gave me a deep sense of security. But I still needed a proper renovation team. I thought of Sumi, an old middle school friend who had recently built a beautiful villa nearby. She recommended a professional company that she trusted. After calling them, they agreed to come inspect the house the next day and assured me they could build traditional heated brick beds. Before hanging up, I warned Sumi about the strange weather and advised her to stock more food and firewood. She surprised me. She already had a warehouse full of coal and loads of snacks. Truly, a natural survivor. She even transferred me 50,000 yuan to help me prepare, saying I could repay her later. Her kindness touched me deeply. It had been so long since someone cared for me like that. I promised to use part of the money to send her some survival supplies too. Then I messaged her back, playfully. I love you so much. Thank you, baby. Without you, I don't know how I'd survive with my secret basement, a solid house, and a true friend. My survival journey had finally begun. Before sunset, I took a taxi into town with two clear goals: buy a small truck and buy a sofa, essentials for my doomsday preparations. I didn't want anyone delivering survival supplies directly to my door, so having my own vehicle was a must. I started with the sofa. At the only furniture store in town, I immediately fell in love with a big orange 3-seater leather sofa, thick, comfy, sturdy. The owner claimed it would last 10 to 20 years, and though he asked for 8,000 yuan, I bargained it down to 6,800. I regretted not saying 6,500, but oh well. Since I needed more than just a sofa, I ended up buying all the furniture I'd need at once, choosing only strong, durable pieces. My full haul included 2 coffee tables, 2,003 wardrobes, 3,002 bedside tables, 506 chairs, 601 sturdy desk, 1,502 kitchen cabinets, 2,002 full-length mirrors, 205 ladders, 502 bookshelves, 2,002 large refrigerators, 3,000 for pre-apocalypse meat storage, 30 plastic storage boxes, 820 metal shelves, 2,000. The total came to 22,700 yuan. Not bad for furnishing an entire survival house. I paid for the sofa and gave the owner a 5,000 yuan deposit for the rest. I'll call him when I'm ready for delivery. Then I went to a used car dealer and bought a medium-sized van for just 7,000 yuan, perfect for transport and staying low profile. By the time I finished, it was already evening. I loaded the sofa and drove my loud little van down the rural roads, exhausted but determined. This was only the start. 2 months of intense preparation lay ahead. At 7:30 p.m., I arrived home, dragged the sofa piece by piece into the master bedroom, wiped it down, curled up with my jacket, and finally fell into a well-earned sleep. This may be the apocalypse, but tonight, I felt one step closer to surviving it. On May 7th, I woke up stiff and sore on my sofa. Renovation day. The team from the company arrived promptly, and I walked them through every detail of my survival-focused remodel. I wanted everything reinforced, insulated, waterproofed, and secret-proof, especially the bulletproof windows, hidden room entrance, and upgraded stoves that would also heat water in winter. After noting everything, the team left to prepare a quote, promising to start work the next day if I agreed. While waiting, I filled up the van and ate spicy hot pot in town, savoring it like it might be my last warm restaurant meal. By afternoon, I got the pricing options. Standard bulletproof, 120,000 yuan advanced, 380,000 top tier, 920,000. Since the advanced option could withstand small explosives, I chose that. Survival over luxury. After returning home, with nothing urgent to do, I explored the nearby Little Ring Mountain behind my house. The view was stunning, gentle hills covered in apple trees, with small green apples already growing. That's when I realized this was truly the apple farm village. The next morning, the team arrived early. I paid a 50,000 yuan deposit, and the workers began demolition immediately, removing windows, doors, and breaking down old stoves and fireplaces. They worked hard, split into 2 groups for efficiency. At lunch, we sat in silence, me with my bread and sausage, them with their box meals. I kept my distance to avoid appearing too friendly and possibly being taken advantage of. Later that day, I messaged Sumi, my old friend who helped me connect with the renovation team, and arranged to visit her the next day. She'd recently built a beautiful villa, and I wanted to see it. On May 8th, after greeting the workers briefly, I drove my rattling used truck 2 hours to her home. She was so excited, she didn't even notice I'd arrived at first, still staring off down the road until I called out to her. When she saw me, she lit up and hugged me tight, teasing me for making the long trip in my little truck. Her villa was stunning, like something from a TV drama, with a huge fireplace and elegant furnishings. As I stepped inside, I felt her warmth and excitement, and a small sense of comfort in the middle of all this chaos. This visit reminded me, even during the end times, genuine friendship still matters. Sumi excitedly gave me a full tour of her luxurious villa. I could tell she wasn't showing off. She just wanted to share her joy. I teased her, calling her a little rich girl, but truly, I was amazed. After a warm shower and a cozy chat, I reminded her to reinforce her house against theft. To my surprise, she already had over 1,000,000 yuan spent just on doors and windows. On top of that, she had stockpiled food for years. I couldn't help but admire her prepper instincts. After a delicious home-cooked lunch by her nanny, I headed home around 3 p.m. to check on construction. Despite her asking me to stay the night, I didn't want to leave my renovations unattended. When I got home, the stove and window frames were already taking shape, and I was pleased to see the quality was top-notch. I thanked the workers and decided to sleep at a nearby inn, which only cost 60 yuan per night. Clean, simple, and best of all, a real bed. On May 9th, I woke to birdsong and hunger. After a breakfast of steamed buns, I inspected the site and then drove to town to check prices on rice, flour, clothing, and bedding. I even looked into options for a heated brick bed, planning to buy samples first online to test their quality. Prices seemed fair, both online and offline. That night, I returned to the inn and placed my first large clothing order: coats, hats, shoes, gloves, socks, thermal underwear, and more. I ordered from multiple shops so I could return anything I didn't like. The delivery to my remote village would take 4 to 6 days, so I began planning a second batch right away. A few days later, I bought bedding and summer clothing just in case the apocalypse brings extreme heat after the cold. I also purchased soybeans, cooling blankets, more heated beds, and knew exactly where to get good sheets and pillows thanks to years of Pinduoduo experience. By May 13th, construction was nearly complete and my first round of samples began arriving. I carefully inspected everything, kept the best, and returned the rest, and thankfully, the app didn't flag me for it. On May 15th, the renovation was finally done. The house was everything I hoped for: 2 heated brick beds, flat, firm, still drying new stove with tiled surface and sturdy pot bulletproof doors and windows, tightly sealed insulated walls, light gray and easy to clean, a hidden room behind a wardrobe wall, fully secure with a lockable latch, a solid roof with long-lasting materials. I did a full inspection, paid the foreman with genuine satisfaction, and watched the team pack up and leave. Finally, my apocalypse-ready home was complete. On May 16th, I had 638,000 yuan left, more than enough to begin serious stockpiling. Since my brick bed still wasn't ready to sleep on, I stayed at the hotel again. That morning, I called the furniture store and had all my orders delivered. I supervised where everything was placed. The sofa and coffee table went in the east room by the stove, bookshelves in the west house, and wardrobes temporarily stored until the brick bed dried. After that, I headed back to town to handle bedding samples, keeping the best, returning the rest. I still hadn't made bulk purchases yet. I wanted to keep things organized. Back at the hotel, I reviewed all my saved items and began placing my first big clothing and bedding order. I contacted sellers beforehand for bulk discounts and carefully selected only durable and reliable products. Some highlights: 3 Arctic down jacket sets, 3,000 yuan padded and military coats, 8,000 yuan shoes, boots, socks, gloves, hats, 13,000 yuan quilts and cooling blankets, 3,000 yuan clothing and underwear sets, 10,000 yuan sheets, pillows, slippers, tatami mats, 3,300 yuan blackout curtains and heated beds. 5,200 yuan. This first round of purchases covered all seasonal clothing and bedding needs. On May 17th to 18th, I began installing 20 metal shelves in the basement. At first, it was a disaster. I almost cried from frustration trying to build the first one. But by the third shelf, I was in the zone, talking to myself in C language and hammering away. 2 days later, all shelves were up, and I felt a rush of pride I hadn't felt in ages. Then, on May 19th, it was time to stock food. I planned to buy 100 bags each of rice and flour, 50 pounds per bag, so I spread out purchases between 5 different grain stores, buying 20 bags from each and paying a bit extra for delivery to avoid suspicion. I told them it was for the Apple factory's cafeteria. Afterward, I hit the hardware and general store and bought carts, shovels, tools, axes, hose, knives, plastic sheeting for waterproofing, and greenhouse-use clay pots, kettles, cooking tools. Bathtubs cost 4,000 yuan, but my truck was overloaded, and I was exhausted by the time I got home. On May 20th, grain deliveries began. I staggered the drop-offs, so one batch would arrive in the morning and one in the afternoon. Each time, I used my small cart to move the 40 bags of grain into the basement. First, I laid down plastic sheets in one corner, then rolled bags inside and stacked them neatly. My body was sore, but my heart felt steady. The basement was filling. My fortress was becoming real. After moving 80 bags of rice, I collapsed onto the sofa, sore and exhausted. When I looked up how many bags a normal person could carry in a day, 200. I felt slightly encouraged. Maybe I really could survive this. I drifted into sleep without realizing it. On May 22nd, things got hectic again. The delivery guy from the Cainiao station kept calling. My packages were overflowing the place. But I still had 40 bags of grain left to move, so I begged him for one more day. Thankfully, he agreed. I used the day to finish wrapping all the rice and flour in plastic sheeting and tape, keeping out bugs, moisture, and making them last longer. I rested that afternoon, knowing what was coming. Early the next morning, I drove to pick up all my packages. There were so many that the delivery guy gave up on counting and just dumped them all into my truck. I told him it was for donating to children. He didn't care. My truck was packed full, with packages tied down under plastic and rope. Back home, I started organizing everything. Each room got a set of linens and tools for daily use. Everything else went to the basement. I compressed the bedding, sealed it in plastic, and sorted clothes, shoes, and gear by type, labeled and wrapped for storage. Essentials like socks and gloves were packed into labeled boxes for easy access. By 7 p.m., I was amazed at myself. My physical strength had improved. I wasn't even that tired. I slept soundly again that night. The next morning, I went to the Saturday town market. I bought 5 buckwheat whole pillows, 25 yuan each, firm and never lose shape, 5 thick homemade cotton pants, super warm, 300 yuan total, 5 large snow shovels, 30 yuan each, total 150 yuan. While wandering, I saw a stall selling brine water, used to make tofu. It reminded me of my childhood and my grandma's tofu. I chatted with the old vendor, who kindly explained how much brine to use. I bought half a block, enough for over 100 batches for 160 yuan. Inspired, I went to the grain shop and bought 300 pounds soybeans for tofu, soy milk, sprouts, etc. 300 pounds each of millet, green beans, and glutinous rice. 4,000 yuan total. The shop owner even threw in free samples of cornmeal and buckwheat flour. I declined the sorghum rice. No way. My stomach hates it. Afterward, I hauled all the grains home and moved them into the basement, just like I did with the rice and flour. By 5 p.m., everything was sorted and stored. By now, my grain reserves were complete. I was tired, but I felt strong. My survival fortress was becoming real, one cartload at a time. With water and electricity running at home, I finally felt human again. I cooked noodles, took a hot shower, and curled up on the sofa in my new sleep dress, ready to dive into my second wave of online food stockpiling. For so long, I held back from buying delicious things, focusing only on warmth, shelter, and basic supplies. Now, with money left over, I finally let myself splurge within reason. I only bought lightweight, long shelf-life foods and made sure sellers sent the freshest stock available. What I bought online: total 60,000 units hot pot bases, seasoning packs, spices, soybean paste, thousands of units, all with long shelf lives. Dried ingredients: kelp, mushrooms, tofu skin, chili, noodles, vermicelli, flour products, 9,500 units. Instant foods: spicy noodles, ramen, rice noodles, lunch boxes, 6,000 yuan worth. Snacks: sausages, pickled eggs, chips, candy, chicken feet, 4,100 units. Drinks ja beveragemiths: tea, milk tea powder, fruit concentrates, Nestlé kohve, milk powder, 7,800 units. Canned goods: luncheon meat, fish, pork, glutinous rice, tuna, 13,500 units. Cured meats: smoked chicken, sausage, ribs, pig legs, 1,000 jin total. I doubled the amount for sumi too, totaling 60,000 yuan. I negotiated directly with source factories for better deals, and I was thrilled with what I secured. May 25th, County Town Mission. After a hearty breakfast of meat buns and wontons, I headed to the supermarket for oil and salt. Bought 50 barrels of cooking oil, 85 yuan each, 2-year shelf life. Bought 4,000 bags of salt, 500 G each, cheapest kind at 1 yuan per bag. I calculated enough to last several decades, including for making pickles and preserved food. I chose not to use delivery, didn't want anyone knowing where I lived, just in case. The total haul was 8,250 yuan, and the truck barely handled it. It was so heavy I could feel the difference in how the truck moved. Back home, I made a ramp from leftover boards, slid boxes of salt and barrels of oil down, then used a small cart to haul everything into the basement. For boxes of salt or 6 barrels of oil per trip took under 2 hours to move it all. I cleaned old water tanks, poured in the salt, since plastic packaging degrades, sealed the tops with plastic and rope. Tired but satisfied, I dusted off my hands and collapsed onto the sofa. At last, I was surrounded not just by survival tools, but by flavor, comfort, and a future I could taste. On the morning of May 26th, I drove to the county town, hungry but determined. After filling up on breakfast, I returned to the supermarket for round 2 of offline stockpiling, spices and drinks. Spice haul total: 6,500 yuan, 100 barrels of soy sauce, 200 of vinegar, I love vinegar, 20 oyster sauce, 50 each of sesame oil, sesame paste, olive/pickled veg jars, 50 barrels of local tongliao sauce, 50 bags of Sichuan peppercorns. Drink haul total: 18,000 yuan, 20 boxes each of cola, orange juice, almond milk, 5 boxes of beer, 80 boxes of Rio flavored drinks, my guilty pleasure, 5 boxes of high-proof liquor, 10 boxes of coconut juice, 100 small bottles of sweet fruit wine, 300 jars of canned peaches. As I pushed my overflowing cart to the cashier, the manager stepped in and gave me a 10% discount, bringing the total to 22,050 yuan. I gladly accepted. Since my truck was small, I returned home in 2 careful trips, stacking fragile items like glass drinks gently in the yard. The rest went to the basement, sorted by weight and use, heavier sauces and vinegar on the bottom, fragile things mid-shelf. Then, for the first time in a while, I turned inward and started making my house a home. I cleaned the 2 Kong beds, heated brick beds, that had been airing out, spread fresh bedding. Pale yellow in the east room, vintage dark brown in the west, moved wardrobes into place, set up Kong tables, pillows, mattresses, and just like that, my once cold hideout looked like a cozy, stylish country home. Earthy, warm, and strong. The soft folds of bedding, the faint wood scent of real furniture, and the glow of evening light created a moment so beautiful, I thought I was living in a movie scene. I caught myself daydreaming and laughed. This wasn't a film, it was my new life in the apocalypse. That night, I finally slept on a real bed, not the sofa. I felt proud, but when I mentally reviewed my checklist, meat, coal, medicine, veggies, tools, seeds, toiletries, I groaned in frustration. I've done so much, but there's still so much more to do. And yet, beneath it all, a strange excitement stirred in me. Maybe, just maybe, I'm ready. May 27th, balance, 390,000 yuan, first online purchase of cotton clothing and bedding, 50,500 yuan, second food order, 121,100 yuan, 100 bags of rice and flour, 30,000 yuan. Hardware tools, for 1,000 yuan. Market and coarse grains, for 1,735 yuan. First supermarket purchase of oil and salt, 8,250 yuan. Second supermarket purchase of drinks and seasonings, 22,050 yuan. Daily expenses, over 2,000 yuan. Because I still hadn't prepared many things, I didn't sleep well all night. The next morning, I sat at the desk and checked my recent bills. I still had 390,000 yuan left, which mostly matched my records. I hadn't wasted any money, and I suddenly felt that money is quite disciplined. I checked the logistics information, and some items are already out for delivery. All the goods will arrive gradually over the next few days. At first, I felt a bit sad, unsure how to face the delivery person this time. Thinking of this, I called Sumi to tell him about the supplies I prepared for him. After Sumi excitedly praised me for a while, I finally hung up. Since the second batch of food will arrive soon, I should prepare the third batch now. Today, I won't go out. The food I stockpiled will arrive tomorrow. I plan to rest and prepare myself mentally. This morning, I had a simple bowl of instant noodles, then started my third online shopping spree. This time, I mainly bought toiletries and kitchenware. I tend to stockpile, especially dishes and notebooks. Due to financial pressure, I've been holding back my desires. Now is a good chance to indulge in my habit of collecting tableware. Kitchenware. Pots. 5 steamers, 1 cooking pot, including a large iron pot and a clay pot, which I don't use much. 3 barbecue grills, with some bamboo skewers, metal skewers, and brushes included. 5 frying pans, 10 small copper pots for noodles. Tools. 10 long-handled metal spatulas, 10 wooden spatulas, 10 rice paddles, 10 soup spoons, 10 rolling pins, 10 skimmers, 10 garlic presses, 10 tongs, 15 graters, 15 peeling knives, 15 small fruit knives, which tend to be easily lost, 10 silicone cutting boards, 10 wooden cutting boards. Mechanical items. 5 old-fashioned hand-pulled stone mills for soy milk and tofu, 3 manual meat grinders, 5 manual juicers, 1 manual pasta machine. Consumables. 200 by 100 bags of cling film, very useful. 100 steaming cloths, 100 pairs of rubber gloves, 200 by 10 disposable glove packs, 500 steel wool balls, 500 dishcloths, 200 small cloths, costing about 50 cents each. Containers. 50 stainless steel bowls of various sizes, 50 plastic bowls of various sizes, 20 stylish utensil and kitchenware storage racks, 20 aesthetically pleasing chopstick holders, 20 water scoops, 20 perforated draining baskets, 10 large trays, 50 water buckets. Tableware, my favorite. I chose what I liked without worrying about cost. I buy complete sets of tableware. Family sets include 6 small bowls, 2 soup bowls, and 4 plates. Why not buy single-person sets? Because if they break, I can replace them easily. I bought 2 sets of plain cream-colored items, 2 sets of simple and elegant gray series, 2 sets of Instagram-style tulip series, 2 sets of American vintage series, and 1 set of stainless steel unbreakable items. I also purchased 2 glass salad bowls, 5 pastel-colored double-handled plates, 50 pairs of stainless steel chopsticks, 100 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, 30 stainless steel spoons, 10 forks, and 10 knives. I got 10 cream-colored mugs, 10 American-style coffee cups, 10 large juice glasses, 5 unbreakable stainless steel cups, 5 cocktail glasses, 10 insulated cups, and 20 insulated pots. I have already bought all the common kitchen tools and tableware I can think of. To get discounts and save money, I tried to buy similar items from the same store. In total, I spent about 19,000 yuan on all kitchenware and tableware. For toiletries, I didn't buy too much to avoid expiration issues. I plan to make my own soap and laundry detergent later. I bought 100 bars of soap, 50 bars of scented soap, 200 bags of laundry powder, 50 bottles of shampoo, 50 bottles of body wash, 30 bottles of facial cleanser, 50 bottles of hand soap, 200 toothbrushes, 100 tubes of toothpaste, 100 towels, 20 bath towels, 20 bath sponges, and 100 bottles of dish soap. I also bought 25 wooden combs, 25 plastic combs, 500 rolls of toilet paper, 500 packs of sanitary pads, 300 tubes of snake oil ointment, and 300 jars of clam oil. The sanitary pads and toilet paper are prepared for 5 years. After that, they may degrade or breed bacteria, so if the end of the world hasn't come by then, I will make my own or find substitutes. I chose quality toiletries, sticking to affordable brands commonly available in the market, with shampoo and body wash priced around 30 yuan each. The snake oil ointment and clam oil are for applying on the face and hands. Although I can't guarantee using expensive skincare products in the apocalypse, I want to keep my skin from cracking and drying in extreme cold. When I was young, my mother used snake oil ointment on me. My grandma used clam oil to prevent finger cracks. After many years, I bought them again. In total, I spent about 28,000 yuan on toiletries. After buying kitchenware and toiletries, the morning was gone. I sat on the sofa, lost in thought, wondering what other important items I still need to buy. I haven't bought medicine yet, and I plan to buy it in parts. It's also time to start stockpiling coal. I haven't bought meat yet, because it's still early. I want to stock up on a lot of meat, but 2 freezers can't hold it all. I'll wait for a cloudy, cooler day to buy more. Vegetables and fruits will be bought last to ensure freshness. Regarding seeds and similar items, I will wait until I've spent most of my money before discussing them. There's no rush now. It seems that buying medicine is the most urgent task. I plan to order some medicines online and buy a little from each pharmacy to spread out the purchases. I will buy anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, fever reducers, painkillers, detox medicines, stomach medicines, vitamins, iodine solution, gauze, bandages, and alcohol, with a budget of 500 yuan per store across 15 pharmacies. Most prescription medicines can also be purchased online, as online doctors can issue electronic prescriptions. Besides the medicines mentioned, I imagined a few illnesses I might get and asked an online doctor to prescribe some medicines for me. When I watched war movies before, many undercover agents risked their lives to deliver penicillin. Since I was young, I thought penicillin was a very precious medicine. I initially planned to buy some in case of an emergency, but I just found out it is an anti-inflammatory drug. Recalling childhood war dramas, I ordered double the amount of amoxicillin, azithromycin, levofloxacin, and ibuprofen. Honestly, I worry a lot about whether the police might come looking for me after buying so many medicines online. I checked online for a while, and users said it's unlikely. But I still worry a lot and pray that all my medicines arrive safely. The total cost of buying medicines online was 35,000 yuan. The third batch cost 82,000 yuan, and I still have 308,000 yuan left. On May 28th, I woke up early before the delivery person woke me up. I skipped breakfast and drove straight to the town. As I expected, I received a call from the delivery person on the way. His tone was quite friendly, and I hoped he would stay calm when I saw him. When I arrived at the delivery station, I saw a pile of packages at the door. I knew they were all mine. It seemed the delivery person had already sorted all my packages and placed them together. He recognized me immediately and looked happy, without any impatience. Thinking about it, they are paid per item, so the more packages they deliver, the more they earn. Why should I be humble? I am like a wealthy benefactor. With this thought, I held my head high and walked confidently toward him. Today, so many packages again. If only you could tell me in advance next time, I could prepare better. When I approached, the delivery person greeted me. Thank you for your trouble. After saying 4 words, I scanned the payment code on the wall to make the payment. Alipay received 200 yuan. A mechanical female voice sounded, and the delivery person's eyes lit up. Please help me load the car again, just like last time. I'll treat you to some meat tonight to boost your energy, I said with a smile. No trouble at all. If you don't eat meat, I'll still help you load the car, he replied. He then started moving boxes onto the car. After thinking for a moment, he added, but eating meat really gives you more strength. Although the station charges for sending parcels, it's always a hassle when such a big pile suddenly arrives. Plus, there's only one station in the whole town, run by a couple who are busy all the time. They're already short-handed, and he still helps me load everything onto the car. After considering, I decided to pay him a little money. I didn't feel guilty, and the delivery person felt better too. I was debating whether to give 500 or 200 yuan, but since more deliveries would come later, 200 yuan each time seemed more suitable. Once the shopkeeper finished helping others pick up their parcels, she also came to help me load the car. The delivery person is experienced. He packed the car carefully so things wouldn't fall apart. He organized the items on top, while I and the shopkeeper moved the goods over. One trip wasn't enough to fit everything, so I made a second trip to bring back all the parcels. Looking at the food in the yard, I felt a bit overwhelmed. But I kept my spirits up and worked hard. The basement layout is the same as upstairs but a bit larger, so I divided it into sections based on the layout for storing supplies. The main bedroom area stored grains, oil, and salt. The kitchen area held clothes and blankets. Near the door on the west side, I placed a few shelves for tools, and the rest of the west side was used for food storage. I first moved the packaged foods inside, sorted by shelf life from the inside out. Foods with longer shelf lives went on the inner shelves, while those with shorter shelf lives stayed outside. This way, short-term foods wouldn't be forgotten and left uneaten for a long time. Canned foods, instant noodles, rice noodles, spicy and sour snacks, and other cookable items were neatly stacked on the shelves. Various seasonings were also arranged neatly on the shelves. Dried vegetables, packed individually and stored in burlap bags, weren't placed on the shelves but stacked along the wall. After moving all the foods except the cured meat inside, the entire west side was full and all shelves were used up. The remaining space was in the middle and half of the kitchen. I pushed the cured meat in carts one by one and placed it in the other half of the kitchen. Once everything was brought inside, the other half of the kitchen floor was almost full. The space above was empty, and I felt it was a waste to leave it unused, but I didn't know what to put there. There were so many goods that, besides just moving them, I had to sort and store them. In the end, I spent the whole day on May 29th moving and organizing, finally finishing everything. After everything was done, I felt sore all over. After washing up, I lay on the bed and started researching the prices and qualities of coal and briquettes. Coal produces more heat and is a bit more expensive, while briquettes burn well, are clean, easy to handle, and cheaper. I hesitated between the two types of coal, but decided to buy both. Then I started calculating how much coal to buy, making sure to get enough, not less. Based on online information, 50 tons of briquettes cost about 50,000 yuan, and an average family burns 3 pieces a day. I have 2 stoves, using at most 8 pieces a day, which could last for 17 years even if used year-round. The largest west wing room, about 50 square meters, is still empty. Using the briquette size standards, a 1.5-meter high, 21-layer stack can hold 70,000 briquettes. So, 50,000 briquettes would easily fit in this biggest west wing room. Buying only briquettes would be enough, but I still felt uneasy and planned to buy some coal as well. I would decide how much to buy after asking around tomorrow. People in northern regions often burn stoves in winter, so there are places that sell coal directly. The next day, I woke early, drove to town for breakfast, and asked around where to buy coal. Then I drove to a coal seller's place, which was somewhat remote. It was a farm or factory with a large yard. I wasn't quite sure. They stored a lot of coal there. A man with a beer belly and a bunch of keys on his belt saw me and came over to greet me. "Miss, what can I do for you? I want to buy some coal." "What kind do you want?" He didn't ask what I needed coal for in summer. Maybe customers here buy coal for various reasons in summer, which is quite common. "I want to see all the types you have, both coal and briquettes." I went inside with him, and he took out his phone to show me pictures. While showing and explaining, he listed 3 types of coal and 5 types of briquettes. He talked about their origins and qualities, but I didn't quite understand. When he finished, I asked directly, "Is it true that the more expensive ones perform better?" "Absolutely. No matter what you're doing, the more expensive coal burns better. I am planning to buy the most expensive coal and the most expensive honeycomb coal. It's not a good time to save money. Smoking coal is hard to burn and I will suffer. I have an 80 square meter yard. How much coal can I fit there?" "That's a lot, at least a few hundred tons. If I don't want it piled too high, I can't fit too much." Relieved a little, I see there's enough space for the coal, and I can just pile it higher if needed. He sells coal and won't run out, even in the coldest weather. He won't come to snatch my coal, but will get it from his factory. Thinking of this, I asked everything I needed to know. How much coal does an average family burn in winter? If only using the stove and not the floor heating, 1 or 2 tons is enough. With floor heating, about 3 tons. This matches what I found online, so my previous estimate at the end of the month was pretty accurate. I continued asking him, since I'm buying a lot, can you give me a discount? Of course. Girl, how much are you buying? The more you buy, the bigger the discount. Hearing this, his belly was more cheerful. I want the best. 40 tons of coal and 50 tons of honeycomb coal. The seller didn't expect I'd want such a large amount. He smiled, eyes squinting, and calculated the total price for me. High-end products are rare in the town, and even the best coal isn't very expensive. The best coal costs 1,150 yuan per ton, but I'll count it as 1,100 yuan. The best honeycomb coal costs 950 yuan per ton, but I'll count it as 900 yuan. He gave me another discount, and the total was 92,000 yuan. Then he looked at me, as if asking for my opinion. I knew that 1150 and 950 were inflated prices. The real prices were 1100 and 900. If I kept bargaining, I might get a little more discount. But I had some extra requests. Compared to a few hundred yuan, I wanted to get a bigger discount on labor and packaging. This price is okay, but I have a request. Please pack all the coal in burlap bags before delivering, and help me stack the bags in the yard. The honeycomb coal also needs to be stacked inside the house. For small household purchases, it's normal to have the coal delivered in burlap bags. But since I'm buying so much, I wasn't sure if he would help me pack it in bags. Stacking the honeycomb coal inside the house is a bit much, and sellers usually don't provide that service. That's why I didn't bargain further and asked him to help me stack it. With so much honeycomb coal, it would take me 7 or 8 days to stack it myself, and hiring workers would cost over 1,000 yuan. He found it much easier to do this task. His coal factory surely has many workers paid daily, so completing this work was manageable. The boss thought for a moment and said, packing the coal in burlap sacks is no problem. Stacking 50,000 blocks of honeycomb coal inside the house will take quite a bit of labor. Can you pay all at once? If you can pay in full, I'll cover the labor costs. Just bring the coal over. Make sure it's not short and is properly stacked, and we'll settle the payment on the spot. No problem, young lady. My factory operates honestly, and I have many workers. I'll bring 2 more tomorrow. I paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan and agreed that the coal would be delivered the next day. Since I needed it urgently, the boss probably started loading the truck in the afternoon. At 9 a.m. on May 31st, a coal truck arrived steadily at my house. It brought 6 workers and a boss with a big beer belly. The boss slid down from the truck like on a slide and started complaining when he saw me. Oh, I know you're in a hurry and you want burlap sacks. We started loading yesterday afternoon and finished early morning. I thought to myself, isn't that what you're supposed to do? And look at how much I'm paying you. Hard work, hard work. Your efficiency is really high. I'll pay happily when it's time. I showed him the reaction he wanted. The boss was pleased to hear that. Then he became serious, waved his hand, and called over the 6 workers. He asked where I wanted the coal and honeycomb coal placed. I explained in detail. The coal should be stacked starting from the north side of the drying yard, and the honeycomb coal should be piled close to the main house's north wing. The workers then started moving the coal, 3 carrying coal and 3 carrying honeycomb coal. They stacked the honeycomb coal high on small carts and then moved it into the wing. They worked skillfully, able to move 50 or 60 pieces at a time. At this rate, they could finish moving everything tonight. After a while, I noticed something was off. The amount didn't seem enough. I quickly asked the boss, who was smoking nearby. The boss looked at me with a half smile and said, "You're really inexperienced, little girl. This isn't enough. This is only half of it."
Huh?
I was very confused. He explained, the mountain path is too narrow for big coal trucks. After 1 truck is emptied, the next one will come. 2 trucks are all your coal. Then he added, where are your parents? Luckily you met me. If you had a boss with bad intentions, you'd be tricked. I chuckled and joked, well, I decided to buy from you because you seem trustworthy. The older brother looked more comfortable, squinting as he took a puff of smoke. Honestly, although he looked overweight and messy, he seemed friendly and kind-hearted, probably a good husband and father, and very loyal to his brothers. Of course, I wasn't interested in him romantically, just praising him. By noon, half of the coal in the truck was gone. I asked the boss where they ate lunch, and he said they all brought dry food. Coal mining is hard work, and I worried about them working all afternoon on just dry food. I was concerned they might not eat enough or have enough energy. I used the excuse that I had a dog at home and was afraid to leave them alone, so I quietly drove to town to buy food. On the way, I thought about if I couldn't finish working all afternoon, I might have to stay late at night. So I decided to buy enough food for 2 meals. In town, I went to a restaurant I used to eat at as a kid. I ordered a stew, for stir-fried dishes, and a cold dish. I got pickled cabbage with vermicelli, braised pork, stir-fried potatoes, 3 delicacy vegetables, stir-fried cabbage, and a cold tiger salad. While the chef was cooking, I went to the vegetable and fruit market and the deli. I bought 25 large steamed buns with dipping sauce, a roasted chicken, half a kilogram of cold pig head meat, and half a kilogram of marinated vegetables. For lunch, I planned to eat the stir-fried and hot dishes, and for dinner, the roasted chicken and pig head meat, plus a few buckets of instant noodles. Perfect. It cost a total of 248 yuan, which was very affordable. That amount was enough for 7 people to eat 2 meals. When I returned, the boss was still finishing one dish. I went next door and had a bowl of cold noodles. After that, I wouldn't need to eat with the workers anymore. When I carried a bunch of food back, the workers were still working. "Why haven't you taken a break yet?" I asked. "We wanted to eat, but the door was locked and we couldn't wash our hands. We thought we'd wait for you to come back," a tall, skinny worker said, scratching his head. "Haha, perfect timing. Good thing I didn't make you wash your hands," I said, carrying bags of food from the car. Maybe they were really hungry. Several of them looked at the food in my hands with bright eyes. "Oh, I'm so sorry," I said. "We can't eat that. It's too much for us," they replied. "Thanks to my sister, we get to eat good food today at noon," I said. They kept politely refusing, and that was the most talking I heard from everyone so far. I quickly washed a few basins of water and set them on the steps for everyone to wash up. The workers' hands and faces were covered in coal dust. It took 2 basins of water to clean them. I set up 2 tables in the East Room, planning to let them eat inside, but they refused, saying they were too dirty to go inside. I moved 2 tables together on the steps, and 5 steaming dishes were packed in takeout boxes and placed on the tables. I washed some dipping sauces and put the steamed buns in a large basin, inviting everyone to come quickly and eat. Since the weather was hot, the workers sat on the ground, and the boss also sat down with them. 7 people squeezed together, filling the table perfectly. They invited me to join, but I said I had just finished eating in town and that they must be tired after working all morning, so they should eat first. To avoid waste, the workers also brought their own lunchboxes, which mostly contained rice or steamed buns with some vegetables. The workers were happy, sitting together and smiling, chatting and eating heartily. Sometimes they would praise the food, saying it smelled really good. While everyone was eating, I went to the basement and brought up a box of soda. I placed it beside them and told them not to be shy, just help themselves and drink. In less than half an hour, the workers finished their meal. They sat in the shade of the courtyard wall, resting with their sodas. Another half hour later, someone loudly shouted, "Come on, let's get back to work." Everyone quickly stood up and started moving coal again. Maybe because they ate a big lunch, they worked faster and more energetically in the afternoon. I thought to myself, this meal was really worth it. By around 6 o'clock, it was getting dark, and half of the second batch of coal and honeycomb coal was left. It wasn't because they were slow. I had asked for a large amount, and plus, I wanted them to stack and arrange it properly, which took extra time. The boss also started to worry and directed everyone to work faster. I asked the boss if it was okay to eat first and go back a little later in the evening. He said it was fine, just drive a bit slower. Then I secretly went to the basement and took 7 buckets of noodles and sausages. I set the roasted chicken, pig's head meat, and other dishes on the table, boiled water, and called everyone over to eat. The workers had only taken one break all afternoon, and now they looked really tired and hungry. The noodles were soaked, and everyone sat at the table. They slurped noodles while eating roasted chicken and pig's head meat. To make sure they wouldn't go hungry, I also brought out the leftover large steamed buns from noon. In half an hour, the workers had almost finished all the food on the table. After eating, they continued working. Soon, the coal transport was finished. There was still a lot of honeycomb coal left, and the coal-moving workers came over to help stack it. By 11 p.m., all the honeycomb coal was finally stacked. Everyone looked tired, and their words became fewer. Today was really hard for everyone. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. As I spoke, I handed each person a bottle of soda. The boss was too tired to argue with me and said, it's okay. We should get ready to leave now. I quickly took out my phone and transferred money to the boss. The old man was smart. He subtly hinted that I was about to transfer money. If I didn't, how could he leave? After paying a deposit of 5,000 yuan and 87,000 yuan, the electronic voice announced, Alipay transfer of 87,000 yuan completed. Hearing the mechanical voice, the boss's eyebrows lifted happily. I barely managed to muster my last bit of strength to see everyone off, then quickly washed up and lay down. I checked my balance. Rounding it, I still had about 216,000 yuan. What remained important were meat, vegetables, and various seeds. Although my money was running low, I was sure that 200,000 yuan would be enough to buy these things, so I felt a little relieved. On June 1st, I woke up and decided to go to town. I couldn't wait until July to stock up on meat, so I wanted to order it now, to feel at ease. In Meng Province, each village has a few families raising fat pigs. They sell the meat for profit, which tastes better than pork from large farms, and the prices are similar. I went directly to a small shop in town that sells meat, which can connect me with local pig farmers. I decided to buy pigs directly from the farmers. How much the shop earns from the farmers is not my concern. Since live pigs have a standard market price, 10 yuan per gene, about 0.5 kilograms, and slaughtering costs 200 yuan, they will help clean the pigs. At the farmer's house, I chose 3 big fat pigs, each about 150 kilograms, totaling over 9,000 yuan for 3, plus 1,000 yuan for slaughtering and cleaning. I added the farmer on WeChat and told him I was reserving these 3 pigs. I paid a 2,000 yuan deposit. Around July 10th, I will notify him to slaughter the pigs, then come to pick up the meat and pay the rest. I also asked him to divide the meat into parts, separating the same cuts and bones, and I would pay extra for that. The farmer was honest and said he could do the butchering for free. He even kindly asked if I wanted the pig intestines washed. I appreciated his kindness and told him I didn't want the pig blood or intestines, just deliver the meat. Before leaving, the farmer asked if I needed chicken. Of course, I did. I asked him where he sold chickens. The one in the front yard is my brother. His chickens are not fed much, so the meat is very good. If you want to buy, just come with me to see in the front yard. When I went to that house, I saw they really kept free-range chickens. They were all plump and healthy. A rural stew of small local chickens with mushrooms and potatoes would smell amazing. There are a total of 38 chickens. I ordered 20 of them, requesting that they be killed and properly processed. Asked why they didn't buy live chickens, they said they just don't dare to kill. Originally, I wanted to weigh the chickens by the pound, but the seller said the chickens are about the same size. If I trusted him, I could buy each for 150 yuan, and the price would only go down, not up. I thought that was reasonable, so I asked him to kill and process the chickens over the next few days, and I would come to pick them up afterward. The meat shop owner called me to ask if I needed beef. Every few days they kill a cow, and if I want, I can reserve in advance. I drove back to town to check the quality of their beef. The beef was good. I asked about the price, and they said all cuts are 25 yuan per gene, half a kilogram, regardless of the part. If I come early, I can choose which part to cut. It's quite affordable. In the city where I used to work, beef cost over 30 yuan per jean. I told him I wanted to reserve 300 jean of beef. My only request was for them to cut the beef into small pieces about the size of a palm and pack each in a plastic bag. Since 2 large freezers are empty and each can hold 200 jean, I wouldn't have to wait until late to bring the beef home. I agreed with the owner's wife that she would call me when all the beef is ready, and I paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan. To make shopping easier, I set aside the money for the meat in advance, totaling 20,500 yuan for chicken, pork, and beef combined. After arriving home, I started planning new things. The end of the world preparation time is already halfway over, with only a month left. To avoid missing anything, I decided to make a plan for the next month. Since I still have enough money besides basic stockpiling, I also want to prepare for sustainable living. 1. Dig a well. The house already has a well, but I worry it might freeze in extremely cold weather, so I plan to dig a deeper one. 2. Firewood. 3. Batteries, a diesel generator, and a manual generator. In emergencies, I will use the diesel generator. I also plan to buy a stationary bike generator to charge batteries for everyday use, like lighting and charging phones. 4. Self-defense weapons. 5. Buy some instructional books on planting, farming, making homemade soap, laundry detergent, and other practical topics. Also, buy some paper and pens for notes. 6. Purchase electronic devices to store movies, TV shows, and novels for entertainment. If I have extra money, I might buy some appliances. 7. Buy various seeds and hens. The goal of raising chickens is to get eggs. Seeds are for planting vegetables, grains, and other raw materials. 8. Stock up on mouse poison, cockroach spray, and insecticide. As the old saying goes, after a disaster, pests often come. It's good to prepare in advance. In the last few days, I bought vegetables and frozen foods. I write down all my plans in a notebook, crossing them off each time I complete one, to make sure I don't forget anything. June 2nd was another day to receive packages. Suddenly, I remembered I had bought so many medicines, but no police came to my door. These days, I've been very busy and completely forgot about worrying about the police. I drove my small truck to the delivery station. It seemed like I had made some kind of agreement with the delivery person. They saw me and immediately came to load the truck without saying a word. I paid 200 yuan quickly by scanning a code. When no one was picking up their packages, the shop owner's wife came over to help. It took about an hour to load everything onto the truck. During that hour, I went to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot. After eating, I felt energized enough to work at home. Before going home, I bought 20 shelves at the furniture store. When I got home, I placed the shelves in the middle of the basement. I left enough space for a walkway, which could barely fit all 20 shelves. I didn't even start organizing the medicines yet, just assembling the shelves took a whole day. I couldn't understand why assembling shelves was so difficult for me. June 3rd was entirely spent on organizing. The most valuable medicines were placed on the top shelves. The top shelves were a bit high for me. Standing on a chair wasn't a good solution. Next time I go to the town, I plan to buy a stepladder like a small staircase. A normal ladder leaning against the shelves might knock them over, but a staircase-style ladder can stand on its own, so I can just climb up easily. The toiletries also arrived in boxes, which I sorted and placed on the shelves. The small amount of kitchenware and tableware I bought was packed in torn cardboard or plastic bags. I unpacked the boxes and replaced the packaging with storage boxes I bought myself. My favorite set of tableware was safely placed on the shelves. The pretty cups and mugs weren't stored in the basement, but on the large bookshelf in the small west room. The bookshelf is made of solid wood, with glass doors at the bottom that open double. The rest is filled with neat, uniform compartments that look simple and elegant. Fragile cups are kept inside the glass cabinet, while various mugs are scattered across different compartments. I'm not very satisfied with my refined taste, just a little girl who likes to please herself. Self-loving, feeling inspired, I even took some wine from the basement without trouble. I carefully arranged those delicate little bottles of sweet wine. The mint green liqueur is like the first spring sprout, while the deep purple wine still carries the richness of night dew. When the cabinet doors close, the vibrant colors become blurry, as if seen through a layer of morning fog in the garden. Light passes through the glass, flowing along the bottle, occasionally forming a tiny bright spot on a curve, then quietly slipping away. Reluctantly, I tear my gaze away from the bookshelf, take a shower, change clothes, and prepare to rest. I always feel very happy when stockpiling supplies, but organizing everything is both healing and exhausting, so tiring. On June 4th, I woke up and checked local video apps for well drilling teams. I called several, finally choosing one from a nearby county. Because of my mistake, I first stocked up on coal before arranging the well drilling. To avoid being seen by neighbors, I had to choose a team from another county. A 30-meter deep well costs 3,000 yuan, about 100 yuan per meter, which is much cheaper than I expected. After confirming the team would come tomorrow, I had no plans for today. Lately, I've been using a lot of energy, so I plan to rest well today. Lying on the Kong heated bed, I started looking up which gardening books, craft books, and DIY guides to buy, covering planting, soap making, basket weaving, making dried fruit, and pickling. I selected 20 books. Complete Guide to Planting, 200 Types of Pickles, Nana Mom's Natural Soap Research, Seasoning Production Techniques and Recipes, Bean Product Production Techniques and Recipes, Fruit Wine Brewing, and more. These cover food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These 20 books are enough. Then I turned to novels. After searching for a long time, I finally found a secondhand bookstore with very cheap prices and good reviews. 80 books for 300 yuan. I messaged the owner, asking if 1,000 yuan for 300 books was possible, and he happily agreed. I told him to avoid duplicates, and he assured me it wouldn't be a problem. Next, I planned to stock various notebooks and pens. Collecting notebooks has been a hobby of mine for many years. When I moved back, I sent over more than 10 notebooks. Now I want to buy even more. Beautiful notebooks are so many. I want to buy. Bargaining while shopping, I got good prices. I bought 40 notebooks for 600 yuan. Then I chose some nice black charcoal pens, red charcoal pens, colored wax crayons, and markers. I bought 300 pens and 4 boxes, spending 400 yuan. Suddenly, I remembered I hadn't bought sewing needles and thread. I can also knit sweaters when bored to pass the time. I bought 10 large sewing kits with various threads, totaling 100 spools. After bargaining, I spent 500 yuan. Then I remembered some small tools like 100 rolls of tape, 500 hair ties, 2 small storage carts, 100 hooks, 100 clothes hangers, and 500 nails. Because I bought in large quantities, I got a discount, and the total cost was 500 yuan. Today, I spent a total of 3,000 yuan on online shopping. On June 5th, the well drilling team arrived early. The original well was located on the east side of the grain drying yard. The second well was placed inside, near the corner of the small Western-style kitchen. This way, even in very cold weather, the water won't freeze. They worked all day, and after a loud noise, the 30-meter well was finally finished. I paid a total of 3,600 yuan. This well is not needed for now. I covered it with a heavy board and will use it when the outside well stops working. Tonight, I checked my recent expenses, including the reserved money for pork and beef. My remaining balance is 186,000 yuan. Since my funds are running low, I've become more careful with my spending lately. People are often caught in difficult situations. June 6th, the chicken farmer and the meat shop owner both called me at the same time, saying the meat was ready. I drove my truck early in the morning to pick up the meat from both places and paid the remaining balance with my reserved money. I didn't stay on the street. I took the meat straight home and stored it in the big freezer. My 2 large freezers were just enough to hold 300 pounds of meat and 20 chickens. Then I looked for a place to stockpile firewood. I read online that some furniture factories give away large amounts of wood if you offer a pack of cigarettes. There's a furniture factory in our town, so I decided to try my luck. When I arrived, many workers were busy cutting big logs into rectangular pieces with electric saws. Some used unknown machines to slice the logs into thin sheets. The whole factory didn't look like a furniture workshop. It seemed more like a wood processing plant. I hesitated at the gate, thinking about what the online friend said. Offer a pack of cigarettes. I wondered, who should I give the cigarettes to? A deep voice behind me asked, "Who are you looking for?" I was startled. I turned around and saw a thin, dark-skinned old man holding half a cigarette. I thought to myself, this feels like a scene from a story, just right. "Sir, I want to buy some scrap wood for firewood," I said, approaching and offering a pack of cigarettes. A box of cigarettes costs 35 yuan and I already bought it. I couldn't find any luck here, or figure out who to give it to, so I simply gave it to the old man. "Oh, you want to buy firewood?" The old man pinched the cigarettes in his hand and directly put them into his pocket. "It's true that we sell scrap material, originally priced at 1 yuan per jean, half a kilogram, but my grandfather has been watching the gate for a long time. If I say I'm a relative, the boss still wants to give me some face. Just 50 cents per jean is fine." Wow, it really is possible to get cigarettes this way. I see everyone is busy. "Is it okay if I go in now?" "Come with me," the old man whispered, then turned and walked outside. I followed him around the factory, walking a long way to the back of the factory. The scene in front of me stunned me. If my coal was a small mountain, then this wood was a huge mountain. Is no one buying this wood? I couldn't help but wonder. Who would buy it? Every household burns crop stocks. Who would spend money on this stuff? Don't some factories need it? Like those that recycle collectively? I asked further. Our town is too remote. The county and nearby villages don't have factories that need wood. If it's farther away, transportation costs increase, and the price offered is low. The boss is too lazy to earn that small amount, so he doesn't sell, the old man said with a serious tone. But it doesn't look like it's been stored for a long time. I still didn't quite understand. Workers in the factory can burn some if they want, and the boss just turns a blind eye. Then, hey, don't ask anymore. You don't need to pay 50 cents per jean anymore. Just load it up.
50 yuan per truck.
Load as many as you can. The old man suddenly interrupted me, not letting me ask further. He seemed a bit guilty. Could he be the one who wanted that money? But it didn't matter. What I cared about more was that 50 yuan per truck. What's the difference from giving it to me for free? I quickly smiled and said, "Oh, okay, got it." The old man ignored me and turned to walk away. As he walked, he said, "Load it up. Count how many trucks you fill. There are burlap sacks over there. Take them if you need. When you're done, come back and pay me. I'll be here." Although I felt a bit guilty, this freebie boosted my confidence. Loading piece by piece onto the truck was troublesome. I saw the burlap sacks stacked over a meter high, so I shamelessly took some to use. I don't know who left so many sacks here. Maybe the old man often secretly sells wood and deliberately left them here. I found the old man amusing and started loading the wood. The work was very fast. I pulled the wooden blocks from above, and they automatically slid down. In just a few minutes, I filled a sack. In 2 hours, I filled 30 sacks, tied them with ropes, and loaded them onto the truck. Then I took them home. The old man said he couldn't believe it. I managed to haul 30 sacks in one trip. At home, I quickly unloaded the truck and kept working. I don't know where I got so much energy today. I wasn't tired at all and kept loading everything quickly. When I filled the 5th truck, I couldn't go on anymore, and it was already late at night. I went to see the old man at the security booth. I gave him 251 yuan. He asked eagerly if I would come again tomorrow. Yes, I will come again tomorrow. I loaded 5 trucks with a total of 150 sacks of wood. The yard was full of them. Early on June 7th, I didn't care about my sore muscles and kept loading the truck, worried that the boss might see and stop me. The next day, my work was not as fast as the day before, but I still finished loading 5 trucks. When I left, I gave the old man another 251 yuan. He didn't ask if I would come again because I had turned that big pile of wood into small stacks. After I got home, I didn't rush to unload because there was no space left. I stacked the 150 sacks upright on top of the previous 150 sacks, finally clearing some space in the yard. Looking at this large scene in the yard, I felt very proud. I never thought I could carry and stack 300 sacks of wood in one go, especially since I used to have sore arms and legs just from a little activity. The 300 sacks of wood cost only 500 yuan. I was super proud, less than 2 yuan per sack, and they even gave me free sacks. Have you ever seen that? Whether you have or not, now you have.
Ha ha ha.
On June 8th, I regained my senses and started thinking. Besides the wood blocks, I also needed some kind of firewood, wood that can be burned. It's very easy to find. There are bundles of straw everywhere in the mountains. Since the region is large and sparsely populated, each household has hundreds of acres of land. After harvesting corn, the straw is left over and can't be burned all at once. It's piled up on the mountain or in open areas to rot. My way of finding straw is simple. I drive 3 or 4 kilometers out, point to a large pile of straw, and ask passing herders whose it is. There are only a few families in the village, so it's easy to find out. After the herder points to a family, I go directly to ask if I can buy some. That family looked at me strangely, not understanding why someone would need firewood. Take what you want, no need to pay, they said after thinking for a moment. Since it is your family's belongings, you should accept some money. I gave my older brother 100 yuan, and then went out to load the truck. Seeing that I paid, my brother felt a bit embarrassed and came with me to help load. Let me do it. With your small arms and legs, you probably can't lift much. My brother told me to stand aside as he threw a bundle of straw. In about 40 minutes, over 100 bundles of straw were loaded onto my truck. I used a hemp rope I had prepared earlier to tie the straw into bundles. After thanking him, I took the load home. I didn't want the straw to take up space in my other yard. That area is my pathway, and outside the West Wing room. It was all full, making it hard to pass through. After thinking it over, I decided to place the straw in the open space of the grain drying yard. Apart from a pathway, the drying yard was tightly packed with coal and straw. June 9th, a few days ago, I was exhausted, so I planned to rest and relax for a day. There was enough time, so I didn't want to push myself too hard. If I got sick now, it would be very costly. Resting meant browsing online shopping sites. I planned to buy everything I needed for my shopping list today. Over the next 4 or 5 hours, I browsed various shopping apps. Disaster-related medicines, rat poison, and cockroach spray were very cheap, about 10 yuan each, enough to last a long time. Rat poison cost 100 yuan, cockroach spray 200 yuan, pesticide in 500 bags costing 500 yuan, mosquito spray 200 bottles, totaling 2,800 yuan. Expensive generator batteries, 2 6500 Wh batteries, 10 200 Wh batteries. For exercise bike generators, 1 diesel generator, 2 sets of solar panels, 5 solar lamps, all costing 43,500 yuan. Various seeds, 50 gene of soapberry with skins for making soap, with seeds inside that can be used to grow trees. 5 gene of soapwort seeds, used as soap raw material. I bought 5 gene of mint seeds. For vegetables, I purchased 200 bags of different chili seeds and 100 bags each of scallions, chives, and cabbage seeds. I also bought 50 bags each of garlic, crown daisy, cilantro, spinach, romaine lettuce, and lettuce seeds. For other vegetables, I bought 100 bags each of green beans, eggplants, pumpkins, angled loofahs, broccoli, tomatoes, winter melons, and radishes. For fruits, I bought 50 bags each of strawberries, watermelons, grapes, and cherry tomatoes, totaling 4,500 units. For self-defense weapons, more expensive ones, I bought 5 stun batons, 5 baseball bats, 10 super powerful slingshots, and 1,000 steel balls. I also bought 5 powerful compound bows with 2,000 steel balls and 5 iron-toothed wolf-tooth clubs, totaling 10,000 units. For electronics, I bought 10 memory card movie players, 10 memory cards filled with movies and shows, 3 spare mobile phones, 1 tablet, 10 MP3 players, and 2 second-hand card projectors, spending about 17,000 yuan. Later, I remembered I hadn't bought lighters, so I ordered 1,000 more lighters. Almost everything I needed for online shopping was purchased. Including the money spent yesterday on firewood and fuel, I spent a total of 77,000 yuan, and I still have about 10,900 yuan left. On June 10th, the delivery person called as scheduled. I drove to the station to pick up the books. After scanning 200 yuan, the courier quickly loaded all the books onto the car. At home, I sorted the books and notebooks by category and placed them on the bookshelf. The pens I had stored were put in a corner compartment. Although they are secondhand books, about 80% are nearly new, which surprised and pleased me. Many of the novels I haven't read before, but some are very familiar, like the 4 great classical novels. Suddenly, I felt narrow-minded. I didn't expect the 4 great novels to be among the books I bought, but aren't they the most famous works of literature? I didn't have to put much effort into organizing all the books. Since I ordered the last batch of goods online yesterday, I no longer felt the urgency I had before. Besides vegetables, frozen foods, and raising chickens, I've basically stocked up on everything. I still have nearly 110,000 yuan left, which makes me feel comfortable and satisfied. It's a happiness similar to a child who has completed a task beyond expectations. After organizing the books, I lay on the bed to rest, trying to recover from the physical exhaustion caused by the heavy work recently. While thinking, I wondered what else I needed to do during this free time. Suddenly, I remembered an important thing. I still haven't bought plant pots for gardening. I looked around the East Room. It can probably hold 15 to 20 pots. I went to check the empty square-shaped room again. This room is planned to be half for raising chickens and half for growing vegetables. There is a dividing wall in the middle with a corridor in between. The small stove is also inside the corridor. This way, I can enter the small shed without getting chicken droppings on me, and I can avoid chickens getting too close to the stove and getting burned. The idea is perfect. Next, I will buy tools and put the plan into action. On June 11th, I woke up early and went to the town for a morning market. I had breakfast at home and bought 2 large meat buns from the market to eat. After eating, I started wandering around. There are many small stalls selling various farming tools. I plan to buy tools and pots for growing vegetables first. In the town, there are no special vegetable pots. People usually find old basins, buckets, or boxes to grow vegetables. Since I just moved here and don't have any old items to use, I had to buy new ones. I chose rectangular plastic pots about the same size as the large trays at home. Because I bought many, I paid 8 yuan each and bought 30 pots, plus 5 small shovels for planting. Then I went to buy fertilizer. I bought 2 large bags of nutrient soil for vegetables. After that, I went to buy chicken raising supplies. I thought about how my hens will lay eggs every day once they follow me, so I want to buy good chicken coops and feed. I looked around and saw only simple iron cages, not the chicken coops I wanted. So I decided to buy feed and grains first. I set aside a Western-style room to store chicken feed. The room is about 50 square meters and can hold hundreds of bags. I started buying large quantities of grain. The most expensive chicken feed costs 200 yuan per bag. I bought 4 bags, each weighing 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. Besides chicken feed, I bought other supplies from processing factories and farmers' homes. Farmers usually take their grain to processing factories, and after processing, they leave the bran behind. They sell the bran directly to the factory, which adds a little profit and sells it again. The bran costs 0.5 yuan per jin at the factory. I bought 30 bags of bran, totaling 750 yuan. The factory also sells ready-made cornmeal. A 100 jin bag costs 120 yuan. I bought 20 bags, and with the bran, my total expenditure was 3,150 yuan. I also planned to buy some dried corn kernels, which last longer. Even after a few years, chickens can still eat them. If the kernels are too large, I can grind them into powder using a small stone mill. Many farmers don't sell all their grain. They store a lot for themselves. Buying directly from farmers is almost half the price compared to stores. After asking around, I finally bought some grain from a farmer. The corn kernels were sold at the grain collection price, 1 yuan per jin, with 100 jin in a bag. I bought 20 bags. I was worried that after buying the grain, the farmer might not have enough left at home. I quickly asked him, "Brother, do you still have grain at home? With frequent wars outside, you should keep some extra food." Brother smiled mysteriously, pulled aside the curtain of the west wing, and revealed many burlap sacks stacked inside. "You can't go hungry yourself. Young girl, you're not from the countryside, are you? We rural folks always stock some grain at home." That made me feel relieved. I smiled shyly. paid the money, and drove home with a full car of grain. I had initially planned not to buy chicken cages and fences, but the car was too full to fit everything. Today, brother from the farm taught me a very amazing trick. I learned that the truck bed can be lifted up to dump out the contents. This discovery made me very happy. I no longer have to drag out the grain piece by piece, and I felt bad for struggling to pull the wooden blocks earlier. When I got home, I slowly raised the truck bed, and the bags of grain slid down onto the ground one by one. I used a small cart to carry each bag into a special room in the west wing. First, I placed the corn kernels at the back because they last longer and should be eaten last. Then I stacked rice bran, followed by feed and cornmeal. Stacking the grain is hard work. After finishing, I lay on the bed and started questioning life. Recently, I've been feeling like I'm treating myself like a donkey. On June 12th in the morning, I went back to town to buy the things I didn't finish buying yesterday. I couldn't find a suitable chicken coop, so I remembered the wood processing factory. I could make my own chicken coop. I found the security guard and explained what I needed. He looked excited, probably thinking he could earn some extra money again. He said I could pick whatever I wanted for 50 yuan, but it could only load one truck, and I should come in the evening. I didn't care about whether it was right or wrong. I just wanted to stock up more that night. First, I bought some other materials in town. I bought 500 meters of wire mesh to enclose the chicken yard. Later, when the weather warms up, it can also be used to enclose the vegetable garden. It cost 800 yuan. Plastic fencing, 10 yuan, to separate the chicken coops, costing 100 yuan. Round chicken coops made from woven straw, for hens to lay eggs, with 10 in total, replaced every 2 years, costing 300 yuan. Fermentation beds for the chicken yard, made from straw and other ingredients, which can effectively control odors. Chicken manure and water are directly absorbed into the fermentation bed, and after long use, it can be replaced and used as fertilizer. This is homemade by the farmer himself and much cheaper than online, so I bought 10 large bags for 200 yuan. Last time at the hardware store, I forgot to buy a hammer, so I bought 5 hammers and 200 large nails. I also saw some sturdy plastic sheets at his place, so I bought 10 of those. After delivering everything home, I went back to the small town near dusk and headed straight to the furniture factory. I gave the old man 50 yuan and started my self-service free shopping today. The sizes of the wooden boards are estimated by eye, so they might not be exactly the same as the real sizes. I carried 20 pieces of 1 square meter square wooden boards, 40 pieces of 30 centimeters wide and 1 meter long boards, and 20 pieces of 1.5 meter long, 10 cm, wide wooden strips. These are almost enough, but the old man said I could take whatever I wanted, so I didn't want to disappoint his kindness. There was a 2 meter long, 20 cm, wide rectangular column, perfect for building a small shed for firewood. The wood was too big, so I only took 5 pieces. Just as I was thinking about leaving, I saw some round and cube-shaped wooden blocks nearby, about 30 to 40 centimeters high. They looked perfect for small stools. I took 6 of each, a total of 12, planning to sand and make them myself later. If I bought these solid wood small stools in a store, they would be very expensive. Suddenly, I wondered if these were ordered by someone else, and taking them wouldn't cause the factory to run out of stock. So, when I was about to leave, I asked the old man if I could take these small wooden blocks. "No problem. These materials aren't very precise, so it's fine to take some," he said. I thanked him and was about to go home, but he kept talking. "You're only taking this much? The car isn't full yet." I was stunned, thinking I had already taken quite a lot. "Do you want some sawdust?" "I don't need it. Do you want it?" he asked. Sawdust is the powder that falls when cutting wood. It has many uses, like fertilizer, making fermentation beds for chickens, or even igniting to smoke cured meat. At worst, it can be used as fuel. "Yes, I want it," I said eagerly. The old man pointed east and said, "Over there, everything's already bagged up. Just take it." I happily drove over, planning to load more. But it was too heavy. After a lot of effort, I managed to lift 5 large bags into the car. The car was almost full. I reminded myself that greed is endless and decided to retreat. At the gate, I gave the old man another 50 yuan. With so much stuff, 100 yuan was really too little. With a look on his face that said, "You really know your stuff, kid," I drove away. I didn't unload the car when I got home. I just washed up and went to sleep. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm too tired, so tired. On June 13th, I stayed in bed a little longer in the morning, then checked my recent bills. After rounding off, I had about 100,000 yuan left. I planned to build a chicken coop today, but then I received a call from the delivery guy. My last batch of online shopping items had arrived. I hurried to unload the car without hesitation and drove to the small town. At the courier station, I scanned a code and paid 200 yuan. The delivery person and his wife quickly helped me load everything into the car. On the way home, I thought about how to lift the large capacity batteries. They should be pretty heavy. In the end, I decided to use the same method as before, place a piece of wood at the back of the car, then slide the batteries down along it. The batteries are wrapped in foam boards, so they shouldn't break. Once home, I started moving the batteries. They were much lighter than I expected, less than a bag of rice each. I looked at the order details and saw that the large batteries only weighed 60 jin, about 30 kilograms. The basement is damp, so I was worried about the batteries being affected there. I placed the two batteries on the floor of the dark room. The batteries measure 50 by 30 by 30 centimeters and are placed close together against the wall, taking up little space. Their square shape doesn't look bad. It even makes the dark room seem less plain. The small batteries are meant to be installed on the exercise bike generator. When I feel bored, I can ride the bike and charge the small batteries, which is perfect for lighting and charging electronic devices. The exercise bike is placed outside the small shed near the window, so I can enjoy the sun while exercising. It feels healthy. There's no rush to install the solar panels. Putting them on the roof might reflect too much light and attract attention. Plus, in the extreme cold, there's little sun, so I'll wait until the cold spell passes. I'm torn about the remaining exercise bike and diesel generator. There's really no space left in the room. I want to keep other areas for planting vegetables. I checked the packaging. Everything was tightly wrapped, with foam boxes inside the cartons. After thinking it over, I decided to store them in the basement. I unpacked the self-defense weapons, checked them, no issues, and kept one of each on the ground. The rest I repacked and placed on the basement shelves. Since I bought a large quantity of seeds, all shipped in boxes, I neatly arranged them on the shelves. Items that wouldn't fit were stacked on the floor near the wall. The entire basement is now full, with 40 neatly arranged shelves holding various items. The grain bags and other goods are also stacked neatly in piles. Although the basement is quite full, my careful organization over time keeps it from looking messy. All the shelves are labeled with different zones, so I always know exactly where to find any item I need. As expected from a serious hoarder, no matter how much physical work I do, I still enjoy the thrill of stockpiling. The only remaining items are electronic products. I carefully open each phone and media player to check for issues, then put them back in their original packaging for storage. I don't plan to keep electronics in the basement. For now, I store them in the big wardrobe in the small Western-style room. Apart from the necessary clothes and a set of bed sheets filling one wardrobe in the east room, the rest of the house is mostly empty, especially the two-bedroom wardrobes, which are the emptiest spaces now. June 14th, half a month before the weather turns cold. During this half month of good weather, I plan to finish all outdoor work, including building chicken coops, filling planting basins with soil, and constructing shelters for firewood and straw. My first task is to build a chicken coop. I carefully take down some wooden planks. Confidently, I start working, but suddenly realize it's not as simple as I thought. My current skills are not very good. I can only say I'm not very skilled right now. I won't admit I've always been slow. But I still need to solve the chicken coop problem. I quickly load the necessary materials onto the cart and start calling for help. First, I contact a butcher shop that sells meat, but they say they don't know anyone who can do carpentry. Then I call my older brother, who sells chickens. Coincidentally, he's quite skilled with his hands and can make a chicken coop. He says the big yellow dog's doghouse was made by him, and he's free today to help me make 1 or 2 coops. I can't let him work for free, so I ask how much he charges. He straightforwardly says 150 yuan. When he sees the wooden planks on my cart, he's surprised. Wow, these are fresh, good quality wood. Where did you get them, girl? He asks, knocking on the wood and lifting it to look underneath. I bought them from that furniture wood factory, I reply. Really? Furniture wood factories sell to individuals? Aren't they mostly wholesale? He asks, puzzled. It's just a matter of exchanging a box of cigarettes, I say. I pretended to speak very seriously. My older brother looked at me with a different expression, perhaps thinking I am a clever girl. Haha, I secretly laughed at myself and felt proud. Maybe someday I'll make some. What kind of chicken coop do you want? Then my brother started talking about the plan. My idea was simple. The chicken coop should have 2 floors, with a wooden roof on top, measuring 100 centimeters high, 100 centimeters long, and 60 centimeters wide. On the first floor, I wanted small partitions of 30 by 30 centimeters in the middle and on the outside. Later, I would put round chicken nests in the small compartments, because hens like to lay eggs in cozy, hidden spots. My brother nodded after hearing my idea. He went inside, grabbed an air gun and a saw, and started cutting wood to build the coop. In 2 hours, he finished a perfect chicken coop. It was neat, clean, very sturdy, and looked just like the ones in cartoons. Brother, do you have any other plans? I asked, pushing my luck. This morning I don't have much to do, he said, seeming to guess my intention. He then asked, Isn't that enough? I boldly said, Your chicken coop is so good. If you have time, could you make another one? I added, This one costs 150, and if you make another, that's 300 in total. Afraid he might refuse, I kept talking. Sure, why not? I can earn some money too, he said happily, and went to get more wood. I quickly transferred 300 yuan to his WeChat. I waved my phone and said, Brother, the money has been sent. Oh, no rush, he replied without looking up, still working on the wood. How about making a different style, he asked, seeming interested. Yes. Feel free to be creative, I said. I wanted to see what other ideas he had, and I was open to different types of chicken coops. This time, my brother was more skilled. In just over an hour, he finished the second coop. It was about the same size as the first, but the bottom was raised up with a row of wooden slats for support. The entrance had a large rounded cutout, and the rest was covered with wooden panels, making it look nicer. The 4 corners were hidden, and they could be used for egg laying. I was very impressed and praised him without holding back. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You're really smart, my brother was proud. He loaded the coop into the car and reminded me of some safety tips. If you're not in a hurry, go to town and buy 2 barrels of paint. Applying wooden oil paint to the cut wood will prevent it from rotting and last for many years. This idea is good. I agree and plan to buy some soon. Before leaving, I looked around the yard. Since I bought the chickens, there are fewer of them. This won't do. If the end of the world comes and I take the chickens from my older brother's house, what will he eat? Brother, why didn't you raise a second batch after selling the chickens? Oh, I've been busy lately and haven't had time, he said, shrugging. Buy another 20 or 30 chickens. Once you raise them, I'll buy some too. My family needs a lot of chicken meat. Hearing this, my brother was happy to keep the business going and quickly agreed. He said he would buy chickens in the next few days. After saying goodbye, I went to town to buy paint. Thinking about the small wooden stumps at home that haven't been made into benches, I decided to buy more paint so I could coat everything. I bought 21-liter cans of clear wooden oil paint. Maybe I'll need it later. It cost 20 yuan per can, totaling 400 yuan. I also bought 10 brushes, and the shop owner kindly gave them to me for free. When I got home around 4 p.m., with daylight still available, I followed online short videos and painted both chicken coops. Honestly, this paint not only prevents decay, but also makes things look better. Once applied, the wood became shiny and smooth, with deeper wood grain and a honey-like glow. It looked really beautiful. The whole painting process was very relaxing. By June 15th, I had almost finished stockpiling supplies. Besides vegetables, fruits, and frozen foods, I had almost everything I needed. I felt confident to buy some high-quality items. First, I started with stocking diesel. I drove to town and bought 30 20-liter plastic barrels. Every time I passed a gas station, I filled my small truck with fuel, then parked in a quiet, empty place. Following online tutorials, I used a tube to siphon the fuel into the barrels. My truck can hold 60 liters of fuel. After visiting 11 gas stations, I finally filled all 30 barrels. My heart was pounding. This was different from stealing wood. No, I mean loading wood. This was definitely illegal. I was very scared that when the end of the world comes, I might get caught and sent to prison. My heart kept pounding as I drove the small truck back home. No matter if this diesel stockpile is enough, I can't do this anymore. I was weak and shaky as I carried the barrels into the basement. Only then did I realize it was already full. But space is always available if you squeeze the sponge a little. I tried to gather things together, and I managed to create enough space to store 30 barrels of diesel. That day, I drove a lot and felt very tired, plus I was scared and anxious. I didn't want to do anything else. I lay down for the afternoon and decided to leave the work for tomorrow. The total cost for fuel and oil barrels was 5,000 yuan. On June 16th, I woke up feeling refreshed and ready to go to the town to buy appliances and high-quality goods. Using Gouda Maps, I found a decent outdoor survival store planning to buy a drone and a telescope. Since it's for the end of the world, I couldn't buy poor-quality items. In the end, I chose 2 drones, 2 telescopes, and a magnesium fire starter. The total cost was 20,000 yuan. The fire starter was given to me as a free gift by the shop owner. I carefully placed the valuable drones and telescopes on the back seat, then looked for a place to buy some small appliances. I originally planned to go to the big supermarket where I usually stock up, but then I saw a new small wholesale market open nearby. That was just what I needed, so I quickly parked and rushed inside. During the opening period, all items were 20% off, and a banner made me very excited. Looking around, the prices after the discount were similar to those at Duo, but buying in bulk from Duo was more convenient because they could deliver to the town. The county was a bit far from my home. Pushing a large shopping cart, I headed to the small appliances section. 3 hairdryers, 3 electric kettles, 1 electric cooker, 10 desk lamps, 1 rice cooker, 10 electric blankets, 5 fans, 10 20-meter extension cords, and 10 5-meter extension cords. Next, I went to the daily necessities area. 50 rolls of tin foil, 100 bundles of plastic bags, wet wipes the size of bricks costing only 5 yuan for 50 packs, 10 sets of nail clippers and ear scoops, 20 brushes, 20 raincoats, 5 umbrellas, 10 trash bins, and 10 plastic and fabric storage boxes, plus 5 vases. Then I wandered around the tools section. I saw the gas gun and electric saw used effortlessly by the big brother, so I decided to buy some two gas guns, 10 boxes of nails, 3 electric saws, and 100 sheets of sandpaper. I bought 2 straw mats for sitting in the bedding area. They were quite expensive, 50 yuan each after the discount, but felt very good in the hand. I planned to place them next to the small tea table for a nice tea time. Finally, I hesitated but still went to the tableware section and bought a few stylish cups as a reward for my hard work. After the 20% discount, the total was 4,500 yuan, which was about what I expected. After happily loading the goods onto the car and driving home, I stopped at a pharmacy along the way to buy some medicine. This time, I bought quick-acting heart-saving pills, frostbite ointment, and a large amount of alcohol. I spent 3,000 yuan on medicine during the trip. Once home, I happily unloaded the car, placing some storage boxes in the wardrobe and on the desk. The rest of the items were still forced into the basement. To free up space in the basement, I took out some frequently used items that hadn't been placed on the ground before. Since I haven't cooked much at home yet, the kitchen is still empty. The cookware, stored seasonings, and even the kitchen shelves I previously bought haven't been put out. I sorted through the basement and took out several large bags of pots, bowls, and utensils. When placed in the 2 kitchen cabinets, they looked very messy. Perhaps the kitchen still needs 2 more shelves and a place to prepare food. It's not practical to chop and cook directly on the stove. I also packed a box of common medicines into a storage box and put it in the wardrobe. I opened a package of batteries, took one to the east bedroom, and placed it under the table so I can connect it directly to an extension cord during a power outage. The other battery, still in its original packaging, is kept in the dark room. I planned to store important items there, including my phone, other electronic devices, and the newly bought drone telescope. The dark room needs a cabinet for storage, but since it's already dark outside, I'll buy one next time I visit the town. My account balance still has 66,000 yuan, which is enough and quite comfortable. On June 17th, I got up and prepared to drive to the town's furniture market to buy some additional furniture. Over the past few days, I've been paying attention to the furniture I need: 2 cabinets and 3 ladder-style shelves for the dark room, 2 shelves for the kitchen, a food prep table, a shoe cabinet at the entrance, and a tool storage box. As soon as I entered the furniture market, the shop owner recognized me. "You're here," he greeted warmly, thinking to himself that the big spender was back, though he felt the items I bought were very cheap. I explained my needs for each piece of furniture. Except for the tool storage box, I chose suitable items for everything else. The total cost was 1,900 yuan, leaving me with 64,100 yuan. After bringing the furniture home, I wiped them clean and placed them in their respective spots. A shoe cabinet was placed at the entrance, with a mirror nearby. The food prep table is made of stainless steel with a full cover, and the 2 shelves are also placed in the kitchen. The 2 cabinets in the dark room are placed on the kong, a traditional heated bed, one on the kong and the other against the west wall on the ground. The cabinets have double doors with frosted glass inlays, and below are 8 drawers measuring 15 by 25 centimeters each. I stored various electronic devices, telescopes, drones, and other items in a small cabinet on the bed. After organizing everything, it was only noon. I had lunch, took a short nap, and in the afternoon, I planned to try making something myself. The first thing I needed was a tool storage box, which I hadn't bought yet. I connected the power strip to the outdoor socket and took out the necessary wooden boards. Recalling how Brother Chicken handles his tools, I started sketching the wood pieces. I had a rough idea: make a wooden box shape, with 4 sticks extending upward, and then attach a rectangular frame across the top to hold the handles of tools. This way, I wouldn't get the walls dirty. Although I felt this project was a bit trivial, it wasn't useless. I mainly bought a new electric saw and air gun to practice. Even though I was mentally prepared, using the electric saw for the first time still gave me a big shock. The noise was loud, and sawdust flew toward my face from the front. Although I was scared, I paid close attention to safety. If the saw touched my hand, the consequences would be terrible. As I kept using it, I gradually became braver. The saw cut through wood very quickly. After cutting all the wood pieces, it was time to assemble. This time, I didn't use a hammer and nails. I had an air nail gun. I watched tutorials online for a long time before daring to try it myself. The sound was just as loud as the electric saw, and each shot made my heart jump. But the efficiency was incredible. Pressing the trigger gently, the nails went in firmly. In 2 hours, I managed to build the toolbox I had imagined. This greatly boosted my confidence. I even declared myself a little carpenter. That night, I wanted to go buy more wood. I planned to slowly make things after the end of the world. Without informing the old man first, I drove my small truck straight to the furniture and lumber factory. The old man was napping in a small pavilion. I gently knocked on the window, and he slowly woke up. "Old man," I said with a smile, handing him 50 yuan in cash. "Go ahead." He mumbled sleepily. He took the money and went back to sleep. I raised my arm and started loading the wood. All measurements were rough guesses. 1 square meter of wood costs 30 yuan, a 30 centimeters wide by 1.5 m tall board, also 30 yuan, and 22 meter long, 15 centimeters diameter wooden sticks. Then I turned to a small round tree stump. I thought that cutting it into small pieces with the electric saw could be used as insulation mats, covers, or decorations. It could be DIY'd into many different things, and the value was very high. After moving 10 small round tree stumps, I looked around for more interesting finds. I now see myself as a shameless thief, but I don't take anything. After the apocalypse, with temperatures dropping below -70 degrees Celsius, no one can go outside, and these things have become ruins. So I'd rather be a shameless thief and let these objects serve their proper purpose. Looking around, I found some fresh supplies. There are many polished leather-like logs, thicker than my waist, which look like they could be used as cutting boards. I picked the smallest piece, about as tall as my calf. When I put it on the car, I realized it's enough to make 2 or 3 cutting boards. Next to it, there are some small scraps, and unlike outside the wall, these scraps look a bit more attractive. They are round, square, small cylindrical sticks, and some even have clear growth rings. If they weren't mixed with trash and debris, I would think they are normal semi-finished wood pieces. Since they are waste, I feel no guilt about taking them. I packed a whole sack of them. That's enough. More than enough. These wood pieces are enough for me to make many tools, enough to last a lifetime. After thanking the old man, I drove home. I put all the bought wooden boards into the tool storage room. I have to praise these 3 big rooms. They are really spacious. Without them, I wouldn't know how to survive. On June 18th, I continued outdoor work. First, I bought a polishing and grinding machine, along with many spare grinding wheels and 60 and 100 grit sandpapers, costing 500 yuan. I also bought 50 cans of various wood paints and varnishes, 200 brushes, costing about 1,000 yuan. With this grinding equipment, plus a chainsaw, air gun, and paint, I can save different types of wood for slow research during the end times or repair furniture whenever needed. But I didn't rush to start working on the wood. Preparing for the apocalypse is the most important. The paint on the chicken coop has dried completely. I plan to use the chicken coop designed by Brother Chicken Seller. His design seems smarter, and I don't want it to gather dust, so I'll put it into use directly. In the future, I'll call the square house the breeding shed. I will place the chicken coop in the southwest corner of the breeding shed and the round small chicken coop at the 4 corners of the upper and lower floors. The 4 corners are just covered by curved wooden boards at the entrance, so the chicks will probably enjoy laying eggs here. First, I spread a layer of greenhouse plastic on the floor. Then, wearing a mask and gloves, I took out the fermentation bedding stored in the room, various grass and straw scraps, laying it thickly on the floor. The main purpose of the fermentation bedding is deodorization. I don't want the house to smell bad because of raising chickens. The online tutorial says that spreading the material thicker will improve the deodorizing effect. I used 1/5 of a bag of fermentation bedding, spreading it thickly in all areas except the chicken coop. The fermentation bedding sounds unpleasant, but it looks like straw, dry and clean, not dirty at all. I nailed wooden sticks on both sides of the wall and tied them to the fence with wire. This way, the fence completely separates the south side of the door. It sounds simple, but I spent the whole morning doing these tasks. In the afternoon, I planned to build a small shed to cover the wood. I had always planned this, but when I started, I found it hard to fix the sticks in place. The yard's floor is paved with red bricks, and I didn't want to remove them and damage the entire yard. Then I came up with a very simple solution: cover everything with plastic sheeting. I had stored a lot of plastic sheets for greenhouses, so I covered the pile of wood completely, probably using less than half a roll. Next, I used wooden sticks from a lumber yard. I pressed 2 sides with sticks and weighed them down with stones. In summer, I will remove the plastic and let the wood dry out, so it won't get damp. The wood will be completely sealed underneath, just like my grandma used to do when I was young and I learned from her. Maybe because I'm nearing the end of my supplies, I start to feel that July is taking too long. Time no longer feels urgent, and I don't have to push myself to keep moving like a spinning top. That's all for today's exercise. On June 19th, I plan to tidy up the small area outside the back door. Although it was naive to think I could store all the coal here, putting some of it in this spot was the right choice. Storing it near the back door makes it easy to access without risking going out in the freezing cold to get coal from the front. I can just make a trip here when needed. When I opened the back door and looked at the tall mountain wall behind it and the sky above, I realized I had neglected this area. No matter what I put here, it will be buried under heavy snow. Clearing the snow in real time would mean shoveling it into the house, wasting all the heat inside, which isn't worth it. Covering it with plastic sheeting could collapse under the weight, but I don't want to waste this space. After thinking it over, the only solution is to hire a construction team to build a roof. I contacted the same team as last time because their work is good and they're far enough away that they probably won't come to steal my firewood. The call was made in the morning and the construction team arrived at noon. Because they built very little this time, and the distance was long, I had to cover the travel expenses. I accepted this as a safety fee. The foreman said there was no wall on the mountainside, so the roof wouldn't be sturdy without a supporting wall. I agreed and sent 2 workers to town to buy bricks and cement. The other workers started measuring and cutting materials. My main request was that the roof must be strong. In summer, it should be able to be pushed open, and then I want to install a light. All afternoon, the workers built the wall on the mountainside. The work couldn't be finished that day, so it was extended to the next day. Early the next morning, the construction team arrived again, and they finished building the wall in one day. They reinforced the top of the wall with steel bars and fixed it with very strong metal. A piece of explosion-proof glass was embedded in the middle to let light in. Using a ladder, I could reach the top and push the entire roof open. I didn't expect the design to be so perfect. In winter, the roof would be solid enough to block heavy snow. In summer, when I don't need the roof, I can push it all aside, making it almost disappear. I couldn't believe that my small rural house could have such a high-quality roof. Of course, it was expensive. Including travel costs, it cost 8,000 yuan. A normal roof would only cost about 2,000 yuan. While the workers were still there, I suddenly had an idea. The back door area could also become a small shed, as there is only one wall between it and the coal area. If I knocked down that wall and connect it to the drying yard, I wouldn't have to shovel snow or struggle to get coal anymore. I told the foreman my idea. He said it was possible, but they didn't have the materials. Not wanting to waste time, I decided to buy a door in town and pay them for the labor directly. The high cost was mainly due to company fees and materials. The workers probably wouldn't earn much. They would be happy to take extra jobs and earn some manual pay. The workers broke down the wall, and the foreman went with me to buy a door. Since the foreman was there, the door should be good. He looked at different options in the door and window shop and finally chose a burglar-proof door. It was very heavy and looked very sturdy, costing only 1,300 yuan. At home, the workers took about an hour to install the door frame and the door. They also told me to let it air out for a few days so it would become more solid before opening it. I asked the foreman how much manual labor cost, and he said I could give them 6 or 700 yuan. They didn't ask for too much. There were 4 workers, so I gave them 800 yuan, which felt lucky and fair. June 21st, balance 52,000 yuan yesterday, when the workers broke through the back door and the grain drying yard. I kept thinking about whether to open up the west wing and the small west house. But for safety reasons, I must build the best possible passage, which would cost at least 100,000 yuan. Funds are really tight, so I had to give up the idea. Instead, I focused on tidying up the small backyard and storing more coal briquettes here. Now that the small backyard has a roof, it looks more like a small cabin, so I officially renamed it the back room. This was my first time handling coal briquettes, and they were much heavier than I expected. Suddenly, I realized how hard the workers must have worked when they helped me move 50,000 briquettes that day. I wonder if the beer-bellied boss gave them overtime pay. While thinking about this, I carefully stacked the briquettes at the western edge of the back room, one load at a time. In the morning, I moved about 200 pieces, enough to burn for a while, taking up little space. Most of the remaining area is reserved for pork and other frozen foods. These briquettes are really heavy, my arms are sore just lifting them. In the afternoon, I did nothing and just relaxed. I started browsing Xiaohongshu and Weibo, feeling peaceful, with no signs of an apocalypse. I searched for apocalypse and finally found some related posts. Many enthusiasts share their dreams about the end of the world, and some agreed that these dreams might be a sign that the end is near. My strength is small and selfish. I don't know how to tell the world that the end is coming, or how to explain that what I experienced isn't just a dream, but rebirth. I try to comment on various posts, warning that the end is near and urging everyone to prepare and stockpile supplies. I use 2 main excuses. One is recent strange weather that might cause natural disasters, and the other is the unstable world with frequent wars, so people should prepare more. Although I don't have much hope, I still wish someone would listen and suffer less during the end times. June 22nd, I started physical work. I plan to fill 30 vegetable basins with soil. First, I park the small truck next to a small hill, looking for fertile black soil under the trees, then used a shovel to load it into the truck bed. The trees are right next to the hill, and since the soil here is soft, it's not too hard to dig. I saw a big pile of soil in the truck bed and guessed it would be enough. Back home, I poured half a bag of nutrient soil into the truck, then mixed it thoroughly with the soil I just dug up using a shovel. After mixing, I carefully filled each vegetable basin with the mixture. After finishing 30 vegetable bins, I started placing them on the floors of the 2 rooms. I left narrow walkways between each row. There are 15 bins in the east room and 15 in the breeding room. The 15 bins in the breeding room fit perfectly, but the east room still has plenty of space. I could add 10 more bins there easily. I plan not to buy more vegetable bins for now. As long as the planting area is enough, I want to leave more space for myself. Even if I run out of vegetables later, I can reuse old boxes to grow plants. However, I am not planning to plant vegetables right now. The soil just sitting there might dry out, so I used a water scoop to water each one. Before planting, I need to water the soil regularly to prevent it from drying out. I don't know if it really helps, but I want to do it anyway. My supplies are almost ready. I do a little work every day, feeling both relaxed and anxious, waiting for some kind of end-of-the-world event. On June 23rd, I think about doing something every day. If I stop, I start overthinking. Today, I took out all the batteries to charge, 2 large batteries and 10 small ones. I also charged all my electronic devices. I spent the day playing on my phone while charging the batteries. The next day, I packed up all my electronics and put them in the dark room. Suddenly, I remembered that the big wardrobe in the small west room was still mostly empty. Besides the bottom and middle shelves, the rest of the wardrobe has lots of space. For me, with a basement full, leaving so much space empty feels worse than losing money. I plan to modify the wardrobe. I will keep the middle wardrobe unchanged, but I will modify the ones on the sides. The 2 large compartments will be divided into 8 smaller sections. After measuring, I cut a 1 square meter piece of wood and used an air gun to nail it from the sides and top. For the wall side, I nailed it at an angle. After finishing the wardrobes in the west room, I moved on to the big wardrobe in the east room. The 2 outside sections will be used for hanging clothes, and inside I will also divide it into 8 sections. Once the modifications are done, I start organizing daily items inside the wardrobes. The east room is my main bedroom, so I keep things I use often when resting. One section holds a sewing kit and scissors for mending. Another holds a medical box, which I brought over from the small west room. One section contains sanitary pads, tissues, and wet wipes. The other sections are empty for now, but will be filled later. In Zioxua's wardrobe compartments, there are many types of items that can be stored. Most of the commonly used things are here, but there's no rush to organize everything. When needed, I can slowly put things in. After renovating all the wardrobes, I plan to clean the house thoroughly. First, sweep and wipe the inside and outside of the house. Then, go to the yard to clean up the traces left over the days: coal ash, wood shavings, cement, and red brick dust. When I was about to wash all the dirty clothes, I suddenly realized I don't have a washing machine. I used to wash dirty clothes by hand on the same day, but recently I had accumulated several days' worth and suddenly saw how important a washing machine is. I plan to buy one in town tomorrow. I'm also worried that if there's a power outage, I won't have a machine to use. So, I looked online for manual washing machines. To my surprise, I found some that are affordable and good quality. Who invented these things? That opened a new world for me: various manual machines. I still have a little extra money, so I decided to buy more energy-saving, non-electric machines. I bought 3 manual washing machines, 5 fully automatic washboards, 3 hand-crank coffee machines, 2 hand-crank blowers, and 3 manual meat slicers for beef and lamb. While shopping, I also bought a set of equipment for boiling tea around the stove. I spent a total of 1,000 yuan, with a remaining balance of 51,000 yuan. June 25th. Last night, I was immersed in the joy of buying various manual small machines. This morning, I was still thinking since I have all these manual machines, maybe there are also foot-powered ones. That's like a bicycle. I really need a bicycle. In case of an apocalyptic event, I might need to travel far. Driving alone is too conspicuous and noisy, making me more vulnerable to attack. So, I plan to buy one bicycle and 2 human-powered tricycles. The tricycles can be used for hauling goods back and forth, collecting firewood from the mountains, or trading with other farmers if I need something. To be safe, I'll buy 2 in case one gets stolen. Towns do sell these. They are very easy to pedal and can carry a lot of weight. Besides the tricycles, I also bought 10 wheels and a pump. The total cost for one bicycle and 2 tricycles is 4,000 yuan. After loading the 3 vehicles onto my truck, I went to the furniture market. I want to buy some sturdy storage shelves for the back room. I can't just throw pork and frozen goods on the floor. I forgot to ask the seller about the size, but I bought 5 of the largest shelves anyway. It is a simple and sturdy wooden rack, so basic that it doesn't even have a door. It seems to have been left unused for a long time because no one bought it. Even with good material, I only spent 400 yuan on 5 shelves. After returning home, I lined up the 5 shelves in the back room, and they are not even full yet. The space at the back is really large. Suddenly, I think the 8,000 yuan spent on the roof is worth it. The bicycle can be parked in the side room used for tools. The side room for chicken feed has more space, and during heavy snow, I plan to put the 2 tricycles there. In the next few days, I really couldn't think of what to do, so I decided that before July comes, I would spend these 5 days enjoying the busy world one last time. Looking at the 50,000 yuan I have, vegetables are cheap, and I can't stock too much fruit. Plus, with some miscellaneous frozen items, 20,000 yuan is enough. The remaining 30,000 yuan can be used freely. I didn't choose to rent a small truck. Instead, I took a taxi to the county town. From there, I took a rusty little train, which shook along the way, and after 3 hours, I arrived in the city. The place I chose is quite remote, at least a 5-hour drive from home. I booked a hotel for 5 days for 200 yuan. Usually this amount could buy a lot of supplies, but now it's just wasted. I really rode my bike to visit bars, sometimes saving, sometimes spending. By the time I arrived, it was already noon, so I decided to have a Japanese buffet. The 468 yuan price isn't cheap, but the Angus beef with just the right amount of fat, the whole soft and sweet durian, fresh salmon, huge yellow crabs, and delicious abalone. I once saw a question on Jihu asking if you've ever had a meal that made you feel really good. Now I can say, this is that meal. With the hope that I will never again enjoy high-end dishes quietly in an elegant restaurant, this meal symbolizes a break between the past and future worlds. This idea is correct, but I have experienced this break several times. In the following days, I ate Guizhou sour soup hot pot, Korean barbecue, Northeast Chichihar barbecue, Xinjiang fried rice noodles, rice mixed with vegetables, grilled fish, Cantonese cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Sichuan hot pot, and more. Every time, I ate with the feeling of being disconnected from the past and future worlds. This caused me to stay up every night feeling too full to sleep. When people are too full and can't sleep, they often start feeling emo late at night, thinking about that unmotivated ex-boyfriend, recalling good times with friends who later went their separate ways and became ordinary again. Sometimes I even think about finding a handsome guy with abs to party wildly before the end of the world. I hesitated to do this for a long time, secretly scolding myself for being too traditional. Back to the main point. Besides eating like a glutton, I watched a few movies, visited a bookstore, and quietly enjoyed a cup of coffee, pretending to be an elegant, artistic girl. I drank coffee before meals. Drinking after might cause me to you out at any moment. Of course, besides these, I spent most of my time on another activity, shopping. No matter how much I play, I still have the subconscious idea of stockpiling supplies. Used to searching carefully, I don't choose big malls when I go shopping. Instead, I went to a wholesale market. This area is all wholesale stores, quite large, with 3 buildings. One building is full of clothing wholesale, another has small goods, and the third has jewelry. Surrounding the 3 buildings are many small, crowded shops. I plan to stay for 2 more days and finish exploring them all. First, I visited the clothing wholesale market. Before, I bought clothes online, focusing on practicality, not appearance. Now, I want to pick clothes I like. I don't believe the end of the world means only buying survival items. Since I've decided to hide and live, I think it's happy to buy things I enjoy, as long as I can survive. If I only think about staying alive and ignore my mental needs, I might regret it when I spend a long, boring life alone later. I bought 10 easy-to-move dresses, 4 cardigan sweaters, 3 wool coats, 5 outdoor jackets, 2 pairs of sneakers, and 3 pairs of slippers. It cost me 1,500 yuan in total. They all fit into a pretty big bag, but I can carry it. Chinese women never give up. In the following days, I kept shopping. I looked at small accessories, bought 5 watches, 10 pretty bracelets, and 5 necklaces, spending less than 300 yuan. I also visited the small goods market, bought a large hiking bag, canvas bags, and 5 cute small backpacks. That cost about 400 yuan. The day before leaving, I packed everything into a huge bag. I didn't want to carry it, so I arranged for it to be picked up and sent away. I have other plans too. I went to a Japanese buffet restaurant and tearfully told them I was going back to the village, but I couldn't bear to leave their beef. I promised again and again that no matter if I had any problems eating, I wouldn't cause trouble for them, even offering to sign a guarantee letter. In the end, the manager agreed. I spent 5,000 yuan to buy 10 jin of Angus beef, 10 jin of beef ribs, and 10 jin of marbled beef. The manager instructed the kitchen to pack a large box of special marinade and dipping sauce for me. Finally, everything was carefully packed, ice was added, and SF Express helped ship it to the small town. Following the same process, I ordered 5 pots of hot pot base for Sichuan hot pot, 10 pots of sour soup hot pot base, and many ingredients and sauces for rice rolls. As long as the price was reasonable and the full list of ingredients wasn't visible, I could generally buy everything I needed. On July 3rd, I traveled back to the town. First, I went home to start my truck, then picked up my package from the town. Once home, I quickly stored the top-quality beef and other perishable foods in the freezer. But the freezer was full. What should I do? I decided to rotate the stock. I took out 10 bags of chicken, made space, and put the expensive ingredients I bought in the city inside. When they started to melt, I would swap in new chicken. On July 4th, the sky had completely turned dark. The temperature began to drop, reaching about 17 degrees Celsius. I put on a thicker coat. I went out for a trip, spending 17,000 yuan, and still had 34,000 yuan left. The money for pork was kept separate and not included here. It was time to do the final stockpiling. I went to the town market. The sky was gloomy, and the wind blew trash on the ground, making the market look a bit deserted. It felt like autumn, but it was only early summer. Not many people were shopping, and vendors were chatting about the sudden cold snap. I found a place that sold small chickens. I planned to raise 8, but worried some might die along the way, so I caught 12, both roosters and hens. The chickens were cheap, costing only 3 yuan each. They were packed in a cardboard box, their soft yellow beaks constantly chirping. They were really adorable. The shop owner asked if I wanted to buy some black chickens, which cost 5 yuan each. I hesitated because black chickens are nutritious. Raising chickens to full size, I wouldn't want to kill them, but if the apocalypse continues, I might need to slaughter some for food. In the end, I bought 8 chickens. The owner also sold chicken feeders and water containers. After listening to the owner's explanation, I found the water device quite amazing. It's a bottle turned upside down filled with water. The little chickens drink from the water in the container, and some water flows out from the upside-down bottle. This way, the water stays clean and doesn't spill everywhere when the chickens peck at it. The owner wanted me to buy one for future use. I bought 5 chickens all at once. The total cost of the chickens and the stone trough was less than 200 yuan. After asking the shop owner about how to raise chickens, I bought many medicines at the vet store to prevent chicken plague and treat common chicken illnesses. Seeing the 20 little chickens crowded together in the box, I suddenly felt less lonely. I bought 20 indoor thermometers and then went back to buy 400 jin of soybeans. Suddenly, I remembered I hadn't bought any seeds, so I also bought 100 jin of millet seeds and 50 jin of buckwheat seeds. Finally, I took the little chickens home. The chickens are too small, and the shop owner said I couldn't keep them in cages yet. I found 2 large boxes. I put 10 chickens in each. Then I sprinkled some millet and filled a plastic bottle cut in half with water and placed it inside. One yellow chick looked a bit droopy and kept its eyes closed, sitting in the corner. Sometimes other chickens would step on it. I had to take it out and put it in a separate small box. To keep it warm, I lined the bottom with tissue paper. Today, I spent less than 1,000 yuan, and I still have 33,000 yuan left. The indoor temperature at night was only 14 degrees Celsius. Even with a thick sweater, I felt cold, so it's time to start heating the Kong bed. The stove burns well and doesn't produce smoke. First, I placed straw at the bottom of the firewood stove, then stacked wood on top. After lighting the straw, the flames slowly grew, then got stronger, making the stove very bright inside. This is the first time I officially lit the stove, aside from the days I used firewood to dry the Kong bed. Starting a fire feels like a ceremony. Recently, I've been too busy to take time to cook a proper meal for myself. Usually, I eat in town or bring takeout, and when there's nothing else, I just eat instant noodles. Now, I've prepared my first real meal. I washed some rice in a porcelain bowl, added the right amount of water, and placed it on the steaming rack inside the pot. Since there are no fresh vegetables at home, I can only make some meat dishes. I sliced cured meat and sausage thinly, poured soy sauce and oyster sauce over them, and steamed them directly in the pot. I also beat 2 eggs, mixed them with water, and steamed an egg cake. After 10 minutes, I took out the egg cake. In another 10 minutes, it was time to eat. The cured meat was oily, salty, and fragrant, and the egg cake was smooth and tender. With the rice, half a bowl of cured meat, and a bowl of egg cake, I finished everything. After eating, I quickly washed all the dishes. Tomorrow will be busy, so I can't pile up work. I need to keep things organized. After washing, I touched the temperature of the heated bed, and it only felt slightly warm. Since it hadn't been used for a long time, it was normal that it wasn't hot. So I increased the fire and added more firewood to the stove. Worried that the little chickens might be cold, I temporarily placed them in the east room, but the indoor temperature was still quite cool. I put the box with the little chickens on the heated bed. I found an old piece of clothing and covered the 3 boxes, leaving a small opening for breathing. After half an hour, the heated bed was warm. I was happy because I didn't need to burn wood anymore. I added 2 pieces of coal to the fire. Then I sealed the stove opening to make the coal burn longer. I took a hot shower and then crawled into my warm, heated bed. But soon, things started to feel strange. The heated bed was getting hotter, and the heat was making my side hurt. I had to move my bed as far away from the heated bed as possible. Then I remembered the little chickens. I lifted my clothes, and a wave of warm air hit me. The chickens looked sleepy. I wasn't sure if they were just hot or actually asleep, but I was worried they might get cooked. I quickly moved the chickens next to my bed. I looked at the thermometer. Indoor temperature was 24 degrees Celsius. The heat from the heated bed was warming my upper body, and I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. First, I didn't need to worry about the heated bed not heating up. It was now reliably warm for cold weather. Second, it was so hot that I thought I might get heat stroke if I stayed too long. The heated bed really is slow to warm up at first, but then it heats up like fire later. On the morning of July 5th, that little chicken died. I felt a bit sorry for it, but I also expected it. When I bought the chickens, I had already calculated how many might not survive. I just got up, and the heated bed was still warm, but I could feel a slight chill in the air. When I opened the door to go outside, it felt even colder. The indoor thermometer by the door showed only 12 degrees Celsius. The temperature dropped quickly. First, I buried the little yellow chicken next to a small mound outside the yard. Then I started the fire again. My grandmother used to say that the heated bed must not be left unburned. If you don't light it for a day, the house gets very cold, and it takes a long time to warm up again. Today, I had other things to do, and didn't want to waste time cooking myself. I first gave the little chickens enough food and water, placing the food on the farthest side of the heated bed, near the edge. Then I added a piece of coal to the fire. I cleaned the inside of the kitchen and filled the stove with firewood. After making sure there was no risk of fire, I drove away. The weather is getting colder, and the temperature drops match those of the past, signaling the approaching end of the world. Due to the sharp decrease in temperature, the best time to stock up on fresh vegetables, fruits, and frozen goods is now. I need to quickly finish my last preparations in these final days. I checked the time and my savings. On July 5th, I had saved 33,000 yuan, which should last about a week. Last night, I saw a post from the pork seller on social media. Because of the cooling weather and ongoing forecast of further drops, a nearby vegetable greenhouse is selling vegetables at a discount. So now, I drive my small truck along Gouda Maps to the vegetable greenhouse to stock up. Getting out of the truck, I see that the greenhouse is quite large. It stretches endlessly, with at least 20 big greenhouses. Although they're selling at a discount in this season, every household has vegetables and there aren't many people around. About 20 or so people are scattered in different greenhouses. Farmers' couples have set up large scales at the entrance, and everyone weighs and pays there. Since I need a large amount, I head directly toward the farmers. Do you have anyone helping you here? I need a lot, and it would be great if someone could give me a hand. Hearing that I want a large quantity, the farmer's worried face eases a little. Yes, my older brother and his nephew are inside, he replies. He calls out loudly into the greenhouse. A skinny, dark-haired boy around 20 runs out. Take this girl inside to look around and see what she needs help with moving. The boy quickly agrees and leads me inside. As we walk, I chat with him and learn why they are selling cheaply. Because of the cold weather, with no sun and insufficient heat sources in summer, the temperature inside the greenhouses is dropping. If they don't sell the vegetables now, they might freeze and spoil, which would mean losing money and feeling very upset. Since all the farmers think this way, they are all selling large amounts of vegetables. The market channels are saturated, so they can only sell directly to the public. We visit various greenhouses. He introduces me to different vegetables. Except for coriander, all leafy greens are sold at 1 yuan per jean, half a kilogram, while other hardy vegetables are sold at regular prices. The bok choy is still healthy, growing well, lush and tender green, looking very tasty. I open my phone's notes and start calculating how much I need. Buy a bit extra, blanch it with hot water, freeze it, and it can be used as fresh vegetables anytime. As long as the temperature stays low enough, I can stock as many greens as I want. After the young boy's introduction, I had a good idea. Do you have potatoes and green onions? Yes, we do, but they're sold at regular price. Do you want some, sister? The boy was happy to hear I wanted more vegetables. Yes, I want quite a few vegetables. Let me take you to the entrance to talk to the uncle. The boy couldn't decide himself, so he led me to the door. After explaining my idea to the owner, he put down his weighing work and handed it over to the boy. What vegetables do you want? I'll sell them to you at normal wholesale prices. Do you have mushroom spawn here? I almost forgot about that. Mushroom spawn can last for a year. Later, I plan to learn how to make more spawn from the existing ones so I can have a continuous supply of mushrooms. Yes, we do. If you want, I can also get you more. Based on my preferences, I ordered the following vegetables: 100 pounds each of romaine lettuce, bok choy, celery, and rapeseed, 200 pounds of crown daisy, and cilantro. I didn't buy chives because they can't be frozen. 1,000 pounds of potatoes, 500 pounds each of chili peppers, sweet potatoes, green beans, eggplants, tomatoes, and large green onions, 200 pounds of radishes and cauliflower. There are no garlic or ginger. I also ordered 100 packs each of oyster mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, white jade mushrooms, and button mushrooms. The farmer was surprised when he heard this order. He's rarely received such a large one. Especially now, with the weather suddenly being unusual and farmers struggling, it's amazing that a young girl is willing to help by buying so many vegetables. He quickly agreed and started calculating the prices. Although the greenhouse seemed large to me, compared to others, it was only medium-sized. Because of the remote location, the only buyers were small vegetable and fruit stores and restaurants from nearby towns. It's normal that he doesn't have the large quantities I want. However, he used to have big customers and even small orders kept coming, so he definitely could supply this amount, less than 10% of his total stock. Even at regular prices, it was much cheaper than supermarket prices. I felt very lucky. The owner told me they didn't have mushroom spawn, only spawn cultures, which he sold me for 50 bags at 11,000 yuan total. Thank you, little girl. Otherwise, these vegetables would have gone to waste, he said gratefully after settling the bill. Then, he called someone to start packing the vegetables. He didn't have a large truck to deliver them, and when he learned I didn't have a big truck, he planned to ask his nephew to help by driving a small truck. I politely declined, preferring to go myself for peace of mind. The people in the greenhouse cut the vegetables and neatly stacked them in large plastic bags. The couple and their nephew helped me load the car. They are very skilled at loading. Heavy vegetables go on the bottom, lighter ones are stacked high, and everything is tied tightly with twine. I carefully drove a car full of vegetables back home. After unloading, I went to load the second car. I made 3 trips in total, bringing all the vegetables home. When paying, I couldn't help but remind them that the weather was very unusual lately, and I should keep more vegetables and food supplies. Once home, I didn't dare rest, fearing the sudden drop in temperature outside might damage the vegetables. I used a small cart to carry the vegetables into the house. Potatoes aren't afraid of the cold for now, but I wanted to keep them at the bottom, so I moved the heavier vegetables first. Potatoes, carrots, and eggplants were all stacked near the west stove in the kitchen. All together, the potatoes, carrots, sweet potatoes, and eggplants filled only about 22 bags. I packed them tightly, and half of the kitchen area near the wash basin was enough to hold everything. Then I placed leafy greens on top of these bags, barely fitting them in. During the process, I checked on the little chickens inside, and seeing they were safe, I felt relieved. Green beans, cauliflower, and mushroom packs were stacked at the entrance, between the 2 rooms. I worked late into the night, and finally finished moving everything, making the house feel crowded. But today's work wasn't over yet. In the narrow space, I moved back and forth, lit the fire in the Kong bed, and added a piece of honeycomb coal. After eating a quick bowl of instant noodles, I finally got to rest. July 6th, balance 22,000 yuan. I had trouble getting out of bed in the morning, exhausted from overexerting yesterday. But I forced myself to get up. I couldn't stop now. The weather has gotten colder. It's 7 degrees Celsius outside and 18 degrees Celsius inside. The first thing I did was light the Kong bed. The current temperature won't damage the vegetables, but I worry about a sudden big drop in temperature, so I want to prepare. I started to fear that the temperature might drop too much, and the farmers selling pigs might refuse to sell to me. I called to ask if they could slaughter a pig today. The farmers said yes. With the weather so cold and the grain not yet mature, there's not much to harvest. They sounded willing to sell the pig, probably because they couldn't harvest the grain and wanted extra income. I told them over the phone to prepare the pig now, and I would come later. When I arrived at the farmer's house, there were 5 or 6 men busy in the yard. Slaughtering 3 pigs is a big deal. Even if it's not their own pigs, neighbors usually come to help. The pigs have now all been slaughtered. Everyone is removing hair and bleeding the pigs. The farmer's wife is boiling pot after pot of hot water, while other women are chopping green onions, ginger, and garlic. I had promised to leave the pigs' internal organs for them, so I guess they are preparing to stuff the blood sausages. The man of the house and the chicken seller both noticed me and greeted me warmly. The scene is a bit graphic, and I didn't want to watch, so I went inside to chat with the women. They're very friendly and started talking about cooling down the weather. I didn't dare say too much, so I just agreed with them. The weather is strange, so it's best to prepare more food and firewood at home. The women sometimes sigh about how their grain is wasted, then burst into laughter and joke around. Well, if it's wasted, it's wasted. It just saves effort, so the men can put more energy into you, said the eldest woman loudly while chopping garlic and ginger. The woman sitting by the stove, who was burning firewood, glared at her and retorted, "Bah, let your men put more effort into you." Their blunt jokes made me a bit uncomfortable, but being immersed in their lively and friendly atmosphere seemed to ease my nervousness and anxiety. There's no need to worry too much about them. Every household has stored grain, firewood, and meat, so they probably won't suffer too much. They talked about all sorts of things, about children abroad, about their mother in another town, about Lou's daughter-in-law being so mean she threw out a newborn puppy. When the conversation turned back to the weather cooling down, I couldn't help but remind them. I kept talking, saying a lot more. I told them to contact relatives and prepare more supplies, to inform children abroad to keep warm and stock up on food. If the situation worsens, they should come home quickly. Even households with little oil, salt, or meat should stock up some. The women started praising me when they heard this. Your city kids are just different. They really know a lot. Very thoughtful, to think of so much. After spending 2 hours in the lively atmosphere, the blood sausages were ready. 3 pigs' worth of blood sausages, filled into 7 or 8 large bowls. Before even a sixth of the meat was cooked, a big pot was full. The woman who told jokes about food took the blood sausages and put them into a large basin, shouting outside, "Blood sausages are ready." Then she handed me a piece about the size of a palm. I took it without hesitation, almost burning my fingers from the heat. The hostess quickly handed me a pair of chopsticks. I took a bite, delicious. The aroma of spices mixed with pig blood and lard made me feel very satisfied. The men also came in, gesturing to the big pieces they wanted, comparing sizes with the eldest woman. The older sister was holding a hot blood sausage with a grimace, while quickly cutting it with a kitchen knife. The hostess watched everyone preparing the blood sausage and said, "Thanks to our generous girl, we can enjoy blood sausage even when we sell pork." "Thank you, girl. I will make sure to clean the pork for you." The man who had just eaten the blood sausage turned around with a cheerful smile and said confidently, "The local customs here are so nice. Everyone is honest, straightforward, warm, and friendly." I also responded with a generous attitude, saying, "What's the big deal about eating blood sausage? You should be thankful that you came to help us slaughter the pig. Since the pig was sold to me, they hadn't prepared a special dish for slaughtering." After finishing the blood sausage, everyone went back to their chores. The women started preparing lunch because the neighbors helped with a pig slaughter, so the host family should cook a meal. The host family had already prepared their own ingredients since the pork was sold to me, and they couldn't use my pork. But it was reasonable for them to use the money from selling the pork. Big sister cut a few pounds of pork belly for a traditional pig slaughter dish. "That's not okay. You just buy the pork, and slaughtering the pig is our business. We can't eat your pork. There's no pig slaughter dish without the pork, and it's bad luck not to have it. Quickly cut some meat and stew it." The hostess thought for a moment and agreed, then went outside to cut 2 pounds of meat. She used a large iron pot to stew the pork with sliced radishes. Once the pork was tender, she took it out, sliced it, and put it back into the pot. She also sliced the blood sausage and added it to the pot. This is how we make pig slaughter dishes here. No sauerkraut, just radish slices. When the dish was ready, the meal was served, and everyone invited me to sit at the table. One table couldn't seat everyone, so the men sat at one table and the women at another. I didn't think it was about favoring men. It was simply because men and women enjoyed talking with their own groups. There were 6 dishes. The pig slaughter dish, garlic scape stir-fried with meat, celery stir-fried with meat, steamed mackerel, tofu with green onions, and salted duck eggs. Besides the pig slaughter dish, all the other meats were from their own animals. The pig slaughter dish was very fragrant. The hostess added a lot of her own pork fat, which soaked into the tender radish slices, blending with the aroma of blood sausage and meat. Absolutely delicious. The garlic scape stir-fried with meat and the celery stir-fried with meat also had a great wok aroma. The meat and greens were flavorful and very tasty with rice. The steamed mackerel tasted just like the ones I had as a child, slightly sour, with a rich soy sauce aroma. When I dipped it in the oil from the plate, it balanced out the dryness of the fish. This kind of mackerel is cheap, but for some reason it tastes incredibly good when prepared this way. Salted duck eggs are homemade, and with each bite, butter seems to seep out. They taste very fragrant and have a crunchy texture when eaten. I didn't hold back and ate a full 1.5 bowls of rice. After finishing my meal, 2 hours passed, and they had finished dividing all the pork according to my instructions. The pork included lean meat, fat, ribs, and leg bones, all packed into small bags. The men helped load everything onto the car. The hostess brought 2 large bowls of cooked blood sausage and placed them in my car for me to freeze and enjoy later. I paid for the pork with the money I had set aside. The slaughtering fee was $600, which was covered by the money I reserved, plus an extra $400. After settling the bill, I prepared to leave. As everyone watched, I drove away with a clattering sound. I felt a bit reluctant. Sitting alone in the car, apart from the engine noise, there was no other sound. It seemed the temperature had dropped again, and my hands froze while driving. When I got home, it was still daytime. I unloaded the pork and placed it directly on the storage shelves in the back room. The 3 pigs filled 5 large shelves. With the current temperature, the pork wouldn't spoil. In a few days, as it gets colder, I can freeze the pork for proper preservation. On July 7th, only one last item remained: frozen fruit and the sugar I suddenly remembered last night. I first heated the stove and took care of the chicks. After finishing, I drove to the county town. Today, I planned to spend all my money. I parked the car at the big supermarket in town, which was much busier than usual. It seems people have sensed the unusual cold and are stockpiling supplies. I realized too late that I might have missed the peak of stockpiling. But the real peak happens during heavy snow. Right now, there aren't many people. Luckily, the items I need are not in the busiest areas. Only rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and fresh meat sections are crowded and require queuing. Frozen goods are a bit busier but don't require waiting, and sugar and fruit have hardly any people. I bought 1 kilogram of white sugar, 300 bags, and 100 each of Snickers chocolates. Then I bought fruits based on shelf life and personal preference: 5 boxes of apples, 10 boxes of pears, 20 coconuts, 10 boxes of oranges, 20 grapefruits, and 100 lemons. It seems these are the only fruits I can buy, but I plan to get some dried fruits and nuts as well: 20 gene of pine nuts, 100 gene of sunflower seeds, 50 gene of pecans, 20 gene of dried longans, 20 gene of raisins, and 50 gene of dried red dates. The estimated total is around 8,000 yuan. I asked the staff to take these items to the front desk for billing. Once they calculated the total, they would inform me. Then, I went to the frozen section. Most of the products there had been taken by others, so I didn't want to carry each item myself. I asked the staff to tell me the quantities, and they helped me gather everything. There were 12 types of items, including hot pot meatballs, urine beef balls, fish tofu, osmanthus sausages, each requiring 3 large packs. Semi-finished crispy pork, connected bone and meat, sesame balls, fried chicken fillets, and yogurt, each with 20 packs. Sausage links and bacon, each 10 packs. Volcanic stone grilled sausages and Taiwanese grilled sausages, each 30 packs. 100 vacuum-packed steaks. Frozen scallion pancakes, pies, soup dumplings, zongzi, each 10 packs. 100 bags of wontons. Next, I went to the fresh section. 100 pieces of duck blood, 100 packs of cold noodles, 50 bags of fresh lotus root slices, bamboo shoots, and konjac. Considering the items I had already taken out earlier, I estimated I had spent nearly all my money. After paying, the total was 19,000 yuan. Asked the staff to help load the car at the front, then I continued shopping inside. Due to recent large expenses, my Huabei credit limit had reached 30,000 yuan. I planned to spend this 30,000 yuan on high-end supermarket goods. People usually stock affordable pork and beef, rarely top-grade beef. Last time at a Japanese restaurant, I didn't buy much, so today I bought a bit more premium beef. Beef ribs, beef brisket, beef chuck, top sirloin, diaphragm, each 50 gene, totaling exactly 10,000 yuan. It was much cheaper than at the Japanese restaurant. Then I bought some other meats. I love fried chicken, but homemade fried chicken is usually tough and old. Only tender, farm-raised chickens are suitable. So, I went to the chicken section. 100 gene of chicken wings, 100 gene of chicken thighs, 100 gene of chicken drumettes, 100 gene of chicken feet, plus chicken gizzards and hearts, each 50 gene. Farm-raised broiler chickens, 100 in total, costing 10,000 yuan. I also bought some cooked dishes: 50 marinated pig's feet, 50 marinated pig livers, 50 gene of pig's head meat, and 100 hygiene of frozen shrimp. After paying at the front desk, I still had 5,000 yuan left. I started filling in the gaps in my shopping list inside the supermarket, choosing what I needed. The barbecue skewers I received with online orders weren't enough, so I bought 300 more iron skewers. I also bought breadcrumbs and marinade for fried chicken, dipping sauces for grilled meat, various stew packs, and sweet and sour sauces, stocking up on many. I bought fewer fresh vegetables and fruits with short shelf lives, planning to eat them in the coming days. Finally, I bought various snacks I hadn't tried much before, including pickled vegetables. Then I went to pay the bill and found I still had 1,000 left, so I decided not to spend it and keep it as backup money. Today, I spent 50,000 all at once. The manager also received me and gave me some free gifts. They were samples from brands they cooperate with, including food, health supplements, and kitchenware. I didn't look closely. I planned to study them carefully at home. Then I drove home with a full carload of goods. Although I spent a lot today, most of the items were expensive, so I filled the entire car. When I was about to leave, more people came to the supermarket, probably straight after work to stock up. The weather is getting colder, and besides the supermarket, there aren't many people anywhere else. I could even see my breath in the cold air. At home, I wanted to put the meat in the back room, but I found there was no storage cabinet available. I moved the fruits that are sensitive to cold into the small west-facing shed and placed the other meats outside, where it's definitely below freezing, so there's no need to worry about spoilage. I lit the stove with firewood and used the nearby stove to cook a bowl of rice noodles for myself. I added some greens and the hot pot meatballs I bought today. It was fragrant and spicy, and I broke out in sweat after eating. Since I didn't want to occupy the writing desk, I realized I could only eat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, as I lack a proper table. Tomorrow, when I go to town to buy a storage cabinet, I will also buy a small table. Tonight, when I was about to sleep, I found that a little yellow chick had died again. Now I only have 18 chicks left. I checked online and it's normal. Many chicks are born weak and sickly. After waking up from a nap, I hurried to town to buy a storage cabinet. I bought 5 large cabinets and 1 small table. For lunch, I ate at my favorite spicy hot pot restaurant, then ordered 20 sets of soup ingredients. I also packed 2 portions of sweet and crispy fried pork, 5 portions of braised pork hocks, and 3 braised fish. My phone was already out of money. I had used up my credit limit. I found 300 crumpled bills in the car, which I had exchanged earlier for cash before the old man's game. I used this money to fill the car with gas and happily went home. At home, I first put the packed food into the kitchen, then checked on the chicks, and finally went out to move furniture. After moving 5 large cabinets and leaving 1 small table, my hand suddenly felt something warm and soft. I was startled and reflexively jerked my hand away. I heard a faint squeaking sound. Is it a mouse? Did I just touch a big mouse? I felt very disgusted, as if I had touched a large mouse. I used a stick to open the burlap sack and looked inside. It doesn't seem to be anything else, just some yellowish thing. I turned on my phone flashlight and looked closer, only to see 2 small yellow puppies. The puppies are very tiny, one is smaller than my palm, probably not weaned yet. Now they are lying with their eyes closed, breathing faintly, and seem close to freezing to death. I just gently pushed them away, but no sound came out, probably because they are nearly dead. Although I believe they will probably die like those 2 little yellow chicks, I can't just ignore them and let them wait to die here. I carefully picked up the 2 puppies and planned to take them inside. Their heads and paws are already cold, only their bellies still feel a little warm.
I feel very sorry for them.
They are so young, just born, not understanding anything, having left their mother, and waiting to die in freezing weather. The heated brick bed is no longer very warm. I took out an electric blanket and plugged it in, placing a towel on top and wrapping the puppies inside. Then I covered them with an old shirt used for chickens, leaving a small gap for breathing. I'll warm them up for a while first. Whether they can survive depends on their luck. After that, I turned to do other chores. I started organizing the meat that was piled all over yesterday into the back room. First, I picked out the most expensive pieces. I placed the large shrimp and beef on the top shelf, thinking it's cleaner there. even though in such cold weather mice are unlikely. Next, I put the cooked food. Finally, I place the chicken at the bottom. The 5 shelves are packed tightly, just enough to hold everything. There's still some space at the back door, enough for a few more things. Then I stored all the snacks in the cabinet of the small shed. All the miscellaneous items were also organized and put in their proper places. Today, I finally finished my chores. I quickly heated the brick bed, steamed myself a braised pork hock, a bowl of egg custard, and a bowl of rice. Then I went to check on the 2 puppies in the front room. By now, the puppies are warm and sleeping soundly. Looking at them, I can't help but wonder, who was so unkind to leave them on my car? Or maybe there was some special situation and they had no choice but to leave them with me. They can't go without food either. What if they wake up hungry instead of sleeping? The only thing at home they can eat is milk powder. I went to the basement, found a bag of milk powder, boiled some water, and mixed it to a warm temperature. Then I thought about how to feed them the milk powder. Pouring it directly into their mouths could get messy or cause choking. Later, I found a tutorial online and used a straw to feed him little by little. At first, the puppy was very quiet and unresponsive when held in my hand. After dropping 2 drops of milk into his mouth, he seemed to taste it and suddenly became lively. He shook his head and struggled to get more milk. Someone said that puppies don't feel full or hungry, so I stopped after about 20 drops. But those few drops of milk really woke up these 2 little guys. They kicked their legs and tried to crawl on the bed, squeaking to find their mother. I realized they weren't sleepy or unable to wake up. It was just not time to open their eyes yet. They looked only a few days old. But you've already been abandoned by your owner, and your mother will never see you again, I whispered. Then I wrapped both of them in soft towels. After wrapping them, they became much calmer, probably thinking the towel was their mother. Once the puppies were settled, I looked at the little chicks, who were also sleeping soundly. At this moment, my meal should be ready. I lifted the lid of the steamer, and a burst of hot steam mixed with the aroma of rice and rich scent of braised pig's trotters. I placed it on the bedside table inside the room, using a cloth to cushion it, and started eating while sitting cross-legged like Grandma. We bought the best rice, and after steaming, it had a very strong fragrance. The braised pig's trotters had been steamed for so long that they were tender and fell off the bone easily, melting in the mouth. Eating a pig's trotters and rice was so delicious, I couldn't get enough. After a while, I poured all the rice into the egg cake and mixed it well, my favorite childhood combination. Then I poured a little broth from the pig's trotters onto the mixture, letting the rice and egg cake blend together, with the brownish color from the braised trotters making it look even more tempting. Using a spoon, I scooped a big spoonful of the egg-rice mixture into my mouth. It slid down my throat smoothly without needing to chew. It was a little hot, but fragrant and very satisfying. After finishing my meal, I cleaned up quickly and then lit a piece of honeycomb coal in the fire stove, sealing the stove opening. I went inside to change into pajamas and get ready for bed. I looked at the indoor thermometer, 23 degrees Celsius. The newly built doors and windows made a big difference. The insulation was really good. Thinking about this, I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, I was awakened by tiny, faint sounds, chirping chicks, and whining puppies. I forgot, now I was also a kind of mother. When I was young, our family would occasionally raise a kitten and a puppy because my mother was a full-time housewife and liked these little animals. I often bring stray cats and dogs home to care for. Besides taking care of my dad and me, I am very attentive to the animals. I remember a few times they argued because my dad was annoyed by their loud barking. After my parents passed away, I never dared to keep any pets again. I lacked confidence in caring for them and was afraid of missing my mom when I saw their cute faces, as well as scared of death and separation. Yesterday, when I first saw the 2 little creatures, I even wished they would just die. I didn't have the courage to be a good owner. But since yesterday, as their body temperatures gradually rose and they pawed at my hand for milk, I suddenly felt the power of life and decided to take good care of them. I lifted their clothes to see that they were still wriggling on the towel. I gently touched one of their foreheads and said, "Since you are here, you must live well. Then I got up to put on my clothes and prepared milk for the puppies. They were restless and pawing at everything because they were hungry. After clumsily feeding the puppies for half an hour, I started my usual chores. I lit the stove. Honestly, it's always on, and waking up to it every day makes me tired of it even before the end of the world. I replaced the paper towels and mats for the chicks, poured fresh water and millet, then headed to town in my small truck. I had bought everything I needed, mainly to get some supplies for the two dogs. Without money, I used Alipay to find discounts. I withdrew 5,000 yuan from my credit line and went to town. There was only one pet store in the town, but it seemed rarely visited, and the food there was not very fresh. I didn't plan to buy dog food there. Even if I bought some, it would only last a year or two, and they would still eat with me later. Rural dogs usually eat leftovers, so it's better to let them get used to human food from the start. I needed to buy medicine, vaccines for parvovirus, deworming medicine, and some common treatments, spending a total of 800 yuan. I also bought 10 leashes, a dog cage, the last 4 pieces of dog clothing, and 2 winter dog beds. Since online shopping might not deliver on time, I bought 5 cans of lamb milk powder from the pet pharmacy as a substitute. After buying the milk powder, I was so hungry I could barely stand. It was already noon, so I went straight to that delicious spicy hot pot restaurant. Who invented spicy hot pot? It's so tasty. Now that I have some money, I decided to buy a few packs of spicy hot pot ingredients from the dog's mouth. Last time, I bought soup packs that didn't last long, so this time I plan to buy ingredients that can be stored for a longer time. I use my usual trick of pretending to be pitiful in the city, saying I really like their hot pot, and asked if they could pack more hot pot ingredients and various toppings for me. I specifically emphasized that I didn't want soup base, just ingredients that could be stored for a long time. The shop owner's wife saw I was pitiful and, since she couldn't tell what her original recipe was, she agreed. I spent 500 yuan on a large plastic bag of soup-base ingredients and cooked toppings, then left feeling very satisfied. Next, I went to the supermarket and bought 5 large packs of pea pads. Finally, I went to Dodo to buy more meat because with 2 more dogs eating with me, I need to stock up on meat. When I entered, I saw a big pile of pork knuckles with meat on the chopping board. Pork knuckles are very nutritious when cooked for soup. They're great for making radish or corn soup, which tastes incredibly fresh. I decided to buy all of it, weighing a total of 54 pounds. Boss, do you have other kinds of bones? I thought that after the dogs finish the meat bones, they can chew on them as toys. I wanted to buy more. Do you want beef bones? The meat on them is very clean. The boss pointed to a big pile of large beef bones on the ground, with thin red meat wrapped around them. When I was a kid, my mom often cooked these bones with little meat, mainly to chew on the bones rather than eat the meat. There was a big pot of beef bones, and my daughter and I sat there chatting while chewing on them. Although there wasn't much meat, it was very flavorful, and sometimes we could chew for 2 hours. How much per pound? These bones don't have much meat, only 8 yuan per pound. If you want all of them, I can give you a discount at 6 yuan per pound. Okay, I'll take all of them. There were about 100 pounds of bones, including spinal bones and rib bones. Although everyone usually prefers rib bones, I dislike buying them because they are smooth and the meat can be cleaned off easily, while the spinal bones have the most meat. The boss charged me 1,000 yuan for the bones. Thinking that the dog's clothes and doghouse aren't many, I might have to make some myself in the future. Then I went to a tailor shop called Curtain World. They sell various fabrics, bedding, and curtains, and are quite well known in the small town. I first bought 20 small cotton pads, which can be used as sanitary pads for myself or cut open to make mats or clothes for the dogs. Then I selected 10 types of fabric, each piece measuring 2 meters by 3 meters. I also bought 2 sacks of cotton. These fabrics and cotton can be used not only to make clothes and toys for dogs but also for curtains and tablecloths, so they are very useful. I also bought a special fabric that looks like leather called faux leather. Faux leather is waterproof, windproof, and warm, so I can make windproof jackets for dogs or use it as a tablecloth. Most importantly, when the sofa's leather wears out and peels, I can simply attach the faux leather to give the sofa a new look. I bought a lot 3 meters wide and 50 meters long. While looking around for other things, I suddenly saw a cotton door curtain. This was something I had planned for a long time, but had forgotten about. I decided not to buy anything else, and just bought the cotton door curtain. Having a curtain makes a big difference, covering part of the cold air and making the room much warmer. So I bought 8 more cotton door curtains. Apart from saving for fuel, I spent all my money. After filling the small truck with fuel, I drove home with a full load of things. I quietly made a promise to myself that this would be the last time I go shopping. I've stocked up enough and shouldn't buy more. When I got home, I checked on the chicks and the dog. They were all still alive, which was great. After feeding the chicks and the dog, the house was getting colder, so I hurried to get firewood and start the stove. There were still many things left to unload, and I didn't want to waste time cooking, so I decided to have instant noodles for dinner. First, I took out a dog bed, a pack of pee pads, and a cotton mat. I also placed 5 cans of goat milk powder in the wardrobe in the east room. The remaining fabrics and dog supplies were stored in the basement. Since I had already taken out some kitchen utensils earlier, the basement could now hold the fabrics. I quickly hung cotton curtains on the front door, back door, east door, and west door, saving the rest for future use. It wasn't dark yet, so I decided to process some beef bones. I took a bone saw from the toolbox and cut the spine and ribs into pieces about the size of a palm. Because the marrow was inside the bones, I didn't cut open the marrow bones. It took me nearly an hour to cut all the beef bones. Then I packed them into large plastic bags and placed them, along with pig bones, in the back room using a small cart. After sweeping the bone debris from the yard, I was ready to eat dinner. I added a marinated egg and a sausage to the instant noodles, simple and quick. The indoor temperature gradually rose to 23 degrees Celsius, while outside it had already dropped to -6 degrees. I can't remember exactly when the heavy snow started, but it's almost July 10th. Once July 10th passes, it means the snow could come at any time and a severe cold winter is near. Before the snow arrives, I want to finish all outdoor tasks. In the morning, the first thing I do is boil water to make milk for the dog and feed the chicks. Next, I prepare the heated bed. Since I don't want to cook breakfast, I take out a bag of frozen steamed buns and steam them in the pot. After eating the buns, I begin a full day of outdoor work. I put on a thick military coat, wool gloves, and a wool hat to fully protect myself. I push 10 bags of wood blocks in a small cart and stack them at the door's windbreak. The windbreak is a small house outside the door, also called a sunroom. I also push in bags of cornmeal, chicken feed, and rice bran, placing them in the windbreak as well. These are preparations for the coming snow. If the snow and wind are too strong to go outside, I can survive inside for a long time. Then I take out 2 small tree stumps and other wood from the processing plant, planning to make some useful small items before the snow arrives. First, I carefully sand the 2 small tree stumps with a grinder, then coat them with wood varnish, and set them aside to dry. Once dry, they will become attractive wooden stools. Furniture stores usually sell similar stools for 200 or 300 yuan. Next, I take the electric saw and cut a thick wooden stick into 1 centimeter thick slices. I only cut 5 slices, then coat them with varnish and set them aside to dry. Once dry, these will be practical and good-looking coasters. I also plan to make a few placemats using small round tree stumps about 2 centimeters thick, cutting 3 pieces. I coat them with varnish and set them aside. All this work takes up the whole morning. Inside, the temperature has dropped a bit, but the morning fire is still burning. No need to heat the bed. I just add a piece of honeycomb coal. While the electric cooker still works, I cook a luxurious spicy hot pot using packaged spicy hot pot broth. I add sausages, various meatballs, vegetables, and a piece of instant noodles. Tastes just as good as in the restaurant. In the afternoon, I plan to make a few large wooden boxes. Since the 10 cabinets in the back room are full, but there is still plenty of space, I decide to make large wooden boxes to serve as freezers. Making large wooden boxes is simple. Use a 1 square meter wooden board as the bottom and nail 30 centimeter wide boards around it. This creates a box with a 1 square meter base and 30 centimeters high. Making several of these allows them to be stacked together, saving space, keeping things tidy and hygienic. I worked nonstop for a whole afternoon and managed to process 15 items, which felt enough. The wooden boxes are used to store small, neatly arranged foods, while the shelves are for larger, harder to handle items. Once all the vegetables are prepared, I plan to set aside a day specifically to organize the food in the back room. Most outdoor work is done, and now I can focus all my energy on processing vegetables. It's been several days since I bought the greens, but since the kitchen isn't heated like the bedroom and the room temperature isn't high, the greens are still fresh. Different types of greens need different handling methods. I have already decided how to process each kind. Green leafy vegetables are cooked and then frozen. Potatoes, green beans, eggplants, and radishes are cut into pieces and dried in the sun. I need to handle each type one by one. Even if a snowstorm comes before I finish, it's okay. I have plenty of time. Although I have enough time, I want to finish processing the most perishable vegetables first, like the leafy greens. Early this morning, I started preparing to handle the greens, cleaning, cooking, and then freezing them. First, I filled the iron pot on the stove with water, turned up the fire, and also turned on the electric cooker to boil a pot of water. When the water was hot, I scooped some warm water into the vegetable wash basin and added more water to the electric and iron pots. I took out a big bag of crown daisies, cleaned and washed them, then placed them in a large basin. When the water boiled, I blanched the greens in batches for 1 to 2 minutes. After boiling, I took out the greens to cool, then squeezed out the water by hand and packed them into plastic bags. To avoid adding firewood too often, I added 3 more blocks of honeycomb coal to the stove. This way, I didn't need to worry about controlling the fire. The water kept boiling steadily. I only needed to pick, wash, cook, and scoop the vegetables. The large iron pot, aided by a small electric cooker, made blanching very quick. Every time I cooked vegetables, I had a little wait for the water to boil. The timing was perfect. While waiting, I could pick and wash more greens. It was a very efficient process. Apart from eating, I spent the whole day doing this. In the afternoon, my waist started to ache, so I had to sit on a chair while washing the greens. While washing, I thought to myself that although there are many greens, blanching and squeezing them dry causes them to shrink. Freezing them not only preserves them for a long time, but also saves storage space. Thinking about the benefits made me even more motivated. I worked like this for 3 days straight, leaving only a small amount of fresh vegetables. All the crown daisies, oil lettuce, bok choy, lettuce, celery, and rapeseed greens were blanched and frozen. Cilantro is quite special. No need to blanch it, just wash it clean and freeze it. These past 3 days have worn me out so much that I feel dizzy and exhausted. I am really tired of it. The remaining vegetables can be stored for a while, so I plan to rest a bit before continuing. When I finally collapsed onto the heated bed, I discovered something surprising. The 2 puppies had actually opened their eyes. A few days ago, I was too busy to notice carefully. The puppies have 4 tiny black eyes, staring at my face without blinking. They are not afraid of me at all. Instead, they are awkwardly crawling onto me. Could they really think I am their mother? The 2 little ones are still a bit confused and not very mature, but their bellies and faces are round from feeding, which makes me happy. After 3 days of hard work, I am ready to take a full day off and treat myself to something tasty. I slept until I woke up naturally, which was already 9 a.m. The heated bed was still warm, and the room temperature was 20 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the puppies whining for milk, I wouldn't want to get out of bed. After feeding the chicks and puppies, I put on warm clothes and went to the yard to bring back a bag of firewood to start heating the bed. I was careful with the firewood, worried it wouldn't burn well, so I finished burning it before the coldest part of winter. In the morning, I didn't want to eat greasy food, so I just ate lightly. I planned to cook a big meal for myself at noon. I cracked 2 eggs into an iron pot, then quickly tidied up each room. Once the rooms were cleaned, the eggs were ready. I brewed a cup of milk powder, ate the eggs, and felt a bit more full. I took out 3 backup phones, lying on the heated bed while downloading novels and videos onto them. The bed gradually warmed up. I didn't put anything on it, just lay directly on the quilt, feeling the warmth on my back and waist. It was super comfortable, as if all my blood was circulating better. I also brought the 2 puppies onto the bed. They wobbled around, crawling on the quilt, both silly and adorable. Surrounded by the warmth of the heated bed, I started to feel sleepy again. I probably slept for about 40 minutes. When I woke up, I saw that a new batch of TV shows had finished downloading. I bought a long playlist for just a few dollars from an online store and downloaded it onto my phone. I stretched lazily, checked the time, and decided it was time to get up from the bed. I began preparing a big meal for myself. First, I took out the braised pork knuckle from the backroom freezer. It was packed from a few days ago at the restaurant. Then I rinsed some rice and steamed the rice together with the pork knuckle in the pot. Eating lots of meat calls for a small, refreshing cold dish to help with digestion. Green onions and chili peppers are washed and sliced. Cilantro is cut into sections. Then everything is placed into a large bowl. Add soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, sugar, and chili oil. Then mix well. Let it sit for 20 minutes. This makes a refreshing, light appetizer. About half an hour later, I placed the newly bought table in the empty space of the East Room and set 2 homemade heat-insulating mats underneath. I lift the lid of the braised pork knuckle, and the rich aroma mixes with the scent of rice, filling my nose. Lately, I've been eating very simply, so just smelling the delicious aroma makes my mouth water. I can't wait to serve the braised pork knuckle and rice, placing them on the heat-insulating mat. I also bring out the freshly mixed scallion and chili side dish. Using chopsticks, I pick a shiny, amber-colored piece of pork skin and take a big bite. The tender, fragrant, slightly hot texture melts in my mouth with just a gentle bite. I eat 3 bites of the pork skin, then add a handful of scallions and put them in my mouth. My mouth feels a bit greasy, but the scallions add a spicy and refreshing flavor. The seasoning's salty aroma combined with a hint of sour and sweet creates a wonderful taste experience. Next, I pick up the lean meat under the pork skin and bite into it. The meat is connected with some tendons, not dry at all. It has a slight bounce when bitten, with a different but equally delicious flavor compared to the pork skin. I add some more scallions on top of the rice and eat a big mouthful, enjoying the spicy and flavorful taste. I nod frequently in delight. This is just the perfect flavor. Absolutely fantastic. Then I quickly run to the small West Room to get a can of cola. The aroma of the meat and rice makes me want to drink a big gulp for extra enjoyment. After finishing the meal, I find half of the pork knuckle left. I carefully wrap it in plastic wrap and put it in the back room to freeze for next time I crave it. First, I process the chili peppers, preparing them in various ways. After washing the peppers, I started different treatments. The first method was cutting them into pieces, placing them in plastic bags, and freezing them in the back room. Frozen peppers taste similar to fresh stir-fried peppers when cooked, but they don't last long, so I only froze 20 gene. The second method was stringing them up to dry. I used needle and thread to sew through the peppers, then tied the ends together to form a circle and hung them up. No matter if they are fully dry or not, they can be eaten anytime, stir-fried, dipped in sauce, or just eaten plain. This method preserves the peppers the longest. I strung up 420 gene of peppers and let them dry. Stringing peppers is a slow process. It can be boring and tiring. I watched a historical drama while doing it and took 3 days to finish. The third method was making chili sauce. I cut all the peppers into small cubes about the size of corn kernels, then chopped 5 or 6 tomatoes into small pieces. In a large iron pot, I heated oil, added lots of chopped green onions and garlic, and stir-fried until fragrant. Then I added all the peppers and tomatoes and kept stir-frying. Next, I added a lot of 5-spice powder, oyster sauce, sugar, salt, MSG, soy sauce, and vinegar. I poured enough water to cover the peppers and kept stirring and cooking. When the mixture became thick and the water was mostly gone, the chili sauce was ready. I scooped the chili sauce into a large basin and let it sit. A layer of red oil floated on top. This chili sauce is very fragrant, with a sweet, sour, spicy flavor. It can be eaten with rice, stuffed into buns, or used in wraps. All the remaining 60 gene of peppers were turned into chili sauce. I filled 3 big bowls and stored the rest in the back room to freeze, so they won't spoil for a long time. After finishing all the chili peppers and greens, the kitchen was much emptier. I no longer had to worry about fire safety when cooking. Next, I processed cauliflower. I don't really like fresh cauliflower but prefer dried cauliflower. So I decided to dry all the cauliflower. I used 200 gene of cauliflower, cut into small florets, blanched them in boiling water for 1 minute, then took them out. I moved the bed to the far east of the room and cleared the heated brick bed. I covered the entire brick bed with plastic and spread the drained cauliflower evenly on top. I occasionally turned the cauliflower to help it dry on the hot brick bed. Normally, cauliflower is dried in the sun, but since it's cold and there's no sun now, I had to dry it on the heated brick bed instead. The smell of drying on the heated bed is similar to sun drying, but with the added warmth of the heated bed, the cauliflower dries faster and has an advantage. While the cauliflower is drying on the bed, I start working on the green beans. There are 2 ways to process green beans. One is to blanch them in water and then freeze them. When cooked later, they taste just like fresh green beans. The other way is to string them up and dry them like chili peppers. However, drying green beans this way is a bit more complicated because I need to cut them into thinner strips with scissors, which makes the dried green beans tastier. Since I love both frozen and dried green beans, I froze 200 gene about 100 kilograms and dried 300 gene about 150 kilograms. First, I prepared the frozen green beans. After finishing the freezing, drying the green beans was quite tiring, so I didn't do it all at once. Because the remaining vegetables can be stored for a longer time, especially in the cool kitchen, I spaced out the work. I cut and strung the green beans on some days when I felt like it, taking breaks when tired. When I didn't want to deal with green beans, I moved on to processing tomatoes. The simplest way is to wash them and freeze them directly. Frozen tomatoes can be used to make soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and they even become creamier and tastier than fresh tomatoes. Leeks and radishes can be stored for a long time by moving them to a small shed in a cooler place. Potatoes and sweet potatoes also last a long time, and I plan to keep some as seed tubers, so there's no rush to process them. To free up more space in the kitchen, I moved some items to the small shed, and if it didn't fit, I kept them in the kitchen. By then, the cauliflower was dry, so I packed it all into burlap bags. Only eggplants remained to be processed. I chose 2 simple methods. One is to cut them into pieces and dry them as eggplant gun, and the other is to steam them, add some oil and salt, and freeze them. Since dried eggplants last longer, I cut all 400 gene, about 200 kilograms, into pieces and dried them on the heated bed. I kept 20 gene, about 10 kilograms, fresh for eating, and froze the remaining 80 gene, about 40 kilograms, after steaming. Only potatoes and sweet potatoes are left to process. I plan to make dried potato slices and strips and dried sweet potatoes. Because the house is full of supplies and there's no space left, and the heated bed is already drying eggplants, I have nowhere to sun-dry these. Since potatoes and sweet potatoes last a long time, I will store them for the long winter and process them gradually later. While waiting for the eggplants to dry, I am thinking of finding some work to do for myself. After stockpiling supplies for so long, I was very careful when organizing everything. However, as the stock grew, the rooms and basement became somewhat messy. So, I decided to thoroughly clean and organize the entire house. First, I went to the basement to bring the frequently used food and tools into the house. Then, I gradually cleared out excess space, arranging misplaced items according to their categories. Although the basement was quite full, everything was neat and orderly. Next, I placed all items in their proper spots upstairs, then wiped all tables and the stove with a cloth. Finally, I swept and mopped the floors, making the room look clean and fresh. Before I could fully enjoy my house, snow started falling from the sky. Suddenly, the weather dropped sharply from about -7 or -8 degrees Celsius to -30 degrees Celsius. On July 19th, in a way, the cold end times truly arrived. I was worried my supplies might run out, having hoped for the end times to come. But when it actually happened, I felt mostly fear. Right now, the indoor temperature is 21 degrees Celsius, and it hasn't been greatly affected by the cold outside. This made me feel a little more at ease. I carefully looked around my house, wanting to see what I had achieved after more than 2 months of hard work. In the yard, nearly 300 sacks of firewood are stacked and completely covered with plastic. The three large rooms on the west side are filled with 50 tons of briquettes, various tools, furniture, feed, nutrients, and fertilizers. On the east side, the grain-drying yard holds 25 tons of coal, leading directly to the back door of the house. The windbreak is piled with sacks of firewood. Inside the entrance hall on either side, there are tool racks and shoe racks. The walls are decorated with long strings of chili peppers and green beans. In the east room, there are 3 large wardrobes filled with everyday clothes, bedding, and quilts. A modified 8-compartment wardrobe holds sewing kits, medical supplies, teas, and snacks. Next to the stove, there is my bed, and beside it 3 large boxes, 2 with small chickens and 1 with 2 little yellow dogs digging around. Other areas are drying eggplant slices. On the far east side of the floor, there is a writing desk. On the far west side, there is an orange sofa and a coffee table with a stove directly facing them. Other open spaces are filled with square flower pots packed with soil, waiting to be planted. The first room on the west side is a breeding house, divided into 2 parts by a fence. The part near the window has chicken coops and a fermentation bed. The chicks are still too small to be moved inside. The other side is a square-shaped vegetable basin filled with soil. The sunny side of the second room is a small shed, housing a stationary bike generator and 2 batteries. Against the wall in the middle are 2 large bookshelves filled with books and various bottles of alcohol. The remaining space is piled with potatoes, sweet potatoes, green onions, and radishes. On the right side, there is a row of large wardrobes, with tools and long-lasting food items stored inside. The wardrobe doors in the middle can be pushed open, revealing a dark room. Inside the dark room, there is a small heated bed, and on the cabinet above it are electronic devices, a drone, and a telescope. Below is a huge battery. Next to the battery is a hidden wooden panel. When lifted, it reveals a basement. Pressing the switch beside the panel turns on the basement lights one by one. The basement is quite large, even bigger than the house above. It stores a large amount of supplies, including rice, flour, oil, medicines, tools, and warm clothing like cotton-padded jackets and blankets. Returning to the kitchen, there are 2 stoves. On the west stove, potatoes and sweet potatoes are piled up. In the middle are 2 large water tanks connected directly to an outside well. In the center of the north wall, there is a door. To the right of the door are 2 large freezers holding 300 pounds of beef and 20 farm chickens. To the left of the door is the kitchen work table, flanked by 2 large storage cabinets. One cabinet holds appliances and kitchenware, the other contains various ingredients. Along the east wall are 2 large cabinets filled with different tableware. Outside through the back door is a rear extension room, 5 meters wide and as long as the house, covered with a roof. At the far west end of the extension room, there are many coal briquettes, and between the middle and east sides, there are 10 large cabinets and 15 storage boxes. They contain meat from 3 fat pigs, various frozen meats, frozen vegetables, and frozen dumplings. This is the layout of all the buildings and storage supplies. If we ignore shelf life, these foods could last for 50 years. After checking all the rooms and supplies, I felt much more at ease. Maybe I really could survive peacefully through the coldest end-of-the-world days. I took 2 sweet potatoes and 2 eggs from the small shed and slowly roasted them over the stove. Wrapped in a small blanket, I curled up on the sofa, feeling warm all over. Finally, I gathered the courage to open my phone and check Weibo to see what the world outside looks like. Unsurprisingly, people are frantically discussing the sudden snowfall and the big drop in temperature. Some experts are explaining why there is snow in July. Some southern netizens are complaining, saying they are freezing and almost dying, while a few are showing off their cozy time by the fire at their rural homes in the north. But most people are trembling from the cold, expressing their fear and shouting that the end of the world is coming. Some are joking about the situation, saying someone has falsely accused Do-e and urging others to clear his name instead of more snow falling. While everyone is watching with interest, suddenly my phone buzzes with a message. It's my ex-boyfriend, who cheated on me. After we broke up, I asked him why he cheated. He said I looked terrifying when I was hysterical, and that I deserved for my parents to have passed away and leave me alone. Love makes him care about your weaknesses, but when he doesn't love you anymore, those weaknesses become weapons to attack you. Chung, where are you? I miss you so much, that's how he messaged me. Seeing it, I shivered with disgust. I slowly tapped a question mark, wondering what he was trying to do.
I miss you a lot right now.
Can I come find you at your place? I was confused. What kind of situation could make a completely untrustworthy guy come to see his ex in weather below -20 degrees Celsius? So I asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much, just missing you," he replied with that fake sincerity again. "Say what you mean," I said, annoyed by his act. I just wanted to know his real purpose. He paused for a moment, probably thinking that I can't stand to see him suffer, and when he's in trouble, I'll feel sorry for him. Chung, there's no food at home. I'm hungry and cold, and I feel like I might die. Please save me. He finally told the truth. If there's no food, just go to the supermarket and buy some. If you're cold, turn on the air conditioning. What's the point of telling me?
I wanted to see how shameless he could be.
The supermarket is out of stock, and our neighborhood has lost power, so we can't turn on the air conditioning, he said. Seeing him suffer like that, I felt relieved and didn't reply anymore. But how could the supermarket run out of supplies so quickly? Just a few days ago, the news was saying not to panic, and supplies would be distributed soon. Did this scoundrel hear some rumor and want to take my house and steal my supplies? This is my carefully built end-of-the-world cabin, and I wouldn't give it up easily, even risking my life. Why worry so much? I don't believe anyone can find me here in temperatures below freezing. Suddenly, the smell of roasted sweet potatoes fills my nose, sweet and tempting. I sit up from the sofa, wearing cotton slippers, and move to the fireplace. Using the fire poker, I pull out the roasted sweet potato and boiled egg. Gently brush off the ash from the sweet potato. It's still a bit hot. I cautiously peel back the skin. I tear a small opening, and white steam rushes out, along with a richer aroma. Holding back my saliva, I peel away the sweet potato skin on one side, revealing the bright yellow flesh inside. It looks glossy and tempting. I pick up the whole sweet potato, blow on it a few times, and can't wait to take a bite. The sweet potato is soft, sticky, sweet, and juicy. Maybe it's juice or syrup mixed in, making the sweetness go straight to my heart. A wave of happiness rises inside me. I can't help but take another bite. The steam makes it slightly hot, but with the wind and snow howling outside, the sweet smell of the potato feels especially delicious. By now, the egg isn't as hot. The shell has turned a light brown, and I gently crack it open. A familiar roasted egg aroma wafts out, making me eager to taste it. The egg white has turned a golden brown from roasting. Bite into it, and the crispy, fragrant shell mixes with the rich egg flavor, smooth and slightly chewy. Such simple deliciousness. I wonder who else could be eating right now, I think to myself. I also wish I had someone to share this with. Just then, I hear the soft whimpering of the puppies. Both puppies are whining together. Usually they bark a few times and stop, but today they seem determined not to stop. I quickly go to check. The puppies are tumbling inside the box, their little eyes searching everywhere. Though their small eyes and paws aren't very useful, they still wobble and look anxiously around. I reach out and gently offer my hand. They seem to recognize it and hurriedly come over to lick my hand. Their tiny pink tongues keep licking back and forth. They're so small with little saliva just feeling warm and soft on my hand, a bit ticklish. This is the first time these little guys have actively licked me. I start to understand what they're looking for. They must have smelled the sweet potato and egg aroma, searching everywhere for something tasty to eat. It's about the time they can start eating solid food because milk no longer satisfies them. I found a shallow small bowl and added some soft, cooked sweet potatoes. Then I took out 2 puppies from the box and placed them on the heated bed, pushing the small bowl toward their mouths. The puppies immediately focused on the food, wagging their little heads and sticking their tiny mouths into the bowl, making soft sounds and pushing around. It looked more like piglets rooting for food than puppies eating. Their small mouths moved back and forth in the sweet potatoes. Soon, the bowl was completely cleaned. I lifted their little chins to check and saw that their noses, and chins were all covered in yellow sweet potato mash. Their mouths kept clicking as they enjoyed the sweet, rich smell of the sweet potatoes. I knew they hadn't eaten enough but didn't dare to feed more, since it was their first meal and too much sweet potato can cause gas. I carefully wiped their small mouths with a special towel made for cleaning them. Maybe they understood I was taking care of them. The puppies stopped eating but didn't seem upset. Instead, they wagged their little tails and closed their eyes happily, waiting for me to finish cleaning. Watching their funny, adorable little faces made me smile. This could be considered sharing. During this cold, snowy end of the world, I have 2 dogs sharing a hot, roasted sweet potato with me. Suddenly, I realized I hadn't given them names. Since their first meal was roasted sweet potato, also called yam or sweet potato, I decided to name them Xiao Di and Xiao Gua. One, all yellow with a small white on its forehead, is Xiao Di. The other, also yellow with 4 white paws, is Xiao Gua. Xiao Gua looks a bit bigger, so in the future, Xiao Gua will be the older brother and Xiao Di the younger sister. After cleaning them, I sat by the heated bed, watching them crawl around and relax for a while. I kept them in the box before because I was afraid they might run around and fall to the ground or bump into the stove and get hurt. But now, their eyes are better and they're becoming more aware of themselves. I knew I couldn't keep them confined forever. So I found the only dog cage I had bought before. I set up a small dog bed on one side and laid down pee pads on the other. I put the 2 puppies inside. The cage isn't very big, but it's enough for their current size. I placed the cage near the stove so they could stay warm while lying on the soft mats. Now, they're curled up inside the fluffy dog bed, with their little paws stretched forward and their chins resting on their paws. Their eyes are half closed, looking very comfortable and almost sleepy. You 2 are lucky to be with me. It's truly a blessing. Not only has the puppy grown, but the chicks have also grown up. They now have gray-brown feathers and are no longer completely fluffy. I can't bear to put them in the breeding room. After all, they've been with me for many days, and I worry if I just put them into the breeding room without watching. But as the chicks grow, their waste will become smelly, and keeping them in the bedroom isn't a good idea. Even though I feel reluctant, I decide to light the stove in the breeding room first. The stove in the breeding room is just as easy to light as the one in the east room. The flames leap up quickly, warming the whole house. Once the house is warm, I take the chicks into the breeding room, placing them one by one into the sunny chicken coop. I want to see if they can adapt here. If not, I will take them back to the east room immediately. After entering the chicken coop, the chicks happily run around inside. They look around excitedly, sometimes at the wooden chicken coop, sometimes scratching at the fermentation bed with their claws. Perhaps digging for food in the ground is a natural instinct for chickens. They dig more and more eagerly, their little heads buried in the fermentation bed, pecking at something.
Humph.
Ungrateful little ones. I can't help but snort coldly. After so many days of raising them, they're now so happy to move to the breeding room. They completely forget the scene of me feeding them daily in the box. But I don't blame them. Being confined for so many days, suddenly released into the outside world, anyone would be happy. Since the chicks can adapt, I'll leave them in the breeding room from now on. Looking at the time, it's almost noon. On the first day of heavy snow, I naturally want to make myself something delicious. What should I eat for the first meal during the heavy snow and the end of the world? I don't need to think. The answer is obvious: hot pot. I want to have the most satisfying, enjoyable hot pot to chase away the first chill of the apocalypse. Of course, maybe it's just an excuse. I haven't had hot pot in a very long time. First, I prepare the ingredients: chives, cilantro, and romaine lettuce, fresh vegetables I kept earlier. Wash a small handful and place them on a large tray. Duck blood, potatoes cut into small, moderate pieces. Frozen beef chunks are cut into rolls using a manual meat slicer and stored in the back room. Dried gongs, dried shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and wide noodles. These are all dried and soaked in warm water. There was no pre-soaking. These ingredients need about half an hour to soak. During this time, I prepared to go snow shoveling. Just thinking about coming back from shoveling snow, freezing and shivering, and then enjoying a hot pot meal makes me feel very happy. I can't help but secretly smile at the thought. So I dressed warmly, wearing thick cotton pants made specifically for the market, my longest military coat, a cotton hat, gloves, and a mask. Then I grabbed a large snow shovel and went outside. Maybe because I was wrapped up too warmly, I only felt the very low temperature around my eyes. The rest of my body didn't feel much. The snow was already up to my calves. I didn't plan to clear all the snow, just the path leading to the side room and the woodpile in the yard. I quickly outlined the basic shape of the two paths with a snow shovel, then gradually cleared a 1-meter-wide small path. It only took me about 10 minutes to finish. When I entered the house, a wave of warm air hit me, making me feel very comfortable inside. I hurriedly closed the windbreak and the main door, then started to remove my gear. I took off my cotton hat, mask, gloves, and military coat, which took several minutes. Taking off clothes is even more tiring than shoveling snow. Maybe because I was dressed so warmly, I didn't feel cold. I even shoveled snow vigorously, and a layer of sweat appeared on my forehead. But when I touched the exposed skin around my eyes, it was still icy cold. Since the snow shoveling task was done, it was time to cook hot pot. First, I changed into home clothes. The house was warm, and the kitchen wasn't cold, so just wearing thermal underwear and cotton slippers was enough. The hot pot smell was strong, so I didn't plan to eat in the bedroom, worried it would stain the bedding with the hot pot smell. I moved the dining table to the kitchen. First, I opened a package of Hidaleo's spicy hot pot base, put it in the pot, and started boiling with water. Then I placed the soaked vegetables in large trays, along with washed greens, duck blood, meat rolls, and other ingredients, and brought them to the table. After seasoning a bowl of special sesame sauce and a bowl of spicy oil, the hot pot water was boiling. The tempting red oil was swirling in the water. I first threw in my favorite mushrooms, fish balls, and crab meatballs. Then I added a big scoop of beef rolls. After boiling for a few seconds, the beef rolls were cooked, so I quickly scooped them out and put them in a bowl. By now, I was already impatient. I hadn't had hot pot in a long time, and my mouth was watering wildly. The meat rolls, coated with red oil and thick sesame sauce, went straight into my mouth. The meat roll is cut from a whole piece of beef, and the meat's texture is very clear, so you can feel it in your mouth. The meat roll with a mix of fat and lean meat is very chewy. Combined with the rich sesame sauce aroma and the spicy flavor of the hot pot base, it creates a fragrant, exciting taste. It's like experiencing both gentle and sexy charms at the same time, making your mind feel dizzy and addictive. So I couldn't help but cook more beef rolls and eat more of them. After finishing the beef rolls, my meatballs were also ready. First, I scooped the hot pot meatballs into a bowl, then added vegetables like gourd, duck blood, potatoes, and various greens. Waiting for everything to cook is a slow process of enjoying the hot pot. First, I tried the special beef ball, took a small bite, waited for it to cool, then took a sip of the flavorful broth inside. The aroma of beef and the chewy texture of the meatball mixed in my mouth, becoming more delicious as I chewed. Next, I tried the fish ball with a soft, bouncy outer layer. Just eating the outer layer felt very tasty. But who would have thought the filling inside was even more amazing? Juicy and tender, with soft, flavorful meat. Each bite was extremely delicious. After finishing these, the vegetables in the pot gradually cooked. I started with the greens, tender, bright green chives topped with red oil. The small leaves of chives look like tiny claws, able to hold a lot of sauce when scooped into a bowl. Before the sauce dripped off, I took a bite. The fresh taste of the chives, crisp texture, combined with the rich aroma of sesame sauce and red oil, was simply unbeatable. The seasoning was very fragrant, but the refreshing taste of the chives kept it from becoming overwhelming. Next, I enjoyed the soft potatoes, smooth duck blood, crispy gourd seeds, and juicy wood ear mushrooms. One bite after another, until the tray of vegetables was almost empty and the bowl of sesame sauce was running low. My stomach finally felt full. I drank half a can of cola in one go. The cold, fizzy cola washed down all the spicy, numbing flavors. I let out a long burp and couldn't help but praise. That was so satisfying. I spent a little time on my phone, daydreaming, then quickly finished cleaning my bowl. Handling hot pot broth can be a bit tricky. Next, I washed my face in the bathroom, preparing to go back to my room and lie down again. Before leaving, I added a piece of honeycomb coal to the farm, the stove, and the fireplace in the east room to keep them warm. After making sure all three places had enough heat, I collapsed onto the sofa. I was too full, too tired, and very sleepy. Although I had slept in the morning, I still couldn't resist feeling sleepy in the afternoon. I curled up on the sofa, covered with a thick blanket that could wrap around my whole body. The warm glow of the fireplace reflected on my face. I gradually couldn't keep my eyes open. Blink by blink, I finally closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the world was in chaos. Blinding snow mixed with fierce wind was raging everywhere. The sky gradually darkened, making it hard to see many things. In a small rural house in the northeast courtyard, the temperature was over 20 degrees Celsius. The room was a bit crowded, but not messy. The heated bed was clean and tidy, giving off a hot feeling. The girl was sleeping peacefully on the sofa. The fire in the stove burned brightly, with occasional red and yellow flames flickering on her face. Her cheeks were rosy from the heat, but she slept more soundly and comfortably this way. Two small yellow dogs lay quietly in their little beds, occasionally whimpering in their dreams. They enjoyed the warmth of the stove and were lost in sweet dreams. This quiet and warm corner had become one of the few safe shelters in the end-of-the-world scenario. I woke up to find it was already after 4 p.m. The heavy snow outside still showed no signs of stopping. The snow on the ground was almost knee-deep. I checked my phone and saw a message from Sumi.
Wow.
Chung, are you a prophet? The cold is so intense, and the snow has been falling for so long without stopping. It feels like the end of the world. You're amazing. Thanks to your reminder, we stocked enough coal and food at home. I can't believe I'm actually living through a freezing end of days, staying at home eating snacks. Really happy. Thank you for the reminder, Chung. A series of messages filled most of my phone screen. Seeing that Sumi was doing well, I felt relieved. I was just prepared in advance. I didn't expect the cold to be so severe. You and your uncle and aunt need to take good care of yourselves. After replying to Sumi, I quickly added coal to all the rooms and the stove. If I didn't do this, the indoor temperature would drop. After fueling the fire, I put on all my gear and went outside to shovel snow. The heavy snow had been falling for days and was likely to get deeper. Although I wasn't short of firewood now, I had to make sure I had a way to go out and get more. If the snow got deeper and covered the roof, I wouldn't be able to go outside. Without firewood for a month, I would freeze to death. Following my usual routine, I cleared the snow again. Since I had shoveled earlier in the morning, the snow that had fallen behind the cleared area was fluffy and not compacted. This made shoveling much easier. I piled the snow on both sides of a small path. Adding the snow's natural depth and the snow I piled up, the snow on both sides of the path is already as deep as my waist. If the snow keeps falling heavily and continuously, I can't clear it every day. That's not a good solution. It would tire me out too much. I need to find a way to build a cover on top, creating a snow tunnel that leads to the shed and firewood. As for how exactly to do it, I will wait until the snow reaches a certain depth before deciding. When I shovel the snow and come inside, a warm burst of air hits me. Compared to freezing to death in the previous life, being in a warm shelter amid the cold snow feels very safe and comforting. I take off my heavy cotton coat and all my cold clothes, then put on loose, comfortable home clothes. After changing into my home clothes, it's time to feed the chickens and dogs. Compared to the 10 or so chicks crowded in 2 cardboard boxes, the chicks now live very comfortably in the coop. They wander around happily, scratching at the bedding, looking around with joy. Since they have moved into the coop, I no longer need to feed them millet. I should give them proper chicken feed instead. There is always Coke briquettes in the stove, and a pot of water is kept warm on the stove. I take a handful of chicken feed and some cornmeal, mix them with warm water until it becomes a sticky paste. Then I pour it into the chicken feeder. The chicks smell the tasty food and rush over to peck at it eagerly. It's the first time they are eating such fragrant feed and cornmeal. They push and shove each other, fighting to eat, and soon the food is all gone. Next, I fill the drinking water dispenser with warm water. The chicks first peck at some water with their hard little beaks, then tilt their heads back to drink. They repeat this process several times, about 7 or 8 sips in total. In the past, my grandmother used to give the chicks warm water in winter, saying it helped them stay warm. I just followed her example, and it seems the chicks really like warm water. Seeing the chicks happily eating, I turn to feed the puppies. I mix warm water from the pot with goat milk powder, then soak some puppy food in the milk mixture. Once the puppy food softens, I bring it to the puppies to eat. The 2 puppies smell the food and wiggle like little pigs, with milk all over their noses and chins. But that doesn't stop them from finishing a whole bowl of milk-soaked puppy food quickly. After feeding the puppies, I wipe their mouths with a towel. I spend most of my day eating, drinking, sleeping, or doing nothing else. So I want to spend more time on the small details, making sure my 2 little lives are well cared for and clean. After finishing these tasks, I felt a little hungry, but I had eaten a lot at lunch and didn't want to eat too much again. So I cooked myself a bowl of wonton soup. With fresh cilantro, sesame oil, seaweed, it tasted delicious and was smooth to eat. After finishing the soup, I wandered around my room to help digestion while looking at vegetable planting guides. I plan to learn how to plant vegetables soon so I can start growing my own. After enough walking, I lay on the heated brick bed and played on my phone. The warm heat from the bed made my body feel cozy and helped dry out the dampness inside me. Around 8 or 9 p.m., it was still snowing heavily. I went outside to check and saw that the snow on the small path in the middle was almost up to my calves. I sighed and prepared to go out and shovel snow again. I turned on a very bright light inside the windshield to help me see while shoveling. At this time, I wasn't worried about anyone seeing the light in the yard. Since the snow was deep enough to reach my waist, few people would come to my remote little house. After shoveling, the snow on both sides of the path was nearly as high as my shoulders. When I returned inside, I didn't rush to take off my clothes. Instead, I kept thinking that if the snow kept falling, I might not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. I would need to go out every 3 or 4 hours to shovel again, or the door might get blocked. But the snow on both sides was already so high that continuing to shovel would only make it worse. Not only would shoveling become harder, but it would also be unsafe. So, I decided to build a snow tunnel underground tonight. This way, I wouldn't have to spend the whole night shoveling again, and it would be easier to do in the morning. I put a headlamp on and prepared to start. My plan was to first pack the snow on both sides up to shoulder height, making it firm and flat. Then I would lay a wooden plank over it, about 1 meter long, and cover it with a plastic sheet. This would create a snow tunnel with snow walls on the sides, a wooden roof, and a plastic cover. Since snow is very supportive and the tunnel is narrow, I didn't worry much about the snow above collapsing. I went to the west wing to get a bunch of wooden planks and a roll of plastic sheeting. I first unrolled one end of the plastic and covered the top of the snow walls and the path. Then I pressed a wooden plank on top of the plastic. Next, I rolled the plastic forward, creating a wide strip, and laid another plank over it. While moving a stepladder, I repeated these steps. After half an hour, the snow tunnel was half built, but I could really feel the cold. Even with gloves on, my fingers were stiff from the cold. My toes inside the snow boots also hurt. I didn't rush, so I quickly went back to the room, warmed myself by the fireplace. I couldn't delay too long. After warming my hands and feet, I put on 2 layers of gloves and went out to continue building. Now my skills are much better than at the beginning. In another half hour, I finished building the tunnel. On the way back from the end of the small path I built, I could observe the entire snow tunnel. Right now, the snow tunnel has no light, so I need a flashlight to see the way clearly. On both sides are snow walls, which I made smooth with a shovel. The top is covered with plastic film and wooden planks. The plastic is laid all over, so snow can't seep through from above. The wooden planks are spaced 10 centimeters apart, not fully covering the top because I don't have many planks. But since the snow provides good support, leaving gaps between the planks is okay. If the tunnel is fine when I wake up tomorrow morning, then it's a success. Because of the hard work last night and the cold hands and feet, I took a hot shower and soaked my feet in hot water. Then I lay in a warm bed, ready to sleep. Outside, the wind was howling loudly. Wrapped in the warm bedding, I listened to the wind and felt peaceful, knowing I had a snow tunnel to shelter from the wind. Soon, I fell asleep. The next morning, it was still snowing heavily, and the snow had covered more than half the window. The inside was very dark, so I had to turn on the light. The outdoor temperature was minus 45 degrees Celsius, while inside it was 21 degrees. Honestly, the insulation materials and the quality of the doors and windows are really good. Even such a low outdoor temperature didn't affect the indoor temperature. I quickly started the fire in the Kong, heated bed, the stove in the east room, and the stove in the breeding house. Once the fires were burning, I dressed very warmly and went out to check the tunnel. The snow tunnel was dark, so I used a flashlight to see. I walked all the way to the west wing and the woodpile, and everything was smooth, no snow on the ground, and the snow walls on the sides were solid. I felt very excited and proud. I am truly a building genius, having built such a good snow tunnel all by myself. Back home, I felt even more at ease. Now, even if it snows heavily for 10 days or 100 days, I won't be afraid. There is firewood to cook with and meat to eat, so what is there to be afraid of? Seeing that the passage is safe, I finally feel at ease and prepare to make myself breakfast. On snowy days, I still want something hot to eat, so I decide to make some porridge. I rinse the rice thoroughly, then add plenty of water and put it into a clay pot, carrying it directly into the east room and placing it on the stove. Then I go to feed the chickens and dogs. When I return, the rice in the pot is boiling. At this time, I go to the kitchen to cut some slices of cured meat and sausage, tossing them into the pot to cook together. I lean on the sofa, waiting for the rice to cook while browsing online forums and social media. Many places have already lost power, roads are blocked, and many people are trapped in their cars, freezing to death on the roadside. People are complaining about being cold and running out of food. Some are loudly calling for help, saying thieves broke into their homes and took the last of their food, begging the police to save them. But at this moment, the police probably don't have time to deal with these small issues. Everyone is focused on repairing the power lines and maintaining social order. I sigh deeply. This is just the beginning. Things will only get more chaotic, and more tragedies will happen. Sumi is the only online friend I can talk to, and she shares gossip about the surrounding area. She tells me about a ruthless husband bringing his mistress home to keep warm, locking his wife outside in the cold to die. She mentions a cruel mother-in-law forcing her daughter-in-law to go out and find food, and the daughter-in-law never returning. As we chat, the aroma of rice grows stronger, drifting into my nose. I quickly wash some lettuce leaves in the kitchen, chop them into small pieces, and toss them into the pot to stir. Then I place a heat-resistant mat on the table and carry the pot over. I scoop a bowl of porridge with a spoon. The silvery white rice porridge is topped with deep red cured meat and sausage and bright green lettuce mixed in, looking very beautiful. I lift a spoonful of rice porridge, blow on it gently to cool, and then taste it. The soft rice grains carry a rich rice aroma, melting in my mouth. The savory cured meat and slightly sweet, wine-flavored sausage add a strong presence, becoming more fragrant as I chew, satisfying my taste buds. Crisp lettuce helps refresh the palate. This bowl of soft, savory, yet not greasy cured meat and vegetable rice porridge makes me drink nearly 3 large bowls. There's a small leftover which I pour into the dogs' bowls so they can try some too. Mostly, they need to get used to eating my leftovers. Puppies aren't born to eat for free. When they smell the delicious cured meat, they rush over eagerly to grab some. They hum and chatter as they gobble up a small bowl of porridge in no time. After finishing, they break out in a light sweat, their pores opening wide, feeling incredibly relaxed and free. It's time to take care of my vegetable pots. Since the back room froze many greens, I'm not in a hurry to grow a lot of fresh vegetables. Instead, I want to try different planting methods to grow some fruits and other vegetables I don't usually have. Thanks to the internet, I don't need to look up books. I can simply search for planting tips and precautions on Xiaohongshu. Most vegetable growing methods are quite similar. Add some water to soft, nutritious soil to keep it moist. Then, sprinkle a thin layer of seeds, cover with soil, and wait for them to sprout. Following this method, I planted a pot with chives, bok choy, cilantro, garlic, cherry tomatoes, and cucumbers. I also planted 2 pots with fruits, grapes, strawberries, watermelons, and melons. The remaining pots are empty for now. I'll plant something later when I decide what to grow, to avoid waste from planting too much. I installed a row of grow lights above the vegetable pots to provide extra light when needed. Growing these plants didn't take much time. After washing my hands, I felt a bit bored. I took a walk inside the house and decided to prepare some potatoes. First, I peeled and washed the potatoes, then cut them into chunks and slices. Next, I laid plastic on the stove and placed the potato pieces and slices on top to dry. Once completely dry, I stored them away. They will be great for stews with meat or chicken, and when eaten, they will be chewy and flavorful. I processed about 10 hygiene, around 5 kilograms, which just cover half of the stove. I'll process the next batch after this one dries. After finishing, I felt a bit hungry again. Since I've done enough exercise today, I didn't want to cook. Instead, I wandered around the basement like shopping at a supermarket. I carried a small bag, browsing the shelves, pretending I was shopping at a big store. The basement isn't too cold now. It feels good to spend time here even during the coldest times, and I don't need to light a fire. But staying in the damp basement for too long isn't good for health. In the end, I took a marinated egg, a sausage, a box of sour and spicy noodles, and a small jar of fruit cocktail. Back in the East Room, I picked up a kettle that was already boiling water on the stove and brewed the sour and spicy noodles. Eating a steaming bowl of noodles with a marinated egg and sausage felt incredibly satisfying. After finishing the last sip of the soup, my stomach was just full enough. Now, I took out another stomach, my own, and started eating canned yellow peaches. The peaches in the basement are a bit cold, which helps soothe my mouth after the spicy heat. The cool yellow peaches are gently chewed in my mouth and then swallowed. The coldness travels straight from my throat to my stomach, calming the heat caused by spicy and sour dishes. After eating, I lie on the bare, hot brick bed. The warm steam from the fire heats my waist, making it feel cozy. I feel this hot bed must be very helpful for relieving menstrual pain. After the heavy snow stopped outside the window, I couldn't see the outside world clearly. Time felt a bit mixed up, but I try to keep my habit of sleeping early and waking up early. Every day, besides tending the fire and feeding the chickens and dogs, there wasn't much else to do. Most of the day, I just ate or lay around. Because of the confusing schedule and little activity, I ate less than usual. So I decided to have 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. But eating less didn't kill my appetite. When cravings hit, I still wanted to eat a lot. Today, I especially wanted to eat some hearty meat dishes. I planned to make ribs with dried green beans, a favorite dish my mom used to cook. I could usually eat half a bowl of ribs with dried green beans and 2 bowls of rice. In the morning, when I lit the fire and heated the brick bed, I soaked the pork ribs in warm water. Once the stove and bed were hot and the chickens had eaten, the pork ribs had melted and the blood water had come out. I chopped the ribs into small pieces about the size of mahjong tiles with an axe. Then I increased the firewood and waited for the water in the iron pot to boil. I put the ribs and various spices into the boiling water to blanch them. When the ribs changed color and a layer of foam floated on top, I took them out. I drained the water from the pot and waited until all the moisture evaporated. Then I poured hot oil into the pot. Once the oil was hot, I added chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic to fry until fragrant. Then I added a special tom liao sauce and kept stir-frying until the aroma of the sauce was released. Next, I added the ribs and stir-fried until they were evenly coated and browned. Then I added enough water to cover the ribs, along with some chicken essence, 13 spice powder, soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Meanwhile, I rinse the dried green beans in clean water and put them directly into the pot. Since the green beans were dried, they needed a long time to cook, so I cooked them together with the ribs. I covered the pot and waited about 40 minutes until the fragrant stew was ready. During this time, I steamed a pot of rice. I didn't like eating dry food sticking to the sides of the pot, so rice with the ribs and soup was more satisfying. After about 10 minutes, the aroma from the iron pot started to fill the air. How can I describe it? The rich aroma of pork ribs, the unique scent of dried green beans, and the flavor of stir-fried fermented bean paste all combined. These three flavors blend into a very strong, irresistible fragrance. Not only do I find it very tasty, but the puppies also think it smells amazing. They start whining and sniffing inside the cage, sniffing around to find where the delicious smell is coming from. After 40 minutes, I can't wait to lift the lid. As I open it, a lot of steam rises from the pot, along with the smell of pork ribs stewed with dried green beans. The aroma fills the whole room, and I can hear the sizzling sound of oil bubbling around the edge of the pot. I grab a large spatula and stir-fry the ribs and green beans vigorously a few times. Then I scoop everything into a large ceramic bowl I prepared earlier, pouring a few spoonfuls of thick, flavorful sauce over it. Eagerly, I carry the big bowl of stewed green beans and ribs into the room, along with a bowl of rice for myself. The whole bowl looks very tempting: rich-colored ribs, vibrant green beans, and thick sauce coating everything, making my mouth water. Of course, I start with a piece of ribs. The ribs are about the size of mahjong tiles, neatly arranged, with the meat wrapped around the bone, revealing a smooth bone inside. Gently biting into it, the meat easily comes off the bone. In that moment, I suddenly understand what thick, flavorful sauce means, and I realize what tender, fall-off-the-bone meat is. The meat is full of sauce and the flavor of green beans. The lean meat is soft, the fatty parts are fragrant but not greasy, and before I can savor the taste, it slides down my throat. As I swallow, I suddenly realize how delicious this meat truly is. Of course, I can't stop at just one piece, so I take a second, then a third, and keep eating until the fifth piece, finally feeling satisfied. Finally, I get a chance to taste a big bite of green beans, one large forkful, directly into my mouth. The green beans are not overcooked, so they crunch when I bite, crisp and fresh. They are infused with the flavor of meat juice, making it hard to tell whether I am eating meat or beans. With each bite, one of green beans, one of ribs, I finish half the bowl. Looking at what's left, only 3 ribs remain. I remove the bones, mash the meat with chopsticks, and mix it with the sauce and rice. I pour it all into the dogs' bowls. These 2 little dogs, so eager they seem almost crazy, rush to the bowls, start gobbling and sniffing loudly. I glance at them briefly and then ignore them, still having my own meal to finish. Currently, the large bowl only contains thick soup and a small amount of dried green beans. I pour all the remaining rice into the bowl. Then I stir it with an iron spoon until it becomes sticky rice. I scoop it into my mouth spoon by spoon and eat it all. The taste is similar to watching a food show where people eat hot rice. The sticky mouthfuls go down smoothly and are very satisfying. After finishing everything and rinsing the bowl, I take a hot shower. Cooking earlier created a lot of smoke, and I don't want to sleep smelling like smoke. Once I am clean and refreshed, I go to the small Western-style room to pick up a novel. I sit on the heated brick bed, lean against the wall, place the book on the bedside table, and turn the pages one by one. I read while fiddling with my slightly damp hair. When my hair is completely dry, and I have turned 6 or 7 pages, I start feeling sleepy. Carefully, I close the book, take out a pillow, and lie down directly on the heated bed. Covering myself with a soft quilt, I gently fall asleep. I believe there are many kinds of sleep. One is very tired, falling into deep sleep. Another is anxious, forcing myself to sleep by telling myself to relax and shutting down my brain stiffly. And the third is this gentle kind of sleep, where emotions are calm, the mind is soft and relaxed, with a slight sense of tiredness, naturally drifting into dreams. I like this gentle sleep the most. The surroundings make me feel safe. There's nothing particularly sad or happy happening. I just fall asleep quietly, feeling content and hopeful about the future, without rushing, satisfied with the present. I think this gentle sleep is the best affirmation of my current end-of-the-world life. No panic, no fear, no pain or cold, no scheming, just daily life. Enough food and warmth. When I wake up, it's already 3 p.m. First, I add some honeycomb coal to the stoves to keep the house warm. Then, I brew a cup of coffee to wake myself up. I drink it while wandering around on the ground. Feeling full, warm, and well-rested, I feel completely relaxed. Although the 2 months of stockpiling now seem like a nightmare in retrospect, I am truly happy now, and I have endured through it all. While I was happily thinking, the indoor lights suddenly started flickering and then completely went out with a crack. Well, it looks like the power is out. Just a second ago, I was satisfied with the current situation. Now something has gone wrong. That's okay. This is just the unlucky person's daily life. The room was pitch dark, with only the glow from the fire in the stove providing light. Using the firelight, I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I went to the small shed to get a small backup battery. Right now, I don't need a large battery. A small one is enough to power the light. I connected the battery to the lamp, and the room lit up again. Okay, I have to admit that being in the dark was a little scary. When the light came back on, I felt more at ease. The first thing I did during the power outage was move the stuff from the big freezer to the back room. I wasn't planning to keep the big freezer powered anymore. Since there's a natural outdoor fridge, every bit of electricity used for the big freezer is wasted. Now that the power is out, I need to move the food to the back room to prevent it from melting and spoiling. It took me an hour to carry the meat from the big freezer to the back room and then clean the freezer. From now on, these 2 large freezers will also be used as storage in the kitchen. When I opened the back room door, both the kitchen and the back room were at below freezing temperatures. After finishing the move, I closed the back door tightly and hurried back to the east room to keep warm. I wrapped myself in a blanket, sat on the sofa, and warmed myself by the fire. At first, I was shivering, but as my body warmed up, I relaxed and lay down on the sofa. Then I continued to look at my phone, trying to see where the power outages were happening. At that moment, Sumi sent me another message. Chungchung, is your home without power? Are you scared? Yes, the power is out. I'm not afraid because I have a backup power source, I replied, feeling touched by Sumi's concern. That's good. I also have a backup power source at home. My mom was worried you might be scared alone, so she asked me to check. Thanks for your concern, Auntie. I'm doing pretty well now. Although their care made me feel warm inside, I didn't want to have too much contact with others. No matter who they are, too much interaction can be risky. I didn't reply to Sumi's later messages. Instead, I looked at the neighborhood group chat for residents in a southern city. Although these events no longer concern me directly, I still wanted to see what was happening. I wanted to understand what my life was like in my previous world, and it was also a way to pass the time during the end of the world. I scrolled back to the beginning of the snowstorm in the chat history. At first, there was a new announcement from the Residents Committee, posted by Aunt Zhang. Due to unusual weather conditions, the community has entered an emergency mode. To ensure everyone's food safety and warmth, the Residents Committee will manage the community supplies and distribute them to everyone. When this notice was posted, most people resisted it. Manage everything? Just do it? You took all the supplies and kept them for yourself. Are we supposed to wait and starve? A young man said this directly. It's so cold outside. How can you distribute the supplies? One household at a time? Are you willing? It sounds like you're just trying to cheat us out of food. You're so old, have some shame. The neighborhood committee hasn't done much before, and now they suddenly appear. The residents sent messages criticizing Aunt Zhang, and the matter was dropped. Next, there were chat messages where people asked for help. My child has a fever. Does anyone have medicine to reduce fever? Please, leave it outside my door. I'll go get it. Please help my child. I have some. I'll leave it outside your door soon. Come and get it. It's so cold at home. Does anyone have heating supplies? Can I stay at your place for a while? Most requests to visit others' homes went unanswered. Few people genuinely invited strangers to their houses. Moreover, now every household is cold, and few can help others. Is anyone looking to share a place to live? A girl with a red profile picture posted this message, which I found quite interesting. Are you a girl? Me too. Maybe we can try living together. Let's chat privately. So, the two girls started talking privately. If they get along and have similar supplies, they might keep each other warm and be companions. Is there anyone living alone? Let's find someone to share a place. Two people sleeping together can stay warmer. Then, a man with a black profile picture suggested this idea. Many others agreed, and everyone started looking for a partner to share a home. After about 5 or 6 days, there was a new incident in the group. Help me. The person in apartment 305 is trying to kill me. I'm in the bathroom. Please come and save me. A cry for help suddenly appeared. Residents asked carefully which apartment he was in and organized people to rescue him. When everyone arrived, fully dressed and ready, the person who had called for help in apartment 302 was already dead. And the 305, in his words, was biting into his flesh. It turned out that when they first shared a place, neither had food. They had been starving for 5 or 6 days. Finally, the 305 went mad from hunger and, in a mental breakdown, tried to kill and eat him. Of course, he not only wanted to do it, but actually did. The residents rushing to help saw this bloody scene and all ran back home, locking their doors and windows. I saw the lively discussion in the group chat and couldn't help but shiver. It's really frightening that even at the start of this extreme cold, there are reports of people turning against each other. I don't remember if this happened in my previous life. Back then, I was cold and hungry, almost fainting, and didn't pay attention to the chaotic messages on my phone. Seeing this, I couldn't continue reading. It really affected my mood. Living alone already makes me prone to overthinking, and reading too much might lead to depression. I looked at my warm little home, feeling as if I was living in a different world, far from the extreme cold of my past life. To change my mood, and since it was time to eat, I decided to cook for myself. I usually have 2 meals a day, one good and one simpler. Today, I just had some iron pot braised dried beans for lunch, so I planned a simple dinner. I decided to make tomato and egg sauce noodles, which is easy. No need to knead or cut the noodles. I'll just use instant noodles with sauce. Since the stove and fireplace in the East Room have been burning continuously, I can use them directly for cooking, which is very convenient. First, I filled a large iron pot with water, then placed a spatula on the stove in the house. While waiting for the oil to heat, I fried 2 eggs, then set them aside. Next, I added chopped green onions and tomatoes. When the tomatoes released their juice, I added the eggs back in and stirred everything together, adding a little water, salt, and chicken seasoning. I let the sauce simmer on the stove for a while. Meanwhile, the water in the large iron pot boiled, so I added the instant noodles directly into it. As the tomato and egg sauce thickened and became more fragrant, I poured the sauce into a big bowl. While waiting for the noodles to cook, I cleaned the spatula. Then I transferred the noodles into the bowl and mixed them well with the tomato and egg sauce. The white noodles, yellow eggs, and red tomatoes blended beautifully, creating a delicious flavor. I ate a big bowl of it all. It has been 21 days since the heavy snow started. The outdoor temperature dropped to a low of -65 degrees, and at night, it could reach -70. But inside, the temperature stayed comfortable. Thanks to the strong fire, it remained above 20 degrees. The 380,000 yuan spent on renovations was definitely worth it. The insulated walls and glass kept the warmth very well. However, now the power and internet are mostly cut off all day. The snow covers the windows, and if I don't turn on the lights, the house is pitch dark, making it hard to tell day from night. Worried about lack of fresh air and oxygen inside, I open the doors and windows and also the back room door, using a stick to make some holes for ventilation. Occasionally, I receive a call for an hour or two. When that happens, I take out my rechargeable batteries and phone to charge. The 2 small batteries are enough to power my daily lighting and phone charging. Now, besides lighting the stove and feeding the chickens and dogs, I also water the vegetables every day. These tasks are now easy for me and also help me exercise. After finishing these chores, I usually find some entertainment to enrich my life. I might relax on the sofa, enjoy the fire, watch dramas, read novels, or play with a puppy. When I used to work, I often imagined living this way after retirement. I never thought that at a young age, before 30, I would already enjoy such a comfortable retired life. Compared to the loneliness from less social interaction, I mostly enjoy the peaceful feeling of being alone. While watering the plants, I noticed many tiny green sprouts emerging from the soil. This discovery made me very happy and excited, as it means I successfully started growing vegetables. Outside, it's cold and snowy, but inside, new life is thriving, filling me with hope for the future. When I feel good, I naturally want to treat myself better. After completing my daily chores, I plan to prepare some snacks to enjoy with drinks while watching dramas and sipping wine. I decided to make some spicy marinated chicken, adding a few other ingredients to make it less spicy and perfect for drinking. First, I prepare the ingredients: 10 chicken wings, 10 chicken feet, 5 chicken drumsticks, 20 chicken gizzards, chicken hearts, intestines, a bag of marinated lotus root, and 2 potatoes sliced thick. Then, I take out the largest clay pot and place it on the small stove in the kitchen's right corner. I light the stove and put in a piece of honeycomb coal. I add more than half a pot of water into the clay pot, then pour in a whole bag of chow's marinade, along with some ginger slices, bay leaves, star anise, cinnamon, soy sauce, light soy sauce, and 13 spice powder. I add these seasonings generously, as they enhance the flavor. Soon, a fragrant marinade begins to form. When the marinade boils and the aroma wafts out, it smells very good. The aroma combines chow's signature scent with other spices, creating a rich and mellow smell. At this point, I add the chicken wings, chicken feet, and other ingredients, except the potatoes, to the pot to start marinating. While the kitchen is filled with the spicy aroma, I go to the front room to set up a place for drinking. I choose the sofa and small wooden table as the venue. First, I select a few bottles of wine from the small Western-style house: 1 bottle of probiotic-flavored Rio, 1 bottle of rose sake, and a small bottle of brandy. There are 3 delicate and cute bottles of wine placed in the upper right corner of the table. A video player is tilted in the upper left corner, paused on the movie My Neighbor Totoro. Then, a small bowl of strawberry canned fruit, a small plate of pine nuts, and pecans are arranged. Beautiful wine glasses are added, completing the setup. At 20 minutes into the braising, potato slices are added, and after 10 more minutes, the braised dishes are ready. A box of jashu duck necks and various spices fill the air with a mix of meat aromas, making it smell incredibly delicious. The chicken wings, chicken feet, and chicken gizzards are taken out and placed into a large bowl, just enough to hold everything. The hot, steaming braised dishes are carried to the center of a small wooden tea table. The movie, My Neighbor Totoro, is started, and disposable gloves are worn. I begin a relaxing binge-watching and light-drinking journey. I try a piece of braised chicken wing first. The skin is soaked in sauce, and when I bite into it, the flavor of oil and sauce blends together, very tender. The lean meat in the middle of the wing is also smooth and slightly chewy, very tasty. After finishing 1 wing, I take a big sip of rose-flavored sake, such a refreshing feeling. Next, I try the chicken feet, which are firm and chewy, not too soft, with the sauce soaking into the meat, making it more flavorful with each bite. Then I bite into the intestines, splitting them open in the middle, releasing fragrant, slightly hot juice that I enjoy with the meat, very satisfying. The chicken gizzards and hearts are very flavorful, tasting of jashu's spices and various braising sauces, with a chewy texture, eaten in small bites. After a couple of bites of gizzards, I take a sip of small wine, feeling incredibly relaxed. As I continue, I start to get a bit tired of the wine, so I DIY some cocktails. I mix rose-flavored sake with a probiotic-flavored drink called Rio, making it more refreshing and tasty. A small amount of brandy mixed with Rio results in a stronger alcohol flavor, with a sweet probiotic taste blending with spicy wine aroma, making it richer. So, I keep watching the movie, drinking, and eating spicy braised dishes. When immersed in the movie, I pause my eating. I eat and stop intermittently, and the whole movie pairs perfectly with a glass of wine. When the film ends, I feel full and slightly tipsy. Sleepiness suddenly hits me, but I don't rush. I clean up the tea table, casually grab a small blanket from beside the sofa, and cover myself. I turn off the lights, and under the faint glow of the fireplace, I drift off to sleep. After about an hour, I feel a bit thirsty and decide not to sleep anymore. I turn on the light, pick up the kettle by the stove, and pour myself a cup of warm water. Since the fire is still burning, the kettle is kept warm by the heat, so the water is at a comfortable temperature. I drink a glass of water in one go, stretch lazily, and open my music app on my phone. I listen to music while starting to clean the house. There was still 2/3 of the braised dishes left in the big bowl. I covered it with plastic wrap and stored it in the kitchen cabinet, so it wouldn't spoil quickly if I wanted to eat it later. Next, I placed the wine bottles on the windowsill. I plan to keep all the empty bottles there in the future. When the bottles fill the windowsill with colorful, shining bottles, it will look special. Right now, I am full of energy. Listening to music, I swept the floor, mopped, changed the bed sheets, washed the sheets, and wiped the tables, all in one smooth flow. After finishing these chores, I was a little sweaty. Relaxing from the alcohol earlier, I felt even more comfortable. I quickly took a hot shower, then changed into new home clothes, a fresh set of thermal underwear, and a cotton vest. My body felt smooth and light. Wearing new pajamas, I felt relaxed and free. I sat at my desk, applied some snake oil for skincare, then picked up my notebook to start writing. I recorded the weather outside, how long the snow had been falling, today's vegetable sprouts, and that I had a little drink. I want to record every moment of my life now, so I can look back at these times when I have free time. I spent 3 comfortable days like this, but I noticed a problem. If the heavy snow kept falling, it should have blocked my chimney by now. But the stove and the fire pit still burn well. Does that mean the snow has stopped outside? I can't see outside, and no light comes in, which feels strange. So I plan to dig a hole from above to check if it's still snowing outside, let some light in, and get some fresh air. I thought about how to dig the hole and decided to do it near the window in the east room. First, I brought 4 large water buckets, made sure the dog's cover was secure, and put on thick clothes. Then, I opened the window and started digging a hole at the top of the window frame with a shovel. I planned to dig a hole about the size of a shovel's diameter, making it big enough to see, but not so large that it might collapse. At first, I could feel the snow was packed tightly, but since it fell in layers, it was still quite soft and easy to dig. The snow's support was good enough to prevent it from collapsing. I scooped the snow into the buckets, filling 5 buckets in total. When each bucket was full, I took it to the back kitchen to replace with a new one. Finally, I reached the top of the snow pile after digging through 5 buckets of snow. A small ray of light shines down from above, and a few snowflakes fall. Then more light comes through. I look outside from the hole, and it seems the snow has really stopped. But as soon as I open the small hole, cold air rushes in. This cold air is very strong, making the inside of the house feel chilly enough to make people shiver. However, some sunlight coming in feels quite nice. Before, it was dark all the time, and I even lost track of day and night. Being able to see whether it's daytime or nighttime outside helps me keep a regular schedule. I use a shovel to pat around the snow hole, making it tighter so it won't fall apart. Then I quickly close the window. After about 20 minutes, the inside temperature rises again. The snow I dug into the house doesn't go to waste. When it melts in the water bucket, I can reuse the water. Since the toilet's water pipe is underground, it didn't freeze. Using this water for flushing the toilet doesn't feel wasteful. Ever since I made a hole near the window, I often stand by it to look outside. I check if the weather is sunny or cloudy, and if it's snowing. There's no snow for the next 3 or 4 days, so it looks like it's completely clear now. But the outside temperature hasn't warmed up. It stays very cold, around -70 degrees. I start to feel that the small hole is too small. From above the window to the top of the snow layer, it's about 1 meter high. Even if I dig a big hole, it shouldn't collapse. So I use the shovel to make it bigger, turning it into a large hole with a 1 meter diameter. Now that the hole is 1 meter wide, the inside gets much more light. During the day, I don't need to turn on the lights anymore, and it's easier to check the weather. Then I suddenly have an idea. I dig a small hole outside the window. When I open the window, there's a vent for air and light above, and a snow cavity in front where I can put things. Wearing gloves and warm clothes, I start digging. After finishing, I build a thick layer of snow in the middle of the cavity, like stacking snow to make a small barrier. It now looks like a freezer compartment, divided into two parts. Living here is about discovering fun myself. I feel like I'm playing house as a kid. In the future, the window will be my fridge door, and outside will be my natural freezer. I don't want to leave the natural freezer empty. I think about making some ice cream and frozen strawberries and frozen peaches to put inside. That way, I can enjoy a cold dessert after dinner anytime I want. Just open the window and grab it. Dissolve sugar in warm water, then cut some orange and apple pieces and add them to the sugar water. Next, use a kitchen knife to cut some usable containers, like 10 half-liter soda cans. Pour a mixture of rock sugar water and fruit pieces into these containers, then insert half a bamboo skewer. Carefully place them outside on the windowsill in a natural freezer to freeze. Freezing strawberries and peaches is even easier. Just pour canned strawberries into a plastic container and freeze outside. Cut the peaches into smaller pieces before freezing them in the same way. At -70 degrees Celsius, they should freeze solid in about an hour. I can't keep opening the window to check, as it would make the indoor temperature too cold, so I wait 3 hours. After 3 hours, I quickly open the window and bring in a homemade popsicle. It's already frozen solid, so much that I can't easily remove it from the container. I warm it near the stove for about 5 minutes, then pull it out. The popsicle is cylindrical, with half a bamboo skewer in the middle. The top is decorated with bits of orange and apple, while the bottom is all white, like traditional ice pops. It looks good on the outside, but I need to taste it to know how it really is. I sit on the sofa and start eating the popsicle, cool and sweet. The fruit pieces taste similar to those in store-bought ice cream. The ice part is not as fragrant as usual, just sweet ice with no added flavor. But that's understandable, since no flavoring was added. In a room at about 20 degrees Celsius, a small popsicle is just right. I haven't eaten anything icy since rebirth. This is my first time, and I realize that after not eating ice for a while, it tastes especially delicious. After finishing the popsicle, I go to the back room and get some frozen pears. I place the frozen pears in the snow hole outside the east window. Not for convenience, but just to make my little freezer look more interesting. The outdoor snow activity is over. I don't plan to clear the snow from the yard. Instead, I choose to keep the house buried in snow. There are 2 reasons for this. First, burying the house in snow makes it hidden and less likely to be discovered by others. Since the snow has stopped falling, people lacking food might go out to find supplies. Although the snow on the mountain is thick and finding this place is unlikely, if someone does come, the house buried in snow will be very hard to find. Plus, I've already built a snow tunnel, so the snow won't affect my daily life. Thick snow can act as insulation. Currently, the outdoor temperature is -70 degrees Celsius, and sometimes there are strong winds howling. The snow completely covers the house, which can serve as a natural insulation layer, helping to reduce heat loss from the house. This is similar to how people in the Arctic and Antarctic build ice houses. When the weather warms up and the snow melts slowly, or if for some reason I can't tolerate the snow anymore, I will gradually clear it away. Just lying down and enjoying good food, the days of raising chickens and dogs have been comfortable for 7 days. The dogs are growing day by day and have become half-grown. They are still very playful, but they are finally starting to behave a bit more, and I no longer worry about them getting burned if they are too reckless. So I removed the cage, giving them the freedom to move around the whole house. At first, after removing the cage, they carefully sniffed around, then suddenly started running and jumping happily. Since they are still small, their little arms and legs can't reach the sofa or cause much trouble. But now, the main issue is their bathroom needs. Actually, the 2 puppies are doing quite well because they have been using pee pads in their nest since they were young. Now, wherever the pee pads are, they go to the bathroom there. However, as they grow bigger and their urination increases, and since the indoor temperature is high, the smell is getting stronger. Plus, changing the pee pads every day creates more trash, which is a big problem. So I decided to set up a designated outdoor toilet for the dogs, so they can also experience nature. Even though it's very cold, that's not important. I placed the outdoor toilet near the wood and burlap bag storage area. First, I cleared the snow in that spot. Wearing thick clothes, I used a shovel and 2 buckets to dig about 1 cubic meter of snow from the ground. I took the snow into the house in the buckets to melt and flush the toilet later. Then, I shoveled some soft snow nearby and spread it on a 1 square meter area where I will train the dogs to go to the bathroom in the future. When this area gets more waste, I will shovel it to one side and pile it up. When the weather warms up and the snow melts, I can use the dog waste directly as fertilizer for planting crops and vegetables. After building the outdoor toilet, I went back inside to prepare outdoor clothes for the dogs. First, I will make them a warm coat, then 4 pairs of shoes. I looked at some tutorials I saved online and followed the instructions to knit a thick sweater for the dogs. I decided to start with the simplest knitting method, which is the flat stitch. At first, it was very hard. Every row took a lot of effort, and I kept making mistakes while knitting. I kept unraveling and reknitting all day, but I didn't make much progress. On the second day, I became a little more skilled at knitting sweaters. Once I fully mastered the flat stitch, I felt confident to watch shows while knitting. Maybe because I was clumsy, I still made mistakes on the second day and ended up with a piece of yarn fabric full of holes. On the third day, I started over. This time, I was more skilled, and I could watch shows while knitting without errors. Besides chores like feeding the chickens and dogs, I managed to knit a neat piece of fabric in the morning. Looking at this fabric, I felt proud. All the hard work over the past days was worth it, and I was ready for the next step. I held the fabric against the dog to mark where the 4 paws should go. Then, following a tutorial, I started knitting the sleeves. On the third day, I finished a complete dog sweater. On the fourth day, I knit a second sweater. I decided to make just 2 sweaters, 1 for each dog. Now that I am more skilled, I can knit more for them during boring days. Right now, my main task is to make 2 more jackets for the dogs. I took out fabric I bought at the curtain store, 1 soft lining fabric and a piece of leather for the outer layer. Then, I gathered about a pound of cotton and prepared to make the dog coats. Following the tutorial, I drew the shapes on the fabric with a pen. After cutting the pieces, I spread a thick layer of cotton on the lining fabric. Next, I cut the leather fabric and laid it on top of the cotton. Gently, I lifted the 3 layers, lining, cotton, and leather, and sewed them together carefully. Then, I stitched the necessary parts as shown in the tutorial. Finally, I finished 2 dog coats, warm but not very pretty. I think making coats was much easier than knitting sweaters. I finished 2 in a day. Lastly, I made dog shoes. Using the same method, I layered 3 pieces of fabric, sewn them inside and out, and quickly finished 8 shoes. After all the shoes were done, I didn't rush to take the dogs outside. Instead, I let the dogs wear the shoes and sweaters for 2 days to get used to them. It was clear they had trouble adjusting. The 2 little dogs, each with 8 shoes, ran in different directions. I really experienced what it feels like when running around becomes a mess. Even so, I didn't get upset about them taking off their shoes. Instead, I tried to help them adapt better. Surprisingly, the dogs adapted quickly. By the second day, walking in shoes, they no longer moved awkwardly. Since they were more coordinated, I didn't force them to wear shoes all the time at home. However, they still kept their sweaters on. They often run around different rooms, but except for the breeding room and the east room, the others are quite cold. Especially the small west room, where the temperature is around 10 degrees Celsius. To prevent them from catching a cold, it's good that they often wear sweaters. Xiao Di wears a sky blue sweater, and Xiao Gua wears an orange-yellow one. On the 4th day after making the clothes, I finally planned to take them outside for a walk. I put on a padded coat over their sweaters and put on their 4 shoes, then opened the front door and called the dogs to come out. To my surprise, they didn't shy away from the cold as I expected. They were very excited to see the outside world. They sniffed around and even marked spots on the snow walls on both sides. Maybe, subconsciously, they knew this wasn't home but outside. Since they were dressed warmly, they didn't feel uncomfortable and happily ran into the snow tunnels. When they reached the area near the woodpile and the makeshift toilet I set up, that was about the end of their outdoor adventure. I had laid a pee pad nearby so they could realize it was the same as the indoor pee pad and go potty there. Sure enough, both dogs peed a little on it. The next day, I took them outside again for fresh air, and they peed on the same pee pad. On the third day, I removed the pee pad, and they naturally went to the same spot to do their business. I was very happy and surprised. Training dogs to go potty in a specific place is actually quite simple. Of course, I also think my two dogs are pretty smart. From that day on, I removed the indoor pee pad, and they never peed inside again. Instead, they waited for the scheduled outdoor potty time. Sometimes, if they suddenly need to go, they will whimper in front of me and tug at my pants to lead me to the door. I never imagined my dogs could be so clever. Could it be that the legendary dogs that understand humans are just mysteriously brought into my care? I'm so proud of them, haha. Soon after the dog learned to urinate in a designated spot, our family received another happy news. The vegetables I planted are ready to be harvested. The chives have grown tall, the cilantro has developed mature leaves, and the bok choy is also ready to eat. The immature ones have also grown quite large now. Watermelon and grapevines are climbing everywhere. I even went to the side room to find 2 wooden sticks, specifically to help the watermelon and grapevines climb. Once secured, the vines have reached my chest height. The greenery in the house seems to have increased suddenly, making the scene look lush and fresh, and the air feels a bit clearer. After setting up the trellis for the vines, I decided to have a vegetable tasting session today. I cut half a basin of chives. Since the eggs are all used up, I plan to make dumplings with a meat and 3-flavor filling. First, I prepare the dough. I scoop 2 bowls of flour, add a little salt, then gradually pour warm water while mixing. Finally, I knead it into a dough and set it aside to rest. While the dough is resting, I make the dumpling filling. I wash the chives thoroughly and chop them finely. Next, I select a piece of pork with a good balance of fat and lean meat, then grind it into meat paste using a manual grinder. I put the fattier pork into a large bowl, then add a big spoonful of soy paste and some soybean oil. I also add 13 spice seasoning, chicken essence, soy sauce, and oyster sauce, then pour in a large spoonful of hot water and start mixing. The hot water melts the fat into flavorful oil, making the dumplings smell delicious and juicy when cooked. Once the pork fat and spices are well combined, I add the chopped chives and other meat. Then, I vigorously stir everything together in one direction until it's well mixed. When the filling, chives, and seasonings are fully blended, the filling is ready. This is my mom's way of making dumplings. In the past, I could never replicate my mom's taste when making dumplings. Finally, I realized that the problem was in the steps of preparing the filling. You should first pour hot water over the pork fat and soy paste, then add the main ingredients. This makes the dumpling filling taste much better. After preparing the filling, I boil water and start wrapping dumplings. I take the rested dough, roll it into long, snake-like strips, then cut into small pieces. I roll each piece into a round wrapper. Next, I fill the wrapper with the appealing, sticky filling, pinch it into a nice shape, and make a plump, white dumpling. I repeat the process, and by the time the water boils, I have wrapped 25 dumplings. There are some filling and dough left, but I decide not to make more. I cover the leftovers with plastic wrap and place them in the cupboard. In the evening, I can make some small wontons or pan-fried stuffed pancakes to eat. Pour out a little hot water, then add 25 plump, white dumplings into boiling water to cook. After 10 seconds, gently stir with a spoon to prevent sticking. Cover and cook for a while. Pour the hot water into a clay pot and place it on the stove in the east room. Go to the back room and fetch some hot pot meatballs, then add a little chicken essence and salt. Pick some small bok choy leaves, wash them clean with water, and toss them directly into the clay pot. At this time, the dumplings should also be uncovered and cooked further. After opening the lid, add a bit of cold water and cook for another 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, use a spoon to transfer all 25 plump dumplings onto a plate and bring them to the dining table in the east room. Then, take the clay pot off the stove and place it on a heat-resistant mat on the table. Make a tasty dipping sauce for the dumplings by mixing soy sauce, vinegar, and crushed dried chili peppers, my favorite sauce for dipping dumplings. As the saying goes, a wife should marry a chubby man, and dumplings should be eaten hot. I can't wait to pick up a round, plump dumpling, dip it in the sauce, and take a bite. It's fresh, fragrant, and delicious. The rich, oily flavor of pork paired with the spicy aroma of chives balances the greasiness of the pork and the spiciness of the chives, making it taste savory without being greasy. The dumpling wrapper dipped in vinegar and chili powder, combined with the slightly hot sensation from the chili, creates a tingling feeling in the mouth. But with the fragrant meat filling, this slight pain becomes a stimulating experience that makes you want to eat more. I keep eating 7 or 8 dumplings in a row, then serve myself a bowl of meatball and bok choy soup. The soup is also slightly warm. I blow on it and sip happily. The bok choy is freshly grown, crunchy, and tender when bitten. Since no heavy seasonings are added, the aroma of the bok choy mixes strongly with the scent of the hot pot meatballs. It tastes light yet flavorful. After finishing a small bowl of bok choy soup, I break out in a light sweat on my forehead. Feeling the warmth, I continue eating dumplings. I eat up to 18 dumplings before I can't eat any more, leaning back in my chair with a big belly. They are so delicious. If my stomach allowed, I would definitely finish the remaining 7 dumplings too. After sitting and daydreaming for a while, I get up to clear the dishes. I crush the remaining 7 dumplings into 14 half-sized ones and put them in the dog's food bowl. When the dogs smell the meat, they stop lying by the fire and rush over to start eating the dumplings in the bowl. The 2 dogs quickly finished all the dumplings. They even licked the remaining small bits of meat on the bowl with lingering satisfaction. I shook my head, thinking they are really 2 little food lovers. After cleaning up the dishes, it was another relaxing day. I brewed myself a large cup of milk tea. Sitting on the sofa, I read a book while drinking. Little D and Little Gua both stood on their front paws, which are now as high as my knees. Seeing me sitting on the sofa reading and drinking milk tea, they stopped playing by themselves. They came over and rubbed against my calves, wagging their tails and making soft whining sounds. I understood their hint. They just wanted me to pet their little heads. I put down my book with one hand and reached out with the other to pet Little Gua's head. Little D saw this scene and immediately became unhappy, whining even louder and more vigorously. Seeing how jealous they looked, I couldn't help but find them adorable, so I picked him up and placed him on my lap. I let Little D lie on his back, with his belly facing me. While petting his soft belly, I talked to him. "What's wrong, Little D? Do you just love being petted?" Hearing my gentle voice, Little D squinted his eyes happily, and his ears turned into airplane ears. But at that moment, the other dog by my feet started to make trouble again. Yes, Little Gua also wanted a hug. He pushed against my thigh, and when I didn't respond, he turned his head toward Little D. He made a low growling sound, as if warning him to stay back. Seeing how much these 2 little ones love me and compete for my attention, I couldn't help but laugh. Reluctantly, I held both of them on the sofa, one lying down on one side, and they finally behaved. As the sky gradually darkened, I held a book, enjoyed the warmth of the fire, and sipped hot milk tea. The 2 dogs were sleeping peacefully on the sofa, one on each side. At this moment, I felt incredibly safe and comfortable. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this month, besides the daily chores of tending the stove and feeding the chickens and dogs, there was only eating and drinking. Life was simple, but I felt peaceful and fulfilled. However, some small changes at home still made me very happy. Now, 2 big events were approaching. The first was that the watermelons and strawberries I planted had ripened. The second was that my birthday was coming soon. I decided to combine these 2 events into one day. On my birthday, I planned to cut a ripe watermelon and pick the first batch of ripe strawberries. I hadn't eaten fresh fruit for several months. Usually I eat apples, oranges, jelly pears, and other fruits. I haven't had the chance to try fresh fruits like these. Moreover, these are fruits I grew myself, so I want to celebrate eating them with a special ceremony. On my birthday, I woke up early to heat the stove and the heated bed, then fed the chicks and dogs. Next, I prepared a birthday feast. I made a menu: milky buns, fruit platter, cumin beef, crispy pork, bacon stir-fried with chives, and chicken stew with mushrooms. With the buns, 5 dishes, and a soup, it's enough to eat. Since I couldn't make a cake, I decided to make milky-flavored buns for myself. First, I poured 3 bowls of flour into a mixing basin. Then I added 1/3 of a bag of milk powder, 3 spoons of sugar, 2 spoons of oil, and dry yeast. Finally, I mixed everything with warm water until the batter was smooth. I covered it with plastic wrap and let it ferment on the heated bed in the yeast room. Meanwhile, I cut the beef into small pieces about the size of a mahjong tile, marinated them with oyster sauce, sesame oil, 13 spice powder, vinegar, and chopped green onions. The bacon was sliced, the chives cut into sections, and the mushrooms soaked in warm water. Once all the ingredients were prepared, I started cooking. First, I boiled the chicken in an iron pot with some oil, then sautéed chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. Next, I added the chicken pieces and stir-fried everything together. I seasoned it with soy sauce, 13 spice powder, and oyster sauce, waited until it smelled good, then transferred it to a clay pot. I added enough hot water to cover the chicken, then seasoned with salt and a little sugar. I placed the clay pot on the heated bed in the east room and simmered it on low heat. Meanwhile, the dough for the buns had already risen. I mixed it all together and kneaded it into a dough. I pinched off small pieces about the size of a fist, shaped them into round buns, and steamed them directly in the pot. While the buns steamed, I started cooking the dishes. I poured a lot of oil into a large iron spoon, fried the crispy pork until golden, then took it out and fried it again. The crispy pork was ready. I placed it on a nice plate, sprinkled some barbecue seasoning on top, and set it on the table in the east room. Next, I fried the cumin beef. I put the marinated beef pieces into hot oil, fried them twice, then drained the oil, and placed the beef on a pretty plate. I sprinkled some cumin powder on top and brought it to the table. The fried beef and crispy pork smelled very delicious, making the 2 dogs excited and jumping around. Don't throw away the used hot oil. Instead, pour it into an empty canned peach jar for future cooking use. In the pan, leave some oil at the bottom. Add chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic. When they become fragrant, add the bacon slices and cook until they smell good. Then add the chives and stir-fry briefly. Finally, add vinegar and soy sauce from the side of the pan, stir-fry briefly, and then remove from heat. At this moment, the chicken stew is almost ready. I add the soaked mushrooms directly into the clay pot to cook together. Looking at the time, the milky-flavored steamed buns should also be ready. I lift the lid of the large iron pot, and a rich aroma of milk and dough, along with steam, wafts out. The large buns are white, plump, round, and full. Gently pressing one with my hand, it feels very soft and bounces back. I use a spatula with one hand and gently lift one bun with my other hand, placing it into a bowl, then cover it again. I carry it directly to the table in the east room. Now only the fruit platter is missing. I walk carefully to the vegetable basin. There are 5 watermelons in the basin. I choose the biggest one, knock on it, and hear a slight echo, indicating it's ripe. So, I quickly and confidently pick the watermelon. Next, I choose the biggest and reddest strawberries, picking 11 in total. Back in the kitchen, I feel a sense of awe and silently pray that they are ripe. Must be ripe. I cut the watermelon in the middle, and with 2 fingers, I gently pull it apart. This is the crucial moment. The bright red flesh of the watermelon is fully exposed to the air, accompanied by its fresh aroma. The flesh is red with a hint of pink, and the seeds are dark brown. This shows the watermelon is indeed ripe, but not fully. Fully ripe watermelon seeds should be completely black. But that's okay. It's good enough if it's ripe. I don't need perfection. Carefully, I cut the watermelon into small pieces. I eat the small corner piece directly to taste if it's sweet. It's fragrant, juicy, and indeed very sweet. I'm so happy. This is the first watermelon I've grown myself and the first I've eaten. I wash the strawberries and place them on the same plate as the watermelon, each taking up half the space. Then I put the fruit platter on the table. The birthday feast is now complete. Each dish looks very appetizing. The fruit platter's colors are tempting. The cured meat stir-fried with chives is vibrant green and red. The crispy pork is golden and crunchy, and the cumin beef has a rich color. Every dish looks especially delicious. I couldn't help but take a photo with my phone to remember this moment. My first birthday since the harsh winter apocalypse. I pick up a milky-flavored bun and take a bite. It's very soft, with a strong milky taste. Chewing carefully, I notice a distinct sweetness. I picked up a piece of chicken leg meat. The chicken skin is soft and sticky, and the meat is chewy. This is a characteristic of farm chicken. Even after long cooking, it remains firm and chewy, not overly soft. The chicken is well-flavored from the stew, and the seasoning adds a nice aroma, giving the chicken a special taste. I couldn't wait to pick up a mushroom. The mushroom is soaked in soup and tastes crispy when eaten. Then I eagerly wanted to try the cured meat stir-fried with chives. The cured meat is salty and fragrant, and the chives are sweet. It's chewy and has a crispy texture, making it really delicious. Cumin beef needs no explanation. The outside is crispy, and the inside is tender and soft. The more you chew, the more flavorful it gets. The cumin aroma makes it irresistible. The small crispy pork is also crispy on the outside and tender inside, but the flavor is different. You can taste the crunchy, fragrant fried food in the small crispy pork, which is also very good. After eating fried food, I felt a bit greasy, so I quickly ate a piece of watermelon and a strawberry. It felt cool and refreshing, which was very satisfying. When I finished eating, I finally served a bowl of chicken soup. The chicken soup wasn't very salty. I took a bite of bread and sipped some chicken soup. It smelled so good it almost made my eyebrows curl. This is full of nutrition, something others wouldn't even dare to think of during a harsh winter apocalypse. Finally, I had a satisfying meal. Except for the stir-fried cured meat with chives, most of the other dishes were left over. But there's no need to worry. Since cooking this was so troublesome, I made extra. The chicken stew with mushrooms can be reheated for the next meal, which is more convenient. The cumin beef and small crispy pork can be eaten as snacks until they're gone. After eating and drinking enough, the two little dogs, hungry, started whining. I added a bit more chicken to the chicken soup, tore apart 2 large buns, and mixed them in. Then I put everything into their bowls. They immediately pounced on it, devouring it all in no time. I felt very happy with my birthday meal. Finally, I wished myself a happy birthday. More than half a month after my birthday, the chickens at home started laying eggs. Since the end of the world, a few chickens have died. Some were crushed in cages, and others died mysteriously while sleeping. I don't really know the reason, but I'm sure it wasn't because of disease. Otherwise, all these chickens would have been affected. Now, there are 12 chickens left in the cage, 3 black chickens, 7 hens, and 2 roosters. This morning, when I was feeding the chickens, I suddenly found 2 eggs in the nest. I was both surprised and happy. It's been 2 months since we last ate eggs from our chickens. Finally, the chickens are laying eggs again, so I can continue my egg-eating journey. Because I didn't know which chicken laid the eggs, I looked at all the hens with loving eyes. The chicks should eat more and lay more eggs. Today, I took extra care to feed the chickens. I found these 2 eggs and planned to enjoy them. First, I cracked 1 egg into a bowl. The eggs from the chicken I fed are different. Yolk very yellow, whites very clear. They look very delicious. I used chopsticks to stir the egg, added warm water, and steamed it in a pot to make egg pudding with rice. I haven't had egg pudding with rice for a long time. I really crave this dish. The other egg I fried in a pan, another way I really like to eat eggs. Once both eggs are cooked, I mix the egg pudding evenly into the rice. I take a big bite with a metal spoon. The egg pudding is still a bit hot, with a rich, oily aroma and a light fragrance. It's sticky and mixed with the rice, and the taste is very satisfying. I start eating the fried egg from the edges, nibbling little by little. The edges are crispy, and the yolk in the middle is soft and sticky. After finishing a fried egg, I feel very happy. I look forward to tomorrow, hoping I can find more eggs. When I wake up in the morning, I hear the hen clucking. Before, I thought it was just hens calling, so I didn't pay much attention. Now I realize the clucking is because they are laying eggs. I quickly feed the chickens with some grain, glancing into their nest from time to time when the hens aren't looking. Today, I found 3 eggs in the nest, which means the hens are starting to lay eggs regularly. I collected the 3 eggs, but I didn't eat them today. My grandma does the same. Collected eggs don't have to be eaten right away. They can be stored little by little, gradually filling a big box. As long as there's stock at the bottom of the box, whenever the stock is used up, the hens will lay new eggs. This way, I can always have eggs available. Over the next month, the number of eggs in the nest sometimes increased. After a month, I was able to collect 7 eggs each day. 2 of the eggs are green, probably laid by a black chicken. So I have 3 hens and 1 black chicken that don't lay eggs. I don't know why they don't lay eggs or which one specifically. But that doesn't matter. I just hope they get healthy soon. So I feed them more carefully every day. 7 eggs a day are enough for me. Enough for myself and for the puppies to eat. In this situation, I can save a few more each day. I feel very wealthy now. Growing vegetables and raising chickens for eggs has helped me achieve sustainable living. I even doubt that I could survive well without any other supplies. The eggs are now enough for me, but the greens are a bit scarce and take 1 or 2 months to grow. Thinking of this, I plan to plant the remaining pots fully. Chives are delicious, so I will plant another pot. I also want to grow garlic, cilantro, and green onions as main seasonings. Finally, I planted all the remaining space with fruit trees. Since fruit takes a long time to mature, I planted different types at different times so I can enjoy fresh fruit regularly. This way, I can get vitamins and satisfy my cravings at the same time. Lately, I've grown tired of stir-fried and stewed dishes and really want to eat grilled meat. I imagine thin slices of beef grilled on a stove until they release fat, then wrapped with garlic slices and lettuce. Recently, a new batch of lettuce has just matured, and it's perfect for wrapping grilled meat. No waste at all. The biggest problem is I don't have charcoal for grilling. I overlooked this when stocking up before. So I went to the small shed's bookshelf to look for books on making grilling charcoal. It took nearly 20 minutes, but I finally found the method. Making charcoal from wood is simple. I decided to try it myself. The wood I got from the lumber yard is all raw logs, which are the best material for making charcoal, according to the book. I placed the logs into an iron water barrel and covered it with an iron lid. I sealed the contact points with mud and poked a few holes in the lid. Then I put a full barrel of wood into a fire to burn. My stove is perfect for this. Since the barrel has holes, it shouldn't explode. It won't threaten my stove either. The fire inside the stove started early in the morning, so I didn't need to light another fire, just put the barrel in. I watched the small air holes on the barrel. Steam and smoke kept coming out. When the steam and smoke stopped, the charcoal was ready. I carefully pulled out the barrel and let it cool on the kitchen floor for an hour. Then I opened the lid to check the charcoal. It's black and shiny. Tapping it produces a crisp sound typical of good charcoal. I'm very satisfied. It looks like the charcoal was made very well. This large barrel of charcoal should be enough for 3 or 4 barbecues. Now I need to make a grill grate for cooking. I took the wire fence I bought earlier and used pliers to remove many of the wires. Then, I carefully bent the wires into a square-shaped mesh. This task was really difficult. It tired my hands, and shaping it bit by bit was very tedious. It took until nightfall to finish making a barbecue grill. Feeling too exhausted, I lost the desire to continue grilling meat, so I only ate a bowl of instant noodles. However, I still needed to eat the next day, so before bed, I prepared the meat I would need for tomorrow. Since the back room can reach temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius, I always thaw the meat in advance. Otherwise, it's impossible to cut directly. For my first barbecue, I wanted to eat the best beef. So, I didn't choose the meat bought later at the supermarket, but instead planned to eat the top-quality beef from the Japanese restaurant. I brought the premium beef I bought from the Japanese restaurant into the kitchen and also melted the seasonings. I was waiting for morning to wake up and start marinating the meat for grilling. The next morning, I started by heating the stove and feeding the chickens. Then I prepared the ingredients for the barbecue. I sliced half a pound of Angus beef and half a pound of beef ribs. I marinated 5 chicken wings with Orleans seasoning. The Angus beef was marinated with seasonings brought back from the Japanese restaurant. I sliced potatoes, prepared a small plate of hot pot meatballs and bacon. I picked some large lettuce leaves from the vegetable basin, sliced garlic, and chopped green onions. I also prepared lettuce sauce, barbecue sauce, and dried chili peppers. After getting everything ready, I started preparing the barbecue. Since I didn't have a suitable container, I decided to use the grill directly. I poured charcoal into the grill and placed the wire mesh I made yesterday on top. After lighting the charcoal, I brought over a homemade tree stump stool and a heated table. I placed the table next to the grill, with the prepared ingredients, seasonings, and utensils on it. To my left front was the table, and to my right front was the grill. Now, the delicious Japanese barbecue was about to begin. I brushed some oil onto the wire mesh with a brush. Then, I used tongs to pick up a slice of marinated Angus beef and placed it on the grill. A slight sizzling sound and a bit of oil smoke rose. The Angus beef responded to the high heat of the charcoal. As the beef gradually shrank, I flipped it over with the tongs, which made another sizzling sound along with a little more oil smoke. Suddenly, the whole room filled with the aroma of grilled beef, and I could even hear the dog frantically scratching at the bedroom door. The other side of the fatty beef is no longer bright red but a light pink, like cooked beef, with brown grill marks on top. It looks very delicious. Once the other side of the beef is cooked, I can't wait to pick up a piece of grilled meat. The Angus fatty beef has rich fat that shrinks slightly after being grilled over charcoal, with caramelized fat that has a mild, milky aroma. I don't need any sauce. I just put the meat directly into my mouth. High-quality Angus fatty beef melts in your mouth and even tastes a little sweet. Chewing slowly until swallowing, I keep savoring the rich flavor of the beef fat. Piece by piece, I enjoy the grilled meat, eating about 7 or 8 slices of Angus beef before I feel satisfied. Then I decide to try some grilled beef with dipping sauce. Half of it is beef ribs and the other half is Angus fatty beef. The Angus beef is sliced thin and cooks faster because of the fat. The beef ribs are long strips that take a bit longer to cook. So, I turn the beef ribs on the grill while placing the cooked Angus beef into a bowl. I have various ways to enjoy grilled meat. Dipping it directly in barbecue sauce, or wrapping a piece in garlic and eating it. Or wrapping lettuce, scallions, garlic slices, and beef together in a big bite. Each method has its own delicious taste, making me feel very happy, almost wanting to dance with joy. I haven't had such fragrant beef in a long time. I'm worried that these several pounds of top-quality beef will be gone soon, and I won't be able to enjoy it anymore. But eating a little at a time, I can enjoy this beef for a long time. Putting aside worries, I indulge in the beef life. I pick up a cooked beef rib and just put it in my mouth without any sauce. The beef rib is chewy, but since I grilled it tenderly, it's easy to bite through. The beef ribs are lean, so each bite is full of lean meat, and the more I chew, the more flavorful it becomes. The unique texture of the beef ribs excites me. Once I've had enough of eating plain, I start adding garlic cloves, barbecue sauce, or wrapping them in lettuce for different flavors. Unconsciously, I've finished half a pound of beef ribs and half a pound of Angus fatty beef by myself. Of course, I leave a few pieces for the dog later. Then, using the greasy grill rack, I start grilling potatoes, meatballs, and bacon. At this time, I find 2 flatbreads in the back room. Once the potatoes, bacon, and other grilled items are cooked, I put everything on a plate. Then I place the 2 flatbreads on the grill rack and use the remaining charcoal fire to toast them. While grilling the flatbreads, I enjoy eating grilled potatoes, meatballs, and other grilled foods. When the flatbreads are ready, I've already eaten about half of what's on the plate. Then, I spread lettuce sauce on the flatbread, sprinkled some barbecue seasoning, added dried chili peppers, green onions, garlic slices, lettuce, and potato bacon hot pot meatballs. Next, I rolled everything up with the flatbread, creating a large wrap about arm thickness. Is this what they call a big wrap that covers everything? Looking at the big wrap in my hand, I smiled generously twice. Then I opened my mouth wide and took a big bite. 1 word, delicious. 2 words, satisfying. 3 words, absolutely fantastic. There's nothing in the world that tastes better than this bread. The crispy outside and soft inside of the flatbread, paired with the soft potatoes and fragrant hot pot meatballs with bacon, is simply perfect. Plus, the fresh lettuce adds a nice touch to cut through the richness. This is a perfect wrap only found in A Wonderful Life. I was so captivated by the aroma of this big wrap that I couldn't speak clearly, just biting, swallowing, and chewing one piece after another. Before long, I finished the entire big wrap. A strong feeling of fullness made me regain my senses. I couldn't continue eating the remaining flatbread and some hot pot meatballs. Eating more would cause indigestion. So, I started preparing a tasty lunch for my dogs. I tore the flatbread into small pieces, then mixed the hot pot meatballs, bacon, and beef together in a bowl with the flatbread. After mixing well, I released the two hungry little dogs. They dashed forward wildly, heading straight for the barbecue grill. It looked like they were about to topple the grill, so I loudly called out to stop them. "Little gourd, stop. Here." The two puppies immediately stopped just in front of the grill. I placed the bowl on the ground and tapped the floor. They quickly understood and ran over to me. Without much greeting, they started eagerly working on the meat. It seemed that when I was eating barbecue just now, they smelled the delicious aroma and went crazy. They didn't even bother to see what was inside the bowl, and just ate with gusto. Not to boast, but anyone who follows me ends up looking healthy and strong. In the end of the world, who can enjoy such good food? Probably only my family. I was thinking proudly, while beginning to clean up the barbecue leftovers. First, I scrubbed the grill with a steel wool pad. I had to clean it thoroughly since I worked hard to make it last time. Then I poured the remaining charcoal into the stove and put the barbecue grill back in its place. Next, I washed the pots, pans, and utensils. After everything was done, I treated myself to a warm, relaxing shower. Barbecuing is fun, but smelling of oil and smoke all over is really tiring. After taking a shower and letting my hair down, I slipped into a warm bed. In bed, I read a downloaded novel and listened to relaxing music, feeling very happy. It's wonderful to live alone and be prepared with supplies. After a sigh of contentment, I drifted into a sweet, peaceful sleep. As the Spring Festival approaches, it is a local tradition in our rural area to make a pot of tofu before the holiday. I wanted to try making something new for myself. I still had a large piece of brine from a previous purchase that I hadn't used yet. The night before, I soaked soybeans, then took out my small stone grinder. The next morning, I lit the stove and fed the chickens. I checked the soaked soybeans. By now, they had expanded and become soft. A gentle pinch with my fingers could crush them easily. This means the soybeans are properly soaked and ready for the next step. I took the soybeans to the small stone grinder I prepared earlier. I placed a bucket under the grinder's spout. Then I slowly added the soybeans into the top opening of the grinder, little by little. While adding soybeans, I also poured in water. The ratio of soybeans to water was 1:3. I turned the grinder, and the soybeans flowed down gradually. Soon, a milky white soy milk started to flow out from the spout. Grinding soybeans is a slow process, so I wasn't in a hurry. I watched a movie while grinding. It took the entire movie to finish grinding a big bowl of soybeans. Next, I filtered the soy milk to remove the soy pulp. I didn't have a special cloth bag for making tofu, but luckily I bought a large piece of fabric from Curtain World. In the basement, I picked the most breathable piece of fabric among many. I used this fabric as the cloth bag for making tofu. I laid the fabric over an empty bucket and slowly poured the soy milk through it. Once all the soy milk was in the bucket, I gathered the fabric and squeezed out more liquid. In total, I filtered about 2 large buckets of soy milk. Then I poured all the soy milk into a heated iron pot. Since I had a honeycomb coal stove to keep it hot, I didn't need to burn wood. I kept a close eye on the pot, watching the soy milk boil over. Boiling soy milk can make a mess everywhere, so I had to watch carefully. After boiling for 5 minutes, I scooped the soy milk into a water bucket. It's important to wait at least 5 minutes. If not, the tofu might have a bean smell. When I poured the soy milk into the water bucket, I deliberately kept a large bowl of soy milk for myself. This handmade soy milk is very rare and has a rich, smooth flavor, different from the usual store-bought taste. The remaining soy milk in the bucket needs to cool down. While waiting, I couldn't wait to drink my hot soy milk. I first poured a small bowl, then added a spoonful of sugar. After stirring well, I took small sips. The soy milk I made is very thick, with a strong aroma, delicious and smooth. I drank 2 bowls of soy milk, and the soy milk in the bucket probably cooled to about 80 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, I can start adding the seasoning. I dissolved the seasoned water I bought earlier from the elderly lady. Then, while stirring the soy milk, I slowly added the seasoned water. When I saw large curds forming in the soy milk, I stopped stirring. Let the curds set in the bucket for about 10 minutes, which allows the proteins to fully solidify. After 10 minutes, I took out the largest basin, lined it with a piece of cloth, and poured all the curds into it. I tied up the cloth and pressed it with a bucket of oil on top. From these 2 buckets of curds, I pressed 2 bowls of tofu. Shorter pressing time results in soft tofu. Longer pressing makes firmer tofu. I pressed 1 batch of tofu for 20 minutes and another for half an hour. Soft tofu can be steamed or stewed, with a smooth and tender texture. Firmer tofu has a different flavor, and it's also tasty when pan-fried, with a chewy texture. After the time was up, I checked the 2 large bowls of tofu. Besides the shape not being square but round, everything else was perfect. I cut the soft tofu and the firm tofu into separate bowls. These 2 large bowls of tofu will last me a long time. However, tofu doesn't last very long, so after making it, I need to figure out how to store it. Storing the firm tofu is easier. I took 4 blocks of it, cut them into small pieces about the size of mahjong tiles, and froze them to make frozen tofu. Then, I took 5 blocks of firm tofu, sliced them thickly, and fried them in a pan. Fried until both sides are golden and crispy, they become tofu skewers. In our local dialect, we call them tofu skewers, but others might call them differently. These can be sliced into thin strips for stir-frying or eaten directly with some sauce. They are also good for stewing, as they stay chewy and absorb the flavors well. I also took 5 pieces of soft tofu, cut them into small blocks, and froze them in the back storage. Take out 4 pieces of tofu, cut them into small pieces, sprinkle with salt, and place them on a large tray to dry in the sun on the heated bed. When these tofu pieces become hard and dry, they can be stored for a long time and eaten in many ways. You can eat them directly as snacks or use them in stews and stir-fries. The remaining fresh tofu, about 3 pieces, can be eaten gradually over the next few days. After preparing all the tofu, I decide to make a full tofu feast to enjoy the fresh taste. First, I make a stew with pork belly, tofu, and rice noodles. Slice the pork belly thinly and cut the soft tofu into small pieces. Heat oil in a large iron pot, add chopped green onions to release aroma, then add the pork slices and stir-fry until fragrant. Next, add a small amount of soybean paste and stir-fry. Pour in water, then add 13 spice powder, chicken essence, soy sauce, and oyster sauce. When the water boils, add the tofu and thin rice noodles. Simmer slowly for about 30 minutes until the pork, tofu, and noodles are tender and flavorful. Mix tofu residue with white flour to make a batter, then stick it to the edge of the pot to make tofu residue and flour pancakes. This way, the stew with tofu and tofu residue pancakes can be served together, similar to a hot iron pot dish. While the stew is cooking, I prepare other dishes. The freshly fried tofu skewers are plated, sprinkled with barbecue seasoning, chopped green onions, and cilantro, delicious and non-smelly stinky tofu. I originally wanted to make tofu pudding, but since I already have a stew with broth, I decide to skip the tofu pudding to avoid leftovers. Instead, I make a simple scallion and tofu salad. Chop scallions and cilantro into sections, mix with soft tofu. Heat some oil, pour it over dried chili peppers, then mix the chili oil, sesame oil, oyster sauce, and MSG into the tofu. A tasty and refreshing scallion tofu salad is ready. I have a lot of tofu residue left, but I don't plan to eat it all. I set it aside as chicken feed. Next time I feed the chicks, I'll add the tofu residue to their food to boost protein and nutrition, avoiding waste. After a while, the pork belly stew with tofu is ready. Serve a big bowl of it along with the scallion tofu and tofu skewers. This meal promises to be fragrant and delicious. The pork belly stew with tofu and rice noodles is hearty. Tender pork, smooth tofu, sticky noodles, each bite full of flavor. The scallion tofu is light and spicy, perfect for clearing the palate. The tofu skewers taste almost like street food stinky tofu, just without the strong smell. It's a perfect all-tofu feast, successfully enjoyed. Looking at the calendar, there are only 3 days left until the Spring Festival. This means I have survived 6 months alone in the harsh end-of-world winter. A person is still alive, not sick, and has even taken care of 2 dogs and a group of chickens. It feels very rewarding. However, living alone without social contact or internet makes life a bit dull. To make life more exciting and keep a good mood, it's important to celebrate traditional festivals. So, 3 days in advance, I start preparing for the Spring Festival. First, I go to the basement to pick out a set of red underwear, warm clothes, and socks, then wash them with fragrant laundry detergent. Next, I take a piece of red cloth to make 2 red cotton vests for the dogs. Using 2 layers of fabric with cotton in between, I spend half a day making 2 vests. Since I don't have red paper, I can't put up Spring Festival couplets. Instead, I cut out some red paper window decorations from red cloth to put on the windows on the festival day. When I was young, I learned paper cutting from my grandmother, and it's not hard. Just a few cuts can create a beautiful, complex flower shape. On the second day, I do a thorough cleaning of every corner of the house. I clean the windows, sweep and mop the floors, wipe tables and furniture, all day long. On the third day, I prepare ingredients for the festival meals. I make a menu for myself. According to local customs, we eat a hearty lunch and dumplings at night. For lunch, I prepare 8 dishes, and any leftovers are shared with the dogs and chickens. After careful thought, I choose 8 dishes: braised pork ribs, chicken with mushrooms, oil-braised prawns, roasted meat platter, garlic jelly, oyster sauce lettuce, stir-fried chicken gizzards, and Coca-Cola chicken wings. Today, I focus on preparing ingredients. I take out pork ribs, large chicken wings, chicken gizzards, and chicken meat from the back room and soak them in water in the kitchen to thaw. Then, I cut pigskin into small strips, add flour, and wash everything thoroughly. Next, I put everything into a clay pot with seasonings and water to cook. It cooks for 3 hours, then I pour it out into a large bowl to solidify. On the festival morning, I wake up early, heat the room, and change into a brand new red outfit. The dogs also wear red vests, and I tie a red cloth strip on each chicken's foot. Then I put up the red paper window decorations. After finishing all the preparations, I skip breakfast and start preparing lunch. I first stew the chicken with mushrooms in a clay pot, then prepare other ingredients. I cut the chicken gizzards into decorative pieces, score the chicken wings on both sides, and cut the pork ribs into small blocks like mahjong tiles. Finally, I blanch all these ingredients in boiling water from a large pot. On the left stove, I am making braised pork ribs, and on the right stove, I am preparing cola chicken wings. Once both dishes are cooked, I put them all on plates and keep them warm on the heated bed in the front room. Then I quickly fry chicken gizzards, cook large shrimp in oil, and prepare oyster sauce lettuce. All dishes are finished and ready. The rice has also been steamed. By 1 p.m., all the dishes are ready. I carefully plate each dish and set them on the table. Besides my own bowls and chopsticks, I add another set on each side, as if my parents are also here celebrating with me. I take a video with my phone and then start enjoying the New Year feast. Today is different. Instead of eating first and then feeding the dog, I give the tasty food to the dog first. Eating together makes it more fun. I find a funny New Year skit I saved earlier on my phone, watch it, laugh, and enjoy the food at the same time. The braised ribs smell delicious. The pork skin jelly is chewy and refreshing. The roasted meats are still flavorful. The chicken soup is fresh and fragrant, and the oyster sauce lettuce is crisp. I sip some sweet wine while eating. Outside, it's very cold, but inside, it's warm and steamy. The aroma of good food and wine, along with my laughter, fills the room. I don't know why, but since I was a child, I always feel very sleepy after finishing this New Year meal. This year is no different. After eating, my face feels warm, and I don't want to move. So I wash my hands, wipe my mouth, and lie down on the heated bed for a short nap. When I wake up, it's already 4 p.m., and it's getting dark. I turn on the light, and one by one, I bring the remaining dishes to the kitchen. Anything that can be combined, I put together so I can steam it later or enjoy it as a mixed dish. After cleaning the table and washing the dishes and chopsticks, I prepare a plate of fresh fruit, a plate of canned food, various nuts, seeds, candies, and snacks, plus 2 bottles of juice. I place everything on the heated bed table. Then I lean against the wall, stretch my legs into the table, and play a New Year concert I've never watched before on my phone in the middle. I watch the show, sip my drink, and nibble on nuts and snacks. I keep eating and playing until around 8 or 9 p.m. when I'm too full to continue. It's time to prepare the evening meal of dumplings. I knead the dough and set it aside to rise. Then I pick some celery from the vegetable basin, chop it up, and mix it with the meat filling to make celery and meat dumplings. Once everything is prepared, I don't rush to wrap the dumplings. I go to the East Room, hold the 2 brightly dressed dogs, take videos, and make cute poses while singing Happy New Year. But the 2 dogs looked unhappy, and their photos were not very nice. The puppies don't understand much. They only know that today their owner made tasty food and let them eat meat freely. As for what Black Sky was doing by grabbing and twisting them, they didn't understand either. So, as their owner, I should understand them. If they look unhappy, that's okay. I threw the dogs onto the ground and went to drink my beverage and watch TV. At 11 p.m., I got off the hot bed as usual. I searched through my makeup bag and found an old 1-cent coin from a long time ago. Then I started making dumplings in the kitchen. I turned up the volume of the Spring Festival Gala, listening and watching while making dumplings. At home, the dumpling filling must be big and the wrappers must be thin. I made 30 large dumplings with big fillings, and one of them had the coin inside. I boiled them at exactly 11:45 p.m. and served them at midnight. The fresh celery from the vegetable basin was tender and delicious, and the pork was juicy and tasty too. I ate 22 large dumplings and was full. The remaining 8 were all fed to the dogs. For dumplings, each was easy. If I didn't break them open to feed, they could eat one whole at a time, even without noticing the filling, swallowing the wrappers whole. After eating the dumplings, I started feeling sleepy, but I didn't really want to sleep. I continued sitting on the hot bed, eating nuts, drinking, and watching a movie. Today I watched Up, and even though I had seen it many times, every viewing made me feel happy and relaxed. Finally, I was really tired but didn't go back to my bed. I pulled a small blanket over myself and fell asleep on the warm bed. The Spring Festival was very fulfilling. Although tiring, it was full of good memories. A few days after the Spring Festival, snow started falling again. But this time, it was not a heavy snowstorm. The snow was gentle and soft. Tiny snowflakes drifted down quietly, with no wind, just falling naturally. I saw this through the corner of my windshield. Earlier, when it was windy and snowy, there was no snow accumulation in the northwest corner. That allowed me to observe the weather a bit. Inside the windshield and outside are different. It's a transition between indoors and outdoors. The temperature is still very cold, at least minus 20 degrees Celsius. I wore my coat and held a cup of hot tea. While drinking, I stood inside the windshield, looking out through the northwest corner at the snow. Later, I was so cold I couldn't stand it and had to go back to my room. Just take a quick look. There's no need to stand outside in the cold for too long. As soon as I step inside, I feel warm all over. I sit on the sofa, warm by the fire, and finish the remaining half cup of tea. I'm thinking about what to eat today. Today, I want something with strong flavors. Only very spicy and greasy foods can match a snowy day. Let's fry some fried foods. I'm planning to fry a whole chicken and some snacks like chicken wings, potato wedges, and sweet potato fries. First, I marinate a whole young chicken and chicken wings with fried chicken seasoning. To make sure it's flavorful enough, I poke small holes in the chicken with a toothpick. While the chicken is marinating, I cut 2 potatoes into wedges and 2 sweet potatoes into fries. Then I thaw 5 skewers of chicken tenders, 5 skewers of meat with bones, and 3 volcanic stone sausages. Next, I pour a lot of oil into a wok and heat it over a wood fire. When I dip the tip of a chopstick into the oil and small bubbles form, the oil is ready. I coat the fried chicken with breadcrumbs and gently place it into the hot oil. It sizzles loudly, and small bubbles form around the chicken. At this point, I also add the chicken wings along the edge of the wok. Once the fried chicken is crispy and firm, I take it out along with the wings, let it cool slightly, and fry it again. The fried chicken and wings turn a golden color and sound crispy when tapped. I sprinkle cumin powder and spicy chili powder on top. It looks very delicious. Then, I boil the potato wedges in water for 5 minutes. Afterward, I dip them in prepared cornstarch slurry and fry them. I stir occasionally to prevent sticking. When the wedges are crispy and golden, they are done. I take them out, drain excess oil, and sprinkle some barbecue seasoning for extra flavor. The sweet potato fries are prepared the same way, boiled for 5 minutes, coated with cornstarch, and fried until crispy and golden. Once done, I sprinkle some sugar on top for a sweet touch. Finally, I fry the meat with bones, chicken tenders, and sausages in hot oil until they crackle. After the first fry, I fry them again for extra crispiness. I take them out and sprinkle barbecue seasoning and chili powder. At this point, I grab 2 bottles of cola and put them in the windshield to chill. For presentation, I imitate popular online food streamers. I use a large tray lined with parchment paper. I arrange the fried chicken, wings, tenders, meat with bones, sausages, potato wedges, and sweet potato fries on the tray. It's a big, colorful plate with various shades of golden yellow, light yellow, and toasted brown. At this moment, I brought in the chilled soda, and as soon as I stepped into the windbreak, I shivered from the cold. Outside, snow was still falling. I grabbed the soda and hurried back inside. Once inside, it was warm and cozy. I sat opposite a large platter of fried foods, poured a full glass of ice-cold soda into the biggest cup. Then I found Reply 1988 to watch while I started enjoying today's meal. Duckson was eating fried chicken at home, and I was also eating fried chicken at home. First, I tore off a chicken drumstick. The outer layer was very crispy, and it was still a bit hot to hold. Gently tearing it open, the tender chicken meat inside was revealed, along with some juicy chicken broth. I couldn't wait to take a bite of the tender meat inside. The chicken thigh was soft and smooth, full of juice, and not greasy at all. Then I took another bite of the crispy outside. The crispy skin had a special fried aroma, mixed with a spicy kick from chili powder and the scent of barbecue spices, making it more delicious with each chew. It was incredibly satisfying. The potato wedges were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique potato flavor, tasting just like the ones sold outside. Dipping sweet potato fries in sugar made them even sweeter. After eating all the salty and spicy fried foods, the sweet potato fries felt especially satisfying. I had also been craving a volcanic stone-grilled sausage for a long time. The outer skin was a bit hard, and with one bite, it burst with oily juice inside. Chewing it was very satisfying. Next, I tried a super spicy chicken wing, crispy on the outside and still tender inside. Gently biting one end and pulling hard, the bone came out easily, making it very enjoyable to eat. At first, it didn't feel very spicy, but as I kept eating, it got hotter and hotter. I drank half a glass of ice-cold soda in one go, feeling the coolness, and suddenly the spiciness wasn't so strong anymore. Although I ate slowly, I eventually got a bit tired of it. After finishing the fried chicken, including the drumsticks and wings, I didn't want to eat the chicken neck or breast anymore. 2 little dogs sat by the table, watching me with big eyes for a long time. I tore off the spicy fried chicken skin and picked out the harder bones, then shredded the remaining meat and bones with my hands. I put everything into their bowls. The 2 dogs quickly finished the meat, then each grabbed a chicken leg bone and lay on the floor, gnawing on it. They held the bones with their paws, and their teeth made a crunching sound as they chewed. They looked like they were really enjoying it. Actually, I was already full, but since fried foods can be a bit greasy and tiring, I wanted something refreshing and light. So, I found a pack of cold noodles. The cold noodles were boiled in water, then cooled with cold water and mixed with sauce. After cooking, the noodles had cooled down a bit, and I felt ready to eat again. I took a big bite of cold noodles, filling my mouth completely. The sweet and spicy cold noodles are very refreshing and quickly cut through the greasy feeling from eating fried chicken. Then I took a few sips of the cold noodle soup, feeling extremely refreshed. With a belly that looks like I am 4 months pregnant, I started tidying up the leftovers. There were potato wedges, sweet potato fries, and chicken strips, all placed directly on the table instead of being taken to the kitchen. After cleaning and sweeping all afternoon, I finally finished. Finally, I took a hot shower to wash away the greasy smell of fried chicken. I changed into soft, clean pajamas that smelled of laundry detergent. Then I made myself a cup of milk tea. While letting my hair dry slightly, I sat on a chair by the dining table, drinking milk tea and watching Reply 1988. From time to time, I picked up some potato wedges and sweet potato fries to eat. After the initial greasiness, the food tasted even better now. Outside, it was still snowing. Since there was no wind, the last corner of my yard was covered in snow. It was very cold outside, but inside, the fire and the heated bed kept it warm. Wearing comfortable pajamas, I watched my show, drank milk tea, and snacked happily. There was nothing more enjoyable than this. Not long after the spring festival, I noticed the big cabbage at home might spoil soon, so I decided to make sauerkraut. I've seen my grandma and mom make it before, so I was confident I could do a good job. Since the cabbage had been stored for a while, it had dried out some, so I didn't need to dry it further. I simply peeled off the dry outer leaves and neatly stacked the cabbage inside the water jar. Layer by layer, I put cabbage and sprinkled salt, filling 2 large jars with cabbage. Then I moved a huge stone from the back room. This stone was there when I first arrived. It looked clean, heavy, and stable, so I didn't move it and kept it for future use. I scrubbed the stone thoroughly inside and out, then pressed it down on the cabbage. All I had to do was wait. Over time, the cabbage would sink and turn into sauerkraut, ready to eat. A few days later, I started planting a new batch of vegetables and fruits in the bowl. The green onions didn't need to be replanted. I just picked the leaves to eat, and new shoots would grow in a few days. Based on previous experience, I adjusted the amount of each vegetable I planted. The fermentation bed in the chicken coop had become dirty, so I dug out some of it and used it directly as fertilizer in a pot. Then I replaced the chicken's new fermentation bed, so the chicken coop remains odor-free. Recently, the mother hen has been lying directly on her eggs, and I can tell she wants to hatch chicks. But it's not the right time yet. The indoor space is limited, and if she hatches a brood, there isn't enough room for them to live comfortably. Crowding all the chickens into one coop makes everyone uncomfortable. So I made a tough decision and collected all the eggs, not leaving any for hatching. The eggs kept piling up, and I couldn't eat them all myself. The dogs also ate 2 each day. This way, I kept the house from accumulating too many eggs and maintained 2 storage boxes. One day, I suddenly craved crispy fried mushrooms, so I remembered I had several mushroom spawn packs in a small shed that hadn't been used. I took out 2 packs and followed the instructions to spray them with water daily. Soon, tiny mushrooms started sprouting densely on the spawn. One pack was for shiitake mushrooms, the other for oyster mushrooms. At first, I was very happy, but after harvesting one batch, I started to struggle. These mushrooms grow too fast, piling up in layers. Before finishing one batch, another would already be growing. Eventually, I had no choice but to pick them and dry them on the heated bed to make mushroom chips. When the end of the apocalypse comes, I really want to open a farm, raising chickens, mushrooms, and vegetables. I feel like I have a natural talent for it. Later, when life was comfortable, I discovered a new hobby, continuing to work on those small wood pieces I brought back from the lumber yard. Not the firewood pile, but the high-quality, beautifully textured wood I collected later. I laid 2 large burlap sacks on the kitchen floor, then used an electric saw to cut the textured, bowl-sized wooden sticks into 1 centimeter thick slices. I used the saw, sandpaper, and a file to shape them into my preferred forms. I heated a piece of wire and drilled small holes in the wood beside the fire. Then I strung all the different shaped pieces onto ropes and hung them on any wall in the room. Over time, my room was filled with various strange wooden decorations. They might not be beautiful or ugly, but they have a unique primitive charm. I also used a grinder to carve a round wooden ball for my dogs to chew on. I noticed they often gnawed on my furniture, probably because their teeth were itchy during teething. Thinking of this, I not only made wooden toys for them, but also planned to make some chewing sticks. I found the beef bones I had stored at the butcher shop and first simmered them in a pot. Once the meat becomes soft and tender, I place it near the stove in the chicken coop to dry and cook. I don't dry it by the fire in the main house because before the bones dry out, the 2 dogs will eat all the meat. I leave the meat near the stove for 3 or 4 days, turning it over now and then. The cow bones dry completely, and the meat sticks firmly to the bones. Then I give each dog a piece of the dried meat and bones. From then on, I often see 2 little dogs lying by the stove, holding a big bone with their paws, chewing happily. Sometimes, I even see them sleeping while holding the bones. One of the dogs, Xiao Di, is very clever. It often sneaks a quick bite from Xiao Guo's bones when Xiao Guo isn't looking. Although there's no meat left on the bones, Xiao Di feels happy just licking the bones. Whenever Xiao Guo finds out, it gets very angry and upset. Xiao Di then looks innocent and sad, and quietly takes its own bone to hide behind the vegetable basket to chew. It's a smart but mischievous little dog. I usually change their bones about every 10 days and give them fresh chew sticks on time. This has become the biggest joy for these 2 little dogs who have never seen much of the world. Sometimes, I feel like I owe them. They don't get to go out and play or see many things like other dogs did before the end of the world. But most of the time, I think they are quite lucky. While other dogs might have become food during the coldest days, these 2 can stay safe and warm inside, avoiding the harsh weather. That's a huge kind of luck, too. I live happily, though I have to keep the fire going every day, feed the chickens and dogs, and handle the trash. Especially the trash. My home only has a front door and a back door leading to a snow-covered path. I have nowhere to throw my household garbage, so I try to produce as little waste as possible. Kitchen scraps like peels, leftover rice, and vegetables all go to feed the chickens and dogs. Plastic waste is burned. Items like batteries, wires, and metal are stored in large cloth bags and piled in the back room because they are hard to dispose of. When the cold end-of-the-world days are over, I will throw all this trash away. Sorting the trash is always a headache for me. Since it's no longer snowing or windy, sometimes the power comes back and I quickly recharge the batteries. My phone occasionally gets signals, and I use those moments to search for news from around the world. I wonder if there is any information about when the extreme cold disaster will end. However, there is very little information available. I can't access those public social media platforms, and I don't know if it's due to technical issues or network problems. The WeChat owner group has only a few people talking, mostly asking for help. Since I haven't received any useful news, I no longer feel anxious. As long as I focus on living my life and wait patiently, I believe that one day, there will be a bright change. Time passes quickly. Days go by, and 2 years have already gone since the extreme cold disaster began. Most of the short-lived food has been eaten. The frozen vegetables are gone too. The meat in the back room is no longer as full as before. My 2 dogs and I have eaten about 1/3 of it. On March 7th, 2027, I suddenly felt that something was different outside. At first, when I went through the snow passage to get firewood, the ground felt damp. Later, my homemade natural refrigerator collapsed. Then I noticed that the sky above the window was visible and the snow had sunk a lot. After more than a year of maintaining the snow passage for fetching firewood, it suddenly collapsed. I started to realize that the weather might be warming up. At first, I couldn't believe this idea. But as various signs showed that the weather was indeed getting warmer day by day, I dared to believe it fully. My heart was filled with excitement, as if something was sprouting from deep inside me, impossible to hold back. If the extreme cold disaster really ends, I can take my 2 dogs and run happily across the mountains and fields. I can sit in a rocking chair and enjoy the warm sun. I can plant seeds in the real earth, watch them sprout, and see lush green vegetable fields grow. I might even become a real farmer, chatting with the farmers I once visited for pig slaughter, sharing stories and eating traditional pig dishes. This was once a simple, even trivial life I looked down on. But now I start to look forward to it. Since I realized the weather was warming, I've been daydreaming happily every day. As the snow outside melts more and more, I placed a thermometer outside. The outdoor temperature has already reached above 7 degrees Celsius. This change made me very happy, and I started shoveling snow manually. I used a large snow shovel to push snow from the door outward. Once I cleared a path, I took out the small cart I bought earlier. I fixed 4 wooden boards around the cart, filled it with snow, and pushed it to the gate. There was so much snow that a small hill even piled up at the gate. It took me 4 full days to clear the snow that was as high as my head. After I finished, I was able to let the 2 dogs out to play freely. Since they can remember, the dogs have only explored inside the house and the underground passage. They haven't seen any new places. When I first let them out after snow removal, their eyes showed hesitation and disbelief. They only peeked out shyly. Then after a while, they bravely took their first steps into the yard, looking around. Soon, they were jumping, playing, and even excitedly howling like wolves. I looked at the pile of dog waste next to the wood stack. Although I really didn't want to, I forced myself to pick it up with an old shovel and pile it together. Maybe I can use it as fertilizer later when the weather warms up and I can start planting vegetables. The weather warmed up quickly, and half a month passed. The temperature rose above 10 degrees Celsius. The sun gradually became clearer, peeking out from behind the clouds. When the sunlight shone into the yard, I took out the long-forgotten solar panels. There had been no electricity or signal at home for a long time, so I was saving power. Now that the weather is warmer, I no longer need to save electricity. As long as the weather stays good and the sun is shining, the solar panels can power the house's lights and appliances. Finally, I don't have to ride that exhausting exercise bike anymore. Over the past year, my calves have become thicker from pedaling. After installing the solar panels, I need to deal with the frozen food in the back room. The weather has been getting warmer, and the meat that was frozen solid is starting to melt. Besides the frozen hot pot meatballs, most of the other frozen semi-finished foods have been eaten. I estimated the remaining meat. There are about 400 gene, roughly 200 kilograms, of beef left, including what I bought at the butcher and the beef I later bought at the supermarket for roasting. There are about 500 gene, about 250 kilograms, of pork left. All 30 rural chickens have been eaten, leaving only some chicken wings, drumsticks, and young chickens. I have 2 large freezers that can hold about 400 gene, 200 kilograms, of food in total. I plan to store some in the freezers and find ways to preserve the rest. All the roasted beef, totaling 250 gene, 125 kilograms, has been put into the freezers, along with the regular beef. I froze 100 gene, 50 kilograms, of pork and stored all the hot pot meatballs. For the remaining beef, I plan to dry it into beef jerky. The remaining 400 gene, 200 kilograms, of pork will be made into smoked cured meat, marinated cured meat, and pork fat residue for making lard. This large amount of meat needs to be processed within 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, as the weather gets warmer, it will spoil quickly. The meat is now semi-melted and easy to cut. I plan to start with the beef, since it's tasty and expensive. Cut each piece of beef into strips about the width of 2 fingers. I don't cut very precisely to save time, just make them roughly the same size. Once all the beef is cut, put it into a large basin. Pour in some soy sauce, oyster sauce, dark soy sauce, 5-spice powder, sugar, and salt, then mix well. Then, place these basins in the corner and let the beef marinate for a while. At this time, quickly cut the pork. Since the pork was pre-cut by the farmer, there's no need to cut 300 gene of pork. The smoked and cured pork are whole blocks, and the farmer cut them into suitable-sized pieces. Pick out a lot of fat and a small amount of lean meat, totaling about 100 gene, and slice into small pieces. Heat up the large iron pot over the fire, then add 50 gin of fat and sliced pork into the pot. I was worried the pot wouldn't hold 50 gin of pork, but it fit easily. Stir constantly with a spatula to render the pork fat. When the pork fat turns clear and shiny, and the meat in the pot dries out and hardens, the pork fat is ready. Pour the pork fat into a large basin to cool. Once cooled, gradually pour it into an empty soybean oil barrel. Dividing the 100 gin of pork into 2 batches, I rendered out a total of 3.5 barrels of pork fat and a large bowl of pork cracklings. The pork cracklings smell so good I couldn't resist and ate a piece. It was still hot, crispy when bitten, and filled with the rich aroma of warm fat. Feeling exhausted, I took out some barbecue seasoning and garlic chili sauce and poured them into a plate. I used my hands to dip the pork cracklings and eat. The lean meat is chewy, like beef jerky. The fat, after being rendered, isn't greasy, and it's crispy and fragrant. I kept eating until I made a small hole in the basin, then stopped. I sprinkled salt evenly over the pork cracklings and left them to air dry. I hope this way they will last longer. By now, it was almost dark, and I was completely exhausted. It felt like I was back at the beginning, stocking up. I nervously checked the remaining 300 gin of pork in the back room. Although some of it had started to melt on the outside, the inside was still frozen together, so I thought it could last a bit longer. Then I quickly washed off the greasy smell from rendering pork fat and lay down on the Kong, heated bed, to sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling very tired. I took out the strongest thread, threaded a needle, and skewered the marinated beef into meat skewers. Then, I made a simple clothesline inside the windscreen using wire and wooden sticks. I wrapped 2 wires around the top of the windscreen and hung a wooden stick to create a basic clothesline. I made 3 such clotheslines inside the windscreen. I took one end of a clothesline, hung a beef skewer on it, then covered it with another. With 3 rows of clotheslines, I could hold all the beef skewers. Now, the inside of the windscreen was filled with hanging meat. Every time I walked past in the past few days, I was startled because it looked very intense. Once the beef was hung, it wouldn't spoil, which made me feel relieved. Next, I brought over a large jar of pickled vegetables and started making cured meat. Curing meat is simple and a common method among people in eastern Meng province. I dried the moisture off the pork, then coated it with salt, stacking the pieces in layers inside a water tank. Then I sealed it tightly. This way, the meat wouldn't spoil. When I want to eat it, I just wash off the salt and cook or fry it. I don't know how long this meat can be stored, so I only cured 100 gin, about 50 kilograms. The remaining 200 gin, about 100 kilograms, of pork was prepared for smoking. Before smoking, I coated all 200 gin with salt and placed it in a large basin, pressing it down with something heavy. At this point, I felt I didn't need to worry much anymore and didn't have to work early or late. Since the 200 gin of pork was curing, it wouldn't spoil for many days. So, I started looking seriously for a place to build a smoking room. I hesitated for a long time about where to do the smoking. At first, I thought about the back room, but I didn't want to blacken it with smoke, so I gave up. Then I considered one of the west side rooms, but the 3 west rooms were very organized, and I didn't want to mix things. Finally, I decided to build my own smoking room. Because I had burned a lot of firewood and straw over the past year, there was a cleared space in the yard. I decided to build the smoking room there. I connected a battery to a nail gun. I gathered some wooden planks and started working. The house didn't need to be very sturdy, just shaped properly. First, I marked out a 4 square meter area on the ground. Following this square outline, I built a 3-layer brick wall on 3 sides, each about the same height. After stacking the bricks, I laid a piece of wire mesh I had bought earlier on top. I built the walls into a small house shape using wooden planks, nailed together with a nail gun. I left one wall without nails so I could open it any time, like a door. Inside the small house, I nailed nails everywhere, even on the roof, making it dense with nails. After finishing my work, it was already dark outside. Luckily, the pork needed to be marinated, so I decided to wait until tomorrow to start smoking the cured meat. The next day, I hung the pieces of pork onto nails inside the small house. Then, I placed some wood blocks under the bricks and wire mesh and lit a fire. Burning fire is my best skill. I am very experienced at it. However, using open flames for smoking cured meat is not safe. The most authentic method usually involves pine or fir branches, but I am not brave enough to go out now, so I can only use wood blocks for smoking. After lighting the wood, I poured a little water on top, which created thick smoke. Once the smoke started, I went inside and found an old sheet to hang outside the small house, creating an extra layer. I checked the wood and charcoal under the wire mesh from time to time to see if it was burning. Whenever the fire got too strong, I sprinkled a little water to put it out. The beef jerky has been hanging for 2 days and is starting to dry. While watching the smoke and timing the smoking process, I took down all the beef jerky. I placed it in an iron pot and started steaming on high heat. After steaming for 60 minutes, I hung the beef on the clothesline outside the windbreak. Once steamed, the beef was cooked. It just needed to dry a bit more before eating. The cured meat was smoked for a day and a night. I wasn't sure if the smoking was perfect, but I had already smoked it until it looked like old leather. My 2 small yellow dogs had also turned a dark, aged color from the smoke. Seeing that the cured meat looked good, I decided to stop smoking. Next, I hung the smoked cured meat on wire racks inside the house, in addition to the 2 other rooms, except for the western wing where I store cold briquettes. I arranged the racks with the reddish, smoked meat. Leaving it like that, it should last a long time. After finishing these tasks, I felt completely relaxed. All the frozen foods were taken care of, either frozen, rendered into oil, or made into cured, dried, or smoked meats. Once I finished all this, I decided not to work anymore for now. I have no plans to plant vegetables, grow grains, or move the chicken coop at the moment. I am unsure whether the warming trend is temporary or if the extreme cold disaster has truly passed. So I plan to wait and watch for a while longer. When I am certain that the extreme cold is over, I will start planning how to live normally in better weather. I observed for another half month, during which the temperature slowly rose to above 14 degrees Celsius. Finally, I was convinced that the extreme cold disaster had ended. Next, I will welcome the arrival of spring, with flowers blooming and everything coming back to life. Most of the snow outside has melted completely, and most of the water has flowed down the small slope outside the door. I don't mind a small amount of water. It dries quickly in the sun. After the snow melts and the soil dries out a bit in the sun, the roads will be passable. But the extreme cold disaster has just ended, and power and internet haven't been restored yet. I don't know what the outside situation is like now, so I don't plan to go out for a short time. I'll wait until I hear some news before making any plans. Since the weather has warmed up, I plan to move the chicken coop outside. There is an open space between the west wing and the main house. I haven't stored anything there, and it's not very big, just enough to make a chicken coop. Behind it is a mountain wall, with a small west house wall on one side and the west wing wall on the other. I will enclose the space with wire mesh between the west house wall and the west wing wall, creating a closed chicken coop. I will take out another chicken cage that my older brother once gave me and place it in the corner near the west wing wall. Then I will catch the chicks one by one and put them in this open area. At night, I will let them return to the cage to sleep. During the day, they can roam freely in this small yard. At first, the chicks were a bit scared, just like when the puppy first discovered the yard. But they soon stopped being afraid, started exploring curiously, and used their claws to dig for food on the ground. Seeing this, I feel that living outside is definitely more comfortable for the chicks than inside. Since the weather is warming up, the chicks are adapting well to the outdoor temperature. But outside is not the same as inside. At night, I will herd all the chicks back into the cage and cover it with wire mesh to protect them. When I was young, I often heard my grandmother mention that something had bitten or taken the chicks. I will not allow anything to harm my chicks, so I need to give them the strongest protection. April is the planting season. If nothing unexpected happens, I really need to start planting vegetables and grains. These days, the sun is very strong, quickly drying the muddy roads. I plan to go outside and check the situation. First, I will use the drone to explore around. I can see some green grass sprouting from the ground and small puddles formed by melting snow. but I haven't seen anyone around. When I bought the drone, the seller told me it could fly over 10 kilometers at most. So I boldly flew the drone toward the 2 nearest farms. There are no signs of life in the yard, not even footprints. It seems I am the only person around. Once I confirmed it was safe, I left the house with my hiking bag. Inside the bag, I carried a stun baton, a baseball bat, and a slingshot. I didn't choose to bring the 2 dogs, worried they might be too reckless on their first outing. I will consider bringing them after I get familiar with the area and situation. I climbed up the small hill I had previously used to observe the terrain. Following the hill, I reached the big mountain behind the house known as Little Ring Mountain. From the top, I used binoculars to look around. There are no signs of humans in any direction I can see, but I can see several mountains covered with endless fruit trees. Most of the trees are dead, but many have started to sprout new buds and flowers. Normally, at this time of year, the flowers would be blooming. But since the weather has just warmed up, it's normal for the buds to be appearing now. It won't be long before the whole mountain is covered with flowers. Imagine the sight of mountains full of pear, peach, and apple blossoms, stretching as far as the eye can see. It reminds me of an ancient costume drama I watched before, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Back then, there weren't as many fantasy dramas as there are now. So, as someone who hadn't seen many grand scenes, I was truly amazed. The mountains covered with peach blossoms, with Bai Qing wearing white, and a song called Liang Liang, made me lose myself in admiration, crying my heart out. At that time, I was in high school, lying at home within 4 for a cold. With a needle in my arm, I watched Bai Qing with her eyes closed, tears streaming down my chin. Just then, my dad came home from work, saw how I looked, and teased me, saying that even when he dies, I might not cry as sadly. But later, my dad didn't see how I cried when he left.
I don't want to think about that now.
I'll think about the future. I imagine that one day, I might have endless peach blossom forests around me, filled with the scent of flowers everywhere. So beautiful. In the future, I will be the mountain lord of this area. Of course, if the real mountain lord returns, I will happily step down. After wandering around for a while and not finding any danger, I decided to go back home. Here's a summary of the current situation around me. Several large mountains nearby are full of fruit trees, which will bear fruit in different seasons. The spacing between the trees is wide, so there's plenty of land that could be cultivated. Following the small slope outside the yard gate, there are 2 flat pieces of land on either side at the bottom of the slope. Planting vegetables on the flat land at the bottom of the slope would be ideal, but it's too far from home and might be seen by passers-by. Someone might have stolen or seen something suspicious, so coming home isn't easy to notice. Therefore, I plan to plant vegetables on the northern hillside, on the open space where apple trees grow. The 2 flat pieces of land downhill will stay empty for now, until I feel it's safe to plant there. This way, it's hard to be seen in the mountains, and I can monitor the area in real time. I just need to peek out the window in my room to the north to see the vegetable patch on the hilltop. If someone comes up the hill, I can spot them easily from the house side. Now, I no longer need a stove at home, just a heated brick bed to stay warm. At noon, I cooked a simple bowl of noodles using the stove in the east room, then tidied up my tools and seeds. I took out the hoe, iron pickaxe, and some seeds I want to plant. In the basement, I found a few pairs of old Beijing cloth shoes for spring and clothes suitable for working in the fields. The basic preparations before planting are done. Since I plan to start farming tomorrow, I want to prepare some easy-to-eat food in advance. When I get tired from work, I can just heat and eat it, saving energy from cooking. But the meals can't be too simple. Working hard burns energy, and if I don't eat well, I won't have enough strength. First, I made a big pot of braised pork with soy sauce. I took a frozen piece of pork from the freezer, thawed it in warm water, and cut it into small cubes like mahjong tiles. Blanched the pork in boiling water to remove foam and dirt. In a pot, I heated oil, stir-fried the soy paste until fragrant, then added chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic. Next, I added the pork cubes and stir-fried quickly. Then, I added some sugar and continued stir-frying. Once the pork was almost cooked, I added some warm water. I seasoned it with chicken essence, 13 spice powder, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, and a little aged vinegar. The pork simmered on high heat in a large iron pot. Meanwhile, I started making dough for bread. I put the yeast dough on the heated brick bed to rise. After the braised pork simmered for half an hour, it was ready. I took out a large bowl of the braised pork and set aside a small portion in a bowl. The rest cooled down in the basin. This small portion will be used to make pork buns later. Besides pork buns, I want to make some with different fillings. All the vegetables I can eat now are grown in pots. There's a pot of bok choy, 2 pots of lettuce, a pot of crown daisy, 2 cucumbers, 2 green beans, a zucchini, and 7 tomatoes. That's all my vegetables. I also have potatoes, sweet potatoes, and some stored food, but they have sprouted. Sprouted food is toxic and can't be eaten. I keep them as seeds for planting. I removed the 2 remaining zucchini from the vegetable basket, washed them thoroughly in the kitchen, and cut them into small pieces. Then I ground some meat and mixed it with the zucchini, adding various seasonings and stirring vigorously. I made some dumplings filled with zucchini and seasoned meat. I cleaned the large iron pot and added water. By this time, the dough had already risen. I placed the dough on a cutting board and divided it into individual portions. I rolled out the dough into flat cakes and filled them with plenty of zucchini and seasoned meat. Then I steamed the dumplings in the pot. There was a big pot full of dumplings, enough to last a long time. I had some leftover dough, some filled with sugar, some with honey, and some were just plain steamed buns. After the first batch of dumplings was done, I steamed the second batch, including sugar buns and honey buns. The first batch of dumplings filled a large basin with thin skins and big fillings. Some of the seasoned meat was so oily that it soaked into the dumpling skins. Amber-colored juice left spots on the skins. It looked just like the famous oil-soaked steamed buns that once went viral online, and I accidentally made them myself. I picked up a juicy, oily meat bun and took a big bite right where the amber-colored skin was. The outer skin was soaked with oil, soft and fragrant. The filling was full of meat flavor and rich in sauce. The meat inside was very tender and melted in my mouth, and the fatty parts were especially tasty. Halfway through eating, some juice from the meat spilled out, so I quickly ate it. The meat juice was slightly sweet and very delicious, such a satisfying treat. I hurriedly put the cooled steamed buns into the freezer, but there was no room for the steamed buns, plain buns, or seasoned meat. So I placed them on the shelf in the back room. The weather wasn't too hot now, and since the seasoned meat was preserved with sauce, it wouldn't spoil easily. I planned to eat some of the buns first, and then make room in the fridge for the rest. The next day, I woke up naturally. The first thing I did was light the Kong, heated brick bed. Now I no longer used a stove. The Kong was the only heating tool, so I had to keep it lit every day. While I was at it, I steamed 2 large buns in the iron pot. After feeding the chickens and dogs, I ate the 2 big buns and then started my farming day. After careful observation, I found 5 plots of land near Shaohuang Mountain, each of different sizes. 2 plots close to the yard grew vegetables and fruits that we often eat. The 3 farther plots were used to grow corn. I like eating corn, and in the future, the chickens at home will mainly eat corn. Corn is easier to handle, so I plan to grow more of it. 2 years ago, I stored enough rice and white flour. As long as they are well preserved, they can last for many years. Currently, I won't plant millet or buckwheat. Since I have enough food, there's no need to eat bitterly or hard. These days, I will plant vegetables. The land near the small yard is on the hillside surrounding it. This land used to grow grains, and over the past year, the ground has been frozen. Now, you can still see the ridges in the soil. Following the previous marks, I used a pickaxe to loosen each ridge. Then I used a rake to make small plots for planting. Each plot is about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. I made 3 plots in the morning and planted beans in all of them. I feel my work is a bit slow, but since it's my first time planting vegetables in the land, it's normal to be clumsy. By noon, I was very tired. I started a fire and steamed a plain bun, a zucchini bun, and a small bowl of braised meat. Maybe because I did heavy work, today's lunch tasted especially good. I ate the bun, and the flavorful braised meat all up. After eating, I didn't rush to go to the fields. I didn't want to exhaust myself. I took a 1-hour nap on the sofa, then made a big glass of tea before heading back to work. Until sunset, I made 4 vegetable plots and planted 4 beds of peppers, 2 beds of green peppers, and 2 of chili peppers. In the next 5 days, I made a total of 32 plots. I planted 2 beds of cilantro, chives, crown daisy, lettuce, bok choy, 3 beds of scallions, garlic, eggplants, tomatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins, and 4 beds of beans. During these 5 days, I finished all the buns and steamed bread I had prepared, but I also got tired of them. Just in time, I managed to plant all the vegetables I needed. I then cooked a good meal for myself, and slowly started planting other things. In the next 2 days, I didn't make any vegetable plots. Instead, I dug holes in the open space among the fruit trees. I buried sprouted potatoes, sweet potato tubers, and watermelon seeds. I don't remember exactly how many I planted, just marked a general area. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and watermelons all have large fruits, so I just plant them wherever and let them grow naturally. This way, planting is simple and less tiring, and the fruits that grow may not be bad. After finishing all this, only corn remains. From the edge of the vegetable planting area, I walk into the small hill inside the circle. This is where I plan to grow corn. It's more hidden, and tall corn won't be easily noticed. Corn is easier to plant than vegetables. At least I don't need to make plots. I used a pickaxe to dig long furrows in the land, then took small steps and scattered a few corn seeds each time. I kicked the soil forward with my foot, burying the seeds directly. This is something I learned from my childhood when I watched my grandmother plant corn, though I had never done it myself before. Now, I find the process quite interesting. Planting corn is much easier than I imagined, but since I planted a large area, it took me 3 days to finish. At this point, I have completed all my spring planting tasks. I just need to plant some vegetables again in summer to store for winter. These vegetables don't need watering for now, as the melting snow has made the soil very moist. I even suspect that this batch of crops and vegetables might not need pesticides, as I feel the past 2 years of freezing have killed all the insect eggs. Thinking about this, I tidied up all my farming tools and went home. The first thing I did was take a warm, comfortable bath. There's no rush to wash the dirty clothes. I'll do it when I feel like resting enough. Recently, I've been very tired. After the bath, I collapsed on the sofa. Looking at my hands full of water blisters, I had to get up again and apply some iodine solution from the first aid kit. There's no proper ointment, so I just disinfected with iodine. After resting for 2 days, I finally felt recharged. Then I started thinking about planting some other things and decorating the house. I plan to plant some grapes near the windshield. By summer, when the vines cover the windshield, it will look very beautiful. And in autumn, I'll hang clusters of sparkling grapes everywhere. In the small yard, the ground is paved with tiles. I pried up some tiles on both sides of the windshield and built a circle around the exposed soil. I dug up fertile soil from the mountain and filled the circle, then planted grapevines in the holes. Now, I just need to wait quietly for the grapes to sprout and grow. I still wasn't completely satisfied, so I planned to plant some other things as well. Next, I planted some soapberries and mint around the yard's fence. Mint can be used to repel insects or to cool and detoxify the body, while soapberries can be collected to make soap or shampoo. I imagine that in the future, big soapberry trees will grow outside the yard. It's a nice thought, providing shade and fruit. I feel satisfied now, as I've planted everything I wanted to. But after a few days, a new problem arose. One morning, when I was about to sweep the yard, I suddenly noticed that the area near the grape planting was messy. The soil was dug up everywhere, and the grape seeds that had sprouted were pulled out. Looking at the sprouting grape seeds, I feel a bit sad for them. I angrily called Xiao Di and Xiao Gua. It was obvious who had done the bad deed. Xiao Di's eyes shone brightly, and he sat there happily with his tongue hanging out. Xiao Gua looked sneaky, lowered his head, and looked uncertain, never daring to look at me. Xiao Gua's guilty look made me both laugh and feel a little annoyed. I caught Xiao Gua, pressed his head against the grape pond, and gave him a firm smack on the butt. He didn't make a sound. This kid is quite patient. After teaching Xiaogua a lesson, I carefully put the sprouting grape seeds back and covered them with soil again. Since then, the grape seeds here have never been harmed again. It seems Xiaogua has learned his lesson, and I, as the mother, feel a bit relieved. Since the weather warmed up and life returned to normal, things have become more comfortable. Every day, I can enjoy the sun, sweep the yard, and check my vegetable garden. Although I have more small tasks now, life feels more fulfilling, and my mood is better. The only thing I don't understand is that electricity and signals still haven't come back. This means the outside world hasn't fully recovered and still feels a bit dangerous. So, I plan to stay at home and not go out. By not going out, I mean not going to the town or city. But I still visit the 2 nearby farms. Since the weather warmed up and the solar panels work again, all the appliances at home can run normally. At this time, I especially need a refrigerator and a washing machine. So I plan to try my luck at those 2 farms. I don't dare to drive a truck. I carry a small cart, pack a stun baton, water, and some cookies, and set off. I first used a drone to check the terrain. I didn't dare to take the main road. Only small mountain paths. This was the first time in 2 years that I left home. Although I was a bit worried about danger, I also felt excited. Walking on the mountain trail, the air was mixed with fresh earthy and grassy smells. My mood was very good. Because I was pulling the cart slowly, it took nearly an hour to reach the first farm. The farm's yard looked a bit run down. It had just melted snow, and the weeds hadn't grown much yet. I carefully approached the house, and surprisingly, the door was not locked. I didn't know if the family had left in a hurry or if no one inside had locked it. I was very nervous and scared, afraid of facing strangers' bodies inside. But I had no choice. I needed to take this step. I took a deep breath, summoned my courage, and walked inside. There was no one in the living room, the east room, or the west room. I checked all the rooms and found no bodies. I suddenly felt relieved. It seems the house wasn't locked, probably because of the cold weather, and everyone left in a hurry. Since they haven't come back after so long, the chance of these people returning is very small. I immediately saw the refrigerator in the kitchen. The fridge is silver, not very big, but enough for me. When I opened it, there was no food inside. It's quite clean, just a little moldy.
Great.
I definitely need to take this fridge with me. Then I saw the washing machine. It's also not very big, only up to my waist. The washing machine looks quite new, probably bought not long before the end of the world. I placed the fridge and washing machine in the center of the living room first, then looked for other things. I didn't rummage through the cabinets or wardrobes. Even though no one is here now, it felt a bit rude. Besides, I don't need dishes or clothes. But I do need small basins. There are 4 small basins, about knee-high, very clean, sitting in the corner of the kitchen. When I saw these 4 basins, my eyes lit up. Apart from the water containers, there's only one large and used basin I can use. I can't pickle other salted vegetables with the acid pickles I make, and I was worried about using it to cure cured meat, so I couldn't make pickled vegetables. Now, these small basins are just right for me. With them, I can make several kinds of salted vegetables. I was so happy, I almost couldn't believe it. I tied the fridge, washing machine, and 4 small basins onto a small cart with a rope. The cart is very sturdy and can carry a lot. Carrying these items is a piece of cake for it. Unfortunately, there's no air conditioning here. I felt a bit disappointed and went to look around the side room. In the side room, I found a large bundle of iron wire and took it immediately. I didn't stock up on iron wire during the end-of-world preparations. Usually, I have to take iron wire off the bought mesh wire. Now that I have this bundle, I won't have to work so hard anymore. I tied everything tightly and pulled the small cart home. Once home, I unloaded everything and couldn't wait to plug in the fridge and washing machine to test them. Both appliances worked perfectly, plugged in, and they turned on immediately. That made me so happy. I no longer need manual washing machines or hand-cranked washboards. In the future, I can store cooked food in the fridge without worrying about it spoiling. I placed the fridge in the kitchen and the washing machine in the bathroom. It's just perfect. Then I put all 4 small basins near the west stove. From now on, I'll use them to make all kinds of salted vegetables. The solar panels don't generate a lot of electricity. So, besides powering 2 large refrigerators, I have all the remaining electricity stored in the batteries. In the future, on cloudy days, I can use the batteries directly, including for the washing machine. This perfectly solves the problem of the solar panels not providing enough power for all the household appliances. After finishing, it was only 2 p.m., but I didn't plan to go out. The refrigerators and washing machine I needed most are already in hand, and I don't lack anything else. For now, I won't visit others' homes. There's no need to tend the vegetable garden for now. I haven't gone out these past 2 days. I carefully cleaned the inside and outside of the house, then spent the whole day eating and lying down. Lying there, watching dramas and reading novels, my mind grew fuzzy and sleepy. Finally, I decided not to be lazy anymore and went to walk in the vegetable garden to exercise. As I climbed the small hill, I saw that the whole mountain was covered with blooming flowers. White, pink, yellow, big and small, dense and sparse, all in full bloom. The flowers layered over each other, weaving a net that cloaked the entire hillside in a pink and white dress. I was amazed. This beautiful scene was even more stunning than the scenery in 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. The air was filled with a sweet, rich fragrance. Just smelling it made me feel like I could faint from the scent. Suddenly, I remembered my real purpose, to see how the vegetables were doing, so I walked lightly toward the garden. And I was greeted with another big surprise. Neatly arranged, each patch of farmland was dotted with tiny, tender green sprouts. They were very small, so tiny that I couldn't see clearly when I got close. But from a distance, I could see patches of fresh green. The power of life is truly amazing. Just a while ago, they were dry, shriveled seeds. Now, they've turned into a green sea, and soon they will grow bigger and bear new fruits. Carefully observing, I noticed that the greenest ones were chives, scallions, and cilantro, so they will sprout first. Since they are edible, they will also mature the fastest. After checking the garden, I couldn't bear to leave this sea of flowers. So I went home, brought a bedsheet, and took a bottle of sweet wine with me. I tied the sheet between 2 sturdy apple trees, making a simple hammock. Lying on the hammock, I swayed back and forth, watching the tiny flowers dance around me. Every now and then, I took a sip of the sweet wine, feeling incredibly happy. Suddenly, I understood why some immortals choose to live in seclusion. This peaceful, carefree feeling must be one reason. A person lay in the woods all afternoon, and just before it got dark, they decided to go home. Before leaving, they broke off 2 flower branches from a tree. From a row of bottles on the windowsill, they chose the prettiest glass bottle. They filled it with clean water, placed the flowers inside, and set it on the coffee table next to the sofa. It looked simple and elegant, with a faint, pleasant scent. Indeed, it's true that the usual moon by the window, but the peach blossoms make it different. For some reason, recently, Little D has become very fat. Its belly is round from eating all day. I suspect it might be eating things outside on its own. After all, I feed it just enough every day, so it shouldn't be so big. I even checked the chicken coop, worried it might be stealing from its own family. But the number of chickens was just right, so I became more confused. Until just now, Little D climbed onto my feet and acted cute. I petted its head, and it rolled on the ground, showing its belly to me. Then I saw 8 neat buttons on its belly, very obvious. The buttons are a bit large, which made me think of other possibilities. So I carefully examined Little D's belly and finally concluded that it was pregnant. I felt heartbroken and trembling, pointing at Little Gua. With a serious expression, I said to it, "Little Gua, that's your own sister." I couldn't understand it. I couldn't accept it. I didn't want to face it. How could this happen? How could it be like this? I spent the whole afternoon feeling upset, but I had to accept the truth. Yes, maybe because spring has arrived, Little D and Little Gua, after a long winter, are also welcoming their spring. Having done some things that go against morals, they also welcome new life. It might not be accepted by society, but in these mountains and fields, I am alone, without societal rules. I am an open-minded parent, and I can accept it. I kept comforting myself like this, finally convincing myself. But it's also okay this way. Dogs have a short life. If they can leave behind an offspring, I won't feel too sad when they leave me. Thinking this way, I felt much happier. But this doesn't mean I started to dislike Little Gua. Just seeing him makes me think he's a sleazy, big jerk. While disliking Little Gua, I also started planning how to raise Little D's puppies. I want to build a new doghouse for Little D, which can also serve as a birthing room. I also need to take good care of her health. I decided to give her a boiled egg every day to boost her nutrition. There is no need to worry too much about the little dog being malnourished. I am careful when cooking, and almost every day there is enough leftover food for both of them. The two dogs are healthy and strong, not weak at all. After considering the dog's needs, I still need to do some proper work. Since moving the chicken coop outside, I haven't thoroughly cleaned the breeding room. Today, I will give it a complete cleaning. Before cleaning, I need to clear out everything inside. First, move the firewood from the windbreak to the back room and put the remaining wood in the old firewood pile. All the vegetable bowls in the breeding room will be moved to the windbreak, where I plan to keep them. There is plenty of sunlight there, and it doesn't take up indoor space. After harvesting this batch of vegetables, I will clear out the bowls. The new vegetable patch is enough for eating, so I won't need to plant vegetables in the bowls during summer. Then I start cleaning the breeding room. I open all the windows and spray disinfectant alcohol throughout the house twice. After waiting an hour for disinfection, I begin cleaning. I use old, worn-out mops to wipe the floor 4 or 5 times until there are no stains left. I also wipe the lower parts of the walls several times to remove marks. The whole room looks fresh and clean. I spray disinfectant alcohol again and keep the windows open for ventilation, planning to air it out for a few more days. Since I no longer keep chickens here, once it's thoroughly cleaned and disinfected, it can be used as a normal room. After cleaning, it gets dark outside, and I am covered in dirt. I quickly take a hot shower, eat a bowl of egg noodles, and then lie down on the warm Kong heated bed. The current Kong doesn't need to be heated too hot. A warm temperature is most comfortable. I don't need to add extra coal or honeycomb coal, as the Kong gets too hot and might cause a fire in this weather. The Kong retains heat well, so I don't feel cold when I wake up the next day. Early the next morning, I wake up gradually to the sound of a chicken crowing. I lazily stretch and sit on the Kong, staring outside in a daze. I watch the warm sunlight in the yard, the green land on the hills, and large fields of apple and peach blossoms. Just looking at it makes me feel happy. It's so good that the coldest days are finally over. While feeling grateful, I get up energetically to change clothes. After getting up, I prepare breakfast for myself and feed the chickens and dogs. After eating, I carry a pile of wooden planks into the yard. It's time to start my woodworking again. I'm going to make a doghouse for the unborn puppies, which is also the birthing room for Little D. Building a doghouse is not difficult. Use a 1 square meter wooden board to nail together a large wooden box. The roof is made into a pointed shape that overlaps on both sides. The entrance is cut into a big arch with a saw. Soon, I finished the basic shape of the doghouse. Next, I focused on decorating it. First, I used a sander to smooth all the edges and corners so that the dog wouldn't get hurt by splinters. Then, I applied a coat of outdoor wood paint on the outside. I'm unsure if the paint is safe for puppies, so I left the inside unpainted. After that, I took some colorful paint I bought earlier and drew 2 black paw prints on the front door. I also drew some flowers and grass on the sides of the doghouse. Even if the dogs might not appreciate it, I do. I filled the drawings with love for them. After finishing, I hung the doghouse on the garden wall to dry. It's different from before, when the puppies were small, and I just left the doghouse outside to dry. Now, I worry they might damage it if I leave it in the yard. Watching the gentle sunlight shine on the doghouse makes me very happy. Then, I went to the chicken coop and suddenly remembered a hen that wanted to hatch eggs. The pregnant women are also cared for, and so are the other 2. Why not take care of both hens at the same time? With this idea in mind, I quickly took action. I cleaned up the old, broken chicken coop and moved it to another corner of the yard. Inside, I placed a small chicken nest I bought earlier, made of straw. I put 5 freshly laid eggs in the nest to see if the hen would respond. If a hen is willing to sit on the eggs, there's a good chance chicks will hatch. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After setting up the old chicken coop, I went back to my room for lunch. After eating and taking a short nap, I went to check near the chicken coop and saw a hen sitting there incubating eggs. It was a yellow and black feather hen, sitting quietly on the nest. When she saw me, she blinked her eyes at me as if saying, "Please don't disturb me this time." I was amused by her silly and earnest look. It's so cute. I'm glad I successfully triggered the task of caring for the 2 hens. As long as there's nothing urgent, after breakfast every day, I go for a walk in the vegetable garden. The garden grows very quickly, changing almost every day. Since planting the vegetables, about 15 days have passed. Now all the seedlings are quite large, about the height of my finger. For crops like green beans, watermelons, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, I didn't plant many seeds because those seedlings are not edible. The seedlings are sparse, but very sturdy. Occasionally, a hole has 3 or 4 seedlings growing together, and I plan to let them grow a bit more. When they are bigger, I will transplant them to other places. For herbs like cilantro, green onions, bok choy, and crown daisy, I sowed many seeds because these greens can be eaten directly. Now they are growing very close together, densely packed. It's time to thin them out. I won't waste the pulled seedlings. I will eat them the same day. The tiny seedlings just sprouted are very tender and taste much better than fully grown greens. First, I will go home and get a wash basin, then carefully remove the weak seedlings from the crowded area. I will keep the stronger ones to grow further. Since I planted them myself little by little and they are still small, I don't want to remove too many. But I still managed to gather a full basin of greens, cilantro, crown daisy, bok choy, lettuce, and green onions. Seeing these tender green vegetables, I plan to make a hot pot at home. So I carry the basin of greens home. At the kitchen, I don't need to pick out anything. I just rinse them a few times in clean water. The roots are tender and I don't need to tear them off, just wash off the light dirt on top. For a hot pot with greens, the best is Guizhou sour soup hot pot. I had bought the sour soup base in the city, but hadn't dared to eat it. Today, I want to try it with the first batch of greens. First, soak the dried ingredients: dried wood ear mushrooms, dried gorgon fruit, dried kelp, and dried vermicelli in warm water. Steam a pot of rice. Then find some dried chili peppers. In a wok, don't add anything, just fry the dried chili peppers. When the chili turns slightly black and fragrant, take them out and let them cool. Once cooled, put them in a thick plastic bag and crush them with your hands. Pour the crushed chili into a small bowl. This is spicy chili paste for dipping. Next, prepare the hot pot base. Pour some oil into the pot, then add a large spoonful of the prepared meat oil. Cook until fragrant. Then add chopped green onions, garlic, and tomatoes to stir-fry. When everything smells good, add a little water and pour in the sour soup hot pot base. A rich, fragrant Guizhou sour soup hot pot base is ready. You can also just use water with the sour soup base, but I want it to be more flavorful, so I follow these extra steps. When the hot pot broth starts boiling, I begin preparing the other ingredients. I cut some shiitake mushrooms from the mushroom pack, slice the cured meat thinly, cut the sausage into small pieces, and slice the beef thinly. Rinse dried vermicelli, dried vegetables, and dried kelp several times with clean water. Cut the duck blood into small pieces and soak the hot pot meatballs in water. At this point, the hot pot water is boiling, so I add all the ingredients except the greens to cook. Then I make my own dipping sauce. Add chopped green onions, cilantro, soy sauce, and vinegar to spicy chili paste. Then pour a spoonful of the hot broth on top. Serve a bowl of rice, bring the dipping sauce, and place everything on the stove. Next, I grab a chair and sit in front of the stove, waiting to eat. After the broth boils, I don't put all the greens in at once. I only blanch a small portion first. The greens are tender now. If I put all of them in, they'll probably be overcooked in a little while. Blanching the greens for about 10 seconds makes them change color and become fully cooked. I can't wait. I pick up some greens and dip them into my sauce bowl. Without waiting for them to cool, I take a big bite right away. The greens are tender and crunchy, soaked in the flavorful, slightly sour broth, making them spicy and appetizing. The best part is the green onions. When cooked, they are crisp and sweet, and combined with the sour and spicy dipping sauce, they are simply delicious. You can hear the crunch when biting, but they're not tough at all. Just a few bites and they go down easily. Then I take a big mouthful of rice, and the combination of salty, fragrant, spicy flavors with soft rice feels heavenly. After eating half a bowl of greens, I feel quite satisfied. Then I start eating the other ingredients in the hot pot. Thin slices of beef soak up the broth's flavor, are tender and smooth, and taste great dipped in the spicy and sour sauce. The tender shiitake mushrooms and crunchy dried vegetables are also delicious, no matter how you eat them. The most impressive are the cured sausage and cured meat. They have a rich, strong aroma on their own, and with the spicy, fragrant broth, they become even more flavorful with each chew, truly addictive. The spicy, sour broth makes everything appetizing, and every ingredient cooked in it tastes amazing. Of course, no matter what I eat, I always have a bowl of rice. Guizhou sour soup hot pot is quite strong on its own, but with rice, it becomes very fragrant. That's the real soul of the dish. Unconsciously, I finish a big pot of greens, still feeling a bit reluctant to stop. Then I scoop another bowl of rice and pour the hot broth into it. Stir well, then spoon the soup and rice into my stomach bite by bite. That's the most satisfying part. Sour and spicy broth soaking into the rice. The rice balances the sour and spicy flavors, and the original broth adds a unique aroma to the rice. Unlike other hot pot dishes, the best part of this one is the vegetables and rice. All kinds of meats become less impressive compared to the vegetables and rice. It was another very filling meal, making me feel like I was constantly switching between feeling full and hungry. After cleaning up the dishes, I took a walk in the yard to help digestion. When the weather warmed up, I could finally expand my activity area. After eating, I no longer needed to stay inside. I could walk around everywhere. After 3 or 4 days, the vegetable seedlings in the garden had grown much taller. This caused them to bunch together again. So I happily carried a small vegetable basket and went to pull out new seedlings. The tender green seedlings are very precious, so this time I planned to try a new way of eating them. I blanched the bok choy and crown daisy in hot water for a few seconds, then soaked them in cold water. I drained the water, added minced garlic, green onions, and cilantro, then drizzled sesame oil, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and a spoonful of chili powder. I poured hot oil over the mixture, which sizzled loudly, releasing a fragrant aroma. Mixing all the ingredients well, I made a spicy, fragrant cold salad with small green vegetables. Then I chopped some more vegetables into small pieces and mixed them with eggs and flour to make a batter. I poured the batter into a pan and fried it into vegetable pancakes. The aroma of the flour combined with the vegetables and eggs was very tempting. Finally, I cooked a simple vegetable and egg soup. In the pot, I heated some oil and sautéed green onions until fragrant. Added enough water, brought it to a boil, then cracked in an egg to make an egg drop soup, and added a handful of vegetables. The refreshing vegetable and egg soup was ready, very light and relieving. After serving everything on the table, it looked very green and fresh. The cold salad was crisp, the vegetable pancakes smelled wonderful, and the vegetable soup was fragrant and soothing. Each dish was incredibly delicious. In the days that followed, I often pulled out the extra small vegetables and took them home to make various dishes. As the bean sprouts, tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers grew taller, I transplanted the extra seedlings elsewhere. These would all be food later, so I couldn't waste them. After finishing this, I started pulling out corn seedlings. Only one seedling was left in each hole. I kept the strongest one and removed the rest. Of course, I didn't waste the removed seedlings. I wasn't sure how to eat them. After pulling out all the vegetable and corn seedlings, I had some free time. Feeling very bored, I began wandering around the mountain. I looked for tasty wild vegetables or special fruit trees. Most of the mountains are filled with apple, pear, plum, and peach trees. I found 7 or 8 cherry trees at the bottom of a small slope in my yard, and they're already full of tiny green fruits. They should be ripe soon. To find more fruit trees, I started wandering around the small ring-shaped mountain. Near the top, I discovered a few apricot trees, and there are many pear trees scattered on the slopes. On the back side of the mountain, there is a large area of hazelnut trees. In autumn, I expect to harvest many hazelnuts. Right above my yard, I found 5 mulberry trees. I was very surprised. Who doesn't love eating mulberries? After exploring the mountain, I was about to go home when I suddenly remembered a curiosity I had about a small valley I saw when I first moved here. Since it was on the way home, I took a turn at a small fork in the road and headed into the valley. It's early spring now, and the leaves and grass aren't very thick yet. The valley doesn't look as scary as when I first saw it. The entrance looks normal, just like a gentle slope. Unless you stand high above and look down, you wouldn't even realize it's a deep valley. Walking along the gentle slope, I turned a corner and found a very narrow passage. Fortunately, the grass isn't tall now, or I wouldn't dare go inside. It looks intimidating, but with a quick move, I squeezed through the narrow passage. What I saw next was a ground covered with small wildflowers, yellow, purple, red, and white, colorful and beautiful. I was amazed for a moment. It reminded me of the story, The Peach Blossom Spring. It felt like entering a narrow space, then walking a few dozen steps and suddenly opening up into a bright, wide area. But while it takes dozens of steps to reach the Peach Blossom Spring, I only needed to turn quickly to get into this valley. I looked closely at the small flowers. Squatting down, I saw that the purple flowers were wild Sichuan pepper blossoms. Wild Sichuan pepper has a very unique smell and tastes great when added to stews. I planned to pick some when I left. Then I continued walking inside, about 50 meters further, and I saw a row of tall trees. Beyond the trees, I was stunned by what I saw. There was an oval-shaped pond. Beyond the pond was the edge of the valley's steep cliffs. The water in the pond was coming from cracks in the rocks high above. The water flowed loudly from the cracks into the pond, and I guess there's an underground river below, with excess water flowing out directly. The water in the pond was a deep greenish blue, looking very deep. Although I was excited, I also felt a little scared. I picked up a stone and threw it in, hearing a splash that sounded endless. I wonder if the previous owner of my yard ever discovered this place. I carefully looked around the pond to see if there were any other clues. Sure enough, I found half of a fishing rod and a small stool among some dried grass. It seems someone used to fish here before. But now, are there still fish in the pond? After 2 years of extreme cold, with temperatures dropping below -60 or 70 degrees, there probably aren't any fish left. Although I hope there are, I firmly believe there are no fish here. So I squatted by the pond and looked into the water carefully. My heart was pounding, feeling scared that a big snake might suddenly come out and bite my face. While feeling nervous, I kept observing the water closely. Then I saw what I had been hoping for. At the very edge of the pond, I saw some tiny fish, about the size of a finger. They moved quickly, probably sensing my presence, swimming back and forth in the water. This made me very happy. Even though they were small, it meant the pond still had life. Maybe there are bigger fish deeper inside. Even if there aren't, these small fish can grow and be eaten later. That's great. I couldn't believe I could still find fish after such a harsh winter. And this is in Meng Province. Seeing the fish, I stood up and looked around again. The area around the pond is flat land about 2 meters wide, with thick trees growing along the edge. Beyond the trees is a steep mountain cliff. It seems someone deliberately planted these trees around the pond to hide it. The trees are full of leaves, and inside is a deep mountain gorge. In summer, when I see it from outside, I really think it's a dangerous place. Of course, I can't guarantee it's completely safe now, but being able to see inside gives me less fear of the unknown. Plus, I feel like this is my secret base. I picked up half of a fishing rod from the ground, still with a hook attached. I can use this to make a few simple fishing rods for myself. Sometimes I can enjoy the fun of fishing. Holding the fishing rod, I walked back to that flat land again. The ditch here is very deep, about 2 floors deep. I could build a thatched hut on this flat land, hidden from others. But right now, there's no need. I don't even know what I would do with a hut. Setting aside my messy and strange thoughts, I squat on the ground and start picking mountain Sichuan peppercorns. These wild Sichuan peppercorns taste very good. When I was young, my grandmother used them to make cured meat with braised beans. After cooking the beans, they bubble up on top and they smell so delicious. I return home with a half-finished fishing rod and some wild Sichuan peppercorns. First, I put the peppercorns into an empty can. Then, I make 10 fish hooks out of wire, shaped like a fish hook. I sharpen the ends of the hooks with a grinder. Next, I cut some dried branches from trees on the mountain, removing extra twigs and thinner tops. I smooth the branches with a grinder and coat them with wood varnish. Once the varnish dries a little, I carve a small slot at the end of the fishing rod. I tie a strong line to the slot, attach a fish hook to the other end, and my simple fishing rod is ready. After a few months of raising fish in the pond, I definitely want to try fishing to see if I can catch any fish. Since then, every time I go to the mountain to check the vegetable patch, I bring some leftover rice. I go through the small hill entrance and scatter the rice into the pond. I hope these leftovers can help the small fish in the pond grow bigger and healthier. Soon, the weather gets hotter as the days go by, with the highest temperature reaching 25 degrees Celsius every day. I go out in the morning and evening to check the vegetable patch, doing some picking and weeding. When it's hot, I stay at home lying down, eating snacks or doing simple crafts to pass the time. I harvest chives, crown daisies, and cilantro repeatedly, so I always have fresh greens to eat. When I can't finish the vegetables, I cook and freeze the leftovers for later. When there are no fresh vegetables, I take out the frozen ones to eat. If I get tired of greens and have stored enough, I stop harvesting and let them bloom. Now, all the small vegetable pools are filled with white and yellow flowers. When the flowers produce seeds, I keep some to plant again in the future. Meanwhile, the cherries are gradually turning red. At first, they taste very sour, so I wait until they turn a little redder. Before I knew it, the bright red cherries were hanging all over the branches. From afar, they look like strings of reds among the dark green leaves. Very beautiful. I pick a few and toss them into my mouth. They're still a bit sour, but sweet with juice, very tasty. Every morning, when the sun isn't too hot, I pick a big bowl of cherries. When the sun gets too hot, and I don't want to go outside, I lie on my bed, play on my phone, and eat cherries. After eating cherries, I collected the pits and casually scattered them near the vegetable field, hoping that in a few years more cherry trees will grow. My 2 dogs are becoming more wild, often playing with me outside and running all over the hills. I don't mind. This beautiful nature is meant to be enjoyed. After a few days of eating cherries, I suddenly remembered the mulberry trees on the mountain. So I got up early and climbed the mountain again. The mulberries are indeed ripe now. Some have turned dark purple, fully ripe. Others are still green and red, not yet fully mature. I came prepared with a small basin, filled it with ripe, dark purple mulberries. The fully ripe mulberries are very sweet and not sour at all. I can eat them endlessly without getting tired. Since I didn't wear gloves, my hands turned black with juice. But I don't mind. No one will see the stains on my hands, and they will wash off in a few days. In this fragrant spring, I have enjoyed the freedom of cherries and mulberries. I haven't even eaten much rice. Every day, I fill my stomach with mulberries and cherries. When the mulberries and cherries ripen in large quantities, from afar, it looks like a sea of red and black mixed among the green leaves, beautiful beyond words. I made a few jars of mulberry wine and cherry wine following the recipes in books, then stored them in the basement, waiting to taste them someday. When the cucumber and bean seedlings grow bigger, I found some dead branches on the mountain and used them to build trellises for the vines. When the fruits appear, they will hang directly below the trellises, making harvesting easier and preventing spoilage. After setting up the bean and cucumber trellises, it rained again. It was a timely rain. I had planned to water the vegetable garden gradually starting tomorrow, but it rained today instead. It saved me a lot of effort. During the rain, Little Earth, the small dog, started acting strangely. He was very droopy, lying on the ground and panting heavily, seeming like he was about to give birth. The ventilation in the breeding room had been open for a long time, and now it was very clean. I placed the new wooden doghouse I made earlier in the breeding room and lined it with soft cotton mats. I called Little Earth over. He seemed to understand and immediately crawled into the doghouse. Most of the time, he sleeps inside it. The rain continued for 3 days, without stopping. I was worried the water might flood my vegetables, so I wore a raincoat and dug a drainage ditch with a shovel. This way, the rainwater can flow away slowly, nourishing my plants without flooding them. When I returned home carrying a shovel and just took off my raincoat, I heard soft, tiny sounds inside the house. My first thought was that a mouse had entered. I tiptoed closer, following the sound, and when I saw the dog's den, I suddenly remembered that Shouty might be giving birth. Sure enough, Shouty was gently licking a messy pile of small, pinkish flesh balls under her. They were still wet and made faint crying sounds. Carefully, I approached the dog's den. Shouty looked up and didn't seem to mind. I moved a little closer and counted for puppies. Wow, for puppies! How much food will they need? I felt sorry for the dogs, but I was also happy about the new life in my home. I looked more closely. 2 puppies were black and white, and 2 were yellow and white. Shouty and Xiaohua are both yellow and white, so I wondered how black and white puppies appeared. I was puzzled but respectful. I remembered some biology about recessive genes, so I thought it made sense. It was about time to cook dinner. The weather was damp, so I wanted something warm to chase away the cold. I chopped some fresh greens and meat into filling. Then I made small dumplings. I added dried shrimp, seaweed, sesame oil, green onions, and cilantro to a bowl, poured hot broth over it, and stirred everything together. I ate a big bowl of dumplings in one go. My forehead was sweating, and I felt very comfortable all over. There were some dumplings left in the pot, so I turned up the heat and cooked them a little longer. The dumplings broke apart and turned into a soft, porridge-like soup. I poured it into the dog's bowl and let it cool. Then I added a boiled egg, mashed everything together, and stirred. I took it over to the dog's den for Shouty to eat. Shouty didn't care about the appearance. She sniffed and wolfed it down happily. It must have taken a lot of effort to give birth. Soon, she finished a big bowl of special postpartum food. During that time, Xiaohua came over, wagging her tail, wanting a few bites. I slapped her away. My sister and wife had worked hard to give birth, and she was still trying to steal food. She was a bit unkind. After Shouty finished eating, I mixed some leftover noodles from the morning with a handful of dog food and gave it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't mind and ate it all, even though it was a bit messy. The next morning, the rain had stopped, and the air was filled with the fresh smell of earth. I took a deep breath, feeling completely refreshed. But the rain had washed away the petals of the flowers that had just bloomed, leaving only a few hanging on the branches. I went to the breeding shed to check on the puppies. Their fur was dry now. I found some old pea pads I had used for Shouty and Xiaohua before and placed them in the dog's den. I hope this makes them more comfortable. When I was young, after it rained, a layer of sweet potato skin would grow on the ground. The common name is usually earth fungus, but locally we call it sweet potato skin. After each rain, my grandmother would take me to the mountains to pick it. We would then fry eggs with it, making a soft, smooth, and very fragrant dish. Whenever I see the sky clear after rain and the green mountains in the distance, I immediately think of sweet potato skin. I plan to try finding it myself. Not long after the rain stopped, the grass was covered with dew. I put on my waterproof boots and grabbed 2 plastic bags from my pocket before heading out. I guessed it might grow on a small hill nearby. When I reached the small slope I pass every day on my way to the vegetable patch, I didn't find any signs of it. I looked around several places, but found nothing. I started to wonder if this area doesn't have it at all. Finally, I decided to try my luck in the flat land outside the small mountain valley. That place is low and moist, so maybe more fungi would grow there. When I entered, I saw a lot of dark patches under sparse green leaves. I squatted down and looked carefully. Sure enough, it was sweet potato skin. I knew this was a lucky spot. Carefully stepping onto the open ground, I tried to avoid stepping on the sweet potato skin. Then I gently picked it up piece by piece, trying not to get too much dirt on it. The sweet potato skin is soft and easily gets muddy, which makes washing difficult. But it's so tasty that a little trouble doesn't matter, especially since it's free. After about 10 minutes, I collected all I could from that small patch. Back home, I poured water from the well and started washing each piece carefully. Bending over, I washed for a while and even brought a small wooden stool to sit on. After cleaning each piece thoroughly, I rinsed them several more times with water, feeling satisfied that they were clean. The cleaned sweet potato skin looked like small black-green mushrooms. It was a bit greener than usual mushrooms, more of a dark green. And unlike mushrooms, it looked soft and limp. Once cleaned, I took this hard-won ingredient seriously. I cracked 3 eggs into a pan with hot oil and scrambled them. Then I added chopped scallions and the sweet potato skin to stir-fry. I also added chicken essence, 13 spice powder, soy sauce, and vinegar. After a while, I served it, a big plate of scrambled eggs with sweet potato skin, looking appetizing with its black and yellow colors. I also planned to make a sweet potato skin dumpling soup. First, pour flour into a bowl, then gradually add a very small amount of water. Stir vigorously until the flour forms small lumps. Next, heat oil in a pan, add a little meat slices and chopped green onions to fragrant. Then pour in some warm water, add soy sauce, chicken seasoning, and other spices. Wait until the water boils, then gently add the small dough lumps, stirring often. When the lumps are nearly cooked, add a small handful of sweet potato peels and some green vegetable leaves. Once the soup boils again, the dumpling soup is ready. After it's done, add 2 drops of sesame oil on top for aroma. The thick soup with black sweet potato peels and green vegetables looks very tempting. Enjoy the hot dumpling soup, then have a few bites of fragrant sweet potato peel scrambled eggs. It's simply delicious. After finishing, mix the remaining soup and eggs in the pot. Feed some to the little dog during her rest period, and serve the rest to the little puppy. The little puppy has been behaving well these days, no longer playing recklessly, sometimes quietly watching the puppies at the door. Seeing it look a bit more content, I won't be so strict with its food anymore. While the little dog is eating, I prepare some leftover goat milk powder for her. I hope she drinks more nutritious milk, which is good for her health and helps with milk production so the puppies can eat more. The puppies are still very young, their eyes haven't opened yet, and they mostly eat and sleep, similar to the early days of the little dog and puppy. But they will be happier in the future. They won't be like the little dog and puppy, who were trapped inside a house for 2 years. After feeding the little dog and puppy, I go outside to feed the chickens. Because of the little dog's puppies, I've been watching the mother hen incubate eggs. I just realized that she has quietly hatched several chicks, about 7 or 8, looking like a string of small ping-pong balls following her. When the mother hen comes to eat, they all run over in a line. The other chickens are friendly and don't bother the chicks. Life is truly amazing. Just a few days ago, they were cold eggs, and now they've become lively, bright yellow chicks. It caught me off guard, but also made me very happy. I plan to keep the mother hen and her chick separate. When I first raised the chicks, I also fed them millet for a while, so I plan to give some millet to these newly hatched chicks too. Also, building a chicken coop is too much trouble, so I plan to let them free range. Take the old chicken coop used for hatching chicks directly out of the chicken pen and place it in the corner beside the windbreak. At night, the mother hen stays here to keep her chicks company. During the day, she takes the chicks outside to explore, pecking at small insects and wild plants. My grandmother's house used to be like this. When visiting her, I often saw a big hen leading a small group of chicks running around. Following her example, I believe I can't go wrong. So, in the following days, I kept seeing a yellow-feathered hen leading a bunch of tiny balls of fluff wandering in the yard. Sometimes she pecks at ants near the wall, other times she eats the small grass growing between the bricks. No matter where the mother hen goes, I always see little yellow balls moving quickly behind her. Little Gua doesn't dare to go inside to see the puppies, but he's willing to look at the chicks. He likes to take advantage of when the mother isn't paying attention to poke at the chicks with his claws. The chicks are so small that when he pokes them, they tumble over. And when the chicks fall, Little Gua is so happy he dances around and jumps in place. But usually he's not happy for long. The mother hen quickly notices when the chicks are being bullied. She spreads her wings, her feathers puffing up, and fiercely rushes over. She pecks at Little Gua with a fierce look. I don't know if Little Gua is really scared or just doesn't want trouble. When the mother hen chases him, he quickly runs away with his tail tucked in. Whenever I see this, I scold Little Gua loudly. But he doesn't care about my scolding, and after pretending to be innocent, he often repeats the behavior. This makes me think Little Gua is a carefree fool. But not long after, I suddenly changed my mind. Since the end of the extreme cold season, animals in nature have become much fewer. Not only are flies and mosquitoes rare, but even the sound of birds singing is seldom heard. In this situation, one morning, an uninvited guest came to our house. I was awakened by Little Gua barking loudly. Little Gua rarely barks randomly. During the extreme cold period when he only stayed inside, he hardly barked at all. Today, however, he made threatening growls. I immediately woke up from my groggy sleep. I picked up the baseball bat next to my pillow and carefully walked to the windbreak to observe outside. Little Gua was crouching slightly, staring ahead, growling threateningly at something. A bird about half the size of Little Gua was standing in the yard, facing the chicken coop where the chicks had just hatched. Little Gua stood between the chicken coop and the big bird, barking loudly at the bird. It seems the big bird wanted to eat the chicks. Little Gua was very alert and, despite the danger, protected them. I quickly reacted, opened the door, and swung a baseball bat at the big bird. Probably because the big bird saw me as a tall human, it didn't think it could win, and quickly flew away. When Little Gua saw the bird fly off and I come out, it immediately showed an eager, submissive look, wagging its tail wildly. At that moment, its fur was still standing up, clearly frightened by the big bird. I felt a little touched. Although I live alone, Little Gua acted like a brave little man, protecting our family. I crouched down, petted Little Gua's head, and comforted it. It's okay now, good boy, Little Gua. Little Gua seemed to like my sudden closeness. Its tail wagged more slowly, and it licked my hand with its tongue. Although usually carefree, it was truly brave when it mattered most. I felt a strong urge to forgive it for causing trouble with my little sister in the future. I stood up, turned to look at the chicken coop. The hen was watching cautiously outside, using her wings to protect her chicks underneath. I sighed. Because of my mistake, both Little Gua and the mother hen were frightened. From now on, I couldn't leave the chicken coop exposed at night. So, I moved the coop into the windbreak. At night, I would take care of all the small lives at home. I herded the chickens into the coop and closed the wire mesh tightly. The mother hen and chicks were placed inside the windbreak. Little Gua, the small dog, and all the puppies couldn't stay in the yard. They had to go inside the house. Such incidents must never happen again. If Little Gua got hurt by the big bird, or if the bird took some chicks away, I couldn't forgive myself for being careless. Since that day, I seemed to become a little less lazy. In my free time, I no longer just lay around sleeping or reading novels. I preferred to repair the chicken coop, tidy up the yard, or reinforce the wall. I always hoped my small home could be stronger and safer. Life was fulfilling and peaceful, passing day by day. Summer arrived quickly. Maybe because I hadn't experienced summer for a long time, I felt the summer was especially hot. It rained often, but even on rainy days, it didn't feel cool, only hot and stuffy, making it hard to breathe. There are also some happy things to share. Some vegetables in the field are starting to ripen in large amounts. Big and small cucumbers are hanging all over the vines, and green beans are also in bunches on the bean trellis. Eggplants are bigger than my palm, and peppers are very thick and full. Tomatoes haven't turned fully red yet. Each one is green and pressing down the vine a bit. Besides the vegetables in the garden, the watermelons in the nearby orchard are also growing, but they don't seem ripe yet. Sweet potatoes are climbing everywhere. Summer has been pretty slow, but now the vegetables are starting to ripen. I've finally achieved the freedom to enjoy various vegetables. Every day, I find new ways to make delicious meals for myself. For example, I make dry-fried green beans by cooking them in hot oil, then adding lots of dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, so fragrant. I also cook pork with green beans, make green bean and pork dumplings, and more. The first batch of green beans is fresh, tender, and abundant, so I eat them almost every day without getting tired of them. Cucumbers just started ripening and are very tender. They can be eaten like fruit, just bite into a couple of them whenever I want. I also make refreshing side dishes like cucumber salad, cold cucumber slices, or even cucumber-filled dumplings. For the filling, I grate the cucumber, salt it to draw out water, then squeeze out the moisture, add some oil and 5-spice powder. Perfect for dumplings. Cucumber dumplings are very fragrant, fresh, and crisp. Best enjoyed in summer. There are many ways to eat eggplants, like minced pork eggplant or spicy eggplant sauce. After steaming, I just mix them with scallions or fry eggplant slices into crispy eggplant patties. Delicious every time. Peppers are the vegetable I look forward to the most. I haven't had fresh peppers in a long time. Before they turn spicy, I started eating them young, dipping them in sauce and rolling them in pancakes. When they get spicy, I make chili paste, stir-fry green peppers in oil, or add green peppers to braised pork. Each dish is wonderful. Every time a small tomato ripens, I eat it right away. If I want more, I pick the half-raw tomatoes and cook them into tomato and egg soup. I also fry 2 large pancakes in a pan. Tear the pancakes into pieces and soak them in the tomato and egg soup. Eating and drinking at the same time, it's very satisfying and filling. In this hot summer, eating all kinds of vegetables that help clear the palate and having the freedom to enjoy vegetables makes both my stomach and mind feel very comfortable. Since this batch of vegetables ripened, our meals at home have become countless. Besides eating the vegetables daily, I also started storing some. My mom once told me that if green beans stay on the vine too long, it can affect their ability to produce new beans, and the beans themselves will become older and tougher. So, when the green beans ripen to a certain point, I quickly pick them all with a large water bucket. After picking, I go home and lay out burlap sacks on the kitchen floor. Sitting on the cool floor, I drink cola and cut the green beans into strips. After cutting, I spread a large plastic sheet in the yard and lay the green beans out to dry. The weather is very hot now, with strong sunlight. During the day, I dry the beans outside, and at night, I bring them back in. It takes about 2 days to completely dry them. Once dried, I pack them into burlap sacks to store for winter eating. I do the same with eggplants, leaving enough for daily use, and drying the remaining ripe ones in the yard. They are stored for winter as well. Cucumbers are sliced and salted. The salted slices are wrapped in mesh and pressed under a heavy stone overnight. The next day, they can be dried in the yard. In winter, soaked in water, these cucumbers can be eaten cold, similar to dried radish, with a crispy and fragrant taste and a bit chewy. Chili peppers are simply dried in the sun and stored once dry. Although these vegetables are stored, they are not eaten sparingly. They are dried because there are too many to finish before they spoil. Later, I plant another batch of vegetables in late autumn, which are harvested before winter. The vegetables harvested in late autumn are the real winter supplies. When the weather cools down, sweet potatoes, cabbages, and radishes can be stored in the basement and last all winter. After harvesting this batch of vegetables, the unripe ones grow again. So, from late spring to early summer, I never run out of vegetables. Eating grilled meat, hot pot, fried chicken can get boring, but these everyday vegetables never tire me. I don't know why, I just keep making tastier dishes for myself. This summer, I stored 2 sacks of dried green beans, 1 sack of dried eggplants, and 1 sack of dried cucumbers. When the leaves of the vegetable plants turn yellow and the flowers become sparse, I can pull out this batch and plant new vegetables. But slow-growing ones like watermelons, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins don't need to be pulled out. When they ripen, it's already autumn, and planting another batch before snow won't work. Now, it's midsummer and the weather is extremely hot. The hottest days reach about 34 or 35 degrees Celsius. For the climate in Mongolia province, where 30 degrees used to be considered very hot, reaching 34 or 35 is extraordinary. Currently, the first batch of bean and cucumber seedlings can no longer flower and produce fruit. I have to remove them in this hot weather and plant new beans and cucumbers. This is for harvesting in late autumn and eating during winter. If I wait until the weather cools down to plant again, it will be too late to harvest. Besides beans and cucumbers, I also need to plant white radishes and Chinese cabbages. These are classic winter storage vegetables for northern people. They produce a large yield, last a long time, and can be stored in the basement to last through the entire winter. I also need to plant greens like bok choy, small rapeseed, crown daisy, and cilantro. The batch I planted in spring has already flowered and gone to seed. It's too old now and no longer edible. To ensure happiness in late autumn and winter, I have to endure some hardship, waking up early and working late to continue farming. I don't want to suffer from heat stroke or endure too much hardship. So I get up around 4 or 5 a.m., just as dawn breaks. I go to the vegetable garden, pull out the seedlings, and plant new seeds. I work until around 8 or 9 a.m. when the sun gets hotter and I stop working. In the evening, around 5 or 6 p.m., after the sun sets, I come back with tools to plant again. It sounds like I wake up early and work late, but from 9 a.m. until sunset, I mostly stay at home to avoid the heat. If it's just a regular farmyard, avoiding the heat might seem exaggerated. Outside temperatures are over 30 degrees Celsius, and inside the house isn't much cooler. Without air conditioning, staying indoors all day would be unbearable. After thinking it over, I decided to create a comfortable, cool place for myself. Although I don't have air conditioning, I have a basement. When I lived in a community before, I would feel a chill every time I went to the underground parking in summer. My basement is quite large, so it must be very cool. Living directly in the basement might cause moisture problems that could harm my joints. So I focused on an unused, dark room at the back of the small house, the room with a small stove. This dark room is on the shady side, where the sun can't shine directly, so it's naturally cooler. There's a wardrobe between the sunny and shady sides, blocking the main heat source. It's a small space that would normally be stuffy in summer, but with the whole basement providing ventilation, it stays cool instead of becoming hot. I opened up the wooden boards in the basement, letting the cool air flow up continuously. This filled the small, enclosed space with the coolness from the basement. I haven't used the bedding in the previous room, so I kept it rolled up to prevent dust. Now, I plan to stay in the small west house to escape the heat, so I spread out all the bedding. The 4-piece American vintage-style bed set is laid over the soft quilt. The cool air from the basement seeps up and also enters the bedding. The beautiful 4-piece set gives off a slight chill. I moved the heated brick bed and trash bin from the east house to the dark room, where they usually sit in the middle of the small bed. Around 9 a.m., I just came back from the vegetable garden. My face was red from the heat, and sweat beads kept rolling down my cheeks onto my chin and neck. After entering the house, I took off my hat and long-sleeve jacket, then used a towel to wipe the sweat from my face. Once I stopped sweating, I took a cool shower in the bathroom and changed into a loose sleep dress. All the sticky feeling was gone, replaced by the soft silk sleep dress gently rubbing against my body. I opened the fridge and took out some plums I picked last night from the mountain. Holding a big bowl of plums, I pushed open the door to the dark room. As soon as I entered, I was wrapped in cool air, feeling so comfortable I couldn't help but take a deep breath. I placed the plums on the bedside table, then put on my slippers and got onto the heated brick bed. I leaned the pillow against the wall, propped the bedside table on my lap, and turned on a melodramatic TV series. I took a bite of the icy cold plum. The plums are not fully ripe yet. Some are crunchy, with a sweet and sour taste. The cool air from the basement kept coming up, and soon it completely drove away all my summer heat. As the fatigue from morning work gradually faded, I decided it was time to make myself something tasty. As soon as I stepped out of the dark room, the heat hit me again. I felt uncomfortable and even frowned a little. But I couldn't stay in the dark room forever without even making food. Summer is too hot, so I only burn the heated brick bed once in the morning to prevent moisture. During the day, I mainly use an electric cooker and rice cooker for cooking unless I need to stew something for a long time. Today, the sun is very strong, and I've stored all the excess electricity collected by the solar panels in a small battery. The small battery supplies power to the electric cooker and rice cooker, so that's no problem. I plan to make cold eggplant salad and sweet spicy cold noodles. First, I boil water in the electric cooker, then steam the eggplants in a steamer over the cooker. I take leftover dough from yesterday out of the fridge, roll it into thin sheets, and cut it into noodles. Next, I prepare the ingredients: chopped green onions, cilantro, and garlic, all mixed in a bowl with chili powder, then poured hot oil over them. I add oyster sauce, soy sauce, sugar, and aged vinegar, stirring everything well. This sauce is not only used for cold noodles, but also for mixing with eggplant. When the eggplant becomes soft from steaming, take out the steaming tray. Mash the eggplant, add some of the prepared sauce, and plenty of chopped green onions. Mix well. This makes a tasty, flavorful cold eggplant dish with a tangy and spicy taste. Next, cook the noodles in boiling water, then rinse them with cold water after they are done. Pour all the noodles into the remaining sauce in the bowl. This way, you save on washing another bowl. Mix the noodles evenly, and you have delicious cold noodles. Bring the cold noodles and eggplant into the dark room, then start enjoying the meal. By now, I am sweating again, because it's very hot today. I really wonder how people without electricity or air conditioning manage to live. Use chopsticks to roll the cold noodles into a big bundle and take a big bite. Chew hard, then swallow completely. It's very cooling and refreshing. Then pick up a large spoonful of the cold eggplant and put it in your mouth. The sauce is full of flavor, the eggplant is soft, and the green onions are tangy and spicy, so satisfying. After eating, wash the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen. It's been very hot these days, so I've been eating simple foods and haven't let the dogs eat with me. I feed them dog food alone, with some milk powder added. Little D and Little Gua also enjoy eating. Now the puppies have grown a bit. They can open their eyes and stumble around exploring the world. Little D and Little Gua spend all day with their bellies on the floor, looking tired and sleeping all the time. The puppies, on the other hand, don't seem to mind the heat. They are full of energy, crawling everywhere. Seeing that Little Gua is really uncomfortable from the heat, I invite them to come to my newly created cool retreat. Their excitement is obvious. When they come in, they're stunned by the sudden coolness and stay lying comfortably on the ground. I worry that the cool air in the basement might be too cold for Little D, who just gave birth recently. So, I find a new small cotton pad and lay it on the floor. Little Gua, with a thick skin, thinks I made it for him and immediately climbs on. Little D looks at Little Gua silently, then quietly lies down on a corner of the cotton pad. Sometimes, I feel like Little Gua is a bit slow-witted, not understanding how to care for his wife. I also look at Little Gua helplessly, then open the door and leave the dark room. I go outside and pick up the 4 puppies, bringing them all into the dark room. These 4 chubby little balls of fur wiggle back and forth in my hands. I was worried that these 4 poor little pups might fall into the basement, so I simply placed them on the Kong heated bed. They whined and looked around at unfamiliar sights. Xiao Di heard the puppies' sounds and lifted his eyelids. Seeing me next to the puppies, he relaxed and closed his eyes to sleep again. "Stop crying, your mom doesn't care about you anymore," I said. I gently pressed the chubbiest puppy down and softly rubbed its little belly. It stopped crying, but its 4 tiny paws kept struggling to crawl up. They are both clumsy and adorable. I couldn't bear to see them struggle, so I helped flip it over. The 4 puppies seemed exhausted from all the fuss and lay quietly on the bedding, sleeping. The 4 puppies slept on the Kong, while Xiao Di, who I raised with my own hands, slept beneath. A feeling of happiness filled me, along with my tiredness. I lay down beside the puppies, wrapping my arms around them to prevent them from falling and hurting themselves if I fell asleep. I slept soundly, but was awakened halfway by a cold sensation. My nose was chilly, so I pulled the summer quilt over myself and continued sleeping. Less than an hour later, I was disturbed by the whining and shuffling of the puppies. I looked at the clock. It's 3 in the afternoon. There's still plenty of time before I need to go work outside. The room was cool, so I covered the wooden boards in the basement. I carried the puppies down and asked Xiao Di and Xiao Gua to take care of them. I put on a long-sleeved jacket and a sun hat, then grabbed my sickle and left the house. As soon as I stepped outside, a wave of heat hit me, making me feel suffocated. I quickened my pace, planning to finish quickly and return. I walked along the small dirt slope outside the yard, heading toward the rural road. There were a few large willow trees here, their dense branches hanging everywhere. Each trunk was as thick as 3 grown men's waists. I grabbed a willow branch with one hand and used my sickle to cut it from the root as close as possible. After cutting some branches from one tree, I moved to another. I couldn't just pull on one tree until it died, so I carefully collected a big bunch of willow branches in about 20 minutes. I was already sweating heavily. Carrying the branches back home, I first brushed off the leaves on the kitchen floor. Then I carried the bare branches to the dark room. As soon as I entered, I was enveloped by a cool breeze, which felt wonderful. Xiao Gua saw me come in and wagged his tail happily. I rolled up the bedding and placed the willow branches on the heated bed. Then I found the weaving book on the bookshelf and started studying it carefully. I decided to make a basket first, so I wouldn't have to carry a water bucket when picking vegetables later. The vegetables in the basket can be rinsed directly at the water well, and the basket can drain water, making things more convenient. As I watched the tutorial, I admired the wisdom of our ancestors. When I felt I had watched enough, I started to try it myself. But seeing and actually doing are very different. At first, I struggled with weaving the base. The willow branches wouldn't obey my hands. Sometimes I broke the branches by applying too much force, or I used the wrong weaving angle, which made the shape crooked. I wasted 2 branches before I started to get the hang of it. On my 3rd try, I finally made a decent base. Then I looked up at the time and realized it was already 6 o'clock. It took me so long just to make the base. I was tired from all the effort and my eyes were sore, so I decided to stop and put the basket aside. The sun had set, so I thought it was time to go outside, stretch my muscles, and move around. I took some carrot seeds and a metal pickaxe and headed to the vegetable field on the mountain. The outdoor temperature had dropped a lot since noon. It wasn't exactly cool, but it wasn't uncomfortable either. When I arrived, I swung the heavy pickaxe. I dug neat rows in the field where I had pulled out old plants before. The freshly turned soil smelled moist and fresh. I picked up a handful of carrot seeds and, imitating my grandmother, gently shook my wrist. The brown seeds fell like rain into the rows. I muttered to myself, "Can't be too greedy. If I scatter too many, they won't grow." In spring, I often pulled out extra seedlings which I couldn't finish eating, so I felt a little hesitant about planting. I carefully pushed the loose soil on both sides of the rows back with my feet. I made sure not to press the soil down too hard, or the seeds might not sprout later. By around 7 o'clock, it was getting dark. I had planted several rows and decided to stop. The vegetable field was full of fruit trees, mostly sand pears, even though they were called apple trees. The sand pears had grown quite big but hadn't turned red yet, so they tasted sour. I picked a few slightly red sand pears and put them in my pocket. Then I went to a slightly farther spot to pick some plums. The sand pears and plums could be eaten as snacks after dinner to add vitamins. Finally, I went to the potato patch and pulled out 2 potato plants. I dug into the soil under the potato plants with my hands and searched inside. Soon, I found a bunch of small potatoes. The potatoes are now about the size of eggs, not fully grown yet, but they are ready to eat. I was so craving potatoes that I couldn't wait for them to grow bigger. I just wanted to eat some now. Eating 1 or 2 meals of potatoes isn't a waste for so many plants. I only worked for an hour, so I wasn't tired. Holding a bunch of fresh food, I happily jumped and skipped back home. Since I haven't eaten the cured pork, lazily cured meat, my family preserved, today I decided to cook it with potatoes and green beans. I took out the salted cured pork, washed it clean, and sliced it thinly. In a pan, I added oil, heated it up, and then added the pork slices, frying until they released a nice aroma. Next, I added chopped green onions and garlic, cooking until fragrant, then added a spoonful of soybean paste and stirred. After that, I put in the washed green beans and potato chunks, stir-frying everything together. When it was almost done, I added a big scoop of water, just enough to cover the ingredients. Meanwhile, I steamed a pot of rice and waited patiently. When the rice and vegetables were ready, I picked some green onions, cilantro, and baby bok choy. I chopped the greens into small pieces and placed them at the bottom of a large ceramic bowl. Once the pork and green beans were cooked and the sauce was thick and sticky, I served everything into the bowl, with the greens pressed underneath by the hot dish. I filled my own bowl with rice and couldn't wait to start eating. I tasted each item first. I took a bite of the green beans. They were soft and soaked in the thick, sticky sauce with the aroma of cured pork. A few bites melted in my mouth, and with a spoonful of rice, it was perfect. Next, I tried the potatoes. Yellow potatoes turned brown from cooking. Their shape was no longer the same as when I cut them. All the edges had become smooth and rounded. After cooling slightly, I put a piece in my mouth. The texture was slightly gritty, with the flavor of the sauce blending in. Really delicious. It was definitely right to start with the small, unripe potatoes I grew myself. They are so tasty. Finally, I tasted the cured pork. In the north, cured pork is salted, which is different from the southern style. Maybe because the process is simpler and more straightforward, the flavor is bold and simple. It has a unique cured aroma and salty taste, with a chewy texture. The fatty parts had turned transparent from cooking, and biting into them was oily and fragrant, but not too greasy. The best part is the pork skin. I've loved it since I was a child. After finishing the pork skin for my grandma's cured meat, she would take me to visit other relatives. Then other relatives would use a lot of cured pork skin to stew with green beans. During meals, they would put pork skin into my bowl, and I enjoyed eating it very much. The relatives didn't know me well. I only remember one saying, "I know you love this stuff, so I always make extra for you." I never thought I would someday cook cured pork and stew with pork skin myself. If I had continued living in my previous city, I probably would never have eaten pork skin stew again. I picked up a whole piece of pork skin that hadn't been cut and put it into my bowl to take a bite. The pork skin wasn't at its tastiest stage yet. The best pork skin is firm and chewy, with a strong flavor the more you chew. Today's pork skin still has some chewiness, but it's easier to bite. Although it's not as good as my grandma's or a relative's pork skin, it's still very delicious for me now. The pork skin was cooked to a deep brown color, full of rich sauce and oil aroma, and it became more flavorful the more I chewed. I ate the large piece of pork skin in one go. After eating several bites of green beans, potatoes, and pork, only half of a big bowl of stew remained, and only half a bowl of rice was left. At this point, tasting was finished, and the main meal began. I inserted the metal spoon and chopsticks to the bottom of the big bowl and started stirring upward. The scallions, cilantro, and bok choy, freshly cooked from the pot, turned from tender green to dark green, looking soft. I kept stirring, using a spoon to cut or mash the potatoes and green beans into small pieces. Once all the scallions, cilantro, bok choy, and half a bowl of stew were perfectly mixed, it was time to eat. I used a spoon to scoop the stew, mixed with scallions, cilantro, and bok choy, into my bowl. I scooped 2 large spoonfuls and stirred again with rice. I made sure every grain of rice was coated with mashed potatoes and thick broth. Then I took a big spoonful and ate it eagerly. Only someone who has tasted this can understand how satisfying it is. The soft, cooked potatoes and green beans, which lost their raw taste, still kept a slight crunch from the scallions, cilantro, and bok choy. All the fragrant flavors mixed together, paired with super tasty rice, giving my taste buds great pleasure. After finishing these in the bowl, I poured all the remaining rice from the pot into the big ceramic stew bowl. I stirred it well and scooped it into my bowl to eat, adding some Laogan chili sauce and a few drops of aged vinegar for a richer flavor. It became more flavorful and fragrant. I could have had another bowl, but little D and little Gua had already been fed for several days. When I cook, they drool eagerly and keep showing affection in front of and behind me. Leave the remaining half bowl of stew mixed with rice for the dogs. Pour out the large ceramic bowl and transfer all the food into 2 dog bowls. The 2 dogs immediately buried their heads in the bowls and couldn't be pulled away. Little Gua was the most eager, quickly finishing his portion and then staring longingly at Little D's bowl. Little D was gentle, but maybe because he hadn't eaten well a few days ago, today he sped up his eating. His tongue skillfully licked every last grain of rice clean. Seeing Little D finish his bowl, Little Gua's eyes filled with disappointment. Actually, I feel happy when I see the dogs eating well. It's like they acknowledge my cooking and I share in their joy. Cooking for myself and having no one to share with can feel lonely. But my 2 dogs perfectly solve this loneliness for me. Tomorrow, I'll add an egg for you guys, okay? I poked Little Gua's wet nose, and he immediately responded with a happy woof. Watching the 2 happily rub against my legs, I suddenly felt how nice it is to be needed. I got up and prepared some goat milk powder and puppy food to feed the 4 puppies. The puppies need to be fed separately because they are small and have delicate stomachs, so I wait until they are a bit bigger and can handle salty food. The puppies aren't as picky as their parents. As long as they have food, they eat eagerly. They gather around the dog bowls like little pigs, making oink oink sounds as they eat. After washing the dishes, I took a shower and changed into a loose nightgown. Locking both the yard and house doors, I returned to the dark room to rest. From now on, the dark room will be my summer bedroom. The dogs are not brought inside. The temperature at night isn't high, so even sleeping outside doesn't feel hot. They can stay alert outside and help me watch the house. Back in the bedroom, the leftover willow branches from the afternoon are still on the heated brick bed. I don't feel sleepy now, so I continue working on my project. Maybe because the base is finished and I've become more skilled, the other parts of the woven basket are going smoothly. Soon, I wove a basket that's not too big or small. It took some time to finish the opening, but I quickly completed the basket. This is the first basket I've woven. I looked at it from all sides and liked it very much. After finishing the first small basket, I started feeling sleepy. I tidied up and placed it in the corner on the ground. After washing my hands thoroughly, I spread out the bed and soon fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up naturally when I heard the rooster crowing, just before dawn. Since the weather warmed up, I seem to have developed the habit of going to bed early and waking up early. In the early morning, I had little appetite, so I decided to go work in the fields first. I carried a pickaxe and some seeds toward the vegetable patch. The morning light was faint, and the mountain mist had not yet cleared, making the air feel cool. I could faintly hear some bird songs coming from deep in the mountains. The morning air was very fresh, with the scent of flowers and moist soil. Dewdrops covered the small grass on both sides of the path. Seeing these natural scenes early in the morning made me feel peaceful and calm. I arrived at the vegetable field to start a new day of work. The soil was more moist and soft in the morning, making it easy to dig with a pickaxe. As the sun tilted in the sky, the temperature rose slightly. It still felt like it wasn't even 9 o'clock. But since I hadn't eaten breakfast after working for a while, I started feeling a bit tired. I straightened up, punched my waist with my fist, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and decided to stop for now. First, I went to the vegetable pond to pick some green onion leaves and a few slender, thin-skinned peppers. I left these peppers on purpose, hoping they would grow spicier. I put the green onion leaves and peppers into a plastic bag I had nearby. Looking around, I checked if there were any fresh fruits on the mountain to bring back for lunch. Last night, I couldn't see how ripe the fruits were when I picked them in the dark. Now I looked at a few plum trees and saw several purple plums at the top. I gently hooked a branch with my pickaxe and pulled down. The morning dew was still evaporating, falling softly onto my shoulder. It was very refreshing. I stood on tiptoe and reached the plums at the top of the tree. The purple plums had a layer of white frost on them. I wiped off the frost to reveal the dark purple inside, which looked full of juice beneath the skin. They looked fully ripe, as only ripe plums show such deep color. They felt slightly soft and springy when I squeezed them, and just looking at them made my mouth water. I carefully put them into my pocket and then looked around for other tasty things. There was a large pear on one tree, about the size of an adult's fist, looking like an apple pear. I wasn't sure if it was fully ripe. I picked one, rubbed it on my sleeve, and took a bite. The outside skin was very hard, almost stuck between my teeth. But the inside was crunchy, sweet, and juicy. It seems not fully ripe yet, but it can be eaten. When fully ripe, the skin of the apple pear will naturally become thinner. This pear is very thick, so I picked 4 of them, planning to peel and make a cold drink later. I also casually picked a few bright red hawthorns to add to the cold drink at home. Once home, I started preparing breakfast. I took some green onions I just brought back and cut them into small pieces. In a pan, I added oil, heated it, and then fried the green onions. I fried them a bit longer until they turned gray-brown, then took them out. In the same pan, I added soy sauce, chicken essence, oyster sauce, and other seasonings, cooked until fragrant, then stirred and let it cool. I boiled a handful of noodles in another pot, then rinsed them with cold water. Next, I mixed the cooked noodles into the prepared sauce, adding the fried green onion leaves. Using chopsticks, I lifted a strand of noodles, and the dark brown sauce flowed along its curve into the bowl. It looked very tempting, and the smell was equally inviting. The fragrant aroma of fried oil mixed with rich soy sauce wafted into my nose. I took a big bite of noodles, and the aroma of scallion oil instantly satisfied my taste buds. The crispy fried scallions were especially delicious, making up for the simplicity of scallion oil noodles. My hungry stomach was completely satisfied at that moment. After eating, I went to the bathroom to wash my face and wipe off the oily residue around my mouth. Then I put the fruits I picked into the fridge and froze a box of ice cubes in the freezer, preparing for the afternoon cold drinks. At this time, I looked outside and saw the sun already high in the sky. The sun was scorching the earth, very different from the cool morning when I returned. I led the dogs back to the dark room, where they played and chased each other on the ground. I sat on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and continued working with willow branches. After some tiredness, it was noon. I started making lunch for myself and preparing some cold drinks. First, I picked some mint near the courtyard wall, washed it, and gently crushed it. I peeled the pears and sliced them along with the plums and hawthorns into thin pieces. I put the fruit pieces and mint into a large bowl, added a can of Sprite, and placed it in the fridge to chill. I opened the basement and found a nice piece of beef, cut a large chunk from it. Once the beef slightly thawed, I seasoned it with some spices and cooked it in a pan. When both sides turned caramel brown, it was ready to serve. Then I took a bag of instant turkey noodles, cooked them, and mixed them with sauce. That was my lunch, steak with super spicy turkey noodles, plus a big bowl of fruit cold drink. I couldn't imagine how happy I felt. First, place the steak and turkey noodles on the bed in the dark room. Then, take out a large bowl of cold drinks and add ice cubes from the freezer. After that, go back to the dark room and start having lunch. The taste of the beef is not like the grilled steak in a restaurant. It tastes more like roasted beef. Maybe my marinating method is more similar to how roasted beef is prepared. Although the beef has been frozen for a long time, it's still quite tender after a light sear. The grilled steak smells very rich and flavorful. I chew it eagerly, satisfying my craving for hearty meat. Then I eat very spicy turkey, which makes my lips tingle, and I quickly grab some fruit from the cold drink. It's all about experiencing the hot and cold extremes. Young people love excitement. Although the food is a bit greasy and spicy, the low temperature in the dark room makes it quite comfortable. I enjoy my meal passionately on the bed, while the big dog and little dog sit on the ground, looking at me with pitiful eyes. After eating, I quickly feed them some food. I cut the beef into small pieces and mix it into their dog food. Little D and Little Gua eat happily too. I worry a bit, although I have plenty of meat stored now. There will be a day when it's all gone. Then what other meat can I eat besides chicken? I'll take it one step at a time. For now, there's no good way to get more meat. In the next 3 days, I will continue my routine of farming in the morning and evening and staying at home during the day. In these 3 days, I finished planting all the vegetables I needed to grow. During this time, my weaving skills improved a lot. I made 4 baskets and 5 large trays. The large trays are like big iron pots, without handles or lids, just a plain, bowl-like container. Most of the time, I use the trays for drying things. Later, I won't need to line them with plastic sheets when drying vegetables or fruits. Placing items in the trays allows air to circulate underneath, making drying easier and preventing mold or spoilage. Since I finished planting the second batch of vegetables, I have had more free time. Every day, besides basic chores, I have been mostly idle. Maybe because I was busy for a while before, I got used to it, and now that I'm free, I feel a bit empty. So, I decided to find a new activity, fishing in the pond in the mountain ditch. Since discovering that pond, I've only been there 2 or 3 times, and I've never caught a real fish. Taking advantage of the cool morning, I plan to see if there are any big fish in the pond. I feed and water the 4 puppies and then leave them at home. Holding a water bucket, fishing rod, and a small dagger along with a plastic bag of snacks and water, I called Xiao Di and Xiao Gua and set out. We walked less than 10 minutes before entering a mountain valley. It is midsummer now, and the valley is full of lush grass and trees. The leaves block all sunlight from reaching the valley floor. The light inside is a bit dim, and the temperature is cooler than outside. However, the grass here isn't as deep as I imagined, only up to my ankles. Xiao Di and Xiao Gua seem to like it here. As soon as we arrive, they start rolling on the grass, rubbing themselves with leaves and grass. I look around carefully. Nothing seems like a wild animal, so I feel safe to walk further inside. I walk to the edge of a pond with my bucket. I pick up a stick from the ground and carefully move the grass around, worried that a snake might suddenly appear. After a few minutes of moving the grass, I see nothing. That's normal. Snakes are rare here, and many animals died from the cold winter. It makes sense that there are no snakes around. Looking into the water, I see small fish, about the size of a little finger, swimming near the pond's edge. It seems the fish I saw earlier have grown a bit. I silently hope bigger fish might appear. I forgot to bring a stool, so I sit directly on the ground. I take out my fishing rod, hook a small piece of pork on the bait, and cast the line into the water. The 2 dogs are still playing and running on the grass outside. They probably haven't noticed the pond. I brought them along to boost my courage and to watch for other wild animals. But I worry they might jump into the water and scare the fish. Since they haven't seen the pond yet, I don't tell them. I fish quietly by myself. I've heard fishing requires a lot of patience, and now I see that's true. I sit on the grass for over 20 minutes, feeling my butt go numb, but I get no bites. The dogs get tired and lie down, panting heavily. Suddenly, they sense something is wrong and start racing toward me. They stop abruptly at the pond's edge, their eyes wide with shock. That's understandable. They've never seen a place with so much water before. They're probably trying to process what they're seeing. Just as I feel a bit guilty for not taking them to see a pond earlier, since they've been kept inside since they were puppies, and I worry about their unfamiliarity, Xiaogua suddenly jumps into the water.
Splash.
Water splatters all over my face, making me jump. Even though no wild animal scared me, I was startled by Xiaogua's sudden leap. My heart finally relaxes. My worries are gone. After little Gua dove into the water, it opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue, looking like it was smiling and very happy. Only its small head was visible above the water, with fur floating on the surface. It seems dogs are naturally good swimmers, but I felt a little worried inside. I wondered if I had a fear of deep water, or if I had watched too many scary movies, making me afraid that a big fish or snake might suddenly pull little Gua into the water. However, I didn't want to ruin its happiness, so I forced myself to hide my fear and let it play a little longer. After 10 minutes in the water, I told little Gua to come back to shore quickly. Although it was a bit reluctant, it hesitated for a moment and then swam toward the shore. As it swam, its expression changed slightly, and suddenly it dived deep into the water. This scared me a lot, and I shouted its name frantically from the shore. Seeing my reaction, Little D also looked a bit scared and nervously stomped its feet on the ground. After about 10 seconds, Little Gua hadn't come up yet, so Little D hesitated again and jumped into the water. But as soon as Little D jumped in, Little Gua's head popped out of the water, seemingly holding something in its mouth. I didn't care anymore. I was worried it might get hurt and just wanted it to come up quickly. I grabbed the stick I had at the beginning and poked Little Gua and Little D's behinds with it, trying to push them toward the shore. I can swim, but only in swimming pools. In wild ponds like this, I'm not brave enough to swim around. Seeing that Little D was safe and sound, it looked at me in disbelief and quickly swam to the shore. Maybe it saw how worried I was, or maybe it was angry because my wife was upset, so it carried whatever was in its mouth and swam to the shore. As soon as it reached land, I felt less nervous and finally saw what it was holding. It was a big fish about the length of my arm. Little Gua was struggling to hold it. When it got to the shore, the fish, feeling oxygen-deprived, started thrashing wildly and shaking its body. Little Gua's head moved along with the fish's frantic movements, and its ears flapped wildly, probably buzzing inside its head. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh. The kid was both silly and strong. Maybe that's what they call simple-minded but strong limbs. After the scare, I was very happy, happier than winning a small lottery. This is fresh fish. Plus, with this pond, there will be a steady supply of fish in the future. Little Gua is such a good dog. Maybe it was too tired to hold the fish anymore, so it spat it out onto the grass. The fish was still flopping around. I was afraid it might jump back into the water, so I quickly grabbed the big fish and threw it into the bucket. After securing the big fish, I wanted to get closer to Little Gua and praise it, but as soon as I approached, it suddenly shivered all over, shaking off the water from its fur. All the water splashed into my face and body, and even when it slightly opened its mouth, I could smell the dog fur. Forget it. I decided it was no use arguing with such a silly creature. I stood up and looked at the pond, pondering for a while. I really didn't know how to catch a second fish. Maybe the bait wasn't right, and the big fish wasn't biting. I should go back and look up what kind of bait big fish like. I didn't want to waste more time here now. I'd come back next time fully prepared to fish again. Feeling in a good mood, I carried the bucket and fishing rod, calling the two dogs to go home. With this fish, I couldn't wait to cook something delicious for lunch. When I got home, I carefully examined the fish. It was very big, about the length of my forearm plus a fist. Its head was round and big, about the size of my palm, and its body was wide and very fat. The back was dark blue-green, fading to white towards the belly. The scales were large, about the size of my thumbnail. But I didn't know what breed it was. I've never been very familiar with different fish types. Although I didn't know the breed, I had experience handling fish. When my mom's hand was injured and she was afraid of getting infected from water, I was the one who processed the fish during the new year. But even though I've handled fish, I've never killed one. For me now, killing a fish feels very cruel. But my appetite at this moment was stronger than my fear. I had to kill this fish, and my eyes were full of cold determination. I remembered the saying, "I've been killing fish at our T-Mart for 10 years. To ease its pain, I struck the fish's head with a hammer. Whether it was stunned or dead, it stopped struggling and became calm. From then on, I felt like I was holding a life in my hands. But that didn't matter. What mattered was eating the fish meat. I was preparing to process it at the kitchen counter, making gestures. Little Gua sat obediently beside me, looking up at the fish. Gua looked proud, as if saying, "I caught this, so I should get a bigger share to eat." Since Little Gua was the hero, I didn't mind them being a bit of a bother. I started scraping off the scales with an iron spoon, working against the grain. After a while, all the scales were gone. Next, use scissors to poke a small hole at the fish tail, most likely a skin fold, then cut open the entire fish belly. Inside, it's crowded with various things like fish intestines, fish oil, and internal organs. I first remove all the contents from the belly and put them into a small basin. Then I pick out the fish oil and fish bladder for cleaning, as these will be used when cooking the fish. The remaining parts will be fed to the chickens later. After cleaning out the fish belly, I open the gills. I remove the red mesh-like gills used for filtering and also toss them into the basin with the internal organs. They are discardable. The rest of the fish's body doesn't have anything else to throw away. Then, I rinse the whole fish under the tap to wash away dirt and blood. After cleaning, I cut off the fish head with a sharp knife. Since the fish is large, I plan to cook it in 2 dishes. The body will be used for clear boiled fish, and the gills will be made into a spicy fish head dish. The fish is still quite big, and with the dogs, we can't finish it all at once. I decide to use only half of the fish, saving the other half for next time's grilled fish. I split the fish down the middle, cut one half into large pieces for boiling, and wrap the other half in plastic wrap to store in the freezer. Since I rarely cook fish, I plan to use the stove. Dishes cooked on a traditional stove with a cast iron pot usually taste better than those made in an electric cooker. I found the spicy fish head base sauce from the basement, along with some fermented bean paste and chili paste. I plan to cook the spicy fish head on a small stove next to the main stove. Once the fire is hot, I add oil to the cast iron pot. When the oil heats up, I add chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, and chili paste, stir-frying until fragrant. Then, I add some water, followed by the spicy fish head base sauce, and place the whole fish head in. I cover the pot and let it simmer. While the fish head is cooking, I start preparing the clear boiled fish. I prefer strong flavors and like spicy food, but I can't feed the dogs spicy food. The clear fish is mainly for my 2 dogs and 4 puppies, since the fish was caught by little Gua. I add oil to the cast iron pot again, heat it, then add chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic to stir-fry until fragrant. After that, I add a little soy sauce and 13 spice seasoning, cooking until fragrant, then add the fish fillet. When the fish is first added, I don't stir it immediately. Instead, I wait until one side turns golden brown before gently flipping it to cook the other side. When both sides are golden and slightly crispy, I add enough water to cover the fish, then season with soy sauce and chicken essence, cover and simmer. Once both fish are simmering, I start steaming rice. While the rice was steaming and the fish was only a few minutes away from being cooked, I was so anxious I felt like 2 dogs sitting on the ground. So I started wiping the stove, scrubbing the knife, and feeding the chicken with the fish guts. I kept busy doing small tasks to pass the time, waiting for the fish to cook faster. When the fish head had been simmering for 20 minutes, I cut 3 green peppers into pieces and added them to cook together. By then, the aroma of the spicy fish head and fresh fish meat filled the house. Little Gua drooled like a string of pearls falling to the ground. The 4 puppies whined and kept barking. Finally, after a long half-hour wait, the fish was ready. I opened the pot with the fish, and its fragrant aroma filled the room. The cooked fish was milky white, with some chopped green onions and oil floating on top. It smelled so good I swallowed hard and quickly scooped out the fish meat. Half a fish's worth of meat filled a big bowl. I first picked out 3 large pieces of fish and removed the big bone from the fillet. Then I spent some time removing the small bones, only to find there were no other tiny bones in the fish meat. This fish was truly top quality, with only 1 big bone and no small bones. Fantastic! I mashed the 3 large pieces of fish, added 4 spoonfuls of fish broth, and 4 spoonfuls of rice. I mixed everything into a big bowl of fish and rice. I poured this into the bowls of 2 big dogs and 4 puppies. During the coldest times, I trained little D and little Gua. Even if they were very hungry, they didn't dare to snatch food when I fed them. I had already put the 4 puppies in the east room. Eat up! I gave the command, and little D and little Gua eagerly rushed to their bowls to enjoy their meal. Then I opened the door to the east room, and the 4 puppies quickly rolled over to their bowls like little meatballs. Seeing how happily they ate, I decided it was my turn to eat. I lifted the lid off the spicy fish head pot, and the rich aroma of chili and fish filled my nose. It was so fragrant. I hadn't had fresh fish since the end of the coldest days. I carefully served the spicy fish head and brought it to the table with the plain fish and rice. I served myself a bowl of rice and started eating. The spicy fish head was flavorful and spicy, with a unique taste from the chili and fermented black beans, truly special and tempting. The meat on the fish head was varied, some parts soft and jelly-like, others tender. Removing the large bones and chewing on them was also quite enjoyable. I ate slowly, piece by piece, without getting tired of it. I finished most of a fish head all by myself. After eating enough spicy food, I started eating plain boiled fish. The fish was very fresh, and since I used little seasoning, it kept the natural taste of the fish. The fish was all neat and proper. After a few bites, I didn't want to eat more. I used a soup spoon to drink the fish broth, which was especially delicious. It was just the right saltiness, and the more I drank, the more flavorful it became. I soaked half a bowl of rice in the fish broth and ate it all up quickly. Touching my round belly, I felt very satisfied. There was still a lot of fish left, but I didn't plan to eat more. This was a fish caught by Little Gua, and since the dogs liked it, I decided to leave it all for them. After I finished eating and started cleaning up, Little Gua looked at me with bright eyes, still craving fish. So, I took some of the remaining boiled fish, mixed it with rice, and fed it to him. Little Gua wolfed down half of it, and then called out loudly for Little D. Little D didn't hold back and started eating right away. It seemed that Little Gua wasn't completely indifferent to his sister and wife. He's a dog who can be both reliable and unreliable at times. At night, I started reading various books, trying to find a way to fish. After a lot of effort, I found a fishing tutorial in one of the more than 10 books I flipped through. It's my fault. I mostly bought books on farming and planting, never thinking about fishing. But this one tutorial is enough. Based on the methods in the book, I plan to try making a new bait tomorrow. The next morning, I woke up and immediately started making bait. I took a yolk from an egg, added some white flour, a lot of MSG, a little sugar, and a bit of white wine, then mixed in some water to form a dough. It's said to be explosive bait. Of course, I chose this recipe because I had all the ingredients. After making the bait, I confidently took a stool, a bucket, and a fishing rod and headed out. To test if the bait worked, I didn't bring Little D or Little Gua with me. If Little Gua went into the water, even the legendary fish wouldn't be caught with him as bait. Today, I just wanted to try fishing. If I still couldn't catch anything, I'd ask Little Gua to go into the water every day to catch fish. At the pond, I set up my stool, sat down, cast the line into the water, and then took out my phone to quietly read a novel. I wanted to see when these clever big fish would finally bite. After about 10 minutes, the fishing rod started shaking violently. My heart also started pounding wildly. So exciting. I really was going to catch a fish. I pulled hard on the rod, and even the makeshift rod, made from a branch, bent into a curve. It took a lot of effort, but I finally pulled the line up, and sure enough, I caught a big fish. It's not as big as yesterday's little fish, but it's enough for a meal. I took the fish off the hook and quickly put it into the water bucket. Now I finally feel at ease. Not only are there fish in the pond, but I also have a way to catch more. This means I will have a steady supply of fish to eat in the future. That makes me very happy. Boiled fish, grilled fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, fish soup. Thinking of all the ways to enjoy fish makes my mouth water. After catching this one, I didn't keep fishing because no one is around and no one will come to take the fish from the pond. Whenever I want to eat, I can come and catch fresh fish. I took the fish home, knocked it out using yesterday's method, and prepared it. After wrapping it in plastic wrap, I stored it in the freezer. Whenever I want to eat, I can take it out. Before the end of autumn, when it's about to freeze, I can go fishing again and store some for winter. Now is not the time to stock up on fish early because if the fish isn't fresh, it won't taste good. A few days after fishing, I suddenly couldn't go outside during the day. Who would have thought the outdoor temperature would suddenly rise to 45 degrees? The sun was blazing, scorching the earth so much that I couldn't keep my eyes open. For me, who grew up in the north, this heat was just too much, almost unbearable. In those years in a southern city, summer temperatures only reached around 30 degrees, and I mostly stayed indoors with air conditioning. I've never experienced such high temperatures nearing 50 degrees, and my body couldn't adapt right away. Standing outside, my skin felt painfully hot from the sun, and breathing became difficult. After a while, I felt dizzy and lightheaded. This sudden change made me panic. I was afraid that after extreme cold, I would face extreme heat. That would be a terrible time. After a day of over 40-degree heat, the chickens at home were lying on the ground, barely moving. I was shocked and quickly moved the chicken coop back inside during the cool evening. The chickens wouldn't die immediately from the heat, but they could get heat stroke and might even die. Inside, The roof kept the sun out, and the temperature was only in the 30s, which was better than outside. I drew the curtains in the chicken house to block out the sunlight. During the day, I often gave the chickens ice-cold water. Drinking water regularly helped them stay cool. The next day, the hens looked much more energetic. It seemed they could handle temperatures in the 30s. After solving the chicken problem, I faced an even bigger worry. I wonder if my vegetable garden can survive this high heat. The next night, I took old bed sheets, pillowcases, burlap sacks, and yarn to the vegetable garden. Since the vegetables are planted among various fruit trees, there is a tree every few steps. I didn't need to put up any poles. I simply tied the fabrics and burlap sacks to the branches of the fruit trees with yarn. These cloths acted like umbrellas, covering the garden to help reduce the temperature a little. They mainly covered the leafy greens, leaving some areas open. Watermelons and tomatoes are planted under the trees, in the shade, and they are heat-tolerant plants, so they don't need covering. However, I ran out of cloths and was worried that covering most of the plants might attract attention. After covering everything, I was exhausted but still managed to use a cart to bring water buckets filled with water. I made 3 trips, watering all the vegetables and corn. By the time I finished, it was almost dawn, and I was so tired I couldn't keep my eyes open. I went home feeling dizzy, added more water and food for the chickens, and then took all the dogs back to the dark room, where I lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. As I slept, I felt restless and woke up feeling hot. It was already 2 p.m. Since the basement cover hadn't been open last night, the dark room was starting to get warm. The dog also lay listlessly on the ground. I quickly lifted the wooden cover of the basement, and a cool breeze rushed out. It felt so good I took a deep breath of the cool air, as if I was being healed. Not satisfied, I went directly into the basement, where I was immediately surrounded by the cold air. So comfortable. Since I was in the basement to escape the heat, I decided to tidy up a bit. I had already removed most of the food from some shelves, so I organized the remaining items onto other shelves as best as I could. I cleared 8 shelves, placing them against the wall, and grouped other small items together. Finally, I cleared a large open space in the basement, even bigger than the dark room. After working all night yesterday and tidying the basement again, my stomach was empty, and I had to face the heat outside. When I opened the wardrobe door, a wave of hot air hit me, bringing that familiar suffocating feeling. First, I went to check on the chicks in the breeding room. They didn't seem as wilted as on the first hot day, but they still didn't look very good. I quickly poured water into their container and added some food. After they ate their fill, I took out an unused spray bottle and sprayed some water on them. At first, the chicks were startled and flapped around, but then they realized it was cool and stood quietly, waiting to be sprayed again. After taking care of the chicks, I started cooking. First, I steamed a pot of rice, then washed some green onions, cilantro, and lettuce. I took the vegetables to a dark room, then went to the basement to find a box of mixed rice sauce and a ready-to-eat dipping sauce. Next, I poured some dog food for each of the dogs. Since it was very hot, I decided to make do with what I had. Looking at the time, I realized the rice was almost ready, so I went back to the kitchen to get the rice from the dark room. Once the dogs had their meals, I started eating too. I tore the green onions and cilantro into small pieces, mixed them with some sauce at the bottom of the bowl, then covered it with hot rice. I pressed the rice down with a spoon and waited a few minutes. After a few minutes, I scooped some rice sauce on top of the rice. I picked up the green onions and cilantro from underneath and mixed everything well. While mixing, the warm rice released the aroma of the green onions and cilantro. When everything was evenly mixed, the bright green cilantro and onions had turned a darker green from the heat, soft and blended into the rice. The beef bits and mushroom pieces in the sauce were mixed in as well. I took a big spoonful and ate it directly. The sauce was rich and flavorful, the green onions and cilantro were crispy and fragrant, and the beef bits were very tasty. This was my favorite dish from childhood, mixed rice with green onions. When I was sick as a child, my mother would make this for me. Later, when I lived on my own, I mostly ate outside and never made it myself. Today, I ate it again, filled with memories, and it was incredibly delicious. After eating, I took some frozen plums from the fridge and went back to the dark room. I lay on the edge of the bed, placing the small table nearby with a plate of frozen plums on it. I could reach out and grab one easily. While feeling the coolness from the basement, I ate the icy plum. There was no feeling of heat, and my mind gradually calmed down. A few dogs played and chased each other on the small floor, some a bit restricted in movement. But they were smart and knew it was hot outside, so they preferred staying in the small space rather than going out. I had strictly forbidden them from going into the basement. The little ones were obedient, knowing they weren't allowed, and never went down. Thinking about it now, I suddenly felt that they were surprisingly sensible, which made me feel a little sad. I had already cleaned out the basement, clearing a large open space. With enough room, I wasn't worried about them damaging my things. If the temperature rose too high in a few days, I would take them to stay in the basement. I lay down in the dark room for the afternoon, and as the sky gradually darkened, I prepared to go out again once the outside temperature dropped a bit. Because it was too dark at night, and I was alone, I brought my little dog Xiao Di Xiaogua. I carried 6 buckets of water to the well, filled them up, and then placed them on a cart. I pulled the cart to the vegetable garden. Using a ladle, I carefully poured water onto each plant seedling, one by one. Xiao Di Xiaogua was bored at home during the day, and since the outdoor temperature wasn't too hot, they happily ran around, exploring and sniffing everywhere. When I returned with the cart to fetch more water, the 2 dogs followed me back. After running back and forth 3 times and watering each seedling, I felt at ease and went home. Usually, I don't need to water every day, but recently the temperature has been very high. I just hope to water more to help the seedlings stay cool and survive. Normally, I go to bed at 9 p.m., but because I stayed up late yesterday, I woke up late today and feel quite energetic. But I'm not in a hurry. Since I need to water the garden every night and can't do much during the day, it's okay to sleep during the day and be active at night. The weather is hot, and I have little appetite. I find it hard to enjoy cooked or fried dishes. So I plan to make some cool, refreshing side dishes and store them in the fridge to enjoy slowly. The long night can be boring, so I turn on a TV drama while preparing the side dishes. First, I pick a handful of small chili peppers from the yard. I planted mint nearby, and it grew into a large patch. I go to the basement to get some dried seaweed, dried cucumber, and dried radish, soaking them in water. I mix dried chili powder, sesame seeds, and salt thoroughly. In an electric cooker, I heat some oil and pour it over the mixture, making a big bowl of spicy chili oil. I cut the small chili peppers into rings, slice garlic into pieces, and chop green onions and cilantro into small bits. I boil a large pot of water, clean the seaweed, and cook it briefly. Then I take it out and cut it into diamond-shaped pieces. After draining excess water, I add soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, oyster sauce, plenty of garlic slices, and the chili peppers. I stir everything well and taste it. The texture is smooth and crunchy, with a mix of sweet, sour, and spicy flavors, rich and tasty. Sweet and spicy seaweed is my favorite cold dish. I can eat 2 bowls of rice with it. I packed the prepared spicy seaweed into a small bowl, covered it with plastic wrap, and stored it in the fridge. I wash and cut the soaked dried cucumber and radish into small pieces. Then I add chopped green onions, cilantro, garlic, 2 large spoons of chili oil, sesame oil, sugar, and vinegar, mixing everything thoroughly. After mixing, I taste a small bite. It's spicy, fragrant, and flavorful. The radish is quite crunchy and not as spicy as before, while the dried cucumber remains crisp with a fresh cucumber aroma. Each has its own delicious taste. Place this small basin of pickled vegetables under plastic wrap and put it in the refrigerator. The fridge can easily hold these 2 basins of pickled vegetables, along with some frozen plums and dried persimmons. After finishing these tasks, wash the dishes that weren't cleaned during the day, then sweep and wipe the inside and outside thoroughly. Doing this work during the day feels exhausting, but at night, when it's cooler, it's not so hard. Add water and food to the little chickens, give them a nice bath, and change into sleepwear before returning to the dark room. Tonight, I didn't close the basement's wooden door. Instead, I used an old wire dog cage turned upside down to prevent the puppies from falling in. In the middle of the night, I felt a bit cold, so I covered myself with a summer quilt and slept peacefully. The next day, I woke up around noon and couldn't wait to eat the cold dish I prepared myself. Braving the heat, I first steamed some rice, then continued feeding the chickens with water and spray. Once the rice was ready, I carried 2 basins of pickled vegetables back to the dark room. I used a large soup bowl to serve the rice, then poured some cold water over it to make a water rice dish. Took a bite of the pickled vegetables and sipped a big mouthful of water rice, which was cool, refreshing, and delicious. All my meals and drinks were sorted out perfectly. The sweet and spicy kelp is even more flavorful than last night. It's chewy, and as I chew, I can taste the sweet and spicy flavors soaked inside. The cold mixed radish and dried cucumber are crispy and especially good with rice. The dogs haven't eaten meat for 2 days. Seeing me eat rice and pickled vegetables, they're drooling, thinking I'm eating something delicious just for myself. I offered a piece of kelp to the little dogs, and they sniffed it but turned away, looking at me with sad eyes. They probably think their owner can't hunt anymore, and in the future, they'll only eat husks and vegetables, so they look a bit sad.
But I don't care about that.
As long as they know I'm not eating alone, and I'm eating plain food too, that's enough. After eating, I threw the dishes into the kitchen without washing them, saving that for when it's cooler at night. Although the dark room is cool, it's quite small, and lying there all the time feels stuffy. I went to the basement and used a wire fence to enclose the empty space in the middle, trying to create a larger area. I took the 6 dogs down to the basement. As soon as they arrived, the 6 dogs were very happy. It's cooler down there, and the space is bigger. I set up 2 pee pads in a corner, indicating they should only pee on the pads and not elsewhere. Xiao Di led the 4 little ones near the pee pad, softly whimpering, then symbolically urinated on it. It seems to be teaching them that this is the place to pee. Xiao Di is a calm, obedient, kind, beautiful, generous, and very smart little dog. As for Xiao Gua, he's just a dog. He is jumping around in the basement, running in circles, and even scratching the floor with his paws, looking a bit silly. I looked around. Besides walking the dogs, there doesn't seem to be much else to do here. I just stood on the cleared space, doing nothing. The dogs, tired from playing, lay down on the ground, curled up. The basement is too cold and damp, and I wonder if lying on the floor for a long time might hurt them. So I plan to build a bed in the basement so I can stay there longer and the little ones can stay comfortably too. I took 2 empty shelves, laid them flat on the ground separately, not touching each other, then stacked 2 more shelves on top. Under the blazing sun, I went to the west wing to get some wooden planks. I laid the planks directly on the shelves. That makes 2 simple beds. I think I am very clever. These beds are about 1.5 by 2 meters. I moved both beds against the wall, leaving plenty of space in the basement for movement and for the dogs to play. During the coldest times, I only used an old quilt, spreading it over one bed to make a dog den for Xiao Di and Xiao Gua. I took a new quilt and spread it over the other bed for my own dog den. I patted the bed with the old quilt and called Xiao Di and Xiao Gua to come up. They understood immediately, jumped up, and lay down comfortably without moving. It seems they understand this will be their den from now on. In the future, when they play in the basement, they will rest on these 2 beds. But at night, they still need to go back upstairs because the basement is too damp and cold, which might be bad for their health. At 7 p.m., I hurriedly called the dogs back into the dark room and continued to place the dog cages at the basement entrance to block it. Actually, Xiao Di and Xiao Gua can push the cages open with a gentle push, but they are very sensible and don't touch them. Well, maybe not entirely sensible. At first, Xiao Gua tilted his head and pushed the cage, knocking it askew. But Xiao Di immediately growled at him twice, and he shrank back, not daring to move again. Outside, the temperature has dropped a lot. I went out first to wash the dishes in the kitchen, then prepared to water the vegetable garden. I called Xiao Di and Xiao Gua. This is their daily outdoor time, and also a way to protect me. After pulling a cart full of water up the hill, I first used my flashlight to check on the growth of the vegetable seedlings. I'm not sure if the plants are naturally heat resistant or if my shading and daily watering have helped, but these vegetables still look healthy. They're growing strong and firm, much bigger than before. Whatever the reason, since they are still healthy, I feel happy. While watering the vegetables halfway through, I heard strange sounds from the small dogs, Xiaodi and Xiaogua. Their noises were different from usual, short, deep, and low. They are a bit far from me, so I don't know where they ran off to play. But hearing their sounds, I knew they must have seen something. I felt a bit worried and quickly reached into my pocket for the stun baton. I thought there was no danger nearby, so I only brought the stun baton and no other self-defense tools. Now I realized I was being careless. I hurried towards Xiaodi and Xiaogua. When they heard my footsteps, Xiaogua didn't move, but Xiaodi quickly ran over and tugged at my pant leg, leading me in that direction. Seeing Xiaodi do this, I felt even more strange. As I got closer, I was shocked to see a pile of gray fur on the ground. I couldn't tell what it was at first, so I shone my flashlight carefully. It turned out to be a large gray dog lying on the ground, with two puppies struggling to nurse on its belly. Seeing me approach, holding something that glows, the big dog immediately tensed up. Even though it was weak, it tried its best to move slightly, as if trying to protect its puppies under its body. The dog's fur looked dull and unhealthy. I moved closer for a better look. There was a large wound on its leg, with a pool of blood on the ground. The dog was squinting and seemed to be near death. Around it, the soil showed signs of dragging, like something had been pulled across it. It looked like the dog had dragged its back half here step by step. I wondered if there was a den here originally or if the puppies had followed the mother here. The puppies didn't understand what was happening and didn't realize their mother was hurt. They were still nursing vigorously on her belly. I felt a bit angry seeing these innocent little creatures, thinking, your mother is almost dying, and you're still nursing so hard. But then I considered that maybe the mother was injured, and her milk was insufficient, so the puppies were very hungry and feeding hard. Thinking this way, I felt it was understandable. Normally, I would want to help in such a situation, but now I hesitated about whether to save them or not. I already have 6 dogs at home, and I can't be sure if I will continue to take in more puppies in the future. If I add these 3, that makes 9 dogs. I am struggling to meet my own basic needs. Caring for these 9 dogs might even cost me my life. But when I see the large dog lying weakly and still protecting its puppy, I can't just leave it. After hesitating for a moment, I turn around to get the cart. Xiao Di sees me turning and leaving and thinks I don't want to save them. He silently follows from behind, looking up at me with full of pleading eyes. Probably because he's also a mother, he understands how a mother dog feels. I take all the water buckets from the cart and place them beside the large dog. I'm afraid that if I move the mother dog too suddenly, she might get defensive and bite me. I gently touch her head, and seeing she doesn't react much, I softly say, I'm going to take you home to help you. Please don't bite me, okay? Then I lift the large dog onto the cart. She's much lighter than I expected, even feeling the bones that press against my hand. After placing her on the cart, she doesn't react much, just tilts her head and keeps staring at her puppies. I quickly put the 2 small puppies on the ground next to the mother dog, and she peacefully closes her eyes. Wow, she won't die so soon, will she? That gave me a scare, so I hurriedly check closer. I see her belly still moving, so she's still breathing and not dead. At home, I carry the large dog directly onto the floor of the small Western-style room. The floor already has a cotton pad for Xiao Di and Xiao Gua, so I place her on top. Originally, Xiao Di and Xiao Gua each occupied 1 pad, but the large dog needs 2. Xiao Di and Xiao Gua are quite big now, and this large dog is really huge. The large dog doesn't know what I plan to do, and her eyes look empty and distant. Her gaze startles me. She looks just like a villain from a TV show. I don't want to stay alone with her, so I quickly go outside to bring the 2 puppies in. Xiao Di and Xiao Gua follow. Now the whole floor in the dark room is crowded. It's not a big space, but it holds 9 dogs and an adult. 4 of our puppies are crawling everywhere, watching the new large dog and the 2 puppies. Xiao Di looks worriedly at the injured large dog, while Xiaogua excitedly runs around. The large dog lies on a makeshift bed made of 2 cotton pads, and the 2 puppies are climbing all over her. The scene in front of me is chaotic and headache-inducing. I cross my arms and look around. First, I shoo Xiaogua, Xiaodi, and the 4 puppies out of the dark room. It's not hot outside, so let them play and make noise out there. I quickly got some water to feed the big dog. I poured water into its mouth, and it struggled to lift its neck to drink. The bowl was almost empty after it drank all the water. It seems very hot outside, and with the big dog injured, it probably hasn't found water for a long time. Since it can drink water, it should also be able to eat something. I took some eggs out of the fridge, which I had cooked and stored for the dog's extra meal. There were only 4 eggs, all peeled and brought into the dark room. I broke them into small pieces and placed them near the dog's mouth. The big dog opened its mouth and ate them all. After finishing the 4 eggs, seeing I had no more, it gently lowered its head and rested again. The 2 puppies, who are still nursing from their mother, are drinking milk. I quickly prepared some milk powder. Once it cooled down, I held the puppies like I did when I was young, feeding them milk. I was very familiar with how to feed them because I had done it before. Both puppies were very hungry, about the size of a 10-day-old, and they drank a bowl of milk in one go. One of them even vomited a little from overeating. I was careless. I haven't fed milk in a while and couldn't control it well. The big dog saw me feeding the puppies little by little. Its eyes were no longer blank, and it was no longer defensive. Tears welled up in its eyes, and its gaze at me was very human. That look seemed to be gratitude, or being touched, or finally feeling saved, like a burden lifted after surviving a disaster. Its head drooped weakly on the cotton pad, just staring at me. I was slightly stunned by its gaze, and suddenly thought of a word: fate. Maybe this is destiny. Since I met it and saved it, I must let it live and treat it well, like little Di Xiaogua. After feeding the 2 dogs, the puppies no longer nursed from their mother and snuggled in the big dog's arms, falling asleep. I began to check the big dog's leg wounds. Only then did I realize it was not just one leg injured. There were many wounds, shocking to see, stretching from the lower back down to both legs. It looked like something had strangled its lower back, digging deep into the flesh and bone. The wounds on the legs seemed to be from the big dog struggling fiercely, with what looked like wire wrapped from its waist to its hind legs, creating many circular wounds. From these circular wounds, it was clear the dog had struggled for a long time. Whatever had strangled it had moved back a little, allowing the dog to rest before it struggled again. It only managed to break free when the narrow part of its thigh was freed. Looking at these wounds, I couldn't help but feel my nose sting, and tears fell drop by drop. If it weren't for the 2 puppies waiting for it to come home and feed them, it probably would have given up struggling and died long ago. The long dragging marks on the ground were made by it desperately dragging itself forward with its front paws and hind legs to return. The large bloodstain on the ground is not all the blood it lost. Its blood is flowing as it searches for its children. I feel so pained that my fingers tremble. Seeing such a tired and injured dog, I even regret hesitating earlier about whether to save it. After inspecting the wound, I immediately go to get the necessary medicines. I gather iodine solution, cotton swabs, amoxicillin, and oral anti-inflammatory medicine for dogs. First, I gently trim the long hair from its lower back to its thighs with scissors. Then, I dip a cotton swab in iodine and carefully wipe the wound. When the cotton touches the wound, the dog trembles fiercely, but it keeps its eyes closed and remains still, perhaps understanding that I am helping it heal. I carefully wipe the wound twice with iodine on both legs. The wound looks fresh, otherwise, it would have rotted and smelled bad in this temperature. Next, I pour out the medicine from the amoxicillin capsule and carefully apply it to the wound little by little. Applying the medicine seems to cause more pain. The dog keeps its eyes closed, and its breathing becomes more labored. Almost there, it will be fine soon, I whisper softly, trying to comfort it. My hands move quickly as I keep talking softly to soothe it. The white powder absorbs the red secretion from the wound rapidly, making the wound dry. That's a good sign. It should be effective. After applying the medicine, I gently wrap the dog with a layer of gauze. I don't plan to wrap it too tightly, fearing the wound won't breathe. Since it's hot, wrapping too much could cause infection or decay, making the situation worse. The two puppies are about to be separated from their mother. I worry they might crawl around and worsen the dog's wound. I place soft cotton pads inside a cardboard box and put the puppies inside, snugly next to the big dog. Maybe because it ate eggs, it has regained some strength. It lifts its head more easily than before. It looks at the two puppies sleeping peacefully in the box beside it, and it relaxes and closes its eyes to rest. Outside, Xiao Gua is impatiently waiting, wanting to come in and join the fun but can't get in. It starts howling like a wolf. The loud howling makes the big dog lift its eyelids and look outside. I quickly step out, give Xiao Gua 2 slaps on the head, and it immediately shuts its mouth. The big dog's wound has been treated, but I still need to water the vegetable garden. I take a deep breath, pull the cart, and continue to the garden with Xiao Di and Xiao Gua. After finishing everything, it will be dawn again. After returning home, I was worried that little Di, little Gua, and the 4 dogs might interfere with the injured big dog. So, I let them stay in the basement. It was really a coincidence that I had just finished building dog beds in the basement when the patient came to stay upstairs. But little Di and little Gua were happy to relax. The spacious basement and the large dog bed made them comfortable. Without my supervision forcing them to sleep, the dogs were very excited. I was too tired to feel excited myself. My body was exhausted, and my mind was weary. I lay in bed, not wanting to move at all. Thinking about having 9 dogs to take care of in the future made me feel overwhelmed. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. In my dream, the 9 dogs had puppies, and I had a huge pack of dogs. Every day, I had to prepare a lot of food for them. When I shouted, "Dinner is ready," the dogs would run from the mountains in all directions toward my yard. Endless dogs ran into my yard, eventually flooding it completely. No! I woke up suddenly from the dream, sweating cold. I sat up and thought about how absurd my dream was, feeling a bit amused. Once I was awake, the first thing I did was check the big dog's wound. Since the little dogs and little Gua weren't causing trouble, the bandage was in good condition. I peeled back the bandage and saw the wound was still fairly dry, so I felt relieved. If it was just a surface injury, it would heal quickly with daily medication. Yesterday, the big dog was near death, mainly because it hadn't eaten or drunk water for a long time. I hurried to the kitchen to prepare food for the dogs. Recently, the dogs hadn't been eating well, so I decided to make some tasty food for them. I put 2 large chicken legs with bones into a blender and crushed them. I cracked 3 raw eggs into the mixture, added 2 bowls of cornmeal, a handful of dog food, and some milk powder. I also chopped up a lettuce and added it in. After blending everything well, I shaped the mixture into small round buns and steamed them. I made a big pot of these buns. I set aside 1/3 of the buns and stored the rest in the fridge. First, I went to the basement. Little Di and little Gua each got a bun, and the 4 small dogs each got half a bun. The dogs chewed happily, holding the buns with their paws and nibbling little by little. The smell of chicken and cornmeal was very tempting, and the dogs seemed to love it. Only I could make such irresistible buns. Feeling satisfied, I returned to the main floor, broke the buns into small pieces, and fed them carefully to the big dog. The big dog seemed to have never eaten before. After eating 1 piece, its eyes shone brightly with happiness. After feeding 2 bowls of food, I felt it still wasn't fully satisfied, but I was worried it might overeat, so I didn't continue. Instead, I poured a bowl of water and let the big dog drink. I mixed some medicine from the vet into the water, hoping it would heal quickly. At this moment, little Gua was crying loudly in the basement, clearly protesting because it hadn't eaten enough. Luckily, there were 2 more bowls of food outside, and each puppy got one. Then I fed the puppies with milk powder, and they eagerly fought to finish the entire bowl. I gently held the puppies close to the big dog for a while, then placed them in a cardboard box, and the big dog didn't mind. Suddenly, the big dog slowly got up and used its paw to scratch the door, wanting to go outside. "Why do you want to go out?" "It's very hot outside and you need to rest to heal," I didn't know what it was planning, so I comforted it in words it couldn't understand. But the big dog insisted on going out, so I opened the door and let it go. Now, the big dog's back legs could support some weight. It supported itself with its front legs and slowly moved forward, trembling. When it reached the chicken coop, the chickens inside seemed frozen, curled up and too scared to move. I guessed it was because the big dog was large and had never been inside before, so the chickens were frightened. The big dog didn't pay much attention to the chickens and continued to walk out slowly and carefully. It was very hot outside, but it insisted on going out. I was worried but had to follow. I opened an umbrella to shade it from behind. It moved very slowly, taking about 10 minutes to reach the gate. Outside the yard wall, it stood still without moving. I watched for a while but saw it still didn't move, so I went over to check on it. "What's wrong? What are you trying to do?" The big dog didn't speak and lowered its head, avoiding my gaze. "Come on, tell me. What do you want?" "If you tell me, I can help." Seeing it didn't respond, I became more anxious. Suddenly, a piece of stool fell behind the big dog.
Ah.
I felt awkward, and the big dog looked a bit embarrassed too. So it was just going outside to do its business. Oh well, I should have said so earlier. I quietly stepped back and moved into the yard to avoid it. Honestly, this dog is very sensible. It came just one day ago, and already knows not to do its business on my territory. It has good manners. I wish little Gua could be so considerate. While I was thinking, the big dog finished and slowly started walking back. I was worried it might hurt its wound, so I reached out to gently pet its head. Seeing it didn't resist, I carefully avoided the wound and carried it back into the dark room. After placing it on the cotton pad, the big dog seemed very tired. It closed its eyes and napped for a while before falling asleep. I thought I should make a bigger doghouse, so I took sewing tools and went to the basement. I didn't come up for a long time. Little D and Little Gua saw me and quickly wagged their tails, rubbing against my legs. Afraid they might think I like the big dog more and don't like them, I picked them up one by one and kissed them again and again. Maybe I was a bit too much, as I ended up making both Little D and Little Gua's ears look like airplane ears. I chose a piece of suitable cotton fabric, patted it with cotton inside, and started sewing. After sewing around the edges, I stitched a few lines in the middle to prevent the filling from shifting. Once finished, my stomach started growling, and I realized I hadn't eaten all day. So, I braved the heat and went out of the dark room to cook a bowl of noodles for myself. Mixed with some sauce and paired with fragrant pickled vegetables, it was another good meal. After eating and drinking enough, I used the noodle broth to prepare chicken feed. The chicks are growing very fast. They are now medium-sized. There are many chickens at home now, a total of 22. Seeing the chicken coop getting a bit crowded and worried about the heat, I planned to build another chicken enclosure tonight. Since waking up from the afternoon nap, I haven't rested. Outside, the temperature hasn't fully dropped yet, so I plan to sleep for a while. Back in the dark room, I slept soundly on the Kong bed. I woke up again around 8 p.m. feeling full of energy. I was ready to work again. First, I took out the dog food and fed the dogs, then went outside to set up the chicken coop. It's on the shady side of the breeding house, also fenced with wire mesh. I placed the newly grown chicks on one side, so they wouldn't get too hot. Now, when entering the small Western-style house from outside, the pathway between the breeding house is flanked by wire mesh on both sides. After setting it up, I went to the basement to bring out the dogs. Although the basement is cool, I worry it might harm their health. I took them out and let them run in the living room and yard to warm up and dispel the cold. When the 4 puppies were crawling around in the east room, I closed the door. Then I took Little D and Little Gua to water the fields. The crops and vegetables in the fields are growing well, seemingly unaffected by the weather. Perhaps the temperature is suitable for the vegetables, and I've been watering them promptly, so they haven't suffered much. After watering, I reapplied medicine to the big dog's leg. Most of the previous powder medicine had been absorbed or fallen off, so I gently wiped the wound with a cotton swab dipped in iodine and applied new medicine. The wound is now more stable, so I didn't continue with the gauze. After everything was done, the next day dawned bright. Sleepiness came over me, and I sweetly drifted into a dream. In the following days, my daily routine stayed pretty much the same. I woke up in the afternoon to cook and eat, then did some chores in the basement. When night fell and the temperature dropped, I went outside to water the fields and picked some fruits and vegetables to eat. At night, I first took the big dog outside the yard to pee, then brought it back and applied medicine to its wound. After 7 days, the big dog's spirit improved a lot. It no longer needed to be carried outside to pee. It could walk on its own, though it was a bit limping and slower than before. On the 8th afternoon, I saw that its wound was healing well and scabbing over, so I stopped applying medicine. I took a fish from the fridge and cooked it. I kept half for myself, and after it was soft, I removed the fish bones and mixed it with a large bowl of noodles. I shared some with the big dog and Little D and Little Gua. The big dog ate eagerly, as if it had never eaten before. Sometimes I wonder how the big dog survived. During the long, cold end of the world, where did it hide? If it had an owner, it seemed like it had never eaten anything from a home before. Oh well, I give up trying to understand. Later that evening, after watering the crops, I felt a bit hungry again. I went into the kitchen to make a late-night snack. When I was looking for food in the back room, I heard a chicken crowing. Probably the big dog went out to relieve itself. I came out of the back room to see how its leg was healing. The big dog was walking quickly, and its wound didn't seem to affect its walking much. It looked like it was almost healed. I grabbed an iron basin and threw some potatoes in, which made a loud noise that startled the dog. It looked back at me in the kitchen, paused for a moment, then turned and continued walking toward the yard. Then I noticed it was limping. It wasn't walking normally like before, but limping on one leg. What a good dog. It was pretending to be sick to avoid being chased away, just to get some food and attention. Sometimes, people can be so silent that they end up making you laugh. I helplessly laughed alone in the kitchen. This dog looked like a delicate lady from a wealthy family, but it was pretending to be sick just to get some food and care. Even though it was healing, it was still weak, so I made sure to keep it well fed. When night fell, I took my fishing rod and Little Gua to the pond to fish. The night was very dark, with only faint moonlight blocked by tall trees. I felt a little scared. Maybe Little Gua sensed my feelings and snuggled close to me, lying quietly. There was a flashlight on the ground. I was holding a fishing rod in one hand and touching Little D's head with the other. I was praying that the fish would bite soon. Maybe because it was hot, the fish were active at night too. After just 10 minutes, I felt a tug on the fishing rod. I stood up excitedly and pulled hard, catching a big fish that was about the same size as the one Xiaogua caught. I quickly took the hook out and put the fish into the water bucket. Then I sat down again to fish. Coming here every day is really scary. I'd rather stay a little longer tonight and catch more fish, and try to come less often at night to this dark, creepy ditch. Luckily, Little D stayed close to me, being a very good girl. I fished for over an hour and caught 4 fish, 2 big ones and 2 small ones. That's enough for us to eat for a while. I carefully put away the fishing rod, walked around the pond, and headed home. Little D stayed close to my leg, walking with me step by step. When I got home and opened the garage door, Xiaogua rushed out like a firecracker. Seeing us come back together, it jumped around and sniffed us all over. It seemed to be asking if we had stolen some tasty treats. I didn't bother with it and went straight to the kitchen to handle the fish in the water bucket. In no time, I finished processing all 4 fish and put them in the freezer. After taking a shower, I was about to go to bed in the dark room. But I remembered that carrying the water bucket back was inconvenient, and I forgot to lock the front door. I took the flashlight and went outside to lock the door. Just as the door was about to close, my flashlight shone outside, and I saw a faint greenish glow. Maybe I saw it wrong? I thought I was too tired, feeling dizzy and seeing stars in my eyes. But I still felt uneasy and decided to look again. I waved the flashlight toward the spot where I saw the glow and saw 4 glowing green eyes. Oh my gosh, what is that? Is it a wild animal? It must be. At first, I didn't react right away. When I finally did, I quickly closed the door and started locking it. My hands trembled as I locked the door, struggling for a while before it was secure. My heart was pounding in my chest. I was trembling as I ran back home. If it was a wild animal, it could probably jump over my fence. Thinking this, I locked the garage door tightly and also locked the front door inside, feeling a little safer. Maybe the fish smell from night fishing attracted the wild animals. Now, I'm really worried. I think I'm being watched by a wild animal. What could it be? A tiger? A wolf? A bear? Or maybe a smaller animal like a fox or a badger. I pray that it is a fox or a badger. At least I can fight them off. Feeling hopeless, I return to the dark room, lie on the bed, and am still shaken. I can't fall asleep. I keep thinking about how long ago the cold spell ended. Just a few days of peace, and now wild animals are watching us again. With so many dogs inside and outside, aren't they all at risk of being eaten? Xiao Di is my beloved daughter, raised from a young age. She is so obedient. The thought of her being bitten by a scary wild animal makes my heart ache. The more I think about it, the harder it is to sleep. I even start to feel anxious and secretly cry under the blankets. I don't know how long I cried, but when dawn broke, I finally fell asleep. The next morning, I kept thinking about how to deal with the animals. I went to the basement, looked around, and found many steel balls and a slingshot. If nothing else works, I might use the slingshot to scare them away, hitting them until they dare not bother me. But I worry that the slingshot might be too weak. If the wild animals remember and hold a grudge, I might be in even greater danger. I was distracted all day and didn't feel like cooking fish for the dogs. I quickly prepared some food and ate a simple meal. Before it got dark, I took the cart out under the still warm sunset to water the vegetables. Watering the garden is necessary. I have to face going outside morning and evening. If I had to choose a time to go out, I would rather do it in the hot daytime than at night. While watering the plants, I nervously looked around, holding a stun baton tightly in one hand. If a wild animal came near, I would use the stun baton to hit its neck hard. After watering all the plants, I saw no sign of any wild animals. Still, I didn't dare stay long. I quickly packed up the water buckets and hurried back home. Soon after, it got dark. The big dog needed to go outside to pee again. I was very afraid of wild animals outside, so I signaled for it to pee in the yard. The big dog refused and sat by the gate, insisting on going out. But I didn't agree. I wouldn't allow the life I'd just saved to be harmed again by wild animals. Seeing how firm I was, the big dog finally gave in, peed at the gate, and then went back inside. Since the big dog stays in the dark room, Xiao Di, Xiao Gua, and the 4 puppies live in the basement. Usually after dark, they go outside to play and get some fresh air. But today, I really didn't dare let them out again. I closed all the doors and windows, keeping Xiao Di, Xiao Gua, and the others inside to move around freely. Xiao Gua tried several times to signal me to open the door, but I refused. Over the next 3 days, except for going out in the late afternoon when the sun was just about to set to water the vegetables, neither people nor dogs left the house. Since I couldn't go out, I stayed at home playing with the dogs using toys to burn off some energy. The simplest game was fetch. I threw a handmade, ugly doll far away, and the dogs competed to see who could run the fastest and bring the doll back to me. Besides Little D and Little Gua, 4 puppies also joined this game. However, they played just for fun. The 2 puppies were too small to run, and the big dog sat obediently beside me. I watched Little D and Little Gua fight over the toy and saw the 4 puppies stumble and fall. Seeing Little D and Little Gua happy, I felt very good too. When I was especially happy, I would pet the big dog's head, and I could tell the big dog was happy too. But for some reason, it never wagged its tail. Even when I saw the sparkle in its eyes showing happiness, it never wagged its tail, and its tail was always hanging down when it walked. It looked a bit like a wolf. Probably wild dogs are like that. But it doesn't matter. I don't need them to wag their tails and beg for my attention. I'm more concerned about the wild animals. During these 3 days of watering the vegetables, I took my binoculars and carefully observed the surroundings. But I still didn't see any signs of wild animals. I started to wonder if I was really seeing things, as I hadn't spotted anything for so long. And since the coldest period had just passed, the chance of wild animals appearing was low. On the fourth day, I didn't dare relax my guard. I still went out to water the vegetables just before sunset, and when I came back, I was sweating all over. Compared to the heat or cold, my safety was more important. At night, the big dog went outside to relieve itself as usual. Today, it looked very anxious and insisted on going outside. I didn't open the yard gate, but it kept pacing back and forth inside the yard, looking very restless. Maybe it just wasn't used to going outside to do its business. Seeing that no wild animals had appeared for 4 days, perhaps those animals just passed by and are gone now, or maybe there are no wild animals at all. Maybe I was seeing things. Hiding inside all the time wasn't a solution, so I nervously opened the door and let the big dog outside. I stood beside it, holding a stun stick tightly. The big dog successfully went outside to do its business, and I shone my flashlight around but didn't see any green eyes. When I got back home, I felt much more relaxed. Maybe, as I thought, there really were no wild animals. With that sense of safety returning, I slept very well during the first half of the night. Late at night, I heard howling wolves in my dream, as if coming from far away. After a while, I also heard the wolves howling nearby. Nearby? I suddenly woke up from the dream, wondering why I had such a scary dream. Maybe I've been thinking too much lately. Just as I was about to go back to sleep, I heard the wolves howling again. What the heck? Did wolves come into the house? I was so scared I jumped up from the bed and quickly reached for the light. After adjusting to the bright light, I saw there were no wolves on the floor, only the big dog and 2 puppies. The big dog was also awake, standing on the ground. Then outside, the wolves howled again. I was so frightened I didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the big dog stood up, tilted its head toward the door, and let out a long howl, a wah. I'm not stupid, so the thing on the ground must be a wolf, right? Is that correct? Suddenly, I seemed to understand something deeply, and many things made sense. Why it doesn't wag its tail, why the chickens at home are so scared when they see it, like quails, and why it looks like it's never eaten at home. It turns out it's not a dog, it's a wolf. Over the days I spent with the big dog, I learned about its personality. So I wasn't very scared now, knowing it wouldn't hurt me. As for the group outside that might hurt me, I didn't really want to know. After all, a little risk and the whole life could pass by. Even though I said that, the big dog kept pawing at the door of the dark room when it saw I was awake. It seemed like it wanted to go outside. Although I didn't want to and was too afraid, I felt I should let it out. Wolves are social animals, and the big dog's family had been looking for it for a long time. They probably missed it very much and wanted to reunite. So, as if making a firm decision, I opened the dark room door for the big dog. The big dog moved quickly. As soon as I opened a door, it rushed outside. Then I opened the main door, the windbreak door, and the last one, the courtyard gate. I left a crack in the courtyard gate and glanced out casually. I saw at least 5 pairs of eyes staring at me. The green eyes made me feel nervous. I turned and ran back inside without looking back. It was only about 5 or 6 meters, but it felt like I had run for half a century. Inside the windbreak, I hurriedly locked the door, feeling like I had just survived death. I was gasping for breath, watching the outside situation. Actually, I couldn't see clearly, only that the big dog looked happy, and it went over to the other wolves.
I didn't see what exactly it did.
About 10 minutes later, the big dog came back. I thought maybe it would never come back, but most likely it will return because the 2 wolf pups are still here with me. When the big dog came back, it looked very happy, wagging its tail half-heartedly. At the door of the windbreak, its eyes bright, it looked at me, wanting me to open the door. My mood was complicated, but I still opened the door for it. Big dog, no, I can't call it that anymore. I just realized I can't keep calling it that, but I really don't want to call it a wolf. So let's call it Sad Pow. After all, I don't want it to lose face when it returns to the wolf pack. If the other wolves knew it had a name like Little Earth or Little Gua, it would probably be pretty embarrassing. After Sad Pow entered the house, it went straight to the dark room as usual. I carefully looked through the crack in the door of the yard. It seemed the wolves outside had already left. I followed Sad Pow back to the dark room to see if it would go out again. If it came back just to take the 2 pups away, I wouldn't stop it. After all, if it leaves, the wolf pack probably won't come, and I will be safe, hee hee. But Sad Pao showed no intention of leaving. It just lay on the dog mat and continued sleeping. My mood was a mess. How did things turn out like this? I brought wolves into the house. Not only did the big wolf bring 2 little wolves, but it also attracted a large group of wolves. But I heard wolves are very loyal, so I hope they will forgive me for saving Sad Pao. And also forgive me for losing more than 20 chickens, little Gua, and 4 puppies. I woke up in the afternoon, but I still couldn't calm my mind. However, Sad Pao was the same as usual, showing no change. It was as if the incident with the wolf pack last night never happened. If it weren't a wolf mother, I might even think it was a scumbag. It made a mistake yesterday. Its girlfriend was still upset, and the next day it acted as if nothing had happened, trying to let things pass smoothly. But it's just a small animal. I can't argue with it. Since I truly saw the wolf pack yesterday, I became even more afraid to go outside. But I still needed to water the plants. With such hot weather, if I didn't water them for a day, I was afraid my vegetables would all die from the heat. I thought of a good idea. Take Sad Pao with me to water the plants. According to stories and TV shows, if the wolf pack attacked me, Sad Pao would probably protect me. So I took a deep breath, pulled a cart of water, and opened the yard door. Just as I was about to step outside, I was stunned by what I saw. There was some blood outside the yard door, and on the ground, 3 wild chickens and 4 rabbits were lying scattered. Bloodstains stained the soil red in some places. I looked at So Biao with curiosity. May I ask what this means? So Biao's eyes sparkled as he proudly walked around the rabbits and wild chickens. So, the negotiation last night resulted in his family bringing some wild game to help us. I couldn't help but smile or laugh. It seems my worries about the wolf pack hurting me were unnecessary. Now that we've repaid the kindness and paid the medical expenses, the chances of them harming me are lower. I'm not sure when the wild chickens and rabbits were placed here, but the blood on the ground has already started to clot. So, I first bent down to pick up the rabbits and wild chickens and brought them inside the yard, then pushed the cart to water the plants. So Biao followed me obediently. While watering, I kept an eye on the surroundings, still afraid that wolves might suddenly jump from behind. After watering, there was no movement around, so it seems the wolves aren't here during the day. On the way home, I hesitated for a moment and picked some potatoes from the field. The potatoes have grown quite large now, much bigger than when I first ate them. At home, I placed the potatoes in the kitchen and took the wild chickens and rabbits inside. They're still warm, so I didn't rush to process them. I thought I should give some kind of return, so I filled 2 large buckets with water and placed them outside the yard. It's hot outside now, and water sources on the ground are probably scarce. I wonder if they can find that pond. If animals can drink a big bowl of water at once, like I saw So Biao do, then they are indeed very thirsty. After an hour, when it got dark, I started to process the chickens and rabbits. Before that, I prepared a big basin of dough, planning to steam some buns to eat. First, I used a small knife to peel the rabbit skin. It was my first time doing this, but I didn't find it as difficult as I imagined. Maybe because I've been farming for a long time, I've become more mentally adaptable. I boiled a large pot of hot water and scalded the wild chickens to remove their feathers. Using a kitchen knife, I cut open the rabbits and chickens, discarding all internal organs except for the gizzards and hearts. I left the organs outside. If my younger brothers and little Gua wanted to eat some, they could, and if not, I'd deal with them later tonight. After processing everything, I froze the 4 rabbit meats in the fridge. Including the fish from before, the fridge is now full again. There's no space for the 3 wild chickens, so I plan to stew all 3. I was really craving chicken meat, but I couldn't bear to kill our own chickens, so I hadn't eaten any. Unexpectedly, thanks to So Biao, I now get to enjoy wild chicken. Hunting myself is impossible. There are very few birds around, so I can't even think about catching a wild chicken. First, I cut the chicken into small pieces with an axe used for chopping meat, then peeled a large bowl of potatoes. With so much chicken, I can only use a big iron pot for cooking. I start a fire with firewood and place the iron pot on the stove, adding plenty of oil. Once the oil heats up, I add chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic. After fragrant, I pour all the chicken pieces into the pot and stir-fry. The meat from 3 wild chickens is quite a lot, and I keep stirring until my arms get tired. When the chicken starts to smell good, I add the potatoes and continue stir-frying, then add soybean paste and keep stirring. When my arms are almost too tired to lift, the savory smell of the sauce is ready. I add 4 large ladles of water, enough to cover the chicken completely. Then I add some 13-spice seasoning and chicken bouillon, cover the pot, and let it simmer on high heat. While the chicken is cooking, I steam buns in an electric steamer. The steamer has 3 tiers, and I steam 3 full tiers of buns. To make sure the buns cook evenly, I dampen a towel with water and drape it around the steamer, so the steam inside is stronger. Usually, I fill 1 tier entirely with sweet buns. Once the buns are steamed, I plan to cook the chicken a bit longer. Since it's wild chicken, the meat is tougher, and if it doesn't get soft, it won't be easy to chew. So I take a sweet bun and eat it in the dark room while waiting. I tear open the bun, and hot white sugar flows out. My favorite is dipping the edges of the bun into the white sugar. The sugar juice soaking into the bun makes it especially tasty when you bite into it. After eating, I give the leftover bun skins to the dogs sitting on the ground. Although I usually feed them well, and they eat meat all day, they get very eager when I steam buns. I don't know why, but they eat plain white buns without any meat at all. The most typical one is Xiaogua, who chews very little and can swallow the bun whole. I also gave a piece to Sang Biao, and he seemed to like it too. But since the chicken will be ready soon, I won't feed them more now. When the chicken is almost done, I start scooping it out. Including the chicken, potatoes, and broth, I end up with 3 big bowls of stew. I feel a bit dizzy, probably from not controlling the portions well, so today I'll let the dogs eat until they're full and happy. I set a large bowl aside to cool, which is a message to the wolf pack. You can't just take their stuff and give them only a little water. Then I start serving the dogs. Today's portions are large, so small bowls won't do. I take out a stainless steel tray, fill it with chicken, potatoes, and broth, and tear apart a few buns to add. 2 large trays of food are placed directly on the ground. Xiao Di, Xiaogua, Song Biao, and 4 dogs gather around, happily eating and making contented sounds. I notice that Song Biao doesn't mind being around Xiao Di and Xiaogua. Sometimes they even lick each other's fur. Seeing them get along well makes me feel at ease. The better they get along, the less I worry about the wolf pack harming Xiao Di and Xiaogua. Then I start serving myself some food. It smells so good. It's been a long time since I had chicken. The stew with potatoes smells amazing. Wild chicken meat is firm and chewy, with a slightly slippery texture, and it gets tastier the more I chew. The potatoes are cooked until soft and flavorful, almost melting in my mouth. I dip a small piece of bread into the thick stew and enjoy it. It tastes wonderful. I eat 2 large pieces of bread and half a bowl of chicken and potatoes, and my stomach feels full. The dogs and I have eaten more than half a bowl, leaving 2.5 bowls behind. Seeing the dogs lick the plates clean, I pour the remaining half bowl of chicken back into the container. There's too much leftover food and nowhere to put it. I empty the fruit from the fridge to make space and manage to store 1 bowl of chicken.
There's 1 more bowl left.
I tear 6 large pieces of bread into it and carefully carry it outside the yard, placing it with a water bucket. I check the water bucket. It's still full, so it seems the wolf pack hasn't come by yet. After placing the food and water, I go inside to clean up. I deliberately leave the yard door open and glance outside now and then, checking if wild wolves have arrived. I don't know when they might come. Once I finish cleaning and other chores, I'll close the door tightly and play a patrol game with Xiao Di and Xiaogua. I can't figure out the wolf pack's behavior, so I still don't dare let Xiao Di and Xiaogua go outside. After a while, Song Biao, who had been sitting quietly beside me, suddenly stands up and heads toward the door. The door is locked, so I walk over and open it for him. Song Biao looks back at me but refuses to go out. I don't understand what he means, so I stand there and watch him. Then Song Biao uses his mouth to tug at my pants and pulls me outside. He seems to want me to go out with him. I hesitate and don't want to go out. But Song Biao keeps staring at me and pulls my pants again, urging me to follow. It seems he wants to introduce me to the wolf pack. I understand. After hesitating for a long time, I decide to go out and see what's happening. I've been worried about the wolf pack, and I can't live normally if I don't resolve this. I pick up the baseball bat next to the door, hide my hand behind my back, and follow Song Biao outside. I am also very curious about what the wolf pack is really doing. Do they truly have such a strong sense of humanity that they want to introduce me to the pack? My heart beats loudly, and my hands and feet tremble as I walk to the gate. I see that there are no wolves on the small dirt hill outside. Lung Biao glances at me and walks outside first. He howls twice toward the sky. In the distance, some shadows move in the grass, slowly approaching us. There are 6 wild wolves, some bigger, some smaller, with green eyes shining as they stare at me calmly. People used to say humans look like hungry wolves with eyes full of hunger. Now I see hungry wolves with green eyes. I am very scared but dare not run. If I run back now, and the wolves chase after me from behind, the consequences could be terrible. I can only trust Lung Biao once. I hold the gate tightly in one hand. If the wolves jump at me, I will quickly close the gate and rush inside. The wolves, not really hungry, lower their heads and move forward slowly. Their posture seems a bit strange, like they might attack me. I sweat on my palms and forehead, ready to run into the house at any moment. Lung Biao quickly runs toward the wolf pack. Under the moonlight, I can see their actions clearly this time. He approaches the biggest wolf and then gently rubs against it, showing affection. It's the first time I see such tenderness from a wolf, and also the first time I see wild wolves in real life. The biggest wolf initially looks at me cautiously, but as Lung Biao gets closer, its guard drops. It also starts rubbing its head against Lung Biao. Finally, all 7 wolves come close, nuzzling each other affectionately. I am dazzled, unable to tell which one is Lung Biao. What a pack of 7 wolves. They continue to nuzzle each other, while I stand here trembling, unsure whether to stay or leave. I stand frozen in place. After about 7 or 8 minutes, one wolf walks over to the food bowl with chicken and potatoes and takes a couple of bites. I recognize it as Lung Biao. After eating a few bites, it looks back at the pack, perhaps signaling everyone to come and eat. Then the largest wolf slowly walks over and begins eating. It seems slow, but it takes big bites. Before long, it has dug a hole in the food bowl. This wolf must be the alpha. After about 10 minutes, the alpha wolf lifts its head and stops eating. The other wolves come over, pressing close together to eat. I stand at the gate, even hearing the crunching sound of them chewing chicken bones. The alpha wolf glances at me, then starts drinking water from the bucket. The other wolves ate for a while, and they drank water for the same amount of time. It seems water is hard to find, and they are very thirsty. After a while, Song Biao let out a low bark a few times, then came over to me and rubbed his head against my leg. The other wolves looked up, slowly moved closer to me, and sat down about a meter away. I didn't know what to do at that moment. Out of instinct, I crouched down and gently petted Song Biao's head. We stayed like that for a few minutes, just holding still. Then the alpha wolf looked at me steadily, walked forward, and licked the back of my hand where I was petting Song Biao. I was so scared I didn't dare move, worried it might bite my hand off. After licking my hand twice, it turned and walked away to drink water at the bucket. Suddenly, 3 young wolves, about half-grown, ran over happily, mimicking Song Biao by rubbing against my leg. The remaining 2 adult wolves didn't come over but followed the alpha to drink water. It seemed the alpha wolf was showing its approval, accepting me as part of the wolf pack. I felt very happy inside. Oh my, does this mean I now have a protector? Feeling so excited, I boldly reached out and gently touched the fluffy heads of the young wolves. Maybe because they hadn't been touched by humans before, they really liked the soft feeling of my hand, squinting happily and rubbing even more. The alpha wolf whined twice, and the young wolves happily went to drink water. After the pack finished drinking, the alpha looked at Song Biao, then turned and walked up the small hill where we usually plant vegetables. The other wolves followed behind. Song Biao turned back and went into the yard, and I hurried back inside as well. Since Songbiao wasn't there, I didn't dare stay long. But I felt very happy right now. This feeling was wonderful. Although I often ran around in the mountains at my grandma's house as a child, I never really bonded with wild animals, especially high-level animals like wolves. Now, it feels like I've been linked to some spiritual pets in a magical world, dangerous to others but very friendly to me. I never imagined this situation, and of course, it's the best. A few days ago, I couldn't sleep from fear, but tonight, I can't sleep from excitement. My hand still smells like the alpha wolf saliva, reminding me that all of this is real. I don't know if the wolf pack will change their minds soon, but for now, they're not attacking me, and that's enough. The next afternoon, when I watered the fields, I brought not only Songbiao but also Little D and Little Gua. At this time, the wolf pack wouldn't come, so their scent wouldn't mix with theirs outside. I hope the wolves will get used to Little D and Little Gua and won't attack them. After meeting the wolf pack yesterday, I no longer feel as scared or nervous today. While watering the plants, I even hummed a little tune. A few days ago, I was too tense and didn't carefully check my vegetables. Now, upon closer inspection, I see many vegetables have grown quite big. The seedlings seem less affected by the high temperatures. I picked a bright red tomato, cleaned it, and took a bite. It was very sweet, juicy, and a little sandy. I rarely get to eat such sweet tomatoes. From what I learned in geography, large temperature differences between day and night can help fruits store more sugar. So, my watermelon must be like a jar of sugar. I felt happy thinking that this year will be a good harvest. But I was feeling happy for only a short while before I suddenly couldn't find Zongbiao and Little D Little Gua. I didn't dare shout loudly for them because if I did, the wolf pack might hear and come. Without Zongbiao by my side, and with the wolves not knowing me, that would be bad. I looked around and saw some faint shadows in the distant cornfield. Maybe because I haven't taken them outside for a long time, Little D Little Gua was playing wildly. Seeing them made me happy, so I called them to come over quickly. As soon as they heard my voice, the two little ones ran toward me like crazy. They are quite obedient, I thought, smiling like a mother, waiting for them to come. But then my smile froze on my face. Behind them, a string of wolves followed. Yes, wolves, more than yesterday, big and small, all running toward me. Then the wolf pups and slightly bigger wolves, imitating Little D Little Gua, jumped and bounced around in front of me. They really are friendly animals. No wonder wolves are called pack animals. I kept pretending to smile, but what could I do? Just accept it. So I crouched down, patting and touching each of them. Little D Little Gua are much more capable than I am. Once taken out by Zongbiao, they immediately started playing with the wild wolves. Finally, my heart felt like it was back in my stomach. The wolf pack wouldn't hurt me or Little D Little Gua. Maybe they will even protect us in the future. That would be perfect. Indeed, doing good deeds every day brings blessings you never know when they will come. The wolf pups jumped and pounced around me, knocking over many of my vegetable seedlings. I gasped in pain, feeling heartbroken. But since the big wolves were watching around, I couldn't chase them away. Luckily, I had just finished watering, so I pushed the cart and called Little D Little Gua to go back. Then Sangbiao, along with a group of wolves, also returned to the yard. When passing the water bucket at the gate, the wolf pack happily drank water for a while. I don't know how thirsty they were, but both buckets were almost empty. I poured out the water, went to the well, and brought back fresh, cool water, then placed it back. Turning around, I saw that the 4 puppies and 2 wolf cubs had been brought out by Sangbiao without me noticing. The yard was a mess. Dogs and wolves mixed together, all over the place. Some were lying down, some sitting, others playing, all tangled together. It felt like things were getting out of my control. I felt a bit uneasy, so I sat on the steps and watched the little ones. Just in case, if any wolf in the pack suddenly got angry, I would need to help them. After sitting for a while, the alpha wolf slowly came over and sat beside me. It wasn't trying to flatter me, nor did it circle around like other wolves or dogs. It looked like a mature leader, sitting on the steps with me, watching the group of wolves and dogs. I didn't dare to touch it easily. It was better to just keep a respectful distance. The alpha wolf's fur was shiny and sleek, and it was quite large. Its thick paws were about the same size as my arms. If they fought, I definitely wouldn't win. The messy group of dogs and wolves played in the yard for about 20 minutes, then the alpha slowly walked out of the yard. The other wolves followed one after another, leaving only Sang Biao and its two pups. It seemed this wolf was quite sensible and knew not to stay too long at someone else's home. After they left, I let the dogs continue playing in the yard and went back to the kitchen to cook. I reheated a big bowl of potato chicken stew and some steamed buns from yesterday. The potatoes had become softer, even a bit broken, but they tasted better and more flavorful. I ate 2 large buns and a big bowl of potato chicken stew. Then I tore the remaining buns into pieces, mixed them up, and called Sang Biao and the little ones to eat. The 4 puppies are now almost grown up and can eat quite a lot. In just a short while, they finished 2 large trays of food. But the amount was just right for them. Sang Biao had already started to gain weight. When it first came to the house, its fur was dull, but now it was shiny. Its bones were no longer as obvious. I don't know why it got separated from the wolf pack, or how it was caught in a trap, which led to its trouble. Now that the wolf pack has come back looking for it, Sang Biao seems visibly happier. Zong Biao's injury is almost healed. I don't know if he will leave once he fully recovers. In the following days, the wolf pack occasionally comes to play in the yard. The 2 buckets at the gate are filled with well water every day, ready for the wolves to drink anytime they want. Sometimes, they also bring some wild game as a gift. Sometimes more, sometimes less. No matter how much, whenever I take their game, I make a big bowl of food and leave it at the door for them to enjoy. It's only fair not to take from them without giving back. Soon, Zong Biao's wound completely healed, and a few fine hairs grew where the injury was. The 2 little wolf pups can now eat on their own. Every day, they either play energetically with the 4 puppies at home or eat eagerly. Seeing everyone grow up, it's time to give them names. The puppies at home are named Small 1, Small 2, Small 3, and Small 4, based on their size. The 2 wolf pups I watched grow up deserve nice names, so I named them Little Earth and Little Bean. One day, while watering the fields, Zong Biao took Little Earth and Little Bean and left with the wolf pack. I felt very sad, thinking they wouldn't come back. But I didn't feel sad for long. At dinner time, they always returned on time to eat. I relaxed, realizing Zong Biao would bring Little Earth and Little Bean back, but also visit home often. After that, Zong Biao would often take Little Earth and Little Bean away for a day or 2, then come back when I wasn't paying attention. What made me most angry was Little Gua. Little Gua disappeared with Zong Biao for 2 days. Left alone at home, Xiao Di was sad and busy taking care of the children. I started to see more and more of my husband's shadow in Little Gua, no matter how much he went out to play or explore. Although I felt upset inside, I couldn't stop feeding Little Gua. I was afraid that if I treated him harshly, he might never come back. This kind of life went on for a while. Gradually, I got used to Zong Biao, Little Earth, Little Bean, or Little Gua sometimes staying out overnight. But Xiao Di always stayed by my side, and I became more certain that Xiao Di is my real daughter. Every day, she would keep me company while I water the vegetables, go fishing with me, or do chores, often sitting on the doorstep watching me. Humans live much longer than dogs, and I can't imagine how sad I would be if such a well-behaved Xiao Di ever left me. But parting is an important lesson in life. There's no need to worry about the future now. I just want to do my best to take good care of Xiao Di and Little Gua. One day in the future, when life fades away, I will not feel regretful. It has been a whole month since I treated Zong Biao. Unknowingly, the weather outside has returned to normal. When I woke up at noon, I no longer felt especially stuffy, and I could tolerate going to the yard to get some things. So, I adjusted my daily routine again, sleeping at 10 at night and waking up around 5 or 6 in the morning. But when the sun is strong, I still hide in a dark room, eating icy fruit and playing on my phone. While watering the fields in the morning, I suddenly realized that the watermelon had grown very big. Some were already as big as a basketball, and I thought they might be ripe. Gently tapping the watermelon skin, I could feel a slight trembling. This is a sign that the watermelon is ripe. I picked the most trembling one and brought it home. Carefully cleaning my knife, I prepared to cut it. The knife just went into the watermelon less than an inch, when suddenly there was a cracking sound, and the whole watermelon split open gently. A fresh, watermelon scent filled the air, and through the crack, I could vaguely see the red inside. I removed the knife, gently pried it open, and the watermelon split into two halves. The inside was very beautiful, with fewer seeds. I resisted the urge to taste it immediately, wrapped one half in a plastic bag, and put it in the fridge to chill. Then I grabbed a metal spoon, carried the other half back to the dark room. The sun had just come out after I finished watering the plants, and I was covered in sweat. Now, eating cold watermelon in the cool dark room was perfect to cool down and refresh myself. I used the spoon to scoop into the watermelon, making a rustling sound. I slowly rotated the spoon, digging out the core in the middle. The watermelon was crisp and looked very tempting. I took a big bite, but the core was too large to fit in my mouth all at once. I bit off half of it and started chewing slowly. My teeth barely needed to work, and a lot of watermelon juice flooded my mouth. I had to swallow the sweet juice in big gulps before continuing to chew. One piece of watermelon gave me a huge feeling of satisfaction. The watermelons grown outside, and those in the pot inside tasted completely different. They were full of fresh aroma, very juicy, and sweet enough to make your throat feel sticky. The juiciness was because I insist on watering the garden every day, and the sweetness was mainly due to the hot weather. The right timing, good conditions, and my efforts made this perfect big watermelon. I had been craving this bite for a long time, and now I finally ate it. I felt completely cool and refreshed all over. At this moment, I could also cook some corn. I tore off a few ears and threw them directly into a pot to boil, filling the house with the aroma of corn. The little girl and her 4 puppies are running all over the yard. I can eat 3 of them at once, and the dogs can each have 1. Before the harvest, we already ate a small patch of corn. While the corn is still tender, I picked some and cooked it, then froze it in the fridge for winter snacks. Not long after, it rained for 2 days straight. After the rain, I finally felt a cool breeze in the air. The temperature dropped gently to 24 degrees Celsius. After the autumn rain, it's mushroom picking season. The best time is 2 days after the rain. When I was young, I loved picking mushrooms, and I still try not to miss out. Early in the morning, I took my handmade willow basket and went mushroom picking with the little girl and her puppies. In the past, I had to walk far into unspoiled mountain forests to find mushrooms, because nearby forests had already been picked clean by shepherds during their sheep grazing. Now it's different. Everything is quiet, no houses around, and as long as there are trees, there should be mushrooms. I don't think I've ever taken the little girl and her puppies beyond the mountain valleys or vegetable fields. Today, I took them to a more distant forest. They were very excited, running around wildly in the unfamiliar fields. They got wet with dew on the grass. I didn't stop them. I was happy to take them out to play. But I wonder, since the puppies often don't come home for days, they should be used to the wild. Why are they so excited? I like to think it's because I brought them here, so they're so happy. When we arrived in the forest, I started looking carefully for mushrooms. I only picked the mushrooms I knew, nothing else. First, I went to the pine forest and found many round pine mushrooms in the tree hollows. The pine mushrooms were covered in water droplets, and their caps looked slippery and cute. I carefully picked each mushroom, scraping off the dirt at the base with a small knife, then gently placed it in the basket. When picking mushrooms, I clean off the dirt, so I won't have to do it later. After gathering half a basket of mushrooms in the pine forest, I moved on to the poplar woods. In autumn, a white poplar mushroom grows there. It has a very strong, fragrant smell, different from other mushrooms. When dried, it has a rich, unique aroma. This mushroom is great for stewing chicken. No matter how long you cook it, it stays firm and crunchy. It's incredibly delicious. I started to drool just thinking about it. But these mushrooms are hard to find because they like to grow in the soil or under fallen leaves. I found only a small patch. If I can't find any, there is none at all. I searched for a while in the poplar grove and finally saw signs of the white poplar mushrooms near the base of a thick poplar tree. It's hard to see clearly, only the slightly raised ground with cracks. Gently lifting the soil, I found several plump, white mushrooms inside. Carefully, I took out the mushrooms, as their roots were fully embedded in the soil, so I had to pull them out slowly. I brushed off the dirt from the mushroom caps and used a small knife to remove the soil from the roots. Under one tree root, I filled a basket completely. Once full, I had no more containers, so I didn't get greedy and headed home with my small basket and little melon. Before leaving, I remembered this spot well, because I plan to come back tomorrow. I want to harvest the mushrooms here, dry them, and keep some for winter. I won't get tired of eating them many times during the cold months. At home, I took out the woven basket I made earlier and placed the mushrooms inside one by one. Just then, the sun came out strongly, shining directly on the mushrooms. Although the temperature had dropped, the autumn sun, called the autumn tiger, made drying the mushrooms very effective. It looks like I need to prepare well for the autumn harvest. There are many things to do in autumn. The more food I store, the better I can ensure a good winter. I can't spend too much time collecting mushrooms. I aim to finish harvesting in one day. The next morning, I woke up early, kneaded the dough, and made 5 large fried pancakes. For breakfast, I had half a pancake with tomato and egg soup. Then, I tore 1.5 pancakes into pieces, soaked them in the leftover fish soup from last night, and put it in the dog bowl for their lunch. "Be good at home. I'll make you something tasty when I come back tonight," I said, patting Xiao Xi's little head. I filled 2 bottles with well water, packed them with the pancakes, a jar of beef sauce, green onions, and cilantro into a plastic bag, and put everything into my backpack. Carrying a small cart, my backpack for baskets, and 2 water buckets, I went to the same poplar grove as yesterday. I pushed the small cart into the middle of the grove and started searching for mushrooms around it. Whenever I saw small mounds of dirt or rotting leaves, I gently moved them aside with a stick. If I saw a faint round shape, I knew it was a white poplar mushroom. When I found a cluster of mushrooms, I used my small knife to cut off the roots and dirt. This way, I collected many clean, round, and cute white mushrooms. At noon, I used a large pancake to hold beef sauce, then rolled it up with green onions and cilantro, and ate it directly. Since I had been walking and working all day, I was very hungry and enjoyed the food. After eating the pancake, I drank half a bottle of mineral water and continued picking mushrooms. When the sun was setting, I had filled 4 baskets and 2 water buckets. Most of the poplar trees in this area had been searched, and even the remaining ones were few. Just as I was about to go home, I saw a large patch of beautiful wildflowers. The petals looked like roses and were a bright red. I couldn't tell the exact type, but they smelled very sweet. Flowers should be picked when in bloom. Don't wait until they are gone. Following this saying, I cut most of the wildflowers from the roots to dry them at home as dried flower petals. Pushing my small cart, I returned full of flowers as the sunset cast a warm glow. Once home, I didn't hesitate and immediately hung the mushrooms to dry. Fresh wild mushrooms, if kept together overnight, usually rot by the next day. But mushrooms shouldn't be dried outside because evening dew will form. Dew makes them wetter and causes them to spoil. So, I temporarily dried them on the windshield and in the kitchen area. After drying all the mushrooms, I gathered a big bunch of pretty flowers, placed them in a beautiful wine bottle, and set it on the coffee table. It looked very nice. I also processed the remaining flowers, gently plucking the petals and spreading them out in baskets to dry in the shade. Flower petals shouldn't be exposed to direct sunlight, or they will discolor when dried. The next day, when the sun came out, I moved the mushrooms outside. The woven baskets made of willow branches weren't enough, so I spread out burlap sacks on the ground and dried the mushrooms on top. After drying the mushrooms, I started fixing the chicken coop. Now that it's cooler outside, the chickens need to stay outdoors. Zhang Biao knows the chickens at home and won't let wolves attack them. I built a new chicken pen in the same corner and kept the chickens inside. The chicks had grown up, but I could tell which were newly grown and which were older from daily feeding. Just after tidying up the chicken coop and preparing to rest, I heard a beeping sound. At first, I didn't think much of it, just thought a tricycle was passing by. Then I suddenly realized there was a tricycle. Before I could react, the tricycle appeared in my line of sight. The people on the tricycle saw me too. I quickly ran back to the room, grabbed a baseball bat and an electric stun baton from the windowsill. At this moment, Little D and Little Gua also heard the noise and hurried over. They had never seen anyone other than me before. When they saw the car approaching, they became alert. Until the car stopped outside our yard and 4 men got out, Little D and Little Gua became even more nervous. I walked to the gate with a baseball bat and looked at them. One man looked to be in his 50s, 2 around 40, and another in his 20s. The man in his 50s didn't look fierce, but rather kind. Still, I stayed alert. They didn't speak, so I remained silent, staring at them with a neutral expression and gripping my bat tightly. Little Gua, having learned some from the wolf pack, made a fierce face. He lowered his head slightly, like a wolf, and growled to scare them. "Hello, don't be nervous. We are from the town government," the man in his 50s said first, stepping forward with a smile and speaking to me. "Is there something you need?" I tried to look tougher, asking coldly and distantly. "Now that the heat has gone down, we're here to count how many people are still alive," he explained. Seeing I didn't react much, he continued. "Have you been living here all along? You might not know much about what's happening outside." I nodded without speaking. He went on, "There are very few people left in our town. During the cold years, many froze or starved to death. You know about the recent heat wave, right?" He paused, and I nodded again. During the heat, a new infectious disease broke out. The virus was very dangerous, infecting many countries. During the extreme cold, almost everyone who survived was wiped out. Now, less than 1% of the people on Earth are still alive. Several towns have gathered together to live. They are all at the White Town base. We are sent by our superiors to find other survivors. Hearing this, I understood they wanted me to go live in a survival base like in a doomsday story. I didn't believe they were that kind-hearted. They probably just wanted to gather women at the base to reproduce. So I immediately refused. "I don't need to go. I won't live in the base." Little Gua, perhaps sensing my tone was harsh, whined even louder. The man talking to me looked down at the dog and took a step back. "It's voluntary. If you want to come, you can. If not, you can live on your own. I'm just here to count the people and pass along some messages." Hearing this, I felt a little relieved but was still worried they might be two-faced and deceive us. Perhaps sensing my doubt in my eyes, the man continued kindly. "After experiencing extreme cold and disease, surviving isn't easy. We won't keep fighting each other. You don't need to worry. We won't hurt you. We just want to share news from outside with everyone around. Since we live in the same town, after so many people have died, only family members remain." Seeing his sincerity, I started to believe what he was saying. It seems he has more to tell me. So, he continued, "There are a few other villages with people like you who prefer not to go to the base and live on their own. We really won't interfere with your choices. So, there are other villages with solitary residents like me. It seems I am the only one left in my current village. Thank you for understanding," I managed to say, my voice hoarse from nerves. "If you need furniture or tools, you can go to the town and take what you need. There are very few people left there now, and many items are unused. Less than 20 people are still alive in the town. The furniture there is plentiful." This news was very helpful to me. Since there are few people in the town, I plan to go shopping there for free soon. "Thank you," I said, still hesitant to speak too much, but I continued to thank him. "No need to thank me. The important message I want to give you is coming next. By October 30th, the autumn harvest will mostly be over. A big market will open at the border between our town and White Town. People will bring their own items to trade. If you need anything, you can also bring your supplies to see what's available." Finally, he got to the main point. This was really important information. When I heard about the market opening, I thought it was great. I could exchange for many things I needed. I asked again, "Where's the place where several towns gather?" "It's right in White Town. If you want to come, you can come anytime. It's only half a day's walk," the man, hearing that I was asking about the base, explained eagerly. "Okay, I will consider it. Thank you. I still need to think about this on my own." After finishing what he wanted to say, the man turned to walk toward the tricycle. As he walked, he said, "If you need help, feel free to come to us. We'll leave now so as not to bother you." They really knew how to keep their distance and left after saying what they needed to. Just as I was finally relieved, the young man started walking toward me. "Big sister, do you not recognize me?" The thin, dark boy stared at me with big, bright eyes and asked. He looked somewhat familiar, so I tried to recall in my mind. "Oh, he's the nephew from the grocery store in Doping. I remember now," I said calmly, not wanting to get involved with anyone. His familiarity made me uncomfortable. "It's good to see you're still alive. I'm the only family member left." The boy was still talkative, just like before, but I could see he was sad. "Please accept my condolences. Everything will be fine," I comforted him, unable to hold back. At that moment, the sound of a tricycle engine started. "Taozi, get in the car quickly," one man in his 40s urged him. He waved and ran toward the vehicle. "Big sister, I'm leaving now. When you have free time, remember to come find me." I didn't speak, just watched the tricycle and people leave. After they left, I finally relaxed. My palms were sweaty, and my fingers ached from gripping tightly. The hair on Xiaogua's back was standing up. I quickly crouched down to comfort Xiaodi and Xiaogua. I buried my face in their heads and softly said, "It's okay now, my babies. It's okay." Suddenly, a wave of fear came over me. If those men really weren't good people, even with Xiaodi and Xiaogua, I might have no chance to resist. Holding Xiaodi and Xiaogua, I comforted them, but tears kept welling up in my eyes. After a while, I calmed down, wiped my tears, and got back to my farm work. I was used to living alone. Even if something happened, I had learned to soothe myself. There's no shame in crying from fear. Healing on your own is enough. While sorting the mushrooms laid out on the ground, I reflected on what the man had said. Can I trust that information? I kept weighing it in my mind. I couldn't figure out the answer, so I started wondering if those men were good people, or if they might come back to harm me again when I wasn't paying attention. After finishing with the mushrooms at home, I went to the vegetable garden to pick mature green beans and eggplants. These green beans and eggplants were stored for winter. While picking, I kept thinking about the expressions and words of those men. In the end, I classified them as good people. I trust my instincts. The men who came today didn't seem scheming. They looked like honest farmers, especially since one of them was an old acquaintance. Feeling that their words were more trustworthy, I began to consider the message they conveyed to me. I am shocked by the survival issues faced by humans. Although I am prepared to live alone, I cannot accept that the world has truly changed so much. I thought that after enduring the cold, life would quickly return to normal, but I didn't expect a new disease to appear. I also didn't expect that now only a few people remain in the town. With so few humans left, food, meat, and tools will become scarcer soon. I realize I need to carefully plan for the future when I have free time. Fortunately, I have enough furniture and tools, and I also have plenty of vegetable seeds and grains. After thinking about these problems, it was already dark. I picked all the beans and eggplants from the garden. Thinking about things helps me feel less tired when working. I collected 3 big bags of beans and 3 big bags of eggplants and placed them on the kitchen floor. That evening, I cooked a simple bowl of noodles. After eating, I went to bed. The next morning, I woke up and started the autumn harvest. I pushed my cart and carried bags to dig up potatoes and sweet potatoes from the fields. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were very thick and round, some as big as a palm. When I planted them, I scattered and dug small holes here and there. I don't remember exactly how many I planted. It took 3 days to dig up all the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Seeing the harvest, I was amazed. 8 big bags of potatoes and 8 of sweet potatoes. I moved the 2 beds I built in the basement back to the wall and stacked all the potatoes and sweet potatoes inside. Once I used up the previous supplies, the basement will be used as a cellar. After harvesting the potatoes and sweet potatoes, I started collecting corn. I wore gloves and peeled the corn, tossing the kernels onto the ground to form small piles, then collected them into bags. I worked on the corn for 5 days and collected 30 bags. Luckily, I bought a cart and a small trolley, or I would have been exhausted. First, I spread the corn on the drying yard for a few days. After drying, I stacked the 30 bags of corn in the chicken feed shed. I didn't process them yet. There's still a lot to do. I plan to process the corn when I want to eat. Once the corn harvest is done, I won't be in such a rush or feel so exhausted. A few days ago, I was very tired, and after finishing the corn, I had no strength left. I rested at home for 2 days. Resting mostly meant sitting on a stool and cutting bean strings. Coincidentally, the mushrooms dried out too, so I stored them in a bag and put them in the basement. Then I continued drying the cut bean strings in baskets and bags. After finishing the bean strings, I rested enough and started harvesting other vegetables. At this time, the cabbage, pumpkin, and radishes still need a little more time to grow. They can be harvested before the frost. In the next few days, I will harvest all the other vegetables like greens, peppers, cucumbers, and tomatoes, then start processing them. The process is similar to before. Dry the green beans, peppers, cucumbers, and eggplants in the sun. I didn't choose to blanch and freeze most of the leafy greens because there's no space in the freezer. Instead, I string them up and hang them in a cool place to dry, turning them into green vegetable jerky. In winter, I can cook them soft with hot water for hot pot, or dip them in sauce. Both ways taste great. Besides the cabbage, radishes, and pumpkins, I finish processing all the other vegetables, and about half a month passes. The weather starts to cool down, and in the evenings, I can even wear long sleeves. During this free time, before harvesting the cabbage and radishes, I prepare to process more fruit to store for winter. I pick a whole box of sand pears and store 3 boxes in the basement. The rest are sliced into pieces with a knife and dried outside in baskets. Once dried, they become sweet and sour dried sand pears, which are delicious to chew and have a unique flavor. While drying the sand pears, I also harvest wild jujubes from a few trees on the mountain. I dry them and keep them for steaming buns, making tea, or cooking porridge in winter. After finishing with the wild jujubes, I pick pears. Pears must be handled gently to avoid bruising. I carefully place 7 boxes of pears in the basement for storage. When winter arrives and temperatures drop below freezing, I take the pears outside to freeze, so I can enjoy frozen pears all winter. Once these fruits are processed, the grapes on the vine are ripe. Recently, I couldn't resist tasting a few. They were so sour my teeth hurt. Now the grape clusters are getting bigger and hanging everywhere, looking clear and beautiful. No matter how pretty they are food and must be picked and eaten. I pick a purple grape and taste it. It's much sweeter and less sour than before. Lately, grapes have become my most eaten fruit. Fresh grapes are rare and don't store well, so I eat as many as I can when they're available. Each grape is round and large. I gently bite into one, squeeze it with my thumbs, and the soft, juicy grape flesh goes straight into my mouth. The grapes are tender and juicy, with a sweet and sour juice that bursts in my mouth, making my whole mouth and stomach feel tangy and sweet. Even though they taste great, I can't eat too many. The remaining grapes are split. Half are dried into raisins in the back room, and the other half are made into grape jam. I initially planned to make grape jam, but I had limited ingredients and no preservatives, so the jam wouldn't last long. I decided to give up on it. There is a recipe for grape jam in a book. The process is simple, but handling the grapes is a bit tricky. First, I peeled each grape and removed the seeds. Then, I put the grape pulp into a pot, added some sugar, and started stirring and frying. I occasionally pressed the pulp with a spatula to crush it a bit. After about an hour of cooking, it became thick and sticky, turning into grape jam. I sterilized the empty jars with boiling water, drained them, and poured the jam into the jars for storage. I made 4 jars in total, and one taste revealed a strong grape aroma. In winter, it can be enjoyed as a sweet treat, dipped with other foods like steamed buns, or mixed with water to make grape juice. After harvesting in the yard, I also processed the outside area. The soapberry trees at the gate haven't grown enough to produce fruit yet, so I didn't need to handle them. I plucked all the mint leaves and dried them in the yard, then stored them in the basement. After finishing all the vegetables and fruits, the weather started to get colder. I looked at the big, round watermelons on the ground and felt a bit puzzled. I had planted too many, and since it was hot earlier, I started eating them then. Now, many remained as the weather cooled. Watermelons don't last long. If not eaten in time, they rot. My daily fruit changed from grapes to watermelons. I ate them from morning to night, snacking when hungry. When I was full, I used a blender to make watermelon juice, which was refreshing and tasty. Later, some watermelons couldn't be eaten anymore, so I decided to make watermelon jam, similar to how I made grape jam before. The only difference was removing the watermelon seeds. When blending, I didn't need to filter out the pulp. Watermelon jam yields less than grape jam, probably because watermelons are juicier. I used 5 large watermelons, but only made 2 jars of jam. The thick, tempting red jam tasted very sweet. So sweet it was almost overwhelming, like eating honey straight. It might be good as a filling for steamed buns. I didn't throw away the watermelon rinds. I cut off the red flesh from the rinds of the ones I ate, and those I used to make juice and jam, leaving the white parts. I washed everything thoroughly and peeled off the tough, dark outer skin. Then, I cut the rinds into strips and dried them in the sun. Once dried, I stored them away. In winter, they can be cooked with meat or soaked in water and eaten cold, or used in salads. The watermelon strips are smooth and tender. Whether in cold dishes or stews, they taste similar to winter melon, even tastier. I was thinking about whether to harvest the cabbage, radishes, and pumpkins when I suddenly remembered the hazelnut trees on the back hill. It's time to pick the hazelnuts. Luckily these days, Zongbiao has also returned, so I took the little brother, Little Gua, and Zongbiao to the back hill to gather hazelnuts. As long as it's not grown by myself, wild items feel like free shopping. I usually get more excited the more I do. The autumn wind is cold, and the back hill looks a bit deserted now. The whole forest is filled with green trees dotted with yellow, signaling the arrival of late autumn. The hazelnut trees are not tall, only reaching about my height. Their young green branches have some yellow spots. I can reach the hazelnuts just by reaching up and stretching out my hand. Picking them is easy. After a whole day of harvesting, I collected a big bag of hazelnuts. They will taste delicious when roasted in winter. After finishing with the hazelnuts, the temperature keeps dropping. Finally, I reached the last step, harvesting the cabbage, radishes, and pumpkins. This was the hardest part, taking nearly 10 days to finish everything. The pumpkins are simple. I just take them home after picking. I collected over 30 pumpkins about the size of a small stool. I definitely can't eat all these pumpkins myself. If I go to the exchange market later, I will bring a few more to trade for things I don't have. I can't count exactly how much cabbage I harvested, but I know they are stacked up and fill the kitchen floor. I gathered 5 bags of radishes, which are still more than I can eat. Next year, I will control the planting amount better. I can't eat all these vegetables during winter alone. Before the first frost, I went to the poplar forest to pick the last batch of mushrooms. Now, the mushrooms are bigger and more numerous than last time. Besides the white poplar mushrooms, there are also yellow poplar mushrooms. But I mainly focus on the white poplar mushrooms, harvesting twice as many as last time. I don't really like the yellow poplar mushrooms, so I only picked 2 baskets. The busy autumn harvest made me exhausted. I turned darker and thinner after finishing everything. But that's okay. Winter is coming soon, and I will make sure to fatten myself up. Living alone, I often forget to check the date. Today, after finishing my work, I looked at the calendar and saw it was October 20th. I've already decided to go to the exchange fair on October 30th. I plan to make a trip. Before that, I should go to the town to buy some furniture. After the harvest, I took 2 days to rest and regain my energy. Then I went to town to choose furniture. I'm quite greedy and probably want a lot of things, so using a small cart to carry everything back and forth is impossible. Walking alone already tires me out, let alone carrying many items. I plan to drive a small truck. The diesel in the basement is almost unused, and the small truck is enough for my needs. There aren't many people in town, and most have gone to White Town. The village is completely empty. So, driving there isn't very dangerous. It's even safer at night when fewer people are around. Tonight, Bing is at home, so I can take him along. First, I add diesel to the small truck, then put Bing, Little Gua, and Little D in the car. I lock all the house and courtyard doors, then start the engine and drive away. As soon as the car moves, Little D, Little Gua, and Bing are all startled. But after a while, when they see the scenery outside moving slightly, they find it interesting and start observing around. Since they don't resist much, I relax and focus on driving. On the way, I don't see a single person. I stop the car at the furniture market I used to visit often. When I get out, I bring the 3 dogs and Bing down. The furniture market is now dilapidated, no longer as lively as before. Most of the items inside have been taken away, though I can't remember exactly what was moved. Now, only the very heavy, immovable pieces remain. The wolf and dog sniff around happily, seeming to like the place. I use my flashlight to look for usable furniture. Suddenly, the light flickers onto a shadow in the corner of the wall. It startles me so much that I shiver all over and break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Bing also notices her and begins to growl, a threatening wolf call. I've never heard Bing make such a sound before, and it surprises me greatly. Little Gua also whines, but it's clearly different. Sure enough, no matter how much Little Gua tries to imitate, it can't sound as authentic as a real wolf. If it weren't for a real person standing there, I almost would have laughed at it. But I need to focus on the task now. I'll tease Little Gua next time. The person in the corner is wearing old sportswear, with short hair, and is small in stature, probably a girl. She is crouched on the ground, holding a wooden stick, looking very cautious. She looks just like the stranger who came to my house that day. I understand her fear now. Although I'm not a saint, I can't bear to see her trapped in helpless terror like I was.
I'm just here to look for something.
Let's not interfere with each other, I say softly to break the silence. She listened to this, thought for a moment, and then slowly stood up, her grip on the wooden stick loosening a bit. Then she also turned on her flashlight, and we each searched for what we wanted. My favorite and most needed item was the bed table, which I couldn't do without every day. The more, the better. The remaining bed tables in the store were very heavy. They were the ones I liked before, but didn't dare to buy because they were expensive. They looked like redwood furniture, with curved legs that were very artistic and beautiful. Such a good item, now being taken away for free, made me feel glad I didn't spend money on it before. We moved the last 4 bed tables onto the truck. I also liked the yellow rosewood tea table, which I had considered expensive and didn't buy. The tea table was even more beautiful, with a simple and elegant design. It felt heavy and sturdy, with a shiny, oily surface, looking very expensive. The only reason it wasn't taken earlier was that it was too heavy and took up space. Still, I gritted my teeth and trembled as I carried it onto the truck. No one took the ladder, so I took it without hesitation, along with the remaining 5. A large swing chair in the corner caught my attention. It was light yellow, with a big frame, enough to seat at least 3 people. If only I could put it in the yard, rocking back and forth all day would be so comfortable. I tried to move it, but I could only tilt one side and couldn't lift it. Just as I was about to give up, the girl suddenly came over and helped me lift it from the other side. "Let me give you a hand." Her voice was also hoarse, probably like mine, not used to talking much. "Thanks." After I thanked her, we both strained to lift the swing chair onto the truck. I also saw a set of pale yellow sofas. The set included 2 single sofas and 1 double sofa. After struggling to get the 2 single sofas onto the truck, the girl helped me lift the double sofa as well. We also collected 5 carpets, and there was nothing more worth taking. So, I followed the girl to see what she needed, helping her carry some items. She was not polite and asked me to help carry a bed onto the truck. It turned out her car was parked behind the furniture market, so I hadn't noticed it at first. Then we tacitly stopped talking and went our separate ways. The second stop was the curtain store. It would be great if I could take some leftover fabric home. The curtain store was also run down, with everything inside messy and disorganized, unlike before when it looked empty. But it was still clear that there were items worth taking. I carried a flashlight and walked to the innermost area, where I found 2 very comfortable goose-down comforters in a small compartment. I quickly placed them in the car. Back outside, I moved the messy cloth on the stall to the ground and carefully packed all the neatly folded fabrics into the car. I also took 2 large bags of cotton, gathered most of the sewing supplies, and found 2 excellent cotton mattresses and a few cool mats. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something and ran back. The sewing machine was right here, shining brightly, and no one had taken it. So I didn't hesitate and carried the entire sewing machine onto the car. I smiled and chuckled as I drove away to other places. The best part of this trip was the sewing machine. It will save me so much time making clothes in the future. I still need an air conditioner, but most families in this northern small town don't install air conditioners. It was very dark. I looked carefully and finally saw an air conditioner outdoor unit on a nice-looking 2-story house. Carefully, I climbed through a broken window on the first floor, praying that there were no bodies or strange things inside. When I reached the second-floor window with the air conditioner, I finally relaxed. Everything went smoothly, and I didn't see anything scary. After a lot of effort, I managed to take down the outdoor unit and the air conditioner. I installed them in the car and drove home.
It was already 2 a.m. when I arrived.
I unloaded everything from the car and prepared to go all out again, so I drove out once more. By then, the 3 of them were sound asleep in the back seat. First, I went to the supermarket. Just as I expected, there was almost nothing there. But I wasn't discouraged. I expected it to be like that. Next, I went to a hardware store, which was also quite empty. However, I found some hard plastic sheets, which I could keep for making chicken coops or rain shelters later. In a corner, I found a large bundle of plastic and sunshade cloth. Other people probably thought they were too bulky to carry, so they didn't take them. But for me, they were great, so I threw them all into the car. Then I went to a restaurant, not to find food, but to look for tableware. Of course, I didn't take the iron pots from the kitchen. These pots are usually kept by the cooks. Taking them back would make non-stick cooking easier and tastier. I collected 4 iron pots from 3 family restaurants. I also grabbed 2 huge strainers and only found 1 kitchen knife. The others were probably taken already. Next, I went to a rice noodle shop and took 7 small clay pots. They're perfect for cooking noodles, and the aroma would be wonderful. Since my home already has enough tableware, I didn't take anything else. The tables and chairs at the noodle shop are quite nice, so I moved 2 chairs and 2 tables. This table looks much better than the round one at my home. Finally, I drove the car to my most familiar place, the lumber processing factory. It seems someone has been here before. Most of the items are gone. The 1 square meter wooden board I like is still there, partly sticking out and covered in dust. I don't mind carrying it onto the car. I managed to load 30 wooden boards. I also packed all usable wood I could find into the car. At the end, I found an electric cutting machine in the factory floor and took it away. It feels different from a chainsaw. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I took it first. I climbed into the truck bed, organized the items inside, and left a little space. I don't want to waste anything, so I plan to find more to fill the space. This might be my last trip here. I chose a house that looked decent and decided to search inside. When I nervously entered, I saw a body leaning against the wall at the door.
I was so scared I stepped back.
After calming down, I told myself this was normal, getting used to seeing bodies every time I go out for supplies. Once I steadied my mind, I found a bedsheet inside the house and covered the body, silently saying, "Rest in peace." After that, I left the house. Seeing the owner's belongings felt more like stealing, so I decided not to stay. Though I told myself this was normal, I didn't want to search any more houses. Next, I looked for another store and went to a barber shop. The front area and cabinets had already been emptied. Under the chair by the sink, I found a hollow space. I searched inside and found a large box. The box contained over 20 new towels. I have plenty of towels at home, but more is better, so I took them. I also searched the back room, mainly hoping to find some barber tools. Finally, I found 2 brand new hair-cutting scissors in a drawer and put them in my pocket to take with me. Next to the drawer, there were 2 small locked drawers. I was about to leave when I thought, everyone in town has moved to the White Town base. If the owner was still alive, they would have taken their belongings from these small cabinets long ago. Since they're still locked, it probably means the owner is gone. So I decided to open them and see what's inside. If it's gold, I'll take it. If it's something with sentimental value, I won't touch it. I casually grabbed a hard object nearby and slammed it onto my hand. Just one lock was enough to open it. Inside were 3 beautifully wrapped red boxes, and when I opened them, I found gold inside. One box contained about 20 round gold beans, another had 5 gold rings, and the third held 3 gold necklaces. This must belong to a very wealthy family in town. Thinking that I wouldn't take it, but knowing someone else might, I hesitated for a moment and then put it into my pocket to take away. Gold is a valuable currency, and today's possession might be useful someday. With the gold in my pocket, I didn't feel like searching for anything else. I finished work early and went home. The weather was cold, and by the time I got home, my hands felt frozen. I didn't unload anything today, planning to organize everything tomorrow. I boiled some hot water, washed my face and warmed my feet, then climbed into my dark room's bed to sleep. Given the cold weather, the dark room wasn't really suitable as a main bedroom anymore. As I closed my eyes, I thought about cleaning up the main room in the East house tomorrow and moving in. In the morning, I started by moving the bedroom. I wiped down the Kong bed, sofa, table, and floor in the East house. Then I took the bedding outside to sunbathe, just hanging it on the courtyard wall. While sunning the bedding, I also sorted through the various things I brought back over the past few days. I replaced the ordinary tables in the house with a fancy tea table and a Kong table I brought back, which made the East room look much more refined. The sunshade, plastic sheets, and other unused items were stored in the side room. I also moved the swing chair and rocking chair to the east side of the yard, facing south, so I could lazily sit there and enjoy the sun later. The air conditioner wasn't needed now, so I stored it in the west side of the house, planning to install it next summer when it's hot again. All fabrics and cotton were tightly wrapped in plastic and stored in the basement. By the time I finished everything, it was already 2 p.m. I was very hungry and wanted to eat right away. The East house's stove hadn't been used in a long time, so I lit it and cooked a big bowl of rice, some egg cakes, and a bowl of cured meat in the large pot. Half an hour later, the steaming rice and cured meat were ready. I ate a big bowl to fill my stomach and regain my strength. Since I was covered in dust from moving things, I quickly took a hot shower after eating. After the shower, I felt relaxed and full of energy. I gently admired the delicate tea table and Kong table I brought back. I liked them more and more. Then I measured the size of the swing chair outside. Based on the size of the chair, I decided to make a cotton cushion to test how well the sewing machine I brought back works. When I was a child, I learned how to use a sewing machine with my grandmother. Although I am not as skilled as a professional tailor, I can handle basic sewing tasks. I found a piece of light yellow fabric that matches the color of the swing chair. I cut the fabric to the size of the chair and sewed 3 sides together using the sewing machine. After filling it with cotton, I sealed the last side. Soon a nice, soft cushion was finished. The sewing machine is much faster than sewing by hand. I tied some ropes to the corners of the cushion and fixed it onto the swing chair. After tying it securely, I sat down to try it. It was soft and comfortable, and swinging on it felt very relaxing. The 4 little animals kept watching the swing chair, curious and a bit scared. When the chair swung close to them, they would hide back, but when it moved away, they would come closer to look. I picked up one of them and placed it on the chair, swinging it gently. At first, it was a little scared, but then it relaxed and closed its eyes as if it was about to fall asleep. The other 3 animals saw this and hurried to get on the chair too. The front 2 paws clung to the chair, and the swinging made them shift back and forth. I sighed helplessly and carried the other 3 animals onto the chair as well. I finally understood the difficulties of a large family. Everyone wants everything. I was dozing in the sun, while the little animals slept peacefully with their eyes half closed. The chair isn't a bed, so after about 20 minutes, I woke up. I felt energized and decided to gather the firewood in the yard, clearing a large open space. I put on gloves and work clothes, ready to cut down the corn stalks to use as firewood. I grabbed a sickle and some ropes, then pulled the cart straight to the cornfield. In the field, I held the corn stalks with one hand and swung the sickle with the other to cut them down. At first, I was slow, but as I got more skilled, I worked faster. Soon, I had a large pile of stalks. I tied them with ropes and carried them home. When the cart was empty, I went back for more. By sunset, I had collected about 5 or 6 loads of corn stalks. When I got home and saw the pile of stalks, I thought for a moment and decided to stack them into a cone shape. I noticed that rural people usually do this, even though I don't know why, but it must have some benefits. After stacking, there was a small gap in the middle. When I was a child, I loved playing house in the gaps between the stalks. Although I am now past the age of playing house, clearly little D and the 4 puppies are not at that age. They jump and run around, playing happily. After watching them for a while, it got completely dark. When night falls, the air feels cold, and my nose becomes numb and sore. I wonder if I am too emotional. Every autumn, I start feeling this chilly air, and it makes me feel inexplicably sad. It's like I've lost something, but I can't quite figure out what it is. I try to cheer myself up by jumping around a little like the dogs. Then I gather some old straw and wood to bring home and build a fire. Making the house warm helps reduce my unhappy feelings. Once the fire is burning, I need a big piece of dough. I add some eggs, chopped sausage, and chopped ham, along with green onions. I pour out the water from the pot, and once all the water has evaporated, I add some oil. I place the rolled out dough pieces into the pan and cook them into fragrant pancakes. The pancakes smell of eggs, and the fried sausage and green onions make them taste wonderful. I make 10 pancakes in total. Eat 2 myself, give 3 to the dogs. The remaining 5 are packed in plastic bags and stored in the fridge, so I can just reheat them in the morning instead of making breakfast from scratch. A few days later, after drying all the vegetables and fruits needed, I prepare for the market day. I start planning what I want and what I can trade. If humans are very few, and the end of the world lasts a while, I will need meat. I have chickens, but I need to raise pigs or sheep. Pigs eat a lot, and sheep eat grass, but pork is tastier than lamb. I'll decide which to raise at the market. The oyster sauce at home is almost gone. If I find fresh soy sauce and vinegar, I might stock some, but if they are old, I'll skip them, there's still some left. After thinking about what I need, I consider what I can trade. What I trade away should be very important to others, but I don't need it myself. I bought a lot of salt and sugar, enough to last for decades, so I can trade a little of those. Furniture is probably not wanted, but warm clothes and shoes might be worth trying to trade. I also have a large amount of seeds stored, which I can try trading. And there are the vegetables I can't finish eating. After thinking for a long time and deciding, I waited for the day of the exchange market to load the goods. While considering how to go, I also started to weigh my options. That day, a small team arrived with 3-wheeled carts, showing that the base has quite a few vehicles. Since the cold season doesn't damage the vehicles much and people probably stockpiled some diesel, I believe many will drive to the market. Walking such a long distance is unsafe, so I decided to drive. Early in the morning on the day of the exchange market, I packed the supplies onto the car one by one. 15 bags of salt, 5 bags of sugar, 10 large cabbages, 50 pounds of potatoes, 50 pounds of sweet potatoes, 3 boxes of eggs, some clothes and blankets. 6 new chickens, 2 roosters, and 4 hens. These are all the supplies I brought. Bringing a little extra might be useful at the market. For self-defense, I took 2 stun batons, a compound bow, and a spiked club. I want to see the outside world and observe how people interact, to determine if I am truly safe in this end-of-the-world situation. I hope the self-defense tools I brought will help me. Finally, I changed into worn-out clothes. Dressing too well might attract suspicion, but wearing old clothes can help protect me. After loading the car, I prepared to leave. I didn't plan to bring Little D and Little Gua, but they got very excited when they saw me start the car. After thinking it over, I decided to bring Little Gua and leave Little D at home. When I was about to take Little Gua, Zong Biao appeared at the door. I don't know if he sensed I was going far or what, but he showed up so early. Zong Biao sat at the gate of the yard, staring at me steadily, so I decided to take him along. I went back inside, grabbed a wolf and a dog, along with my food supplies, and started the car. Now, there's no GPS, but I roughly remember where the border between my town and our town is. The first part of the road was very quiet, and I didn't see many people. When I reached near the border of the town and by town, I saw a few cars and more people walking with burlap sacks. In a large, empty, and desolate plain, I saw many people gathered there. This should be the exchange market. While hesitating about where to park, I saw a group of men holding sticks standing next to several cars. They had red cloth strips tied to their arms or sleeves, probably security guards or similar, so that's where the parking was. But I couldn't quite believe it. What if I parked there and they all robbed my car? I parked the car far away and observed the area with binoculars. I waited until 5 cars safely drove out before confirming it was reliable. Slowly, I drove into an empty parking space in that row. When I got out, I brought 4 packs of salt. I left the wild dog and the small pig in the car, leaving a small gap at the windows. I patted their heads softly and whispered, "Wait for me to come back." The dog and the pig seemed to understand and obediently lay on the back seat, not planning to come out. I covered them with my coat, hoping they wouldn't be seen by others when I was away. The market and the parking lot are very close, only about 20 or 30 meters apart. If there was a problem, I could run back immediately. The patrolman saw me, but only glanced at me briefly, which made me feel very safe. The more they ignored me as a stranger, the safer I felt. When I reached the market, it was very lively with all kinds of stalls. Sure enough, these are rural folks. They are very good at taking care of themselves. Even after most people died from the heat, they still managed to grow a lot of grains, vegetables, and fruits this year. There are many kinds of vegetables and fruits at the market, some exchanged for grain, and there are also wild game. But the prices are not the same everywhere. Each stall has different demands. Some vegetable stalls want meat in exchange, others want salt. After asking around, I found that the most valuable and scarce items are salt and meat. A few households sell chickens, and I asked about the price. They are quite expensive. Maybe because during the coldest times, everyone's chickens were eaten, so live chickens are hard to find. 1 chicken costs 2 sacks of grain to trade. Finally, I found a few places selling piglets. It seems they are farm-raised and carefully kept. A group of 6 or 7 burly men stood together, forming a line that looked very intimidating. "How much are these piglets?" I gathered my courage and asked, feeling a bit shy, probably, because I haven't socialized much lately. I should ask about trading, not just buying. "Do you have anything to trade?" a rough-voiced man asked me. "Is there something you want?" I didn't want to reveal what I had right away, so I let them decide. "We probably want something you wouldn't want to trade," said one burly man after thinking for a moment, but he didn't say what he wanted. "You need to tell me first so I know if I have it," I replied. They hadn't even mentioned the price yet. They started playing mind games. People say rural folks are honest, but why are they acting like this in business? I silently muttered to myself, "Do you want to exchange the salt?" It turned out he wanted salt, but I didn't have much. "How much salt for 1 piglet?" "At least 10 bags. The man seemed to make a very demanding request, looking at me with a serious expression. I widened my eyes at his demand. Even if salt is expensive during the end times, it shouldn't be that costly. 10 yuan worth of salt used to buy a piglet? He saw me staring and seemed to think I was shocked. "If 10 bags are too much, 8 bags will do." After seeing my surprised reaction, he made a small concession. "I don't have that much salt. Besides salt, what else can I trade?" Mainly because I didn't bring much salt, just enough to buy 1 piglet. 3 chickens can also exchange for a piglet. The man waved his hand, seeming sure I couldn't afford it. 10 bags of salt, 3 chickens, plus 2 boxes of eggs, for 3 piglets. "Do you want to trade?" Seeing me look a bit confused and unsure if it's worth it, he turned to the man beside him. The other man thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's do it." I felt like I was getting a great deal. 3 piglets for so little. Maybe piglets are just precious to someone like me who doesn't have any. Just like they don't have chickens, they also think chickens are valuable. My hardworking mother at home should raise more chicks. Your children could become my trading currency. I want 1 male and 2 females. As I said this, I looked into the cage. The big man who had been talking to me pointed at the pigs inside the cage and introduced each one. These are from the same litter. You can take some from different litters if you want. They all look healthy. So, have you traded the pigs yet? Just as I was looking closely at the pigs with the big man, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. I looked up and saw the man from the pig farm I had bought from earlier. Oh, you. He pointed at me with his finger, surprised and speechless for a moment. It's me. I greeted him with a smile. Wow, girl. You're really lucky. I didn't expect to see you again. The man was very happy to see me and started talking enthusiastically. Are you with the people selling pigs here? Thinking about how the man had been talking to the big man earlier, I asked curiously. Yes, during the coldest times it was very cold. We almost had to keep the pigs together to survive. It was really tough then, almost too much to handle. The male owner nodded and told me about the hardships during the cold period. It's okay now, we've gotten through it. But it's such a coincidence that I'm buying pigs from you again. I smiled and continued chatting with the male owner. So you're acquaintances? That's quite a lucky coincidence. The big man chuckled and scratched his head, probably feeling a bit embarrassed about his earlier rudeness. Please help me pick 3 piglets. We've just agreed on the exchange terms. I smiled slightly at the big man and turned to the male owner, trusting him more because I saw how happily they slaughtered pigs at his place. That showed his good character. Let me see. The male owner bent down close to the pig pen and carefully picked out the pigs for me. In the end, he chose 3 piglets and put them in a separate metal cage. Just these 3, they are quite eager to eat, the male owner said as he carried the cage. All right, thank you. Come with me to get salt and eggs. I didn't take the cage from him because I didn't want to exchange money and goods at the same time. The big man and the male owner followed me to the car. When we reached the car, I opened the door and got in to retrieve the eggs and chickens on the back seat. It's really unfair to the wolf and the dog having to squeeze into the back seat with eggs and chickens. I was afraid to put them in the trunk because I thought they might be lost in a second. When I took out the cage with the chickens, it got stuck behind the back seat and couldn't be removed. I remembered I had placed the chickens earlier, and then Xiaoguo and the dog came in later. In a panic, I forgot that 2 big men outside were watching what was happening inside. I just patted Xiaoguo and the dog's heads and told them to come out first. Xiaoguo struggled and jumped from the back seat to the front seat, with his head directly in front of the big man. Oh wow, that scared me. Girl, you're raising dogs too? Maybe he was stretching his neck to look inside when suddenly a dog's head popped out, giving him a shock. I was busy inside, so I couldn't answer him. Then the dog, Sangua, also jumped out, jumping farther than Xiaoguo, passing him and jumping even further forward. The wolf's head hit the big man's forehead. It seemed to hurt him, and he exclaimed, "Ouch. Girl, you're raising 2 dogs too?" The man from the Han Dynasty was rubbing his sore forehead when the pig farmer behind him cleared his throat. This kind of looks like a wolf. The farmer hesitated as he spoke. The Han man looked closely and saw that this creature's body, tail, and head resembled a dog more than a wolf. Wow. Girl, why are you raising a wolf? The Han man's voice grew more anxious and sharp. His sharp voice made the nearby Zhong Biao uncomfortable, and Zhong Biao showed his teeth. Seeing the wolf baring its teeth, the Han man quickly shut his mouth and took 2 big steps back. If it weren't for the piglets being raised by several families together, he would have wanted to run away with the piglets right then. After the wolf and dog left from the back seat, I finally managed to take out the chicken. I secretly organized everything from the back seat. 1 rooster, 2 hens packed into a box, and the remaining 1 rooster and 2 hens still on the back seat. When the Han man and the pig farmer saw me taking out the chickens, they looked like they had seen a savior. They took the chickens and immediately handed the piglets forward. Just as I took the piglets, they prepared to leave. Hey, I haven't taken the salt or the eggs yet. I hurriedly called out to stop them. Then I moved 2 boxes of eggs and 10 bags of salt from inside. The pig farmer kindly accepted the items and exchanged pleasantries with me. It's fate to see each other. If you have the chance, come to our house for a meal someday, and it's even more fate to buy your pigs. If I want to buy piglets in the future, I'll contact you. I was sharing my thoughts with him. Sure. I live right here in the Bytown base. If you want to find me, just ask where the pig-raising households are. The farmer responded generously. Can you still raise pigs at the Bytown base? Isn't it managed collectively? I was curious. How could the base allow private pig raising?
Yes.
It's called a base, but really, it's just a village where people live close together. Everyone helps each other, and even the security is done by shifts among the residents. Now I understood and I nodded. This base was really good, much better than the forced labor in novels. Girl, if living alone is too hard, you can come live with us. The pig farmer looked at me with concern and gave me a suggestion. No, thank you, big brother. I can manage for now. I smiled and politely declined his kindness. By the way, big brother, isn't your biological brother the one raising chickens? Why do you need to exchange chickens? Suddenly remembering this, I asked directly. At first, I didn't think much of the snow. That night, the whole family was sleeping deeply. Later, the snow collapsed the chicken coop, and all the chickens were crushed. My older brother looked regretful and said sadly, "That's really unfortunate. Do you know where I can buy some pig feed?" I nodded along with my brother's words while asking other questions. It seemed that many residents in this area lack salt, and I didn't see any soy sauce or large amounts of soy paste being made. So, I decided to exchange some of our remaining supplies for pig feed. Pigs can eat grains, and I was worried that our family's food might not be enough for them. You're looking to buy pig feed? Right now, there's no pig feed available. Everyone is just feeding some bran and grains, he replied. That made sense. If there had been pig feed, the pigs would have already eaten it. I nodded understandingly. We raised pigs this year and planted a lot of corn. We also have plenty of bran. If you want, we can share some with you, he said. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. This was the solution to my big problem. I also have 3 chickens. You can take them if you want, I said. 3 chickens? You can't be short of those. Come on, let's go back and discuss it, he replied. They placed a small piglet in the chicken coop, and a dog and a wolf also barked and jumped into the car. I followed my brother and the others as they left. When we arrived at the stall selling piglets, the men whispered and discussed. In the end, they decided to give me 10 bags of corn and 10 bags of bran. It seemed the pig owner had helped me negotiate, so the deal was quite fair. They probably didn't want to take advantage of me. Then we drove into the base to fetch the grain. A few men quickly loaded the 10 bags of corn and bran onto the truck bed. I couldn't help but admire their strength. How long would it take me to do that back home? There were still some vegetables and clothes in the car, so I planned to exchange those too. I asked the women at home to watch the car and left it in their yard. The vegetables and fruit sold at the stall were common and not many varieties. We had most of them at home already. In the end, I was attracted by a seed planter. With this, planting corn would be much faster, no more digging holes, burying seeds, or filling soil. It seemed this tool was probably found at a farmer's house where no one was around, so the seller's request was not high. The exchange was successful, 1 box of eggs and a large cotton quilt. They brought me directly to their yard for the swap. Looking at the potatoes and sweet potatoes I brought, I felt worried. It seemed everyone had a good harvest in autumn, so these things weren't much needed. Are these potatoes and sweet potatoes hard to exchange? Just go directly to the base headquarters. They'll take them and save them for the security guards on duty. The owner of the pig farm seemed to sense my thoughts and directly offered some advice. Can you exchange something if you put it away? The base has many supplies collected from all over, furniture, tools, and so on. You can see what you need. Hearing this, it seemed pretty reliable to go to the base to exchange things. I headed straight to the base headquarters that the owner pointed out. Hello, I have some supplies here and want exchange for other items. I politely greeted the duty officer. The old man on duty yawned, looked up at me. In that moment, our eyes met, and we both froze. Isn't this the same old man involved in a box of cigarettes? Sir, you. This old man really impresses me. He's good at finding jobs that have some profit. Yeah, what do you want? He didn't chat much with me, as if every interaction was just about interests, with no friendship or feelings involved. I took out a big bag of candy from my pocket and handed it to him. I want some bricks and cement. I grinned and stated my request. What do you have? 50 gene of potatoes, 50 gene of sweet potatoes, 10 heads of Chinese cabbage, 2 bags of salt, 3 pairs of cotton shoes, 2 cotton coats. Except for the salt and sugar, I told him everything I could think of.
What?
2 bags of cigarettes. The old man's eyes lit up, staring at me. No, 2 bags of salted salt. I tried to pronounce clearly, especially emphasizing salt, worried he might misunderstand. Salt works too.
Just give it all to me.
I'll take you to find the bricks. When he heard it was salt, he looked a bit disappointed. I carried all the items out of the car and stacked them in the duty room. The old man locked the hall door and followed me to the backyard. No matter how bad the base was, it was still a base. That was my thought when I saw the towering bricks. After bringing the truck over, I gradually loaded bricks onto it, filling all the gaps except for the corn and bran. Then I threw 2 bags of cement onto the truck and took 2 trowels, feeling a sense of accomplishment. After loading everything, I went to the front hall to apologize to the old man. But someone inside was chatting with him. Base leader, this exchange market was very successful this time. Everyone is actively swapping supplies, the man reported. What is a base leader? The head of the base? The person in charge?
Huh?
I couldn't quite believe it. Could the old man, who always tries to get small benefits, really be the leader of the base? After that person finished reporting and left, I directly asked the boss my question. Are you the base manager? You have such a high rank. How did you get promoted so quickly? The boss suddenly grinned and said, It's just about a box of cigarettes. This confused me, and I felt a bit embarrassed, so I took out a bag of candies from my pocket and offered it to him. Here's another bag for you. When quitting smoking is hard, drink some sugar water. I'm leaving now. After saying that, I turned to walk away. At this time, the exchange market was almost over, so I drove back to the main yard. When I saw the male owner, I handed him 2 bags of candies. Oh, girl, what are you doing? The male owner kept refusing to accept them. Could you please send me with your friends? I'm driving with a lot of things, and I'm worried about safety. Even if you don't take my candies, I was just talking with my friends about giving you a ride. Just take your things back, and we'll go now. The male owner smiled happily, handed me the candies, and went to call someone. Please take them. I can't just take your corn and get a free ride, so I'll keep these candies for the kids to make sugar water. Seeing that I insisted, the man accepted them. The male owner and 2 other men drove a small, old 3-wheeled vehicle, similar to the one that came to notify us that day. I drove in front, and they followed slowly behind. We traveled from the border of by town to the boundary between our village and the town. I waved my arms vigorously out the window, signaling that they could stop here. The men didn't mind and, seeing I was satisfied, turned the vehicle around to head home. Having the brothers and friends escorting me made the journey very safe. When we reached our town, the brothers left, and there weren't many people for the rest of the trip. By the time we got home, it was already after 8 p.m. I was too tired to cook, so I took out a bag of instant noodles, ate some, and then lay down on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, I woke up and fed the piglets as my older brother instructed, then started planning to build a pigsty. I had no experience, so I flipped through books and studied the instructions repeatedly. Building a house poorly was not an option. I had to understand the instructions thoroughly. After reading for over an hour, I started working. Near the outdoor toilet at the grain drying yard, I cleared a large area, planning to build the pigsty there. I wanted to build it big, so I wouldn't have to worry about other animals in the future. First, I mixed mud with cement and sandy soil, poured in well water, and used a shovel to stir it. The mud was gray and very sticky, clinging to the shovel and hard to shake off. It made my arms sore, and my back ache from the effort. While building the wall, I held bricks in my left hand and applied mortar with my right, stacking 1 layer of bricks and cement at a time. The mud in the joints often squeezed out, and I gently scraped it with a trowel, then smoothed it over other areas. Many mud spots also stuck to my hands. Once dry, they formed hard shells that couldn't be rubbed off. It took 5 days to build the wall to the height I wanted. Then I started on the roof. I plan to make it half open and half covered, so I can enjoy the shade in summer. In winter, I will cover the open part with plastic sheets and boards to keep warm. I spent 2 days climbing up and down, feeling sore in my back and waist, but after 3 days, I finished fixing everything thoroughly. I then built a feeding trough inside the pen and dug a drain near the toilet pit so pig manure can flow directly into it. The pig feeder in the pen is now stronger and more durable. The drain near the toilet allows waste to go straight into the pit. Since the pig pen is far from the house, the smell is less noticeable. Now I just need to wait for the pig pen to dry. While waiting for it to air dry, I have other tasks to do. I moved some narrow wooden planks from the west wing and used a nail gun and electric saw to make a large wooden bed for the piglets. It's called a bed, but it doesn't need to be very high, just about 10 centimeters. The main purpose is to give the piglets a place to sleep that keeps them dry and warm. I spent half a day nailing the bed together. To prevent the piglets from getting hurt by splinters, I used a grinder to smooth both the inside and outside of the bed twice. Now it feels very smooth, and I can imagine how comfortable the piglets will be lying on it. I placed the wooden bed far from the drain so the piglets can naturally tell where to sleep and where to go to the bathroom. Since building the pig pen, I come by every day to check if it's dry. I keep silently hoping it will dry quickly. I really don't want to clean pig manure anymore. After several days of waiting, the house finally dried out. I immediately put the 3 piglets inside. They had been kept in a cage before, which made them very cramped. As soon as they entered the pig pen, they ran around looking everywhere, seeming to like it here. These days, I've been very tired. Pig manure smells much worse than dog waste, and cleaning it every day is hard work. In the future, I plan to clean it regularly to keep it manageable. Once I was done worrying about the piglets, I focused on stockpiling firewood before the weather gets colder. The autumn harvest activities are over, so I go to the mountain every day to cut branches. I only cut down trees that died during the coldest times. The trees are now all dead. After being exposed to the sun for a while, they have dried out completely and can be broken easily with a gentle twist. As long as I work quickly, collecting branches is quite easy. The branches from fruit trees smell good, and they can be turned into barbecue charcoal, perfect for making fruitwood grilled meat. I pull a small cart up the mountain, cut down some branches, and organize them into bundles. One cart can hold a pile as tall as a person, and I use a rope to tie the bundles tightly together. With one trip, I can carry a lot of firewood. It's not a very hard job. I only make one trip a day, and in 5 days, I've gathered a big pile of firewood. Every day, besides collecting wood from the mountain, I also go down to the valley to fish for a while. Now, at the end of autumn, the fish are big and fat. For little puppies have grown quite large and lively. They play energetically with the small dog and the little girl, while I fish nearby. While I fish, the puppies jump and run happily around the pond, playing and sometimes pretending to fight. Sometimes the 2 little wolf pups, Little Soil and Little Bean, come back and play with the 4 puppies. It's hard to tell who is a wolf and who is a dog. They all look pretty much the same to me. Whenever Lao Biao brings the puppies back, I feel like they're just here to enjoy the autumn breeze. They happily eat large bowls of vegetable soup with rice or scrambled eggs with noodles. It feels like a daughter returning home with her children for a visit. I feel so sorry for them that I want to keep them all, but I also don't want to ruin their ability to survive on their own. In 5 days, I caught 20 big fish. After processing 5 of them, I froze them in the empty space of the freezer. The remaining 15 were smoked into fish jerky using the same method as smoked pork. The smoked fish jerky feels firm but still elastic, and you can see the oil inside the meat. I hang all the fish jerky in the shed. When I want to eat, I take some down and steam, boil, or fry it. It's very fragrant. While smoking the fish, the dogs circle around eagerly, drooling. When they get tired, they all lie down outside, watching eagerly. I can't stand to see them like that, so I cut 2 smoked fish into 9 pieces. Each dog, Wolf, gets a big piece of fish jerky. Then they all gather in the yard, holding the pieces with their paws and gnawing happily, their little mouths making smacking sounds. I shake my head helplessly and carry my water bucket back to go fishing again. I should stock up more fish. I really can't afford to feed all these wolves and dogs anymore. I spent the whole afternoon fishing carefully and caught 3 big fish and 4 small fish. After gutting and cleaning the fish, I quickly smoked it. This time, the smoked fish tasted very good, mainly because I was able to burn pine branches underneath, which gave the meat a faint pine aroma. During the last harsh winter, the smoking was done with water-soaked wood blocks, and the flavor wasn't as good as now. After a busy day, I finally finished all the chores. I hurried to take a hot shower, then changed into loose long clothes and pants, feeling very relaxed. I took out my phone to check for signals. It's been a long time since I contacted Sumi. I wanted to see how she was doing now. But unfortunately, there was still no signal, and I couldn't get any outside information. In the future, if I want to find out anything, I guess I'll have to ask the people at the by-town base. I've been very frugal with coffee and milk tea, and there's still a lot left. I brewed myself a big cup of milk tea, and also took 2 packs of expired spicy snacks, placing them on the bed table. Sitting on the warm bed, I sipped my milk tea and snacked while starting to watch a TV drama. Recently, I started watching a historical fantasy series, and the main female character is so overly virtuous that it makes my teeth itch. Because I was very tired a few days ago, I stayed in bed late the next morning. My stomach was growling so loudly that I finally got up. As I sat up with my messy hair, thinking about what to eat for breakfast, I heard the familiar honking of a tricycle again. Wow, living alone in the end times really doesn't let up. I shook my head helplessly, put on my clothes, and grabbed my stun baton before heading outside. As soon as I stepped out, I saw Xiaohua and Zongbiao growling and baring their teeth at the door. The yard gate wasn't even open yet, and they were already rushing to bite. The 4 puppies looked more relaxed, not understanding what was happening, just sitting there tilting their heads and watching. I peeked through the crack in the door to see if those people outside were the same ones. Sure enough, it was them, the older brother who gave me the message last time, along with his nephew from the big shed, whom I heard called Tauzi. The other 2 had changed. One was the pig farmer, and the other was a big man I met at the exchange market. You can't let your guard down. I clenched my stun baton and opened the yard gate. I didn't let them in, but chose to go outside instead. Xiaohua and Zongbiao followed me. Apparently, the pig farmer and the big man had seen the dogs before. They didn't look very surprised, but took a step back. The young boy and the man I spoke to last time were startled. Since Zongbiao wasn't there last time, they hadn't seen him before. A big, healthy wolf suddenly appearing in front of them would naturally scare anyone. Is there something you need? Today, the male pig farmer also came, and we have always gotten along well before. I felt a bit embarrassed to show my impatience from last time. Girl, we want to ask, do you have many puppies at home? This time, it wasn't the man from before, but the pig farmer himself. Probably knowing I have some connection with him, he took the initiative to come and discuss. So, they want puppies. But I was a bit confused. Are there many dogs at the farm? Dogs? I repeated softly. Before I could say anything else, the pig farmer continued. Girl, we're all pig farmers. Every night, we have to guard the pigs, worried someone might steal them. I nodded to signal him to go on. Several families want to raise a dog. There are 2 male dogs at the farm, but no female dogs. We want some puppies, but there's no way to get them. During the exchange market day, no one was selling dogs. I suddenly remembered you brought a dog last time. We all came to see if you have any extra dogs we could trade for one of ours. I understood now, he just wanted a guard dog. I thought they had some other request at the farm, but it turns out the pig farmer needs a dog. It seems the man who came last time with the message and this young boy are here with the pig farmer. I do have puppies, but they're happy with me. They eat well and are free to roam. I don't want them to suffer elsewhere. I was honest, I do have dogs, but I also don't want to part with them. See if you can trade with us. They won't suffer with us. We raise pigs, and sometimes we slaughter and sell pork. The puppies would have good food. The pig farmer looked hopeful when he saw I had dogs and started persuading me. Seeing my hesitation, he added, We brought some things. Come and see if you want to trade. Feel free to tell us your conditions. I silently weighed my options. I had considered this before, raising so many dogs at home, with Xiaohua still having puppies and 4 dogs also breeding. I might really not be able to support a big group of dogs. Plus, there's Song Biao bringing back 2 puppies, just for the wind. Even if I could support them, I couldn't guarantee there would be meat every meal. But if I give the dogs to them, I don't know if they will treat them well. If they keep them tied up and confined, living their whole lives in a small space, I absolutely wouldn't agree. The more I thought about it, the more I struggled inside, glancing at everyone around me. However, seeing that they have been driving for so long, they are not worried about wasting fuel to come and exchange the dog. They also brought some supplies. If they really exchange the dog, they probably won't be unkind. After thinking for a while, I finally spoke. If you really need the dog, I can agree, but I have a few requests. The male owner nodded quickly when he heard this, seeming hopeful about exchanging the dog. Girl, what are your requests? Don't keep the dog tied up all the time. If you're worried about losing it, keep it in the yard. During winter, let it stay inside at night. My dog hasn't suffered much, and it's not very strong. If left outside for a few days, it might freeze to death. After I finished speaking, the pig farmer thought carefully and nodded firmly. I can do that. The dog is very precious to us. We will take good care of it like family. We're not a cruel family, and we won't let it suffer. The male owner looked sincere, and I decided to trust him. I nodded and turned to walk into the yard. I have always believed in the character of this pig-selling family. Plus, in the current world, dogs are very valuable, so I don't think they would abuse them. In the yard, the 4 little ones were tilting their heads, watching outside. I felt a little reluctant about each of them. After hesitating for a moment, I made up my mind and carefully took little 1 and little 2 out. Xiaodi has never been wary of me, so when I took the 2 dogs out, he didn't react much. Little 1 and little 2 are a male and a female, so they can breed in the future. Of course, this is based on my acceptance of abnormal ethical relationships. Seeing me come out holding the 2 fluffy, chubby creatures, the pig farmer was very happy. Wow, girl, having 2 is great. He smiled and reached out to take them. 1 male and 1 female. Take good care of them, and they can have puppies later. When they do, give the puppies to kind and wealthy families. Don't let them suffer. I finished giving my instructions before handing the 2 dogs over. They've grown so big, and they look very fat. They seem easy to take care of. You're taking good care of them, girl. The male owner examined the puppies carefully. The 2 puppies had never seen anyone besides me. When they saw the pig farmer, they didn't seem afraid at all, wagging their little tails happily. The male owner held the puppies and they immediately licked his hand. Seeing this, I felt a bit more at ease. It seems the dogs like him a lot, so they probably wouldn't miss home too much. Thank you so much, little sister. I will take good care of them. At night, I'll sleep inside, and if I hear any sounds, I'll shout to alert them. I won't tie them up in the yard and make them suffer. Listening to the owner say this, I feel these 2 little guys won't suffer much. Then the owner took me to the back of the tricycle to help me take away the things on the vehicle. After sending the 2 dogs away, I was already feeling quite sad and didn't have the heart to take their belongings. But I thought, since I accepted these things and knowing the dogs were bought with a lot of effort and resources, they are precious. Maybe this will make them cherish and care for the dogs more. So, I politely took all the items from the vehicle. A bag of millet for dried rabbits and 2 fresh large pig legs. It seems they brought quite a lot of supplies, probably worried that the conditions for exchanging the dogs were too high. Now I happily gave the 2 little dogs away, and the owner didn't argue. He generously handed over all the supplies to me. When Taozi helped me place the items at the gate, I watched as the pig farmer owner carried the dogs onto the car. Liang Biao and Little Wall looked anxious, stomping their feet as they watched the owner lift the dogs onto the vehicle. But since I showed no reaction, they didn't do anything too drastic. Being sure is one thing, but not wanting to part is another. I have always been sensitive and felt tears welling up in my eyes, my nose feeling sour. I felt very reluctant, but I knew I had to do this. Now that the end of the world is over and dogs are scarce outside, spreading the dog species further is a good thing. I also won't have to worry about supporting a large group of dogs anymore. Rationally, it's a win-win situation. While comforting myself this way, I watched the two little dogs happily licking the owner's hand. Towsy stood beside me, looking down at me watching the dogs. Big sister, don't be too sad. We're in this together. I'll help you watch over them. If they dare to mistreat these two dogs, I'll sneak out and bring them back for you overnight. Towsy scratched his head and comforted me. He's such a cheerful, kind-hearted boy. Thank you, Towsy. I looked up and smiled at him. Big sister, do you know my name? He seemed very happy that I remembered his name. The last person who came here called you that, so I remember it. I patiently answered his question. Just then, the sound of the tricycle starting up rang out. Big sister, I have to go now. I'll come back to visit you when I have time. He backed up towards the tricycle, smiling and waving at me. Seeing his optimistic and sunny smile, I also smiled and waved back. I moved the dried rabbits and pork hocks from the door into the house. I cut a large piece of pork hock into small, thin slices. Carrying the pork slices, I went to the small yard where Xiao Di and Xiao Gua were. When Xiao Gua saw the meat was gone, he no longer looked anxious and started eating eagerly. Xiao Di sniffed the air and ate slowly and calmly.
I'm sorry, Xiao Di.
Our family has too many dogs. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er can also have good lives elsewhere, I said softly while petting Xiao Di's head. Although Xiao Di couldn't understand my words, I hoped he wouldn't feel too sad. Later, I realized my worries might have been unnecessary. In the following days, I didn't see Xiao Di showing any signs of being anxious or searching for the two puppies. I hope the dogs will forget everything soon. That would be good for them. The two pork hocks at home gave me some trouble. Both are quite large, each weighing over 20 jin. There's no space left in the freezer or fridge. Since the outdoor temperature isn't too cold, I could only rub salt all over the pork hocks and hang them on the shelf in the back room to dry. I hope they won't spoil this way. All the outdoor activities are finished now, and I'm just waiting for winter to settle in. Winter here means keeping the house warm and cozy. Besides basic chores, I can just eat, drink, and sleep at home. I've stepped into the threshold of winter. Just one last step left, pickling sour and salted vegetables. Last year, I already pickled cabbage, so it's not difficult for me. I smear salt on each large cabbage head and put them into a water jar, then press them down with a big stone. After a while, I'll have crunchy, tangy pickled cabbage to enjoy. This year's vegetable harvest was abundant, and I kept a lot of fresh vegetables specifically for making salted vegetables. I moved a few small jars into the back room. If this winter isn't too cold, I'll pickle the vegetables there. If it's too warm indoors, the salted vegetables might spoil. I start with the simplest method. After washing cucumbers, peppers, green beans, and radishes, I let them dry. These vegetables will be pickled in small jars, those I brought back from someone else's house last time. I place the peppers and green beans at the bottom, sprinkle a layer of salt, then layer the cucumbers and radishes tightly on top. Finally, I pour in cooled, boiled water just enough to cover the vegetables, no more than that. Place a clean, large stone on top. The salt is not added in large amounts, so you can make a jar of sour, salty pickles. I like sour flavors. I fermented 2 small jars. This method keeps the natural taste of the vegetables, making them sour and crunchy. You can cut them into small pieces to eat directly, or use them to make noodle dishes or even stuffed dumplings, cook stews, or stir-fry. Ferment some more complex, strongly flavored pickles with a rich soy sauce aroma. Cut cucumbers into spiral slices with a small knife without cutting all the way through. Sprinkle with salt, put them in a cloth bag, press down with a stone, and squeeze out the water. Cut radishes into small slices, salt them the same way, put them in a cloth bag, press with a stone, and squeeze out the water. Wash green beans, celery, and green onions thoroughly, then let them dry on the surface. There's no need to cut these into sections. Cut them when you want to eat. If cut into sections beforehand, they will be salter. Let the radishes and cucumbers sit overnight to drain the water, then they can be fermented the next day. Pour some oil into an electric cooker, add a lot of soy sauce, half a bottle of aged vinegar, some MSG, and sugar, then bring to a boil. Let it cool after boiling. Put the prepared vegetables into a small jar, fill the jar with water, then pour in the cooled sauce. The sauce will seep into the gaps between the vegetables. When all the sauce is poured in, it will just cover the pickles. Place a small stone on top, then seal with plastic wrap. Arrange the 3 jars of pickles neatly against the back wall of the side room. Celery yields a large amount. I still have some left and plan to make another batch of celery pickles. I learned this method from my mother, and it's very delicious. Remove the celery leaves and cut the stalks into small pieces. Pour a little oil, soy sauce, and vinegar into a pot. Bring to a boil, then add the celery and stir-fry continuously. At first, the pot will release a lot of water. Wait until all the water evaporates and the celery turns brown. Then add a whole bag of barbecue seasoning and continue stir-frying. When the celery pieces become sticky and small, the pickled celery is ready. Take a small piece of the cooked celery and chew it. It's slightly crunchy, mostly soft and tender, with a strong aroma of barbecue seasoning and celery. The soft, mashed pickles are perfect for eating with porridge or in wraps. The amount of celery pickles is small, so store them in a small jar, seal it tightly, and keep it in the back room. As the weather gets colder, these pickles will last longer without spoiling. Finally, I pickled the last 2 boxes of eggs into salted eggs. Wash all the eggs with clean water, then roll them in alcohol, and sun them in the yard. After sunning for half a day, turn the items over so the other side can also be sun-dried for half a day. Boil a pot of water, let it cool, then mix in plenty of salt to make salt water. Put it into a small ceramic jar for later use. Once the eggs are sun-dried, gently place each egg into the saltwater jar. Let them cure for 30 days, and then the salted eggs are ready. By the time I finish these tasks, it is already December, and winter has officially begun. In the morning, I put on thick cotton pants and a big cotton jacket. I fill a large pot with water and start heating it to warm the bed. When the water warms up, I prepare food for the piglets and chicks. Currently, the piglets and chicks eat the same food: 2 scoops of cornmeal, 1 scoop of bran, mixed with 3 scoops of hot water into a big bowl. Add 2 more scoops for the chicks, and pour the rest into the pig pen. The piglets can eat all the leftovers. The weather is getting colder, and I wonder if the soapberry tree outside can survive the winter. I find some old clothes, wrap them around the tree, and tie them with a rope, hoping this can help protect the tree through the winter. After finishing these chores, I go home and cook a tasty noodle dish with sauce. First, I mix warm water with some salt to make dough and let it rise. I cut a piece of meat from the pig's leg into small bits. There are 2 small stoves. One boils water, the other cooks meat sauce and seasonings. Pour oil into a pot, add chopped green onions and garlic, and sauté until fragrant. Add the minced meat and keep stir-frying. When the meat releases a rich aroma, add some soy paste and 13-spice seasoning. Stir-fry until fragrant, then add a spoonful of water. When the water almost evaporates, it's ready to serve. The water is boiling, so I roll out the dough into thin pancakes and then cut it into 5mm wide noodles. Cook the noodles in boiling water until they float, then add a handful of fresh lettuce. After 1 minute, scoop them out. Serve myself a big bowl and keep the rest soaking in the pot. Add a large spoonful of sauce to the noodles, stir carefully at the table, and then eat happily. Soon I finish the big bowl and I sweat a little on my forehead. Back in the kitchen, I lift the lid. The remaining noodles and broth are thick and sticky. Put all the noodles into an iron tray, pour half of the meat sauce over them, and mix well. Put a small bowl aside with some of the mixture and leave the rest on the ground. Call the puppies and small dogs over. The 4 dogs press their heads together and quickly finish the food. The small bowl is reserved for the dog named Sangwa, so if he comes back at night, I can just give it to him. Around 7 or 8 p.m., Sangwa indeed returns. I quickly serve a small bowl of meat sauce noodles from the back room and hand it to him. The gar was not polite and finished eating in 3 bites. Afterward, he leisurely took small steps and walked away. The young ones, Little San and Little Sea, are used to wandering in the wild, so they followed the guard up the mountain. Around 7 p.m., I started feeling sleepy and lay down on the warm Kong bed to sleep. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by the barking of Little Gua's dog. I had planned to rest for a while, but I only just woke up now. Little Gua was playing outside in the yard. He forgot to bring his dog inside when he went to sleep. Now he's outside barking, which makes me a little worried. Most likely, he thinks a wolf pack has come, as they sometimes come to drink water outside the yard. But I can't let my guard down. I quietly put on my clothes, grabbed the stun batten and compound bow, and sneaked to the windbreak. After observing for 2 minutes, I saw someone climbing over the wall from outside. Little Gua was standing at the yard gate, head lowered, fur on his back standing up, barking at the 2 intruders. I started feeling nervous, my hands and feet cold sweat breaking out, and my heart pounding. Living alone for so long, this was the first time I truly faced intruders. There were 3 of them. I initially wanted to hide inside the house, but Little Gua was outside. The intruder saw the dog, cursed loudly, and approached Little Gua with sticks. Just as Little Gua was about to attack, I suddenly pushed open the windbreak door. Maybe 1 or 2 intruders could be handled by Little Gua. But these were 3 strong men, all holding long sticks. If I didn't step out, Little Gua would surely be killed by them. So I turned on the porch light and the yard lights, walking outside the windbreak. When Little Gua saw me come out, he relaxed a bit and barked more confidently. I wanted to call him over, but he was blocked at the yard gate by the intruders and couldn't come. Stealing in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid I'll blind you with my arrow? I shouted loudly to scare them, aiming my steel bullet compound bow at them. If I could scare them away, that would be best. Now, only I was inside the yard, while 2 others were on the wall. When they saw the yard lights turn on, they looked panicked and retreated. But after a moment of hesitation, the 2 on the wall jumped into the yard. It seemed they wouldn't give up easily. I advise you to be smart and hand over all the food in the house. We're not good people. One of the men flashed his dagger, its cold gleam just catching my eye. I quickly calculated in my mind, they had knives, but short ones. If I handed over the food, they probably wouldn't let me go. In a life-or-death situation, maybe there is still a chance to survive. I didn't waste time, and aimed my compound bow at the upper body of the man speaking. I was afraid I wouldn't shoot accurately. Missing would be the end. The upper body is the largest target, so I focused there. I steadied my stance, pulled back hard, then released, and the steel pellet hit the man with a loud bang. The man staggered and knelt on the ground, clutching his chest with a pained expression. At this moment, Xiaodi came out of the door, barking loudly, probably sensing the threat too. The other 2 men took a step back and hesitated, standing still. But after a while, the man kneeling on the ground, holding his chest, got up again. Haha, you think that little damage can blind me? Look at how thick I am, girl. It seems the man was dressed warmly in winter, so even with a deadly steel pellet, it couldn't penetrate much. I quickly shot another arrow at his head, but missed. The men's laughter grew more arrogant. At this moment, I started to panic. I realized how weak my defenses were, no stamina, no powerful weapons. But now it's too late to regret. Taking advantage of the moment when the men ran toward me, I reached behind and pulled out a wolf-tooth club from the windshield, swinging it a few times in the air. I haven't improved much lately, but I still have strength. The 3 men, holding knives, were constantly looking for an opportunity to attack. I had no idea what to do. I'd never fought in real combat before, just practiced swinging randomly. Facing 3 attackers, I felt doomed. Whether I was going to die or not, I had to fight back. I clenched the wolf-tooth club tightly, staring at the 3 men, ready to strike first at any moment. When Xiaogua saw the man approaching with a knife, he suddenly charged out, showing his sharp teeth, and bit the man's thigh. Beast! The man cried out in pain, cursed loudly, then punched Xiaogua's head, and swung his leg to the side. Xiaogua was swung around like a rag doll. Seeing this, the man punched again, and Xiaogua was thrown far away, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay there with his head drooping, unable to get up for a long time. Seeing Xiaogua beaten like that, my heart ached terribly, but the 2 men in front of me blocked my way, so I couldn't rush to save him. The soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. I made up my mind, gathering all my strength, and swung the wolf-tooth club fiercely at the three men. One blow hit the shoulder of the man kicking Xiaoguo, causing a bloody gash on his clothes, and he collapsed to the ground sideways. The other two men quickly moved forward, trying to stop me. When I swung my spiked club at one man, the other stabbed his dagger into my right arm. Surprisingly, the pain wasn't as bad as I expected. It just felt cold and numb. As the dagger was pulled out, it was covered in bright red blood. It didn't hurt much, but I felt a little scared. Still, I didn't have time to be afraid. I swung my club at the man who stabbed me. "Little girl, you can't be saved now. We'll take you down soon. These beasts will be cooked and eaten." The first man I hit was lying on the ground, slowly getting up. He pointed at the other two men and spoke dirty words. At this moment, I felt alone and hopeless.
If I died, so be it.
But I couldn't stop thinking about my little ones. What if they were cooked and eaten? I used all my strength to swing my club at the three men, distracting them from my little ones.
Run.
Little ones, run. I shouted loudly, trying to get them to escape while I fought the men. But how could my little ones understand me? They only knew I was in danger and wanted to protect me. The little ones staggered to their feet and rushed at one man, biting his arm hard. The man yelled in pain and tried to shake them off, then swung his dagger at them. I watched helplessly as the sinister dagger stabbed into the little one's neck. The little one let out a terrible scream and collapsed to the ground, never getting up again. The man, full of anger, lifted his leg to kick the little one. Seeing the little one couldn't stand and was about to be beaten again, the other one also lunged at the man, biting his arm tightly. The man had to pull back his leg and started hitting the little one's stomach with his fists, but it refused to let go. The little one stared fiercely at the man, almost like it was going crazy. I could even see blood dripping from its mouth. I don't know how long it took, but finally, the little one was exhausted. The man threw it against the wall, and it hit hard, letting out a piercing scream before falling silent. The man's arm was now bloody and mangled. He lay on the ground, rolling around, clutching his arm. Meanwhile, the two villains beside me weren't affected by their companion's injury. They still stared at me fiercely, ready to attack me at any moment. While I was distracted by the little one of the men seized the chance. He quickly grabbed the spike club from my hand and pulled it away with force. Another man saw the situation and quickly stepped forward, grabbing my hands. I struggled desperately, but my hands were still tied with rough rope. At that moment, I felt completely helpless. Continuing to resist seemed useless. There was nowhere nearby to run or hide, no one to save me. The arm that was stabbed with a knife started to hurt badly. I weakly lowered my shoulders, stopped struggling, and let him hold my hands together. I looked at the two injured dogs, barely alive, as the man laughed loudly and grabbed my shoulder, dragging me into the house. Little Gua had a blood hole in her neck, and a large pool of blood was underneath her. Her eyes were still open, staring at me with worry and frustration. Little Dee also had some blood at the corner of her mouth. She lifted her head hard, whimpering and dragging her back legs, trying to crawl toward me with her front paws. Tears kept falling from my eyes, uncontrollably. "Little Dee, my good child, don't come over. It's dangerous here." I silently shook my head at her. Seeing the two men take me inside, the man lying on the ground also seemed interested. He struggled to get up, staggering as he followed into the house. Since they were temporarily ignoring Little Dee and Little Gua, I only hoped the two dogs could escape while they had the chance. Damn, this woman is really hard to deal with. The most seriously injured thug entered the house, baring his teeth and taking off his clothes, revealing his arm bitten and torn by Little Dee and Little Gua. The other two men looked at me with disgusting expressions and moved closer. "Why are you two so impatient? Help me check my arm." The badly injured man shouted loudly when the others ignored him. Although the other two were unhappy, they temporarily set aside their knives and helped him stop the bleeding with some paper. Outside, I heard Little Gua's mournful howling. My heart tore apart, feeling like she was saying her last goodbye. I wasn't with her, and at this moment, I was not by her side. Soon, the three men finished treating their wounds and started discussing. Then they came toward me. First, they looked me over and began tearing at my clothes. They laughed loudly and arrogantly. I could hear the fabric ripping, and I clenched my fists tightly around my pants, clutching the wolf-tooth club in my pocket. This was my last weapon, but I couldn't use it now. Taking it out was a problem. Even if I did, hitting one person would only lead to another quickly grabbing it, making victory impossible. With a final tearing sound, I felt a cold rush across my chest. I resigned myself and closed my eyes. At that moment, I heard several howling sounds outside the yard, and I opened my eyes again. One of the men's dirty hands was already on me. I didn't resist. I focused on listening to the sounds outside. Every second made me nervous, hoping that the fierce dog would rush into the room soon. When the men started quietly taking off their clothes, a large gray figure silently slipped into the room. Now, I struggled to put my hand into my pocket, grabbed the stun baton, pressed the switch, and a buzzing sound started. Before they could react, I quickly zapped the nearest man. His body stiffened and slowly collapsed. "Hey, little girl, you dare to fight back?" One man saw me zapping his friend and picked up a dagger from the ground, glaring at me as he approached. The fierce dog was faster than him. It suddenly jumped and pounced on the shirtless man. Before the man could understand what was happening, the dog opened its mouth and bit the back of his neck. The man's screams turned into hoarse shouts, sounding terrible. Maybe the dog couldn't stand the noise either. It showed its sharp teeth and kept tearing at the man's back. At this moment, several gray shadows quickly flashed through the room. There was a piercing scream, and another man was also knocked down by the wolves. The man struggled and flailed, but more wolves attacked him, biting him to death. The man I stunned was also in trouble. The alpha wolf bit hard into his neck artery, while the smaller wolves bit his face and tore at his shoulders.
Ah!
The man I stunned finally woke up as the wolves bit him. His eyes were full of fear and disbelief. He had no chance to resist. He watched helplessly as the wolves chewed on his flesh. Blood gushed from his mouth, but he couldn't say a word anymore. This scene made me feel very satisfied. The world has truly changed. Only the strong can survive. Seeing that I finally escaped, I didn't think much and quickly tore off a piece of clothing, then ran outside the yard. Little Gua was now barely alive, lying on the ground without any vitality. Blood was everywhere, and his fur was no longer soft and smooth but messy and scattered. For a moment, I didn't want to admit that this was my dog, Little Gua. Usually he was healthy and strong, full of energy. Now, lying on the ground like a torn doll, how could he be my Little Gua? Little D's mouth was also bleeding, and he was lying on the ground, weakly gasping for air. His body was still trying to crawl toward me, but it was clear he had used all his strength. Seeing him come out safely, he slowly closed his eyes. For a moment, I didn't know whether to save Little Gua or Little D. Both seemed badly hurt. I stood there, crying and pacing back and forth. Little Gua was more seriously injured. I crouched down, unsure how to pick him up. His belly was still moving gently, with faint breathing, so I knew there was still hope. I ran back into the house to get hemostatic medicine, gauze, scissors, and other supplies. I grabbed all the medicines I could find randomly. The cut on his neck wasn't very large, about 3 centimeters wide, but I knew it must be deep. It must have hurt a lot just now.
I'm sorry.
It's my fault. All my fault. I cried with tears choking me, carefully trimming the hair around the wound, then using a cotton swab dipped in hemostatic medicine to gently apply it. My vision blurred with tears, so I quickly wiped them away and continued. After applying the hemostatic medicine several times with the cotton swab, the bleeding stopped. It didn't seem to be arterial bleeding. Once I finished bandaging, I turned to look at Little D. Blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were internal. That beast had punched his stomach repeatedly. I didn't know if his internal organs were damaged. There were no obvious external wounds, and I didn't even know how to treat her. Gently, I carried little D back to the east room on the heated Kong bed, then carefully brought little Gua inside as well. I looked down at the 3 dead bodies on the ground, all torn to bloody pieces by a pack of wolves. Horrible to see. I dragged one corpse by the arm outside. Seeing this, Zongbiao also bit onto a corpse and dragged it out. The 3 bodies were taken to the yard, and a few wolves worked together to drag them up the mountain. Zongbiao also ran toward the mountain. Right now, I had no time to care about anything else. My entire focus was on little D and little Gua. I found some Yunnan Baiyao pills, mixed them with a little milk powder, and soaked them in hot water. Once cooled, I fed them to the dogs spoon by spoon, just like I did when they were puppies. Little Gua instinctively swallowed, drinking 5 or 6 spoonfuls of the medicine. But little Gua was unconscious, unable to swallow at all. It seemed little Gua had lost consciousness. When I poured the medicine into his mouth, it dripped out, and he didn't swallow. I was frantic, but I had no real solution. There was no pet hospital nearby. I could only gently wrap little Gua's wound with gauze, then cover both dogs with small blankets. I am not a superstitious person and never pray to gods or Buddha. But at this moment, I pray that Buddha will spare the lives of 2 loyal dogs who protect their owner. After settling the 2 dogs, I notice a large blood stain on the back of my hand. It's flowing from my arm, where I have a cut about 7 or 8 centimeters long. This wound was caused just now during a fight when a dagger was stabbed into me. I was so tense that I almost forgot. My first aid kit is still nearby. Using a cotton swab dipped in iodine, I grit my teeth and clean the wound. After applying some anti-inflammatory ointment, I wrap it with gauze. I don't have time to rest. I still have many things to do. The ground is messy, covered with the clothes of the attackers, large bloodstains, and some blurred pieces of flesh. It's disgusting to look at, not just because of the flesh, but because it reminds me of those animals whose actions are even more disgusting. Using my healthy hand, I sweep the clothes, blood, and flesh into a sack. Then I use an old mop to clean the floor repeatedly. Tears keep falling down my face. Having just gone through a tough time makes me a little scared, but mostly I blame myself. I always thought it was unlikely that attackers would find this place, so I was careless. I didn't repair the yard walls, didn't practice archery or self-defense, and I don't even have a proper weapon for protection. What I hate most is my own negligence. Before sleeping, I didn't even bring Xiao Gua inside, putting her in danger. She's still risking her life to protect me. I am a terrible owner. Why was I so stupid? Why did I underestimate the danger? Just then, I hear wolves howling at the gate again, and I stop my endless mopping and self-blame. I open the door, and Zongbiao comes back with Xiao San and Xiao Si. When Zongbiao first brought the wolves to save me, she didn't bring Xiao San and Xiao Si, probably worried they might get hurt. I squat down and pat Xiao San and Xiao Si's heads, then hug Zongbiao's wolf's head with my uninjured arm, pressing my face against her head.
Thank you, Zongbiao.
Thank you for saving us. Zongbiao rarely shows affection or cuddles, but now she gently nudges my cheek with her head. She makes a soft whimper, as if comforting me. I look up, and outside the yard, many wolves are standing, each glaring at me with their green eyes. It reminds me of the first time I met this wolf pack, and I was terrified then. But now, as I look at them, my heart is full of gratitude, emotion, and awe for the wolf clan. After the wolf pack left, I stayed close to Xiao Di and Xiao Gua, not leaving their side. Periodically, I tried to give Xiao Di and Xiao Gua some water. At night, Xiao Gua woke up once, struggled to drink a little water, and I gave it some Yunnan Baiyao. Xiao Gua then weakly fell back into sleep. Xiao Di was in better condition. When awake, it could lift its neck and drink some water. All night, I kept watch over Xiao Di and Xiao Gua, thinking about everything since the end of the world, recalling the days they stayed with me. I realized I was too idealistic, always believing there were no bad people in the harsh, cold world. Thinking carefully, Xiao Gua's mournful howl was not a farewell, but its last effort to call the wild wolf to protect me. In the end, it was not only the wild wolf that saved me, but Xiao Gua as well. Thinking of this, I feel both touched and guilty, and I hate myself even more. I slept off and on during the night, waking from nightmares. Each time, I carefully checked Xiao Di and Xiao Guo, praying they would survive. Early the next morning, before dawn, I couldn't sleep again. When I sat up on the bed, my arm hurt badly from the wound, which was swollen all around, making it hard to turn my neck. Last night, I didn't heat the bed, so the room was very cold. I covered Xiao Di and Xiao Guo with blankets, slowly got up, and went outside to fetch firewood to warm the room. I added water to the iron pot and boiled a few eggs. I moved Xiao Di and Xiao Guo back onto the bed, hoping they wouldn't freeze again while injured. I didn't feel like eating breakfast, so I just sat by the bed, watching them. Around 10 a.m., Xiao Di woke up. I quickly peeled an egg and tore off a small piece to feed it. Maybe because it hadn't eaten in a long time, Xiao Di didn't resist and ate 2 eggs. When I gave Xiao Guo water, it struggled to sit up, but no matter how hard it tried, its hind legs wouldn't cooperate. I gently patted its head to comfort it and told it to lie down and rest to heal. Xiao Guo stopped struggling and lay quietly, watching me with sad eyes. Xiao Guo has always been very sensible. It was probably still thinking about the disaster that just happened at home. I softly stroked its fur and comforted it. It's okay now, Xiao Guo. We're safe. We won't let outsiders come to our home anymore. I will protect you well in the future. Xiao Guo seemed to understand my words, sighed softly, and closed its eyes to sleep again. Compared to Xiao Guo, I am more worried about Xiao Guo. I saw clearly that the dagger was stabbed into the little dog's neck, but I didn't know how deep the wound was. If the wound had completely cut into the throat or windpipe, the little dog probably wouldn't survive now. But now, the dog is just unconscious, breathing faintly but steadily. I am unsure of its current physical condition. Worried that the wound might get infected, I wiped off the previous anti-inflammatory medicine and reapplied it. Maybe I was a bit too rough, and the dog, with its eyes closed, let out a soft whimper. After a while, it slowly opened its eyes. It could feel the pain in its neck and tried to lift its head to lick the wound. I stopped it, afraid that pulling on the wound might make things worse. I held out an egg to its mouth. Normally, the dog has a good appetite, but now it refused to open its mouth. Seeing this, I was very anxious but didn't know what else I could do to help. I could only wait a few more days, hoping its body would heal on its own. The dog slept all day, waking only occasionally to drink water and take medicine. It didn't eat anything else. Night fell quickly. I slept beside the dog, feeling very restless. Any small sound would wake me. But each time I woke up, I saw the dog still sleeping deeply. Finally, dawn arrived. I heated the fire in the brick bed and steamed a large piece of pork leg in a pot, hoping it would become soft and tender. The smell of meat filled the kitchen and seeped into the other room through the door crack. At noon, the dog woke up. Although it still couldn't move much, it licked its lips, looking weak but very eager to eat. Seeing this, I was very happy. It seemed to have regained its appetite. I hurried to the kitchen to grab some meat, not caring if it was hot, and tore it into small strips. I brought it into the room and fed the strips to the dog little by little. The dog had some difficulty opening its mouth and ate very slowly. It used its pink tongue to roll a strip into its mouth, chewing for a long time before swallowing. After a while, the aroma of the meat woke up the other dog. I sat nearby, feeding them slowly, one piece at a time. Despite eating slowly, both dogs finished the small bowl of meat. That made me feel relieved. If they can eat, they can regain strength and heal their wounds. Whether it's internal or external injuries, I worry about infection, so I mixed anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medicines into their milk powder and gave it to both dogs. They are very obedient. Although they are Western medicine, they still have a slight bitter taste. I passed by them without resistance, giving them as much as they could drink. They probably understand that I am trying to help them. Little San and Little C are spinning around on the ground. Seeing Little D and Little Guo lying on the fire bed, they are very anxious and want to get on the bed too. I don't allow them to cause trouble now. I picked up one dog with one hand and threw it into the kitchen. So little D and little Gua stayed on the bed for 3 or 4 days, being fed medicine and food every day. For bathroom needs, I used a basin filled with soil and let them go outside to solve it. Finally, on the 5th day, little D could walk slowly. Although it was still limping and seemed to be in pain, I was very happy just to see it able to stand and walk again. Little Gua's spirit was also recovering day by day. By the 7th day, it could stand and walk slowly too. The two dogs didn't lose much weight. It looked like they had even gained a little. Maybe they've been fed very well lately. Thanks to the anti-inflammatory and antiseptic medicines, little D and little Gua showed no signs of infection and are gradually recovering. Since they can move now, when they need to go outside, I let them walk out slowly. After little Gua started walking, although it was still recovering, it ate a lot and pooped a lot. The house smelled bad, so it was better for them to go outside. I took good care of them for 10 days. My arm wound also scabbed over. The two dogs can now move freely on the ground. The only change is that I lost a lot of weight and the two dogs gained a lot. Seeing that little Gua's wound has scabbed over and no longer needs medication, I dared to squat down and carefully examine the wound. I remembered seeing the dagger stabbing into it, so why didn't it die but instead recover so quickly? I avoided the wound and gently touched around little Gua's neck. Besides the bloodstain on the skin, it didn't seem to hurt when I touched other areas. Suddenly, I had a realization. I gently lifted the fur with the wound. I had heard before that dogs that are well-fed and fat have a layer of fat between their skin and flesh, so their fur can be lifted separately. Such dogs, even if bitten during a fight, wouldn't feel pain. It seems that although the man stabbed little Gua's neck, he only injured its fur and outer layer of flesh. The arteries and throat inside were not hurt. Wow, at this moment, I truly appreciated the benefits of being fat and greedy. It saved the dog's life. From now on, I will never restrict little Gua's appetite. Feed it as much as it wants. Being chubby is healthy. I patted the little dog's head and stood up confidently, feeling relieved that the wound wouldn't reopen. Finally, we had overcome the tough times with the dogs, and I started thinking about how to repay the rescue of the Zongbiao family. After washing the pig leg that had some meat cut off, I placed it directly into a large iron pot to cook. I added various spices and cooked it all afternoon. In the evening, I stopped adding firewood. The fire in the eastern room was so hot that I couldn't touch it. Once the meat broth in the pot stopped boiling, I used 2 shovels to lift the pig leg into a large basin. After it cooled down a bit and wasn't hot to the touch, I used a kitchen knife to cut the whole pig leg into pieces. I cut out a lot of meat and took out 2 large basins, filling one with half a basin of meat. Then I poured the meat broth from the pot into the basin and added some cooked noodles, stirring well. A big basin of fragrant meat broth with pig meat and noodles was ready. This was a bowl of soup with more meat than noodles. It was already dark outside, and I guessed the wolf pack might appear. I carefully carried the 2 large basins of meat to the courtyard gate. I put the remaining small pile of meat from the cutting board into the meat broth and noodles, mixed it well, and made another basin. I took this small basin into the eastern room. Little Gua didn't care about her neck wound and hurried over to eat eagerly. Xiao Di, Xiao San, and Xiao Si also gathered around to eat, and soon all 4 dogs were full and round bellies. I went outside to check. Zongbiao hadn't come back, and the wolf pack hadn't arrived yet. I led little Gua outside the yard. She looked at the food laid out outside, her eyes shining with golden light. But she was too full to eat anymore. I gestured towards the mountain. Seeing my meaning, little Gua tilted her head and howled twice at the sky. After a while, I heard rustling sounds from the dry grass on the nearby mountain, and several wolves ran down the slope. They slowly walked to the large basin and started eating eagerly. Once they were full, the basin looked cleaner than I had cleaned it. Zongbiao led a thin but surprisingly big-bellied pregnant wolf to my side. This wolf looked pregnant, and with such a big belly, she must be close to giving birth. Zongbiao sniffed the pregnant wolf, then rubbed against my leg. The mother wolf looked at me for a moment, then, mimicking Zongbiao, also rubbed against my leg. I understood they wanted me to take care of the pregnant wolf. Seeing me squat down and gently touch the mother wolf, Zongbiao happily ran back into the wolf pack. Then, led by the alpha wolf, they disappeared into the dark night. I stood still, about to leave after throwing the person here. No, I should say I threw the wolf here, and then left. It really is quite rude. I saved Zongbiao once. The wolf pack saved me once, and now I have to take care of a pregnant woman. Sigh. When will all the grudges and kindness end? But it's okay. I am willing to take care of her. Maybe in the future, I will rely on the wolf pack to protect me. I led the mother wolf into the house. We are not very familiar with each other, so both of us felt a bit awkward. The little 3 and little 4 are very friendly, bouncing around and playing happily near the mother wolf. I decided to settle the mother wolf in the breeding room. The breeding room has a stove, so it can be used for warmth when it's cold. The cotton mats that Zongbiao used when he was sick have already been washed and are now ready for the mother wolf. I initially thought of using the small production room for her, but it's too small for a pregnant wolf. First, I laid a layer of straw on the ground, which I had casually cut during the autumn harvest. Then I placed the cotton mats side by side on top. I patted the mats, and the mother wolf understood and lay down on them. This pregnant mother wolf is smaller than Zongbiao, and lying on the mats feels spacious and comfortable. I found 2 idle dog bowls, one filled with clean water, and the other left empty. Starting tomorrow, I will feed the mother wolf separately at each meal. I was a bit confused because I once read a book about wolves. It said that only the alpha male and female can reproduce in a wolf pack. Why are there other pregnant wolves besides Zongbiao? This mother wolf looks noticeably weaker than the others. I guess she was driven out of her pack. Maybe Zongbiao or the alpha male took her in out of kindness. Because the rule in the pack is that only Zongbiao can breed, they probably sent her here for her to give birth. That's what I think, but I also doubt my guess. I just can't think of any other reason. Could it be that the alpha male cheated and kept her as a mistress? People say wolves are monogamous, so it doesn't seem like infidelity. While I was lost in thought, I sewed 2 larger cotton mats with my sewing machine. The household's pea pads are already used up. When the mother wolf gives birth and the mats underneath get too wet, I'll replace them with my new cotton mats. It's already winter now. Outside is colder, but not as cold as the extreme cold period. It feels like the normal winter temperatures have returned, and it's no longer an extremely cold season. The incident with the bandits entering the house still left a big psychological shadow on me. If I experienced such a situation again, I might not be lucky enough to survive. Therefore, I can't wait until next spring to reinforce the courtyard wall. I plan to start preparing in the next few days. But building the wall alone in winter is not as easy as building a pig pen in autumn. The cold weather slows down the work, and the cement might freeze. Also, the high wall is difficult to climb and work on without help. I plan to ask Taozi and the pig farmer for help. Now, Xiaodi and Xiaogua's injuries are almost healed, so I plan to go to the Bai town base to get reinforcements. The night before I go, I steamed 2 pots of plain buns, cooked a big pot of soy-braised pork, and prepared spicy, crispy radish and cucumber pickles. Knowing Taozi and the pig farmer, they will definitely come to help. I will prepare some of the meals I need while working, so I won't be caught off guard. In rural Mengdong, it's customary for neighbors to help with work and share a hearty meal. Tomorrow, I will cook some greens and make a soup. 3 dishes and a soup will be enough. Before leaving in the morning, I will tidy up the house, fill the chickens, pigs, and dogs with food, and lock the farm door. I don't know the mother wolf's temper well, so I won't leave her alone with the dogs. I will fill the car with fuel, bring an extra barrel of oil, load a few bags of salt into the salt jar, and bring 2 boxes of eggs and a bag of rice. Then I will drive to the Bai town base. Most of the land in Mengdong doesn't grow rice, so rice is rare now. I want to see if I can use it as part of the payment. It's not far, but I haven't gone out in a long time, and I feel nervous every time I drive out. The drive takes only about 30 or 40 minutes to reach the base entrance. At the gate, 3 strong men are patrolling. When they see me park my car, they come over. What are you here for? Their voices are deep and loud, which startles me. I'm looking for the pig farmers. I'm their friend, I say politely as I get out of the car. Wait a moment, I'll ask. One of the men replies and runs back into the base. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a man comes out with the patrolman. I recognize him. He was at the market selling pigs last time. It's clear he also knows me. He talks to the patrolman for a moment and then walks toward me. You're here to see Lao Lu, right?
Come on, follow me.
The strong man on patrol looked at my truck bed and underneath, and seeing no one else around, he opened the gate. I drove my truck into the White Town base. I parked in the same yard as last time, but I didn't see the pig farmer, the owner. Oh right, that man was called Old Lou, the pig farmer. From now on, I'll call him Brother Lou. Today is Old Lou's turn to clean up. Wait a bit. They'll be back soon, the man said before turning back to his own chores. I waited less than 10 minutes before Brother Lou and Sister Lou returned. They were chatting and laughing, and when they saw me, they greeted me warmly. Girl, what are you doing here? Sister Lou spoke first, coming over and holding my arm. Sister Lou, I need Brother Lou's help with something, I said. Since I am a woman and Sister Lou is here, I thought it was polite to talk to her first. What do you need help with? Did something happen? Come inside and tell me, Sister Lou said, pulling my arm as she headed toward the house. A few days ago, someone broke into our yard. I didn't expect they had knives, so I opened the gate, I explained. Oh dear, you're quite brave to open the door. Did you get hurt? Sister Lou asked worriedly. No, I wasn't hurt. I know the wolves on the mountain, they saved me.
But
my dog almost died protecting me. It's my fault I was careless, I said, my nose stinging and tears falling again. I thought I was strong enough, but when someone cares about me, I feel guilty and sad all over again. Don't cry, don't cry. It's not your fault. Those scoundrels with no conscience, they're the real problem, Sister Lou said, wiping my tears with her sleeve and comforting me while cursing the bad guys. Brother Lou watched silently, looking a bit sad. Our girl is about your age. After the end of the world, we lost contact. Seeing you get bullied, I feel like our girl is being hurt too, Brother Lou said calmly. I stopped crying and didn't know what to say to comfort the couple. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you sad, I said softly. Oh, it's okay. It's been a long time, we've moved on, Sister Lou said cheerfully, nudging Brother Lou and comforting me loudly. By the way, what do you need us to help with? Sister Lou changed the subject to lighten the mood. Oh, yes, because of that incident, I want to build a wall around the yard so the troublemakers can't get in. I also remembered to mention the main point and paused before continuing. Can Brother Lou help me find a few reliable people to help build the wall? I'll pay for the labor and materials as usual. What's the point of paying? The front and backyards are all well connected, and there's not much to do in winter. It should only take a day to finish. Brother Lou smiled cheerfully, saying it wouldn't be a problem. I quickly shook my head. No, brothers should settle accounts honestly.
of course I will pay.
I'll go to the base center later to get some bricks. Why get bricks at the base? When it was extremely cold, several families in town were building houses, and the bricks are still piled up there. Oh, no one took them away? I hadn't really noticed whether there were bricks piled up in the town before. Now, with so few people and so many houses, no one is using the bricks. Brother Lou thought for a moment and continued, maybe they will become useful later, but not now. The extreme cold just ended and everyone is busy planting crops and solving their food needs. That makes sense. It's really the right time to reinforce the yard wall now. Hearing this, I realized there are free bricks available. Starting to build the wall in winter is a good decision. It's a pity, though. I had specifically changed bricks when I built the pig pen. Yes, let's find a few people, and we can just move the bricks. You have a truck to take them home, and the bricks from the base need replacing. Why waste money on that? My brother is very straightforward and considerate of me everywhere. Brother Lou, help me think about how to pay for the work. I have eggs and rice. Everyone knows each other, so just give a little. Even if you don't give anything, they can help out in winter when there's not much to do. My brother scratched his head, seeming a bit shy about how much to ask for. How many people should I find? I can estimate the wages myself, but I need to see how many people there are. 3 people are enough to build the wall, but we also need to move bricks. 4 people should be enough. Brother Lou thought for a moment and gave me a definite number. Then, each person gets 25 jean of rice and half a box of eggs. I have 100 gene of rice and 2 boxes of eggs. Dividing among 4 people, that should be pretty fair. Hee hee. If it's just 4 people, this should be enough. That's enough. That's enough. Rice is very precious now, and eggs are hard to find for most families. Giving such valuable things is really generous. When I heard it was enough, I felt relieved. The chickens at home lay so many eggs each day that I can't eat them all. Let's talk another day. For now, let's go and build the wall around the yard. The sooner we finish, the safer we'll be. Brother Lou said this and got up to leave. Oh, there's still time. You go call the others. I want to chat with my sister a bit longer. Sister-in-law Lou saw Brother Lou rushing to leave and called out to stop him. Brother Lou nodded, turned around, and went outside to call people. It was just sister-in-law Lou and me left inside. Sister-in-law, can I see those 2 puppies? I hesitated a moment, then asked to see the puppies, hoping to check on little 1 and little 2, since I hadn't seen them since we arrived and felt a little worried. Sure. Oh, I almost forgot about them myself. Sister-in-law Lou, hearing my request, pulled me toward the door. They're not at my house. They're at Old Wang's place. His house is warmer and the dogs are more comfortable there, she explained as we walked toward the neighboring house. When I lifted the heavy cotton curtain, the 2 puppies rolled out like little meatballs. But they weren't running toward me. They were heading to sister-in-law Lou. The 2 puppies rubbed against her calves, wagging their tails so fast it looked like a blur. Hey, you 2, stop fooling around. Come see who's here. Sister-in-law Lou stopped the puppies and gently pressed their heads toward me. As soon as they saw it was me, they were so happy, they practically jumped on me. I crouched down, and they rushed over. They've grown bigger and chubbier, their bellies round like balls. I stroked their soft, plump bodies, feeling that their food situation was really good. Each puppy was wearing a tiny, close-fitting sweater, which looked quite funny. But it was clear they were very much loved by their owner. That made me feel at ease. Is the owner not at home? I spent some time with the puppies but still didn't see anyone come out of the house. Oh, Old Wang went to the base to work. The door is open and no one else is here, sister-in-law Lou explained while watching the puppies and me. After a while, I stood up. These little guys were doing well, and I had nothing to worry about anymore. I said to sister-in-law Lou, let's go back, sister-in-law. Won't you stay a little longer? It's been a while since we saw each other. You must miss this, right? Haha, just a quick look. You take good care of the puppies. We chatted as we headed back home. Near the gate, sister-in-law Lou pulled me toward the kitchen, talking as we walked. You're a young girl living alone. It's not easy. I'll bring you some good food. She took out a crumpled plastic bag filled with peanuts, some of which still had dirt on them. These peanuts are grown at my home. You probably don't have these kinds of seeds. Take some home to roast. They smell good and are healthy. I realized I had overlooked peanut seeds when I was stocking up. Usually, I don't have any when I want to add crushed peanuts to my cooking. But more than the joy of having peanuts, I felt touched. Sister Lou kept talking, just like my old mom. In the mornings before school, she would nag me to study well and would even give me milk. Tears welled up and started falling uncontrollably. Why are you crying again, girl? You can't cry. It's not good to cry every day. Sister Lou took out her cloth sleeve to wipe my tears and then handed me a big bag of shelled peanuts. Thank you, Sister Lou. Can I plant these peanuts? Yes, you can. Keep some for yourself. You'll be able to plant them in spring next year. If you want, I can pack some for you. She bent down again, trying to give me more. That's enough. I quickly stopped her. I heard some men talking outside. Probably Brother Lou had brought someone back. I looked up at the door, my eyes still a bit moist, worried others might notice and I'd feel embarrassed. Besides Brother Lou, he also brought Towsy, the older brother who used to help me build chicken coops, and another man I didn't know. Towsy and my brother, you know them. This is Old Wang. He's capable and reliable. Hello, Brother Wang. I nodded and smiled at the unfamiliar man. Brother Lou's other brother could only be called Second Brother Lou. I'll just call you Second Brother Lou from now on, I said. It didn't sound very nice, but I didn't know what else to call him, so I said that to the man who helped me build the chicken coop. All right, haha. Second brother Lou agreed right away, and everyone else laughed, seeming to find the name Second Brother Lou a bit funny. Towsy looked at me silently, but seemed pretty happy. Let's go now. Come with me in my car, I told everyone. No, let's go apply for a car ourselves. Otherwise, you'll have to drive us back at night, and it's not safe for you to go alone. Brother Lou refused directly and started walking toward the base. Do we need to exchange something to use the base's car? Is it expensive? No, the car is free to use. You just need to pay for the fuel, Second Brother Lou explained. I hurried to catch up with Brother Lou. Big Brother Lou, you only need to apply for borrowing the car, no need to change the oil. I brought oil specifically for my car. Upon hearing this, Big Brother Lou's eyebrows lifted happily. That's really great, otherwise this oil is quite expensive. I didn't go inside the base center. Soon, Big Brother Lou came out holding the keys. I took the diesel barrel from the car and handed it to Big Brother Lou. Wow, so much oil, little sister. Big Brother Lou weighed the barrel in his hand and only added about a third of it to the car, then returned the rest to me. You don't need to return it. Keep it for later use. No, you should take it back. This oil is very precious. Big Brother Lou refused to accept it, but I couldn't let everyone wait, so I took the barrel, and everyone got into the car to leave. Brother Wong and Brother Lou Air went with Big Brother Lou in one car, while Towsy followed slowly behind them. Towsy, you go with the girls' car. We can't fit any more here. Not sure if there really wasn't enough space or what. Big Brother Lou sent Towsy into my car. Towsy got into my car, and I started driving slowly ahead. Big Brother Lou drove behind me. Towsy and I were silent for a while. Suddenly, he softly asked, Sister, did you cry just now? I felt a bit embarrassed and didn't want to answer. I pretended not to hear and continued driving seriously. Why did you suddenly decide to build a wall? Did something happen a few days ago? Seeing I didn't reply, Towsy didn't stop being polite and asked again. Why are you so curious? Asking about private things is very impolite, little kid. If I didn't say anything, he might keep asking more. I'm not afraid of being impolite. I'm worried you'll get bullied. Towsy was silent for a moment and suddenly said this. His sudden concern made me feel surprised and a bit awkward, different from the care I felt from Sister Lou. I wasn't bullied. Not sure what to say, I could only reply softly. Towsy didn't continue the conversation and probably realized his question was a bit sensitive. After a while of silence, feeling the atmosphere was too quiet, Towsy started talking about other things. Sister, do you know? This year, I farmed alone and harvested a lot of grains and vegetables. I think I'm pretty good, right? Yes, you're quite impressive. I focused on driving, too busy to say much, just agreeing with him. You're pretty good too. I know you live alone this year. Towsy turned his face, his eyes smiling like crescent moons, revealing a row of white teeth as he spoke. I felt encouraged by him and nodded heavily with raised eyebrows. That's true. We're both pretty capable. Let me tell you these past few days. Just like that, Towsy kept sharing his life with me. After about 10 minutes, we arrived at the small town. In the town center, Brother Lou's car honked. I parked the car and got out. At this moment, Brother Lou and the others also got out of their cars. Look at that, the construction isn't finished yet. Isn't that all bricks? I looked in the direction Brother Lou pointed, and sure enough, there was a large pile of bricks. Then everyone went over to move bricks. I took out a few pairs of gloves from my car. These were spare gloves I kept from when I went to the timber factory to move wood blocks. Take these to move bricks. Don't hurt your hands. Oh, no need. It's more important to keep the gloves for when we really need them, I said. I handed out the gloves one by one, but everyone waved them off. Just use them. I have plenty at home. After we finish building the wall, I'll bring you some more. When they heard I had more gloves at home, everyone accepted and put them on. The 5 of us started moving bricks, and in no time, we had moved a lot. Is this enough now? Brother Lou, I asked, looking at the pile of bricks to see if we should stop. There are 2 trucks and more people. Let's move a bit more. Find a place to store them at home. We can use them directly next time, Brother Lou said, without stopping. It seemed he wanted to stock up on bricks for me. There are truly kind people in the world, always thinking of me. My heart warmed, and I worked harder to move bricks. After both trucks had been loaded with bricks, we finally stopped and drove home. By the time we got home, it was almost noon. I was really worried we wouldn't finish building the wall today. But everyone had been helping move bricks for a long time, so I decided to let them go inside and rest a bit. I was also preparing lunch. Big brother, let's go inside and rest first. We'll eat after we're done, I said, taking out the keys to open the door. Oh, it's getting late. If we don't start now, we might not finish in time. Let's work a little longer. No rush to eat, Brother Lu replied, calling Taozi and the others to continue moving bricks from the car. Then you all unload the car. I'll go cook. Once the food is ready, we'll eat first, then keep working. I thought it was better to cook first. All right, but before you start cooking, give us the tools for building the wall, I said, immediately going to find the tools needed for the work. I gathered a bunch of tools like shovels and mud scrapers. Suddenly, I remembered a big problem. I had no cement. The last time I built the pig pen, I only had a little left. Oh no, Brother Lu. I think I forgot to buy cement. I felt very upset and confused. How could I forget something so important? Brother Lu smiled and said, Haha, if you forgot, how could I not remind you? I even brought the car. I looked inside Brother Lu's car, and sure enough, there were a few bags of cement. That's great. Really great. Brother Lu, you're so reliable. I quickly changed from feeling sad to happy and praised Brother Lu a lot. Just a small thing. Brother Lu felt a bit shy when I praised him and started scratching his head. After we finish building the wall, we'll talk about the payment and the cement costs together. I couldn't take advantage of Brother Lu, so just helping me work was already a big help. After that, I turned around and went back inside to cook. I took out a dried rabbit, washed it with water, and chopped it into small pieces with a big axe used for cutting bones. I also peeled and chopped 3 or 4 large potatoes. I lit the stove, poured in some oil, and added chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic to stir-fry until fragrant. Then I put the rabbit pieces into the pot and stir-fried until they released a nice aroma. I added the potatoes and continued to stir-fry, along with some soy sauce, fermented bean paste, and other spices. When it was almost done, I added 2 large ladles of water, a pinch of salt, and some 13-spice seasoning to simmer. I placed a steaming rack on top of the pot and put a few big steamed buns from yesterday and a large bowl of braised meat on it. I covered the pot and waited about 30 minutes. When I lifted the lid, everything, main dish, stew, and steamed meat, was ready in one pot. While the rabbit was cooking, I went outside to check on the workers. They were busy mixing sand, water, and cement in the middle of the yard. I first went to the east room and set up the big wooden table I bought a few days ago for just a little money. Then I planned to move some chairs from the west wing. When I was moving chairs, Taozi came to help. Big sister, let me handle these physical tasks. Taozi looked a bit exaggerated when working. He carried 2 heavy chairs with one hand and managed to bring 4 chairs at once. Do you need anything else moved, sister? It seemed like he just warmed up and was ready to keep helping me carry things. No need. You've already finished everything in one trip, I told him honestly, and he smiled without saying anything. He went back to the yard to help Brother Lu and the others. I set the bowls and chopsticks inside the house. The stove was already warm, and the east room was cozy. Soon, when we eat, it definitely won't be cold. After cooking the rabbit meat for over 20 minutes, I started preparing the stir-fry. I simply stir-fried some celery with the meat. The stove was burning hot, so I first cooked the meat until it smelled good, then added the celery and stir-fried everything together. I didn't need many seasonings because the natural flavors of the ingredients were already delicious. Near the end, I stirred the food a few times, and the small flames flickered around the edges of the pan. This made the dish look lively and flavorful, with a rich aroma. The stir-fried celery and meat filled a large plate. Every time I finished cooking and served the food, it felt very satisfying. At that moment, I uncovered the big pot, and white steam quickly filled the room, creating a misty atmosphere everywhere. I used a cloth to carry the bowl with steamed buns and the big jar of braised meat onto the stove. Then I took the steaming rack and used a spatula to stir-fry the rabbit meat with potatoes in the pan. The aroma of the rabbit and potatoes was rich with sauce, and a slightly roasted scent unique to this dish. After stirring, the sauce became thicker. I found a small basin and scooped out a generous portion with a big spoon. There was still some food left in the pot, so I used a large porcelain bowl to scoop it out. The entire bowl of rabbit and potato stew was placed on the heated brick bed, so it wouldn't get cold. I ate the meat from the porcelain bowl first, then transferred the remaining hot food onto the brick bed. I brought out a big bowl of rabbit and potato stew, braised meat, stir-fried celery with meat, and a small plate of cold pickled vegetables, all to the table. I went to the door of the windbreak and called out to the yard, "Dinner is ready. Come quickly and take a break to eat." I adjusted the hot water in the bathroom and filled the wash basin with steaming hot water. The men washed their hands in the bathroom, chatting as they did. "What's this dish? It smells so good," Lu Deji asked me, smelling the aroma. "I made rabbit stew with potatoes and braised meat." "Eat more later," I replied with a smile, handing him a towel. "Wow, sister, you're amazing. The food smells so good," Taozi said with a smile, reaching out for a towel and slightly bowing to praise me. This boy is quite tall, calling me sister while also lowering his head to talk. I smiled and handed him a towel. Once everyone finished washing their hands, I called them inside to eat. Seeing the table full of delicious dishes, though there weren't many varieties, the portions were large, and there were 2 big meat dishes. They started to be polite to me. "Oh, why cook such tough dishes? Save some for yourself, girl." "We'll eat whatever," Brother Wang said, swallowing and eyeing the food politely. "There's no need to save anything. More people eating makes it tastier. Sit down and eat," I urged everyone to sit. The older brothers didn't hold back and started eating eagerly with their chopsticks. This stew made with soy sauce and meat is very authentic. The meat smells so good, Lu Urge said vaguely with his mouth full of steamed bread. "Why does Taozi look so delicate today? You usually don't act like this," Lu Dage joked, glancing my way. I understood what Lu Dage meant, but I didn't want to say anything, so I pretended not to hear. "Here's rabbit meat with potatoes. Eat more, there's a big bowl on the Kong," I told everyone to help themselves. At that moment, the door of the breeding room made clicking sounds, probably because the mother wolf was upset about something. I quickly put down my dishes and ran toward the breeding room. I opened the door and saw the mother wolf standing anxiously at the entrance, looking outside. As soon as she saw me, she was so worried she circled around me. A few dogs sleeping near the stove in the kitchen also came over out of curiosity. The mother wolf circled me once, saw that I was safe, then looked a few times toward the east room, seeming to relax, and slowly crawled back onto her mat. I understood her meaning. She probably heard the sound of many men and thought I was in danger again. "Come out for a walk. You've been cooped up all day," I said, petting the mother wolf's head and pointing outside. It seemed all the wolves were quite friendly. They understood my gestures. The mother wolf stood up slowly, her belly big, and headed toward the east room. "Wow, this dog." Lu Urge looked at the mother wolf going inside, a bit puzzled, probably thinking she looked special. He pondered for a moment and said, "Is it a husky?" "What? A wolf?" Lu Dage mumbled with food in his mouth, unclear. "Hey girl, do you also raise wolves?" Lu Urge suddenly got excited, spitting out breadcrumbs. "It's not mine. She's here to have her puppies. After giving birth and recovering, she'll go back," I explained while petting the mother wolf to calm her down, worried Lu Urge's loud voice might scare her. "You're really amazing, girl," Lu Urge said, giving a thumbs up. "Remember to get to know all the people eating here. If you meet them on the mountain, don't bite them," I softly told the mother wolf, also speaking for everyone. I wanted her to get familiar with them so that not only would the wolves not attack, but also if the people at Baijin Base encountered the wolf pack, they wouldn't attack either. I've never seen wolves in the mountains. If it weren't for seeing them here twice, I probably wouldn't have seen one in my life, Lu Dage added. Tazi placed the leftover bones from everyone's meal on the ground. Xiao Gua and the mother wolf lowered their heads and picked up a few pieces, biting them into smaller bits and swallowing them quickly. Xiao Di wasn't interested in eating these. His appetite was already small, and I usually fed him enough to keep him full. As they finished eating, The rabbit stew with potatoes on the bed was almost gone, and all the other dishes and buns were finished too. Only a small amount was left, but everyone thought it was better to leave a little, so it wouldn't seem like they ate everything. Once you're full, you should work hard for the girl. She prepared such a nice meal for us, so we can't slack off, Lou Urge said, stretching lazily as he walked outside. Everyone went outside to work with cement. They took out the ladders they had stored at home and placed them outside, ready to use as needed. Since only the front side of the yard wall was made of bricks, and the other 3 sides were the mountain itself, they only needed to build the front wall. One team started from one end and worked toward the middle. By dusk, they had built over 1 meter of wall. Adding to the existing height, I estimated the wall was nearly 4 meters tall. Don't worry about the height, sister. They probably can't climb over it, Lou Dage said confidently, patting the wall. I asked Lou Dage to leave a hole about the size of a bowl at the top of the wall. Later, I planned to make a bow and arrow and shoot anyone who tried to climb over through that hole. When the construction was almost done, Towsy looked a bit worried. Does your sister have broken glass at home? Put a row of it at the top so that anyone trying to climb over will get cut, he said. Yes, I do. I'll go get it, I replied. I hadn't thrown away the glass bottles I had used up. Pretty ones were placed on the windowsill, and the plain ones were kept in the corner of the drying yard. I brought back a bunch of bottles, wine bottles and vinegar bottles, and placed them on the ground. Wow, sister, you're still a drinker, Lou Urge said, laughing at the pile of bottles. I felt a little embarrassed. I didn't drink much, but I had saved up quite a lot over nearly 3 years. Then everyone went outside the yard and broke the bottles with stones, putting them in burlap bags. They said breaking them on the ground would cause splinters everywhere and might hurt the dogs or wolves at home. They applied thick cement at the top of the wall, and Towsy, wearing gloves, carefully inserted the broken glass into the cement. When everything was done, it was getting dark. Towsy jumped down from the ladder, clapped his hands, and said to me, "Don't worry, sister. I filled it all up. Good, as long as it's full. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone has worked hard." I quickly ran to the car to carry out a bag of rice and 2 boxes of eggs. I forgot to take these for everyone when I left earlier. Please help yourselves when you go back. Oh, that's too embarrassing. Brother Lou refused politely while reaching out to take the items. That old guy. Brother Lou laughed and slapped Brother Lou on the back. Wait for me a moment. I ran back to the small west room and took out 8 pairs of gloves from the wardrobe. Then I ran back to the yard. Each of you gets 2 pairs of gloves. Wear them when doing dangerous work. Although gloves aren't expensive, they are very useful for farmers. Even if the family has stored many, after 3 years of the end of the world, they are probably worn out. Brother Lou took the 8 pairs of gloves with gratitude, then divided 2 pairs to each person. Using the cement payment as a reason, I called Brother Lou into the small west room. I don't have many medicines. Take this alcohol and amoxicillin. If there's an emergency injury or illness, it can save your life. I handed Brother Lou a bottle of alcohol and some amoxicillin. No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Just take it. You've been taking care of me, and I should do the same. If you don't take it now and come back later, I might not have any left. I pushed the medicine into Brother Lou's arms. His eyes looked complicated as he put the medicine into his military coat. Look at how much cement money there is. I'll get you some more things. After giving the medicine, what cement do you want? No, I really don't want it. If my sister needs help in the future, just come find me. After saying that, Brother Lou turned and walked outside. I didn't insist much and didn't follow him outside. A few people didn't stay long and got into the car to leave. I didn't dare to stay too long either, especially since it was dark and unsafe on the road. Big sister, come find me to play when you're free. Towsy was always the last one to speak to me. Okay, I'll come find you when I have time. And if you need any help, just come to me anytime. I thought for a moment and added, you're still young and your family is just you now. It's not easy for you either. Actually, I have something I want to ask for your help with now. Oh, what is it? I was surprised. I was just being polite, not expecting this kid to be so honest. Nothing. I'm leaving now. Towsy hesitated for a long time but didn't say anything. His face turned red, and then he turned and ran away. Young people live so abstractly. That's the only way I can describe Towsy. After everyone left, the yard suddenly became quiet. I have to say, being alone is still more comfortable. Once quiet, I felt completely relaxed. Looking at the tall wall built around the yard, the glass pieces at the top shimmered brightly under the yard's lights. It looked very safe. From now on, who would dare to bully me and my dogs? The day after finishing the wall, I got up early to warm the bed and light the stove. This was the first time since spring started that I lit the stove. The fire burned strongly, and the house was warm enough to wear short sleeves. Outside, the temperature could reach below freezing, but it wasn't too cold. After breakfast, I put on a warm cotton-padded jacket, a hat, and gloves, ready to insulate the outdoor chicken coop. I built 4 corners of the coop with red bricks, burying 4 thick wooden stakes deep into the ground. I reinforced the stakes with small wooden boards to make sure everything was stable. Then I nailed plastic sheets, which I brought back last time, onto the frame, creating a lightweight chicken coop roof. The roof wasn't very tall, just slightly higher than the wooden chicken nest inside. I took a large plastic sheet and wrapped all 4 sides of the coop, covering the top as well, leaving one side open for fresh air. On the sunny side, I nailed an old cotton pad used as a door curtain for the dogs. During the day, I rolled it up. At night, I put it down. Sunlight during the day warmed the inside, raising the temperature. At night, covering it with a cotton pad helped keep some of the daytime heat inside. This way, the chicken coop was well insulated. As long as the winter temperatures stayed within normal ranges, the chickens wouldn't freeze. Winter chores are few. Doing this is enough for the day. I'll save the rest for tomorrow. I went to the west wing to get some briquettes and carried some firewood back to the house. For the rest of the day, besides feeding the chickens and pigs, I probably wouldn't go outside into the cold. Back inside, I changed into some warm but not thick underwear and started preparing breakfast for myself. Since winter days are short, I plan to eat only 2 meals, breakfast and lunch. There are still some fresh eggplants, green beans, and tomatoes at home. I plan to eat these short-keeping vegetables first, then move on to stored vegetables. Looking at the eggplants and green beans, I decided to make a mixed stew. Cut the eggplants, tomatoes, and potatoes into roughly square pieces, about the size of mahjong tiles. Break the green beans into small sections. Take out a piece of fresh pork leg, slice it thinly, and prepare some chopped green onions and minced garlic. Then, turn on the heat. Pour some oil into a cast iron pan, sauté the green onions and garlic until fragrant, then add the thin pork slices and stir-fry together. Cook the pork until just done, then add all the vegetables and stir-fry together. Once the aroma is released, add a little soy sauce to enhance the flavor and pour in warm water enough to cover the vegetables. Add some salt and chicken seasoning to taste, then wait for everything to cook through and be ready to serve. Mix more white flour with plenty of water to make a sticky batter. When the vegetables are nearly cooked, dip your finger in clean water, scoop up a large amount of batter and quickly spread it along the edge of the pan. Spread all the batter over the pan, making a complete ring. Be careful to press the batter down slightly so that the bottom edges can soak in the soup. When cooked, this part will be very soft and flavorful. This method is called gomer, pot swinging, meaning to circle the batter around the edge of the pan. You can use different types of flour for this. I think white flour makes it the most fragrant, but my parents used to prefer buckwheat flour, and at my grandmother's house, I also tasted cornmeal. Everyone has their own taste. No matter what flour you use, the part soaked in the soup is the best. The difference between golera, pot wheel, and gote, pot stickers, is that pot stickers are made with dough that has been proofed with yeast and then stuck to the edge of the pan, giving a texture similar to steamed buns or leavened pancakes. Golera does not require proofing. The batter is used directly, and the texture is more like the noodles in Beijing-style braised dishes, with an extra crispy, hard crust called guoba. Maybe similar methods exist elsewhere, just with different names. Sitting by the stove, roasting fire, I toss in 2 sweet potatoes. Little D, a pet or child, lies beside me, and I gently stroke its fur while whispering secrets. I might tell it to eat more meat later, warn it to be cautious because its husband might not be a good person, etc. Little D probably doesn't understand, but it always looks at me with bright, shiny eyes, giving me face. When the cast iron pan makes sizzling sounds like frying, it's the perfect time to take the food out. Open the pan lid with a splash, caused by the steam condensing on the lid and falling into the pan. Before I lift the lid, little D usually runs away. Maybe the last time I opened the lid, the steam hit it, so now it hides whenever I lift the lid. When I open the lid, the aroma fills the air, and the little gourds and small vegetables that disappeared earlier will come out again. For dogs sit closely together, all eyes fixed on the pot. I hold a spatula in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. First, I use the knife to cut the contents in the pot, slicing up and down to break it into pieces about the size of a palm. After cutting, the pieces still stick firmly to the edge of the pot. I gently use the spatula to lift the pieces from the bottom and transfer them to a plate. Once all the pieces are out, I quickly stir-fry the vegetables a few times, then serve them into a large bowl. At this point, I add a splash of water to the pot. Without adding water, the leftovers would turn dry and hard to clean after eating. The dogs watch eagerly, but it's too hot now to give them any food. I quickly carry the stew and the cut pieces inside, sit down, and prepare to eat. I find an old TV show to watch while eating, sticking to the usual routine. The stew is cooked until very soft. The potatoes are no longer round but look like irregular little balls. I gently pick up a piece with chopsticks and put it in my mouth, careful not to break it with a little extra force. When I bite into it, I can taste a slight charred flavor from the edge of the pot, mixed with the flavors of green beans, eggplant, tomatoes, and meat. The taste is complex and wonderful, with a smooth texture that melts in my mouth. Delicious. My favorite part is the tomatoes in the stew. They are sweet and sour with a hint of salt, smooth enough to swallow without chewing. The eggplant and green beans are also tasty. The eggplant is soft and sticky, and the green beans are cooked until tender, both retaining their natural vegetable flavors mixed with other seasonings. Maybe that's the essence of the stew, an interconnected harmony. After eating for a while, and feeling a bit full, I start on the cut pieces. I bite into the bottom part of the pot, where the broth is thickest, and eat it directly. The bread is soft and slippery, soaked with salty broth, and tastes very good. This is the soul of the dish. I tear the pieces into small chunks, put them in a bowl, and scoop a large spoonful of stew over them, mixing well. Once the pieces and vegetables are thoroughly combined, I start eating. The small chunks are chewy, soaked in broth, and wrapped around tender vegetables, becoming more flavorful with each bite. The side with the crispy bits still hasn't softened completely, so I can hear a crunchy sound when I chew. As I eat, I start to feel a bit tired, so I pause to watch some TV. When I feel ready, I continue chewing. Finally, I'm full but don't get up to clear the dishes. I pick up the remaining pieces of the dish, break them into smaller parts, and add them to the stew, stirring everything together into a big bowl. I place this small basin on the ground, and 4 dogs eagerly started to eat. They don't swallow the food whole. Instead, they hold the pot in their mouths and chew carefully, swallowing little by little before continuing. It's quite good, no longer swallowing everything in one gulp. Chewing a few times helps them taste more of the flavor. I also set aside a small bowl to feed the mother wolf in the breeding pen. Her belly is getting bigger, and it seems she will give birth soon. She needs good nutrition. The next day, I also did some work, building a small heated bed in the pig pen. The piglets have grown a bit, and I looked at the bare concrete floor, and the little piglets. It feels like this winter will be tough for them. Thinking back to how my master built the heated bed, I also made a small one in the pig pen. The bed is very low, just enough for the pigs to climb onto. In the corner, I built a small stove connected to the heated bed. I surrounded the stove with wire mesh to prevent the piglets from getting burned or knocking it over. The heated bed isn't dry yet, but I kept it enclosed with wire mesh to stop the chubby piglets from climbing on and collapsing it. I lit the small stove to dry the heated bed. Once it was warm, the pig pen started to feel a bit more comfortable. When the bed dries completely, I believe the piglets will sleep very comfortably on it. In the past, I saw that my older cousin's pig pen used a heat lamp, but before the coldest days, I never thought I would raise pigs, so I never bought one. I didn't see any at the last exchange market either. Next time I visit the by-town base, I can ask Brother Lou if he has one. If the heat lamp uses too much electricity, it's better to just use this small heated bed. It feels warmer and only requires some firewood. All around are mountains, and there's enough dry wood for me to use alone. Today was quite active. When I got home and changed clothes, I realized I was sweating a lot. I washed my face and felt much refreshed. The pickled vegetables have been curing for a long time, and now they're ready to eat. Today, I plan to have a pickled vegetable hot pot. The fire in the heated bed was burning strongly. I cut a large piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean meat, put it in the pot, and added spices like star anise and cinnamon to stew. I took out a big piece of pickled cabbage. It's now a light yellow, with a faint sour smell. My mother tends to waste food when she cooks and usually throws away the outermost leaves of the pickled cabbage. I've gotten used to this habit, so I also peeled off the outermost leaves. But I didn't want to throw them away, so I cut them into small pieces and put them in the pig feed bucket. Later, I'll mix them with cornmeal, and the pigs will love to eat it. The remaining pickled vegetables inside look tender and yellowish, and just smelling them makes my mouth water. I haven't eaten pickled vegetables for several months, and now I really want a bite. Squeeze out the water from the pickled vegetables with your hands, then cut them into thin strips on a cutting board. Once the meat in the pot has simmered for a while, skim off the foam on top. When the meat is almost cooked, remove it from the pot. Add the broth from cooking the meat into a clay pot, then put in the pickled vegetables and let it simmer over the fire in a room. Slice the cooked meat into thin pieces. The meat shows a light pink lean part and white fatty parts intertwined. When it looks enough to eat, wrap the remaining uncut portion with plastic wrap and store it in the freezer. Take the evenly sliced meat from the cutting board and arrange it in layers inside the clay pot. Cover the pot and let it simmer for a while. During this time, mash some garlic into a paste, add soy sauce and vinegar, and stir well. Set up a small table next to the stove, with small bowls of condiments and a bowl of rice. Open the clay pot, pick a thin slice of meat, and place it into a condiment bowl. Gently dip the meat slice into the sauce, add some garlic paste, blow on it, and then put it into your mouth. The meat slice is tender and has a rich aroma of oil. If you only eat fatty meat alone, it might feel greasy, but now, with the sour pickled vegetables and garlic paste to cut the greasiness, it tastes fragrant but not greasy. Pick up a piece of pickled vegetables, fold a piece of meat on top, dip it lightly in the sauce, and put it in your mouth. The pickled vegetables are crispy and very appetizing, blending with the aroma of the meat, making it feel hearty without feeling plain. At this point, take a bite of rice. The flavor is at its peak. I always feel that no matter how delicious a dish is, when paired with a bowl of rice, the dish's aroma becomes even more prominent. After finishing a bowl of rice and eating quite a bit of meat and pickled vegetables, it's time for the second way to eat. Now, the broth in the pot has turned white. Refill a bowl of rice, then use a spoon to scoop the white broth over the rice. Stir it with chopsticks, then slurp it into your mouth. The tangy broth is even more appetizing than the pickled vegetables. It's not salty, with a rich flavor of meat and rice, making you want to eat more. At this point, take some small pickles from the fridge. Their spicy and sour taste makes it even more delicious. Another bowl of rice soaked in broth is finished, and I start to sweat on my forehead. I feel full. Carefully take the clay pot off the stove, scoop out the broth, and pour it over the rice. Use a spoon to mash the remaining meat slices and mix everything into the broth and rice. Divide it into 2 portions, a larger one for the dogs and a smaller one for the mother wolf. They all eat happily. In the past, our family kept a small dog, very tiny and especially delicate. I didn't dare to eat the whole sausage in big bites. When eating dumplings or sausage, my mom would break them into small pieces to feed me. At that time, I thought this little dog was very hard to take care of, like a little princess. Now, looking at these gluttonous animals I raise, I can say that they would swallow a whole sausage or even a brick with a nice smell in one bite. However, today the mother wolf didn't have much appetite. She only ate half and then stopped. It looks like she might be about to give birth. In the evening, I kept the stove in the breeding room very hot and added a piece of honeycomb coal. If she gives birth at night, I hope the wolf cubs won't be cold. Actually, wild wolves probably aren't very delicate. But since the boss entrusted them and their mother to me, I want to do my best to take good care of them. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, the little wolf on the ground seemed restless for some reason. It didn't growl, so I guess there was no intruder. I sat up, forced myself to stay awake for a while, put on my clothes, and opened the door of the breeding room. It was still warm inside, even warmer than the bedroom in the east house. I turned on the light and saw the wolf cubs under the mother wolf. There seemed to be only two. The cotton pad was already soaked in a large area, so I prepared to change it. After giving birth, both dogs and cats tend to be very aggressive, and I suppose wolves are even more so. In a book I read before, it said that after a female wolf gives birth, the entire pack takes on the responsibility of raising the cubs. At this time, the mother wolf was extremely fierce. Although she was supported by the group, no wolf was allowed to approach the cubs, not even the alpha wolf. I moved a little closer to observe the mother wolf's attitude. If she showed any protective behavior, I would leave her be. The mother wolf looked weak and was lying on the pad, unable to move much. By then, the two wolf cubs had already been licked by her, but they were still wet. I moved closer again. Her eyes were different from before, softer, with a maternal tenderness. She didn't show any aggression when I approached. Instead, she leaned back and slightly showed her belly. It seemed like she was trying to show me her newborn cubs. I felt a little relieved and went back inside to get the cotton pad I had made a few days ago. If I suddenly tried to take the cubs now, I was afraid the mother wolf might change her mind. So I planned to handle both the mother and the cubs together. Gently, I reached out my hand toward the mother wolf. Seeing she didn't seem angry, I touched the surrounding pads and carefully moved her and the cubs to the side, leaving only the straw in place. I placed a warm, clean new cotton pad on top. Then I patted the mother wolf's head to soothe her, and after calming her down, I gently placed her on the new cotton pad. The mother wolf gently lifted her head from the new bedding, watching her two pups still on the old mat. Oh dear, here you go. The two newborn pups were quite ugly, looking a bit like mice, so the mother wolf just considered them her treasures. She quickly turned around, gently picked up the two pups, and placed them beside her belly. The mother wolf lifted her head, licked the pups, and then relaxed and lay down. It seemed the mother wolf had struggled a lot during birth, so I decided to give her some food to help her regain strength. The simplest and easiest food was eggs. I boiled some water in an electric pot, cooked a small handful of noodles, and cracked 2 eggs into it. Before the eggs set, I quickly stirred them with chopsticks. The eggs broke into small pieces and mixed with the noodles. Once the stew was very soft, I served it in a special bowl for the mother wolf. It was still warm, so I carried it outside and waited a few minutes before bringing it back and letting it cool slightly. I stirred it with chopsticks a few times and then handed it to the mother wolf. She saw me approaching but didn't open her eyes, clearly exhausted. I gently patted her and signaled her to eat. The mother wolf weakly propped herself up and ate the noodles eagerly. It was clear she had used a lot of energy, but after eating, she looked much better. Seeing that she was okay, I yawned and went back to the east room to sleep. Little Gua was very curious, constantly glancing outside. I slapped her on the forehead, and she obediently curled up in her nest to sleep. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Although there was enough firewood at home, I just wanted to go out and move around and also gather more firewood. I grabbed a small cart, took an axe, saw, and other tools, and went to the mountain to chop wood. I cut different-sized branches to the same length and neatly stacked them on the cart. Little Gua, Little San, and Little C all came along, playing happily and rolling around on the dry grass. By noon, the cart was full. It was quite warm today, and after vigorous activity, I was sweating a lot. Feeling energized, I pushed the cart back home. When I arrived, the fire in the stove was still warm from the morning, and combined with the sunshine outside, the house felt a bit too hot. It was a good chance to change the air inside. I opened the windows, letting the cool breeze flow in. I wasn't in a hurry to cook. I sat on the steps, plucking out stinging nettles and other unfamiliar grass thorns from my pants. Just as I was about to head back inside, Little D came over, limping. I looked at the small paw that was raised and flipped it over. A burr was firmly stuck between the two soft pads. I carefully removed the burr from the little dog's paw and saw that it was covered in various grass thorns. It seemed there were many thorns to pick out, so I told the little dog to sit quietly on the steps. I patiently plucked the thorns, collecting a small pile on the ground before finally cleaning the dog completely. Little 3 and Little 4 were playing loudly in the distance. Little 4 quickly ran over and lay down on the pile of grass thorns. I shouted and pulled Little 4 up harshly. Besides the thorns already stuck to it, the pile on the ground had also been pressed onto its fur. I had to carefully remove the thorns from this troublemaker again, silently promising never to take them out again. My eyes were a bit blurry from the effort, but I finally managed to get the dog cleaned up. I patted my numb legs and went back inside to start preparing lunch. I thought about how the salted eggs should be ready, so I decided to taste them today. But I couldn't just eat salted eggs. I needed to cook some vegetables first. I took a large cabbage, and as usual, I peeled off the wilted outer leaves. The cabbage was too much to eat at once, so I cut it in half and then into small pieces, washing them thoroughly in clean water. I peeled and chopped 2 potatoes and sliced a small piece of meat. The stove was burning brightly. I added oil, then put the meat slices in and quickly stir-fried them with a spatula. Once the meat was fragrant, I added the cabbage and potatoes and continued stir-frying. The large bowl of cabbage shrank as it cooked, finally softening and settling at the bottom of the pot along with the potatoes and meat slices. I added various seasonings, poured enough water to cover the vegetables, and covered the pot to simmer for a while. Meanwhile, I washed rice, then took 3 salted eggs from the jar, rinsing them with clean water. While the vegetables were cooking, I prepared the rice and eggs. I placed the rice and salted eggs in a steaming basket, covered the pot, and steamed everything together. Soon, the meal was ready, 2 dishes and rice all cooked in one pot. While waiting for the rice to finish, I cleaned the house, sweeping all the firewood from the stove into the fire. I washed a cloth and wiped the stove, work table, cabinets, and everything clean. Once everything was tidy, the aroma of the cabbage, pork, and vermicelli stew filled the air. Following the usual order, I took out the salted eggs and rice first. Then I used a spatula to stir the stew vigorously and served it up. The owner always eats first, then the little dog. During the owner's meal, the little dog learns patience and self-control. Today, the cooking was very intense, and some cabbage and potatoes got slightly burned around the edges, but I quite like this crispy, fragrant taste. The cabbage and potatoes are very soft and tender, with a pork aroma, and taste oily and flavorful. The vermicelli was cooked very sticky yet firm, and when I scoop a big bite into my mouth, it feels especially satisfying. I soaked the eggs in cold water for a while, so now they are no longer hot to the touch. One end of the egg is hollow. Gently crack open the hollow end, carefully handle the opening, and use chopsticks to gently scoop inside. Just as the chopsticks break through the boundary between the egg white and yolk, a bright orange oil oozes out, shiny and almost spilling over the egg. Quickly use the chopsticks to scoop some egg white and yolk into my mouth, leaving space so the butter doesn't spill out of the shell. The first bite of the salted egg yolk tastes very familiar, a flavor I haven't had in a long time. The yolk is soft and dense, bursting with a rich, fatty aroma. It not only lingers on my tongue but also reaches my palate and nasal cavity. I can't wait to eat more salted eggs. First a big spoonful of rice, then a bite of egg white. The egg white is very salty and is quite chewy, making it very appetizing. After finishing all the egg whites, only the yolk remains. I swallow the yolk in one go, chewing it carefully. It's very precious, and I almost feel reluctant to swallow it. During this meal, I ate 2 salted eggs. I could have had a third, but I felt it was too salty and unhealthy. At this moment, Little Gua has already fallen from the ground, and a small pile of water has accumulated on the floor. I start preparing dog food. Today's dog food is very simple. I just mix all the leftover rice and vegetables, then stir everything together. After mixing, I distribute it to the dogs. 4 of them get most of it, and the rest is left for the mother wolf. The mother wolf is also in good spirits today. It seems that staying here during my postpartum period is much better than being in the mountains. Sang Biao is really clever. Since he feels comfortable here with me, he even thought of bringing the mother wolf here too. I go to the back kitchen and cut the wilted vegetable leaves into small pieces. I also prepare pig and chicken feed using cornmeal, bran, and water from the pot. My chickens and pigs eat the same food. When everyone has finished eating, it's already dark outside. After dark, I usually don't go out unless there's something urgent. Today, I worked up a sweat chopping firewood, so I plan to take a hot bath. After washing up, I put on some light warm underwear, close the door to the east room, and decide not to go out again. This winter's temperature is normal, so I don't need to add extra coal to the stove. The heated bed is now warm and can stay warm until the next morning without cooling down. After taking a shower, my hair is fluffy and my body feels clean and smooth. This is the most comfortable moment of my day. I take out some clam oil from the wardrobe and carefully apply it to my hands and face. Every day after work, I need to regularly apply clam oil to prevent my hands from cracking and my face from becoming rough. The current snake oil ointment and clam oil are expired, but since my skin hasn't reacted badly, I keep using them. In autumn, I dried some flower petals. If nothing else works, I think about making my own skincare products because using expired products makes me nervous. My shampoo and soap are almost finished, so I decide to make a batch to see how it works. Thinking about this, I want to start right away, so I find a book on homemade personal care products in the bookshelf in the East Room and begin to browse. Many of the ingredients listed in the first few pages I don't have, so I keep flipping through until I find a few good methods. After reading the useful methods, it's late at night. I feel satisfied and put the book down to go to sleep. The next morning, the sky is a bit blue and the sun hasn't risen yet. The rooster starts crowing. I wake up to the sound of the rooster. It's the coldest part of the day, but the air is very fresh. I take a deep breath and my lungs feel completely refreshed. I heat up the heated bed, enjoy a hot breakfast, and then feed the pigs, chickens, and dogs. Next, I prepare to make soap, shampoo, and skincare products. First, I gather all the materials I can use today: wood ash, soapberry, mulberry leaves, dried flower petals, and a small amount of alcohol. I scoop some whitewood ash from the bottom of the pot, then add a piece of honeycomb coal to the stove, and boil a large pot of water in an iron pot. I peel the soapberry skins and boil them on a small stove for 2 hours. The seeds of the soapberry don't need to be discarded. Besides planting trees, they can also be kept for making bracelets. It's said that Bodhi seed bracelets can bring good luck and protection. While boiling the soapberries, I extract pig fat. I put the fattiest pork fat in another small stove and melt it in an iron pot. After about an hour of boiling, the pig fat turns a clearer color. When it looks like there's no water left, it's ready. I skim out the pig fat residue. Some can be kept for dumplings. Then I filter the pig fat through a fine mesh to remove any impurities, ensuring I get pure pig fat. The dried wildflower petals in autumn are boiled with water. After boiling for a while, the aroma of the flowers fills the air. At this point, add a few drops of alcohol and continue boiling. The alcohol helps to enhance the flower scent. The distilled water from boiling the petals should not be discarded. Collect it gradually into small bowls. When the petals become soft and the water in the pot turns a beautiful deep red, it's ready. Pour some of the pretty flower water into lard, then vigorously stir with an egg beater. After a while, the lard will start to solidify. Place it in a steamer to melt again, then keep stirring. When the lard and flour water fully blend into a light pink color, the fresh flour lard cream is ready. It can be used as both hand cream and face cream. It has a gentle floral scent and a lovely light pink color, providing good moisture and protection for dry winter skin. Find some nice bottles or jars and pour the rose lard cream into them. Through the clear glass, you can see the light pink cream mixed with some scattered red flower petals. It looks very beautiful and attractive. To prevent spoilage, I keep one bottle in the East Room wardrobe and store the rest in a small West Room. Meanwhile, the soapberry wuhanzi is also ready. Its surface is covered with white bubbles, and I feel it might be usable right now. However, the soap isn't finished yet. First, strain it through a slotted spoon, then filter it twice with cloth and set it aside to cool. Prepare some wood ash in advance, add a small amount of water, and stir well. Let it sit for a while. Then, take the warm lard, pour it into the upper layer of the ash solution, along with the filtered soapberry water. The ratio of lard to ash solution and soapberry water should be 4:1:1. If not, it won't solidify properly. Stir thoroughly with an egg beater. The liquid will react and turn a whitish color after a moment. My hands start to feel tired, so I take a short break. Then, continue stirring and add a bit of flower water with unfiltered flower petals. I prefer not to filter out the petals because their texture makes the soap look more beautiful. Keep stirring until the mixture becomes sticky. Pour it into a square box, smooth the top, and let it sit until it solidifies. Once solid, cut the soap into small, brick-sized pieces with a kitchen knife. The soap is a creamy yellowish white with some red flower petal patterns, making it very pretty. It still feels a bit soft, so I plan to leave it for a few more days. The longer it sits, the firmer the soap will become, according to the book. There's some soapberry water left, which I will turn into shampoo. Earlier, I collected some mulberry leaves from the back mountain and boiled them together with soapberry water. Mulberry leaves can effectively protect hair. Boil for about half an hour, then filter out the leaves. The result is a gentle, powerful shampoo that cleans well without harming the scalp. This shampoo can also be used as dish soap or laundry detergent. I didn't waste any and filled 2 large bottles with soapberry water. The soapberry water should be stored in a cool place to prevent spoilage. After finishing everything, my waist was almost broken from the pain, and my hands were swollen and white from the soapberry water. I rinsed my hands with clean water, ate some food, and then lay straight on the Kong, heated bed, to rest, not wanting to move at all. The next morning, I woke up feeling very happy. Thinking about having new skincare products, shampoo, and soap that smelled nice made me genuinely happy. In the morning, I couldn't wait to wash my face with the newly made soap. The soap was firmer than last night, and a few gentle rubs produced thick bubbles. I lathered the bubbles all over my hands and face, then rinsed with water, feeling all my pores being cleaned. I took a small piece of fresh flower pig fat ointment, which smelled nice. I warmed it slightly in my palm until it melted, then applied a little to my face. I didn't apply too much because I had heard that thick pig fat could clog pores. Just a little to keep my skin moisturized. After applying, my skin felt very moist and softer than usual. It was so comfortable. I truly felt this was amazing. Never thought I could make my own skincare and cleaning products. It gave me a great sense of achievement. In the future, if I run out of supplies, I could even make soap and shampoo to trade in the market. These would be very popular and in high demand. When I go to buy town base, I could also bring a couple of soaps for Aunt Lou. She would love them. Thinking about all this made me feel very happy inside. Winter is winter, but I still need to do my work. Besides storing vegetables for winter, I also go back to my old hobby of growing some small green vegetables indoors. Now, growing small green vegetables is familiar to me. I choose the ones I like to eat, that are easy to care for, and produce a good yield. First, I go outside to get some soil. Since I didn't prepare in advance, the soil isn't very easy to dig. Only the top layer can be dug up. The soil underneath is frozen solid. But that's okay. If I can't dig the bottom, I just dig the top layer and carry my shovel back and forth in the woods. About 3 buckets of soil are enough. After about 20 minutes of scooping, I finally filled 3 buckets and pushed them home on a small cart. At home, I took out the vegetable basin I used before and started planning which vegetables to plant. Even the scallions pulled out in autumn can still live. I filled 2 basins with soil, kept the roots intact, and inserted the firm, large scallions into the soil. I watered them well, and after a while, the scallions will grow new, tender roots and then sprout fresh green leaves. Scallions like warm temperatures, and since the heated bed is big enough, I placed 2 small wooden stools on it and put the scallion basins on top. In the warm environment, the scallions will sprout green leaves within a few days. I found some coriander seeds, celery seeds, and oilseed lettuce seeds, and sprinkled them sparsely into the soil-filled basins. I watered them lightly and waited for them to sprout slowly. I regret planting vegetables a bit late. I've been busy recently and forgot about this batch. But it's okay to do it later. The house is warm and they will sprout soon. I'll be able to enjoy fresh vegetables in winter. By the time I finished planting everything in the afternoon, I was very hungry and craving steamed dumplings filled with pure meat. Yesterday, I had leftover pig fat residue from making toiletries, which I can chop today to make dumplings with pickled vegetables and fat. Fat residue refers to the pig fat scraps, a special term from my hometown. Our famous way to eat dumplings is with pickled vegetables and fat, which is fragrant but not greasy. I picked a small piece of pickled cabbage from the jar, squeezed out the sour water, and cut it into strips, then chopped it into small pieces. I rinsed them in warm water and squeezed out the excess water for later. I took all the leftover fat scraps from yesterday and chopped them on a cutting board. I mixed the chopped fat scraps and pickled cabbage in a bowl, then added a big spoonful of pork lard. I chopped some green onions and garlic, added them, and included various seasonings for the filling. I poured a spoonful of boiling hot water to melt the pork lard and mixed everything, fat scraps, pickled cabbage, and seasonings, together. The filling now looks very tempting. The pickled cabbage is a tender yellow, mixed with golden fat scraps, green scallion bits, and brown seasonings, all glossy with pork lard. The rich aroma of pickled cabbage and pork fat fills the air, making me want to eat a bite right away. I held back this urge and let the pickled cabbage and fat sit for a while to marinate, then turned to prepare pure meat filling. Today, I don't want to use the meat grinder. I prefer to chop the meat by hand. I took a piece of pork with even fat and lean parts, cut it into small chunks, and chopped it back and forth. It sounds complicated, but chopping it is actually quite quick. Soon, it turned into a sticky meat patty. In a ceramic bowl, add a spoonful of soybean paste, a spoonful of lard, and various seasonings like 5-spice powder, chicken essence, and chopped green onions. Pour in a large spoonful of hot water, quickly stir to melt the lard and release the aroma of the soybean paste. Once the mixture is well blended, add all the ground meat from the cutting board, stirring in one direction. While stirring, the meat mixture may seem a bit dry. If so, add warm water in small amounts repeatedly. When stirring the meat, if you hear a gentle splashing sound, it means the moisture is just right. After mixing the dough, start making the dumplings. To make satisfying large steamed dumplings, the wrapper must be thin and the filling generous. Begin by cutting the dough into large pieces. Take a piece of dough about the size of a palm, place 2 large spoonfuls of meat filling inside, and pinch it tightly closed. Brush a layer of oil on the steamer rack, then carefully place the pure meat dumplings on it. Since fresh meat is very precious, I don't plan to share these pure meat dumplings with the dog. Since I'm not sharing with the dog, there's no need to hold back on the meat filling. Fill the wrappers as much as possible. 1 bowl of meat filling makes about 18 large dumplings, each about the size of a fist. The steamer is large, matching a big iron pot, with another half-empty space, perfect for steaming pickled vegetable dumplings. The pickled vegetable filling has become somewhat firm, probably because of the extra lard. This makes it easier to wrap, and the juice inside the cooked dumplings will be plentiful. Again, using a wrapper with 2 large spoonfuls of pickled vegetable filling, I make 18 large dumplings, filling the entire steamer. Some pickled vegetable filling remains, which I wrap in plastic wrap and store in the fridge for tomorrow's breakfast, either steamed dumplings or pancakes. I add some firewood to the stove, and soon the water boils. Timing carefully, I gently place the steamer into the pot. The meat filling is firm, so I plan to steam for 20 minutes on high heat. But after 20 minutes, I still worry it might not be fully cooked, so I wait another 5 minutes. After 25 minutes, I open the lid. The aroma of pickled vegetables and the rich oil burst out, making my mouth water. The steamer is very hot to hold, but if left in the pot too long, the wrapper will soften and become less tasty. Quickly, I put on oven mitts, carefully lift out the entire steamer, and place it on a heat-resistant mat inside the house. The dumplings are still very hot, so I take this chance to prepare my secret sauce. Chop the green onions and dried chili peppers into small pieces, place them in a bowl, then pour in plenty of vinegar and a little soy sauce. This sauce is my favorite. I always dip my dumplings in it. After the dumplings have cooled for a while, they are ready to eat. I can't wait to pick up the first steamed dumpling. Of course, I start with the pure meat filling steamed dumpling. Underneath the white dough skin is a large, soy-colored meatball. Worried that chopsticks might tear the dumpling skin, I use my hands to gently lift the edge and slowly transfer it to the bowl. I bite open a corner and first pour the soup from inside the dumpling into my mouth. It's slightly sweet, with a rich aroma of meat juices. Tasting it carefully, I can even notice a fresh flavor. After drinking the soup, I feel safe to dip the dumpling in my special sauce. Taking a big bite, I enjoy the tender, smooth dumpling skin, which has a subtle presence, while a juicy, flavorful meat filling bursts in my mouth. Chewing a few times, the meat and my mouth make more contact, and I am completely immersed in the delicious, fragrant meat. After a few bites, I finish a dumpling about the size of a fist, finally easing my hunger. Next, I eat another meat-filled steamed dumpling, but I feel a bit unsatisfied with just one way of eating. After drinking the soup from the dumpling, I use my chopsticks to pick up a whole large meatball inside. How big is it? About the size of a duck egg. No sauce or marinade on it. I take a bite and chew slowly, savoring its natural flavor. 2 bites and the large meatball is gone. I dip the remaining dumpling skin in some soup and take a big bite. The taste is also excellent. After eating 3 pure meat-filled large dumplings, I start to feel a little full. But that's not enough. I quickly pick up a steamed dumpling filled with pickled vegetables and oil. I dip the outside of the dumpling in the sauce, then take a big bite from one end. The skin of the pickled vegetable dumpling seems tougher than the meat one, with a chewy texture. The crispy, sour pickled vegetables taste tangy first, then fragrant, with a hint of sweetness. The combination of sour, sweet, and oily flavors creates a unique taste in my mouth. Occasionally, I bite into some oily residue, which isn't crunchy but rather chewy, and it pairs perfectly with the crispness of the pickled vegetables. No feeling of greasiness. The steamed dumplings are really too big. After eating 3 more pickled vegetable dumplings, I've had enough, 6 in total. I feed some to a few dogs and a mother wolf. They enjoy them very much. The rest I put directly in the steamer basket, not taking them out, and cover it with a lid. I leave it in the kitchen. By bedtime, after my stomach has digested everything, I still think about those remaining dumplings. So I heated it again in a warm pot for a little while, and then ate it. The second time reheated, the steamed dumplings had a unique leftover flavor that I also liked. The dough became softer, and although it wasn't as fragrant as the first time, I could still feel the taste of eating leftover rice when I was hungry at night as a child. Eating some leftover water dumplings before bed was simply a delicious treat. That night, I ate until I was full again and had to walk around on the floor to digest. Only when I was very tired did I go to sleep. The next morning, I continued eating dumplings. This time, they weren't steamed but pan-fried water dumplings. I took a few leftover meat-filled steamed dumplings from last night, fried them in oil until both sides were golden, then took them out. Using the remaining dough from yesterday, I wrapped all the pickled vegetable fillings, making about 10 more dumplings, though smaller than the steamed ones from yesterday. I poured some oil into a flat pan, fried one side until golden, then added a little water and covered the pan. When all the water evaporated, the pan-fried dumplings were ready. Personally, I prefer pan-fried water dumplings because they are juicy, not as hard as fried ones, and not too greasy. After breakfast, I fed all the leftover water dumplings to the dog. Eating 3 meals of dumplings was enough. I definitely couldn't eat a 4th. After eating and drinking well, there was one important thing to do: make weapons. Although the courtyard wall was now built, I still needed to prepare some deadly weapons. I realized that the wolf-tooth clubs and batons I stored were mainly for self-defense and close combat. Since I am not as strong as a man, close combat isn't my advantage. It's better to make long-range weapons that can kill enemies before they reach me. The first choice was a crossbow. This is a mechanical device, and based on my imagination, I definitely can't make it myself. Also, when I searched online for information, I couldn't find anything. But surprisingly, I found an old book about making crossbows among the old books I bought on Pinduoduo. The book had detailed instructions, with a drawing and over 10 pages of parts and assembly tutorials. Some parts looked very complicated and were made of iron, which I couldn't possibly make myself. However, I felt it was familiar. I tried to disassemble a compound bow, and I found the same parts inside. Luck was on my side. I set aside the usable parts from the compound bow and marked the ones I didn't need to make in the book. Now, I just needed to start grinding and making the other parts for the crossbow. Bows and crossbows are best made of metal, but I don't have the molds for making metal parts, and the process is complicated and hard to do. So, I decided to use strong wooden blocks to make wooden bows and crossbows. As long as the wood is good, the effect won't be much worse than metal. Over the next 2 days, I used a saw, drill, and sander to make the models. On the first day, I made an important part, but accidentally cut it with the sander, so it was unusable. On the second day, I didn't give up and kept working. The part one made in the morning also broke, but in the afternoon, I was more careful when making the third one, and finally made a good, complete part. I was very happy, holding the part and rubbing it in my hand. I never thought I could make something so complex in my life. Since I was now familiar with making that part, I took the opportunity to make 2 more identical ones. I didn't plan to make just 1 bow or crossbow. I wanted to make 3 so they could last longer. The other parts were easier, and I finished making all of them in 3 days. Then I carefully started assembling the first crossbow. Some parts had tiny differences in size, making it hard to fit them together. But I wasn't in a hurry. I slowly sanded and adjusted until I finally assembled a complete crossbow. I held the finished crossbow under the sun and looked at it carefully. I was very happy inside. Who would have thought I could make something so delicate? I found a wooden stick in the firewood pile, put it into the crossbow, and tried shooting. With a loud snap, the stick shot straight out and even left a white mark on the wall. It was very powerful, much stronger than a compound bow. After assembling the other 2 sets of parts, I tested them too, and they worked well. I took apart all 3 sets of parts and coated each piece with waterproof wood varnish. After drying, I assembled everything and started making arrows. The book said the arrowheads had high requirements. They needed to be made by melting iron and pouring it into molds. That was too difficult for me. I really thought I couldn't do it. So, I started thinking about what could replace iron. At first, I considered broken glass, but fixing glass shards onto the arrow shafts was tricky. Then I suddenly had an idea, those barbecue skewers and metal skewers I had. I went to the basement and found a box of bamboo skewers and half a box of metal skewers and began experimenting. The bamboo skewers were thinner than the arrow shafts described in the book, but I tried them on the crossbow, and surprisingly, they worked directly. The metal skewers were too thin, so I had to modify them. In the haystack, I looked for some straight, roughly thick small wooden sticks, peeled off the bark and polished them smooth with a grinder. Using a small knife, I cut a small opening at one end and carved a thin slot around it. I inserted an iron skewer, wrapped it tightly with the strongest rope around the slot, and tied it securely. After finishing one iron skewer, I tried shooting it at the wall. Surprisingly, it went straight into the brick joint. I was startled by its power, then felt great excitement. Before the end of the world, such tools were regulated, but now they are excellent for self-defense. There are 2 types of iron skewers, flat and round. I made 100 of each. Even though I don't need so many, making a few more is never a problem. When I have free time, I practice aiming outside with bamboo sticks. I draw a human-shaped circle on the wall in the yard and shoot from a distance. At first, I couldn't even hit the shape, but after practicing, my aim improved. Not satisfied with that, I drew a small red in the middle of the shape. Whenever I had free time, I aimed at the red, hoping to improve my archery skills. One morning, after practicing, I looked outside and saw a white world. It had snowed, the first snow of the year. The snow wasn't heavy, unlike the big snowflakes during the coldest days. It was gentle, light snowflakes drifting down, and for some reason, seeing the first snow made me feel happy. I lit the stove and the fireplace and had a simple breakfast of millet porridge. I put on warm snow clothes, thick cotton pants, and a heavy coat, then wrapped a thick towel, hat, and gloves before heading out to shovel snow. When I opened the door, Xiao San and Xiao Si rushed out in a hurry, rolling wildly in the snow. It was their first time seeing snow, so their excitement was normal. What was unusual was Xiao Gua, who happily ate snow and rolled around, looking like a dog with rabies to anyone unfamiliar. Xiao Di was more reserved, a bit afraid of the cold, shuffling his forepaws in the snow. I leaned the snow shovel against the ground, smiling as I watched the dogs play. After they had enough fun and lay in the snow panting, I started shoveling. The snow wasn't deep, only about ankle high. I pushed the snow with the shovel, clearing the path to the west wing, the grain-drying yard, and the firewood pile. Seeing how the dogs acted, it seemed it wasn't very cold outside. Even though I was dressed warmly, I didn't feel cold. On a whim, I decided to build a small snowman. Using the snow on both sides of the small path, I tightly squeeze out a small snowball. I roll the small snowball in the snow, and it gets bigger and bigger. In less than 10 minutes, the snowball the size of a fist is larger than a watermelon. At this moment, the 4 dogs notice that I am having fun and all run over to see the snowball I am rolling. Soon, almost all the snow in the yard is rolled away, just enough to make a big ball for the snowman. Then I open the yard gate and go outside to roll the snowball. Outside the gate, a white winding path leads down the slope. The ground is covered with flat snow, and it's clear no one or small animals have stepped into this yard. Just looking at it makes me feel safe, so I can happily roll the snowball. I think this slope is enough to roll another snowball. I make another small snowball on the ground, and when it reaches the size of a watermelon, Xiao Gua, who has been watching nearby, makes a move. He occasionally uses his paws, rolling along with my hand's rhythm. I worry that Xiao Gua might be too rough and crack my small snowball, so I try to avoid his paws while rolling. Soon, the snowball gets bigger and bigger, even larger than the one in the yard, but I get addicted and love the feeling of the snowball growing bigger. I simply can't stop. I give up on building a snowman and focus on rolling snowballs for fun. Now the snowball is very big and solid, so I can safely let Xiao Gua push it. This little guy is not polite at all. While I push from one side, he stands up and pushes with his front paws. Xiao San and Xiao Si see us having fun and also stand up to push, just like Xiao Gua. If the snowball gets pushed too fast, the dogs might accidentally fall down. They don't care about anything else. They pant with their mouths open, shake their big tongues, and run over to push again. In this way, the snowball gets bigger and bigger and we walk farther from home, even rolling under the big willow tree where I collected willow branches before. When we reach the big willow tree, the snowball is bigger than a cast iron pot. The dogs get more excited, but I feel it's time to stop. If we roll a little longer, we can push the snowball to the town for the 0 yuan shopping. We turn the snowball toward home and start rolling back. The dogs have simple minds and don't wonder why we change direction. They only know that rolling snowballs is fun. On the way back, there isn't much snow left, and the snowball stops growing. The return trip is uphill, and I don't dare relax at all, afraid that if I let go, the snowball will roll downhill. Until I feel Xiao Gua struggling. I think few people have seen a dog with a serious face, using all its strength to push something. Its mouth no longer panting, tongue no longer wagging. It stays silent with its mouth closed, simply pushing a snowball with its front paws. Its gaze is as firm as if joining the party. After watching for a while, I couldn't hold back anymore. I released the snowball and burst into laughter, even ignoring the snowball slowly rolling down. In the surprised eyes of the 4 dogs, only showing their white eyes, the snowball gradually rolled away. At first, it was very slow, but I was momentarily stunned and didn't react. By the time I realized, the snowball was rolling faster and faster. I ran after it from behind, chasing as it rolled freely ahead. While chasing the snowball, I remembered the dog's surprised eyes and laughed while holding my stomach. When I finally caught up to the snowball, It stopped at the place where the small slope meets the road and cracked open. It split open with a big crack, just like the one in a watermelon in summer. The four of us stood there, stunned, not knowing what to do. I knew it was my fault, but I didn't want the dogs to realize, so I pretended to be confused and stayed still. Suddenly, one dog moved, its little four. It was the first to squeeze into the crack of the snowball and spun around inside like a helicopter. Little Gua also reacted quickly, rushing in like a small cannonball. Soon, the big round snowball turned into a pile of snow. I suddenly realized that dogs really do enjoy causing trouble. They are happier destroying the snowball than rolling it. Once the snowball was completely turned into snow and they had enough fun, the four of us, tired, dragged ourselves home. At this time, some snow was on the dogs' bodies, and their bodies were warm. The snow had melted into water. I felt a bit annoyed, just shoveling snow. I forgot to put clothes on the dogs. They looked cold, so I decided to wipe them dry when we got home and then warm them by the fire again. Without much thought, I bent down, picked up Little D, and held it in my arms. I thought Little D was the coldest, so holding it felt safer. After entering the yard, I locked the gate tightly, as usual. As soon as I entered the house, a wave of warmth hit me. Home is the best place. No matter where I go to play, the first thing I do when I return is to appreciate that home is the best. First, I opened the door to the east room, let a few dogs inside to warm up, then took off my coat and hat. My hat was almost soaked through. It seems I had also played too hard and sweated a lot. I changed into loose, comfortable pajamas, washed my face, and then went inside to warm myself with the dogs. As soon as I entered the house, I saw 4 dogs gathered around the fireplace. Little Gua wished he could stick his head into the fire. I grabbed a dry towel, sat on a small stool, and wiped the dogs' bodies. After drying them, I took off my socks and placed my feet near the fire to warm up. Although I was wearing thick snow boots, standing outside in the snow for a long time made my feet quite cold. Once my feet were warm enough, I leaned back, lay on the soft sofa, and covered myself with a small blanket. I reached out and grabbed a book I was halfway through, listening to the crackling fire while reading the story. After a while, the dogs on the floor were very quiet. I turned my head to look at them. They were sleeping on their small mats, resting by the fire. I read just one more page, then started feeling sleepy myself. Before long, I drifted off to sleep. The sky was dark, the fire was burning brightly, and the red and yellow flames cast a warm glow on me and the dogs, making everything feel cozy. When I woke up, I felt completely warm and comfortable. I was a bit hungry. On snowy days, it's best to eat something hot. How about a tomato beef stew? By then, the fire in the brick bed had cooled down, so I quickly rekindled it and added some water to the pot. I looked in the fridge for a piece of beef, soaked it in water to soften, then cut it into pieces. I washed 2 frozen tomatoes and peeled and chopped a potato. First, I blanched the beef in boiling water, then took it out. In a cast iron pan, I added oil, sautéed some chopped green onions, then added the beef pieces and kept stir-frying. I added spices like star anise and cinnamon, along with water, and let everything simmer. After 40 minutes of simmering, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of beef. I took out the beef and put it into a clay pot, adding the tomatoes, potatoes, soy sauces, and a few pieces of rock sugar. I placed the pot on the fire in the east room to continue cooking. I didn't need to throw away the beef broth. I kept it in a bowl to use later for mixing with rice to feed the dogs. I steamed some rice, which took about 20 minutes to cook, and by then, the tomato beef stew was ready. I placed the clay pot directly on the table, with a cloth underneath. The house was already filled with the smell of the stew. When I uncovered the lid, the aroma became even richer. The frozen tomatoes had melted into the broth during slow cooking, turning the soup a deep red. The brown beef and golden potatoes soaked in the crimson sauce. I picked up a piece of beef, blew on it to cool, and chewed it. The tender meat was full of flavor, soaked with the rich beef aroma. The potatoes were delicious too, soft and sticky, absorbing the flavors of the tomatoes and beef. The red sauce is thick enough to cling to the spoon. After cooling, I taste it sweet, sour, salty, and fragrant, all flavors blending together in an amazing way. I scoop the beef brisket, potatoes, and sauce into a bowl, mix it well with rice, creating a sticky, hot dish. After eating a large bowl happily, I finally feel full. There is half a pot of tomato beef brisket left. I don't plan to feed it to the dog anymore. Today, there's a lot of beef broth left in the kitchen, so I use it to soak rice and mix in 2 big bowls, feeding it to the dog and the wolf. The tomato beef brisket can be saved for tomorrow morning to make tomato beef noodle soup. After tidying up and feeding the dog, I carry the beef rice to see the mother wolf. The mother wolf is eating nearby, while the little wolf cub clumsily crawls toward the food bowl. I suddenly realize that the little wolf cub can now eat on its own. This means the mother wolf will probably take them back to the pack soon. After eating, the little wolf cub climbs onto my pant leg, whining and wanting a hug. I pick it up, gently stroke its head, and it looks just like a dog, very friendly and affectionate, even in personality. I play with the little wolf for a while, then go to the small west room to find some red dates, roasting them over the stove in the east room. When the fragrant aroma of roasted dates wafts out, I slowly pick them up and place them on the ground to cool, then wipe them clean by hand. I find a nice mug, cut some of the roasted dates in half, and put them inside, then add a little black tea and pour in boiling water. I turn on a TV show, watching while drinking the date tea. The rich aroma of roasted dates blends with the scent of tea, making it taste especially smooth and flavorful. I pick up a slightly burnt date, its outer skin crispy, and squeeze it open to see the sticky date paste inside. One bite is sweet, sour, and soft, perfect as a snack while watching shows. After finishing a cup of tea, I pour another. Finally, I can't resist using a toothpick to pick out the dates that have soaked for a long time. The dates have swollen from the tea, feeling juicy when eaten. The outside no longer tastes sweet, so I chew carefully. When I reach the center, I can taste a hint of sweetness. Although the soaked dates aren't as sweet as before, I still look forward to that last bit of sweetness. It reminds me of finding joy in simple, humble days. The next morning, the snow finally stopped falling. A thick layer covers the ground, hiding all traces of autumn. The snow in the yard isn't very deep, since it was cleared yesterday, but I guess the snow on the mountain is quite deep. When I was young, my dad told me that after heavy snow in the mountains, people would go into the mountains to catch rabbits and wild chickens. I heard that at this time, rabbits and wild chickens are easiest to catch. One day, I suddenly felt like trying it myself. I planned to bring 4 dogs with me. I was worried it might be too cold outside, or that it would be like the snowball day, so I dressed all 4 dogs in clothes. I carried the biggest hiking bag, filled 2 thermos cups with water, and took my bow and arrow before heading out. The best path was the slope leading to the vegetable garden. I climbed the slope, crossed the garden, and entered the forest. The snow on the ground was mostly flat and looked very smooth ahead, with hardly any animal tracks. I decided to go a little further inside. While walking, I suddenly saw a trail of footprints. I got very excited and quickly crouched down to observe what kind of animal made them. They looked familiar, bigger than a rabbit, smaller than a wild boar, and somewhat like a dog. Then I saw a small paw print running at the front. It was the footprint of my little dog, Xiaogua. I was a bit speechless but kept walking. After a while, I finally found some real footprints. They were very small, stretched out long, and probably belonged to a rabbit. I remembered from when my family kept rabbits before, so I had some idea of rabbit footprints in the snow. My dad once said that following the footprints would likely lead to a rabbit. I followed the footprints for about 700 to 800 meters until they disappeared. I squatted in the snow, carefully looked for a rabbit hole, and actually found one. It was about the size of a bowl, leading inside. Outside was snow, inside was dirt. I shined my flashlight inside, but it was probably empty. I couldn't see anything. It was strange. Why couldn't I find it like my dad said? Not giving up, I looked around and saw other footprints on the other side of the rabbit's burrow. It seemed the rabbit had run out from the other side. Feeling I had come this far, I decided to follow the rabbit's footprints and keep chasing. Once the dogs smelled the rabbit burrow, They became very excited and started jumping and running in the thick snow. A few meters ahead of the burrow, Xiaoguo suddenly seemed to notice something and sped up quickly. I hurried after Xiaoguo. I saw it suddenly dive into a snow pile and stop. Before I could get close, Xiaoguo lifted its head from the snow, holding a large gray rabbit in its mouth, bigger than its own head. Seeing Xiaoguo with something in its mouth, Little San and Little C ran over excitedly to see what was going on, and Little D followed me quickly. When I got closer, Xiaoguo gently placed the rabbit on the ground, but it didn't let go of it. Until I crouched down and touched the rabbit, Little Guo finally relaxed and looked at me proudly, waiting for praise. I was so excited about catching the rabbit that I couldn't stop, and I suddenly kissed Little Guo on the head. Then I started to observe the rabbit. It was a big, fat gray rabbit, lying on the ground, trembling because it was surrounded by me and 4 dogs. Its back was covered in Little Guo's saliva, but there was no blood. I originally planned to catch the rabbit to eat, but seeing how calm and uninjured it was, I suddenly thought about raising it as a pet. On the mountain, there's no need to worry about whether to eat or raise animals. I picked up the rabbit and put it into my hiking bag, leaving a small opening for it to breathe. I continued walking with the bag on my back. As I moved through the snow, I felt happy inside. Raising dogs at home is great. I don't need to do the hunting myself. Soon, I found another rabbit track. I followed the footprints for about 10 minutes and caught a second rabbit. Without a doubt, the second rabbit was also caught by Little Guo. Maybe Little Guo has some talent for hunting. I wondered if the 2 rabbits would fight if put together in one bag, so I held the second rabbit in my arms. I was already satisfied to catch 2 big, fat rabbits, so I led the dogs home. I didn't feel tired on the way there, probably because I was busy looking for rabbits. When I reached home, I realized I had walked quite far. It took over an hour to reach the vegetable patch on the hillside. Both people and dogs were exhausted at this point. Finally, I arrived home. I had some large wooden boxes used for storing food, which were perfect for holding the rabbits. I kept the 2 rabbits separate, placing each in a large wooden box and covering them with wire mesh. The fireplace inside was already out, so I lit it again. The 4 dogs gathered around, panting heavily. I took off my shoes and socks. My shoes were wet, and so were my socks, probably from the snow seeping in and melting inside. My toes were a little white from the dampness, so I changed into dry, soft cotton slippers, which felt like walking on soft cotton. Suddenly, the damp, sticky feeling was gone. I also took off my thick coat and thermal pants, replacing them with clean, soft, warm underwear. I felt much lighter. My wet shoes were placed near the fire to dry. I started preparing dinner. Feeling a bit tired and not wanting to fuss, I decided to make a simple tomato and egg noodle soup. I first fried the eggs in oil, then added frozen tomatoes to the pan to cook until they broke down. I added water, and once it boiled, I put in 5 blocks of instant noodles. Although the instant noodle block has expired, it still tastes similar to before. I cooked a small bowl of noodles, ate my fill, and then tore some bread into pieces to soak in the remaining broth, feeding them to the dog and wolves. The small wolf can now eat solid food, and I think soon the mother wolf will lead them back to the pack. After finishing my meal, I plan to study rabbits. The first big gray rabbit looks very fat, with a large, round belly. I wonder if I'm lucky enough to have found a pregnant mother rabbit. While muttering to myself, I put on a pair of cotton gloves to prevent the rabbit from biting when it gets nervous. I reached into the box, grabbed the rabbit, and turned it over to check its belly. The row of small buttons on its belly was quite large. Since the mother rabbit seemed quite gentle, I took off my gloves and gently touched her belly. I could feel small lumps inside, confirming my guess. She is pregnant. I was very happy inside. It looks like I can raise rabbits now, which means I will have a steady supply of rabbit meat. I quickly gathered some straw and laid it at the bottom of the box. I left one side without straw and placed a water bowl there, then put the mother rabbit inside. The other rabbit is a male, and I won't kill him yet. I plan to raise him for a while and see if he can breed with the mother later. After feeding the pigs and chickens, there's not much else to do. It explained the rabbit's habits, diet, what to feed in spring, summer, and autumn, and what to give them in winter. Many of the foods listed in the book I've never heard of, but I do have plenty of corn stalks. I hurry to pick some leaves from the stockpile and stuff them into the 2 rabbit cages. Maybe because it had snowed and they hadn't eaten for a few days, the 2 rabbits, hungry, eagerly grabbed the corn leaves and chewed them softly. They didn't seem too frightened and were willing to eat, so raising rabbits seems quite promising. Seeing them enjoy their food made me happy too. I carried both cages to the kitchen. The rabbits are temporarily kept in the corner of the kitchen. The breeding room is for the wolves, so I can't keep the rabbits and wolves together. In the evening, I heard wolves howling outside. It's been a while since I saw the wolf pack. I put on my coat, went to the gate, and saw that it was indeed the wolf pack outside, so I opened the gate. Bing Biao and the Wolf King stood at the front, followed by a few large wolves. It seems only part of the pack has come, not the entire group. There were 5 or 6 wild rabbits and a few wild chickens lying on the ground, probably bringing gifts to thank the mother wolf. The mother wolf led her small pups out and ran straight toward the wolf pack. She approached the pack and kept rubbing against them. The little pups had never seen a wolf pack before and looked a bit shy, not making any loud noises like they did in front of me. The mother wolf and the pack came close to me and showed affection. I could see some reluctance in the mother's eyes, as if she was about to return to her pack. Sure enough, soon the mother wolf followed the pack and turned to leave. The small pups looked a bit scared. When their mother left, they had no choice but to follow. But the pups had never left the yard before. As they followed up the mountain, they kept looking back at the place where they had always lived since they were born. I couldn't stay much longer. Wolves should live in the wild. I can't let my feelings stop them from surviving on their own. Also, I can't afford to feed so many wolves and dogs. When the mother wolf and her pups leave, it will save a lot of food at home. I watched the pack leave, feeling a bit sad but also relieved because it eased my worries and lightened my burden. I picked up a big pile of prey on the ground and carried it back home. The mother wolf left, and the breeding room was now free. I gathered the supplies for the mother wolf and her pups and placed the 2 rabbit cages inside the room. Then I added water to a big pot, preparing to process all the prey the pack had brought. I skinned and washed the rabbits, blanched the wild chicken feathers with hot water, and then plucked them clean. I cut open all the animals, removed the internal organs, and froze the prepared meat in the back room. After finishing, I cleaned the floor, washed up, and finally could rest. Today, I did a lot, walked a long way, and processed a batch of prey. I was really tired now. Maybe I did too much, my whole body ached, and my throat felt tight. I just wanted to sleep right away. Remembering past experiences, I checked the yard gate and the house doors and windows before sleeping. I also made sure the dogs were inside. Then I covered myself with a blanket and fell into a deep sleep. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept having nightmares. Sometimes I was caught by bad people, sometimes I fell into a river. I also felt unwell, as if I was in a hot oven. The blanket made me feel very hot, but when I took it off, I felt cold. I endured a difficult night, and finally morning arrived. When I woke up from my dazed state, I realized I was probably sick. My body was hot, and the air I exhaled from my nose was so warm it burned my lips. I tried to sit up and look for some cold medicine, but I realized my whole body was sore and weak, with no strength at all. I wanted to lie down and rest, but I couldn't because I needed to feed the pigs, chickens, rabbits, and dog at home. Resting also meant taking care of the animals, so I decided to wait until the house was warm. I forced myself to put on thick clothes and went to the small shed to find cold medicine and fever reducers to take. Then I lit the stove and cooked a pot of plain rice porridge in a clay pot. I also lit the large stove and warmed some water in an iron pot. Sitting on a small stool next to the stove, I waited for the water to boil, feeling so sleepy I almost nodded off. When the water was hot, I made a bowl of food for the pigs and chickens. Feeling dizzy, I fed the pigs, chickens, and rabbits, then floated back to my room. The smell of rice porridge filled the room. I took a small bowl, poured some porridge to cool, and slowly drank it spoonful by spoonful. The warm, soft rice grains slid down my throat into my stomach, warming me. After eating the porridge, I felt a little more alert, At least my limbs weren't as weak as before. I mixed the remaining porridge with leftover vegetable soup, stirred it, and put it in the dog's bowl. I didn't care if the dogs ate it or not. I closed the door and climbed back into bed, curling up under the blanket. The fever medicine seemed to work because my body was no longer hot like when I first woke up. After lying for a while, the bed warmed up, and with the heat from the stove, I soon fell asleep again. I woke up after 3 hours, feeling less uncomfortable, but my limbs still had little strength. Xiaoti was sitting on the ground, watching me worriedly. When he saw I was awake, he immediately stood up, sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail. I slowly got up, sat on the edge of the bed, and patted Xiaoti's head. Feeling a bit clearer, I added some coal to the stove and boiled some water. I went to the kitchen to get some millet, planning to cook millet porridge. When the water boiled, I put the millet in a clay pot directly on the stove. I also fed the pigs, chickens, and rabbits again. While waiting for the stove to cook, I thought about how life was usually very easy when I was healthy, but being sick was really inconvenient. The animals at home depended on me every day. Even when I was unwell, I still had to work. After taking the medicine, the millet porridge was ready. I poured myself a bowl and let it cool, then fed the dogs the rest. It was a bit unfair to the dogs to have to drink porridge with me all day. The sticky millet porridge had a unique fresh aroma, and with some crispy salted vegetables, I even started to sweat a little. When sick, I didn't plan to do any work. I was thinking of making myself a sweet pear with rock sugar to eat. The clay pot I brought back from the rice noodle shop has been thoroughly cleaned. Pears will be cooked in a small clay pot. Cut the pears into small pieces, put them with red dates in the small pot, add some water, and cook over the stove. When the water boils, add some rock sugar and simmer slowly. I'm not in a hurry to drink it, so I go back to the heated bed to rest. Lay 2 cotton mats, one on the bed, the other against the wall. Cover myself with a small blanket, sit on the heated bed, lean against the wall, and place the bed table on my lap. I find Miyazaki's Spirited Away and start watching it slowly. When Chihiro meets the little coal sprites, the pears are almost ready. Using a cloth, pour the rock sugar simmered pears into a light yellow soup bowl and bring it to the bed table. While watching the cartoon, I take a spoonful of pear soup to taste. I used to drink it when I was sick, but I never thought it had any special effect. I just felt like eating it. The pear soup is moderately sweet, not overly sugary, and the slightly warm temperature makes it very comfortable to drink. The pears are soft and sticky after cooking, sweet and fragrant in the mouth. The red dates have soaked up the pear juice, soft and sweet to bite. I instantly feel much better. Since I only ate porridge all day and had little in my stomach, a bowl of pear soup made me feel somewhat full. After watching the entire movie, I get up, take the big bowl to the kitchen, brush my teeth, wash up, and make sure to brush my teeth after eating something sweet. Even when sick, I can't slack off. Before bed, I took some medicine, mainly cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. Every time I catch a cold, my throat swells and hurts, so I increase the dosage to fight the virus. I wake up feeling refreshed, with only some weakness in my body and no other symptoms. It seems the cold is getting better. Since the end of the world, I haven't been sick often. I didn't expect to recover so quickly from this cold, probably because of daily exercise and work, which improved my health and resistance. Yesterday, I drank porridge all day and the dogs drank with me. Today, I need to eat something good to replenish myself. I just processed some wild game recently, so today I will make some wild chicken soup. Light the stove in the heated bed, soak the poplar mushrooms I picked in autumn in water, and take out a frozen wild chicken to thaw in the water. Heat the water in the iron pot, continue to prepare food for the pigs and chickens, and give the rabbits something different. No more dry corn leaves every day. I found some apples stored in the basement from autumn, washed them, cut into large pieces, and put them in the cage. The rabbits haven't eaten much fruit all winter. They've been nibbling dry leaves here, but now they are very excited to see the apples. The small mouth quickly moved, and soon only a small edge of the big apple remained after being bitten. With such a fluffy, round little creature, how can I bring myself to kill it and eat its meat in the future? The rabbit is so cute. Why should I eat rabbits? I sighed and shook my head, deciding not to watch the rabbits anymore. I don't want to develop feelings for them. These are just my backup food supplies. Once the wild chicken meat is almost cooked, I use an axe to cut the meat into small pieces, chopping only half of the chicken. The other half stays frozen in the back room. Next to the stove, I boil a pot of water. When it boils, I blanch the chicken pieces, skimming off the white foam with a spoon and discarding it. I scoop the chicken into a basin, pour the broth into a bucket to feed the pigs, and set aside some for cooking. Meanwhile, the mushrooms have soaked enough. I rinse them several times with warm water to remove any dirt. After cleaning, I tear the mushrooms into small pieces and set them aside. I clean the wok on the stove, pour in oil, and stir-fry chopped green onions and minced garlic until fragrant. Then I add the chicken pieces and stir-fry together. Immediately, the aroma of chicken fills the house. When it's almost done, I add various seasonings. I don't want too much seasoning. I prefer a clear chicken broth. When nearly finished, I pour everything into a large clay pot, add some warm water, and place it on a small stove to simmer. After half an hour, I add the mushrooms and continue cooking. Wild chicken meat is tough, so it needs to simmer longer. Halfway through, I decide to add some red dates, inspired by online cooking videos, hoping to boost the nutritional value of the broth. After an hour of simmering, I steam a pot of white rice. Half an hour later, the rice and broth are ready. I place the clay pot on a heat-resistant mat on the table, serve some celery pickles, and start eating. Eagerly, I ladle myself a bowl of chicken soup to nourish my weak body. I take a spoonful, blow on it to cool, then sip it. The broth is very fresh, with the aroma of chicken mixed with the subtle scent of wild mushrooms, making it very refreshing. Wild chicken has less fat, and the broth isn't greasy at all. The flavor of the white poplar mushroom is quite unique, adding a special aroma to the soup. After drinking 2 bowls, I sweat a lot and feel very relaxed. I bite into a piece of chicken leg. Even after over an hour of cooking, the meat is still firm and chewy. It's a bit tough, but eating it has its own special flavor. I must say, plain boiled chicken isn't as tasty as regular stewed chicken. But that's okay, I'm not picky. As long as I have fresh chicken, I'm happy. I served a bowl of rice and picked some white fungus to eat together. The mushroom seems to be very tough. No matter how long it's cooked, it remains crunchy. Tasting carefully, I noticed a hint of sweetness inside the mushroom stem. The chicken soup is a bit light, so I added a sticky piece of celery pickles paired with a big spoonful of rice, and I felt very satisfied. I have made this celery pickle for my colleagues before, and it received very good reviews. It still tastes very delicious now. The texture is soft, with some chewiness from the celery stems, and the aroma of the sauce makes it even better. With the chicken soup and pickles, I ate another 1.5 bowls of rice. I can't believe a girl's appetite can be so big. Finally, I couldn't eat any more, leaving a lot of chicken soup behind. I picked out the mushrooms and kept some chicken and broth for breakfast tomorrow to make chicken noodle soup. I mixed the rest with rice and fed it to the dogs. The mushrooms are safe for humans, and the dogs should be fine too. Several dogs fought over the food, gobbling down a big bowl. It seems that after drinking porridge all day yesterday, they couldn't hold out anymore. After a hearty meal, I don't know if it's just my mind, but I suddenly felt energized all over, as if my cold was completely gone. Even though I'm feeling better, my mouth still tastes a bit bland, so tonight I plan to eat something sweet. When I was a child, I drank sweet millet porridge at my grandma's house, but I haven't had it since. I want to try making it myself, warm and comforting, a few bowls. Sweet millet porridge is made with millet and soybeans. Since I have some free time, I can grind some rice into a slurry using a stone mill. I took out the stone mill from the corner of the kitchen, which hadn't been used for a long time. I cleaned off the dust and washed it with water, then let it dry in preparation for use. I measured about 1 pound of millet and half a pound of soybeans, soaked them in water for 2 hours. There's no rush. I just finished eating and wasn't hungry. While waiting, I cleaned the house, then lay on the sofa and read a book. After 2 hours, I finally started working again. I scooped about 1 pound of soaked millet and soybeans into the top opening of the mill, poured water in, and gently turned the stone mill. The millet gradually moved into the grinding area, and some yellowish white rice slurry flowed out from the spout. I caught the slurry in a large bowl, but it was still a bit coarse. Halfway through, I felt a little bored, so I found a Korean drama to watch while grinding. After one episode, I finished grinding the first batch of rice slurry. My arms and shoulders felt tired, so I stood up to stretch, took a walk around the house, and checked if little Gua and little C had caused any trouble. I have almost finished resting. I will start grinding the second batch. This time, I won't add water, and it will be easier than the first batch. After a while, the grinding is finally done. The rice paste is now very fine, and the sandy texture is hardly noticeable. Now I can start cooking the sweet millet porridge. Light the stove, but don't turn the heat too high. Pour the rice paste into the pot and begin cooking. Rinse the bottom of the big bowl with water and add that to the pot as well. Stir constantly with a spoon while cooking. The rice paste will become thicker and thicker. After a while, it turns into a very sticky, light yellow millet paste, similar to a thin dough. Pour all of this millet paste into a large bowl. Add warm water to the pot. Scoop in 2 spoonfuls of the millet paste, and continue cooking while stirring to dilute it. Cook until it becomes porridge-like. Add a suitable amount of white sugar. First 1 spoonful, stir well, taste, and if it's not sweet enough, add another spoonful. While cooking, keep stirring frequently. The aroma of sweet millet porridge keeps wafting from the pot. When it reaches the right thickness, the sweet millet porridge is ready. Cover the remaining millet paste with plastic wrap and store it directly in the backroom fridge. Whenever I want to eat, I can scoop some out, add a little water, and cook it into sweet millet porridge for breakfast or dinner, convenient and good for the stomach. Pour the sweet millet porridge from the pot. 2 spoonfuls of millet paste make a small bowl of porridge. The rich rice aroma and the beautiful yellow shine look very delicious. Serve myself a bowl of the porridge. The remaining small bowl is placed directly on the stove. Carry the bowl back to the dining table. Use a spoon to scoop and taste. The thick porridge has a unique aroma. Blow on the edge of the bowl and take a gentle sip, just like the taste from childhood. Sweet and fragrant, hot and comforting. I finished a big bowl in no time. It's so delicious, it even satisfies my craving for dessert. After finishing the whole bowl, my stomach feels full. I take a dog food tray, fill it with a full serving of sweet millet porridge, and give some to the dogs. Sweet millet porridge is gentle on dogs' stomachs. It's okay for them to drink some. Although it's not meaty, the dogs love it. A few dogs gather around the tray, licking eagerly. Soon, the tray is empty. Although the weather has cleared up, looking into the distance, everything is still covered in a white mist. It still feels like it's snowing. Of course, in cold weather, you want something warm to eat. Recently, I've been craving spicy hot pot. Since I finished the meatballs I stocked up on, I haven't had it again. When I have free time, I plan to make a batch of meatballs myself and store them to enjoy slowly. Early in the morning, I drank some sweet millet porridge and quickly finished breakfast. I looked in the fridge for a large piece of beef, a wild chicken, a fish, and a lean pork chop, leaving them outside to thaw. I studied the recipe to see what ingredients I needed, gathering everything I already had and preparing in advance. I soaked some wild mushrooms, chopped dried coriander into small pieces, and minced a few cloves of garlic, then fried them in oil to make garlic crisps. Once the meats had mostly thawed, I started cooking. In a large iron pot, I added water and kept it on low heat. First, I made mushroom chicken meatballs. I rinsed the soaked wild mushrooms several times, tore them into small pieces, and chopped them into mushroom bits. I peeled the wild chicken, removing as much meat as possible from the bones and skin, then wrapped the bones and skin in plastic wrap and set them aside for soup later. The remaining chicken meat was ground into minced meat using a meat grinder and placed in a large bowl. I added salt, sugar, MSG, baking soda, white pepper, and extra sweet potato starch to the bowl. Then, I poured in some ice water and stirred and pounded in one direction until the mixture became sticky and elastic, making the meatballs more chewy. Once the chicken mixture was sticky enough, I added the chopped mushrooms and continued stirring until it was very sticky. Then I was ready to cook. I took a small amount of the meat mixture in my hand, squeezed out a meatball at the thumb's corner, and quickly dropped it into the hot water. The water was hot but not boiling, which helped keep the meatballs' shape. At first, it was hard to control the size of the meatballs, but after making a few, I got better and faster. A small basin of chicken meat mixture was enough to make a full layer of meatballs. I added more firewood to the stove and cooked the meatballs until done. Once the water boiled, I skimmed off the foam with a spoon, and after the meatballs were cooked through and firm, I used a slotted spoon to transfer them to a large bowl to cool. Next, I made beef meatballs. I cut the beef into small pieces and ground them into meat paste. I put the beef into a bowl and added the same seasonings as the chicken meatballs, but replaced the mushroom bits with garlic crisps since mushrooms can mask the beef flavor, while garlic makes the beef balls more fragrant. Once the beef mixture was sticky, the water in the pot had cooled enough to cook the meatballs. Using the same method, I dropped each beef meatball into the boiling water, skimmed off foam, and cooked until done, then transferred them to cool. Finally, I made cilantro meatballs. I ground the pork into meat paste, then pinched dried coriander in my hand to crumble it into small bits and mixed it into the pork. I added the same seasonings as before, stirred until well combined, shaped the mixture into meatballs, and cooked them in the pot until they set and were cooked through. Generally, different vendors make various types of fish ball seasonings, and recipe books also suggest different ingredients. However, I only have these, so I use the same seasoning for all. Finally, I made fish tofu. I used a fish that I often eat. Aside from one large fish bone in the middle, there are no small bones. I removed the large bone, cut off the head and fins, and peeled the skin, leaving only the pure fish meat. I cut the fish into small pieces and put them into a meat grinder with ice water to grind into a paste. I added salt, sugar, MSG, white pepper, tapioca starch, and 2 egg whites into the fish paste. After mixing well until the mixture became sticky, I poured it into a deep stainless steel tray. Using a spatula dipped in a little water, I spread the paste evenly, forming a flat rectangular shape. I did this with 2 trays. I added firewood to the stove, placed a steaming rack in a pot, and put the trays with the fish paste inside to steam. It took about half an hour. While steaming the fish paste, I cleaned the work area. I washed the cutting board, meat grinder, and other used pots and utensils, wiped the counter and stove, and tidied up. After resting for a little while, the fish paste was ready. I opened the lid and could smell a unique aroma similar to fish balls. I flipped the tray upside down, revealing a large, flat rectangular block that was very bouncy and fun to press. It was surprising how the soft fish paste became firm after steaming. I cut the 2 large blocks into small cubes. I kept some aside to eat as fish balls and used the rest to make fish tofu. In a pan, I poured oil and heated it. When the oil was hot, I neatly arranged the small cubes in a single layer. I fried each side until golden brown, causing the fish tofu to shrink slightly. After frying 4 batches, I finished cooking all the fish tofu. The fish tofu, cilantro balls, beef balls, and mushroom chicken balls filled a big bowl. The beef balls were the most bouncy, with a chewy texture. Small holes in the center oozed a bit of oil, making them more flavorful with each bite. The mushroom chicken balls were slightly soft, with bits of mushroom inside. The flavors of chicken and mushroom blended together, reminding me of the mushroom meatballs I used to eat. The fish tofu tasted better than those from before the end of the world. The outside was rich and fragrant from being fried in oil, while the inside was tender and delicious. Cilantro meatballs taste similar to mushroom chicken meatballs, but without the texture of mushrooms. The whole ball is filled with the flavor of cilantro. I like cilantro, so I especially enjoy the taste of these meatballs. A few dogs sit on the ground, staring at me eagerly, drooling a little. One dog drops 2 meatballs into its mouth. Xiao Gua, Xiao San, and Xiao Si seem not to have chewed, swallowing them quickly. Xiao Di is more refined, catching the meatballs and slowly spitting them out on the ground, chewing them carefully. It's very cute to watch. This batch of meatballs turned out very well. I sorted them into different plastic bags, removing the air, and stored them in a wooden box in the back room. I kept a few of each kind, eager to make a tasty, spicy hot pot. The broth in the pot, after boiling the meatballs, has turned white and is full of meat flavor. It looks a bit dirty to me, but for the dogs, it's a delicious treat. I pour all the broth into a bowl, saving some for the dogs to soak their rice over the next 2 days. While the broth is still warm, I take out some steamed buns from the fridge, tear them into small pieces, and soak them in the broth, placing them directly into the dogs' bowls. The dogs, who haven't had enough of the meatballs, finally drink the broth and are happily full. After eating their fill, the dogs start preparing to make the spicy hot pot. In the pot, I pour in some oil. When the oil is hot, I add chopped green onions, minced garlic, and cilantro to fry until fragrant. When the ingredients turn brown, I remove them. In a bowl, I put sesame seeds, crushed chili peppers, a little Sichuan pepper, and pepper powder, then pour the hot oil from the pot into the bowl. It sizzles loudly as the chili flakes jump and release a strange, wonderful aroma. I stir everything together with chopsticks, creating a fragrant, homemade chili oil. No need to wash the hot oil pot. I add water directly, along with a little milk powder, and bring it to a boil over high heat. I find a small frozen bag of chives, cilantro, frozen tofu, peeled and chopped potatoes, and leftover soaked mushrooms for later use. Once the water boils, I add the prepared ingredients and various meatballs. When everything is cooked, I add a block of instant noodles. After cooking, I transfer everything into a large bowl, pour in some of the original broth, and season with homemade chili oil, dark soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, garlic water, and sesame paste. A delicious bowl of spicy hot pot is ready. It's been a long time since I last had hot pot. Although it's not as authentic as in a restaurant, it still smells wonderful. The broth is milky white, topped with red chili oil. One sip reveals a rich, milky aroma combined with spicy and fragrant flavors. Today's highlight is the variety of meatballs. Beef meatballs are chewy, fish tofu is tender, and together with the hot pot broth, they bring back a long-lost happiness. After eating a bowl of spicy hot pot, I drank all the soup and broke out in a good sweat. I felt refreshed, and all the illness from a few days ago was gone. I spent half the day making meatballs. After eating enough, I didn't want to move anymore. I decided to finish today's work and just lie on the bed. I fed the pigs, chickens, rabbits, and dog, washed the dishes, added firewood to the stove, and closed the yard and house doors. Now I could finally rest. I took a hot shower, changed into loose, comfortable pajamas, and went back to the East Room. I brewed myself a cup of hot tea. While drinking, I watched a TV show. I was already full, but the heroine in the show made kimchi soup rice, which looked steaming hot and very spicy. The more I watched, the more I craved it. So I planned to make a batch of spicy cabbage tomorrow. Today was quite tiring, so I started feeling sleepy after a short while. I curled up in my warm quilt and had a good, peaceful sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling a bit cold. When I went out to get firewood, I felt a chill, and my hands and cheeks were icy cold. But after feeding the pigs, chickens, rabbits, and lighting the stove, I no longer felt so cold. After finishing the household chores, I began preparing the spicy cabbage. I took 3 large cabbages, peeled off the dry outer leaves, chopped the inner leaves into small pieces, and salted them heavily for pickling. This pickling process takes 6 hours. During this time, I prepared other ingredients. At home, I only had coarse chili flakes, not fine chili powder. I took a stone mill to grind some fine chili powder. I was very careful during this process because chili powder can cause discomfort if it gets into my nose or eyes. I slowly poured a little chili flakes into the small opening of the mill and turned it. The ground chili was much finer after this. 1 round of grinding wasn't enough, so I ground it again. After 2 rounds, the chili powder was ready for pickling the cabbage. I placed a bowl of coarse chili flakes and a bowl of fine chili powder on the table, leaning against the wall. I washed my hands and the stone mill carefully to avoid hurting the dog. Making spicy cabbage also requires glutinous rice flour. I don't usually eat much rice flour, so I had to find some in the basement. I scooped out half a bowl of rice flour, added water, and cooked it in a pot while stirring until it became sticky. I chopped 2 apples, a pear, and peeled a few garlic cloves, then ground them all together in a clean meat grinder. I mixed the apple garlic paste, the sticky rice, and both coarse and fine chili powders, stirring and mixing thoroughly. Finally, I got a bright red, sticky paste for the spicy cabbage marinade. I covered it with plastic wrap and put it in the fridge to chill. The cabbage still needs some time to ferment, so I'm not rushing to the next step. Since I was still happy from making meatballs yesterday, I plan to continue eating meatballs at noon. I kneaded the dough and made a few pancakes, then cooked a fish ball soup. In a pot, pour in some oil, sauté chopped green onions until fragrant, add an appropriate amount of water, then put in fish balls and bring to a boil. After boiling, add a little salt and chicken seasoning and cook together. Once the pancakes are done and the fish ball soup is ready, pick some fresh cilantro leaves, wash and chop them, then sprinkle over the soup. The light white soup floats with a few white fish balls, topped with bright green cilantro leaves, which not only enhance the aroma, but also add a fresh look. Add 2 drops of sesame oil, which brings out the rich flavor of the fish ball soup. Eagerly, I serve the fish ball soup onto the table, then take 2 green onions from the small jar of soy sauce pickles and cut them into small pieces. This marks my relaxed lunch for today. First, I sip the fish ball soup. It's flavorful and fragrant, with a hint of cilantro, which makes the simple fish balls more enjoyable. Biting into a fish ball, half of it melts in my mouth. Compared to the spicy fish balls from yesterday's hot pot, today's fish balls in the soup let me taste their original flavor, fresh, tender, and full of the natural fish aroma. Tear off a piece of fried bread, dip it into the fish ball soup. The bread absorbs the soup, blending the aroma of wheat and the freshness of the fish balls. So satisfying. As I eat, I start to feel it's a bit plain. I pick up a piece of soy sauce and green onion pickle, chew it, and it's crispy with a strong soy flavor and a slight sourness, giving my taste buds a big kick. I especially like the white part of the pickled green onions. After soaking for a long time, they lose any spiciness. Tasting carefully, I notice a touch of sweetness, and they are crunchy and delicious, helping to cut the greasiness. After a filling meal, I leave some fish ball soup and tear the pancakes into pieces to soak and feed the dogs. They eat happily, smelling good. After eating, I lie on the sofa for a short nap. When I wake up, it's already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I go to the kitchen to check the pickled cabbage, which has released a lot of water. I rinse the cabbage in the sink to remove the salt, rinsing several times. After tasting, it's no longer salty, so it's clean. The cleaned cabbage is put into a cloth bag I sewed earlier, pressed down with a stone to squeeze out excess water. After about an hour, I take out the cabbage and start the pickling process. The seasoning was prepared in advance, so the pickling method is very simple. I put the cabbage into a large plastic basin, pour all the pickling sauces over it, and mix thoroughly until every leaf is coated. Gently press the cabbage down, and the spicy pickled cabbage is ready. It can be eaten after at least a day of pickling. With a respectful heart, I pack the pickled cabbage into a sealed plastic jar. I watch as I do it, salivating and thinking about how I will enjoy it once it's ready. The next morning, I stared blankly at the jar of spicy cabbage, wanting to eat it, but feeling it hadn't yet absorbed enough flavor. To distract myself, I decided to find something to do, hoping time would pass faster and I could enjoy the spicy cabbage sooner. The rabbit's belly was getting bigger, and I guessed it would give birth soon. The current rabbit cage might be too small, so I planned to make a larger one. I put on a thick padded jacket and went to the side room to find 10 sturdy wooden boards, preparing to build a 2 by 1 by 1 meter wooden cage for the rabbits. The bottom was made of 2 1-square-meter boards. The joints between the boards were sealed with narrow wooden strips nailed into the gaps, making the structure strong. The entire rectangular box was assembled this way. Before long, except for the top, everything was nailed together. Worried that the rabbits might not stay healthy in darkness, I used a saw to cut out 2 large windows on the side, fixing transparent plastic sheets over the openings I had bought earlier at a low price. The lid on top was not fixed to the cage, so I could open it any time to feed the rabbits or check on them. I also made a wire mesh cover. When the weather warmed up, I would replace the wooden lid with wire mesh for better ventilation and to prevent heat stroke. After finishing, I painted the wooden cage with wood varnish, then placed it in a windbreak to dry. Finally, the next morning arrived, and I was excited to prepare Korean food. First, I steamed a pot of white rice, as rice is essential for eating spicy cabbage soup. I cut some pork, stir-fried it in a pot until fragrant, then added chopped green onions and continued stir-frying with the spicy cabbage. Once the aroma of the spicy cabbage filled the air, I added some water and seasoned with chicken essence and 13 spices. I peeled and sliced potatoes into 4 to 5 millimeters thick slices, adding them to the spicy cabbage soup to cook, along with a few fish balls. The dish was almost ready. The red spicy cabbage boiled in the water, releasing a tempting aroma. I let the soup simmer while I cut some pork belly, stir-fried it until fragrant and cooked, then added the spicy cabbage and chopped green onions, seasoning with a little dark soy sauce and chicken essence. Once the stir-fry was done, I served it alongside the spicy cabbage soup. It was a bright red, hearty meal. With trembling hands, I scooped a spoonful of spicy cabbage soup. The familiar aroma made me feel nostalgic. The soup was moderately salty, and the pork fat enhanced the flavor of the spicy cabbage. When I tasted it, it was spicy and delicious. The spicy cabbage was slightly soft but still had a bite. Chewing slowly, I found it not only spicy, but also a little sweet, making it addictive. The potatoes were cooked until very soft, and the spicy cabbage sauce soaked into them, making them very flavorful. The stir-fried pork with spicy cabbage had a stronger taste than the soup. The pork was soaked in the spicy cabbage sauce, making it fragrant and spicy. The spicy cabbage was crispy and tasty, perfect for eating with rice. I ate a big bowl of rice with a stir-fry and soup, then added half a bowl of rice to soak in the spicy cabbage soup. The soup and rice were hot and spicy. After a few bites, I was completely full. There was some leftover spicy cabbage stir-fried pork. It was too spicy to give to the dog, so I saved it for making spicy cabbage fried rice at night. After eating and drinking well, I felt warm all over. This really is the kind of food to eat in winter. When I had nothing to do, I lay flat on the Kong bed, took a nap, read a book, or watched shows. Life felt simple but satisfying. But life doesn't stay quiet for long. In the afternoon, I was still thinking about the simple life, but by evening, something had come up. Before the sun set, a few wolves were howling outside the yard. Usually wolf packs come at night. They rarely come during the day. When something unusual happens, it's probably a problem. I quickly put on my clothes and went outside to check. 5 adult wolves arrived. Besides the mother wolf that had pups at my place, I didn't know the others. Whenever wolves come to my house, the dog Sangwa always comes back. But today, Sangwa was nowhere to be seen, which made me a little nervous. The mother wolf saw me, tugged at her pants, and headed up the hill. It seemed something serious was happening with the wolf pack. I didn't follow her straight away. Instead, I turned back to get my hiking bag, flashlight, bow and arrow, stun baton, rope, and other tools I could think of. I locked the house and yard and kept the dogs inside before following the wolves up the hill. A few wolves circled around me as we moved into the mountains, and I could tell they slowed down to stay close to me. I felt a bit heavy-hearted. I was worried about the trouble I might face that I couldn't handle, and I was also afraid that something had happened to Sangwa since he hadn't come back. The wolves didn't seem injured, so I guess there wasn't any serious harm. After walking for over half an hour, it was getting dark. The lead wolf stopped and looked up at me, then softly howled twice. It seemed to be saying, "We've arrived." I carefully took a few more steps forward, but didn't see anything unusual. There were pine trees everywhere, and the north wind whistled through the forest. Nothing else seemed out of place. I observed carefully, ignoring the cold outside and the numbness in my face. The leading wolf saw I looked confused, so it lowered its head and took a few more steps forward. I followed a few steps without understanding. Suddenly, I saw a large pit on the ground. Oh no! I was so focused on the dangers on the ground that I didn't think about underground traps. My eyes were too blind. I took a few more steps and fell into the pit myself. I quickly crouched down to check the situation inside. The pit was very deep, more than 2 meters deep. The sky was getting darker, and I couldn't see inside clearly. Luckily, I had a flashlight with me. I shined it into the pit and saw 2 wolves. One was the wild dog, and the other was the wolf king. Sure enough, the wild dog was a silly fellow. When the wild dog and the wolf king saw me, they stood up excitedly and walked around at the bottom of the pit. There were some sharpened wooden sticks at the bottom, with bloodstains on them. But since the wolves could move freely at the bottom, they didn't seem to be seriously hurt. Normally, with a height of over 2 meters, the wolf king should be able to climb out with its strength. Why was it still trapped at the bottom? I shined the flashlight on the wall of the pit. The wall was made of soil but very smooth, as if someone deliberately polished it to prevent prey from escaping. I found some rope in my bag, ready to pull the wolves up. I threw the rope down. If the wolves bit onto it, they could pull themselves up. But the bottom was full of sharpened sticks. If the wolves didn't bite properly and fell, they might lose their lives. After thinking for a moment, I tied the rope into a loop and threw it into the pit. I looped the rope around the wolves and let them bite onto a strand of the rope themselves. This way, safety was greatly increased, an extra layer of protection. The wild dog and I had been together for a long time, so we had some understanding. When I threw the loop down, it immediately went forward and bit the rope. It seemed our understanding was a bit off. I wanted to tie the loop around its waist, not let it bite the rope. I shook my head and gently pulled the rope out of the wild dog's mouth. It probably understood that biting the rope was wrong. It kept trying to test. Sometimes it used its paw to step on the loop, sometimes it sat on it with its backside. Finally, it put both front paws into the loop, which was around its upper body. It finally figured out the right way. Good job, wild dog, I cheered excitedly. The wild dog thought I was angry, so it quickly backed away and slipped out of the loop. I let out a long sigh. My effort had been in vain. After calming down, I patiently guided the wild dog to go back into the loop. After persistent effort, the wild dog finally got into the loop. Seeing this, I immediately took off my scarf and handed it into the pit. The wild dog saw the scarf and bit down on it. I dared not make a sound to scare it. Carefully, I pulled on the rope and scarf while watching the wolf-like creature bite tightly. I slowly pulled it up. The process was very tense, as I was afraid it might not be biting tightly enough. If the rope slipped off, it could fall and be fatally injured. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and the wolf-like creature was successfully brought ashore. After being rescued, I could feel the wolves around were very happy, and they gathered around to lick its fur. But I couldn't relax yet, as there was still another one in the pit. The alpha wolf was very smart. After seeing what the other did, it followed the same actions, climbing into the rope trap and biting the scarf. We pulled on both ropes together, slowly bringing the alpha wolf up. This rescue was a complete success. Both the wolf-like creature and the alpha wolf had small cuts, probably from scratches when they fell into the trap. Looking at the wooden sticks inside the trap, I felt helpless. The pit was too deep to reach, and I couldn't pull them out. After thinking for a moment, I decided to break some branches and insert them around the pit, hoping the wolves would avoid it next time. By then, it was completely dark, and I was ready to go home. The wolf pack wisely escorted me down the mountain, with the wolf-like creature and the alpha wolf following along. The blood on the creature's fur had dried, indicating it had been trapped for some time. When I reached the door, the wolf pack was about to leave. I called out to stop the wolf-like creature and the alpha wolf. I brought both wolves inside, looked for some medicine in the wardrobe, and carefully treated their wounds. The wounds were deeper than I expected, not just surface scratches. The flesh inside had been pierced by the sticks. Wild animals are really strong. Despite being injured, they can still move freely. The sad little look of the wolf-like creature as it looked at me made it seem like it saw itself as a baby. After treating the wounds, I petted its wolf head and comforted this big cutie. There wasn't much meat left at home, so I found some leftover fried dough in the kitchen, tore it into small pieces, and the 2 wolves surprisingly didn't mind. They ate all 4 large pieces. The alpha wolf cannot leave the pack. Even though injured, after eating, the wolf-like creature and the alpha wolf returned to the pack together. Watching the pack go away, I felt worried. My first encounter with the wolf-like creature was because of a hunter's trap, and today it fell into another trap. With hunters constantly interfering, I fear the pack's safety might be at risk someday. But there's nothing I can do. I can only put this worry aside for now. I spent over an hour outside in the cold, my face frozen stiff and my toes numb. I changed into my cotton coat, added some firewood to the stove, and sipped hot tea while keeping warm by the fire. It's already evening outside, and it's so cold that I don't feel like cooking. I just sat by the fire, feeling hungry, and went straight to bed. Sure enough, I woke up the next morning feeling very hungry. When you're that hungry, you don't want to bother with complicated food, just want to eat quickly. I cooked a pack of instant noodles, added a few fish balls and some greens, and that was enough to fill me up. It seemed like I had missed something. When I looked at my phone calendar, I realized today was the winter solstice. Time flies so fast, I almost missed it. On the winter solstice, people usually eat dumplings. The elders at home say that not eating dumplings on this day might cause cold ears. I prepared some dough early, setting it aside to rise. Then I started making the dumpling filling, something I haven't had since the end of the world, maybe pork and mushroom filling. From experience, I know that filling chopped with a knife tastes better than that ground with a meat grinder. So I melted some pork, soaked some wild mushrooms until soft. Once the pork was soft enough to cut, I sliced it thinly, then chopped it into small pieces. The mushrooms had soaked enough, so I washed and chopped them into small bits as well. I put the mushroom and pork fillings together and chopped them finely. Soon, the pork and mushroom filling was ready. I added some soy oil, 13 spice powder, chicken essence, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and vinegar, stirring everything in one direction. Even while the pork was still raw, the aroma of the filling was already filling the air. I set the filling and dough aside to rest. When I felt a bit hungry, I started wrapping the dumplings. I added more firewood to the stove, rolled out round, white dough skins, and wrapped them into plump, gold ingot-shaped dumplings. Each one looked very appealing. I made plenty of dumplings, not just for myself but also for the dogs at home. They all love dumplings too. Once the dumplings were wrapped, I boiled them. I gently stirred with a spatula to prevent sticking. While waiting for the dumplings to cook, I peeled a few garlic cloves and mashed them into garlic paste. When the dumplings were done, I plated them, each one plump and white, steaming with a soft, white mist, making me feel very satisfied. For the winter solstice, we eat the dumplings more formally, with a small dish of celery pickles and a small dish of sour beans to accompany the meal. The hot dumplings just out of the pot were very hot. I blew on them slightly, dipped them in garlic paste and vinegar, took a bite, and felt both the heat and the delicious flavor. Though it made me grimace from the heat, it was very tasty. I have a good method for boiling dumplings, none of them broke. Each bite was juicy inside. The pork was tender and chewy, and the mushroom bits added a nice texture. With a sweet, flavorful juice inside the dumplings, each bite was more delicious than the last. I ate 20 dumplings in a row and finally felt full. I then drank a bowl of fragrant dumpling soup. As the old saying goes, the original broth enhances the flavor of the food. There were about a dozen dumplings left, and a dog could share 3 of them. Just like usual, Xiao Gua, Xiao San, and Xiao Si swallowed theirs in one bite, even without breaking the skins. Xiao Di ate very neatly. It took him a while to finish 3 dumplings. Watching the dogs eat happily, I used the leftover dumpling soup from the pot to cook some noodles, then poured them into the dogs' trays. They ate everything, including the soup and water. A few days ago, I realized I hadn't used much glutinous rice flour while making spicy cabbage. Since we also eat tangyuan sweet rice balls during the winter solstice in the south, I decided to make some to enjoy. There isn't much black sesame at home, so I could only make red bean filling. The red beans need to be soaked in advance. Looks like I'll have to wait until the day after the winter solstice to eat the tangyuan. I found a big bowl of red beans, picked out the bad ones, and kept the plump, round beans in water overnight. The next day, I boiled the red beans in a small stove pot. I mixed the glutinous rice flour with cold water until crumbly, then added boiling water and kneaded it into dough. I took a small piece of dough, boiled it until cooked, then mixed it with raw dough, adding some lard to prevent cracking when frozen. The red beans were soft and tender. I scooped them out with a slotted spoon, added honey and sugar, and mashed them into red bean paste with a spoon. I don't mind eating the red bean skins, so I didn't remove them. Once the red bean paste was mashed enough, I rolled it into small balls and placed them on a tray, then refrigerated them in the back room. I cut the glutinous rice dough into small pieces, rolled each into a ball, then made a hole in the middle to stuff a red bean ball inside, sealing it to form a tangyuan. I made over 20 tangyuan in total. 8 were set aside for eating, and the rest were frozen in the back room. When the water boiled, I added the tangyuan. At first, they sank to the bottom, so I gently stirred. Once they floated to the surface, they were almost cooked. The tangyuan was fully cooked. I scooped them into a small bowl and added 2 spoonfuls of soup. The skin was soft, chewy, and bouncy, with a dense, sweet red bean filling inside. I've always liked drinking the soup from tangyuan, which has a light, glutinous rice aroma and a mild flavor. A few days after the winter solstice, I was sleeping at night when I suddenly heard a loud wind. At first, I was sleeping soundly, but after hearing a few loud rooster calls, I woke up suddenly. I put on a thick coat, turned on the windproof light since the yard light was out, and went outside to check. The yard was very messy. The chicken coop had been overturned and blown to the center of the yard. A few chicks were hiding in the corner, chirping loudly. Straw and branches were scattered everywhere, and the firewood shed I built earlier had also fallen down. I immediately woke up from my sleepy state, buttoned up my cotton coat, and rushed to rescue the chickens. I picked up a few chicks and ran back inside. The strong wind made it hard to keep my eyes open, so I squinted and ran into the house with blurry vision. The short distance of about 10 steps felt very difficult, as if the wind might lift me off the ground. I went back and forth 5 or 6 times, finally bringing all the chickens inside, then went out again to bring the chicken coop inside. The nailed-together chicken coop and firewood shed had been blown to the ground, trembling in the wind. I felt sad for the plastic panels and wooden stakes. I braved the strong wind again, trying to drag the sheds into the windbreak. The plastic cover could come inside, but the legs of the shed couldn't. I harshly kicked off the support legs of the shed to free the cover and brought it inside. After bringing it in, I quickly closed the windbreak door and looked outside from inside to see if there was anything else that needed saving. I saw the swing chair by the window swaying in the wind, and I made up my mind to go out again and lay the swing chair down. The swing chair was heavy and wouldn't be blown away by the wind, but I was worried it might topple over and break. So I laid it down early to prevent damage. I ran back into the windbreak to check outside again. After about 10 minutes, the wind grew even stronger, swirling wildly. Straw and leaves from the mountain were being blown into the sky. I looked anxiously toward the pig pen. The pig pen was still quite sturdy, and the roof hadn't been lifted off. It didn't seem to be seriously affected, so I decided to go back inside and continue sleeping. Looking at myself in the mirror, my hair was messy, piled on top of my head like a chicken coop. It looked like I had been through a big ordeal. I brushed my hair, tied it up, and lay down on the sofa to sleep. With such strong wind outside, I couldn't stay in bed. If anything unexpected happened outside, I could just put on my coat and run out quickly. But the sound of the wind was strangely soothing. The howling outside made the house feel warm and peaceful. Even lying on the sofa, I slept very soundly. The rooster in the kitchen was still crowing in the early morning. Usually, the rooster's crow could not be heard clearly outside, but today it crowed directly inside the kitchen, startling me awake with a loud call. The moment I opened my eyes, I suddenly remembered the strong wind from last night. I quickly got up from the sofa and looked outside. The weather was clear, with no clouds in the sky, and the sunlight was bright. If I ignored the mess in the yard, I might even think there had been no wind at all. Looking at the yard, which was like a ruin, I sighed deeply. Just get this over with. Work quietly and steadily.
First, I checked the pig pen.
A few piglets were safe and sound, so I could relax and prepare breakfast. There was no need to fetch firewood from the pile. I simply grabbed a bundle of straw from the yard and took it inside. After breakfast, I started fixing the yard. I gathered all the firewood scattered around, took out the roof panels from the windbreak and chicken coop. I dug the existing holes in the ground a bit deeper, replaced broken poles with new ones, and reburied the poles in the old way. After reinforcing everything, I covered the roofs again. It took half a day to finish repairing the firewood shed and chicken coop. Strong winds really tire you out. Once finished, I used a large broom to sweep the dry grass and leaves from the corners of the yard into a big pile, probably blown down from the mountain. I opened the yard gate to see if the wind caused any damage outside. When I opened the door, I was stunned. The yard was filled with dried weeds, straw, and leaves, almost blocking the gate completely. But I didn't mind. Instead, I felt very happy inside. All this was free firewood, perfect for starting fires. Just a spark, and it would ignite quickly, great for lighting the stove. I grabbed a few large sacks, put on gloves, and started filling them with dry grass and leaves. Once a sack was full, I pressed it down with my foot, squeezing out more space. I filled 3 sacks before clearing the area at the gate. Looking around, I saw there were still many piles of weeds and leaves in the corners of the yard walls. I kept working, collecting all the weeds and leaves from the walls. These were free firewood, a day of zero-cost gathering. After finishing these chores, I was starving and wanted to eat something filling right away. I went inside, changed out of my work clothes into comfortable home clothes, and started washing rice to cook. I rinsed the rice thoroughly, put it in a clay pot with the right amount of water, added a few drops of oil, and placed it on the stove to cook. In the west wing, I found some smoked bacon and smoked sausage. After washing them, I cut some into small pieces. When the rice was almost done, I placed the meat on top to steam together. The aroma of cured meat and sausages is filling the air, and the rice is almost ready. Sprinkle some chopped green onions and cilantro, add a little soy sauce, cover the pot, and let it simmer for a while. Go to the kitchen to get a bowl and chopsticks and prepare a small plate of pickles. Since the homemade berry wine and cherry wine were brewed, I haven't tasted them yet. It's time to try some. I pour a small glass of berry wine from the small Western-style house. By now, the cured meat and sausage rice is fully cooked. I bring it to the table to start eating. First, I stir the rice with a spoon, mixing in the soy sauce, green onions, cured meat, and sausage, so everything blends well. As I stir, I can smell a strong, tempting aroma that makes me swallow eagerly. At the bottom of the pot, a layer of crispy rice crust has formed. With a little effort, I scoop it out. I put the crispy rice into a bowl, eating the crust first to prevent it from softening and losing its crunch. The crust is golden with a hint of amber, and the rice has been fried in oil and soaked in soy sauce, making it look very tempting. Bite into it, and it's crispy but not hard on the teeth, with a rich aroma of cured oil and the crispy rice. The flavor is perfectly salty and mild. Paired with the pickles, I find myself eating a big bowl of rice. After finishing the crispy rice, I finally dig into the rice with cured meat and sausage. I scoop a big bowl of it onto my plate, where the red sausage, white rice, and green onions blend beautifully. I can't wait to take a big bite. The cured meat is chewy and smoky, full of flavor. The sausage is oily and sweetens the more I chew, with hints of rice aroma and a spicy kick from the green onions, both satisfying and delicious. I lift a clear wine glass and look at the berry wine inside. The color is very beautiful, reddish-purple, slightly transparent. Under indoor lighting, it looks mysterious and noble. I take a small sip. It has a faint aroma of berries, with a hint of rose scent. Compared to fruit, the wine aroma is stronger. The taste is mostly sweet, with a slight sourness and a bit of astringency. Since I brewed it myself, a little bitterness is normal and acceptable. I nod, very pleased with the flavor of the berry wine, and enjoy a small glass with the cured meat and sausage rice. After drinking, I feel a slight buzz, and warmth rises to my face. I decide to lie down on the sofa, cover myself with a small blanket, and rest for a while. Half asleep and half awake, I faintly hear a man shouting outside the yard. "Is anyone there? Is anyone inside the yard?" A rough male voice, full of anger, keeps shouting loudly. I thought I was dreaming, but the little dog nearby makes threatening growling sounds. Suddenly alert, I sit up quickly, put on my coat, grab my bow and arrow, and head outside. The yard's defenses are quite good now, so I'm not too worried about him breaking in forcefully. Still, I should go out and check if something happens. I suspect there are strangers outside the yard. If they're from the White Town base, they would probably ask if the girl is home, not just shout loudly asking if anyone is there. When I reached the gate, I didn't open it. I simply asked loudly, "Is there a problem?" Hearing that there's a woman inside, the hunter's attitude became even harsher than when he knocked on the door earlier. "Little brat, are you deliberately hiding from me? I've been calling you for a while, and you haven't said a word. If you don't come out soon, I'll tear this house apart." The rough, fierce voice of the man outside came through. He clearly wasn't a kind person. I didn't dare get too close. I just wanted to quickly find out what he wanted and make him leave. "Do you have a problem? The trap on the mountain is yours, isn't it? There's blood in the pit. It should have been a fat wolf to go with the wine, but you little rabbit ruined everything for me." It turned out to be that troublesome hunter who often set traps on the mountain, probably coming after me because I saved the wild tiger last time. But I definitely couldn't admit to anything. I pretended to be completely unaware and impatient, giving him a warning to leave. "What trap? I don't have time to mind your business. If you have nothing to do, get lost and don't bother me. You came over with footprints around the trap, and you still dare to deny it." The hunter's voice grew more aggressive. I was a bit scared, and my calves started trembling uncontrollably. Maybe Xiaoguo sensed that the outsiders were not friendly, and started barking wildly outside the door. "Oh, a dog too? Nice. Nothing better than eating hot pot with dog meat in winter, haha." Hearing the dog inside, the hunter seemed excited. I didn't know what he was planning to do, and I was too scared to think clearly. I quickly climbed up the ladder and onto the wall, then looked outside through a small gap I had left earlier.
Gun.
A tall, tough, sinister man was carrying a gun on his back. The first thing I saw was the gun. "If you're not opening the door, I won't waste words. When I break in, you and your dog will both be mine. I plan to eat the dog, and I'll completely take you too." The hunter laughed lewdly, threw down his cloth bag, and pulled out the gun behind him. He carefully examined the door, trying to figure out where to shoot for the best effect. Clearly, his attention was all on the door, and he didn't notice me watching through the small gap in the wall. I was trembling all over. The feeling of suffocation from the 3 bandits breaking into my home last time rushed back. The hunter fired the first shot, hitting the middle of the door, where the latch was.
Bang!
The bullet made a loud noise against the latch, but the door didn't move at all.
Damn!
"I can't open this door." The hunter cursed angrily, then looked around, ready to attack somewhere else. I heard gunfire, and at that moment, only one thought screamed in my mind: eliminate him, kill him. If he dies, the wolf pack, the dog, and I will all be safe. If I don't act now, the next second he might break down my door with his gun, kill my dog, and make it his dinner. I could become a prisoner, and the safe place I've lived in for years since the end of the world might be taken over by him. My mind briefly thought for a few seconds, then my hand moved. My many days of crossbow training paid off at this moment. I took an iron skewer arrow and loaded it into the crossbow. Relying on muscle memory, I placed my finger on the trigger, and my eyes and the arrow tip automatically aimed at his neck. With a click, I pressed the firing button and the arrow shot out. Even I didn't see clearly how the iron skewer arrow pierced into the hunter's throat. His ugly, sinister smile froze on his face. He loosened his grip on the gun, and with a rustling sound, the shotgun fell to the ground. His hand trembled as he reached for his neck. Before touching it, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. I kept my crossbow aimed outside, froze for a moment, then slowly lowered it. My emotions felt complicated. I killed someone. I really killed someone. I realized how fragile human life is. With just a gentle strike, a person can shatter like a broken beer bottle, impossible to pick up again. If I hadn't acted first, maybe I would be the one lying silently on the ground. Killing is okay. If I don't kill, others will kill me. This is a survival rule in the end of the world. I comforted myself for a while, calming my emotions. The guilt of killing faded a lot. Besides guilt, I also felt a bit relieved, even gaining some courage to live steadily in this world. With the crossbow, I now have self-defense ability. I am no longer just a helpless prey. I climbed down the ladder, stretched my stiff arms and legs, strapped the crossbow to my back, and opened the yard gate. The hunter's body lay on the ground, taking up a large area. His face was full of flesh, clearly a fierce and ruthless person. Killing him with one strike was really lucky for me. I picked up the gun on the ground and examined it carefully. It was a long hunting rifle. I don't know how to use it and dare not touch the switch. But I will definitely keep this gun. It's a precious piece of hot weaponry, really a life-saving item. I also picked up the torn cloth bag on the ground and opened it to see what was inside. 2 daggers, clearly sharpened and very sharp. A long rope, a flashlight, and a strange piece of wire. At the bottom are 2 heavy small metal boxes, looking a bit mysterious. The boxes are open, revealing 2 full boxes of bullets inside. I made a good deal. Not only did I get a hunting rifle, but also 2 boxes of bullets. No matter what, I've gained a lot. The fear of killing has eased a bit, but I still dare not look directly at the body, afraid I will have nightmares. Holding the gun and a cloth bag, I walk into the yard, lock the gate from inside, and never dare to look at the body. I called Xiaoguo and pulled the dog's head up toward the sky. Xiaoguo didn't know what I was doing, but cooperated very well, with its ears pressed down. I was in a hurry. No matter how I pulled, Xiaoguo wouldn't bark like a wolf. Isn't that hint obvious enough? Usually, when Xiaoguo tries to bark like a wolf, it lifts its head and makes howling sounds. I had no choice but to use my last method. I squatted on the ground, tilted my neck up, and howled twice at the sky. Xiaoguo looked at me trying to imitate a wolf, froze for 2 seconds, then lifted its head and started howling. It kept howling without stopping. I had to pat its head twice, as if pressing a reset button, and Xiaoguo finally stopped. Soon after, faint wolf howls came from outside the door. I pushed open the gate to see if the wolves could scare the hunter away. Having spent so much time together, I could understand the wolves' temperaments and sense their mood. Right now, I could feel the wolves' anger. Since I saw the body, the wolves had been furious, as if they already held a grudge against the hunter. Seeing the hunter lying still on the ground, a few wolves boldly approached and tore at his exposed flesh. Seeing their actions, the other wolves responded, all snarling fiercely and rushing forward. They bit and tore at the body more viciously than they had when attacking the 3 bandits earlier. Song Biao, come here. Can you drag the body up the mountain? I'm a bit scared. Looking at the bloody scene on the ground, I couldn't stand it anymore and had to ask Song Biao. While speaking, I pointed at the body on the ground and then toward the mountain. Song Biao understood immediately. He turned outside the yard, holding one of the hunter's feet in his mouth, dragging the body up the mountain. The other wolves saw this and followed Song Biao, working together to drag the body away. In a short while, it disappeared. Blood from the hunter stretched from the gate all the way up the slope, looking quite eerie. I turned back into the house, grabbed a shovel, and dug up some soil around the area outside the yard to cover the bloodstains. Now, I couldn't see the body or any blood traces, which made me feel much better. I closed the yard door tightly, picked up the gun and bullets from the steps, and started examining them carefully. Before I understood it fully, I didn't dare bring the gun inside, worried it might damage furniture or accidentally hurt myself if it fired. From its shape, it looks like a double-barreled shotgun. It felt heavy in my hand. After exploring for a while, I found that the barrel could be opened. When I opened it, I saw 1 shell inside and some space left, so it seems the gun can hold only 2 shells at a time. I kept alert, making sure not to point the gun at myself, only aiming at safe, open areas. There is a firing hammer at the back of the gun. I pulled it back and I heard a click sound. Usually, in movies, pulling the hammer back means the gun is ready to fire. Carefully, I carried the gun outside and aimed at a distant tree, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out. The shotgun shook violently, making me stumble back. My hands trembled and felt numb and sore. I was so scared. I was startled so badly. I even let out a sound. Now, the gun was empty, but I still didn't want to let my guard down. I carefully placed the shotgun on the ground and shook my numb hands. It's a good tool, but it's also very frightening. I was worried I might survive extreme cold, viruses, or bad people only to accidentally shoot myself. Just use it if I need to. Better to put it away now. I muttered to myself, picked up the shotgun from the ground, and walked toward the yard. The shotgun couldn't hold more shells now, so I placed the empty gun and the shells in the dark room. Who will be the lucky one to get shot next? Let's wait and see. I patted the gun, feeling a mix of fear and excitement. I was still a bit scared to use it, but that didn't lessen my joy of having the gun. I took 2 wet wipes and cleaned the handle of the shotgun, wiping away a large black stain. This hunter was really dirty. After securing the shotgun, I gently stroked my bow and crossbow, which I found very useful. If it weren't for this crossbow, I might have been in real danger today. Now I have 3 bows and crossbows. I could make more when I have free time. They're good for self-defense, lighter than guns, and less likely to cause accidental harm. After all this fuss, night fell completely. I missed the usual dinner time, and my stomach was growling loudly. I closed all the doors and windows and went to the kitchen to cook. Today, I just killed someone. Saying I am not afraid would be a lie. I closed all the doors and windows, called Xiaodi to sit beside me while I cooked, to give myself some sense of safety. I cracked 5 eggs into a bowl and beat them until smooth. In a pan, I poured more oil, added some soybean paste, and kept stir-frying. Once the soybean paste was cooked and released a strong aroma, I added a handful of chopped green onions and the beaten eggs. With a sizzle, the eggs quickly puffed up in the pan. At first, they were golden yellow, but as I cooked them with the soybean paste, they gradually turned into a mix of sauce color and yellow. I used a spatula to break the eggs into small pieces, mixing them well with the sauce without stopping. Then I poured everything into a porcelain bowl. The bright yellow eggs, green onions, and amber-colored sauce looked and smelled wonderful. Both I and taste buds enjoyed it. The pan used for cooking the eggs and sauce didn't need to be washed. I just added some water and boiled it. I took the remaining dough from the fridge, cut it into small pieces on a cutting board, and rolled each piece into oval-shaped pancakes. I tore each pancake with my hands, making them thinner and longer, eventually pulling them into long strips. Once the water boiled, I put the strips into the pot, gently stirred with chopsticks. The white strips floated on the water's surface quickly, no longer sinking. I scooped the strips into a clean bowl, added 2 spoonfuls of the egg sauce, and mixed well. After blowing on them a few times, I stuffed a large piece of the strips into my mouth. The warm temperature, chewy strips, flavorful egg sauce, and crispy green onions made each bite very satisfying. Eating such a hearty meal reminded me of many scenes in White Deer Plain, where characters like Black Wav or others enjoyed their noodles so much. I guess I'm just the same now. Feeling full and content, I mixed the remaining noodles with a little egg sauce and put them in the dog tray. A few dogs rushed over and finished it quickly. I used to feed them with bowls, but later, I found it too troublesome to do one by one, so I put all the food in the tray. At first, I worried Xiaodi wouldn't eat enough, but I observed that Xiaogua, Xiaosan, and Xiaoxi would leave some for Xiaodi, not eating everything themselves. Nothing more to do now. Time to sleep, I said, checking the doors and windows again. Everything was fine. I closed the door to the east room and crawled into my bed. Today, I talked to myself more than usual. After killing the hunter, I felt very anxious, probably wanting to talk more to ease my inner fear. I had many nightmares at night, mostly about that hunter. I dreamed that the hunter opened the door with a gun, came in, and harmed the small groundhog and little melon, trying to do something bad to me. Later, I dreamed that the hunter didn't open the door, and I kept shooting him again and again. The hunter turned into a ghost with a bloody face, demanding my life. I ran up the hill along the dirt slope, running and running. No matter where I went, the hunter could catch up with me. I didn't sleep well all night. When I woke up, I felt a slight headache. I sat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, holding the quilt, feeling very sad. Get up and move around. You'll feel better soon, I told myself. I dressed quickly, folded the quilt, and got off the heated bed. My younger brother followed me closely, seeming to sense that I was not feeling right. Today, I worked faster than usual, lighted the fire, fed the pigs, chickens, and rabbits. After finishing all the chores quickly, I started to sweat a little and even felt much happier. I thought about making some sweets. Eating more sweets might improve my mood. Besides pancakes and steamed buns, I wanted to bake some small cookies and cakes, but I didn't have the right tools. So I decided to build a simple oven, which I had been thinking about but never made. Near the door of the yard by the wall, I planned to build an oven. I had recently read a book on how to make one, so I had a rough idea. The weather was just right, sunny and not too cold, perfect for building the oven. First, I pulled a small cart and dug up some clay. During the autumn harvest, I found red and yellow clay on the mountain wall outside the pond. The soil was frozen solid, so I had to chip it away carefully with an iron pickaxe, then load it into the cart with an iron shovel. The cart was full of clay, probably enough. After bringing it back, I carefully picked out stones and other debris from the clay. I brought some straw, cut into 10 to 20 centimeter pieces with a knife. I mixed some of the clay with water to make a sticky mud, then gradually added the straw to it. The straw-infused mud would prevent the oven from cracking later. I took the remaining clay and mixed it with sand to make a thick, sticky mud. Before, Brother Lou helped me stockpile bricks. I built a platform by the wall. 1 layer of bricks, 1 layer of mud and sand, carefully stacking everything to make a sturdy base for the oven. The platform was about 50 centimeters high. Once finished, I started making the oven. I bent many pieces of iron wire into arches, tied them together with string to form the shape of the oven, leaving space for the door. I placed the model of the oven on the platform, then covered it with a mud and straw mixture, about 6 centimeters thick. When applying mud, leave a gap for the furnace door and position the chimney directly above the door, slightly inward. After finishing this layer of mud, push all remaining mud into the windbreak to prevent it from freezing into blocks. Wash your hands, go inside, and rest for a while. Wait for this layer of mud to dry for most of the day before applying another layer, as it helps it dry thoroughly. After lunch, take a short nap, then start applying the second layer of mud. This layer is made from a mixture of clay and a small amount of sandy soil. Keep it about 3 to 4 centimeters thick. This layer helps insulate. Remove the mud from the windbreak. It's still soft and just right now. Carefully spread the mud on the outside, and once it's nearly done, put down your tools, take off your gloves, and use warm water with your hands to smooth both the inside and outside layers, shaping a shiny, smooth surface. Even if your hands get cold, this step must be done by hand. I want a smooth, nice-looking oven, not a rough, misshapen one. After smoothing, quickly put on your gloves and squeeze your fingers, which are a bit painful from the cold. I worry that the wire supports might not be strong enough, so I find some wooden boards, cover them with plastic, and make a support frame inside the oven. Once finished, the oven is almost complete. However, I notice the mud on the ground is a mix of clay and a little sand, so I don't want to throw it away. It's a pity. Looking at the oven, I suddenly have an idea. I want to make it look like Totoro. I saw a short video by Lee Ziki where she made a Totoro bread kiln, so I can make a Totoro-shaped oven too. I find some narrow, flat wooden boards and insert them on both sides of the chimney. I pick up the mud on the ground and, based on the boards, shape long, ear-like parts. I also use mud to firmly attach the boards to the oven, inside and out, so no smoke can escape from there. Then, I use small sticks to draw eyes, a nose, and whiskers above the oven opening, which becomes Totoro's big mouth. It's finished, an amusing, somewhat silly Totoro. It's not very delicate or pretty, but it's cute and fun. Once the oven reaches this stage, I don't need to do more. I'll wait 2 more days for it to dry completely. I pack up my tools, clean the mud from the yard, and inside, I take off my muddy clothes and enjoy a hot shower. Today's work is done. Working makes me feel good. All worries are gone. Comparing my mood now to how I felt when I just woke up this morning, I feel much better. The physical labor used up most of my energy, and after watching some shows for a while, I naturally fell asleep. 3 days later, I saw that the clay layer of the oven had hardened. Carefully, I removed the wooden support frame inside and started preparing to fire the oven. When reinforcing the oven, the initial fire should not be too strong. Since it was my first time making one, I was very cautious. I added some twigs and kindling inside, ignited a small flame, and when the flames almost died out, I added a few more twigs. This process continued for about an hour. I gradually increased the fire. Following the instructions in the book, I patiently kept the fire going for 3 hours, and the reinforcement was basically complete. Once the oven cooled a bit, I gently tapped it with my finger. It was very sturdy, feeling a bit like a ceramic pot. I wasn't sure if the newly built oven could be used immediately, so I decided to let it sit for a day. Tomorrow, I would start baking food. I woke up early the next morning. Just thinking about using the oven to bake delicious food kept me from sleeping. After finishing my daily chores, I sat seriously at my writing desk. I found a cookbook that listed dishes suitable for baking in the oven. I summarized and decided to make today's special foods: small cookies, buns, and bread. Making bread requires kneading dough beforehand. I mix flour with yeast, milk powder, sugar, and a little salt. I beat in 2 eggs, added some water, and kneaded a soft dough. I covered the dough with a pot lid and placed it on the heated brick bed to rise. According to the book, the oven needs to be preheated before use. Now, the oven was just the right temperature for baking. I took a handful of kindling, lit the twigs, then added some wood pieces. Soon, the fire inside the oven burned very brightly. With the fire burning, I went back inside to prepare the buns and cookies. First, I made the buns. I added an appropriate amount of salt, oil, and eggs to the flour, kneaded it into dough, and let it rise for a while. I cut the beef into small pieces, seasoned it with pepper, cumin, and other spices. Since I didn't have green onions, I used a handful of chopped scallions instead, mixing everything well. I divided the dough into small portions, rolled them into thin circles, placed a generous amount of beef filling inside, and folded the buns into square shapes. In a short time, I made 16 baked buns. I found 2 iron frying pans, removed their handles with a screwdriver, and used them as baking trays. Over an hour had passed, and the flames in the oven had died down, leaving only a few glowing embers. I brushed oil on the bottoms of the pans and placed the buns inside. I brushed the tops with egg wash, sprinkled some white sesame seeds, and then they were ready to bake. First, use a clean iron shovel to push the ashes and charcoal to the back of the stove. Then, place 2 trays of steamed buns in the center and cover them with an old cutting board to serve as a door. Since the oven temperature is high, bake for about 20 minutes, keeping an eye on the time. When the time is up, quickly use a fire hook to remove the trays and block the oven opening with a cutting board. Wear thick gloves, then carefully carry the trays of buns back inside. It looks like everything went well. The buns have a golden brown crust, evenly cooked, with a few sesame seeds on top, just like the ones sold outside. Remove the buns from the trays and place them on a prepared porcelain plate. Take the dough that was proofed on the heated bed to the kitchen. Knead it into a ball, then cut into small pieces and roll each piece into a small round ball. Clean the baking trays thoroughly, brush the bottoms with oil, then coat the bottom of each dough ball with honey and sesame seeds. Arrange them neatly on 2 trays, cover with plastic wrap, and let them rest for a while. Take some flour, crack 2 eggs into it, add plenty of chopped green onions, a pinch of salt, sugar, and black sesame seeds. Mix well, then pour the mixture into a plastic bag. Fold aluminum foil into the shape of a baking tray, oil the bottom, and cut a corner of the plastic bag. Squeeze the batter onto the foil in small portions, filling 3 trays of small cookies. The oven is not as hot as before, so now it's perfect for baking bread and small cookies. Place the 2 trays of small bread and 3 trays of small cookies into the oven in turn. The buns are slightly cooler now, just right for tasting. Take a bite. The crust is crispy and slightly crumbly. As you bite into the bun, hot beef filling rushes out from the small opening. The rich aroma of beef is very strong. Take another bite, and you can taste the beef filling. The beef chunks are large, with seasonings blending with the meat's aroma, making each bite flavorful and satisfying. It's not exactly like traditional baked buns, but it's very delicious. After 20 minutes, open the cutting board and fragrant steam escapes from the oven. Remove the small cookies and bread from the oven one by one. Both are baked to a caramel color and smell very tempting. Bring them inside the house to enjoy. The small bread is very soft, with a crispy bottom. The honey and sesame seeds blend together, making your mouth water just looking at them. It's been a long time since I had fresh bread. Gently blow on it to cool, then take a bite of the crispy bottom. The oil, honey, and sesame seeds on the bottom create a rich, sweet aroma. Chewing a few times, honey oozes out of the bread, filling your mouth with a fragrant sweetness. I happily squinted my eyes, feeling that this was the best honey bun I had ever tasted. I finished the sesame and honey at the bottom, then took a bite of the remaining bread, which was rich in milk flavor, fluffy, and soft, delicious. The foil at the bottom was coated with oil, and the small cookies didn't stick completely. I easily peeled them off. I threw the small cookies into my mouth, where salty and sweet flavors mixed with a hint of onion aroma. They were very crispy, and the more I chewed, the more flavorful they became. Freshly baked snacks for watching dramas, much better than the ones I had stored away. I went to the basement to find some empty small plastic containers, the ones I used before for small cookies. I carefully took the cookies off the baking tray and put them into the containers, saving them to enjoy later. The small bread was also packed into a plastic bag, together with the small cookies. The dogs had never smelled this kind of baked sweet treat before, and they were excitedly circling around. I broke the 2 small breads into pieces, giving each dog half to taste. The oven still had some residual heat, so I tossed in a handful of hazelnuts to roast. When they were almost done, I found 3 plastic containers to pack everything. I cleaned all the containers thoroughly, swept out the ashes from the oven, and disposed of them. Everything was tidied up. After cleaning, I washed off the greasy smell, closed the courtyard and house doors. I placed a jar of hazelnuts, a jar of small cookies, and 2 small breads on the coffee table. I brewed some expired coffee and started my day's enjoyment. I rewatched because of Sheng Xiao Mo, eating hazelnuts while watching. The nuts were crunchy and delicious in my mouth, perfect with my favorite sweet drama. Indeed, love is sweeter when you see others falling in love. The 4 dogs sat around the sofa, watching the drama with me. Though they were keeping me company, their eyes were mostly on the food. Even a tiny crumb on the ground, Xiaoguo would lick it up, even cleaning the floor thoroughly before stopping. Seeing how useless he was, I couldn't hold back anymore. I finished the honey bun with its sweet honey and sesame bottom, then broke the rest into pieces and fed them to the 4 dogs. In this home, the dogs' rights are a bit uneven. Xiao Di is the only one allowed to lie on my lap while I watch TV. When they were young, Xiao San and Xiao Si also had that right, but after rolling around in chicken droppings with Xiao Gua, I took that privilege away completely. I was too full to eat more, so I patted the empty spot beside the sofa. Xiao Di naturally jumped up, while I stroked his head and listened to He Chen questioning Zhao Moshing about whether she wanted to be a secret lover in the country. Seeing He Chen act like he wanted to be her lover made me laugh out loud. I couldn't help but toss 2 small cookies to Xiao Di. Little Gua looked upset and pouted on the ground, no longer paying attention to the small snacks on the coffee table. Realizing she was being too biased, I fed each dog a small piece of cookie. 1 small cookie wasn't enough to fill Little Gua's teeth gap, but after eating it, she stopped being angry and continued drooling while staring at the small jar of cookies. Dogs are more entertaining than TV shows. After sitting tired and watching enough dramas, I wiped my mouth and went to the desk to write a diary. Looking at the days passing, the new year is coming again. Though I feel time flies quickly, I still look forward to the new year. This year is different from previous years. It's the first spring festival after the coldest winter ends and normal weather returns. A few days passed with eating and sleeping. When I looked in the mirror, I saw I had gained weight from winter. I also turned whiter, which made me feel hopeful and full of life. The honey bread and small cookies I shared with the dogs were quickly eaten, and the sweet aroma still seemed to linger in my mouth. I had to spend another day making more small bread and cookies, hoping they would last longer. This time, the cookies weren't onion-flavored but creamy milk-flavored, softer and more tender than the onion ones, with a strong milk aroma when chewed. Last night, I stayed up late watching dramas, and early the next morning, I was awakened by shouting outside. Since I defeated the hunter last time, I felt a bit overconfident, thinking I'm invincible and can shoot anyone at any time. So, I wasn't nervous. I sleepily put on a padded jacket, grabbed my bow and arrow, and went outside. "Are you at home, girl?" As I pushed open the windbreak door, I heard the shouting clearly. When I recognized Lou Gidge's voice, I hid my bow and arrow in my jacket and tucked it at my waist. Peeking through the door crack, only Lou Gidge and Towsy were outside, so I opened the yard gate. "So early, Lou Gidge?" I greeted Lou Gidge warmly and nodded politely to Towsy. Towsy nodded excitedly when I looked at him. Lou Gidge cut straight to the point. "The new year is coming soon. We're slaughtering a pig at home. Your sister-in-law asked me to come get you. Come join us for some fun." I was a bit surprised. Although I had negotiated several times, only very close friends are invited to eat pork when they slaughter a pig. Since he specifically came to invite me to eat pork, I thought I should go. There was no need to decline politely. I agreed immediately. "Okay, I'll get ready and go. Let's take our car." "Take your time packing, no rush." As soon as I heard the car leave, I remembered that these two had come all this way just to invite me to eat pork. Given how scarce diesel is now, I really felt for them. I thought to myself and said aloud, "Was it really worth you guys driving all this way just to call me? You've wasted so much diesel." "Oh, girl, people are the most important. We exchange grain for diesel, and we can plant grain every year." "No worries." Brother Lou waved his hand dismissively, showing he didn't care about my concern. Seeing his attitude, I figured there was no need to be overly polite. I just took some things to show my appreciation. I called Brother Lou and Towsy into the house. "Come in. Why are you standing outside the gate?" Brother Lou refused to enter the yard. "Go get ready, no rush." "We'll wait here," I said. He's a good person, very respectful of boundaries. He wouldn't even enter a single girl's house. Unlike those 3 bandits and hunters who would only feel safe if they died in my house. I didn't insist. I turned back to the yard. Just as I was about to change clothes inside, a sudden thought struck me, and I went back to the gate. "Brother Lou, could you wait here and help me kill a few chickens?" "No need to process them, just kill them." Feeling a bit shy, I still asked directly. Brother Lou was hesitant at first, but when he heard I needed help with chickens, he rolled up his sleeves and headed into the yard. "Of course, no problem. Where are the chickens?" "I'll help you kill them," he said. I pointed to the corner between the west wing and the main house. "The chicken coop is here. There are 5 roosters. Pick 3 to kill." Brother Lou crossed his arms and looked at the coop thoughtfully. "Get a basin ready to catch the blood and a sharp knife," I added. "Got it." After hearing his instructions, I quickly went inside to find a basin and a knife. I grabbed a small stainless steel basin, and the knife was taken from the hunter's tools. Towsy went into the coop, caught 3 roosters, and magically pulled out some small ropes from his pocket to tie their legs. He carried the 3 chickens to the far side of the yard, where the coop was out of sight. Brother Lou pointed to his feet. "Come on, put the basin here." I immediately placed the basin in the designated spot. Brother Lou didn't say anything more. Towsy held a chicken by the neck, and Brother Lou struck with his knife. The rooster let out a hoarse cry, flapped a few times, then went still. The blood flowed into the basin, and after a while it stopped. Towsy picked up another chicken, and Brother Lou swiftly killed it again. I felt a bit uncomfortable watching. After all, these chickens were raised by me since they were young. Now they are helpless and being killed, which made me feel sad. But no matter how hard it was, I couldn't resist my craving. I really wanted to eat home-raised chicken, fat and tender, and cooking it with mushrooms would make it taste even better than wild chicken. Thinking of this, I stopped watching the chicken being slaughtered, so I wouldn't ruin my mood for eating chicken later. I turned around and went back inside to pack my things for the White Town base. I had already planned to bring a box of pig fat cream and 2 bars of soap for Sister Lou. I also took a large plastic bag of freshly baked honey bread, dividing it into 2 smaller bags. Following the principle that everyone should share, I gave 1 bag to Brother Lou's family and another to Tauzi. There are still many bottles of wine in the basement, mulberry wine and cherry wine. I couldn't drink them all myself, so I took 4 empty bottles, pouring 2 bottles of each type into them. Suddenly, I remembered that the old elder at the base also knew about this, so I poured him a bottle of mulberry wine as well. Now, the mulberry wine was cut in half, and I didn't need to worry about finishing it anymore. I looked at what I had in my hands and felt something was missing. Seeing several boxes of eggs, I decided to take 1 more box. This time, I thought I was being quite generous. Sharing is caring, right? No problem. Feeling that these items were very appropriate, I was the first to carry the eggs into the car. When I went back to get the soap and wine bottles, they had already finished slaughtering the chicken. Brother Lou was holding a chicken in one hand, and in his excitement, he picked up the chicken and waved it around loudly, saying, "Girl, what are you bringing all this for? You're coming to my house for pork, and you're bringing so much stuff." Seeing Brother Lou's funny pose, I couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, just bringing a few things." Brother Lou looked at his hands and finally remembered the chicken. "This chicken is already slaughtered. Where should I put it?" Just put it in the West Wing." I quickly placed the wine bottles in the car while walking toward Brother Lou, pointing at the West Wing. I tried to take the chicken from him, but he dodged it. "Don't get your clothes dirty. I'll put it over there," he said. Yes, I had just changed into a clean cotton jacket, and Brother Lou was quite thoughtful. Seeing my clean jacket, I thought of Sister Lou. "Wait for me a moment," I called out and ran into the house. In the extreme cold end of days, I had stockpiled so many cotton jackets that I couldn't wear them all myself. I found 3 clean, large cotton jackets and carried them to the car. "What are you bringing, girl?" Brother Lou looked at me as I carried a big pile of things onto the truck, his expression numb. "Don't worry about what I'm taking. You guys can go back first. I still need to slaughter the pig. I'll finish packing and come over myself." I hadn't fed my pigs and chickens, worried it might delay Brother Lou's pig slaughter. It's okay. We came early today and are in a hurry. Don't worry, we'll leave together safely." Since Brother Lou insisted on leaving with us, I didn't want to refuse. I was afraid it would take too long, so I hurried to do everything. Now I had to rush everywhere. I forgot about boiling water for tea. I grabbed the half-warm water from the stove and started making tea. If we couldn't come back at noon, I needed to feed the piglets and chicks more in the morning so they wouldn't go hungry. The water wasn't hot enough, and the cornmeal didn't dissolve easily. I shook the stirring stick vigorously. "Come on, stir faster." Finally, I finished stirring the pig feed and carried it to the pig pen. "Big sister, I'll help you." Tauzi saw I was anxious, so he quickly grabbed the feed bucket and headed forward. "Hey, do you know where the pig pen is? Is it over here, over there?" Seeing Tauzi about to leave the yard with the bucket, I hurriedly called him back. Tauzi shyly scratched his head and finally entered the pig pen correctly. I took another bucket of feed, poured it into the chicken coop, and added some dry grass to the rabbits. Finally, I finished my chores. When working quickly, I couldn't rush the final checks before leaving. Even if I didn't light the stove in the morning, I still checked the stove and fire carefully. After making sure there was no fire, I locked the back and front doors tightly and prepared to get in the car and leave. Seeing the 4 dogs staring at me eagerly, I didn't know what to do. "Take them along. Bring them with you to play." Brother Lou saw I was hesitant and immediately told me to take all the dogs with us.
So I didn't hold back.
I called all 4 dogs onto the truck. I drove the truck out of the yard, locked the big gate carefully, and followed Brother Lou's car as we set off. Xiao Di and Xiao Gua had seen the world and had ridden in the car with me a few times. Xiao San and Xiao Si had never been in a car before and had never left this mountain valley. They first looked around the inside of the truck curiously, then stared amazed at the passing scenery outside the window. When we arrived in town, the houses were all run down. Not only Xiao San, Xiao Si, Xiao Di, and Xiao Gua, but also the dogs looked very interested, probably because the scenery was so different from home. In just over half an hour, We reached the Bai town base. The process was similar to last time. Brother Lu first went down to talk with the gatekeeper, and then a duty officer came to check the truck bed and inside the vehicle. Nothing illegal was found, so they let us go inside. Before the car even fully stopped in front of Brother Lu's house, Sister Lu came out to greet us. "Girl, you're here. I've been waiting for you for days. Worried you wouldn't come today." Sister Lu was wearing a sleeve cover, and seeing my clothes were clean, she didn't dare to touch me, but she greeted me warmly. Of course I would come. Sister Lu invited me for pork. How could I not come? I joked and laughed with Sister Lu, then took out soap, face cream, and 4 bottles of wine from the car, handing them to her naturally. "You're bringing stuff for the pork feast? Don't bring anything next time, okay?" Sister Lu pretended to be angry as she took the items. Got it. I won't bring anything next time." I laughed and then took a box of eggs from the car. Sister Lu saw it and shouted in surprise. "You kid. I really can't control you. Why are you so wasteful bringing eggs?" Her expression was annoyed, but if she wasn't holding things, she probably wanted to give me a playful slap on the butt. While saying she was wrong, she nudged my shoulder and we headed into the house. Inside, I placed the eggs on a cabinet behind the kitchen. "What are all these things you're bringing, girl?" Sister Lu fiddled with the items, unsure what they were. "These are soap, this is pig fat face cream. I made them myself. I use them often. The soap is for washing face and hair, and when our hands and face get cracked from work, we use the cream," I explained, holding the soap in one hand and the face cream in the other. "Oh, girl, you're so clever. You can make these?" Ever since we ran out of scented soap and laundry powder, my face and hair haven't been washed properly. They feel greasy all the time. "This stuff is great." Sister Lu took the soap, her eyes shining as she praised it. Not satisfied, she also took the pig fat face cream and continued praising. "Look at these cuts on my hands. I work every day and they crack badly. It hurts when I do chores. If I use your cream, it'll surely get better." She showed me her hands and gently rubbed the cream on her cuts like a treasure. "I'm glad you like it, Sister Lu. When I make the next batch, I'll give you more." Her praise made me very happy. When the giver feels appreciated, the giver also feels happier. "Oh, what is this?" Sister Lu picked up the bright red and purple wine curiously and examined it carefully. "This is mulberry wine and grape wine, also homemade. We can drink some at dinner night. The rest you and Brother Lu can keep and enjoy slowly." "You are such a clever girl, knowing how to brew wine. That's good stuff, and it would be a shame not to share it with us." "What do you mean, a shame?" "This wine was brought by my sister. If you don't want it, I'll drink it." Suddenly, Brother Lu came into the house and took over the conversation from Sister Lu. Sister Lu didn't say anything. She rolled her eyes and put the wine away in the kitchen cabinet. Brother Lu wasn't angry. He continued, "The pig slaughterers are here. We're getting ready to slaughter the pig. Later, you and Old Wang's wife can prepare the vegetables." Sister Lu waved her hand in response. Go ahead. Take the girl out to see the fun." Pig slaughtering is a big event in the countryside, and it's rare to have such lively activities in winter. In today's end-of-the-world situation, it feels even more important. It's normal for Sister Lu to ask me to go out and enjoy the scene. "Do you want to go, girl?" Brother Lu, usually so thoughtful, was worried I might be timid, so he asked for my opinion. "Let's go. I'll go with you to see." Then I thought, why not broaden my horizons? It's a good chance to learn. If it's inconvenient for Brother Lu to help with pig slaughtering in the future, I might be able to do it myself. A few strong middle-aged men were catching pigs in the pig pen, and I could hear the squealing of the fat pigs. 4 dogs were bouncing around in surprise, looking into the pig pen. I slapped my forehead. I've been here for a while and completely forgot about these 4 dogs. I don't even know when they got off the truck. These carefree dogs, in a strange place, weren't afraid at all. They even ignored their owner. Little Gua. Seeing Little Gua looking curious and mischievous, I got annoyed and shouted loudly at it. Little Gua clearly heard me and paused for a moment. It pretended not to hear, didn't turn around, and kept running around near the pig pen. Xiao Di heard my voice and immediately turned to come over. rubbing against my leg as if to say, "Please don't be angry." Ah, Xiao Di is so sensible that it makes my heart ache. I led Xiao Di closer to the pig pen to watch how they were catching the pig. Watching the whole process, I realized how ridiculous and funny my earlier idea of trying to slaughter the pig myself was. A few strong men struggled to catch the pig. One tied its mouth with a rope, but the fat pig was fighting hard, squealing loudly, kicking wildly, and getting kicked back. Someone was pulling from the front, while others pushed from the sides, working very hard. Finally, they managed to push the pig onto the slaughter table. During the whole process, Little Gua and Little San and Little C were very involved. The fat pig was struggling, people were working hard, and the three dogs were barking loudly around the crowd. I no longer wanted to watch the dogs or get involved. Seeing the exhausted pig struggling made me feel very sad. I took Little D to find Little E and Little Air. They didn't come to the pig slaughter scene, so I asked Sister Lu where they might be. Sister Lu, a bit helpless, told me, "They are at the base leader's place. The base leader has good food and they usually stay there during the day and only come back at night. Little E and Little Air are very loyal to Little Gua." That's fine. I prefer not to hear the pig screams or see it. I decided to go to the base leader's place, bring some of his 2 bottles of wine, and avoid the unpleasant sights. I climbed into the car, took out 2 bottles of wine, tucked them into my thick coat, and headed to the base leader's office. Little D followed closely behind me. At the office door, I knocked and asked, "Base leader, are you in?" I'm the one who moved through it earlier. As soon as I finished speaking, a voice came from inside. "Come in." I pushed the door open and saw a peaceful scene. The base leader was sitting on the sofa, warming himself by the fire, with 2 dogs resting on either side of him, napping. "Hey, base leader, I brought you 2 bottles of wine I brewed myself," I said with a smile, taking the bottles out of my pocket. When the old man saw the wine, his eyes lit up immediately. "Call me Big Brother, just like before. Come, sit down." I placed the wine on the desk to the right of the door and sat on a stool by the fire. Suddenly, Little D was attracted by the 2 dogs on the sofa. It slowly walked over, sniffing the nose of Little E. Little E was awakened by the approaching dog, opened its sleepy eyes, and upon recognizing its mother, quickly jumped up from the sofa. The base leader, an old man, was startled by Little E's action and widened his eyes. "This is this little dog's mother. I brought it here to see its puppies," I explained with a smile. "Oh, so this dog used to be yours. Such a mischievous little thing, but clever," the base leader said, petting Little Air and praising it. Little E jumped to the ground, wagging its tail wildly around Little D and rubbing its head against Little D's neck. Little Air, awakened by Little Ye's antics, immediately recognized its mother, and all 3 dogs gathered around Little D, nudging and playing. Little D looked very happy, licking its 2 long-lost puppies eagerly. Neither I nor the base leader said anything, both watching the 3 dogs play with a motherly smile. After a while, the head of the base suddenly spoke. "Next time you raise a little piglet, leave one for me. You know this is the pig slaughter yard. They keep begging us to let them stay in my office to play. I'm getting too old for this. Okay, I'll definitely leave one for you. I guess the pig had been killed, so I prepare to go back to Sister Lu's house. Then I'll head back first. If you want to drink some wine, just tell me, and I'll bring some next time." After saying that, I led Little D to the door. Xiao E and Xiao Air also left with Little D. "Stay a bit longer."
What are you busy with?
The old man stood up and politely saw me to the door. "Come again next time. Please stay safe." I waved goodbye and took Little D back to Sister Lu's house. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw a group of people busy working. There were 3 large, fat pigs that had just been slaughtered lying in the yard. I realized today's slaughter involved 3 pigs. Several people kept bringing hot water from Sister Lu's place and the house opposite. Someone was shaving the pig's hair, most of which had already been removed. Little San and Little C saw 2 dogs next to Little D, sniffed curiously, and approached. Only Little Gua, 1 dog, sat beside the dead pig like a fool, drooling all over the ground. When the 4 puppies caught the scent, they started playing wildly. Seeing this, Little D barked softly twice, and the dogs, sensing the excitement, moved away from the crowd, and ran to the empty space nearby. That's why I say little D is the smartest dog. He understands human feelings and social cues perfectly. Where did sister just go? I didn't see you, Towsy said, approaching me as he saw me standing by the wall. Just wandering around. Towsy was too enthusiastic, which made me a bit uncomfortable, so I didn't bother explaining much. I didn't want to stay longer, so I turned around and went back inside to see if there was anything I could do to help Sister Lou. Although the house had changed, when I lifted the curtain, the scene before me was the same as it had been a few years ago. Sister Lou was chopping meat. A chubby older sister was squatting by the stove burning firewood. Another older sister was kneeling on the ground washing radishes and cabbage, and a young woman was sitting on a small stool peeling scallions and garlic. The four of them were chatting and laughing loudly. When Sister Lou saw me come in, she warmly introduced me to the three women. This is the girl who bought pigs for me a few years ago. Do you still remember her? Oh, yes, I remember. She even brought us a piece of pork back then, said the chubby older sister sitting by the stove first. You always think about eating, the sister washing radishes said with a smile, joining in the conversation. The fire was made by your brother Wang's family. The radish washing one is your sister Lu Er, and you can just call the other sister Sister Zhang. Aunt Lu saw that I looked nervous and unfamiliar with everyone, so she introduced each person one by one. Hey, Sister Wang.
Sister Lu Er.
Sister Zhang. I responded with a nod, greeting each person in turn. Things are different now compared to a few years ago. Back then, I just came to buy pork, and it was a simple transaction. Now, I come as Aunt Lu's friend to visit, so proper manners are needed. Can I help you with anything? After greeting everyone, I rolled up my sleeves and stepped forward to offer help. You're delicate and soft. What can you do?
Just sit over there.
The bed inside is warm, and we'll call you when it's time to eat. Sister Wang immediately refused my help. If you won't let me do anything, it means you don't want me around. I also want to chat with you. I pretended to feel a little hurt and spoke in a tone that mimicked Aunt Lu's serious manner. When Sister Wang saw I didn't want to go inside, she seemed a bit happy. You're still so clever and quick-witted, just like when I was young. Hearing this, Sister Lu Er chuckled and teased Sister Wang. Only you? When you were young, you got chased by a big goose and cried your eyes out. How clever can you be? So what? If it weren't for that big goose chasing me and old Wang saving me that time, he might not have liked me. Sister Wang wasn't angry at all and happily continued. Aunt Lu, hearing this, burst out laughing. What does he like about you? You're behind all bruised from the goose? As soon as Aunt Lu said that, everyone in the house started laughing. Even I couldn't help but giggle along. Sister Wang didn't laugh, but calmly brushed some dirt off her leg and pretended to stand up from the fire pit. I can't keep this fire going anymore. I'll go home and take care of my behind. This made everyone burst into laughter again. Before the apocalypse, relatives at home had never been so happy and lively. Now I realize that when adults gather, chat, tease, and joke around, it's actually quite fun. There wasn't much work to do, so I sat on a small stool, leaning against the wall, listening to everyone talk. It was much more interesting than watching TV dramas. Living alone for so long, I had lost my sense of energy. Today, I definitely wanted to take this chance to boost my popularity. Hey, do you think Towsy is still single? Just after the last joke ended, Sister Wang started talking about gossip from the base, and surprisingly, the gossip was about Towsy. Yes, still single. All the girls in the base have tried to get to know him, but he doesn't like any of them. Sister Lu Er looked worried when she mentioned this. Always seeing him alone is pretty lonely. Things are tough these days. Why doesn't he listen and find someone to be with? Sister Lu Er continued speaking, looking worried. I have no say in this matter. After all, like Towsy, I am also alone. He at least lives at the Baishan base, but I live alone deep in the mountains and forests. Whenever they mention this, I feel guilty and dare not move at all. Hey, girl, do you have a boyfriend? Just as I was feeling nervous, less than 2 minutes later, Sister Lu Er turned to ask me. I didn't dare say I didn't have one, fearing she might introduce me to someone. While I hesitated, Sister Lu spoke up. Young girls don't worry about clothes or food, and you look good. Don't worry about finding someone. Luckily, Sister Lu helped me avoid the question, and the pressure eased instantly. I just worry about you. When will you stop bothering Big Brother? I can help find someone healthy for you. Sure enough, just like a few years ago, she quickly got into a heated discussion. Keep it for yourself. I don't need it, I said. Sister Lu laughed and scolded as she put chopped pork into a basin. What are you talking about? So lively. Brother Lu from outside peeked in and asked, When are you getting divorced from your wife and finding someone new? Ha. Laughter filled the room, and Brother Lu looked confused. He scratched his head and asked, By the way, have you washed the pig intestines? Are the ingredients ready? Not yet. Hurry up and do it quickly. Sister Lu put down the radish and moved next to Sister Zhang to help peel garlic. Trying to stuff pig intestines without understanding? And thinking of changing men? I think I should change you first, Brother Lu rolled his eyes and sarcastically said before leaving. Sister Lu Er was immediately furious and shouted loudly, Lu Er, what are you saying? Stand over there. Ha, you didn't say anything. Lu Er listens to you. But now, maybe not. Wang Sa finally seized the chance to mock. You old woman. Sister Lu Er was momentarily unsure whether to scold Brother Lu or Wang Sa first, so she was busy. It was really interesting. Watching their chat was addictive. I smiled as I moved my small stool to sit beside Sister Zhang and helped peel garlic. Although they were chatting happily, their hands moved faster. In no time, all the scallions, ginger, and garlic were chopped. I called out to the men outside, and they brought in the pig blood. Sister Lu took charge of seasoning, as everyone said her flavor was the best. I watched as she mixed buckwheat flour and pig blood together, stirring until almost uniform, then added plenty of chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, and various seasonings. After stirring for a while, it was still runny, not thick. The large bowls of bright red blood looked a bit creepy, and they didn't smell much. If I hadn't eaten Lu's blood sausage before, I wouldn't even want to try it. Quick, bring the stuffing over there. After Lu finished preparing, she tapped the sticky blood off her chopsticks on the bowl, squeezing out the last drops of pig blood, and told Brother Lu to start stuffing the sausages. Brother Lu carried the pig blood into the room next door, and Brother Lu too went in with the cleaned pink pig intestines. I didn't go to watch. It was just filling the intestines with pig blood, nothing special. Is the water boiling? It'll be ready soon. Brother Lu's voice came from the next room. Lu put down her work and shouted loudly, Come on in. As soon as she finished speaking, the curtain on the door swung open, and a few men carried large bowls of raw pig blood sausages into the room. Today, they sure did a lot of stuffing. Will these 2 pots boil? The last to come in was Brother Zhang. He placed the bowl of blood sausages on the stove and looked worried about whether they would cook properly. Let's boil them twice. It's tough enough, Lu said, looking at the bowls of blood sausages and the pot. She made her conclusion. Then she somehow pulled out 2 smooth, thin stalks, balancing the pig intestines over the pot to slowly lower them in. While boiling the intestines, the women sped up washing vegetables. Soon, the pig intestines would be ready for the pig slaughter feast. After boiling the blood sausages for a while, Lu noticed a needle had appeared on one of the thin stalks she was holding. She picked up a piece of blood sausage from the bottom of the pot and stuck the needle into it. Suddenly, a small stream of blood seeped out from the needle hole. Oh no, it hit a major artery. Lu saw the blood flow out and quickly pressed the sausage back into the water. Strangely, after a few seconds, the bleeding stopped. Maybe because the blood sausage had some buckwheat flour in it, making it stickier. The women chatted for a while, and soon the aroma of the blood sausages filled the room, spreading in the air. Lu and Lu too worked together to scoop the cooked blood sausages into bowls. They didn't call anyone outside right away. Everyone inside took a piece first. I held the hot blood sausage, feeling the pain in my fingertips, and had to use both hands to flip and blow on it while eating. The intestines outside were very chewy, and inside, the pig blood mixed with buckwheat flour and spices smelled wonderful. The texture was a bit chewy, and it was salty and fragrant. Biting into it, oil still bubbled inside, and shiny fat flowed from the sausage to the outside of the intestines. I hurriedly bit again, afraid the oil would spill on the ground and waste. When the women finished eating, Lu called out loudly for everyone outside to come in. The blood sausage is ready, shouting loudly. The men outside slowly came inside. They chatted as they stood by the stove, waiting for Sister Lu to give out the blood sausages. Soon, each person had a piece of blood sausage in hand. Delicious. The blood sausage is so flavorful. Brother Lu ate one piece after another, savoring each bite. When Sister Lu started cooking the second batch of blood sausage, the women began preparing the dishes. They cut a few pieces of meat from the pig and discussed how to cook them later. Once the blood sausages were out of the pot, she added water and started boiling Chinese cabbage. I'm not very good at pig slaughtering, and since there are enough people, I don't need to help. Sitting here might even be in the way. I said hello to Sister Lu and went for a walk. A man I didn't recognize was scrubbing the dirt off the ground. He stepped out of the small courtyard of a pig farm and looked around at the layout of the Bai town base. The Bai town base is like a village surrounded by a fence, with a compact layout inside. Friendly families decided to live together, forming small groups. Besides growing grains, each group manages other income sources. For example, Brother Lu's group raises pigs, while the neighbors raise chickens. Someone like Taozi, who lives alone, can easily join any group by helping with chores. The base covers a large area with few people, which is an advantage, but in more crowded places, it might not be so peaceful. "Girl, come back for dinner," Sister Lu's voice called from afar. I turned to see her holding a shovel, standing at her house door, looking at me. That familiar yet strange feeling made me think of my grandma. For a moment, I quickly replied, "Coming." Just as I reached the yard, before I could go inside, I smelled the rich aroma of home-cooked food. Pushing aside the curtain, I saw two large pots open wide. One was filled with sliced radish and pork blood sausage stew, and the other contained boiled Chinese cabbage for the pig slaughter feast. Inside, a table was set up, 2 Kong tables and 1 wooden table. Brother Lu had also brought bowls and chopsticks from other households in the yard. The 3 pigs were slaughtered by several families working together, and of course, they ate the pig slaughter feast together. When there weren't enough bowls and chopsticks, they borrowed from each other. Sister Lu invited me inside. I wanted to help carry dishes, but she said there were enough hands and pushed me to sit close to the table on the warm Kong bed. Looking out the window, I saw Sister Wang coming from the opposite house, carrying 2 plates of food, probably just taken off the stove. Next, dishes were served one after another. The main dish was a big bowl of radish slices stewed with blood sausage and dried cabbage pig's head, along with celery stir-fried with meat, stir-fried cabbage, and sliced fried potatoes. People kept arriving and sitting at the table, about a dozen in total. There were more men, making the table a bit crowded, sitting on the ground. The 5 women, including us, sat more comfortably. I thought there would be many people, but it turned out to be mostly friends I knew, which made me feel relaxed and at ease. "Can you share the wine you brought with everyone?" When the last dish was served, sister-in-law suddenly leaned close and asked me. "I brought the wine for you, and you're asking me? That's a bit formal, isn't it?" I replied with a smile. Although the wine was meant for sister-in-law, I subconsciously felt it should be for everyone to enjoy. Even though I thought it wasn't necessary to ask me, her question made me feel cared for and comfortable. Hearing I had no objection, sister-in-law turned and went to the kitchen. Soon she came back carrying 3 bottles of wine. "Today you're lucky. Little sister brought this wine. She brewed it herself. Try it and see how it tastes. Oh, this is really good stuff." I've forgotten how long it's been since I last drank wine. Second brother clapped his thigh and said eagerly, licking his lips, "Little sister, you keep some for yourself. It's so good, but it's a shame to drink it all with us. All right, stop pretending. Your saliva is almost dripping onto the table." Sister-in-law took 1 bottle and sat on the Kong, a heated brick bed. The men sitting around the table stared at the wine bottles with shining eyes, probably hadn't drunk wine in a long time. Big brother twisted open a bottle and poured a glass for each person. This is really flavorful." Second brother couldn't wait and took a sip, immediately making a very satisfied sound. "Look at you, such a good-for-nothing." Sister-in-law couldn't stand second brother's behavior. Even from afar, She scolded him. Come on, let's toast together. Cheers to the wine sister brought. Thanks to you. Second brother ignored her, raised his glass, and stood up to create a lively atmosphere. Everyone drank and started praising the wine. Sister-in-law is really talented. This wine is so fragrant. There's not only the taste of alcohol but also a sweet fruity aroma. This wine is unusual, even better than the one before the cold season. Brother Wang carefully examined the color of the wine in his glass and generously praised it. I finally couldn't bear all the compliments and said, "Thank you all for tasting my wine. If you keep praising me, I'll feel a bit shy. People say girls are very good at talking like cultured folks." As soon as I finished speaking, Sister Lu praised my way of talking again. This isn't just a pig-killing feast. It's more like a compliment feast. All right, stop being so polite. If you don't start eating, the food will get cold.
Eat. Eat.
Everyone eat more. Seeing that I was still shy about using chopsticks, Sister Lu urged everyone to eat quickly. Finally, everyone's attention was no longer on me, so I relaxed and started eating. The carrots were soft and flavorful, and the blood sausage absorbed the taste of the carrots, smelling very delicious. Freshly cooked pork tasted much better than the frozen meat at home, with a rich, full flavor. I've never had dried cabbage pig-killing dishes before. This was my first time. Dried cabbage tastes different from fresh cabbage, with a special aroma. The leaves soaked up the meat juice, soft but still chewy, both contradictory and tasty. While eating from my bowl, Sister Lu kept offering me pieces from the plate, always choosing the fatty and lean pork slices. It had been a long time since I enjoyed eating meat this much. One person cooks, another tastes. Sister Lu's stir-fried cabbage and potato slices tasted different from mine, more like home and childhood flavors. Not only was my food delicious, but everyone else in the house was enjoying it too. This pig was slaughtered together by everyone and the ingredients were shared, so no one felt shy or polite about eating more. Everyone ate to their heart's content. Of course, I was just freeloading, but no one minded, so I relaxed and ate freely. By the end of the meal, most of the dishes on the table were gone. A few men, after drinking, had their faces flushed and were loudly chatting. Their voices were loud, but I didn't find it noisy. Listening to their stories was quite interesting. After everyone finished eating, I and a few older sisters cleared the dishes. There were many people, so it took a few rounds to clean everything up. The men, with red faces, started dividing the pork. I didn't get involved in this part, worried that standing too close might make them think I wanted some meat. It was already after 3 p.m., and after a little while longer, we would need to head back. I hadn't seen Little D and Little Gua for a while. When I went outside, before I could look for them, I saw 6 dogs, each holding a bloody bone and lying on the ground chewing. After everyone finished dividing the meat and went home, I felt it was time to leave too. Sister Lu, I should head back now. I'll wait a bit longer, but it's getting dark, and it's not safe to walk. Aren't you staying overnight? It's rare to come here, stay and spend the night with Sister Lu. Aunt Lu paused her work when she heard I was leaving and brushed her hands on her apron. You can't stay here. We still have pigs at home, and I haven't eaten lunch yet. Then, sister-in-law, I won't stay. It's unsafe to leave late. Wait for me a moment. Aunt Lu went into the back room and soon came out, carrying 2 bags of meat in each hand and a basin. What are you doing, sister-in-law? I came just to eat pork. I don't want to take anything extra. Seeing her bring things for me, I quickly waved my hand and started to walk outside. Oh, come back quickly. Don't let others see you, she whispered, calling me back into the house. Seeing her worried, I went back inside. I brought you 2 pieces of fresh meat. You didn't slaughter a pig this year, so how can you celebrate the new year without fresh meat? The radish slices and blood sausage were prepared when I cooked, not leftovers. Take them home and heat them up slowly to enjoy. She kept stuffing the food into my hands while talking. Suddenly, I didn't want to be polite anymore. Her fussing made me feel cared for again. Children who lack love tend to get close when someone cares about them. I accepted Aunt Lu's gifts but didn't say anything. I just stood there, watching her. What's wrong with you? Did eating pork make you silly? Seeing I didn't respond, she was startled. No, nothing. Sister-in-law, I haven't felt this cared for in a long time. You kid. I suddenly became emotional, making Aunt Lou tear up. I knew she was missing her own children. If you want someone to care for you, really find a partner or come live with me. Staying out in the wilderness, what's the point? She wiped her tears, trying to change the subject, and complained about my remote living situation. I'm used to living alone. Moving here isn't possible, but I can come visit often. Girl, my sister-in-law, and I have already agreed. You can come to our place for the spring festival. It's settled. You won't need to go anywhere else. Just drive over directly. Big Brother Lou had just come back from outside and mentioned the spring festival right away. Aunt Lou responded, yes, yes, feed the pigs and chickens in the morning, then come early to help cook. I thought for a moment. Every year during the spring festival, I felt lonely. Maybe I should bring more things and celebrate with everyone. Okay, I'll come myself. I happily agreed, and Aunt Lou was pleased to hear that. Good, good, good. Make sure you come. Don't lie to me. Wait for me a little while. I suddenly remembered I hadn't taken off my padded jacket from the car. I put the things I was holding into the car and then took out other items inside. Are you leaving, sister? While I was searching the car, Towsy suddenly appeared behind me like a ghost, startling me. Luckily, I had a padded jacket for him, so I called out, wait a moment. Towsy obediently stood in front of the car without moving until I took out the jacket. Here, this is for you. I handed the jacket to him. Towsy looked at me with disbelief and a bit of surprise, asking, is this for me? Yes, yes, take it quickly. I felt sorry for him. His parents had died and no one was taking care of him, so I gave him the jacket. I didn't want him to misunderstand, so I kept a neutral face and gently put the jacket into his arms. Then I took the other 2 jackets and went back to Aunt Lou's house. Auntie, these are new. You can wear them. Aunt Lou was holding 2 brand new big jackets, shaking her head and pushing them away. No, I can't take these. There's nowhere to buy such things now. You keep them and wear them slowly. Come on, I didn't refuse when you gave me meat. If I give you something, you should wear it. I forcefully stuffed the 2 big jackets into Aunt Lou's arms and turned to leave. I'm leaving now, Auntie. See you during the new year. Child, take care and go slowly. Aunt Lou placed the jackets on the Kong-heated bed and saw me off. Girl, let me see you off. Brother Lou heard I was leaving and was about to borrow a car from the base. No need. Borrowing cars repeatedly is troublesome and it wastes fuel. It's still early. I can go alone. I didn't want to bother them too much, so I called the 4 dogs and got into the car. Be careful and stay safe. Brother Lou and his wife stood at the door watching me start the engine. As I drove away, their figures grew smaller in the rearview mirror. Before I reached the By-Town base, I started feeling a bit lonely. At the entrance of By-Town base, just about to leave, I saw Towsy holding a jacket standing there. Take it easy, sister. Thank you for the clothes. He hugged the jacket tightly, smiling brighter than a flower. This child was quite frightening, giving me a feeling of being stuck to him and unable to shake him off. So I didn't reply and simply drove away. In town, I didn't rush to leave. I took some things to bring back. Last time, I only focused on grabbing important items. This time, I looked for some other things to take back. After going through 2 seasons, summer and autumn, even if there were corpses in the room, it didn't seem as scary as before. Most of the houses on the street had been searched, so I turned into an alley and entered a 1-story residential house. Inside, the supplies in this house were clearly more than outside. It is now daylight, and it is much easier to find supplies than last time. The main goal of this trip is to find more clean cotton cloth, as the household sanitary pads and toilet paper will spoil soon. I plan to stock up on fabric, wash it thoroughly, and keep it for making sanitary pads and toilet paper in the future. I checked many wardrobes and took all the remaining clean-looking fabrics. I caught a glimpse of something in the bed's gap, a laptop. This was a lucky surprise. If it has no password, I can keep it and play with it myself. There are quite a few old appliances left in these homes, probably related to power outages during the end of the world. There's a soy milk maker, microwave, blender, juicer, a scale, chargers, and more. Although old, I took all that still looked intact. While stocking up, I forgot to bring light bulbs. I unscrewed all the bulbs and tubes from each room and took them with me. As the sky darkened, I realized I had been searching for 3 hours. I loaded everything onto the car, ready to go home. I got in the car and was about to leave when I suddenly realized I couldn't find the car keys. I panicked. I clearly put them in my pocket, but now they were gone. I hurried back to the house I had just searched, checking each room one by one. Then I remembered that I had sat down to rest in a large house in the corner while searching. It's very possible that the keys fell out of my pocket then. I rushed to that big house and found the car keys beside a bench. Relieved, I took the keys and finally felt my heart settle. But just as I grabbed the keys, I noticed something strange about the floor under the bench. The bench was placed against the wall. At first glance, the floor looked normal, but if I looked down from a low angle, I could see that the gap in the floor under the bench was a little wider than elsewhere. I moved the bench aside and pressed on the floor with my hand. It didn't move. Thinking of using the keys to pry it open, I remembered how panicked I was when I lost the keys. If I broke the keys, I'd be in big trouble. I stood up and looked around the house, finding a broken pair of scissors. I inserted the scissors into the gap and tried to pry up the wooden board. On the third try, the board finally came loose. I removed the board and shined my flashlight inside. It was clearly a large basement. Even though I knew there was probably no one there anymore, the darkness still made me a little scared. The basement structure looked a lot like my house, almost as if it was built by the same team. The area directly beneath the floor is a ladder leading inside. Without taking risks, I took a deep breath, turned on my flashlight, and carefully climbed down the stairs. The basement is spacious, larger than my own. Near the entrance, there are about 10 boxes stacked together. The cardboard boxes are a natural wood color, covered in dust, with no logos or writing on them. The top box appears to have been opened before, with its edges slightly lifted. I reached out and gently opened one edge, shining my flashlight inside. It was white wine. The outside of the boxes is plain, and the labels on the bottles inside have been torn off. I unscrewed a bottle and smelled it. It's definitely white wine. I don't know if it's good or bad, but in a world-ending scenario, as long as it smells like wine, it's good enough. I couldn't help but smile widely. The bolder you are, the more you gain. I bravely came down and ended up with over 10 boxes of wine. I counted carefully. There are 18 boxes in total. 18 boxes of white wine. Even cheap ones would have been worth thousands before the end of the world, and now they're priceless. I wasn't in a rush to move everything. I was greedy and wanted to see if there was anything else here. I shined my flashlight around. The basement looked a bit empty, with only a few small piles of items, unlike my basement, which is packed full. Rich now, rich now. Closest to me were 5 or 6 bundles of wire. Wire is really important to me, especially since I don't have much stored at home. I didn't find much during my last shop raid, but now I've stumbled upon some. Further inside, there was a box of salt, a box of candles, and 5 bags of vacuum-packed rice. The rest were outdoor supplies. It seems this family lives comfortably and sometimes goes out for fun. I looked through the items. There were 8 kerosene lamps, 2 barrels of kerosene, 3 hammocks, 2 folding tables, several folding chairs, a folding bed, 2 tents, 3 pairs of skis, and a few pairs of roller skates. The roller skates aren't useful to me, but I decided to take everything else. Whether I need it or not, I'll just take it first. Further inside, there was a slow incline leading up. At the top of the slope was a door. I wasn't sure if I could open it, so I reached out and tried to turn the handle. With a click, it opened. As soon as I opened it, a cloud of dust fell down, making me cough uncontrollably. It looked like a garage. Inside, there was a high-chassis off-road vehicle, and hanging beside it was a mountain bike. In the corner, there were several barrels of oil for tires and some tools for repairing cars. I looked again at the off-road vehicle. It looks very cool, but unfortunately, the tires are flat. Fixing the tires will take a lot of effort, so it seems I won't be able to use the vehicle. I focused on moving supplies. I was worried about climbing up and down, but now that the basement connects directly to the garage, I can just drive the car into the garage. The garage door was closed, so I used some force to open it. Outside was a barren land. This room is really on the edge of the property, but I didn't expect the space behind it to be so wide. I drove around the garage door onto the road outside and walked all the way to the truck, making sure the truck could drive in. I parked my truck at the garage door and started moving the wine from the basement onto the truck, one load at a time. After finishing with the basement items, I planned to move the useful things from the garage as well. The mountain bike was hanging up, and its tires were still in good shape, so I took it down. I also moved all the oil cans and repair tools onto the truck. After loading all the supplies, there was still some space left. I took down some intact sliding windows to put on the truck, knowing I would need them someday. By the time I got home, it was late at night. The dogs were exhausted and drooping, but I was still very excited. I carried boxes of wine into the basement. Once I finished moving everything, I was completely exhausted. I didn't even bother to make a fire. I just crawled into bed and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, I woke up sore all over, but I didn't care. The house was a bit cold, and the fire in the stove was out. I hurried to start the fire and feed the pigs and chickens. The 3 pigs saw me and squealed loudly, as if scolding me. They seemed very hungry, eating faster than usual. I tidied up the house and prepared breakfast for myself. Yesterday, I ate too much, so I only made something light. Sister Lou had some frozen vegetables, which I saved for later when I craved them again. I boiled 2 salted eggs and served them with a bowl of hot porridge. The warm meal made my stomach feel very comfortable. By then, the stove was warm and the house was cozy. I have to say, I usually find it boring at home, but after going out, I always feel that home is the best place. Being alone here is comfortable and relaxing. The house is spacious, tidy, and warm. There's nothing more comfortable than this. Yesterday, I worked hard, so today I decided to relax and do nothing all day. I was about to find some snacks to eat in bed when I suddenly remembered I forgot to take the honey bread I gave Sister Lou from the car yesterday. But that was actually good. Since I forgot to give it to her, I could just eat it myself. Dragging my sore legs, I hobbled to the car to get the small bread, and I also made myself a cup of expired milk tea. I took a bite of the honey bread, which was hot and oily, and sipped some milk tea to enjoy the moment. After lying down all day, I finally felt better the next day. The night before, I organized the supplies, which had been a bit messy, and I tidied them up again. Seeing these new supplies I collected, I felt very happy, so I decided to use some of them. I cleared all the clutter from the windshield area, except for the vegetable basin, and set up a folding table and chair. I unfolded the table and chair on the ground and realized they looked quite nice. The table is a waffle-style table made of carbon steel, sturdy, and with a very good feel. The chair also has a carbon steel frame, with fabric that looks like cotton and linen, wrapping around the body comfortably. It feels very comfortable, unlike hard benches that can be uncomfortable. I hadn't used the complete set of tea-making tools I bought before the end of the world, but today I plan to enjoy using them. The entire set is still in the box, barely dusty, so I washed it briefly in the kitchen and placed it on the folding table. I also took out some charcoal I had stored recently, ready to use. I placed charcoal in the stove and prepared materials for cooking tea by the fire. There were 2 apples, 3 sweet potatoes, 3 potatoes, a handful of peanuts, a handful of hazelnuts, a few red dates, a small bag of rock sugar, tea leaves, milk tea, a plate of handmade meatballs, and some snacks I often eat. In the 9-compartment tray of the tea set, I first placed 9 pretty small dishes for condiments, then filled each with peanuts, hazelnuts, red dates, rock sugar, tea leaves, milk tea, raisins, cookies, and dried hawthorn. I went to the basement to pick some matching-sized plates, placing the larger sweet potatoes, apples, and meatballs on them. Everything was ready. I closed the door to the house, left a small crack in the windshield door for fresh air exchange, and started the charcoal. Once the charcoal was lit, I put on the grill rack and placed the beautiful teapot in the middle. Around it, I arranged the sweet potatoes, apples, peanuts, hazelnuts, and red dates according to my taste. I poured water into the teapot and waited for it to boil. During this time, I turned on a TV show on my phone and watched it while waiting. When I heard the bubbling sound from the teapot, I knew the water was boiling. Although I didn't have milk, the expired milk tea could still serve as a good substitute. I opened 2 bags of original flavor milk tea and poured them into the boiling water. They melted quickly, filling the air with a rich milk tea aroma. Pretending to be serious, I picked up the small tongs and added 2 pieces of rock sugar and some tea leaves to brew. The jar-shaped teapot is quite large, so 2 bags of milk tea aren't too sweet. Adding 2 pieces of rock sugar and tea leaves makes the flavor richer and more fragrant. I've started to lose interest in watching the show and began to carefully observe the items on the table. Today's winter sunshine is very bright, shining through the glass and warming the windshield, casting a golden glow over the entire table and tea-making tools. The milk tea in the jar-shaped teapot bubbles gently in the golden sunlight, giving a lazy and peaceful feeling. Within a few minutes, the tea leaves have taken effect, and a faint tea aroma begins to fill the air. I add a few raisins and decorate the top of the milk tea with some red flower petals. This is probably the most beautiful moment, so I can't help but take out my phone to take a photo. In my camera, the gentle sunlight and the creamy white tea set complement each other, with a touch of red petals adding elegance to the milk tea. After taking the photo, I eagerly set down the teapot, fill it with cold water, and place it on a grill rack. Carefully, I pour a cup of milk tea for myself, blow on the surface lightly, and taste it. The tea flavor is strong and fragrant, different from the usual brew, more like the taste of a special premium tea. But in this flavor, there's also a hint of floral aroma, making it even more charming. While blowing on the tea and slowly drinking, I turn over the sweet potatoes and potatoes on the grill. After finishing a cup of milk tea, the hazelnuts and peanuts are ready. I use tongs to place them on a plate, waiting for them to cool before peeling and eating. The hazelnuts have cracked open, and I gently insert my nails to pry them apart. The nut inside is still a bit hot, so I toss it into my mouth, bite down with a crunch, and the rich aroma of hazelnuts, along with the warmth, fills my mouth. It's been a long time since I last ate peanuts. I pinch open the shell with my fingers and peel out the red peanut inside. They're a bit hot, but the more I chew, the more delicious they become. The sweet potatoes and potatoes still need some time to cook. After finishing the second cup of milk tea, I plan to make some other tea drinks. The water in the teapot is boiling now. I use a small knife to cut a few slices of unbaked apple and toss them in with some red dates into the boiling water. Then I add some brown sugar, raisins, and tea leaves and let everything boil together. It's not a fixed recipe. I just throw in everything I can think of. What the final taste will be remains to be seen. While watching a show and eating hazelnuts and peanuts, soon a sweet and sour tea aroma begins to waft from the spout. Sweet and sour tea drinks do not feel like dark or strange food. Instead, they make me crave more. Wait a moment, let it cook a little longer. Resisting the urge to drink it immediately, I want to let the tea simmer a bit more so that all the ingredients can fully blend in, making it taste better. At this moment, Xiaogua happily comes back, but his head is stuck in the gap of the windshield door, unable to come in. His eyes keep glancing at the folded table. I'm worried that Xiaogua might cause trouble if he comes in, and I also don't want him to get hurt by the hot surfaces, so I decide not to let him in. After a while, Xiao San and Xiao Si also return. Suddenly, a strange scene appears. I sit comfortably inside the windshield, boiling tea over a small stove, while 3 dogs are folded at the door, their heads stuck, eyes fixed on the food on the table, drooling all over the place. This strange sight makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, so I have to let them in. Once inside, I sternly warn them to stay away from my table. The dogs obediently sit at a distance, and only after they stop approaching do I continue to enjoy my food. By now, the tea should be nearly ready. I use a cloth to lift the kettle and pour myself a cup. The tea is a clear, light yellow, looking very much like the syrupy soup of snow pear with rock sugar. I use tongs to pick up each meatball and place them on the grill rack. With a sizzling sound, a small puff of blue smoke rises between the meatballs and the grill. Along with the smoke, a fragrant aroma wafts out, making the dogs restless and also making me a bit anxious. It smells so good, like the flavor of grilled fish and tofu skewers from a barbecue.
Who could resist that?
I quickly stand up and run to the kitchen to get a bag of garlic chili sauce, squeezing a little into a small dish to dip later. The sweet and sour tea has cooled down a bit, so I hurriedly pick it up and take a sip. The aroma of tea and fruit blend together. Even though it's hot, it feels surprisingly refreshing. The sweet and sour flavor probably comes from cooked apples, and the taste of red dates is also strong. Although it's a bit of a messy mix, the flavor is quite good. While drinking, I keep turning the meatballs with tongs, afraid I might accidentally burn them. The meatballs swell slightly under the charcoal's heat, forming small bubbles, then deflate with a pop. The sizzling aroma grows stronger. When I think one is almost done, I pick it up with tongs and place it on a plate to taste. I dip it lightly in garlic chili sauce, let it cool slightly, then carefully take a small bite. I declare this the best way to enjoy meatballs. The aroma of the meatballs becomes stronger when cooked at high heat. The surface is slightly charred, but inside they are full of oil, even more fragrant than the grilled fish balls at the convenience store. As more meatballs are cooked, I start to feel overwhelmed. A few dogs are already whining softly, eager for some. I place 4 meatballs on a plate to cool down before feeding them to the 4 dogs. Xiaodi is not here. I call out loudly a couple of times, and only then does Xiaodi come back slowly. Feeding the dogs meatballs isn't very interesting. Before I can observe carefully, they swallow them quickly. Only Xiaodi chews more slowly, which I find more entertaining. After waiting a long time, the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes are finally ready. Compared to baking in the oven, this method makes them cleaner. I peel the sweet potato skin, revealing the bright orange flesh inside, shiny and coated with a layer of honey. Very tempting. I take a bite. The sweet honey seeps into every strand of the sweet potato, soft and fragrant. For the baked potatoes, I plan to eat them with a savory flavor, dipping them in some barbecue sauce. One bite is deliciously fragrant. The combination of sweet and savory tastes is not greasy at all. I drank too much water, and after eating a sweet potato and a potato, I felt full. I set aside the leftovers to cool, then mashed and fed them to the dogs, along with their lunch, which I also finished. The next day, the weather was not good. It was gloomy and windy, especially cold. In the morning, I wrapped myself in a thick cotton-padded coat and heated the Kong bed. I fed the pigs and chickens, then decided to stay inside the East Room and not go out. Since the spring festival was coming soon, it was time to buy some new clothes for the dogs. Xiao Di and Xiao Gua had their own red sweaters, made especially for the festival. Xiao San and Xiao Si were celebrating their first spring festival and didn't have their own new sweaters yet. I was also thinking about the small ones at the Bai Town base and planned to make them 2 sweaters as well. Not satisfied with the knitting patterns I used before, I learned new styles from a book. A few days ago, I noticed the 4 puppies were about the same size, so I decided to knit 4 sweaters of the same size. Outside, it was cold and gloomy, with the fire crackling inside. I sat on the warm Kong bed, watching a drama while knitting sweaters with my fingers moving non-stop. The dogs were either playing and barking on the floor or sleeping soundly. Soon it was dark. I finished a sweater for Xiao San and brought him over to try it on. It fit perfectly. The red sweater was decorated with small yellow flowers, making the dog look lively and neat. I only managed to knit 1 sweater a day, but I wasn't in a hurry. There was still some time before the spring festival, and winter was slow with little work to do, so I could take my time. However, after finishing the 2nd sweater, I started to feel bored. I needed to do something else to relax. Otherwise, knitting with the needles made me dizzy and my eyes ache. So, I started making a mat. The puppy's small black paws run all over the yard every day. When the mat gets dirty, I wash it a few times. Now, since the cotton inside has become very worn, it doesn't feel comfortable at all. I washed all the mats, including the one used by the mother wolf, and dried them in the sun. In just 1 day, they dried completely. I put on a mask, took apart the mats, and took out the cotton inside. I spread the cotton evenly on new fabric. It looked a bit thin, so I added some new cotton to make it thicker. Then I sewed a new mat all at once with a sewing machine. I gave the new puppy mats to the dogs. Little Gua was so happy, grabbing and holding onto his mat tightly. Little D looked a bit sad, seeming to dislike the new mat and missing the old one more. I looked at the old fabric and, unable to help it, added some cotton and sewed 4 ugly little dolls. When I handed out the dolls, I knew I was right. Little D loved the dolls so much that he carried his ugly doll and slept on the new mat. It seems they like both the new and old mats. When I finished knitting the dog sweaters, I put new ones on all 4 dogs to see how they looked. They looked bright red and festive, making the scene very cheerful, almost like the new year. Suddenly, I didn't like the clothes I bought for them anymore and wanted to knit one for myself. I spent several more days working on it, aside from chores like cooking and feeding pigs. I kept knitting diligently. But before I finished the sweater, another thing happened at home. A mother rabbit had her babies. She had made a nest in the straw herself, and since I was busy knitting, I only noticed when the babies had already been born a few days ago. The wild rabbit wasn't afraid of me. I checked carefully and found 8 babies. I suddenly felt a lot of pressure, making life even harder for this already poor family. Raising 9 rabbits every day means I don't know how much food I need to feed them. Despite the pressure, I knew I couldn't neglect the mother rabbit after she had just given birth. I couldn't completely change the food, fearing she wouldn't adapt. I mainly fed her corn leaves, but I also gave her some carrots, apples, dried cabbage, or fresh cabbage as treats. I was knitting my sweater very slowly, working on it a little each day. It would be finished just 7 days before the spring festival. When I tried it on, the color was a bright Chinese red. It was a bit loose but very comfortable to wear. I was very happy with it. Once I finished knitting the sweater, I could start planning a thorough house cleaning and preparing for the new year. Although I plan to spend the new year at the White Town base, my family still needs to prepare some things at home. Before the spring festival, we do a big cleaning, which is a tradition. Although the house is usually kept clean, there are always some cluttered items in the corners. The main goal of cleaning is to organize these. First, take out the clothes from the wardrobe, fold them neatly, and put them back. Sort out the clutter in each cabinet or corner, discard what is not needed, and put useful items back in their proper places. After tidying up everything, the house looks fresh and clean, which makes us feel comfortable. The next day, I start preparing for the new year. First, I make roasted nuts. The hazelnut trees in the backyard are still there, so I don't need to hold back on eating hazelnuts. I prepare a big bowl of roasted nuts for the festival. Clean the large iron pot thoroughly and dry it. Pour in the hazelnuts and keep stirring until they are roasted and cracked open. Then, take them out and seal them for storage. According to the recipe, I also plan to make 5-spice dry peanuts. The process is a bit complicated, but since the spring festival only comes once a year, it's worth spending some effort. Wash the peanuts several times in clean water until they are thoroughly clean. Prepare the marinade ingredients as listed in the recipe: star anise, cinnamon, dried tangerine peel, and fennel. Wrap them in cheesecloth and put them into the pot. When storing ingredients, I didn't stock dried tangerine peel initially. Later, I dried orange peels from eating oranges and stored them. Add the marinade ingredients to the pot along with some salt and sugar, stir well, and add the peanuts. I marinated almost all the peanuts except for the seeds. Bring to a boil over high heat, then no longer need to add more firewood. Let the peanuts soak in the marinade for 2 hours until fully flavored, then remove them. Put the marinated peanuts directly into a woven basket and spread them out in the yard to dry. Once the shells are dry, I fry the peanuts in a large pot. As I fry, the aroma of 5-spice spices becomes stronger. Crack open a peanut shell to taste the flavor inside, very tasty, but still a bit moist, so I continue frying for a while. When completely dry, I take them out and seal them for storage. By the time the peanuts are done, it's already dark outside. The remaining ingredients are saved for the next day. I sleep until I wake naturally, with the morning light shining brightly. I slowly start a fire to cook breakfast and feed the livestock. After breakfast, I light my oven again. If I need to bake something, I prepare it inside while the oven heats up. I make honey bread and small cookies, adding some new ingredients this time. If I don't eat the sesame seeds soon, they might spoil. I take half a small basin of sesame seeds, add some raisins and chopped red dates, and mix them in. Add an appropriate amount of flour, a few egg whites, and some sugar, then stir everything evenly. The mixture was stirred until it became a thin batter, then brushed evenly onto a baking tray and baked in the oven. The Sesame Crisp cookies came out with a caramel color, very thin, and when broken apart, they made a crisp sound. When chewed, they were crunchy and fragrant, full of sesame aroma and a sweet taste. The dough for the honey bread was a bit too much, so I baked a few large loaves. I placed the dough on the cutting board, pressed in some red dates and hazelnut pulp, then directly baked them in the oven. I hadn't eaten much of the jam I made earlier, so I planned to spread it on bread slices and eat them. The large bread that came out of the oven had a somewhat hard crust. It's called large bread, but it more resembles rye bread. When fresh from the oven, it was quite hot. I sliced it with a knife. The outer layer was hard, but the inside was soft with fluffy holes, looking very tasty. I wrapped the bread in a plastic bag and placed it on the shelf in the back room, so I wouldn't have to make breakfast for a long time. After spending a whole day baking, the next day I made a pot of tofu and some soy milk. I kept a few pieces of tofu fresh, froze some into frozen tofu, and turned some into dried tofu and tofu puffs. For the next 3 days, I leisurely prepared other foods. I fried twisted dough sticks, fried meatballs, steamed buns and steamed bread, braised pigskin, fried sweet potato chips and yam strips, and when I couldn't think of anything else to make, the Spring Festival arrived. On New Year's Eve, I woke up a little early and for the first time, cooked a meal of pure cornmeal for the pigs and chickens. I heated up the house, secured all safety hazards, and put red sweaters on the dogs and myself. Carrying New Year goods and 4 dogs, I drove to the By-town base. The New Year goods included roasted hazelnuts, 5 spiced peanuts, honey bread, 3 bottles of homemade fruit wine, 3 pieces of tofu, and hand-rolled meatballs. When the car reached the gate of the By-town base, the patrol officer recognized me from afar. There was no need to call anyone inside. They just did a routine check of the vehicle and then let us through. Lou's wife probably heard the car from a distance. When I drove into the yard, she was already waiting at the door to greet me. I opened the car door, and the 4 dogs jumped out first, going to find Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. I took down a bag of food, then closed the car door. "Why do you bring more stuff again? It's cold. Come inside quickly," Lu Xiao said as she took the things from my hand without hesitation and went inside with me. The room was much cleaner than the last time I visited. No one was home. Brother Lu was not there. "Where is Brother Lu?" I looked around and asked Lu's wife. "He went to help the base put up Spring Festival couplets." "We haven't put ours up yet. By the way, do you not have any couplets?" "Later, I'll ask Brother Lu to help you get a pair. We really don't have any at home." I happily agreed. "Great, there really aren't any at home. Where should we put them? Can I go see the fun?" "You can go to the center of the base. They should all be there. Sister-in-law won't go with you. She needs to prepare dinner soon." After sister-in-law finished speaking, I strolled toward the base center. Before I reached the gate, I heard voices from afar. I looked closer and saw the base elder, an old man, writing couplets with a brush. His calligraphy was very good, sharp strokes and neat structure. A group of people watched and praised him non-stop. Once he finished one, someone took it and pasted it on the corresponding door. "Girl, you're here. Come and see." The base elder's calligraphy is amazing. Brother Lu was very happy to see me and then invited me closer to watch the elder write. The elder looked up and saw me. He smiled slightly but said nothing, continuing to write the next couplet. Most of the couplets were about safety or longevity, but the next one the elder wrote suddenly changed style. "Living places have their own peaceful joy. Quiet moments bring a calm heart." This couplet really touched me, and I liked it very much. I couldn't help but want to praise it, but the elder spoke first. "This one is yours." Not bad, right? His tone was a bit proud, as if waiting for my compliment. "It's really good. The characters are strong and powerful." I also liked the content of the couplet. Once the ink dried a little, I picked it up to admire and praise it. After putting up the couplets, everyone went back to their homes. I followed Brother Lu on the way back. New Year's Eve dinner is for everyone to eat together. Each family makes some dishes and puts them together. Now, each household has fewer people, so gathering is lively. It keeps the house from feeling lonely, Brother Lou said carefully, probably worried I might feel shy. That's good. Gathering together is indeed lively, just like last time when we had the pig-killing feast, right? Yes, yes. It's still the same group of us. I actually enjoy these occasional gatherings. It's nice to chat and have fun, easing the loneliness of living alone. Back home, sister-in-law was already cooking. The pot was bubbling with pork hock, filling the house with a meaty aroma. Seeing me come back with the couplet in hand, sister-in-law smiled widely. You're back, girl. And you really have a couplet. Let me put it inside first, then I'll help you. I rolled up the couplet, tied it with a small string, and turned back to the kitchen to help sister-in-law cook. Help me wash the Chinese cabbage. Sister Lou was not polite. She took a large cabbage from the kitchen and handed it to me. What dishes are we going to make? While picking the cabbage, I asked about Sister Lou's plans. Stewed pork hock, sour and spicy cabbage, stir-fried meat strips, and later we can think about making a stew. Stew? How about some tofu? Thinking of the tofu I brought, I suggested. Tofu? Where did the tofu come from? After the cold spell, I haven't had any tofu. Sister Lou shook her head with a smile. When I just arrived, I brought 3 pieces of tofu. Sister, haven't you seen what I brought? Oh, I was waiting for you to come back, so we could look at it together. Hearing this, I put down the cabbage in my hands and carried the small pile of things from the doorway to the table by the stove. This tofu was made from leftover brine. I made a little before the new year, thinking of giving you some. Wow, it's been a long time since I last ate tofu. Our brine isn't much, and it's used up after a couple of times. Later, we'll cook a big pot, so everyone can try it. Sister Lou looked at the tofu like a treasure. Is this bread? And hot pot meatballs? Are all these special treats made by you? Sister Lou looked surprised at the items in the bag, her eyes widening. I made all of them. I built a small oven in the yard, and I bake bread sometimes. Hot pot meatballs are easy to make. I'll teach you, sister. I'm not as skillful as you, although I usually felt proud of my cooking and drinks. Hearing others praise me made me truly happy. Feeling a bit proud from Sister Lou's compliment, I kept repeating that I would teach her. While chatting, I kept working with my hands, and soon a few dishes were ready. All the dishes were prepared, water was added to the pot, and a steaming rack was set up. The dishes were placed inside, and the lid was covered. Sister Lou went to ask when the meal would start. The neighboring households had also finished cooking and gathered at Lou's house for the meal. Since Lou's bedroom was the largest, more people could eat without feeling crowded. Helping Brother Lou move tables and chairs from another room, I also brought their bowls and chopsticks and started preparing to serve the meal. Baskets of steaming dishes were brought over. Each dish was large in portion, and Lou's family almost couldn't fit everything inside. Anything that didn't fit in the pot was kept warm on the heated kong, a traditional brick bed, and served onto small plates one by one. Braised pork knuckles, stewed ribs with dried beans, chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork, sweet and sour pork, garlic stalks stir-fried with meat, celery stir-fried with meat, sliced meat stir-fry, spicy and sour cabbage, cold tiger vegetable salad, salted eggs, scallion scrambled eggs, a total of 12 dishes prepared by several families. Each dish was neatly arranged on the table, and people sat around to eat. The scene was just like last time. I and a few sisters-in-law sitting on the kong, a traditional heated bed, eating, the men sitting at the ground table. The meal was lively and took a long time. Perhaps because of the cheerful atmosphere or being too full, I started to feel sleepy. But after the dishes on the table were cleared away and replaced with peanuts, sunflower seeds, dried hawthorn, frozen pears, and tea, I felt sleepy but kept peeling seeds and eating. Listening to everyone laughing and chatting, I felt like I had fully become part of the circle. Tazi went out for a while and took out 2 new decks of playing cards from his pocket, saying he found them while searching for supplies with the team recently. Now, without TV or mobile phones, playing cards was a good way to entertain ourselves. One deck was on the ground, the other on the heated brick bed, and everyone started playing cards. A few sisters-in-law also joined a game. They wanted me to play too, but I didn't know how and politely declined, just watching from the side. Sister-in-law Wang liked to cheat. often sneaking in some bad cards when playing. Lu Er's sister caught her and patted her shoulder hard. When I was young, I thought adults were always mature, and I don't remember my parents or others joking and laughing like that. But now that I've grown up and see people around my age joking and playing so lively, it feels strange and interesting. After more than an hour, everyone packed up the cards, drank tea, and chatted. Suddenly, someone mentioned the team leader. I was curious about this mysterious team leader and asked my question. Did the team leader build the White Town base? How could he have so much money after the apocalypse? You're from elsewhere, so you wouldn't know. Lu Erji told a little story. Our team leader used to be the only factory boss in our town. Not just in money, he had cars, machines, and plenty of wood. Many people worked for him, so when he decided to build the base, most people supported him. Lu Erji's words made me start to guess something.
Could it be
That he's the factory director of the wood furniture factory? I asked the uncomfortable question I didn't want to face. Yes, do you know that factory? My head went blank, and I felt so embarrassed I almost fainted on the spot. I secretly took so much timber from the old man's yard, thinking he liked to take advantage just like me. I didn't realize it was his factory. Thinking about it now, the old man is quite lovable. He only asked for a pack of cigarettes and about 100 yuan, and he let me take the scrap materials home to use. No wonder he can achieve great things. He has a big vision. I was lost in my own awkward thoughts, and the chatter around me became blurry. Maybe I drank too much tea. During this time, Taozi and Brother Lu went to the bathroom. When they returned, Brother Lu was smiling like a flower. After everyone finished chatting and went home, Taozi was still there. Only Brother Lu, sister-in-law Lu, Taozi, and I were left in the room. Brother Lu started to speak carefully. Cough, sister. What do you think of Taozi? I became alert. Something felt off. He's a good guy. He's cheerful and capable, a pretty good young man. But I still had to praise him. You're both alone, and living your own lives. Brother and sister-in-law are worried about you. Why don't you two consider being together?
just as I guessed?
Taozi is much younger than me. We're not suitable. Besides, I enjoy living alone and have no plans to marry. I'm almost 30 now, not young anymore. I can accept matchmaking openly, and if I want to refuse, I will do so confidently. Sister-in-law says it's good for a young girl like you to find a partner. Taozi is honest and hardworking, not stiff, and really a good guy. Seeing my refusal, sister-in-law Lu still seemed a bit persistent and tried to persuade me. Forget it, sister-in-law. Taozi isn't a bad match, but I just want to live peacefully by myself. Since I said this much, others couldn't say anything more. Taozi looked a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. Actually, I understood his feelings long ago. I was very happy with my current life and never thought about fitting love into it. I just wanted to enjoy my life alone. Big brother, I'm going home now. You all stay here. Taozi stood up, greeted us, and left without looking back. As soon as Taozi left, the atmosphere in the room eased a lot. No, if it's not right, it's not right. Big brother was just speaking casually. You don't need to take it to heart. Brother Lu grinned and moved on from the matter. Try the small bread sister-in-law brought. Sister-in-law Lu took out a golden, tempting small bread and handed it to me and Brother Lu. Oh, this is so delicious. Where did you get it from? Are people still selling it now? Brother Lu took a big bite and was very surprised after eating. No, it's not for sale. It's made by the girl herself. Sister-in-law Lu shot him a glance. You're really impressive, girl. The bread smells so good. That sweet part at the bottom must use a lot of sugar. Brother Lu looked at the honey bread's bottom with a worried expression. Sugar is meant to be eaten, right? Why not put some in the bread? We quickly moved past the awkward atmosphere and happily discussed the bread, even talking about how to make the oven. Seeing the sun about to set, I prepared to go home. Eating dumplings first, and then leaving would be too late. Even though Brother Lu and sister-in-law Lu kept urging me to stay, I insisted on leaving now. Since I arrived, I hadn't seen Little D and Little Gua. It took several calls to get the 4 dogs back, each of them with big bellies. I don't know which neighbor fed them. By the way, when is the exchange market? I suddenly remembered this before leaving. Next month on the 20th, if you have time, come then. Yes, I will come then. I'm leaving now. Under the watchful eyes of Brother Liu and sister-in-law Liu, I got into the car and drove away from the small yard. As expected, I saw Taozi at the entrance of the White Town base. I thought this time I should get off and not ignore him like last time. I reached Taozi's shoulder. He's quite tall, looking down at me, with serious eyebrows, standing silently. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Sister, it's me who asked Brother Liu to tell you. I know, I said. He looked a bit surprised that I knew. I didn't speak, just waited for him to finish. Actually, I liked you a long time ago. When you went to buy vegetables in the greenhouse and followed me on the dirt road, watching you walk clumsily, I started to like you. Later, when the base was doing a census, I saw you, and you even healed my darkness since the end of the world. Every time I see you, I feel very happy. I want to see you every day in the future. Taozi looked at me with serious black eyes. At this moment, I believed he truly liked me. I don't mind the age difference. Even if I'm younger than you, when you grow old, I can still take care of you. Can we really not be together? Faced with his sincere question, honestly, I was momentarily tempted. If my peaceful life had someone to share the burden, I would do less work, face less danger, and have more company. But in a simple life, there are only basic chores like cooking and cleaning. How long can his affection last? If one day he leaves me or accidentally passes away, I think I would feel very sad. Living alone for a long time, I find it hard to accept a stranger suddenly appearing at home. Compared to sharing life with someone, I prefer a peaceful, quiet life alone. Even if it's a bit harder or riskier, feeling calm inside is enough. Taozi, thank you for liking me, but I just want to live alone. You're a good kid. If you ever need help, just come to me. Taozi's hopeful look faded when I called him a kid. Okay, then you have to keep your promise. We'll still be friends, right? Yes, we're friends. We can be siblings too. I can happily accept such a sincere and simple boy, whether as a friend or a sibling. By now, I've fully opened up about everything. I turn around and drive home. Taozi's figure gradually shrinks in the rearview mirror. He didn't leave. He just stood there quietly watching. When the truck passed through the town, I kept staring at the houses on both sides, unable to look away. But today is New Year's Eve. No matter how tiring the year has been, I won't overwork myself during these few days of celebration. So, I drove straight past the town without stopping for supplies. When I got home, the fire in the stove was still warm. Leaving the lively environment behind, returning to my quiet home didn't feel lonely. Instead, I felt relaxed. I expected Taozi's confession, so it didn't affect my mood much. I fed the pigs and chickens, changed into loose, clean clothes, and switched to my solo New Year's mode. I took out some beautiful plates, filled them with sesame crispy snacks, small cookies, roasted hazelnuts, 5-spice peanuts, and a little sweet wine I was reluctant to drink. All placed on the coffee table, I curled up on the sofa, turned on the Spring Festival Gala, and enjoyed snacks by the fire while watching the show. The dogs, rarely noisy, sat quietly around the fire, keeping me company. After watching the gala for 2 hours and eating enough, I lay back on the sofa for a while, tidied up, and headed to the kitchen to make dumplings. Eating dumplings at midnight has been my tradition. I don't know if it's psychological, but these dumplings on New Year's Eve taste better than any other time of the year. Without exception, I ended up eating the dumplings I made myself, mainly because there was no one else around. I ate too many dumplings and felt full, so I had to walk around the house for a while. When I was really sleepy and couldn't stay awake anymore, I crawled back into bed to sleep. On the first day of the new year, I slept until I woke up naturally. Yesterday, I forgot to put up the couplets given by the village head. In the morning, the first thing I did was stick the couplets on both sides of the front door. For breakfast, I ate bread baked a few days ago. I used a fork to spread sweet watermelon jam on the bread. When I took a bite, the sweet jam and the crispy bread combined, creating a strange, sweet aroma. During these New Year days, the main idea is to relax, no work, just lying on the warm, smooth Kong heated bed after meals. These lazy days are really wonderful. From the first day of the new year until the 5th, I stayed in bed all the time. I couldn't stay still anymore, so I decided to go outside and do some activities. The weather is about to warm up. Before it gets warmer, while the snow is still thick, I should go to the mountain and try skiing. On the 6th day of the new year, the sun was warm. I packed my skis and took 4 dogs, heading up the mountain. Today, I went in the opposite direction from last time. Halfway there, I realized I was heading toward the apple factory. If I get a chance, I want to go inside the apple factory to see if there's anything valuable there. With this plan in mind, my trip changed from just skiing to an adventurous exploration. Starting from home, I walked for about an hour until I reached outside the apple factory. The factory covers a large area, but the buildings are very simple and rough. Inside the low walls are rows of single-story houses. It's called a factory, but really it's just a place where workers pick and store sand apples. On the far east side, there's no wall, just bare land directly connected to the yard inside. I observed outside for a while and confirmed there was no sound, so I guess no one was inside. I looked around the entire factory perimeter and found no footprints, so I confidently led the 4 dogs inside. The first 2 rows of houses are outside, and from the windows I could see inside. They were empty, probably used to store sand apples before. The 3rd row of houses had some things. The first 2 had stoves, so they might be kitchens. The next 8 had heated beds, and the ground was cluttered with tables. These were probably temporary places for workers to stay and eat. This place is really good. If anyone doesn't have a house to live in now, they could survive here. The houses aren't useful to me, as there's nothing valuable inside, just dirty old bedsheets and broken tables and chairs. I could only walk to the last row. This row of houses is different from the others. It's a large, spacious factory building. Looking inside through the windows, I saw many things. Some windows had broken glass. I chose a window that was easier to climb through, knocked out all the broken glass around it with a stone, and then crawled inside. Inside, there were 7 or 8 carts, many cardboard boxes, plastic containers, and bundles of zip ties.
All these items could be useful to me.
I picked the best quality cart that was still usable. I checked the new cardboard and plastic boxes. They were still very sturdy. I loaded a lot of plastic boxes onto the cart, which I could use as baskets for drying or storing things later. I also took some good quality cardboard boxes and bundled up zip ties, placing them on the cart as well. Zip ties are actually more useful than boxes because they can be used for many farm tasks. I filled the cart completely and looked around for anything else valuable. There were 2 large scales, but I didn't plan to take them. They were too heavy, and I didn't see a need for them now. In the corner of the factory, there were some desks with papers, contracts, and 2 computers, but they weren't useful to me. I opened a drawer and found 2 boxes of charcoal pencils. I tested one on paper, and it still worked, so I put it in my coat pocket. I opened the door from inside, pulled the cart, and headed home. The path downhill was usually easy, but because the cart was heavy, it kept sliding downhill, making it hard to walk. I had to hold onto the cart tightly to prevent it from slipping. Eventually, I lost control on a steep slope. I fell, and the cart hit my thigh. The fall hurt a lot, but I didn't pay much attention. I quickly organized my things and continued walking home. Once there, I placed all the boxes and zip ties in the furniture storage room. The new cart was parked safely in the yard. After going out for some exercise and sweating a lot, I hurried inside to change out of my outdoor clothes. While changing pants, I noticed a large bruise on my thigh and a dull pain. I had bumped into things before, so I didn't think much of it. The next morning, when I tried to get up, I suddenly felt intense pain in my thigh. I looked closer and saw it was swollen all around. It seemed I was more seriously injured than I thought. I tried not to move my injured leg, limped on, and went to feed the pigs and chickens. After finishing these tasks, I went to the kitchen to find a few thick, sturdy wooden sticks to make a walking stick for myself. Even with a leg injury, I still need to cook and feed the pigs. Making a walking stick at least helps reduce strain on my leg. I gathered tools like a chainsaw and other equipment, then sat on the ground carefully shaping the stick into a walking aid. Making a walking stick isn't easy. It took me half a day to roughly finish one, but one is enough. I stood up to try it out. It was a bit uncomfortable and rubbed against my armpit, so I wrapped some old cloth around the top part. Now it feels much better. I leaned on the stick and took a few steps. It's definitely better than walking with a limp without support. I don't know why, but just a slight bump on my leg makes it swell so badly. I took some medicine to reduce inflammation and swelling, hoping it will heal soon. My leg hurts, so I don't want to move much. I spent the whole day eating small biscuits and bread to fill my stomach. In the evening, I couldn't bear it anymore, so I cooked a big pot of noodles with eggs on the stove. After eating, I shared some with the dogs. The next day, my leg didn't improve much, but with the walking stick I made the day before, life wasn't too hard. Every day, I kept my meals simple. I secretly promised myself that once my leg healed, I would cook some delicious food. So I spent 7 days like this, eating plain soup and water. The swelling in my leg went down, and I could walk without a cane, with only slight pain. Finally, I threw away the walking stick and started walking normally again. After being stuck at home for 7 days, I went outside to enjoy nature. I suddenly realized the weather seemed to be warming up a bit. There were faint signs of moisture on the snow, so spring must be coming. Most of the vegetables stored at home in autumn have been eaten. It's time to use them up. We had a chicken but hadn't eaten it yet, so I decided to make a stew with dried potatoes and chicken. I washed the dried potatoes several times in clean water, soaked them in hot water for 2 hours and thawed the chicken, then cut it into small pieces. It was almost mealtime, so I put water in a cast iron pot, blanched the chicken to remove blood, and took it out. In a small iron pan, I heated some oil, added chopped green onions and garlic to release aroma, then stir-fried the chicken until fragrant. I added a little soybean paste and kept stir-frying. When it looked ready, I added water, along with rock sugar, 5-spice, soy sauce, and oyster sauce for seasoning. I also added the soaked potato slices and stirred everything well with a spatula. At this point, I prepared some soft dough and set it aside. When the chicken stew had cooked for over an hour and was almost done, I rolled out the dough into thin pancakes and placed them on top of the stew, creating what is called little chicken quilt. The stew's liquid was reducing, and I could hear sizzling sounds around the pot. I removed the pancake from the pot, stirred the potato and chicken stew again, and then served it. Freshly cooked potato stew with chicken, with thick brown sauce clinging to each piece of chicken and potato, emitting a tempting aroma. When the dish was served, after several days of plain broth and simple food, it finally tasted delicious. The freshly slaughtered chicken, especially the one raised at home, had been long missed. I picked up a chicken thigh and stuffed it into my mouth. The rich chicken skin and tender meat gave me an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. It was so delicious that I ate 5 or 6 pieces of chicken before stopping my craving. The potato stems crackled as they absorbed the aroma of chicken and seasonings, making them very flavorful. One side of the flatbread was coated with chicken gravy, combining the scent of wheat flour and the taste of stew. A few days later, the snow gradually melted, and spring was coming soon. Hibernating cats were happy, but after a while, they started to miss spring, the green hills, planting, weeding, and working hard in the sun. The weather was getting warmer, so I could swap my thick cotton-padded jacket for a lighter one. Market days had returned. Our household had stored grain for a long time, so I decided to exchange some for fresh millet and buckwheat flour. Since most local farms grew millet and buckwheat, and logistics were disrupted, rice and white flour became very scarce. Old rice and white flour could still be exchanged for fresh millet and buckwheat flour. I carried out 10 bags of rice, 10 bags of white flour, a bottle of white liquor for rabbits, a big bag of honey bread, and 2 bags of salt on a small cart. Sure enough, I wasn't the earliest riser. Many people were already at the market. Like last time, I parked the cart in the designated parking area. My main task today was to exchange rice and white flour. The most common stall at the market was the grain stall, where almost all grain was sold together. When I reached these stalls, I asked one by one, "What do you exchange this grain for?" "Anything. As long as you have something to trade, I'll exchange for it." "Will you trade rice and white flour?" "Yes." "How much do you want to trade?" The vendor got excited when I said I wanted to exchange rice and white flour. But I didn't dare to say I had 10 bags of rice and white flour. I kept it brief. 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of white flour. How much millet can I get? Is your rice old? Yes, it's the same as before. This millet is new. If you trade me 1 bag of rice, I'll give you a sack of millet. 1 bag of rice is about 100 jin, but my millet weighs over 200 jin. The vendor looked very clever. Even though rice and flour are very scarce now, he was trying to pressure me with old rice. I stayed silent and was about to move to the next stall.
Hey, you're not very honest.
Rice is very precious now, and you still want to trade 200 pounds of millet for 100 pounds of rice. Lou's wife suddenly appeared and scolded the vendor in a bad tone. This stall is based on mutual agreement. I can trade as much as I want. Why are you meddling, random passerby? Lou's wife, you're here too. I want to visit your home later.
Come shopping with me,
I said, recognizing her. I quickly greeted her and linked arms with her, walking forward. Since I was here to trade, I didn't want her to cause trouble with the vendor. Lou's wife glared fiercely at the vendor, then said as we walked, rice isn't something you can trade like that. The stall isn't under the base's control. If you trade like that, you'll lose out. Why not go directly to the base to trade? Huh. Can we exchange food at the base? I was surprised to hear that food could be exchanged there. I felt my earlier actions might have been a bit silly. Whether trading at the base is more advantageous or not, it's definitely safer. The base has clear prices. Even if you can't get the best goods, it's better than being cheated here. Do they have millet and buckwheat noodles at the base? I want to exchange some food. Do you think we're just living here for free? We have to pay some grain as rent every year. The base really has plenty of food. Hearing this, I chuckled softly. The old head of the base really has business sense. I thought he built the base just to help everyone, but it turns out he's also collecting rent. What kind of person is the head of the base? He's sharp. Come on, Lou's wife. Let's go exchange. Lou's wife led me into the by-town base. I'll go to the car first and get some things, she said. She went to the car with me to pick up some items, then returned to the by-town base. At the center of the base, Lou's wife told me not to look for the staff who handle exchanges because they sometimes skim extra fees. Since I knew the head of the base well, I could go directly to him to discuss trading. This wasn't exactly asking him for a favor. Rice and flour are scarce, so it was more like a business deal. I knocked on the office door of the base head. I heard a response, and I pushed the door open. The scene inside was exactly the same as the last time I visited. The old man sat on the sofa, with a dog on each side. It seemed he really liked dogs. Hey, little girl, you're here. Sit down. The old base elder saw it was me and immediately smiled, his face full of wrinkles, probably thinking I was here to bring more gifts. Sir really likes these 2 puppies, plays with them every day. Next time the puppies have puppies, I'll pick the best 2 to bring to you. I sat on the sofa, casually chatting and making friendly remarks. Why did you come to see me today? Just say it. This old man is very sharp. He immediately guessed I had something to ask. I have some rice and white flour. I want to trade for millet and buckwheat flour. How do we do the exchange here? Is the rice 100 per jin? Yes, but it's aged rice. According to the base's standard, 100 jin of rice exchanges for 2 bags of millet, each bag holding 200 jin, so 100 jin of rice equals 400 jin of millet. The same applies for white flour and buckwheat flour. What about our friendship? I took out some white wine from my pocket and placed it on the table, smiling warmly at the old base elder. He didn't hesitate, took the bottle, opened it and sniffed. That friendship is worth 600 jin. Deal. Although we agreed, the old man was still surprised to see 10 bags of rice and 10 bags of flour in my car. I didn't expect that even in this cold, post-apocalyptic world, I could still have so much food. That much. This is all I have left. If I keep holding on to it, it won't taste good. I plan to eat some fresh rice. At this point, whether you believe it or not, it's up to the base elder to decide. Everyone in the base is farming and paying rent, praying that the elder is a good person and won't come to loot my home. We loaded up 30 bags of millet and 30 bags of buckwheat flour, and I planned to exchange some seeds with the remaining items. A large bag of honey bread was traded for half a bag of millet seeds and half a bag of buckwheat seeds. The 2 rabbits were exchanged for sesame, fennel, cumin and Sichuan peppercorn seeds, and the vendor even gifted some jasmine and rose seeds. After the apocalypse, spice seeds became rare, so being able to exchange 2 rabbits for these was already quite good. The remaining 2 rabbits were traded for 4 ducklings. As the exchange was almost done, and we were about to head home, I suddenly saw someone selling milk. That was milk. Since the apocalypse, all milk-related products have been made with powder, and fresh milk has been unavailable for 3 or 4 years. A strong mother cow was tied to a tree, leisurely eating dry grass on the ground. It must have taken a lot of effort to keep the cow alive during such a cold period, as cows eat a lot and need enough forage to support them. There are 3 or 4 bottles of bottled mineral water milk in front of the stall, along with many empty bottles. It looks like they can be freshly squeezed and sold directly. No one is visiting the stall, probably because the exchange price is too high. How can I exchange for this milk? I really want to try the milk, so I walk up to the stall and ask, "What do you have to exchange?" The stall owner looks honest and kind, not the kind to ask for sky-high prices. I think about what I still have on the car, and it seems I only have 2 bags of salt left. I ask, "Can I exchange for 2 bags of salt?" The stall owner hears salt and is very happy. "Both bags for that? If so, I'll give you 10 bottles of milk. 10 bottles of milk for 2 bags of salt." I'm a bit surprised. This milk is much cheaper than I thought. But then I realized that cows produce milk every day, so for the stall owner, salt isn't that valuable. Okay, I'll take them all. The 4 bottles here were just squeezed not long ago. Take them home and drink them first. The remaining 1 can last 2 days in this weather. Try to finish or use it up within 2 days. Hearing this, I realize I overlooked the expiration date. Fresh milk has a very short shelf life, so I need to use it quickly once I get home. Do you want the milk tofu and milk skin? I still have some, haven't taken them out. The stall owner hands me the 10 bottles of milk and lifts a torn cloth covering a basket, revealing the milk tofu and milk skin inside. These things are really expensive, but I have no other supplies to exchange. I have no supplies left. Do you live inside the White Town base? Next time I come, I'll trade some with you. Yes, I live inside the base. Just ask around for the cow farm. I make a mental note. I love milk skin and milk tofu. Next time I visit, I definitely want to exchange for some. After accepting the 10 bottles of milk and greeting the stall owner, I drive home. I suddenly envy the people living in the White Town base. As long as they have supplies, they can drink milk every day. How happy that must be. On the way home, I keep thinking about how I can also drink milk regularly. The only way is to raise a cow. Not to mention how expensive it is to exchange for a calf. Just the daily feeding of grass and water would probably wear me out. Thinking about it makes me scared. It's better to go to the White Town base repeatedly. I give up on the idea of raising a cow. After a bumpy ride, I finally arrive home. The first thing I do is store the milk in the back room. The outdoor temperature is perfect for keeping it fresh. Next, I prepare for some intense physical activity. I leave 2 bags of millet and 2 bags of buckwheat flour in the kitchen and move everything else into the basement. For little ducks were kept in a dog cage for a while, then later they were raised together with chickens. Next came the daily hard work of moving things, carrying bags of rice weighing 200 jin, much heavier than regular rice, making it very difficult. Even the small cart was hard to control. After moving 15 bags, I was so tired that I put the rest into the storage room. I even made an excuse for my laziness. I left some food on the ground, hoping robbers would take it all and maybe spare my life. By the time I finished, it was dark, so I washed up early and went to bed. Tomorrow, I needed to handle the milk. I was very excited for the next day. Early in the morning, I found a clean small pot to boil a bottle of milk, then added some sugar and stirred. When the milk boiled, I poured it into a white bowl, blew on it, and took a sip. The first taste was so rich that I almost fainted. That's the real milk flavor. Fresh milk from our farm cows is even more fragrant than store-bought, with no additives. Boiled and drunk, it's truly delicious. The remaining bottles of milk were saved to make various treats to enjoy slowly later. The stove was preheated with firewood, ready to bake fresh milk cookies and milk bread. In a bowl, I mix flour and cornstarch, added sugar and a little salt, some oil, 2 egg yolks, and poured in the fresh milk. I kept stirring until it became a smooth batter, then spooned it onto the baking tray. Baked for 20 minutes. When I opened the oven, a strong, sweet milk aroma filled the air. The cookies were light yellow, crispy and crumbly, with a strong milk scent. It's a pity. If only I had some butter, it would taste even better, I thought, shaking my head as I ate, missing the butter's aroma. I mixed plain flour, sugar, a little salt, and let the milk ferment. While waiting, I prepared a filling for a stuffed bread, this time wanting to try a filled version. I combined sugar, salt, milk, and flour, but used less flour, increasing the sugar and milk ratio, stirring into a thick liquid that could be used as filling. Once the dough fermented, I divided it into 2 parts, one plain and the other filled with a custard-like filling. I shaped them into bread and baked for 20 minutes. The baked bread had a crispy, golden crust. I especially took a stuffed bread, cut it open, and saw the yellow, fragrant filling flowing out. I blew on it slightly, took a bite, and it was sweet and delicious. In the afternoon, I boiled another bottle of milk, added some tea leaves, and enjoyed a fragrant, tasty drink. 2 bottles of milk were frozen in small jars to be eaten as milk popsicles. The remaining 2 bottles will be used to make sweet milk-flavored small buns, which I will freeze and enjoy slowly later. Mix yeast, milk, milk powder, sugar, and flour with water until crumbly, then knead into a dough. Roll the dough into a thin sheet on a cutting board. Fold and roll again until the dough feels very smooth. Cut the dough into small pieces of suitable size, place them in a steaming basket, and let them rise until they grow larger. Then, start steaming with the wood fire. When the water at the bottom of the pot boils, the fragrant, sweet milk aroma fills the air along with the smell of the buns. The smell of these milk-flavored buns is very familiar. When I was young, my mom often bought them at the supermarket and steamed them for me as breakfast every day. While waiting for the buns to be ready, I drool a little, and a few dogs are attracted by the smell, sitting restlessly in front of the stove. When the buns are done, they are smooth and shiny, with a beautiful moist glow. It's clear that kneading on the board a few more times was the right choice. Let the buns cool down a bit. Before the surface dries out, put them in a plastic bag, squeeze out the air, and store them in the freezer. I packed 2 large bags of buns. The remaining ones will be eaten soon from the fridge. Picking up a warm bun, I find it very soft and squishy in my hand. When pressed, it's dense but bounces back. Biting into it, it's also very soft, with a light sweetness and a strong milk aroma. Having one for breakfast with porridge is really nice. After finishing one, I can't help but want another, and I end up eating 7 or 8 of these milk-flavored buns in the afternoon. The snow and ice are melting. Standing in the yard, I can hear birds singing from the distant mountains. Spring has truly arrived. Tender green shoots are sprouting from the ground, and everywhere is soft, moist soil. I can't wait to take the 4 dogs and run up the mountain. There isn't much on the mountain yet. The first to appear are wild vegetables. Pot herb, mustard, and bitter herbs sprout earlier than grass, with their tender green leaves unfolding into circles, nestled into the earth. I carry a small knife and a willow basket, digging up wild vegetables on the damp, small slope. The pot herb mustard isn't very big yet. The largest are only about the size of small dumpling wrappers. I pick the larger, tender pot herb mustard. Insert the knife at an angle into the ground, gently lift, and then pull the leaves to uproot the whole plant. The weather is pleasant now, with warm sunshine and occasional gentle breezes. It doesn't feel hot. After digging for a while, I don't sweat much. Looking at the sun, it's probably noon. I carry the basket and call the 4 dogs to come home. At noon, I will eat these freshly dug wild vegetables. Sitting on a small stool, I carefully pick out and sort the wild vegetables and bitter herbs, then rinse them several times with water before starting to cook. Tear the wild vegetables into small pieces, mix with flour, chopped green onions, eggs, and add oil, salt, 5-spice powder, and extra water to form a thick batter. Preheat a frying pan on the stove with some oil, then slowly pour in a spoonful of batter. Gently tilt the pan to spread the batter evenly across the surface. When it is fully cooked and turns into a pancake, use a spatula to flip it and cook for a little longer. After a few minutes, one pancake is ready. Then cook the second one. The cooked pancakes look very nice, golden yellow with bits of green from the wild vegetables. Very attractive. After frying about a dozen pancakes, the bowl of batter is finished. Crack 2 eggs into a bowl and beat well. Add more oil to the pan. Stir-fry some soybean paste until fragrant, then add chopped green onions and the beaten eggs, cooking until they turn into a savory egg sauce. A delicious meal is now ready. The wild vegetable and egg pancakes can be eaten directly. They taste simple and pure, with the aroma of wheat flour and eggs. Each bite contains a piece of the wild vegetables, bringing out a fresh, wild flavor. Eating them plain can be a bit dull, so I add some egg sauce on top along with crispy small radish pickles, then roll them up. Taking a bite, the pancake and egg sauce's rich flavor paired with the slightly bitter wild vegetables makes for a delicious treat. The wild vegetables are somewhat bitter. When I was a child, my grandmother loved eating them, but I couldn't handle the bitterness. She always encouraged me to eat, saying it could help clear heat. Now I eat them myself. Though slightly bitter, they have a unique flavor. After a meal of 3 pancakes, the leftovers are torn into pieces and fed to the dogs. There's still some wild vegetables left in the bowl. A small part of the wild vegetables will be used for breakfast tomorrow, and the rest will be fed to the pigs, chickens, ducks, and rabbits. The pigs eat the same every day, and you can't tell if the wild vegetables make any difference. The chickens and ducks, however, seem to enjoy it very much. They chase after the wild vegetables around the yard, and those who don't get any are chased and pecked at. It's clear they like it. This year, I might consider fencing off a small area for free-range chickens and ducks so they can grow fatter and get more nutrients from their food. As for the rabbits, they haven't had fresh grass all winter. Eating this tender wild vegetable in early spring makes them very happy. The next morning, I boil the remaining wild vegetables into a thick soup. Pour some oil into the pot, add sliced meat and chopped green onions, and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add water. Put some flour in a bowl. Using one hand, slowly drip small amounts of water into the flour, while the other hand stirs vigorously with chopsticks. When the flour mixture becomes crumbly and the water in the pot boils, stir the water and gradually add the crumbly flour mixture into the boiling water, creating small dumplings. Boiled dumplings in the pot. Add a handful of shepherd's purse, crack in an egg, and cook for a few more minutes before serving. The warm dumpling soup smells of shepherd's purse. Having a bowl for breakfast gives me energy for the day. Now, the snow in the vegetable garden has completely melted. The ground is wet and smells like fresh soil. That's the taste of spring. I take a pickaxe and a shovel to the garden and turn the soil over. There's no rush to plant yet. It's better not to dig too much at once, or my hands will get blisters. After 3 days of work, I finally turned the soil once, loosened it with a pickaxe, and organized the planting beds. Once everything is ready, it's time to plant the first crop. The vegetables are similar to last year: chrysanthemum greens, bok choy, scallions, green beans, tomatoes, and cucumbers. In the far areas, I still plant corn. The weather is just right, neither too hot nor too cold, so I don't need to wake up early to farm. Following a normal routine feels very comfortable. Before finishing planting, I carry my pickaxe and walk toward the garden in the morning sun. I notice the willow trees on the hillside have sprouted new buds. Last year was my first time farming. I was busy and distracted, completely missing the willow and elm catkins. This year, as I am more relaxed about planting, I won't miss out on these natural treats. I go home with a basket, pick all the accessible willow buds from the trees, cover them with a cloth, and place them in a shady spot. After working all morning and sweating a lot, I go to the well to get some cool water, wash my face, and feel refreshed. I put the willow buds into a basin, rinse them twice with well water, and drain the excess water. I light the stove, add water to the iron pot, and when it boils, I blanch the willow buds. When they turn darker and the leaves soften, I scoop them out with a slotted spoon. After squeezing out the water, I divide them into 2 portions and start cooking. For 1 portion, I add a little salt and chicken essence, sprinkle some oil, pour in flour and stir well. I steam it for 10 minutes. Once done, I add some garlic paste and sesame oil, delicious steamed willow buds. For the other portion, I crack 2 eggs into the bowl, add some salt, and mix well. When the oil in the pan is hot, I pour in the mixture and fry until the eggs are cooked. The fried eggs with willow buds are ready. Serving steamed willow buds and fried eggs with a bowl of rice makes a fresh, tasty spring dish. When willow buds get old, they turn bitter. I remember there are a few large willow trees on the hillside. I take my sickle and cut some branches with buds from the slope. Back home, I put the leafy branches into the rabbit's nest. The little rabbits happily nibble on the willow buds, looking very content. I had seen online before that rabbits like to eat willow leaves, and now I see it's true. After lunch, I took a short nap, then went back to work in the fields. A few days later, before the vegetables in the field were fully planted, flowers started blooming all over the hills. Red, pink, and white flowers decorated the distant and nearby forests. Whenever I stepped outside, I could smell a faint, lovely fragrance everywhere. Hearing this floral scent, I suddenly remembered I hadn't planted my flower seeds yet. Reluctantly, I pried up 3 rows of bricks under the east and west windows and carried some soil from outside the yard with a small cart. After filling the cleared space with soil, I surrounded it with bricks. I planted jasmine and roses in the middle of the bricks. When they bloom, I can enjoy fresh jasmine and rose tea and make tasty little snacks with the flowers. Every day, after working in the fields, I would pick a branch full of flowers and put it in a pretty empty wine bottle at home, filling the house with a charming floral scent. I carefully finished planting all the vegetables and finally moved on to planting corn. Last year, I forgot where I found a seed planter, but it was perfect for testing. Without instructions, it was hard to use at first. Sometimes it would trip over or scatter a bunch of seeds. But I was determined to keep trying. Even after failing many times, I didn't give up on the seed planter. Finally, after many attempts, I got the hang of it. Just push the planter forward, and it would automatically fill the soil with seeds and cover them. My efficiency in planting corn suddenly improved. Clearly, the difference between humans and animals is the ability to use tools. While pushing the seed planter, I happily praised myself for not giving up. In 2 days, I planted as much corn as last year. It didn't save much time, but it definitely saved a lot of effort, which made me very happy. After finishing planting vegetables and corn, I decided to take a break. I wanted to enjoy a day wandering across the hills, soaking in the spring. I found the hammock I had previously hidden in the basement, brought along a folding table and chairs, water, and freshly baked cookies, and loaded everything into the cart. There was still some space in the cart, so I called my 4 dogs to sit with me. I pulled the cart up the mountain to a spot where the flowers were thickest and the scent was strongest. I tied the hammock between 2 trees, trying not to touch the petals on the branches. On flat land, I set up a table and chairs, with tea and snacks on the table. I sit in the chair, drinking tea, and looking into the distance. I once read a story that asked, "What is beyond the mountains?" Sitting here, I feel the same. Looking far away, the mountains are stacked one after another, and I can't see what lies beyond them. My thoughts are different from the little author in the story. I don't care what is beyond the mountains. I've been to the outside world, which is mostly a forest of steel and concrete. Ordinary people work hard to get ahead, and life is full of tricks and struggles, with daily chores like cooking and cleaning. Maybe I should thank the cold weather for taking me away from that land, allowing me to live a peaceful life. If the end of the world hadn't come, how many people would truly want to leave such a life? None of those wildflowers are as free as this. Suddenly, I find these flowers very cute. I take a deep breath, finish my tea, and stand up to lie down on the hammock. Just as I was feeling wise and summarizing life lessons, I flipped onto the hammock and then rolled off onto the muddy ground. Embarrassed, I brushed the mud off my pants. Little Gua and the others are happily playing, so I breathe a sigh of relief and climb back onto the hammock. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Little D squatting by the tree root, looking worriedly at me. Okay, someone saw me. I admit I've never laid on a hammock before. After many attempts and countless falls, I finally managed to lie steadily on the hammock. To prove to little D that I'm still capable, I waved at it, planning to pull it onto the hammock. But little D is too heavy and pulls me off the hammock instead. That was close, I almost hurt the dog. I got angry and tore the hammock off the tree trunk, laying it on the ground as a mat. Holding little D in my arms, I looked at the blue sky, watching the clouds move slowly, and I fell into a light sleep. After a day off, I started working seriously. This year, I plan to grow some millet and buckwheat. Millet is just millet. Growing millet and buckwheat isn't for eating but to learn how to farm and handle grains. The millet and buckwheat flour I got from the White Town base can last a long time, but if I can't trade there someday, I need to be self-sufficient. So I learned these skills early to feel more secure. The millet and buckwheat are planted next to the cornfield, making watering and weeding easier. I use a seeder, put the seeds into the machine, push it forward, and it plants the seeds in the soil. This is so convenient. Compared to last year when I felt hopeless about planting corn, this year planting corn, millet, and buckwheat is very easy. Instead of going to the small town to gather supplies, it's better to visit more farmers' homes. I might find some good tools for farming. Thinking this way, I plan to take some free time to explore around. Since millet and buckwheat are mainly for practicing planting methods, I didn't plant many. I finished planting in a day. The next morning, I woke up early and wandered across the hills, looking for a good spot to plant peanuts and sesame. I unexpectedly found that elm trees were full of elm seeds. I quickly decided on a piece of land to plant peanuts and sesame, then ran home to get a basket to pick the elm seeds. Finally, after waiting so long, humming a song happily, I plucked the elm seeds and put them into the basket. After collecting half a basket of elm seeds, I washed them a few times and started making elm seed dumpling soup. Elm seed dumpling soup is my favorite way to eat elm seeds. I used to eat it often as a child, but I haven't since my grandma passed away. I mix the washed elm seeds with flour and water to make a sticky batter. Chopped frozen tomatoes, heated oil in a pot, and stir-fried the tomatoes until fragrant. Added a handful of clean elm seeds, then squeeze the batter into the pot like making meatballs, one by one. Once the water boiled, I added various seasonings and cooked for a few more minutes before eating. Elm seeds are the freshest among wild vegetables, with a very unique light aroma. A hot bowl of fragrant, hearty dumpling soup is very appetizing. When I've had enough of elm seeds, I start planting peanuts and sesame. I didn't have these seeds before and I didn't plant them last year. Since I got the seeds this year, I must plant them well. They're very useful for cooking and making snacks. Both seeds are not many, so to be cautious, I didn't use a seeder but planted them by hand. It took me 2 days to finish planting the peanuts and sesame. According to my plan, there are 2 more things to plant: cumin and fennel. The stored spices are starting to lose their flavor, and soon they might not be edible anymore. I plan to plant fresh cumin and fennel, then throw away the old, spoiled spices. After planting cumin and fennel, I also planted Sichuan pepper seeds next to the soapberry tree. I'm not sure if a Sichuan pepper tree will grow, but I hope so. I wish it will grow strong like the soapberry tree. Spring planting is now finished. All the vegetables and grains have been planted. Compared to last year's chaos, this year has seen many improvements. Before the seedlings in the vegetable garden sprout, I have a few relaxing days. These relaxing days are different from hibernating. Hibernating means doing nothing but eating and sleeping all day. Spring leisure means running around the hills, looking for tasty wild vegetables, or picking pretty wildflowers. Anyway, spring is always very fun. It's been a long time since I last had hot pot. Now that spring has many tender wild vegetables, I decide to make a delicious wild vegetable hot pot for myself. Carrying my shiny little basket, I go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. The pigweed has grown tall, and the pigweed in the grass is bright green, about the size of half a lettuce. Picking some pigweed, I can use it for hot pot or wrap it in pancakes. Now the grass has already sprouted, so I carefully search among the grass for wild vegetables. Suddenly, I see a splash of purple, small purple flowers standing out among the grass. Getting closer, I realize they are violet flowers, which are very valuable. According to traditional Chinese medicine, spring is a time when heat and toxins can build up. Violet flowers are used to clear heat and detoxify. Eating more of them in spring helps reduce heat. I take an extra plastic bag from my pocket and dig up a large patch of violet flowers. Besides eating them now, I plan to dry some for later. In winter, if I have a sore throat or swollen gums, I can brew tea with violet flowers to help. After collecting the violet flowers, I don't see any other wild vegetables for a while. I think I've gathered enough, so I turn back down the mountain. Maybe because the way back is different from the way up, I unexpectedly find a patch of wild scallions in the grass. If the hot pot broth is well seasoned, wild scallions soaked in the soup taste very good. I use my hoe to dig a little deeper into the soil and pull out the roots of the wild scallions. The roots look like tiny round garlic bulbs, just smaller than usual. Reaching the small slope outside the yard, it's still early, so I decide to check the pond and mountain stream area I haven't visited in a long time. As soon as I enter the stream valley, I see fields of mountain Sichuan pepper. Last year, I picked some casually and ate them, but I didn't store any. This year, I want to gather more. The peppercorns at home might lose their flavor soon, so I pick more mountain Sichuan pepper, dry some, and store them. Their aroma is much better than the stored ones. I pulled out a plastic bag from my pocket and carefully removed all the petals and leaves of the mountain peppercorns on the ground, worried that I might tear out the roots and damage their growth. I filled the plastic bag with mountain peppercorns and continued walking down the mountain trail. The pond's water had already melted away, looking exactly the same as last year. In the water, I could faintly see some fish shadows, indicating that there are still plenty of fish to eat this year. Behind a big tree near the water, I found a large bunch of mountain celery. The stalks of the mountain celery were still thin and looked tender and fresh. Just looking at them made my mouth water. No matter how you eat such tender mountain celery, it's always delicious. I don't know why I didn't notice it last year. I cut a big handful of mountain celery and put it into my basket. Now I was satisfied. I carried the basket home. The wild vegetables were placed directly by the well water, which was cool and refreshing, soaking both the vegetables and my hands. The morning's heat was cooled down a lot by the refreshing well water. I took the vegetables back to the house, put them into a small basin, and started preparing spicy hot pot. Soaked sweet potato starch in water until it softened. Peeled and sliced the potatoes into small pieces. Cut a piece of fatty and lean cured pork belly into small slices. I heated the pan with oil, then added the pork belly slices and stir-fried until some of the fat was rendered out. I added bean paste, spicy chili paste, crushed chili, and 2 pieces of rock sugar, continuing to stir-fry. After frying the chili at high temperature, the oil released a pungent smoke that made me sneeze repeatedly. Even Xiao Di next to me was sneezing. Once the ingredients in the pan looked slightly dry and the oil turned increasingly red, I added a ladle of water, stirred with a spatula to prevent the bottom ingredients from sticking to the pork. I then added chicken essence, 13 spice powder, salt, soy sauce, and oyster sauce. The base of the hot pot was ready. I placed the wild vegetables, a small basin of vegetables, some meatballs, vermicelli, and potato slices on the stove side, along with a bowl of dipping sauce, waiting to start eating. When the water in the pot boiled and a thick layer of red oil floated on the surface, I added the meatballs and potatoes, then a large amount of wild vegetables. Once the hot pot boiled again, the tender green vegetables were coated with deep red chili oil, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. I added a handful of purple flowered violets, dipped them in the sauce, and placed them in a bowl. The leaves looked a bit like willow leaves, and the small purple flowers had become soft from boiling, but their color remained unchanged. I blew lightly on them and took a bite. They didn't have any special taste, just a crispy and tender texture, coated with fragrant red oil, making the dish rich and satisfying. The wild scallions were also almost cooked, their spiciness mellowed by the hot oil. The small round garlic cloves were chewed into my mouth, even tasting a slight sweetness. They were tender but not mushy, coated with red oil and spices, making a crunchy sound as I chewed. The wild vegetable, po perding, has a good taste. It is as strong as wild scallions and purple flower ground cherry when it comes to dripping juice. However, the vegetable heart is a bit bitter. Eating such strongly flavored food, po pudding is probably just to clear fire. This bright red wild vegetable hot pot must be paired with a bowl of rice. Putting the wild vegetables covered in red oil and soup on the rice turns the grains red. First, eat a bite of the vegetables, then add a bite of soft yet firm rice into your mouth. It's spicy, fresh, fragrant, and not greasy or salty. It's a top-notch combination. At this time, the cured meat is almost cooked. Take out 2 slices, eat them directly without dipping sauce after cooling. The cured meat isn't very juicy, just full of its original flavor. The lean meat is still quite hard, but the fat has been fried out, making it soft to chew. The more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. Pairing it with a bite of rice always enhances the flavor. The potato is soft and sticky, breaking apart with a single bite. Dipping it in some condiments is also very good. I didn't dare to cook the mountain celery in advance because I was afraid the strong flavor would ruin the whole hot pot. After most of the wild vegetables in the pot are cooked and eaten, I finally add the mountain celery. As soon as the celery hits the boiling pot, it releases a strong celery aroma. After softening, I can't wait to taste it. Surprisingly, the celery flavor isn't very strong. The spicy and fragrant taste mixes with a hint of celery, and it's crispy and tender, very delicious. After a hot pot meal, my mouth is red all around, and I sweat quite a bit. Sitting with a big belly, looking at this pot of red oil, I really have no appetite. Neither feeding the pigs nor pouring it out directly is good. After thinking for a moment, I carry a basin, walk a long way, and pour it into the dry toilet. I take a stroll around the yard and then go back inside. The smell of hot pot is everywhere. I quickly open both the front and back doors to let the smell disperse. There are not many insects now, so I'm not afraid of mosquitoes coming in. But if the temperature stays normal this year, living in the countryside, mosquitoes will likely become rampant. With the front and back doors open for good airflow and fresh air coming in, I close the doors and rush to the bathroom to take a shower and change into clean clothes. When I come out, I feel fresh and cool, sitting on the porch swing to soak up some sun. The sun isn't very strong now, just warm on my skin. Occasionally, a cool breeze from the mountains blows by, carrying a hint of floral scent. My pores relax completely. After enough sunbathing, I check around the yard and find nothing to do, so I prepare to go home and do something meaningful. I measure the front and back door sizes with a tape measure, find some mesh in the basement, and make a screen door. Not only for the front and back doors of the house, but also for the windproof door and the back room. I hope that through my many efforts, I can prevent mosquitoes from entering my home as much as possible. I will cut the mesh screen to fit each door, leaving an extra piece for trimming. At the bottom of the small slope in the yard, on the gravel path, I will pick some pretty small stones about the size of corn kernels and bring them back. After cleaning, I will roll the stones into the bottom of the door curtain and sew them in with a sewing machine. The added weight will help prevent the curtain from being blown up by the wind, making it more effective at blocking flying insects. Since I got a sewing machine, I don't miss any chance to use it. I will sew the other 3 edges as well, making the curtains look more quality. Once the curtain is ready, I will stick some glue on the door first, then securely nail it in place, making it very sturdy. Little San and Little C seem to like the flowing curtains. They often play around at the door and even bite the small stones inside the curtain with their mouths.
No one can stand that.
I go up and give them a firm slap, and Little C clearly sees my displeasure. They often stand at the door, staring, and whenever they misbehave, I bark at them to scare them away. Although they still sneak and bite when I and Little D are not around, the situation has improved a lot. The weather is getting warmer, and since I've been keeping the rabbits inside, they have a smell. It's time to move the rabbits outside. I initially thought of enclosing them in a chicken coop-like area in the yard, but I felt it might not be suitable. The pig pen I built is quite large, one section for pigs, and the other section is still empty. Putting the rabbits in the pig pen would be safer, as it has a roof cover, and it won't be too hot in summer. Between the 2 sections, there is a wall about half a meter high. To prevent accidents, I built the wall up to the roof before moving the rabbits. Apart from the corridor, only the drainage ditch for manure is connected. This setup prevents pigs from accidentally jumping over and eating the rabbits, and it also helps block some of the pig smell. Half of the rabbit enclosure's roof is covered with thick straw, and the other half is just ground. At the end of the corridor, outside the rabbit enclosure, I placed 2 rabbit cages. When rabbits reproduce, I will keep them in the cages for a while, let them grow bigger, and then transfer them directly into the enclosure. After the wall dries for 2 days, I will catch all the rabbits and bring them in to live. Now that I have a spacious breeding area, I don't need to limit the rabbits' reproduction. The larger young rabbits and the male and female rabbits will all be kept in one enclosure. After taking care of the rabbits, next come the chickens. In rural areas, chickens and ducks are usually free-range, and they tend to go back to their nests on their own in the evening. My plan is to let them do the same, but there are wolves on the mountain. They roam around freely and could easily become wolf food. I can never quite tell which chickens I raised and which ones are safe to eat. In the end, I came up with a compromise. I fenced off a large area near the yard, where I train the chicks to stay during the day and return to their nest at night on their own. The first step was to open the gate of the enclosure. My chickens are usually kept confined, but I wanted them to get used to the outside territory. When I opened the gate, only 2 or 3 brave chickens dared to come out. The rest stood at the entrance, while the dogs cautiously looked outside. There's no rush. I'll wait until they get used to it. Before the chicks could adapt, Xiao Guo, Xiao San, and Xiao Si already did. Whenever they saw the chickens come out, they would chase after them, but they didn't bite, just scared them for fun. But as soon as I appeared, they acted very well behaved, so now the chickens are too scared to leave the enclosure. After 2 days of waiting, I finally caught the dogs in the act. Since the chickens were too afraid to leave the enclosure, the dogs boldly ran inside to find them. When I arrived, the dogs were teaming up to bother a duck, which was quacking loudly and struggling to escape. I caught each dog one by one and gave them a good scolding. Now they all behave well. I originally wanted the chickens to come out on their own, but they've become too timid, so I had to use strict methods. I personally herded the chickens and ducks into the yard, and then closed the enclosure gate. A few shy hens stayed at the gate, refusing to leave. I scattered some corn and chopped wild vegetables on the ground. When they saw the food, they became braver. After wandering around in the yard for 2 days, they finally stopped being afraid, and their shy personalities improved. I fenced off a large piece of land next to the vegetable garden with wooden stakes and wire mesh, and the area was ready. Worried that the chickens and ducks might get too wild and fly out, I carefully clipped their wings with scissors. Once everything was prepared, I opened the gate to let the chickens and ducks out. The ducks seemed braver than the chickens. They waddled out happily, quacking loudly and twisting their tails. I used a small stick to herd the chickens and ducks toward the designated area. Surprisingly, they were easy to control and only moved in the direction of the duck's lead, without running around aimlessly. After some training, Xiao Guo and Xiao Si behaved much better, but they still followed me while herding the flock. Seeing that they were well-behaved and could stop the chicks from wandering elsewhere, I was satisfied. Within a few minutes, the flock followed the slope into my fenced area. Seeing that I no longer chase after them, the chickens and ducks relax and enjoy themselves. This is my first time experiencing the wild outdoors, and I find it very interesting to use their claws to dig into the soil and carefully peck at every small insect on the ground. The ducks, of course, are even more lively, running around happily and making cheerful quacking sounds. I don't know why, but I feel that the ducks are quite similar in personality to Little Gourd. They're usually very friendly, and I can even sense their excitement when they are playing. Maybe because they are used to the dogs. Even when the dogs follow the chickens and ducks around the chicken coop, they are no longer afraid. Since a few dogs want to stay here, I decide to leave them to watch over the chickens and ducks. I lead Little Ground back home and bring out some small round chicken coops I bought earlier, placing them under a thick tree. If the chickens want to lay eggs here, they can just lay them inside the coop. Finally, I place 2 large bowls of water at the gate of the fence so the chickens and ducks can come over to drink when they are thirsty. On the first day, I can't relax. While the chickens and ducks eat wild greens and catch insects inside the fence, I cut fresh grass outside the fence. In the evening, the exciting moment arrives. I open the fence gate and herd the chickens and ducks back home. If I do this well, the plan for free-range chickens will succeed. I hold a small wooden stick and chase the chickens out in all directions. The ducks are the first to run out, followed by the chickens one after another. This area is quite large, and I worry that by the time I reach the innermost part, the chickens and ducks outside will have already run far away. After all the outside chickens are herded out, I see a group of chickens following the ducks home. Little Gourd, Little 3, and Little 4 still know how to guard from the sides, and if any chicken runs the wrong way, they chase it back. At this moment, I feel exhausted but very happy. The dogs are sensible and take care of the chickens and ducks. The ducks remember the way home, and even the chickens, though a bit slow, follow the ducks obediently. My heart feels warm. I close the fence gate, look at the sunset in the distance, and feel optimistic about the future. When I get home, all the chickens and ducks are in the yard. Some of the sensible ones have already returned to their nests, while others linger in the yard. I gently herd them back, and they all obediently go to their nests. I quickly feed them with warm water and some food, making sure they have a good meal before it gets dark. Then I carry a big bag of freshly cut grass and toss it into the rabbit enclosure, where the rabbits happily eat. Spring is wonderful. The rabbits don't need dry hay and can get fat easily. The next day, I wake up early at dawn. I sweep the chicken droppings in the yard with a big broom. So in the future, the chickens and ducks won't stay in the yard for long, and it won't get so dirty. I open the chicken coop door and the yard gate. Some chickens and ducks were still sleeping. When I opened the door, the ducks excitedly flapped their wings and waddled outside. My trimmed wings looked like a dog had chewed on a fringe. Ugly but cute. When the ducks quacked, all the chickens woke up and blindly followed the ducks outside. Everyone entered the free-range enclosure neatly and in order. People with OCD would definitely enjoy raising chickens and ducks. It's very soothing. The chickens and ducks played inside the enclosure while I continued to cut grass outside, just like yesterday. I gathered a big bunch of fresh grass to feed the rabbits later. Then I prepared some pig and chicken feed, some for the pigs, and the rest I carried to the free-range chicken enclosure. Even though the chickens find food outside, I still feed them a little, just to make sure they don't go hungry. Today wasn't very hot. I took a basket and a hoe and went up the mountain to find some new plants. When I was in the countryside before, I used to go up the mountain with friends to pick herbs. They would dig some up to sell, and I would run around with them learning about different herbs. The most familiar and memorable one was licorice root. When I was a kid, snacks were rare in the village. My friends would dig up a piece of licorice root, peel off the muddy outer layer with their nails, and chew it right away. I tried it too. It was a bit sweet, but licorice always had a herbal taste. At first, I didn't like it, but since my friends ate it, I endured the strange taste and soon found it easy to chew. For some reason, I always thought licorice grew on the cliffs of mountain gullies. Following my childhood instinct, I went straight to the top of the pond's mountain gully. Sure enough, I saw clusters of licorice. The leaves of the licorice looked very ordinary, similar to many tree leaves, oval-shaped, symmetrical on both sides. The small purple flowers clustered together, shaped like sorghum. Though the gully was a bit dangerous, it was easier to dig up the licorice here. I pulled the seedlings toward the gully, and the long, dry roots slid out along the cliff wall. After pulling out a whole bunch of licorice, I was satisfied and stopped. I patted the soil off the roots and pulled out one to tie the rest into a bundle. This big bundle of licorice would last me a long time. I threw the bundle near the free-range chicken enclosure and continued to look for other herbs with my basket. After wandering for a while, I saw a large patch of small yellow flowers. Each flower was tiny, but they grew densely together, forming a small sea of yellow blossoms. A branch with radiating small flowers, about a dozen, all straight and stiff, looks like Chaihu buplurum. Whether it's a large branch or a small sprout, everything is straight and firm. This is definitely Chaihu. Chaihu is still used as medicine from the root. It is often used for colds and fever. Other benefits can be studied more slowly in books later. I took a hoe and carefully dug around, breaking off the roots with my nails and placing them in a basket. After digging all afternoon, I finally cleared this large patch of chaihu. The remaining smaller seedlings seemed to have thinner roots, so I left them untouched to grow next year. The roots of chaihu accumulated into half a basket. I didn't want to throw away the many flowers either, so I casually picked some tough grass and tied the flowers into a big bunch. On the way back, I put them in a bottle which would look very beautiful. Holding a big bunch of yellow flowers and carrying a basket, I returned to the fence. I opened the gate, and the small cucumbers and melons smartly led the chickens home. I also picked up some licorice root from the ground and went home together. At home, I first fed the pigs, chickens, and rabbits. By the well, I washed the licorice and chaihu roots, then dried them in a basket in the yard. It seems I've become addicted to finding traditional herbs. Since I don't need to tend the vegetable garden right now, I continue to look for herbs after sending the chickens up the mountain. Today, I went far and found some herbs like polygonum, motherwort, plantain, wild chives, and astragalus. Motherwort is also something I used to eat often as a child. I pulled out the small purple flowers from the seedlings, put them in my mouth, and sucked on them. They tasted sweet like honey. Compared to licorice, I liked eating motherwort more. At home, I processed the herbs in various ways, dried them in the yard, then stored them in clear glass jars with labels. In the evening, I carefully checked in traditional Chinese medicine books to make sure I didn't make mistakes with each herb, and I wrote down all their benefits on the jars. I took a new notebook and copied the common prescriptions for these herbs from the books so I could use them directly in the future. When I arranged all the filled, identical glass jars on the bookshelf and placed the notebook beside them, I felt a great sense of achievement and satisfaction. Tonight, my dreams were especially sweet. Now I have learned how to properly use the hammock. During the day, when the chickens are in the fence, I hang the hammock nearby. I listen to music and lie on it to enjoy the sunshine. In less than 3 days of leisure, the vegetable garden, corn, and rice seedlings have all grown quite tall. When the morning and evening sun isn't too strong, I use a hoe to weed and pull out the extra seedlings. I can eat small green onions, Chinese cabbage, and lettuce, so I take them home to stir-fry or cook hot pot. The rest of the things I can't eat, I feed to the rabbits. There's no rush to weed or pull seedlings. I do a little each day slowly. This way, I always have something to do. The green cherries and plums are growing bigger every day. I start to hope that time will pass faster. But the more I hope for time to go by quickly, the slower it seems to move. I checked the mulberry trees on the back hill a few times, but the berries still aren't ripe. I couldn't hold back anymore and had to start picking the mulberry leaves. Mulberry leaves are also a kind of traditional medicine. I planned to pick some to dry and keep for medicine and some to eat. But when I saw the green mulberries on the tree, I couldn't bring myself to pick them, worried I might harm the tree. I only picked the branches with fewer fruits, carefully plucking the leaves sparsely. So I thought I was saving effort, but before long, I still ended up with a big basket of leaves. I carried the basket of mulberry leaves home, first washed my face in a basin of cool well water by the well, feeling refreshed. Then I washed the leaves again. The cleaned mulberry leaves were partly steamed in a pot for a few minutes, then taken out and placed in a basket to dry in the sun. Natural mulberry leaf tea not only helps improve eyesight but also clears lung heat and nourishes the liver and kidneys. The remaining leaves, like the willow buds before, were mixed with flour, a little salt, and chicken seasoning, then spread out and steamed. This time, I added minced garlic and a spoonful of lard to make it more fragrant. Some leaves I left without garlic, just mixed with a spoonful of lard and gave to the dogs. As the weather gets hotter, the mosquitoes are indeed coming. Just after a short morning of weeding, I got several big bites on my legs. The more I scratched, the itchier it became. Even the cross-seal method didn't work. While stockpiling supplies, I only thought about extreme cold and forgot to stock up on floral water and medicated oil. Outside the yard wall, there's a large patch of mint. I can only temporarily use mint leaves to get by. I picked a big bunch of mint leaves, then mashed them into a paste using a new garlic mortar and applied it to the bites. It felt cool and seemed to reduce the itching. At night, before going out, I mashed all the remaining mint leaves into paste and applied it to my legs and arms. It helped reduce mosquito bites, but the effect wasn't perfect. Some stubborn mosquitoes still bit me. When returning home, I entered and exited quickly, afraid mosquitoes would come in and bite me, making it hard to sleep. Lying on the Kong heated bed, I looked through some functional books about making mosquito repellent liquid. There are only a few methods, but I don't have all the ingredients. Some recipes require honeysuckle, others need rosemary, or even rarer materials. There is no other way, so I decided to circle all the materials I could find in the book and try mixing them myself. The ingredients I have are vitamin B1, mugwort, mint, and alcohol, which are also used in mosquito repellent sprays. There are plenty of mugwort on the mountain. Every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, my father takes me to pick mugwort from the mountain. In the morning, I wash my face with mugwort water, and at night, I soak my feet in mugwort water, saying it can help remove viruses. Since mugwort used to grow on the mountain, it must still be there now. Early in the morning, I put on long sleeves and pants and go to the fields to find mugwort, but after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any. I had to try my luck on the back mountain and finally found a patch of mugwort. It smells nice, and I heard mosquitoes are very afraid of the smell. I put down my basket, cut a lot of mugwort, and brought it back. I washed the mugwort and mint leaves, put them into a juicer with a little water, and squeezed out green juice. I covered a clean glass jar with a piece of cloth, poured the green juice in, and filtered out the grass bits with the cloth, leaving pure green liquid. I ground vitamin B1 into fine powder with a hard object, added it to the green juice, then mixed in some alcohol and stirred well. I took a sniff, just 1 second, and I felt a little dizzy. Looking at the dark green, almost like a strange dish, mosquito repellent, I wondered whether it would scare away the mosquitoes first or knock me out first. Whether it works or not, I sprayed the mixture all over my arms and legs. Then I went for a walk around the fields. I pulled out some weeds from the edge of the field and fed them to the rabbits. When I checked again later, I found I wasn't bitten by any mosquitoes at all. I felt like a genius. Excited, I poured the entire jar of mosquito repellent into the fridge to use slowly later. From now on, I will spray myself completely with mosquito repellent before going out. Since there are plenty of mugwort and mint outside, I can make as much as I want without worrying about saving it. I picked too many mint leaves earlier, and some are left on the ground. I slightly crush the mint leaves to extract juice, pour it into cool well water, add some sugar, and stir well. I didn't throw away the jelly shells I ate before. I searched through my boxes and found the old jelly shells, washed them thoroughly. In the West Wing, I found some scrap wood and nailed together a tray-shaped wooden box. I placed the jelly shells inside, 10 in a row, and made 4 rows in total. Carefully, I poured the mint sugar water into each jelly shell, covered them with plastic wrap, and put the tray into the freezer. In the afternoon, I had nothing to do. I hadn't eaten fresh fish in a while, so I took my fishing rod and went to the pond. As soon as I entered the mountain stream, a cool breeze hit me. The sunlight here is less, and every time I come in, I feel cooler than outside. While reading a book and fishing, I caught 2 fat fish in about an hour. I put some water in a bucket, carried the fish home. At home, I killed the fish, removed the scales, gutted and cleaned them, finishing the preparation all at once. 1 fish was simmered in a clear broth, with oil in the pot, frying the fish until golden on both sides, then adding hot water, Sichuan peppercorns, chicken essence, salt, and a blend of spices, and slow cooking. The other fish had its head and bones removed, then sliced into pieces. I mixed the slices with 2 spoons of starch, a little cooking wine, salt, chicken essence, egg white, and kneaded everything together by hand. In a pan, I heated oil, added chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers to release aroma, then added bean paste, chili powder, spicy chili, and Sichuan peppercorns, frying until red oil appeared, then added water. I boiled fresh green vegetables from the garden in the water, then scooped them out and placed them at the bottom of a large empty bowl. Once the broth boiled again, I gently added the marinated fish slices, stirred lightly, and cooked until done, then transferred them into the bowl. I poured broth over the fish slices, enough to cover them, then sprinkled chopped green onions, sesame seeds, and chili flakes on top. I heated a spoonful of oil until hot, then poured it over the dish with a sizzling sound, and the spicy, fragrant fish slices were ready. When the fish was done, the broth from the simmered fish turned milky white, just right to serve. I poured a little aged vinegar into a bowl, then added a spoonful of spicy oil from the fish dish, and mixed them. Dipping the fish slices in the homemade sauce, they had a spicy, fragrant flavor with a tangy taste. Very delicious. The fish soup from the simmered fish was also very tasty, with fresh, tender fish meat. After I finished eating, I removed the fish bones and head from the simmered fish, mixed some rice, and fed it to the dog. Once the dogs had eaten enough, I put the fish head and bones into their bowls. The dogs carefully chewed, and soon they finished everything. Cherry was turning half red, ripe or not, making my mouth water, when suddenly, people came to the White Town base again. I heard that sunbathing with eyes closed can improve eyesight. I was sitting on a swing chair, sunbathing with my eyes closed, when I heard the sound of a small truck outside. "Girl, there's an urgent matter, come out quickly." Brother Lou was standing outside, calling loudly. When I heard it was urgent, I suddenly opened my eyes, startled by the bright sunlight. I steadied myself, peeked through the door crack, and saw only Brother Lou and Brother Lou Air outside. I opened the door. "What's going on, Brother Lou?" Brother Lou's forehead was covered in sweat, as if he was busy doing something. I felt a bit anxious. Could it be bandits attacking the White Town base? "Hurry, hurry, get in the car, and come with me." I didn't understand why Brother Lou was so anxious and asked, "What's the matter, Brother Lou?"
You talk to me while you pack.
I run toward the chicken pen, with Brother Lou following behind and talking. The base leader sent a small team to check the old coal factory, and they found a hidden coal mine. Now they're busy moving coal back. It won't be long before someone notices, and then we won't be able to get any. I opened the chicken enclosure and heard the chickens toward home, replying to Brother Lou, "Is there a lot of coal? Did your base find it? Can I come and take some too?" The coal stored at home was barely used during the coldest times and last winter. It can last a while, but it's not enough for a lifetime. Everyone wants free coal. Of course, more is better, but I need to find out if I can take some. Brother Lou says, "The base leader asked me to call you. I wouldn't dare decide on my own. If you go and get hurt, I wouldn't be able to help you." Hearing this, I find myself wanting to laugh at how nervous the atmosphere is. Brother Lou is still so simple. Okay, I'll lock up the chickens and then we'll go." After herding the chickens into the yard, I quickly lock them in the coop. It seems Brother Lou just remembered my question about how much coal there is and adds, "Oh right, there's a lot of coal. The White Town base can't move out quickly, so the base leader wants you to take as much as you can. The more, the better. Once the bigger base takes over, we're out of luck. Is that place far? How long does it take to drive there? It's not too close or far, so I need to consider how much fuel I'll need. It's pretty far, almost inside Liaoning. It'll take at least an hour by car." After Brother Lou finishes speaking, I tell him to wait outside the yard, and I'll come out soon. I quickly grab 2 barrels of oil from the basement, put them in the back seat of the car, toss in 2 shovels, a big bundle of sacks, and take my bow, crossbow, and stun stick. I start the car and drive out of the yard. I lock the big gate and follow Brother Lou as we set off. After spending so much time together, I trust Brother Lou completely. We drive past the edge of the small town and then a little further, and surprisingly, we pass the coal factory where I bought coal. Could it be that the hidden coal mine was hidden by the coal boss who sells me coal? Thinking this, I keep following Brother Lou's car. After about an hour, we finally reach our destination. The place is between several big mountains, even more remote than my home. Next to the coal mine, there are scattered stones that look freshly dug up. The coal kiln entrance is small, with 5 or 6 large trucks parked outside. About a dozen people are busy moving coal back and forth. I follow Brother Lou into the kiln and am amazed by what I see inside. There are solar lamps around, probably brought by the White Town base. Inside the dark coal kiln, I can see a little, and there are several piles of coal stacked like small mountains. No wonder Brother Lou said it would take a while to clear out. I don't know which big boss stored so much coal during the coldest time, but it's smart to move it quickly. If the owner or other bases find out, it could cause trouble. This girl knows the boss here. Don't stop her from moving coal. Brother Lu pats my shoulder and tells the workers around. Girl, take your time loading. I need to pretend I'm working, so I can't help you now. Call me if you can't lift it later. Brother Lu pushes a cart and turns to help load coal onto a truck from White Town. I don't bother with polite talk. I grab a shovel and start working. I try to scoop coal with the shovel, but it's too hard to dig in. I push with my foot, lift a shovelful of coal, and dump it into the small cart. After filling one cart, I start to get tired. I push it to the truck, put the coal into a sack, and load it onto the truck. It's exhausting. The coal is so heavy I need a better way. I push the cart back into the kiln and look at the big pile of coal, thinking for a moment. I press the small cart close to the coal pile, then use the shovel to dig down, and push the coal down the side of the pile. The coal flows directly into the cart along my digging marks. A few scoops fill the cart. I push the cart to the truck, slip the sack over the cart, and tip it forward. The coal spills into the sack easily. This method saves so much effort. The hardest part is just carrying the sacks onto the truck. Girl, just leave the loaded sacks on the truck. I'll watch over them and help you load everything later, Brother Lu says. It's not the time to hesitate. When he says he'll help, I agree and turn the cart back into the kiln to load more coal. As I stick the shovel into the coal mountain and dig down, someone nearby starts talking. This girl is really clever. This saves so much work. We should do the same, dig like her, then use the shovel when we can't dig anymore. The strong men nearby start copying me, digging coal into the carts. I don't mind. There's plenty of coal here, so I'm sure I can load enough. I ran back and forth more than 20 times, stacking 20 bags of coal next to the truck. I didn't bother to be polite and directly called Brother Lu to come help. Brother Lu, I'm almost done here. Help me move this. Coming, hearing me, Brother Lu immediately put down his work, jumped off the truck, and came to help. Taozi, come here. He was walking toward me but glanced to the side and called Taozi over to help load the coal onto the truck. I looked back and met Taozi's eyes. Both of us felt a little awkward. But he still obediently came over, silently carried the coal bag onto the truck, even more diligently than Brother Lu. In a short while, the two of them moved all 20 bags of coal onto the truck. Each bag probably weighs about 200 pounds, so these 20 bags nearly reached the limit of my small truck. Just then, a truck from the White Town base was preparing to head back, and Brother Lu asked me to follow them. While driving home, I was thinking about how many trips I needed to make to haul coal. One trip with 2 tons, 5 trips would be 10 tons. Before the apocalypse, 10 tons of coal could cost over 10,000 yuan, and after the disaster, it would only be more expensive. Thinking this way filled me with strength. I was determined to make 5 trips today. But Brother Lu and Taozi still needed to help at the White Town base, and the coal they got would probably be divided based on effort. If I kept asking them for help, would it affect their benefits? Thinking this, I decided I couldn't keep relying on them. Maybe I should load less coal into the sacks and carry it myself little by little. Before long, I arrived home. When I got there, I drove the truck near the west wing, flipped the bed, and the 20 bags of coal slid directly onto the ground. That was just the first trip. I had to place the coal in a corner, or else there wouldn't be space for the second or third trip. I didn't stop. I turned the truck around and continued to haul coal. On the way to the coal kiln, I kept thinking about how to move the coal more easily, but once I arrived, I couldn't come up with a good method. Driving into the coal kiln, the scene was very different from the first time. The base elder was standing in the middle, directing, while 3 large shovels were unloading coal onto the truck one after another. It seemed the elder also thought manual labor was too slow, so he decided to use the shovels even if it cost more fuel. If the elder would give me some face and let the shovels turn just a little, dumping a few shovels of coal into my truck, I could directly get 2 tons of coal. Several trucks lined up, waiting one after another for the loader to feed them. I was very jealous of the trucks being fed and wished I could be the one receiving the feed. After a few large trucks were filled and drove away from the coal kiln, only my small truck was left standing nearby. The old head of the base suddenly noticed me and waved. "Come over quickly, come over." Before I could reach him, He waved at the loader, which then drove into the coal kiln to load coal. I understood immediately and happily drove my truck to the feeding spot. The loader dumped several scoops of coal into my truck bed, filling it up. I rolled down the window and loudly shouted to the old head of the base, "Thank you, sir. You're such a kind person." The old head of the base seemed a bit embarrassed and waved his hand. "Hurry back now. We'll come again later. Maybe 5 or 6 more trips." With the loader's help, I felt a huge weight lift from my heart, and my eyes were filled with longing for coal. This time, I didn't need to load the coal into sacks, which saved effort. I drove directly to the drying yard. I spread a large plastic sheet on the ground, then tipped the truck bed, and the coal spilled out onto the ground. Black smoke rose, staining a small patch of land around. Fortunately, I had foreseen this and poured the first load of coal into the west wing, or else I wouldn't have been able to get the coal in. When I headed back to the coal kiln, it was already dark. Judging by the old head of the base's attitude, the White Town base was destined to work through the night. So I had to stay awake too, keeping pace with the White Town base. That entire night, I was either driving or waiting in line for the loader to feed me. I didn't feel sleepy at all. My mind was full of excitement about making money. By the time the 7th truck was loaded, dawn had broken, and the base stopped all loaders and trucks. "Leave a little room for others. Let's go." The old head of the base, with bloodshot eyes and exhaustion, got into a truck and headed back to White Town. The others began tidying up, roughly filling the holes with stones. I also drove my small truck toward home. Seeing the pile of coal at the drying yard, I was extremely happy. The additional 10 or so tons of coal would last me many years of burning. I used an entire roll of plastic to cover all the coal, pressing bricks around the edges to prevent moisture and avoid attracting attention. These coal supplies are not completely wasted. Besides the diesel I got from the basement and stored myself, I used up almost half of it today, which really hurts. But it's still worth it. Compared to diesel, I find more appealing the 10 or so tons of coal. I stayed awake all night, pulling an all-nighter. I closed the door tightly, planned to wash up before sleeping, but when I looked in the mirror in the bathroom, I saw that except for my eyes and teeth, everything else was black. Although I was extremely tired, I forced myself to take a shower. Halfway through, I saw large patches of black dirty water on the floor, which looked scary, so I scrubbed even harder. While washing my face, I also cleared out my nostrils. I roughly dried my hair with a blow dryer, then slipped into bed and fell asleep instantly. I was awakened by hunger. When I woke up, it was almost dark outside. A few dogs, hungry, were pacing on the ground. Without hesitation, I steamed a pot of rice, cut some cured meat, and cooked it together with dried watermelon and dried potatoes. During the day, I had been sleeping and didn't let the chickens out. I hurried to feed the chickens and pigs. The pigs really suffer with me. Every few months, they go through a painful hunger. The ducks seemed full of complaints when they saw me, quacking nonstop until I poured food into their trough, then they quieted down to fight over the food. I went outside to cut some grass to feed the rabbits. The rabbits also seemed quite hungry, eating grass faster than usual. The mother rabbit looked like she might be pregnant again, quietly hopeful. When I got home and entered the windbreak, I smelled the aroma of stew from inside. My stomach was painfully hungry, and I couldn't wait to eat. A few dogs lay weakly in front of the stew pot, as if threatening me. "If you don't feed us soon, we might just die." The smell told me the stew was almost ready. I lifted the lid, and hot steam burst out, making the dogs immediately perk up and jump back. Every dog has had the experience of being burned by the steam from the lid when they were puppies, so even if they were starving or pretending to be dead, they couldn't allow the hot steam to burn them. It's not that I didn't stop them when they were young. As soon as they smell the delicious food from the pot, they can't resist trying to get in. I quickly stirred the meat with a spatula, then served it into a big bowl to eat. Every day, I eat after the dogs, but today was an exception. I first mixed some vegetables with rice and let it cool on the stove. Before the dog food cooled, I started eating myself. The chewy cured meat, combined with the firm dried potatoes and dried watermelon, made every bite delicious. What is the most delicious thing? When I am hungry, every bite of food feels the most delicious. A few dogs look at me pitifully, while I enjoy my meal alone. After eating 2 bowls of rice, my hunger finally eases. After I finish eating, I put the dishes and rice on the ground. The dogs rush over and finish everything quickly. They seem still a bit hungry, so I mix the remaining vegetables in the big bowl with rice and feed the dogs. The next morning, I suddenly realize I am walking unsteadily. After driving for over 10 hours, my buttocks hurt badly, and my calves are sore. I walk with a limp while feeding the pigs and chickens. But that's not important. Thinking about the dozens of tons of coal I transported yesterday, which can last for many years, I feel both pain and happiness. I limp to put the chickens into the free-range pen, then carry a basket to go for a walk in the mountains. Sitting feels worse than standing, so I decide to walk more to relax my muscles. Small red dots start appearing on the cherry trees. I approach and pick a few rare cherries, popping them into my mouth without even wiping them. They're slightly sweet with a stronger sour taste, but what's the point of picky eating? I haven't had fresh fruit all winter, so these few small cherries make me very happy. After finishing the cherries, I keep walking. For a while, I don't find anything interesting. Besides the old man's wild vegetables, only wild grass grows on the ground. Life is really dull. I complain melodramatically, planning to check the big forest where I picked mushrooms before. In the forest, small wildflowers grow in patches. They are red, but have no fragrance. I pick 2 and play with them in my hand. Suddenly, I notice a white spot on the ground about the size of an egg. I walk closer and see it's a mushroom. Oh, right. Mushrooms grow not only in autumn, but also in spring. I pick the mushroom and examine it in my hand. It looks like a morel mushroom, a rare wild morel mushroom. I can't believe I, a casual forager, found such a big one. Luckily, I have a small knife with me. I carefully cut away the dirt from the root of the mushroom and gently place it in my basket. This is a morel mushroom, rich in nutrients and good for the stomach. Even before the apocalypse, it was considered a valuable fungus. Thinking about how dull life was before, I start carefully searching the ground for more morel mushrooms. Soon, I find the second and third ones, and they're all quite large. At my grandmother's house, I often heard people talk about how some women found morel mushrooms and sold them for thousands of yuan. But I've never actually found any myself. Neither my grandmother nor I have ever gathered them in the mountains. Today, I unexpectedly found the legendary morel mushrooms, and I felt more excited than when I find money. I was so obsessed that I kept searching through the forest all morning and gathered a small basketful. I was satisfied with my harvest, straightened up, and prepared to go home. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit my whole body. I remembered I had ignored the soreness in my butt earlier, and now my waist was also aching. If each ache in a body part could earn me valuable resources like coal or morel mushrooms, I would gladly accept it. Happily, I carried my basket home, carefully taking out the morel mushrooms and laying them on a drying rack. While drying, I couldn't help but salivate because the mushrooms smelled very fragrant. I had never tasted them before. There were some mushrooms left in the basket that I didn't dry, planning to eat them directly at noon. Since I didn't know how to cook them, I quickly took out my universal recipe book and looked up how to prepare morel mushrooms. The book listed 4 famous ways to cook morel mushrooms: stewed chicken, stewed ribs, steamed eggs, and mushroom tofu stir-fry. There were no fresh tofu or ribs at home, so I decided to make stewed chicken with mushrooms and steamed eggs. I took a frozen chicken out and let it thaw in water, then washed the mushrooms with clean water. Once the chicken thawed, I boiled a pot of water, blanched the chicken in it, and set it aside. The water used to blanch the chicken was kept aside for feeding the pigs. On the small stove, I placed a clay pot, added water, and put in the blanched chicken. I brought it to a boil over high heat. There was some foam on top after boiling, so I skimmed it off with a spoon. I added chopped green onions, ginger, cooking wine, salt, chicken essence, 13 spice powder, red dates, and our special guest, the morel mushrooms. I covered the pot and simmered on low heat. When the chicken was almost falling apart, I started preparing rice and steamed eggs. Making steamed eggs with mushrooms is even simpler. Just follow the steps for steaming egg custard. I cracked 2 eggs into a bowl, beat them into a liquid, added salt and a little water, then steamed for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I placed 3 slices of chopped mushroom on top and steamed for another 8 minutes. I kept track of the time and took out the mushroom steamed eggs. The chicken in the clay pot was also ready to be served. I was full of anticipation for this meal, hoping it wouldn't disappoint me. I uncovered the clay pot, revealing golden, clear chicken soup with floating chicken pieces and mushrooms. The red dates made the soup look more nutritious. The recipe's stewed chicken was different from how I usually cook chicken. My usual way makes the chicken quite strong in flavor, but this mushroom stewed chicken looked light and fresh, which should be very healthy. I scooped a bowl of chicken soup with a spoon and let it cool. I picked a piece of morel mushroom and tasted it first. The morel mushroom is crispy and tender, with a slight crunch when bitten. It has a mildly sweet flavor. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks, but I really think it smells and tastes more fragrant and fresh than other mushrooms. I picked up the bowl of chicken soup, blew on it to cool, and took a sip. The rich aroma of mushrooms blended perfectly with the chicken flavor. It was incredibly delicious, even more flavorful than the chicken soup I used to have at restaurants. Next, I tried the steamed egg with morel mushrooms. I took a spoonful of the steamed egg, topped with a piece of morel mushroom, and put it in my mouth. The egg was smooth and tender, and the mushroom was crispy and refreshing. The texture was excellent. The fresh flavor of the morel mushrooms seeped into the egg, and the aroma of the mushrooms combined beautifully with the egg flavor. It was simply amazing. Such delicious food shouldn't be enjoyed alone. After I finished eating, I took some of the chicken soup and mixed it with the remaining steamed eggs and all the leftover mushrooms, then fed it to the dog with rice. The dogs ate happily too. In the past, I watched short videos of dogs eating, and I saw dogs eating morel mushrooms. I also fed some to my dogs at home, hoping to boost their immune systems. After eating, I went to the yard, looked at the morel mushrooms with affection, and turned them over. Make sure to dry them well, no mold allowed. While turning them over, I patiently reminded the mushrooms to stay strong and healthy. Today, I haven't yet cut grass for the rabbits, so I hurried up the mountain with a sickle. I cut a bundle of grass to feed the rabbits, then went into the chicken enclosure to collect eggs. The chicks are now used to playing in the open yard every day. They often lay eggs under the tree stumps in the nesting boxes, so I need to check for eggs daily and prevent any unknown creatures from stealing them. Looking at the group of semi-grown ducklings, I wonder when they will start laying eggs. Just thinking about the delicious, oily salted duck eggs I'll get to enjoy makes me drool. In elementary school, I read a story about Gayu duck eggs. I was so craving them back then that I've had a fondness for salted duck eggs ever since. I continued to gather chicken legs, pears, and small gray mushrooms. My mom named the small gray mushroom. She often took me to the mountains to pick them, then we would go home and cook meat to eat. Whether it's the mushroom cap or the stem, both are crispy when cooked and they smell fragrant with pork fat. Delicious. Today, I harvested a full basket of mixed mushrooms, mostly the same kinds I know, all placed together without sorting. Back home, I usually let them dry in a yard, then I picked out the small gray mushrooms to cook inside. I washed the small gray mushrooms and stir-fried them with cured meat. It was ready in no time. The small gray mushrooms are crispy and full of the aroma of cured meat, making them very tasty with rice. After eating, while washing dishes in the kitchen, I suddenly saw a pile of rice spilled next to the rice bag. I thought it must have been small gua or small san and small c messing around. They dared to pull near the rice bag, probably feeling bored. I squatted down to collect the rice into a bowl, planning to feed the chickens, but then I noticed something was wrong. The mess outside wasn't made by a dog. The rice bag had a tear, and rice was leaking from inside.
Could it be?
A feeling of disgust rose from my stomach. Damn it! It must have been mice. When I cleaned the kitchen yesterday, I didn't see this pile of rice. It must have come in over the past couple of days. The opening of the rice bag was tightly sealed, and mice usually start eating from the bottom. The rice I ate today probably hadn't been touched by mice. I kept reassuring myself silently, trying to suppress the nausea rising in my throat. Besides the torn rice bag, there was also half a bag of flour, 2 bags of millet, and 2 bags of buckwheat flour. I planned to check each one carefully to see what had been affected, but I didn't dare to move too quickly, afraid the mice might run out and hide elsewhere. I shouted the names of Small Gua and Small D outside the door, and soon I saw Small Gua running confidently from afar toward the house. His expression and posture seemed to say, "The general has returned. I am here to save you." I called all 4 dogs into the kitchen, then closed all the doors, front, back, bathroom, and bedroom, and blocked the stove openings. Then I started searching through the boxes for the mice. Apart from the rice and flour, there wasn't much else in the kitchen. Most vegetables and meats were in the fridge. I moved aside 2 bags of millet and found no sign of mice. The bags of rice were also intact. Carefully, I moved aside a bag of buckwheat flour, which was also undamaged, but then Small Gua showed a reaction. After moving this bag of flour, Little Gua kept his nose close to the ground, sniffing something.
It seemed he smelled mice.
I had a feeling that when I moved the next bag of buckwheat noodles, I would see a mouse. Prepared mentally, I opened the bag of buckwheat noodles. Nothing was underneath. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I felt a small gray shadow the size of a palm climbing along the strap onto my arm, then onto my back. This was probably the highest scream I had ever made in my life. I suddenly got goosebumps all over, and I was jumping wildly on the ground. It's over, it's really over. The disgusting feeling of virus bacteria, and now a mouse had climbed onto me. I jumped around a lot, finally startling the mouse to the ground, where it started running around chaotically. My motions were very unstable now. I forgot to use any tools. I shouted loudly at Little Gua to catch the mouse. Usually, Little Gua is unreliable, but in critical moments, he doesn't let me down. Instead of being scared by my scream, he chased after the mouse. The situation in the house was very urgent. One mouse was causing chaos among 4 dogs and a person. Maybe one dog could catch the mouse, but they kept bumping into each other, and no one caught it. In the end, the gray mouse hid in the water jar and a crack in the wall. At this moment, I finally regained my composure. I shone my flashlight into the crack in the water jar and grabbed a fire poker, aiming at the mouse's direction to poke it out. The mouse was very clever. Even though I was poking around wildly, it didn't move, hiding in that corner. Seeing it stay still made me anxious. I had to be ruthless and jab it in the belly. The mouse was hurt and ran out, but Little Gua caught it with one bite. After catching the mouse, Little Gua looked confused, not knowing what to do with it. "Don't let go. Please don't let go, Little Gua." Afraid that Little Gua might drop the mouse back on the ground, I tried to comfort him while hurriedly looking for a bag in the cupboard. Shaking, I held the bag in front of Little Gua, telling him to spit the mouse into it. I wasn't sure if the mouse would escape once inside the plastic bag. Suddenly, Little Gua made a face as if he was saying, "I won't go to hell, but someone else will," and tightly closed his eyes. With a soft crack, he bit through the mouse's neck. Then he ran outside with the mouse in his mouth. Little Xiao, Little San, and Little C also came to watch the fun. He threw the dead mouse into the yard. Seeing I didn't scold him, he then bit off the mouse's head and ate it. My heart was hit with 1,000 blows. It was upsetting to see the mice being eaten. How can dogs eat mice? When the little 3rd and 4th dogs came forward and shared a large mouse, I comforted myself to accept it. It's normal for pet cats and dogs to eat mice, so I told myself to let it go. Once they finished, I called the dogs into the kitchen and checked the grain storage. What if there are more mice in the kitchen? The dogs tasted something sweet and started sniffing around, waiting for the next mouse to appear. I moved the remaining half bag of flour and some boxes outside to the yard, but I didn't find any more signs of mice. The only thing the mice had bitten was that half bag of rice. It seems the mouse just ran into the house, ate a few bites of rice, and was caught. It was unlucky to bite the outside of the rice bag and lost its life in the dogs' mouths after just one day of peace. The rice bitten by mice can't be used. I took it to the yard to feed the chickens. The kitchen was already quite clean, but now I needed to tidy it up again. In the future, The kitchen must be kept very clear to avoid attracting mice and cockroaches. All kitchen tools on the shelves were wiped clean. The dried vegetables stacked up looked a bit messy, so I threw some away. All food, except rice and flour, is kept off the ground on shelves. Once the kitchen was tidy, I called the dogs, closed the back door, and started cleaning the back room. Right now, the back room only has some dried vegetables. I moved them to the top shelf and cleaned everything else, keeping it free of clutter. Mice can only enter through the front or back doors. If the back room is messy, mice can hide more easily. After tidying the back room, I checked the west wing. I always keep the door to the grain storage in the west wing closed, so mice are unlikely to get in. There's a lot of grain stored there. I couldn't check all of it, but I moved some rice bags and saw no signs of mice. Still, I set mouse traps in a few corners, just in case. Finally, I went to the basement. Usually, the basement cover is very tight, so mice rarely get in. I looked carefully, but found no mice. I set mouse traps in a few more corners. Where I set traps, the dogs are not allowed to go, so they won't get hurt. I spent the whole day just looking for mice. By evening, I was exhausted. Lying on the Kong bed, getting ready to sleep, I am thinking about getting a new kitten to come home. It's not good to have no cat at home. After a few days of fussing, the cherries on the mountain are now ripe. In the morning, I wake up early and take the chicks up the mountain. I carry 2 small baskets to pick cherries and mulberries. I bring home 2 full baskets of mulberries and cherries, wash them, and then grab a handful to enjoy. Whether it's mulberries or cherries, filling my mouth with them is very satisfying. By noon, it's starting to get hot. I put the mulberries in a large juice glass, mash them with a spoon. I take some frozen mint and sugar ice cubes from the freezer, add a little water, and stir gently. A beautiful glass of mulberry mint ice drink is ready. The bottom layer is dark purple mulberries, gradually turning into clear water at the top. In the middle, there are a few ice cubes with some bright green mint leaves. No matter which mall you go to, this fruit tea could sell for around 20 yuan. One sip is very cool, with a light sweetness and refreshing mint flavor. At the bottom, you can chew the mulberry seeds, which helps cool down. After drinking a big glass, my stomach feels half full, but I still want to make a cherry drink. I do the same, just replacing the mulberries with cherries. Cherries are more sour, so it tastes fresher, like a substitute for lemon iced tea. It's noon, and the sun is very strong. I should set up some shade for the animals. In the afternoon, after the sun sets, I take the shade cloth I found at the furniture store and start making shade shelters for the livestock. The pig pen and rabbit pen are simple, just cover half of the open area with shade cloth and nail the edges to the wall. Covering half reduces the heat coming in, and leaving the other half allows air to flow, so it's not too stuffy inside. Finally, I make a small shade shelter for the outdoor chicken yard. When the sun is very hot, the chicks can hide under it and stay cool before coming out to eat. Both the pig pen and rabbit pen have roofs, so the shading works well. The chicken yard also needs a covered shelter. I choose a spot in the yard, dig 9 holes and bury 9 poles to strengthen the structure. Then, I put some beams between the poles and lay wooden boards on top, nailing the boards to the poles with a nail gun. I nail the shade cloth on 3 sides of the shelter, leaving one side open. The roof is solid wood, which blocks direct sunlight. The 3 sides are covered with breathable shade cloth, blocking the sun from the sides but letting in cool breezes. From now on, the place to feed water and food to the chickens has been moved to under the shed, where they can also stay cool while drinking. Looking at the spacious shade shelter in front of me, I feel very satisfied. I brought 2 buckets of cool well water, poured them into a basin, and carried it under the shade. The chicks and ducks happily ran over and stood there drinking. After drinking enough water, they started to look around at the new structure inside the fence, full of curiosity. I always feel I am good at raising animals and pets. The animals I raise are well-behaved and live according to my ideas. When cherries and mulberries ripen, they don't stay on the trees for long. These days, the cherries and mulberries are fully ripe, and I can't eat them all. So, I plan to pick the remaining ones, process, and store them. Now, when picking cherries and mulberries, I can't use small baskets. I have to carry water buckets directly. I started picking early in the morning until the sun was very hot, which made my cheeks swell and feel hot. I filled a whole bucket with cherries. Carrying the cherries home, I scooped a basin of cool water from the well, splashed some on my face, and felt very refreshed. My mother taught me since I was young that I shouldn't wash my face with ice water when it's very hot, but I still can't resist the refreshing feeling of washing with ice water. When I am being disobedient, I still choose not to listen. I poured half of the cherries from the water bucket into another bucket, then filled both buckets with well water to rinse them. When I poured the well water into the buckets, cherry leaves that had fallen off during picking floated up, saving me the trouble of picking them out carefully. After washing the cherries clean, I filled 2 sealed bags with them and put them in the freezer to freeze. When I want to eat, I can just take them out and enjoy icy cherries. Last year, I made some fruit wine, which was very tasty and quite versatile. Besides drinking it myself, I also gave some as gifts. This year, I plan to make more. I spread out the remaining cherries to dry a bit, removing surface moisture. I prepared a few larger jars than last year, sterilized them by pouring boiling water inside, and let them dry. I boiled some well water and let it cool for later use. I poured the cherries into 4 large jars, added rock sugar to each, then poured cooled boiled water, twice the amount of cherries, into each jar. Finally, I added a little white wine to each jar, sealed the lids tightly, and waited for fermentation. After some time, once fermentation started, I shook the jars regularly, opened the lids to release gas, and the cherry wine was ready. The process for mulberries is similar to that for cherries. I wash the mulberries thoroughly, then store some in sealed bags in the freezer. The remaining mulberries are dried to remove surface moisture, then placed in a large jar, crushed with a clean rolling pin. I add rock sugar, cooled boiled water, and white wine, then tighten the lid to ferment. After fermenting for a while, I shook the barrel with cherry wine, just like before, to make a sweet and tasty fruit wine. I picked 2 big barrels of mulberries and cherries. There are still some left on the trees, but it seemed like a waste not to pick them, so I did. Following my previous method for making grape and watermelon jams, I mixed cherries and mulberries with sugar separately, then heated and cooked them in pots. In the end, I made 6 large jars of fragrant, sweet jam. I find pitting the fruit troublesome. Cherry jam has pits, so I need to be careful when eating. Cherry jam is bright red, with a strong cherry aroma, and tastes sweet and sour without being greasy. Mulberry jam is dark purple, not sour at all, and very sweet and fragrant. I stored them in the fridge. You can drink them directly with water, or use them as fillings or to dip bread. These days, I've been busy processing cherries and mulberries, so I didn't notice the few Sephora trees near the valley blooming with flowers. When I finally saw them, I excitedly took my usual small basket and gathered a basket of Sephora flowers. Passing by the vegetable patch, I cut a small bunch of chives. Adding chives to the Sephora flower filling can enhance the flavor. Last year, Aunt Lou gave me fresh pork from the pig slaughter, which I hadn't finished eating. Today, I can also make dumplings with Sephora flowers. At home, I washed the Sephora flowers thoroughly, boiled water in a pot with a little salt and oil, then added the flowers once the water boiled. When the flowers turned green, I used a slotted spoon to remove and squeeze out excess water, then chopped them up. I washed and chopped the chives. I ground the pork into filling with a meat grinder, then mixed the chopped Sephora flowers, chives, and pork in a large bowl. I added salt, chicken essence, 13-spice seasoning, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and other seasonings for flavor. Once the filling was well mixed and sticky, I started making dumplings. Not long after putting the dumplings in the pot, a unique Sephora flower aroma wafted out, making me salivate constantly. Last year, everything was just beginning. My focus was on planting vegetables and fresh produce, and I never thought about eating Sephora flowers. It's been many years since I last ate dumplings with Sephora flower filling. Now, smelling this aroma, it brings back many memories. After they were cooked, I couldn't wait and took a bite right away. The fresh, slightly sweet scent of the Sephora flowers, combined with the chives' freshness and the pork's rich flavor, made the taste especially good. Dipped in aged vinegar and chili, it became even more delicious and not greasy at all. I ate over 20 dumplings in one go. I left many in the plate intentionally to feed to the dogs. To let the dogs, who tend to swallow their food whole, taste the dumplings, I tore them open before putting them on the ground. The aroma of Sephora flowers was so enticing that even after eating, I kept burping with a fragrant smell. While the flowers were still fresh, I gathered 3 large buckets of them again. The refrigerator has limited space, so I blanched some vegetables, drained the water, and froze them. Most of the rest of the herbs are drying in the yard. During these days of drying acacia flowers, the whole yard is filled with their fragrance. I can see the white flowers spread all over the yard, which makes me very happy. Once dried, I store them directly. In winter, I can mix them into meat fillings or make large dumplings to eat. The dried acacia flowers didn't shrink much, and I packed them into a large bag. Since the summer harvest hasn't come down yet, and I'm not too busy now, I plan to go to the by-town base. There are 2 things to do. First, thank the base leader for giving me coal, and also thank Brother Lou and Towsy for their help. Second, I want to bring back a small cat because there are mice at home now. I definitely need to raise a kitten. I don't know if there are many cats at the by-town base or if they are as rare as dogs. Last time, when they came to exchange for a dog, they took a lot of supplies. I think I should bring back a kitten, but I can't take too few things. Rare supplies like alcohol or medicine should not be openly taken. I don't want to use too much salt or sugar, so those are not for exchange. The big rabbit is about to give birth again, so I can take 2 rabbits with me. There's still a lot of rice and flour, so I'll just take a bag of rice and a bag of flour. Farmers need gloves for work, so I'll bring 8 pairs of gloves. These supplies are definitely enough, but I also plan to buy some milk tofu and milk skin. I've also packed 2 boxes of eggs and 2 bottles of cherry fruit wine left from last year. After thinking for a moment, I decided to bring 2 bottles of my homemade floral water. This time, it's enough. I'll give the remaining items to Towsy and Brother Lou as a thank you gift. As for the base leader, I want to please him, so I'll bring 2 bottles of the white wine I brought back from the basement in town. The leader's gifts are not given for free. Every time I show goodwill, he always gives me better things in return. I packed everything I need to bring and added more food for all the livestock. Then, I'm ready to leave. For some reason, I feel a faint sense of unease about this trip. Besides the 2 bows and crossbows I brought, I also took a hunting rifle. On the way, I didn't meet anyone and smoothly drove into by-town base, parking the car at Brother Lou's house. It's now late morning, and no one is home, probably out working in the fields. I walk outside the yard and meet a middle-aged woman. "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" This polite greeting suggests she's not from the base. The woman looks a bit guarded and wary, watching me carefully. "Do you know who keeps cats at this base?" She thinks for a moment, but doesn't answer. She shakes her head and walks away. It seems everyone is quite alert. I decided to stay quietly at Brother Lou's door, waiting for someone I know. After less than 20 minutes, Sister Lou came back holding an empty bottle. "Hello, Sister Lou." Seeing her, I excitedly waved and greeted her. "Oh, girl, why are you here?" "I want to catch a kitten to raise at home. There are mice in my house." "Do you know anyone who has kittens, Sister Lou?" While pulling me inside, Sister Lou thought for a moment. "There is one. I heard a family in the East just had kittens last month, but now there aren't many. You need to trade something for one." When I heard there was a kitten, I felt relieved. Of course, I have something to trade. As long as I get a kitten, don't worry. Everyone is working in the fields now. When noon comes and everyone returns, Sister Lou will take you there. "Why did you come back before noon?" "Oh, Brother Lou accidentally spilled water while drinking. I thought I'd come back to fill the bottle again." "Ha ha ha, then I'll go with you to see the fields. I haven't been to your family's land yet. Okay, let's go together. Sister Lou will make something delicious for you at noon." Seeing that I wanted to visit the fields, Sister Lou filled the water in the water jar with cool water and took me outside. Passing by a small truck, I made sure the door was locked before I felt safe to follow Sister Lou out. But just a few steps away from Lou's yard, we saw a group of people rushing back, mostly women and children, few adult men. Not only was I startled, but Sister Lou was also very surprised. She quickened her pace and asked one person, Hey, what's going on? Quick, go home. The other base is attacking us. That sentence suddenly transported me from one world to another. In this remote countryside, I never thought two bases would fight. This morning, I felt uneasy, but I didn't expect something to actually happen. Have you seen Lu Fugue? Sister Lu asked anyone she could find. But everyone was rushing home without replying. In a panic, Sister Lu hurriedly turned against the crowd and headed out. I could only follow her. This base isn't very big, and there aren't many people. After walking for a few minutes in the opposite direction, only a few scattered people were running inside. We were almost at the base entrance, but still hadn't seen Brother Lu. I grabbed Sister Lu's arm. Sister, it's dangerous outside. Should we go home and wait? Sister Lu was walking away while pulling at my hand. She said, Girl, listen to me. You go hide at Sister Lu's house first. I will go see where Brother Lu is. At this point, I knew I shouldn't run alone to Sister Lu's house. Still, I turned around and ran back. I got on a small truck, tucked 2 bows and arrows into my waistband, and took a broken cloth bag with a gun from the truck. Then I headed toward the entrance of the White Town base. As I approached the gate, my heart was pounding. I had only imagined before that bad people might come to the house. But this kind of fight between two bases was the first time I truly saw it. A few more steps, and I reached the White Town base entrance. I stopped. Outside, a large crowd was gathered, blocking my view completely, so I couldn't see what was happening on the other side. On this side, the base leader was standing at the gate, surrounded by security personnel with cloth strips tied around their arms and some sweaty men who looked like they had just come from the fields. It seemed like both sides were facing off, but no one was speaking. The old base leader spoke first. We've always kept to ourselves. What are you doing now? His voice was calm but commanding, with a bit of intimidation. Keeping to ourselves? You didn't touch the coal mine at Etienne Village? That big coal mine. You've dug it almost dry, and now you want us to hand it over. The voice from the other side was rough and loud, full of energy, like someone strong enough to knock me over with a punch. That coal mine isn't yours. If we find it, we'll take it. If you can't, what are you calling us for? That voice belonged to someone who often followed the base leader around like a sidekick. Hey, little brat, what are you saying? Believe it or not, I'll punch you to death. Hearing this, the sidekick was so angry he nearly exploded. Big brother, why waste words? Let's fight them. Another man's voice cut in, sounding like it was from the other side. I'm a short person, standing behind a group of big men. I couldn't see anything, and I had to rely on my ears to understand what was happening. It seemed like the other side wasn't really dangerous or aggressive. If they had come to fight, they would have already started. They were just arguing, and the sidekick was so angry he was about to lose control.
So I thought it might be safe.
After analyzing the situation, I moved closer and squeezed through the crowd at the gate. But when I saw what was happening, I realized I was wrong. It wasn't safe. On the other side, a group of people was standing, with 2 big trucks behind them, probably brought by cars. At least 30 strong men arrived, each tall and muscular. Honestly, any one of them could easily knock me out with a punch. They all held sticks and large knives, and the White Town base might not be able to fight them off. I kept glancing back and forth at both groups, trying to judge which side was stronger. The men across looked big and broad, standing in a familiar way, like wrestlers at a festival. This made me even more scared, worried I might be used as a punching bag. Go! While I was still looking around nervously, the bearded man in the middle suddenly gave the order. All the strong men started walking toward me. Although I was a little scared, I knew I wouldn't have to fight. There were so many men around me. I looked to the left, no one there. Then I quickly looked to the right, still empty. Wait, when did everyone step back a few paces? I was still standing there alone. Seeing me just standing still, the base leader took a few steps forward and grabbed me, pulling me back. You're all cowards, haha, the bearded man mocked, swinging his big knife back and forth. If you're scared, just hand over the coal and we'll spare your lives. Don't act rashly. Don't start a fight easily. The base leader whispered quickly, warning everyone. Then he confidently told the others, stop moving forward. We can still get along peacefully. If you take another step, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, the other side burst into laughter. The arrogant bearded man laughed loudly and said, "What are you going to do that I should be afraid of? Fire arrows." Suddenly, wooden and bamboo arrows shot out from the base, falling like rain. SHT. Shield, the bearded man shouted, and the group magically pulled out transparent shields made of some unknown material from behind them, blocking the arrows. The rain of arrows hit the shields, which showed no damage. While they were shooting arrows, the base leader ordered everyone to retreat inside the base. "Go back quickly. I have a way to handle this." "No, we're staying to protect you." Everyone refused to listen and stayed, determined to defend the base leader. After a few minutes, all the arrows were used up, and the attackers lowered their shields. What's so hard about being polite? Can you even pull out a gun? I've never seen one before. Come on, show me what you've got. They don't have guns, and I guess the White Town base doesn't either. I'm surprised. 2 large bases can't produce even one gun. But then I think about it and I understand. This remote small village in Inner Mongolia, after the end of the world, just managing to gather people to build a base is already impressive. Hunting rifles are illegal, so where could they get guns? I clenched the gun in my hand, unsure whether I should take it out now. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and get on board. We're stealing coal and going home to sleep. The bearded man completely lost patience. He waved his hand, signaling the strong men to charge forward. The strong men quickly ran over, kicking up dust on the ground. The male residents of White Town Base rushed forward with pickaxes and shovels, fighting the strong men. At first, it was clear White Town was losing. Hey, don't cause any fatalities. Just knock them down. The bearded man still seemed to have some conscience. While commanding the fight, he also told his men to hold back. After 2 minutes, I noticed Brother Liu was among them, being held down and beaten by 2 strong men. His face was swollen, and his eyes were barely open. At this moment, the base leader was very anxious, commanding everyone to first take the women inside. "Quick, everyone lead them in. Turn on all the electric fences." The base leader looked at his residents lying on the ground, looking very distressed. "Forget it, stop fighting. I'll give them. We can't wait any longer." The base leader compromised, fearing worse oppression. I interrupted him. "Base leader, your gun." Quickly, I tore the cloth off the gun bag and revealed a hunting rifle. A gasp sounded around me. The base leader was surprised, eyes wide, but in an instant, he reacted and took the gun. The hunting rifle was heavy. When he took it, he almost dropped it. Everyone fighting earlier stopped and stared in shock at the rifle in the base leader's hand. You old man, don't lie. Is this a toy gun?" The bearded man looked clearly frightened. He straightened up and started to stutter. "Base leader, no need for you to do it yourself. Let me show them the power of this gun." He took the rifle from the base leader, aimed it at the sky, cocked the hammer with one hand, and pulled the trigger with the other. Bang! The loud noise startled everyone, and even the birds in the trees nearby flew away. Sorry about that. When people get nervous, they tend to act very busy." The scruffy man stammered as he spoke useless words and started to back away. He knew in his heart that if that bullet was aimed at him, he would already be dead. I aimed my hunting rifle at the hand grabbing Brother Liu. "Are you still not letting go of that hand?" The man quickly released his grip on Brother Liu's hand. Slowly, I moved the gun barrel to point at the man's forehead. The scruffy man was so scared, he didn't dare move. "Whose coal kiln is this?" I asked calmly. "White Town Base, yours," the man stammered in reply. I didn't expect him to be so scared. I continued, "Will you come back again?" "No, never again." The man trembled, almost kneeling and kowtowing. "Apologize and see if that can make our base leader less angry. If he's unhappy, I might just pull the trigger." I lightly moved my finger on the trigger, making the man fall to his knees in fear. "Spare me, big brother. I won't dare again. From now on, White Town Base is my big brother's territory." Seeing him so frightened, I took back my gun. It was too heavy to hold for long. My arm was getting tired. "Do you have anything to add, base leader?" I asked. "Get out of here." He waved his hand. The leader of the base waved dismissively. Over 30 strong men scrambled back into their cars and drove away. Outside White Town Base, more than 20 residents slowly stood up, some with bruises and cuts. They looked at me gratefully. For a moment, everyone inside and outside the base fell silent. Brother Lou was pulled up by someone else, head bowed, blood dripping from his mouth. "Come in quickly. Those badly hurt, go to the clinic right away." Seeing the others leave, the base leader quickly directed the injured to get treatment. Apart from those seriously hurt, everyone else gathered at the gate of White Town Base. The base leader patted my shoulder first, with some tears in his eyes. "You saved our entire base. From now on, outsiders will think we have guns, and no one will dare to bother us anymore." The little follower beside the leader was the first to react, cheering loudly. "Thank you, young lady. You saved us." Everyone started thanking me one after another. I felt a bit overwhelmed. Honestly, I didn't do much. No need to thank me. Many residents of White Town Base treated me well, and the base leader was especially kind to me. It's what I should do. We are family. Honestly, everyone, including the base leader, Brother Lou, and the others, has been very kind to me. Doing such a small thing is no big deal. Everyone disperse now. The base leader dismissed everyone and took me to the office, saying he wanted to talk to me. We sat face to face on the sofa in the office. "Today, I really owe you. If it weren't for you being here, the White Town Base might have been looted completely." The base leader poured me a cup of tea, which was already cold, and handed it to me while speaking. After the end of the world, my original idea was just to bring everyone together to live, support each other, and think that this way we could survive more easily. He paused, took a sip of tea, and I listened quietly without interrupting. "I never wanted to compete with other bases for power, so our fighting ability is indeed weaker. The mistake was going after that coal mine which brought us this trouble." No, sir. You wanted that coal to help the residents get through the winter more easily. There's nothing wrong with that. The real problems are this extreme cold, the plague, and those selfish people." The base leader listened to my words and shook his head with a smile. "Getting old, I suppose. My thinking is not as sharp as before." "Don't say that." I stood up and poured him a cup of tea, hoping to comfort his downcast mood. We chatted casually for a while, then I said I wanted to go see Brother Lou. The base leader also stood up, saying he needed to check the clinic. When we arrived at the clinic, there were quite a few people inside. Looking around, I saw Sister Lou crying in the corner. I quickly walked over to her, and I also saw Brother Lou lying on the bed. Brother Lou's face was swollen, his eyes so puffy he couldn't open them. But even with his eyes closed, he was still comforting Sister Lou. "Hey, don't cry. I'm not dead, am I? Besides my face, nothing else hurts. When I ran out to fight earlier, I just had to be at the front. Do you think you're capable? Did you think of me? If you get hurt or die, what am I supposed to do?" Sister Lou was crying and scolding Brother Lou at the same time. "Sister Lou, has Brother Lou been treated?" She wiped her tears and looked at me when I approached. "Yes, he's been treated with some traditional herbs. Since I often work in the mountains, I've had some minor injuries. I usually carry a small bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray in my pocket, and I still have one now." I stepped forward and handed the Yunnan Baiyao to Sister Lou. She looked at the medicine, didn't say anything, and quickly put it in her pocket. "Treatment is done. Lying here isn't helping. Let's go home." Sister Lou helped Brother Lou to his feet. I also stepped forward to help, and we supported him home together. After walking a few steps, I saw Tauzi sitting on the bed with his right arm slightly swollen and red. Before I could speak, Sister Lou called Tauzi to leave with her. When we arrived at Brother Lou's house, Sister Lou first asked Tauzi to extend his arm, then sprayed some Yunnan Baiyao on the swollen area. "This is medicine my sister brought. You should spray some too, to heal faster." Since Tauzi confessed last time, our relationship has been a bit awkward. Even though I was worried about his arm injury, I didn't feel comfortable asking about it. Maybe sensing my concern, Tauzi spoke first. "It's nothing, just a small injury. Don't worry." He then showed a row of white teeth. Sister Lou helped Brother Lou onto the bed and carefully sprayed medicine on him little by little. "I can't go anymore. Tauzi, you take the girl to ask about the little kittens at the nearby cat shop. See if you can exchange for 2 cats." After saying that, Tauzi led me out of Sister Lu's house. On the way, we remained silent. Tauzi spoke first in a low voice. Sister, you were very impressive today. It was just a coincidence. Being praised like that made me a little shy. In just a few minutes, we arrived at the house where the kittens were. Tauzi knocked on the door and asked loudly, "Is Brother Chen home?" A response came from inside, and then a man with a slightly red face pushed the door open. "What's up, Tauzi? I want to get a cat." "Your big cat last month just had kittens, right? Do you still have any?" "She wants to exchange for one." After Tauzi finished speaking, the man's eyes shifted from Tauzi's face to me. When he saw it was me, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the girl we just saved?" Come in, come in." I followed Tauzi into the house and sat by the Kong bed. The man poured us some water and said, "This cat is my wife's. I can't make the decision. She's out now and will be back soon. Please wait a moment." I quietly said thank you, sipped my water and waited. Soon, there was some noise at the door, and a woman entered the room. "Honey, this girl is the one who saved us at the gate earlier. She wants to exchange for a kitten. What do you think?" "Oh, it's you, girl. You want a kitten?" This woman didn't seem to recognize me and was probably hiding at home, but she learned about what happened at the By-town base gate from her husband.
Yes, yes.
"I want to raise a cat. Please tell me how many things I need to exchange." I brought some supplies. I stood up, showing my sincere intention. "Oh, everyone says you saved our White-town base. There's no need to exchange anything for the cat. I'll just give it to you directly. Come, follow me to pick one." The woman warmly took my arm and led me toward another room. Letting her pull me along, I said, "No, that won't do. Each thing has its price. Right now, kittens are rare, so they definitely need to be exchanged." In the other room, there was an old, broken basket, half covered with a mesh net, which looked like a cat's nest. I crouched down. Inside, there were only 5 kittens, 3 orange and 2 tabby cats. It seemed the mother cat was not home. 3 of them were sleeping peacefully, while the other 2 playfully waved their paws and bit each other, looking very cute. They were all clean, plump, and healthy-looking, showing that the owner took good care of them. "Take a look and see which one catches your eye," the woman said softly, probably worried about waking the cats. The kittens looked quite young. I was planning to pick a bigger one, thinking it would be easier to raise. I looked back and forth at the 5 kittens. The 2 awake ones were too lively, and the one in the middle was too thin. Not being with the mother might make it hard to care for, so that was not a good choice either. Finally, I chose the chubby orange kitten sleeping on the outermost side. "Is this orange kitten okay?" I softly asked, pointing at the kitten. "Yes." "No problem," the woman said immediately, grabbing the small chubby orange kitten and handing it to me. I paused for a moment, then reached out to take it. The kitten was incredibly soft in my hands. Its fur was fluffy and smooth, and even its tiny bones and flesh felt soft, as if it might melt in my hands at any moment. Even when held, it didn't wake up. It rubbed its little head against my hand and then turned over to sleep again. Holding the kitten, I asked the woman to come with me to Aunt Lu's house to get supplies. At first, she hesitated, but I persisted until she finally agreed. When we arrived at Aunt Lu's house, she had already given Brother Lu his medicine, and he was asleep. Seeing me holding the kitten, Aunt Lu was very happy. She found a cardboard box inside and placed the kitten inside. I led the woman to the car, opened the trunk, and took out a bag of rice and a bag of flour. "Oh, this is too much, way too much," the woman said when she saw the rice and flour, refusing to take them. "Come on, sister-in-law, take it. If you don't, this girl might feel uncomfortable," Aunt Lu urged her. Seeing her reluctance, the woman finally accepted the supplies. After some advice on caring for the kitten, she borrowed a cart from Aunt Lu and pushed the rice and flour home. I was still thinking about the milk seller, so I asked Sister Lu where that family lived. Sister Lu immediately knew. "The cattle farmer, right? It's the 3rd house on the far west side. Are you here to buy milk?" "Yes, yes. It's not easy to come here, so I've been thinking about buying some milk. Let Tauzi come with you again." "Brother Lu here is busy, or else sister-in-law will go with you." I smiled and agreed as I headed outside. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll go now. Although I said Towsy should come with me, he had just caught a kitten and then ran off somewhere. I knew where he was, so I could go alone. After about 5 minutes, I reached the third house on the far west side. I gently knocked on the door. A woman's voice responded from inside, sounding familiar, similar to the milk seller's voice. The door opened a crack, and when she saw it was me, she opened it wider. "Oh, girl, you're here. I remember you. You came to buy milk, right?" "Yes, the milk I bought here last time was so good. I kept thinking about it after I went home, so I came when I had the chance. Come in quickly." The woman led me into the yard. As I entered, on the right was a large cow shed with 2 big cows and a young calf peacefully eating grass. "I want some milk this time, mainly for making tofu and milk skin." "All right, I'll squeeze fresh milk for you. The tofu and milk skin need to be taken to the central base. I've frozen them in the freezer there." She said this while smiling and took out a few empty mineral water bottles. "Why are they frozen there?" I asked, a bit confused. "The base doesn't supply power during the day. It only has power from 7 to 8 o'clock at night, and even then, it's limited. Families can't use refrigerators." But the base manager thought ahead. "Each household gets a small space in the freezer at the base center. Since tofu and milk skin spoil easily, I freeze them there." Her explanation made sense. It's not easy for the base to supply power for just an hour at night, and it's impossible for every family to have a refrigerator. "Wait for me to finish milking, then we'll go to the base center to get it." The woman went into the cow shed, squatted beside the mother cow, and started milking into the water bottle. This cow produced a lot of milk. With just one squeeze, she could fill half a water bottle. I thought it would be great if I could raise a cow too. But I knew I definitely wouldn't actually raise one. The herd at home already overwhelmed me, and taking care of this cow would be even more exhausting. In just a few minutes, she filled 5 bottles with milk. She wiped the bottle clean, put it into a cloth bag, and handed it to me. "Let's go to the base center to get some milk tofu." After the woman locked the door, the 2 of us headed to the base center. At the base center, the woman first registered her name and was then allowed into the freezer room. I am not a member of the base, so I was not allowed to enter the freezer. Soon, the woman came out carrying a small bag. She walked over to me and opened the bag. There are 4 pieces of milk tofu and 6 sheets of milk skin. "Take a look and see if you want all of them." I wanted to take everything, but I wasn't sure how she wanted to exchange them. I brought 2 boxes of eggs, 4 pairs of new gloves, and 2 bottles of fruit wine. "See how much you can exchange, and give me that much." I also needed to leave some for Brother Lou and Towsy, so this was all I could give. The woman thought for a moment, then pushed the bag toward me. "Oh, just take everything. I don't know what's a fair exchange, so I'll give you everything. I'm just making new stuff." Now I felt like I was getting the better deal. How much milk would it take to make milk tofu and milk skin? Thank you. Next time I come, I'll bring more supplies to compensate you." No need for compensation. Gloves, wine, and eggs are all in short supply now. Using these to trade is enough for me. We exchanged pleasantries and headed toward the small truck. Once on the truck, I handed the gloves, wine, and eggs to the woman. She was very happy to see them, and after telling me to bring more next time, she quickly went home. I took down the 2 rabbits, 2 bottles of floral water, and 4 pairs of gloves from the truck and headed inside. At that moment, Brother Lou had already woken up, sitting half up against the quilt, coincidentally meeting Towsy there. "Wasn't I supposed to have Towsy go with you? Why did you go alone, kid?" Sister Lou asked me with concern and a hint of blame. I grinned and said, "Oh, I can handle small things like this alone. I'm grown up now, so don't worry, sister." I placed the items on the Kong-heated bed and continued. "Last time, Towsy and Brother Lou helped me a lot with moving coal. I want to give you some things." "Girl, you're too polite with us," Brother Lou said, his face puffed up and speaking unclearly. I didn't respond to Brother Lou, and instead divided the 4 pairs of gloves, 2 bottles of floral water, and the 2 rabbits into 2 parts. Brother Lou and Towsy each take 1. There are 2 more rabbits outside in the yard, 1 for each of you. "Oh, girl, you really don't need to be so polite. Why do you keep bringing us things?" Aunt Lou spoke again, scolding me for bringing stuff. Oh, stop scolding, stop scolding. Next time I won't bring anything, is that okay? Come look at this floral water I made myself. It works really well. Mosquitoes don't dare come near. I cut off Aunt Lou's words to change the subject and started talking about the floral water. Really? Is it that useful? Don't mention it. This year, mosquitoes are especially bad. They've bitten me all over. Sure enough, Aunt Lou was distracted and looked carefully at the bottle of floral water. Yes, yes. A few days ago, I was bitten and looked up a recipe in a book. I didn't have all the ingredients, so I experimented myself. Surprisingly, it works quite well. Hearing this, Aunt Lou praised me nonstop. It's getting late. I need to go. I've been here too long, and the animals at home are hungry. Oh, it's about time you leave. I won't keep you any longer. Go home early, it's safer. Sister, I just went to someone's house to get you some goat milk. The kitten just finished eating, so it needs a few days of milk. Don't you have a fridge? Freeze it there, then take it out to thaw before feeding the kitten. It's just as good as fresh milk. I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Towsy to go look for goat milk on purpose. I'm not picky. I took the 4 bottles of goat milk directly. Thanks, Towsy. Wow, this young guy is so thoughtful. Who knows which girl he'll end up helping someday. Aunt Lou complimented me while subtly hinting at something. Her lively tone made me laugh. I waved goodbye and got into the car. I really couldn't delay any longer. I was planning to go to town to look for some supplies. I drove to the base center and handed the 2 bottles of white wine to the base leader. The base leader saw the wine and, for the first time, didn't take what I offered. Hey, it's too much to bring more today. One thing is one thing. You found coal, which is a good thing, and I'm grateful. I pushed the wine into his arms and turned to leave. He called after me, but I didn't look back. I drove to town and was surprised to see a familiar car behind me. It was the vehicle from Town Base, probably sent by the old base leader to protect me. I turned the car near the house from the basement last time, planning to gather some supplies before heading back. This time, I was looking for something simple, some nice flower pots. Although I planted flower seeds on the windowsill, I still want to grow some in flower pots so I can enjoy fresh flowers during winter. I searched several houses, found 7 or 8 pretty vases, and also collected a few small spray bottles and a bunch of clothes hangers. Although I already have many hangers at home, I believe in having more. Even if I don't use them anymore, I can straighten them out and use them as wire. I loaded all these items into the car. Seeing the little cat in good condition, still sleepy and drowsy, I greedily searched the row of cottages farthest from the town center. This row of cottages is between the residential area and the school, surrounded by high walls on both sides, making them easy to overlook. When I entered the first house, I knew my idea was right. There were many things inside, probably only searched once or twice. The first house looked like a young person's home. Under the bed, I found 2 large suitcases. I opened the suitcases. The first one was full of dolls, all very new. I picked out the ugly ones to throw away and kept the rest. They can be toys for the cats and dogs at home or cleaned and used as decorations. The car trunk is big enough, so I don't mind taking all of them. I chose some loose, comfortable clothes suitable for working from the wardrobe and put them in one suitcase with the dolls. Hurrying to the kitchen, I saw that young people's kitchens usually have a variety of utensils and tableware. Sure enough, I saw an air fryer as soon as I entered. I didn't buy one, so I took it. The oven looked very dirty, so I left it behind. Oven? If there's an oven, there must be baking trays. The oven at home uses a frying pan as a substitute. If I could find a real baking tray, that would be great. I quickly opened all the cabinet doors and found 6 rectangular baking trays on the top shelf, in pretty pastel colors. Next to them, there were 2 large packs of parchment paper and several brand new wooden brushes. I was thrilled and took everything. Besides that, I also took all the stainless steel bowls and basins. The second house looked quite messy, so I took a quick look and then left. The third house was quite unique. I had never seen such decoration in a small town before. The house was quite large, with a spacious living room decorated with an elegant Chinese style. On the dining table in the living room, There was a beautiful tea set, but nothing else. Then I went into the kitchen and bedroom, both clean, tidy, and very empty. It seemed there wasn't much inside, as if only an elderly person lived here, with no household supplies at all. I still feel a bit uneasy, as if there is something more to this renovation. I continued walking inside, found the door locked, and used my baseball bat to break the lock. When I pushed the door open, I saw a study room. On the right side, there was a large bookshelf filled with various books. On the left side, there were 2 rows of cabinets with small compartments, each with a pull ring, looking somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now, these are traditional Chinese medicine cabinets. Could this be the home of an old Chinese doctor? I stepped outside and saw faint, blurry writing on the wall near the door, something like Hall of. Seeing the character Hall, it was definitely the home of an old Chinese doctor. In small towns, unlike big cities, traditional Chinese medicine clinics often don't have official signs or storefronts. In remote places like Inner Mongolia, an old Chinese doctor's clinic is usually just set up in a person's home, and as long as the proper procedures are followed, it's not illegal. I hurried over to the Chinese medicine cabinets, pulled on the rings, and opened a drawer. Inside was a clear, thick plastic bag containing saffron. I pinched a bit of saffron and smelled it under my nose. Smells a bit bad, but it still seems to have its medicinal effect. Suddenly, I really wanted to take the entire medicine cabinet with me. I stepped back and examined it. This cabinet has 10 drawers across and 10 down, with each drawer labeled with 2 types of medicinal herbs. It looks like each drawer contains 2 kinds of herbs. I suddenly noticed a gap in the middle of the cabinet. I moved closer and realized that this cabinet isn't one single piece. It's made up of 4 smaller cabinets joined together. Each small cabinet has 5 drawers across and 5 down. If I look at just one small cabinet, I think I can move it myself. It seems possible to take the whole cabinet home. I tried moving one of the small cabinets. It was much heavier than I expected, but not impossible. I quickly ran outside, drove my car to the house's door, and started trying to move the cabinet. With great effort, I managed to lift the top small cabinet onto the ground. I pushed it forward a few steps. It was quite heavy, and the material felt sturdy. Bit by bit, I moved it out, and before long, I had the first small cabinet next to the car. I gathered all my strength and lifted the small cabinet onto the car in one go. Wow, this thing was really heavy, and I was almost red in the face from straining. But I truly believe this could save lives, so I pushed myself to the limit and managed to load all 4 cabinets onto the car. There's more than just herbs, there's also a long row of traditional Chinese medicine books. I should consider taking some of those too. I poured out the contents of the suitcase, carried it to the bookshelf, and carefully looked through it to avoid messing up the shelves. I only took books with titles like Traditional Chinese Medicine Encyclopedia, Herbal Prescriptions Collection, Herb Encyclopedia, or Folk Remedies. I didn't take the very advanced ones. After filling half the suitcase with books, I stopped. There are small locked doors in the middle of the bookshelf. I looked around and found a large writing desk between the herb cabinet and the bookshelf. In the pen holder on the desk, I found a set of keys. I tried each key one by one, and all 4 small locks opened. Inside the first 3 doors, I found a mercury blood pressure monitor, a stethoscope, a pack of silver needles, 2 small pure copper scales called weighing scales, and a small bag of tools filled with tiny scissors and various shaped knives, probably made of silver. I put all these tools into the suitcase, then took some books about acupoints, acupuncture, and pulse diagnosis from the bookshelf. Since I took the tools, I need to have the instructions too. I took them, but whether I learned to use them or not is uncertain. The last door was full of small bags of seeds, with the names written on the plastic. These are truly valuable to me. Planting these seeds and making medicines from them means I won't be afraid of getting sick anymore. Why didn't I think of storing them before? On the ground, there was a solid gold medicinal grinder. Bending down to lift it nearly strained my back. First, I put everything from the suitcase into the car, then went back to carry the heavy medicinal grinder. The grinder can be used not only for grinding herbs but also for grinding rice and flour. Using your foot to step back and forth is much easier than turning a stone mill by hand. Carefully closing the door of the traditional Chinese medicine hall, I didn't feel like looking for anything else. I started the car and went home. The kitten was no longer sleeping and was meowing inside the box. I guess it was hungry. First, I put the milk in the fridge, then placed the kitten on the bed in the east room. I poured some goat milk into a small bowl, and it happily licked and drank it. It's much easier to take care of than little Gua was when it was a kitten. At least now it can drink milk on its own without me feeding it little by little. The dogs at home haven't noticed the kitten yet. We just got back, and there's a lot to do. I haven't had time to help them get along. I can only put the kitten in the east room, close the door, and keep all the dogs out. Seeing the 4 dogs wagging their tails happily because I came home, I shook my head. I poured half a bottle of goat milk into the water basin, added half a bottle of clean boiled water, and mixed in a few large pieces of my homemade biscuits. I stirred it well and placed it on the ground. The 4 dogs smelled the milk's aroma and the gamey scent, and without bothering to show me affection, they all rushed into the basin to eat eagerly. This was the first time little 3 and little 4 drank goat milk, and it was watered down by their owner. I let out a sigh and started working. Following Towsie's instructions, I divided the goat milk into small bottles and put them in the freezer. When the kittens need milk daily, I can take it out in advance to thaw. The milk tofu and milk skin were also stored in the freezer. These precious dairy products must be treated seriously. After finishing these tasks, I hurried to feed the livestock at home. First, I gave food to the chickens and ducks. The ducks quacked loudly and paddled over to eat eagerly, seeming quite hungry. After feeding the pigs, I quickly went up the mountain to cut grass for the rabbits. Within 2 hours of returning home, I didn't stop working. Once everything was done, and it was completely dark outside, I was exhausted from the busy day and no longer wanted to move. I covered the car bed with a plastic sheet and planned to organize the supplies tomorrow. Thinking about all the precious herbs and books stored in the car, I dreamt of their sweet scent. That night, I slept very soundly. When I woke up, all the fatigue from the previous day was gone. The first thing I did upon waking was check on the kitten. I was so tired yesterday that I put it in a box and fell asleep. The little fellow didn't make a fuss or cry. It stayed quietly all night without making much noise. Of course, I might have slept too deeply to hear it. As soon as I got up, I startled the little kitten. It opened its round eyes, looked at me drowsily, and let out 2 soft, sweet meows that melted my heart. Carefully, I picked it up from the box and placed it on the bed, gently stroking its soft fur, trying to think of a good name. The kitten was orange all over, except for its 4 paws, which were white like it was wearing white gloves, very cute.
Puff.
Milk cake? Strawberry? I thought of many names but couldn't decide. Oh well, they say silly names are easier to raise, so I'll call it Ty Danner. I placed the sleepy little Ty Danner on the ground to let it get familiar with the environment in the East Room. After leaving the East Room, I took a small jar of thawed goat milk from the fridge, and once it was fully thawed, I boiled it to feed Ty Danner. Yesterday, the chickens and ducks were kept inside all day. This morning, they couldn't wait to go outside, and were all gathered at the gate of the chicken coop. I opened the coop door and the yard gate. There was no need to chase them out. A few small, chubby ducks wiggled their bottoms and led the rest of the chickens and ducks to the fenced area on the hill. When I arrived, everyone was quietly digging in the soil for bugs and eating wild greens. I closed the fence gate and filled 2 large buckets with pig and chicken feed. After feeding the pigs, I carried the chicken feed up to the hill to feed the animals in the fenced area. On the way back, I cut some fresh grass to feed the rabbits. After that, I finally had time to tidy up the small truck. The medicine cabinet is quite large, so I needed to clear a space to put it. The small wooden house has a bookshelf on one wall and the medicine cabinet on the other. Later, I plan to find a writing desk in town and place it in the middle. That should look nice. Right now, the small house has too many things. To fit both the medicine cabinet and the writing desk, I need to move everything except the bookshelf. The biggest item taking up space is the exercise bike with a generator. I need to move it to another room. The only room still empty is the breeding house. In winter, I kept rabbits there, but after moving them out, I thoroughly cleaned the room, opened the windows for ventilation, and aired it out for a long time. Now there's no bad smell, and it's very clean. I will move the exercise bike to the breeding house, placing it on the shady side so the sunny side can still be used for growing vegetables. There are some dried vegetables and empty cardboard boxes left on the floor of the small house. I will organize everything and store it in the basement. After cleaning the floor of the small house, I can start moving things in. At home, I have a small handcart for heavy loads, which makes moving the medicine cabinet much easier than in town. On the west wall of the small house, there's a bookshelf. The east wall holds the medicine cabinets. There are 4 small medicine cabinets stacked in 2 rows, 2 on top, 2 on the bottom, perfectly arranged like in a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. I also brought in a large box of Chinese medicine tools and books. Some space was already empty on the bookshelf, so I took out a few bulky dishes and stored them in the basement, clearing a large area. I sorted and organized the Chinese medicine books, filling the entire bookshelf perfectly. Then, I took some alcohol from the bottom drawer of the bookshelf and replaced it with Chinese medicine supplies. Now, all the medicine-related items are neatly arranged. With this setup, the room looks more stylish. Against the west wall is the bookshelf, filled with various books in wooden cubicles. Some cubicles hold cups, plates, and bowls, adding a touch of art to the scholarly atmosphere. In the bottom glass cabinet, you can vaguely see the items inside. On both sides, there are several cabinets filled with different colored bottles. In the middle, neatly arranged inside the cabinets, are small pure copper scales, acupuncture packs, stethoscopes, and blood pressure monitors, giving a sense of ancient mystery. Against the wall on the east side is the traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. This cabinet seems to have aged over 100 years, with deep brown wood grain shining in the morning light. The drawers with copper corners are neatly arranged, each slot holding 2 yellowed sheets of paper with ink smudges of words like Chuanqiong and Angelica, and if you get closer, you can smell the faint herbal aroma. There's just a little space left in the middle. Adding a writing desk would make it perfect. I don't plan to move the desk from the east room here. It's still more comfortable to read in the east room during cold weather. I'll choose a desk I like next time I visit the town and bring it back. In the future, the small west room will become a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Although I find the cabinets and books about Chinese medicine very interesting and like them, I don't have time to focus on that now. The first batch of vegetables on the mountain is ripe, and it's time to harvest, process, and replant. I've been very busy lately. Coming out of the small west room, I see that the sheep's milk has completely melted, with water droplets forming on the outside of the bottle. The melted sheep's milk looks exactly like it did before freezing. Very amazing. In the past, when I froze milk and then thawed it, there would be many white clumps, but sheep's milk doesn't seem to be affected. I pour the sheep's milk into a small pot, stirring as I heat it. As soon as it boils, I quickly take it off the stove. If I don't act fast, the milk will spill everywhere. Once the milk cools slightly, I pour some into a small cat bowl. The little one, hungry after a whole night, finally gets to drink milk, and it's so delicious that its paws are gripping tightly. The rest of the milk is kept in the fridge for freshness, to be fed to the kitten next time. The sun is quite high, but I haven't had breakfast yet. The dogs and I are all hungry together. To eat quickly, I decide to have noodles. I slice some cured meat into small pieces and fry them in a pan until they release oil. I add some chopped green onions and garlic, fry until fragrant, then add water. While the water heats up, I rush to the vegetable garden to pick a bunch of small bok choy, cilantro, and a couple of small cucumbers. Back home, the water is boiling. I add various seasonings like salt, chicken essence, and sesame oil, then toss in a handful of noodles and 5 poached eggs. Once it boils again, I add a large handful of bok choy and cook for a few more minutes before removing the pot from the stove. I cover the noodles with a lid and let them simmer for a while. This makes them stickier when served. I grate 2 cucumbers into strips, chop some cilantro, green onions, and garlic, then add vinegar, soy sauce, MSG, and sesame oil for seasoning. After mixing well, the fresh cucumber flavor fills the air. I have a large bowl of noodles topped with a poached egg, some bok choy, and quite a bit of cured meat. The leftovers are uncovered and left to cool. I didn't eat much last night when I got home, and I ate breakfast so late today that my stomach started to ache from hunger. I blow on the noodles to cool them and take a big bite. The aroma of the cured meat and seasonings blend together, making me feel very satisfied. I also have a big spoonful of cold shredded cucumber salad to refresh and clear my palate. I finish the large bowl of noodles and eat most of the cucumber salad. I pour out the sauce at the bottom of the plate, then add the remaining cucumber shreds into the pot with the cooked noodles, stirring everything together with chopsticks.